the aloof female president, in order to avoid marrying a scoundrel, actually spent $1 billion to take me to a hotel. When I woke up, just as I was feeling pleased with myself, she coldly said to me, "Last night everyone was drunk. It was consensual between us. Let's just pretend it never happened." I looked her up and down. One night later, her pretty face became particularly rosy. She said again, "You can name a reasonable price, and I can satisfy you within my range." I coldly said, "I am not that kind of person who sells their body. Since you said it's consensual, if I were to take money, it would become illegal. If you need money, you can name a figure. Consider it as me treating you to a drink." "Okay, am I short of money?" The woman burst out laughing. As the president of a prestigious group with a net worth of billions, how could she be short of money? "Sure, since you're inviting me for a drink, how about this? $1 billion is a bargain for you." Just as I lifted the blanket to put on my pants and leave, my eyes were stunned to see a touch of red on the bedsheet. "Oh no!" I broke out in a cold sweat, realizing I had forgotten all safety measures. But the woman thought I was scared by this price, and immediately sneered, "Since you can't produce it, don't talk big. Your performance yesterday was quite average." With that, the woman turned around to leave. Hearing my anger, "Average? How dare she say I'm average? Isn't that just a roundabout way of saying I'm not good enough?" Before I could even pick up my clothes, I took a step forward and pinned the woman who was about to leave against the wall. The woman's heart suddenly rose to her throat. She looked at my scarred chest, with a hint of fear in her eyes. She quickly turned her head, blushing, and angrily said, "You bad guy, what do you want to do?" "No means no. Do you want to try again? I'll accompany you to the end. Let's see who gives in first, you or me." I admit that at this moment I hesitated. Being hesitant doesn't mean I can't do it. It's just that I have something very important to attend to and can't afford any delays. Seeing me hesitate slightly, the woman smiled, with a hint of disdain on her face. "What? You're hesitating already? I thought you were so tough." I don't want to waste words with her, turned around and put on my clothes. Seeing me so calm, the woman, although still in some pain, endured and said, "Do I look like someone who lacks money? We are just strangers." Just as she was about to leave, I coldly said, "Is $1 billion enough for you?" The woman did not speak, but the expression on her face had already revealed it. $1 billion. In the whole Jiangnan region, there would not be more than 10 people who could easily come up with $1 billion. She could not believe that a man she met in a bar could have such wealth. $2 billion. I saw her not speaking and thought it was not enough. $3 billion. I started another round of bidding. At this point, the woman spoke. "How about this? A fixed price. $10 billion. I looked at her, a smile playing at the corner of my mouth. "Okay, I'll give you $10 billion. When I agreed so readily, the woman was instantly stunned. "Do you know what $10 billion means? If you can produce it, I'll be yours now. Do you think you're the only son of a wealthy family? Treating money like scraps. Don't. I'm only 28 years old now. I don't want to be in a relationship yet, but if you really want to cling to me, it's not impossible. After all, women like you are not common." I chuckled lightly, my gaze unabashedly sweeping over her. The woman was so angry that her teeth were clenched. She had never seen anyone who could pretend so well. "Give me your bank account number." I took out my phone and reached out for her account number. The woman handed me her personal bank card without hesitation. She didn't believe that I could really come up with $1 billion. A few seconds later, her phone vibrated, and there was a text message from the bank. "Your bank card ending in 0088 has been credited with 1,000,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 1,012,301, 435 yuan. She was stunned. Looking at the string of zeros above, she rubbed her eyes in surprise. I handed the bank card to the woman's hand and walked out of the room. It wasn't until I walked far away that the woman reacted. "Who on earth is this man?" The woman simply couldn't believe that she just didn't want to be taken away cheaply by the playboy. So she went to the bar to get drunk. But she never thought she would end up sending herself out in a daze and receiving such a large sum of money. It feels like she's selling herself out no matter how she thinks about it. Leaving the hotel, I looked at the note in my hand and took a taxi to the Shinka Group building. Here was the final task given to me by the master. I smirked slightly and walked into the lobby. The receptionist saw me and asked with a smile, "Sir, who are you looking for?" "Hello, is Su Ro here?" The receptionist was taken aback. "Hello, sir. May I ask if you have made an appointment to see our CEO in advance?" "No, but I am here to protect her. I am her personal bodyguard." "Where is your CEO's office?" "Just tell me. I'll go up by myself." "Bodyguard?" The receptionist chuckled. "Hey handsome, have you been reading too many novels? Just because you've built some muscles, you want to be the personal bodyguard of our CEO? Are you also fantasizing about being the CEO's husband? Such scenarios only happen in novels. So stop dreaming. I am full of embarrassment. This little girl doesn't believe it. What should I do? He. You've seen through me. Alright, I'll come clean. I am the husband of your CEO. I came here to find her for something urgent. The front desk girl rolled her eyes and disdainfully said, if you want to boast, pick the right person. Our CEO is going to marry Master Zhao next month. If he hears what you just said, you might be in trouble. Getting married next month? I muttered to myself. Being married means becoming someone else's wife. Something I haven't experienced yet. It's okay, getting married doesn't affect her having two husbands. Another blank stare from the receptionist girl. Sure enough, there are quite a few shameless ones in this world. Hurry up or I'll call security. I don't want to say another word to a scumbag like you. As soon as the words fell, the receptionist girl saw the exhausted Suli slowly walking into the lobby. Hastily standing straight, he respectfully shouted, Mr. Su. Chu Fei also subconsciously turned back to look, wanting to see what this woman that his master had asked him to protect actually looked like. He turned around this time and was outright dumbfounded. Suli was planning to go back to the office to have a good rest when she heard the receptionist girl greet her, just in time to look up at Chu Fei standing in the lobby. For a moment, the two were wide-eyed. What are you doing here? Almost at the same moment, both men ventured the same words. Chapter 3, Slapping an ashtray with your bare hands, so you can grow an eye. The receptionist girl looked at the president and this strange man so tacitly, and couldn't help but be filled with surprise. Is this guy really the president's boyfriend? Or maybe husband? That's impossible. Suli took a deep breath, finally realizing that the words her best friend had said to her were definitely not nonsense. Otherwise, this guy came to my door. What the hell do you want? With a cold face, she just looked at Chu Fei. Chu Fei was just about to speak when he was interrupted by Suli. Come up with me. After saying that, he walked towards the elevator. Chu Fei shrugged and followed behind. He was also depressed about how they looked like a ghost. You run into them everywhere you go by yourself. But he suddenly remembered that the girl at the front desk had called this woman General Manager Su. In an instant, Chu Fei's body was jolted. It couldn't be that this was the target of her mission, could it? If it did, wouldn't that be bull? Arriving at the 16th floor, Suli led Chu Fei into the office. She put her bag down and sat in the office chair that was hers. I thought you said it was over? Why did you come to my company? What exactly is your purpose? She stared at Chu Fei with some anger. This guy, even if he paid for his first time, and shamelessly come to the door. Do you want your money back? Big deal, can't I just give you your money back? Consider me suffering, I'll admit it. Hearing this, Chu Fei went dark. How could he have known that the person the old man had asked him to protect was the woman he had gone crazy with in the hotel last night? And to top it all off, he is still a virgin. You think I want to? With your feisty personality, do you really think I want anything to do with you? If it weren't for... Chuffy just said a couple sentences and then shut up. It could only be said that he was unlucky to be in the presence of such a pussy. You. When Suli saw him call himself a tiger, he immediately lost his temper. Jerking up from his position, he pointed to the office door. Get the hell out of here. I'll transfer the money back to you later. I don't care. Chu Fei was also stubborn and got up to leave. Only, just as he reached the door, he stopped again. No. I can't go. I still have to follow you. Now that he's gone, if the old man finds out, he'll have to give him a good beating. Are you a pervert? Follow me for what? Want to do it again? Suli thought that this guy had a thieving heart for himself and was paranoid about having something more to do with himself. After all, most men can't walk away from seeing themselves. Not to mention, last night's incident still seemed to have been initiated by myself. Ahem. Chuffy faked a cough. Suli also realized that she had lost her temper and tried to calm down. The murderous gaze just stared at Chu Fei to death, itching to eat him. Actually, I came to see you for no purpose. I'm just trying to get a job. Tell you what, I'll be your personal bodyguard from now on, I'll go wherever you go. Salary and all that, it doesn't matter how much you pay, and you know it, I'm not short of money. Chu Fei waved his hand indifferently and turned back to sit on the sofa with a big horse. A guy like you, who can't keep up physically, is still my bodyguard? Little one, have some more goji berries to make up for it. Su Li's words directly caused Chu Fei to blow up. You can say he's ugly, you can say he's scum. But call him small, he's not convinced. Says who, little one? Are you not convinced? Okay. You wait. Sooner or later, I'll catch a chance to show you what it means to be a real man. As a result, just these words made the corners of Su Li's mouth rise. Seemingly thinking of something, his face turned a little red. And I don't know who it is, my old lady wouldn't dare move a muscle standing in front of him. Chu Fei was infuriated, but on the contrary, what she said was still the truth. The old man would have to skin himself if anything came out of this. You just said that you're my personal bodyguard now, right? Su Li looked at Chu Fei with a smile on her brow. Seemingly, plotting some little conspiracy. Looking at the other party's eyes, Chu Fei knew that this was designated to fix herself. But, one can't go against the old man's mission. Yes. Excuse me, what are the arrangements? Chu Fei could only darken his face and wait for Su Li's command. I've heard that those who can do this are very good at it. What's your specialty? Let me see it. Like, a chest buster? Hand splits on a brick, or failing that, a backflip? In fact, Su Li didn't really want to see Chu Fei perform the so-called chest breaker. The reason why he said that was because he wanted to make a fool out of Chu Fei. This guy, so shameless. She couldn't get the breath out of her heart without giving him a good beating. Are you making a monkey out of me? And perform backflips, stay out of the way. Chu Fei directly refused. He really thinks he's a monkey. Chest-breaking boulders, hand-splitting and moving bricks, this kind of childish stuff, he knew it when he was 5 years old. TCH, it seems that you, the bodyguard, can't. Su Li Tskedin directly gave Chu Fei a whole broken defense. No way. Again, no. He called himself average in the morning and just now called himself a little guy. Now, say you can't? If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Chest breaker, huh? Come on. I'll open your eyes today, you tiger. Chuffy looked around and saw the ashtray sitting on the table. This is for entertaining guests, a clear glass ashtray with the thickness and hardness of stone. Smash it on the head and it definitely opens up a can of worms. He picked up the ashtray and slammed his hands together. Pop. The entire ashtray was shattered by his slap, chunks of glass falling all over the place. Su Li's entire body froze in place. She didn't think that she was just flirting with him, but she didn't expect him to be serious. Now, am I qualified to be your personal bodyguard? Chu Fei looked at Su Li and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Little, you're too young to play with me. Su Li slowed down and nodded slightly. Well, not bad. Go, get a broom and clean it up for me. At that moment, Chu Fei had 10,000 impulses in his heart, and that was to rub this woman hard. Let her know why the flowers are so red. In the end, he dutifully walked out of the office and went outside to get a broom to sweep up the chunks of broken glass on the floor. And just as it was swept clean, a clean-cut, pretty-looking girl ran into the office in a hurry. After seeing Su Li, he took a long breath of relief. My big president, it's good to see you. Chapter 4, What's wrong with me, can't I change it? The person who came was none other than Su Li's best friend, Feng Cheng. When he saw Chu Fei in the office, there was some doubt in his eyes. Is this your new cleaner? He's quite handsome, it's a pity to be a cleaner. Chu Fei exploded on the spot. The janitor? The world's top one-man king, being treated like a janitor? You're the janitor, your whole family's a janitor? Su Li on the side laughed her ass off. Janitor. That's a pretty good position for this guy. Okay, you're out. Chu Fei held his breath and walked out of the office with a black face. And Feng Cheng looked at Su Li with some confusion. I say, my big president, where did you find such a handsome little brother? Name your price and I'll hire him to go model for my modeling agency. Just his face and body. Definitely can be on fire. Only then did Su Li curb her smile and regain her composure. Eyes somewhat complicated, he looked toward the location of the gate and took a deep breath. Remember what I told you this morning? He's the guy. At that moment, Feng Cheng's eyes were about to glaze over. It took a long time to respond, looking at her with a stunned expression. You're not kidding? The guy who can put up $1 billion to buy you a janitor? Su Li was also filled with helplessness. She also didn't know why Chu Fei had approached her. And, to be his own personal bodyguard. The other party actually has no purpose for himself. As for the money given to him, perhaps it is just out of last night's accident, in order to make up for his own. Actually, I didn't find him, he found me. He offered to be my personal bodyguard. And gave me a show of splitting an ashtray with my bare hands. Nah, those chunks of glass in the wastebasket are the ashtrays he smashed with a slap. Fang Qing came close to the trash basket to take a look, a thick gossipy gleam in her eyes. Do you think it's possible that he fell in love with you at first sight? TV dramas can often have this kind of plot, although it is a bit dogmatic, but reality is not unheard of. Hearing Fang Qing say this, Su Li's eyes also lit up. Not out of the question. In fact, Su Li was not averse to Chu Fei. On the contrary, for some reason, she liked to bicker with Chu Fei, and she felt satisfied by seeing the other party's look of having anger that she couldn't get out. No way. A rich male like him would fall in love with me at first sight? I'm afraid the clock is not on love. As he spoke, he also looked purposefully at his chest. This pair, it's just tired in dead weight. What's impossible? Think about it, what big money man would give you $1 billion in one breath? And, at a time like this? Fang Qing's words made sense, causing even Su Li to develop a hint of belief. And Chu Fei, who was outside the door, was completely surprised that he was taken for love at first sight. All that money, he doesn't care about it at all. Why don't you ask him to come in and ask? Fang Qing's eyes rolled back in her head, a bad smile on her face. Su Li quickly shook her head, forget it. Then his face turned a little lower, maybe the other party is really just trying to clear the air with me, and I'm going to the Zhao family tonight to get engaged. Although I have all this money in my hands now. Even if I put it into the company, Kuyao still has no power of resistance in the face of the Zhao group. Besides, my parents wouldn't approve of me canceling the wedding. Hearing him say that, Fang Qing also fell silent. The Zhao group was one of the top groups in the entire Jiangnan city. There are very few companies that can equal it. If Zhao's group were to make a move against Kuyao, then Kuyao would go out of business in less than 3 months. Such was the strength and influence of the Zhao group that most companies would not choose to go against the Zhao group. I'll go with you tonight? Fang Qing comforted. I'll go by myself, I don't want to drag you down with me. Su Li politely refused. She didn't want to drag Fang Qing into this because of this matter. She had her own plans in mind, and she still had a card in her hand. She didn't want to use it until the last minute. Once used, there would be no place for her in all of Jiangnan. Okay. By the way, that big spender out there will be with you, right? Maybe he can help? In Fang Qing's eyes, Chu Fei was a proper big spender. The kind that flings hundreds of millions of dollars around. No, I won't take him. Su Li shook her head, she wasn't going to bring anyone there. She didn't want this to happen and implicate anyone else. Well, your company is pretty busy too, so go on back. Su Li gathered her emotions and flashed a smile at Fang Qing. The latter knew that they intended to carry it alone. But she, indeed, had no business meddling in the matter. I'll leave you then, call me if you need anything. After saying that, Fang Qing walked out of the office with her bag. Before leaving, he did not forget to give Chu Fei a deep look. Feeling Fang Qing's gaze, Chu Fei was filled with doubt. He hadn't done anything bad. Why was this woman looking at herself as if she was looking at a bad person? And Suri sat in her office chair, a little lost in thought. What should she do? The day passed in it, but didn't say anything and drove quietly. Half an hour later, when the car arrived in front of a luxurious manor, Su Li opened her mouth. Wait. The car was parked not far from the door. Su Li took a deep breath. All right, you can go back. Chuffy froze. Where am I going? Just stay anywhere for the night and come pick me up in the morning. Now Chu Fei was not happy. No, at least I am your personal bodyguard, right? If you don't find me a place to live, you're still asking me to go live outside? What? It's holding you back from finding a man. As soon as these words came out, Su Li's eyes instantly turned red. Staring back at Chu Fei, tears welled up in his eyes. You go away and don't even look for me again. I know you don't want to be in charge either, so this is just as well, as you wish. Chu Fei couldn't see girls crying the most. In fact, in his eyes, Su Li had always been a very strong girl. However, it was not expected that the other person would cry either. The cry caught him a little off guard. That what? Where did I go wrong? Can't I change? Chapter 5, as I said, no one can save him. Chu Fei was really confused. What was this woman thinking? That night, it's not like I initiated it. Speaking of which, he had even compensated her, so why was he crying now? You can't change that. You go. Suli cried with pearly blossoms and twisted her head, about to walk towards the manor. Shuffy wasn't happy about it. Going forward, he grabbed Suli's arm. Is there anything else you can't change? You stop. Says who can't change? You name it, I'll change it. As long as you stop crying. Suli finally stopped crying at this time, her delicate body trembling lightly. Looking back at Chu Fei, his voice choked a little. Actually, I'm here for the engagement. The Zhao family is not something that anyone can mess with. Even though I had sex with you once, you'd be in danger if Joanne found out. I don't want to involve outsiders in this, so go away. That's when she spilled the beans on why. In fact, it wasn't the fact that Chuffy had made him angry that caused her to cry. Rather, she couldn't help but feel aggravated as she thought about what was to come. When Chu Fei finished listening, he let out a long sigh of relief. I bet it's not because of myself. Scared me to death, thought I made you cry. But you're wrong when you say I'll be in danger. I'm just a bodyguard, why are they bothering me? Right. We said we'd keep you close, so we'll keep you close. Come on, let's go together, it's just an engagement? What's there to be afraid of, great thing. In Chu Fei's opinion, Suli's engagement was not a bad thing. Anyway, it has nothing to do with myself, such a tiger lady, whoever touches her is unlucky. But when Suli heard it, she was so angry that her chest hurt. You get out. Chu Fei shrugged his shoulders, pulled her back into the car, and with a push on the gas, drove directly into the manor. And Suli also took the opportunity to wipe her tears and return to her previous appearance. The redness of her eyes, though, still showed that she had cried. In the manor, there are countless luxury cars. In front of the luxurious villa, many of Jiangnan's top bigwigs came over to congratulate the Zhao family on their engagement. Chu Fei parked the car in an empty space and opened the door for Suli. At the same time, the gazes of those at the door looked over. Many people's gazes rested on Suli's body, looking up and down at this being who was known as the #1 beauty in Jiangnan. And Zhaoan was at the door, and the moment he saw Suli, his eyes were glowing. Uncles and uncles, inside please. I'm going to get my wife. When these words came out, everyone laughed. We all know in our hearts that the so-called wives are nothing more than his playthings. The women who were by Zhaoan's side basically couldn't stay for more than 3 days before they were replaced. As for Suli, even if she was the #1 beauty in Jiangnan, in their opinion, at most a week or half a month. Rue. Zhaoan walked quickly to Suli with a smile on his face. Trying to remain a gentleman. Aha! Suli's expression was very cold, and she didn't feel happy because she was about to get engaged. Because, before coming in, she had already made plans to fish out of water. Seeing her like this, Zhaoan's face was a bit ugly. Just as he wanted to reach out and hold Suli, Chu Fei on the side stepped forward and clasped his wrist. Please be polite to our president. Or I'll kick your ass. Suli, who was on the side, stiffened. This guy, is he crazy? Doesn't he know that the man in front of him is Zhaoan? And Zhaoan also frowned as he looked at Chu Fei. Liz, who is he? He was very unhappy with the Chu Fei who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He's the bodyguard I got. Chu Fei, let go of Mr. Zhao. A bodyguard? Zhaoan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Chu Fei with a hint of sneer in his gaze. Only then did Chuffy let go of his hand, yes. In fact, the first time he saw Zhaoan, Chu Fei knew that this kid was not a good thing. The footsteps are light, and it looks like you've overused your kidneys. He didn't know why Suli would choose such a man. Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to fulfill his own needs in the future? Liz, you got a bodyguard now, are you planning to defend yourself against me? Or are you afraid of what I'll do to you? As he spoke, Zhaoan looked at Suli. The tone of his voice carried a great deal of resentment. After tonight, the two will be fiancés. In fact, it's not too much of a stretch to say it's an official couple. Because sooner or later, Suli would be his. Mr. Zhao misunderstood, I just think that there's nothing wrong with finding someone to protect yourself. Suli still had that same cool demeanor and a calm tone. Zhaoan didn't say anything more and walked side by side with Suli towards the villa hall. Just as he reached the door, Zhaoan said to Chu Fei, you can leave, Mr. Su is not going back tonight. Tonight, he was going to eat Suli. It's been a long time waiting for this. He wasn't going to let it go so easily. And hearing this, Suli's heart trembled. She knew that she couldn't escape. Gripping the contents of her bag tightly in her right hand, she wanted to take it out right now and smash it in Joanne's face. Telling everyone present that she had, just yesterday, gone out with another man to make merry and give Joanne a big green hat. I'm not your bodyguard, who are you to boss me around? Did your mom give you the nerve? When these words came out, Suli was dumbfounded. Although she didn't want Xu Fei to leave, she definitely didn't want Xu Fei to have any conflict with Joanne. You know, this is the Zhao family's manner. Even if he had the hands to split and move bricks, there were at least 20 to 30 security guards here. Can he, alone, take on so many people? Not to mention, the guy cursed Joanne. With Joanne's temperament, he definitely wanted to teach Xu Fei a good lesson. As expected, Joanne's face instantly turned cold after hearing this. The gaze that Xu Fei looked toward was like looking at a dead person. You've got a lot of nerve. Dare to talk to me like that. For Li's sake, I'll give you a chance to get out. Or I'll break your dog's legs. At those words, Xu Fei smiled. Most of the people who dared to talk to him like that are in hell. Your mom should know if I'm bold or not. And break my legs? I have to say, you're the boldest dog I've ever seen. When these words came out, Joanne was completely enraged. Originally, he was still thinking of sparing this bodyguard who didn't know the heights of heaven for Su Li's sake and letting him get lost. Yet he insulted himself to his own face. You seek death. Security. In an instant, several security guards dressed in suits and manly figures appeared on the sidelines with throwing sticks in their hands. When Su Li took a look, he panicked and quickly begged for mercy. Mr. Zhao, that's not necessary, is it? He's just a bodyguard, let him go. He then made a wink at Xu Fei, telling him to hurry up and leave. After all, she didn't want Xu Fei to spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed. However, Xu Fei acted as if he didn't see it, and his gaze swept casually over these few security guards. Joanne pinched Su Li's chin with a ferocious expression. Suri, I'm telling you. No one dares to talk to me like that in Gangnam, he's dead today. I'm telling you, Jesus can't even save him. Chapter 6, Killing a Dog. I won't disturb your pleasure, will I? All of a sudden, the atmosphere became extraordinarily tense. Several of the surrounding security guards already had their weapons in their hands, ready to swarm. Su Li's entire heart was in her throat. Joanne. If you dare to touch him, this marriage will not be contracted. For the sake of Xu Fei's safety, she gave up her life. Even if Kuyao Company went bankrupt, she didn't want to drag Xu Fei into the water. At once, Joanne's eyes went cold. The gaze that looked at Su Li carried a hint of coldness and a cold smile. Suri, I don't understand why you're so attached to a bodyguard. What, does he have a leg up on you? If that's the case, then there's absolutely no way he can walk out alive today. Su Li's heart trembled. In fact, Joanne's words were right. But she couldn't possibly lay it out in the open and tell the crowd now. Just as she hesitated, Xu Fei spoke. Very casually, he reached out and pulled out his ear, extending his finger to point at Joanne. Alas, you are right about that one. You guessed right, Mr. Su did have an affair with me. That night, drunk and in love, Mr. Su was very active. I can only tell you that the feeling was moist. Unfortunately, you can't experience it. Xu Fei's face of enjoyment caused Joanne to become furious in an instant. Though he knew that the kid was saying it to provoke himself. However, he would not allow anyone to dare say such things to the woman of his heart. As for Su Li on the side, her pretty face turned red in an instant. But it quickly turned a miserable white color, because this was in the Zhao family's territory. She couldn't for the life of her figure out why this guy was so bold. I can't believe I'm talking about last night's incident in front of Zhaoan. Great. You've succeeded in provoking me. Today I'll tell you what people to mess with and what people not to mess with in this Jiangnan. Give it to me, break his legs. Zhaoan waved his hand, and the few security guards beside him immediately waved their sticks forward. In the next second, Su Li took a step across and took the lead in blocking Xu Fei. And the guard's stick landed on her forehead in the next second. Bang! A dull voice rang out. Su Li only felt something hot sliding down her face, and her head was a little dizzy. Reaching out, his white palm was stained with bright red blood. The body went limp and fell back. Chu Fei's eyes and hands were quick, and he held Su Li, who was about to fall. A face turned cold in a moment. He also didn't expect the tiger to stand in his way. When the surrounding security guards saw that Su Li had her head broken, they didn't dare to come forward for a while. Meanwhile, those business bigwigs inside heard the commotion outside and came out. And, what's going on? A middle-aged man with a beard, wearing a Chinese mountain suit, walked out of the door. He is Zhao Wei, the chairman of the Zhao Group, Zhao An's father. Zhao An's face was somewhat sinister as he stared at Chu Fei with a deadly stare. It's okay, Dad. You eat with your uncle and the others, I'll come later. The people around them looked at the situation in front of them and guessed what had happened, and they were all silent. Everyone was well aware of the Zhao family's strength. Zhao Wei glanced faintly at the bleeding Su Li as well as Chu Fei, who was holding Su Li. Aha! Take care of it as soon as possible. After saying that, he smiled and opened his mouth to the others present. Gentlemen, I've disturbed your pleasure, let's go back and drink. As soon as the crowd heard this, they went back into the hall, closing the door behind them in the process. At this moment, Zhao An's gaze fell on Chu Fei. Kid, you'll pay for what you just said. Get Mr. Su out of my way and beat him to death. Zhao An waved his hand, and several security guards were about to step forward again. And this time, Chuffy moved. He slowly laid Su Li flat on the ground, then slowly got up. An icy smile appeared on his face as he looked at the several security guards who were walking towards him. If someone who knew him well was here, they would have known it was a precursor to his anger. When a man is angry, blood is spilled. When the king is angry, he ambushes a million corpses. When the king of hell is angry, if he lets you die, you have to die, and the god of heaven can't stop you. Phew! A security guard's stick came down hard towards Chu Fei's head. And Chu Fei raised his hand to block and backhanded his opponent's chest. Bang! A muffled grunt rang out. The security guard was slammed with a punch that broke his entire sternum. Lying on the ground, not knowing what to do. A few other security guards around him saw their brother being beaten and immediately swarmed over him. But... bang bang bang! But in just a few seconds, all the security guards were already lying on the ground. Painful screams echoed in Zhao An's ears. It was then that he realized that this bodyguard that Su Li had found was not an ordinary bodyguard. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, Zhao An panicked a little and stepped back until he was pressed against the closed door. What do you want? Chu Fei didn't say anything, and suddenly took an arrow step forward and choked Zhao An's neck with one hand. You're full of crap, a lot of it. Pop! A loud slap rang out. This slap directly knocked out both of Zhao An's teeth. Woo! Zhao An was pinched by the neck, the knocked out teeth couldn't be spat out at all, and his eyes were glazed over. But it's not over yet. Chu Fei raised his hand and slammed it onto Zhao An's stomach. Then, it was loosened. And Zhao An screamed miserably as the bloodied teeth in his mouth were swallowed into his stomach. Gulp! Ah! Zhao An's entire body collapsed to the ground, his face full of pain, and he couldn't even scream if he wanted to. It was only then that Chu Fei walked to Su Li's side. Looking at this woman who had taken a stick for herself, he was somewhat helpless. Why are you such a tiger, you? What's a woman doing sticking her nose in a man's fight? A hand then picked Su Li up from the ground. Looking at Zhao An, who was lying on the ground, his eyes were once again cold. Walking up to him and looking at the closed door, his tone turned cold. In your next life, remember to be a good person. Zhao An hadn't returned to his senses when he heard the words. Suddenly, he raised his head, but at some point, Chu Fei was already standing in front of him. That cold gaze was like looking at a dead person. Before he could even open his mouth to beg for mercy, Chu Fei raised his leg and kicked. Bang! Terrifying power, like kicking a soccer ball. A foot connected with Zhao An and crashed through the door of the villa. At that moment, countless pairs of eyes in the entire hall looked over in unison. Upon seeing Zhao An's face covered in blood, lying on the ground like a dead dog, all of a sudden, the entire hall was quiet and a needle could be heard. The hearts of the crowd were incomparably appalled. This young master of the Zhao family was afraid of dying. Chu Fei swept his gaze over everyone present, his tone calm. I'm sorry to interrupt your pleasure. Killing a wild dog shouldn't matter to you all. Should it? Chapter 7. Do you want a ham sandwich? Anne. Zhao Wei in the crowd looked at his son lying on the ground and was a bit tense. Quickly stepping forward, he picked up Zhao An, who had already had his spine shattered by the kick. The latter, however, did not respond in the slightest. Not even breathing. Zhao Wei tremblingly stretched out his hand and probed his nose. Cool. He jerked his head up to look at the door. Zhu Fei was holding Su Li like this, and under the illumination of the light, it looked very touching. But compared to his already dead son, Zhao Wei instantly became furious. Damn you! He only had this one only son, and as the heir to the Zhao group, he was incredibly spoiled for Zhaoan. Therefore, even if Zhaoan had messed with those powerful families in Jiangnan, he would have stepped in to smooth things over. But now, the son is dead. Come on, man! At once, 2 bodyguards in suits appeared beside Zhao Wei. This was an expert he had hired at a high price to protect himself. Get him for me. I'm going to leave him for dead. The 2 bodyguards pressed without any unnecessary words and approached towards Zhu Fei step by step. The other people around are even more silent, they don't dare to touch the bad luck at this time, for fear of accidentally burning the fire to themselves. Looking at the 2 bodyguards who came, Zhu Fei took a deep breath. If you beat up the young ones, the old ones want to step in? If you don't want to die, get out of here. A soft cry echoed throughout the hall. The 2 bodyguards who were walking towards them stopped in their tracks for a moment. On his forehead, a fine layer of cold sweat emerged. One of them turned back and whispered, "Boss, we are not his opponent." Not only the 2 of them, but in the entire Jiangnan, no one would be a match for that man. That terrifying aura on the other party's body was completely something that only a strong person walking out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood could possess. Zhao Wei's face could be described as dark to the extreme. My son was killed, and I didn't dare nag myself. Even more, the 2 bodyguards hired at a high price didn't dare to make a move. He's angry. Hospitals. Su Li woke up leisurely with a circle of gauze wrapped around her forehead. A tingling sensation came to his head. Looking around, he realized that Zhu Fei was standing right next to the window and didn't know what he was thinking. Shafi? Only when he heard Su Li's voice from behind him did Zhu Fei turn around. Looking at Su Li, who had awakened, he let out a slight sigh of relief. A light laugh followed. I have to say, you've got a lot of nerve. You dared to take that stick, did it hurt? Su Li gave him a blank look without any good reason. The head is broken, do you think it hurts? By the way, how did I get back? In Su Li's eyes, the 2 were in the Zhao family's territory. Trying to leave is basically unlikely. She didn't understand how Chuffy had brought her back. And you say it. I worked so hard to carry you to the car and bring you to the hospital. Tell me, how can you make it up to me? Speaking of this, Zhu Fei's gaze rested on Su Li's delicate body. The latter obviously detected his lewd gaze, and immediately her pretty face darkened. Get out. Don't even think about it. You're not the reason I got beat up? This is my business and I don't want you involved. But I'm back, what about Joanne? Su Li was a little worried that Zhaoan would find trouble with Zhu Fei. With the power of the Zhao family, wouldn't it be easy to deal with one person? She didn't want to put Zhu Fei in danger because of herself. Are you worried about me or the guy with the kidney loss? Chuffy gave a crooked smile. The latter's pretty face changed slightly and burned a little. Self-indulgence. Seeing her like this, Zhu Fei knew that in her heart, this must be worried about being retaliated against. A light laugh, don't worry. That guy, I guess he won't be bothering you for the rest of his life. But it's a little embarrassing that you can't marry him. Should be okay? When Su Li heard this, her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She always felt that there was something in Zhu Fei's words. But for a moment she couldn't figure out what the hell that meant. The wedding between himself and Joanne was basically set in stone and would hardly change. But this guy is telling himself that he can't marry him. Although there was some fear of retaliation from the Zhao family, no matter what, at least for a short period of time, he would not be harassed by Zhaoan. Thanks. Su Li thought for a moment, and finally these 2 words emerged from his mouth. Don't say these empty words, I prefer practical actions. Chuffy hemmed and hawed and stepped forward. Watching him slowly approach, Su Li subconsciously covered her chest. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at him dead in the face. What do you want? I'm telling you, this is a hospital. Su Li only reacted at this time, and for a moment, her face turned red beyond recognition. You mean this ham sandwich? Chuffy looked at her with a puzzled expression, or what? Suli hurriedly shook her head. Nope. That's what I'm talking about, I'm hungry, I want to eat too. Chapter 8, Dressed in Mourning? The next day. Suri was then discharged from the hospital. The wound on his forehead wasn't that big, and after the medicine was applied it wasn't a big deal. Chu Fei drove her to the company. Just as I got back to my office, I got a call from my secretary. Luna, what? Mr. Su, you're finally back. The chairman asked you to go to the conference room for a meeting, all the major shareholders are there. An urgent voice came from the secretary on the other end of the line. Suli's pretty face went white as she guessed what had happened. But for now, it's just a matter of going hard to meet the major shareholders and my father. What's wrong? Chu Fei looked at her pale little face and subconsciously asked. Nothing, go to a meeting. Just wait here for me. After saying that, Suli walked towards the conference room. Just as he pushed open the door to the conference room, he heard noisy voices coming from inside. The major shareholders were quarreling, and she even heard some shareholders intending to sell those shares in their hands and divest their capital. Seeing Suli come in, the entire conference room fell silent. And sitting at the top was Suli's father, Su Wu. Over 50 years old, his hair had gone a little more gray. Greetings, chairman, shareholders. Suri walked to her seat and sat down. Su Wu glanced at the gauze on Suli's forehead and frowned slightly. What really happened yesterday at the Zhou's house? I haven't even been there yet, and you're already gone. Originally, Su Wu had planned to go over later. After all, it was his own daughter's engagement and he definitely had to be there. But it never occurred to me that something would happen before I even got there. Upon hearing that Zhaoan was killed by his own daughter's bodyguard, the entire person was dumbfounded. When I woke up this morning, all the investment companies had all withdrawn their investments, and the companies they had worked with preferred to terminate their contracts rather than cooperate, even at the expense of compensating them for breach of contract. He knew that this was the Zhao family targeting Kuyao Company. However, the company's latest research and development of special drugs is now in the closing stages, and only the last investment is left. Once successful, the benefits gained will be several times the investment. At this critical time, it's just short of an investment from the Zhao family. However, something happened to Suli didn't know how to explain, and could only lower her head in silence. The other shareholders, seeing this, were even more aggressive in their questioning. Mr. Su. As the president of Koyo, you have quite a few shares in your hands. Now that Zhaoan is dead and the Zhao group has put so much pressure on our company, what are you going to do? When she heard the first two sentences, Suli didn't have much of a reaction. But when she heard the third sentence, a pair of beautiful eyes rounded. She raised her head and looked at the shareholder who had just spoken, her face full of disbelief. What did you say? Joanne's dead? Looking at Suli in this state, Su Wu also spoke. You, as a party, you don't know? That bodyguard you hired, what a great guy. Beat the Zhao family's security guards not to mention, but also killed Zhaoan, and incidentally threatened Zhao Wei, wanting to retaliate any time over. Now that the Zhao family's retaliation has come, how do you plan to resolve it? Suli's entire body froze in place. She didn't even know that after she had passed out, Chu Fei had actually done such a great thing. No wonder when he was in the hospital last night, this guy told himself that he wouldn't even have to be pestered by Zhaoan in the future. It turned out that Zhaoan was killed by him. Done. Suli knew that this was completely difficult for Kuyao Company. No more than 3 months at the most, and it will be bankrupt. The only way now was to use that money that Chu Fei had given himself to stabilize the situation first. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Chairman, shareholders. I still have some money in hand to support the company's operations. The words were greeted with mockery from some of the shareholders. Mr. Su. Over the years I know the company has gone up and you've made a lot of money. But that money you have is tens of millions at most, is it really enough to run the company? That's right, what can you do with tens of millions of dollars? I've decided to sell off the shares in my hand, let's see if there's anyone willing to take over. If no one takes it, it will have to be recycled by the company. Yeah, I'm going to take a shot at it too. At one time, several shareholders present said they wanted to sell their shares. Other than that, the shares in their hands, combined, are worth at least $100 million. Seeing that the situation was a bit difficult to control, Su Wu also opened his mouth to persuade. Don't worry guys, things are definitely still turning around. I think. Before the words were finished, Su Li spoke. Shareholders, you want to sell your shares, right? Well, as president of the company, I also have the right to recall shares. I'll reclaim the shares in everyone's hands at today's opening price and settle them on the spot. Would you all like that? Su Li knew that these people were wallflowers. When Koyo was on the rise, one blew more than anyone else. Once it slips, wait for the shares to be sold off. Mr. Su. Do you have that much money? That's it. Crowd you a word, after all, the company's company dividends in the past 2 years they all know. It's clear how much money is in anyone's hands. There is no you don't need to worry. Just asking if you're selling. Su Li's face went completely cold. Since they want to leave, it's just as well, take this opportunity to collect all the shares of the company. Nonsense. I don't care if you have that much money. All you have to do is beg the Zhao family to be gracious, and you, as Zhaoen's fiancé, go and wear mourning for Zhaoen. I'm telling you, the Zhao family is already preparing for the funeral now, you're not going anywhere. I'll personally take you to the Zhao family when noon rolls around. Dismissed. Su Wu walked out of the conference room with a cold face. And Su Li's face was extraordinarily ugly, and she walked towards the office in a bit of a trance. When he just entered the office, he saw that Chu Fei was sitting on the sofa stoned on melon seeds and crossing his legs, and he let out a miserable laugh. You're good. Joanne was all killed by you. You're still keeping me in the dark, you're amazing. Facing Su Li's yin and yang, Chu Fei was a bit puzzled. Didn't I tell you last night? Su Li ignored it and just sat limply in her office chair. You know what? My dad told me to go put on mourning for Zhaoen. Chapter 9 Actually, I'm a top-ranking second-generation tycoon. In mourning? Hearing that word, Chu Fei's gaze held a hint of incomprehension. He was surprised that Joanne was even dead. Why did Su Li's father ask her to go and wear mourning? It's hard not to be bent on sending your daughter to a powerful family. But even if they did, would the Zhao family accept it? In his place, he would never have agreed. I'm a little confused as to why your father did it. Chu Fei voiced out his doubts. Su Li laughed miserably and shook her head slightly. Isn't it because the Zhao family is big in Jiangnan? In the whole of Jiangnan, almost no one dares to go against the Zhao family, and just this morning, all those group enterprises that had cooperation with the company, almost all of them terminated their contracts overnight. It's led to a lot of panic in the company now, and a lot of people are starting to want to quit. Paper couldn't wrap fire, and this wave of attack from Zhao Group directly destroyed the hearts and minds of Kuyao Company. No one would believe that Kuyao Company could fight the Zhao Group to the end. Isn't it good to be out of contract? There's every chance of a comeback when you get the compensation. There are some judgments about business that have been passed around the family's ears. In his opinion, the termination is not a bad thing. Unless Koyo has pressed all its cards on the last step. Otherwise, as soon as Su Li opened her mouth, she explained the current situation of Kuyao Company. When he finished listening, Chu Fei then shook his head. It can be said that Koyo has reached the edge of the cliff and is just 1 foot away from stepping into hell. Forget it, you don't understand even if I tell you this. Later. At noon I'll go to Zhao's house, so you don't have to go with me. Okay? Although the two hadn't been in contact for a long time, Su Li knew that once Chu Fei determined something, it was something that even 9 oxen couldn't pull back. Chuffy would only screw things up if he followed her to Zhao's house. She didn't want anything unexpected to happen again. No. Chuffy shook his head. We agreed to keep you close, so how can we not follow you? Su Li pursed her lips and said nothing. The expression on his face was full of complexity, and he didn't know what he was thinking. I said. How a tiger like you cringes at the slightest thing. Think outside the box. Master will tell you today, even if you stab the sky, Master will hold it for you. Don't doubt me, I've got that in me. Hearing these words, Su Li's originally melancholic demeanor poofed into laughter. Gave him a big blank stare. I don't know where you get that from a bodyguard. I'm kind of curious, though, where did you get all that money? You can take out so much money in one breath, are you really willing to be my bodyguard? Regarding Chu Fei's identity, Su Li had always been very strange. In fact, she had also asked her best friend to investigate Chu Fei's identity. But the result obtained is nothing. It was as if there was that information about Chu Fei that didn't exist at all. Actually, I'm a top rich kid, and my family's estate alone is thousands of acres. The top 3 top families in the world, I can paralyze the economy of some small countries with a single word. Chuffy crossed his legs and sat on the sofa in a dangling manner. Suli glanced at him and said in a rather conspiratorial manner, top rich second generation? No wonder you can take out $1 billion in one breath, TSK. Your family's assets are afraid to be more than your inventory, right? Shu Fei was not a little cutie. Or he couldn't understand the meaning of Su Li's words. You don't believe me? Actually, he was telling the truth. But Su Li was pressured into disbelief. Believe, why don't I? You're a top rich kid, alright? Shu Fei's face was full of helplessness. This dares to take herself as a wrongdoer, right? Just as the two were flirting with each other, there was a knock at the door. It was at this time that Shu Fei stood up from the sofa and stood beside Su Li. Su Li also resumed her cool demeanor. Please come in. The office door pushed open, and Su Wu's face was a little cold. Go! I've already called the Chos. Hearing this, Su Li's heart trembled. Shu Fei, on the other hand, frowned and wanted to say something, but Su Li gently pulled his sleeve. This tiny movement was seen by Su Wu, but he didn't say anything. Just coldly spoke, this time, you, the bodyguard, don't have to go. He had already received wind that the Zhao family had arranged for countless security guards to be stationed in the Zhao estate. As long as Shu Fei dared to appear, there would definitely be no return. Where I'm going, no one can stop me. To Su Wu's condescending tone, Shu Fei had always been unable to give a good face. Then you can go. My daughter doesn't need a murderer as a bodyguard. Su Wu turned back and looked at Shu Fei with a cold gaze. Dad. Will you stop talking? Su Li, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. I'll wait outside for 3 minutes while you sort yourself out. After saying that, Su Wu turned around and walked out of the office. Inside the office, only Shu Fei and Su Li were left again. With 4 eyes facing each other, it was Su Li who took the lead to speak. How about? In fact, she didn't want Shu Fei to take any more risks. Even if you go and wear mourning yourself, your life will not be in danger. I don't think the Zhao family would embarrass themselves in front of so many top bigwigs in the entire Jiangnan. I told you, I've got my back when the sky falls. What are you afraid of? The big thing is to just lift the table. Su Li looked at him like this and knew that there was no way she could persuade him. Had to say in a pleading tone, then you can't just do it later, look at me and act, can you? Shu Fei looked at her gaze and nodded slightly. Then slowly reached out and touched towards Su Li's small face. The latter subconsciously wanted to dodge, but Shu Fei wrapped his arms around her neck. Don't move. There's eye candy. Su Li pushed him away with a hand, her pretty face flushed red. Bandits. Don't need you to get it. Then wiped the corners of his eyes, but there was nothing there. You lied to me? Chuffy hemmed and hawed. Actually, it's to eat your tofu. Su Li's face darkened. Get lost. The flirting between the two made Su Wu, who was waiting outside the door, look away. Was it fun? At that moment, Su Li hurriedly lowered her head and made a wink at Shu Fei. Chuffy, shut up too. How can I say that this old man is also Su Li's father? This face should still be given. After all, he was molesting his daughter. You can go. But remember, no matter what happens, there's no more talking and no more hands. I'll find a way to bring you back safely, understand? Su Wu knew that Shu Fei had to go. He didn't want to make a last stand until he had to. Yes, Chairman. The group of 3 took the elevator downstairs and drove straight to Zhao's house. And at this time, the Zhao family, but everywhere hanging white lanterns. Chapter 10, Your son can be fertilizer. In the Zhao family garden, there was snow white everywhere. The original villa hall had now turned into a huge hearth. A golden casket sat quietly in the center of the room. Scented candles lit up the room. Around them stood a group of people in mourning. A woman fell to her knees and lost her voice. Zhao Wei stood aside, a face that was cold and terrifying. There were many other guests around with flowers in their hands, silently placing them aside in their black suits. He then bowed to the coffin before finally walking out of the hall and chatting outside. However, the topic of conversation was all about Joanne's death. Not many people were present that day, and Zhao Wei had also let slip that the cause of Joanne's death would be kept absolutely secret. So, the others were pressured into not knowing exactly how Joanne died. Just as the crowd was outside smoking cigarettes and talking, a familiar license plate came into view. In fact, most people knew that yesterday was the day Zhaoan and the Su family's daughter got engaged. And most of them had received an invitation from the Zhao family to come to the engagement ceremony. But before they could arrive, Su Wu was fine, wearing a black suit with a serious expression. But Su Li was different, wearing a black dress, a black jacket, and holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands. By the looks of it, it's coming over to offer incense to Zhaoan. At this moment, Zhao Wei in the hall naturally saw Su Wu's father and daughter outside the door. However, his gaze did not linger on the two, but instead landed on Xu Fei, who was following the two. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot. "How dare you come? Seek death!" Along with Zhao Wei's roar, everyone present was startled. Thinking that the person Zhao Wei was talking about was Su Li, he couldn't help but be a little dazed. As Zhaoan's fiancé, it seemed appropriate for Su Li to come and offer incense, right? Why? Will Zhao Wei get so mad? However, the people who were present that day also saw Xu Fei behind Su Wu's father and daughter just the same. The first thing that came to mind was a shock. The crowd didn't expect that this murderer would even dare to show up. Isn't he afraid to die? Last time, he got away. And this time, Zhao Wei had laid out entire hundreds of security guards in the manor. Even if Xu Fei was more powerful, it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, facing 100 people. Even if his kung fu was high, he still had to concede. And at this moment, Su Wu also spoke. "Chairman Zhao, today is not a good day to see blood. I am sorry for what happened yesterday, and I have brought my daughter here today to put on your son's mourning. As for the marriage contract, it's annulled, okay?" Su Wu speaks like a man of letters. Xu Fei, who was on the side, listened in his ears and was somewhat surprised in his heart. It was impossible to see that Su Li's father still had such a skill. To be able to say those words, Xu Fei knew that since Su Wu dared to bring his daughter here, he definitely had a backhand. And it would guarantee that the two of them would be able to walk out of the Zhao family manor. "Su Wu, I can give you your face, but that kid must be buried with my son today." Zhao Wei clapped his hands. In an instant, dozens of thugs with watermelon knives surged from all around. All of a sudden, the hall that was still somewhat empty became crowded in an instant. And those who were outside, one by one, were wide-eyed. From Zhao Wei's mouth, it is not difficult to guess that the murderer is the boy beside Su Wu's father and daughter. But how in the world did this kid dare? "Chairman Zhao, this kid is someone on my side. Yesterday's matter, it was he who did not take it lightly. Today he came. One is to offer incense to your son, the second is to break the marriage contract, as for the third, that is to talk about the compensation." Zhao Wei laughed at his words. But before he could say anything, the woman who was still kneeling and crying on the ground suddenly got up. With red eyes, he looked at Xu Fei beside Su Li. Did he beat little N to death? Zhao Wei was cold, yes. The woman next to her, however, angrily rebuked, "Then what are you wasting your words for? Give me a go and hack him to death." And she is Zhaoan's mother, Lu Sui. Jiangnan City a long time ago, the only underground female big brother, after marrying Zhao Wei before washing their hands. Although not as powerful as before, there are many people who remember her name. The Zhao family was relying on Zhao Wei to run their business on the surface, but when they encountered some difficult opponents, Lu Sui stepped in. The two of them were white and black, and that's how they managed Zhao's group to this point. Now, with her son's murderer right in front of her, how could her temper possibly hold out? Seeing that the thugs were about to come forward, Su Wu's face sank. "It seems that the two of you are planning to have to see blood?" Lu Sui didn't care about Su Wu, she didn't have any interactions with him. "So what? I could care less about your father and daughter, but that kid, he must be buried with my son today." Su Wu's gaze fell on Zhao Wei. "Doesn't Dong Zhao intend to talk?" Zhao Wei looked at Su Wu, his face a little dark. In fact, it wasn't Su Wu he was afraid of, the person behind Su Wu. Behind Su Wu stood the number 2 man in Jiangnan City. Although it is not clear what relationship there is between the two people, but if something happens to Su Wu, then the person behind him will be designated to step in. Finding a few random reasons to make a move against Zhao's group, that matter is still quite troublesome. Although the people behind Su Wu were not involved in business struggles and would not take sides. But if someone is using tactics behind the scenes, that's not going to sit still. "Su Dong, what would you do in your place for something like this?" Su Wu took a deep breath. "So what are you going to do?" Lu Sui's eyes were red. She was also clear about the figure behind Su Wu, which was why she didn't interrupt the conversation between the two parties. Before Zhao Wei could finish his words, Xu Fei was somewhat unable to listen. From the beginning to the end, I think I'm just a guy who can be taken advantage of at will. If a tiger doesn't make a move, do you really think you're a kitten? Taking a step forward, he stood in front of Su Li. Zhao Dong, right? Originally, I came down a little hard and tried to apologize to your son or something. Now I see that there is no need for that. Garbage like your son, living wastes the air, dying wastes the land, might as well be cremated, sprinkle the ashes in the garden and use them as fertilizer. Chapter 11 Compensation? Not a dime. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. The air froze. Even Su Wu looked at Xu Fei with a shocked expression. He couldn't figure out what this kid meant when he came out of nowhere and said something like that when he was in the middle of a good negotiation. Did he think that Zhao Wei's current fire wasn't big enough to add fuel to the fire? You! Ah! Cut him down for me! Lu Sui completely stormed out. She couldn't care less anymore, she had to get this kid killed. Zhao Wei's breathing became a little short, and as he grabbed the watermelon knife of the hitman next to him, he intended to go straight for it. Su Wu saw that things were out of control, and in his heart, he immediately cursed Xu Fei. Su Li was also filled with shock. She hadn't even thought that Xu Fei would be so raw. You! Just when everyone thought that this kid would be hacked to death by a random sword, a voice came from outside. What's all the buzz about? Why are you still moving the knife? It's not good to hurt someone. That rather intimidating voice caused the gazes of everyone present to look back. Only to see a middle-aged man with glasses and wearing a suit walking towards the hearth with a smile on his face. Seeing the middle-aged man, everyone present made way. Not for any other reason, the person who came was none other than Jiang Ning, the number one person in Jiangnan City. Stop it all. Zhao Wei and Lu Sui shouted these words almost at the same time. Doing it in front of the number one is like looking for trouble. And this number one guy doesn't stand up to any business or person. He will only take care of business, even if there is a heavenly enterprise in Jiangnan, as long as they dare to touch his mold, they will wait for the closure of the business. Unless there's someone behind you who's bigger than him. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? What a way to go. Zhao Wei lowered the machete in his hand and signaled for all those thugs to go back. The spirit hall, which was still somewhat crowded, became a little more empty in a moment. Su Wu walked to the front of the crowd. I did not hear about the unfortunate death of Zhao Dong's son, specially came to take a look, uninvited, but also hope that Chairman Zhao bear with me. When Zhao Wei heard this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Doesn't that mean he didn't invite him? After all, there were quite a few people present who were also official figures. But he hadn't invited this number one person, clearly not giving him face. What Mr. Jiang said is not true. You can come as really to give my son enough face. My son in the spring is also considered to be a long face. Zhao Wei hurriedly said respectfully. However, Lu Sui, who was on the sidelines, took the opportunity to cry out. Mr. Jiang, you must do right by my son. The murderer of my son is at the scene, you must bring him to justice. When these words came out, Zhao Wei's eyes also lit up. Yeah. Jiang Ning was right here, and even if Su Wu moved out the number two, it was useless. Besides, so many people saw what happened. Witnesses and material evidence are all there. With Jiang Ning's temperament, this kid, even if he doesn't die, this life will be spent in the prison. Mr. Jiang, my son was beaten to death alive, you must do right by my son. Zhao Wei also had tears in his eyes and was close to kneeling down. Su Wu's face, on the other hand, was a bit unsightly. Jiang Ning's appearance was a real surprise. After all, he knew Jiang Ning's character. And, as number one, he has influence over number two. Su Li's little face also became a little pale, tightly grasping Xu Fei's sleeve. Raising his head, he looked at Xu Fei's face, his heart filled with guilt. If he hadn't brought him along, this wouldn't have happened. Oh? There's still such a thing. Since Dong Zhao has opened his mouth, then as an official, I naturally have to enforce the law impartially. When Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Wei heard this, their eyes lit up. Jiang Ning has spoken, there's no escape from this. As long as this kid is caught in the jail, they have 10,000 ways to let this kid die in the jail. That's him. Mr. Jiang. Zhao Wei raised his hand and landed a finger on Xu Fei. And at that moment, Su Li's grip on Xu Fei's sleeve became even more tense. Fearful that Xu Fei would be taken away. Jiang Ning turned his head to look at Xu Fei, his face unusually calm, seemingly not surprised that Xu Fei was the murderer. Su Wu was a bit tense and opened his mouth to explain. Mr. Jiang, this matter is a misunderstanding. And Su Li also explained at the side, Mr. Jiang, my bodyguard was trying to protect my safety before he struck too hard, causing Zhao En's death. And you see, they were the ones who hurt me first, which caused my bodyguard to strike. She pointed to her forehead, the gauze still on it, with a streak of crimson blood on it. Jiang Ning nodded slightly, but since the murder is true, I still need to bring him back to assist in the investigation, regardless of whether or not the defense was too much. Hearing this, Su Li's mood sank to the bottom. Once convicted, then Xu Fei would probably spend the rest of his life in a large prison. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for making the decision. Without saying a word, Zhao Wei immediately bowed and saluted. Jiang Ning waved his hand, no matter, I'll be clear on this matter. He then walked to the hearth and lit 3 sticks of incense. Su Wu knew that there was no way he could stop Jiang Ning from taking Xu Fei away today. Can only take a deep breath, face a little ugly to Xu Fei said, to the bureau, remember, must say as they first hands, you belong to passive defense, resulting in the defense overdose. Even if you are sentenced, it won't be for long, and I'll find a way to fish you out. Chuffy shrugged, it's fine. Su Li, however, looked at him with slightly reddened eyes and did not say a word. Xu Fei smiled and reached out to rub her head, signaling for her not to worry. Panic. Who hasn't got some connections? Maybe this Mr. Jiang is my dad's friend. Hearing this, Su Li gave her a blank look. This guy, he doesn't brag about anything. All right. Gentlemen, I will not be long. Chairman Zhao, I'm sorry for your loss, I'll take the person first. After saying that, he looked at Xu Fei. This brother, go? Xu Fei didn't hesitate and turned to follow Jiang Ning and his 2 secretaries. Watching Xu Fei being taken away, Zhao Wei and Lu Sui's mood instantly improved. Right. Su Dong, you just said the compensation thing, why don't we go inside and have a good chat? There's also the matter of the marriage contract, which I think we'll have to talk about as well. Zhao Wei was not a man with a good heart. There was no way he was just going to let this go. Someone had to pay for the loss of his son. Su Wu's face was a little dark and scary, but he had no choice now. The number 1 guy is out there, and the number 2 guy behind himself is probably not much help. It's something that can only be negotiated with the other side. Before he could speak, Su Li spoke. A pretty face is cold as frost. When people die, the marriage contract is naturally dissolved. As for compensation, not a dime. Chapter 12, a salary of 1018, laughing every day. In a luxurious cafe booth. Jiang Ning, a member of Jiang Nan's direct lineage, has met the young master. Jiang Ning bowed deeply to Xu Fei, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Xu Fei waved his hand, signaling for him to sit down. Only then did Jiang Ning respectfully sit in the seat opposite Xu Fei. In fact, from the moment Xu Fei saw Jiang Ning, he knew that this was an internal member of the family. He also didn't expect that there were actually people in the family who had mixed up with the number 1 person in Jiangnan. And, so soon the family had gotten their message. Has the family heard anything lately? Hearing Xu Fei's inquiry, Jiang Ning's face became somewhat less than pleasant. When Xu Fei saw him looking like this, he immediately frowned slightly. What's wrong? Jiang Ning was a bit hesitant, but finally opened his mouth. Young master, the family's current situation is quite good for the time being and hasn't been affected much. The immortals and we are engaged in a commercial war, and both sides have been at a standstill. His lordship asked me to tell you that it's good for you to stay in Jiangnan at ease. He can handle things overseas. Hearing this, Xu Fei's frown deepened. However, he couldn't get involved in the business war. As long as the other party didn't use underhanded tactics, he could care less. But if the other party did not hesitate to use dark means, one would definitely not sit idly by. I see. By the way, do you know what's the origin of the Su family? The Su family? Jiang Ning thought for a few seconds before speaking. Young master, I don't know much about the Su family. But, as far as I know, the Su family was nothing more than a small family with a small company a long time ago. Gradually under Su Wu's leadership, there was Koyo Company, and it also hooked up with the number 2 man in Jiangnan. With a family like theirs, I can't imagine how they hooked up with the number 2. Jiang Ning was actually curious. The Su family didn't have much of an origin, but why was the number 2 person willing to cooperate with the Su family? Although there was no substantial support, many people knew that the Su family stood behind the number 2 figure. Oh? That's odd. Xu Fei also had some puzzles, always feeling that something was wrong. Master old man, why do you want to let yourself protect Su Li? A girl from a small, unknown family is worth having the king of hell personally protect her? By the way, young master, there is one more thing the master asked me to pass on to you. When he said this, Jiang Ning's face was clearly a bit embarrassed. What? Xu Fei was a bit surprised. It is the master who has asked you to go on a blind date. Here's the profile of your blind date, would you like to see it? After saying that, From opened a profile on his cell phone. A picture of a beautiful, high-strung looking woman in a uniform, carrying a small satchel and a slender figure. A copy of the address and name is written under the photo. Wang Xie, chairman of Juanhao Group. The king's family? Is that the Wang family? Seeing that the other party's surname was Wang, Xu Fei was immediately somewhat surprised. I think is right. Jiang Ning nodded. The Wang family was also considered to be one of the larger families in the country, with family businesses spread throughout the entire daxia. Not bad. I'll meet up sometime. Chuffy nodded. Seeing that the young master didn't refuse, Jiang Ning let out a sigh of relief. It's rare for a man like the young master to look at an unusual girl. By the way, young master, do you want me to make a move and warn the Zhao family? Jiang Ning, however, was well aware of how much power and authority the young master, the sole heir in the family before him, had. With just one word, the entire Zhao family could immediately disappear in Jiangnan. However, the young master was used to keeping a low profile, and opponents like the Zhao family weren't even qualified to make the young master use his tactics. There's no need. Just a small family. You do your business well, and I'll naturally come to you if I need you. Jiang Ning nodded and offered his business card with both hands. Young master, this has my phone number on it, if you need anything, give me a call. I'll do as I'm told. Xu Fei waved his hand, you go back first, I'll go back by myself later. Yes, young master. Only then did Jiang Ning leave the cafe with the people. It was only 10 minutes after Jiang Ning left that Xu Fei came out of the cafe. Looking at the information coming from his cell phone was a little depressing. However, he couldn't go to Su Li for now. After all, he had just been brought out by Jiang Ning, and it would be too much of a child's play to go back. After glancing at the information in his hand, he thought about it and planned to meet this so-called blind date. Pops arranged it. You have to give face to it. He casually stopped a cab and went straight to the Juanhao Group. Come downstairs and make a call to this woman called Wang Xiyu. Hello? May I ask who you're looking for? A woman's high-pitched voice came from the other end of the line. Wang Xie? So what, I'm your blind date, do you have a minute? I'm downstairs at your office. Come down and talk? In the office on the top floor of the Juanhao Group, Wang Xie's brows furrowed as she listened to the man's voice on the other end of the phone. She also received a call from her father yesterday saying he had introduced her to a blind date. As for the other person's identity, the father didn't mention a single word, just that he must make the other person his boyfriend. Wang Xie was puzzled. What other family in Daxia could compare to their Wang family? The people who wanted to chase after themselves were enough to circle around the entire Jiangnan city. Still, thinking about her father's words, she didn't refuse. She wanted to see what this so-called blind date was all about. Hanging up the phone, he took the elevator to the floor. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw a man dressed in a bodyguard outfit squatting in a flower bed not far away, smoking a cigarette. She frowned, her blind date couldn't be this guy, could it? Just a little security guard, by the looks of it. Was his own father mistaken or not? And Xu Fei happened to see Wang Xie as well and threw away the cigarette in his hand. Not to mention, the is pretty. Compared to Su Li, each has its own flavor. Su Li belonged to the kind that was quite tigerish on the surface, but actually quite weak on the inside. But this one, on the surface, seems pretty high maintenance, I just don't know what's going on inside. Hello, introduce yourself, Chuffy. He held out his hand. Wang Xie forced herself to endure the discomfort in her heart and shook the other party's hand. Wang Xie. It was a simple touch, and she drew back her hand. Chat? Wang Xie didn't say anything and just nodded. The two of them went to the milk tea store across the street and ordered 2 cups of milk tea. Tell us who you are. I like to be straightforward and don't like to beat around the bush. Wang Xiyu clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Xu Fei with a cold face. At first glance, she didn't have a good feeling about this man. Me? It's just a little security guard, no 5 insurance, 1 gold, $18,000 a month, laughing all day long. Chapter 13, I'll take the bed, you take the floor. Chuffy shivered a mouthful of milk tea and chewed on the pearls in his mouth. On the other hand, Wang Xiyu on the opposite side frowned deeper and deeper, looking at Chu Fei's gaze. She always felt that this person in front of her was purely sick in the head. Do you think that's funny? If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force it. Wang Xia's family concept is very deep. For the sake of family honor and disgrace interests, even if she is allowed to marry a stranger she doesn't know, even if the other party is ugly and fat, she doesn't care. That's what she's thinking. I'm telling the truth. No kidding. Chu Fei looked at the other party very seriously. Seeing this, Wang Xiyu got up and was about to leave. For such a person, there was no reason for her to continue talking nonsense with the other party here. You really want to know? Just after taking a step, Chu Fei spoke. Wang Xiya looked back at him. What do you think? Although it was unclear what exactly this man's origin was, it was not difficult to hear from his own father's tone that the other party's family lineage was definitely not lower or even higher than the Wang family. Such a person would be perfectly willing to offer herself if she could gain a greater favor for her family. Chu Fei smiled bashfully. Then what is the benefit of me telling you? I'll be your girlfriend. Without any hesitation, Wang Xiya spoke directly. Chu Fei froze at the sound of it. I'm afraid there's something wrong with her. You want to be your girlfriend after just one meeting? Don't? Then I can stay with you for once. Looking at Wang Xia's proud figure, Chu Fei felt that this benefit was not bad. Then again, he wasn't the kind of man who was hungry for more. No need. If you want to know who I am, you can ask the higher-ups in your family. The fact that they won't tell you means you can't know yet. A blind date, I just wanted to come along for the ride. You're not my favorite model. Chu Fei smiled faintly and took a sip of the milk tea. To be honest, he didn't like the Wang Xiya in front of him simply because of her character. But then, figure is another story. On the contrary, Su Li was quite appetizing. Even though that was a bit of a tiger, at least she had more of an opinion than the woman in front of her. Yes? What's your favorite type? A royalty? Lolita, or innocent? I'll change anything you want as long as you can say it. Wang Xiya actually already knew in her heart, since her father didn't tell her the identity of this man. That meant that the other party's identity was even greater than the Wang family's origin. If you can really be with each other, then nothing matters. I want a colorful tart, can you do that? Chu Fei's shocking words directly caused Wang Xiya to freeze in place. It took a long time for her to respond. You did that on purpose? Chu Fei smiled without saying anything. Isn't that obvious enough? Yes. Next time we meet, you'll see. As the words fell, Wang Xiya directly turned around and left, leaving behind a dumbfounded Chu Fei. He seemed to be in big trouble. Colorful? What is all this talk of tigers and wolves? Chu Fei shook his head slightly as he watched the other party walk out the door. Better still, tiger lady. This woman, too licky to stand. Checked out, turned around and walked out of the milk tea. Luckily nothing happened to him. Where are you? I'm coming to get you. I'm on Prosperity Street. More than 10 minutes later, Su Li drove her car to the Prosperous Street under the street sign. I'm really flattered that you came to pick me up in person, boss. As soon as he got into the car, Chu Fei turned on that bandit mode. However, Su Li's expression didn't look too good and she didn't have the heart to joke with him. What's wrong? Su Li drove the car and talked about what happened in Zhao's house. The conditions Su Wu stated before, Su Li rejected all of them. The Zhao family was also completely enraged and launched an all-out battle against Koyao. Most of the enterprises in the entire Jiangnan city all cut off their cooperation with KO Company. This time, Koya was considered to have entered a complete dark period. If you can turn over, you don't have to look at the Zhao family's face at all. If you can't roll over, then you can't roll over for the rest of your life. Hearing Su Li's explanation, Chu Fei didn't say anything, but he already had plans in his heart. This Zhao family, it's very bouncy. What do you think? What do I do now? Su Li opened her mouth with a face full of melancholy. Cool. Besides, it's not like you're short of money. That money I gave you before is enough to support your company for several months, right? Su Li thought of all that money on the card and couldn't help but blank him. The money was sacrificed to get it. By the way, can I ask what exactly is the new drug your company is working on? Suli took a deep breath. This is confidential, can't tell you. What the new drug does is an absolute secret. None of the major shareholders knew about it except the researchers and her, the president, and the chairman of the board. Not to mention, the rest of the company. However, what I can tell you is that if this drug is successfully researched, at least the whole world will import this drug from our company. The value can at least reach hundreds of billions or even more. It can make Koyo, in one fell swoop, one of the top companies in the whole of Dacia. Hearing Suli's words, Chu Fei was also somewhat surprised. A new drug with this much interest? If this were to spread out, it was estimated that there would be countless people who would choose to acquire Koyao Company at this time, or even buy out the researchers under them. Aren't you afraid that your handful of researchers will be bought off by someone else? At those words, Suli smiled. Buying off my people? Actually, they don't even know where my research base is. I'm not afraid to tell you that a large portion of those research members in my institute haven't been back home in a year. Even their calls to their families are in our custody. This was one of the most reassuring points for Suli. At least she didn't have to worry that her own researcher would be bought by outsiders. Chu Fei also sort of understood that this tiger lady was very meticulous when it came to doing things, and even thought of this point. While the two were talking, they had arrived at a villa. The villa wasn't big, and it only covered an area of more than 200 square feet. Other than Suli, there was no one else in the villa. After parking the car, Suli said to Chu Fei with some fatigue, I'll go back to my room to sleep for a while, you find yourself a room to stay in. No one is allowed in my room without my permission, okay? You bandit. Unexpectedly, Chu Fei righteously refused. Said close to protect you, then certainly to do this responsibility, in the future you sleep on the bed, I hit the floor. Get out. Chapter 14, Invest in Koyao with $2 billion. Early the next morning. Suli had just awakened from her sleep when she smelled the fragrance. Rubbing his eyes, which were still a little hazy, he opened the bedroom door. I saw 2 steaming bowls of noodles, covered with a poached egg, on the table downstairs. Chu Fei just happened to come out from the kitchen, awake? Hurry up and wash up for breakfast. Suli pursed her lips. This was the first time a man had cooked for himself. Yes. Hurry downstairs to wash up and come to the table. You can't help but look at the steaming hot noodles in the bowl. I can't tell, you can cook? And to think, you're just a rich kid. She let out a soft laugh. I can do so much more, would you like to try? The corners of Chu Fei's mouth rose as he looked towards Suli. The latter subconsciously covered her chest, and a touch of pink appeared on her face. Go to hell. Bandits. Chu Fei laughed and didn't say anything. After having breakfast and changing his clothes, Chu Fei then drove Suli to the company. Only, just after arriving at the company, he was called to a meeting in the chairman's conference room. Before entering the conference room, the voices of the major shareholders were heard arguing. Suli grimaced and pushed open the door of the conference room. Shareholders, from what you're saying, you're planning to let the company buy back the shares in your hands, right? When he was outside the door, he heard the major shareholders discussing who they should find to sell their shares. Now, almost all of the large and small companies in the entire Jiangnan city did not cooperate with them. Zhao's group even directly put out a message, targeting Koyao Company for suppression. Naturally, the companies that had ties with Zhao Group needed no introduction, and all of them terminated their contracts. Even if there was no relationship, they chose to cancel the contract in order to sell Zhao Group a face. Now Koyo Company can be said to be surrounded by enemies. Mr. Su. I don't know how you and the chairman conferred with the Zhao family, but as far as this situation is concerned, we have no choice. Unless, of course, you can tell us exactly what drug we're working on. So that we can make a judgment whether to sell our shares or not, or make additional investments. A shareholder surnamed Wang spoke up. He is a relatively old shareholder of Koyo, and is also the investor who invested in Koyo at the very beginning. Even he was not optimistic about the future of Koyo, let alone anyone else. Yes, Mr. Su. Until now, we don't even know the direction of the company's latest research, so what do you think we should choose? Another shareholder spoke up. Suli laughed coldly in her heart. Among these shareholders, she didn't doubt that someone had already been bought by the Zhao family. This is because prior to researching the latest drug, all shareholders signed a contract not to ask questions about the direction and role of the research until the new drug was researched. And this time, with so many people opening their mouths, she couldn't rule out the possibility that someone had already become a member of Zhao's group. As it is, then there's no choice. A few of you, anyone want to sell their shares? I'll buy the whole thing at today's opening price. Koyo's share price has been plummeting downward lately, and some shareholders have long gotten wind of it and sold off. And as soon as the market opened this morning, the stock dropped nearly 10%. Mr. Su, that's a bit unreasonable. The stock price has dropped so much, you don't buy it at the original price even if you don't, and you make us sell it at a loss. None of the capitalists are like that, are they? A somewhat obese shareholder, wearing glasses, was quite disgruntled. After all, they have to lose money when the share price goes down. So what do the shareholders mean by? Suli looked at the few shareholders present, her face a little cold. My father didn't come today, so I guess he knows what's going on here. Presumably, it's just to let himself handle things here. Nothing more. We've all talked it over, the company is buying back, and we're not taking advantage of the company, we'll just go with yesterday's opening price. Su Li sneered. Shareholders, it looks like you've been planning this for a long time, huh? In that case, keep it, shareholders, or go outside and see if there's anyone willing to take it over. It's unlikely that anyone will take over Koyo in its current state. Unless that person is a cutie. Mr. Su, you're going overboard with that. It was agreed that the company would reclaim the shares if there was a crisis in the company. Now talk is cheap, but we signed a contract? Is it hard to believe that Mr. Su wants us to sue? This is not a good idea. As soon as the shareholder surnamed Wang opened his mouth, the other shareholders present instantly revealed their smiles. In fact, Suli guessed correctly. All the shareholders present have been bought by Zhao's group. I've come over today, and apart from selling off my shares, it's a way of cashing in on the research drugs from Koyo. As long as they can set it out, they'll each get a decent amount of money. Moreover, the Zhao group was willing to purchase the shares in their hands at a high price. It was a pity that Su Li's mouth was too hard for them to pry out. Yes. We signed the contract in the first place, but don't forget, folks, the original contract could have stated that the buyback would be at the opening price of the day. I assume that all shareholders have read the contract? Su Li's sentence was considered to have blocked the retreat of several shareholders. The face of the shareholder surnamed Wang also became a bit ugly. He had come over to make a deal, but he didn't expect to be taken down by the other side. Shareholders will have to be quick if they want to make a move. Otherwise, by then, once the company goes bankrupt, the shares in the hands of all the shareholders will be a piece of white paper. After saying that, Su Li turned around and left the conference room, leaving several major shareholders looking at each other. Back in the office, Su Li's face was ugly. These guys, at first glance, are bought and paid for. It's so presumptuous to try to get the research drug out of your own mouth. Looks like it's time for the company to straighten up. But once one funds the acquisition of the shares in the hands of these shareholders, it seems that those remaining funds will not last long. The thought of it made her anxious. My big president, what's wrong? Do you need any help with that? Su Li shook her head. It's fine, just the company's business is a bit annoying. Zhu Fei nodded and didn't say anything more. Sitting in his seat, he took out his cell phone and simply sent a text message. The content of the text message is very simple. Contribute $2 billion and invest in Jiangnan Kayao Company. Chapter 15, A Slap in the Face to Clear Your Head. Noon. Why don't you walk me out for a walk later, no need to drive. Su Li put down her hands. Now the company is still able to operate as usual, although there are quite a lot of people resigning, but it can't affect the company as a whole yet. Is this your way of inviting me on a date? Zhu Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Li with a hanging smile. Su Li blankly glanced at him without a good mood. Think what you want. The two left the office and walked down the busy street. It's not too hot or too cold in September. The breeze blew by, but it made Su Li feel much better. By the way, Bandit, do you have a girlfriend? As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them the next second. I don't know what happened, but the thought came to my head all at once. No. What, you want to be my girlfriend? It's a lot to ask to be my girlfriend, can you do it? Never mind, since you've asked, I can't refuse. Just bear with me and let you be my girlfriend. With a hint of helplessness on his face, Zhu Fei let out a long sigh. Su Li glared at him fiercely. Do your spring dream. There are enough people chasing after me to go around the whole of Jiangnan, do you think I will look at you? Who knows, Chuffy shrugged. On or off, you know, in your heart. Sorry? Will you have some face, on the street? She's going crazy. This guy, always immodest. Just as the two were flirting with each other, Chufei suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Sweat hairs all over his body stood up at this moment as he instantly pulled Suli into his arms and turned his head to look at the distant third-floor window. And there was no one at the window. But Suli mistakenly thought that he just wanted to eat his tofu. For a moment, her face flushed red and she violently pushed him away, angrily cursing Bandit. Stop it. Chufei's brows were tightly locked, and his gaze was dead set on that window on the third floor across the street. If he hadn't felt it wrong, the wisp of crisis just now had come from the location of that window. From the time he shielded Suli in his arms, to the time he turned his head to look over. It took a second though, and the other guy was able to dodge it. It was enough to prove that the other party was not an ordinary person. Being held tightly in Chufei's arms, Suli's face burned, feeling the other party's powerful heartbeat. For some reason, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. It seemed that leaning into this man's arms brought any danger closer to him. Okay, it's okay. Chufei slowly loosened his embrace, while Suli felt so much loss. Looking back, his face returned to normal this time. Just now, is that what happened? Chuffy shook his head and hemmed and hawed at her. Nothing, just want to eat your tofu. Suli gave him a blank look, go to hell. While Chufei's heart was incomparably cold. He pondered whether the other party was coming for himself or for Suli. If it was coming at him, then the other party would surely still show up. But if it was directed at Suli, then it was unclear. Master had asked himself to protect Suli, so that meant that Suli would definitely be in danger. And now that the danger is here, it's time to see how to respond. Just then, Suli received a call from Fangqing. Hello? Haru. Little Su, where are you? I'm so annoyed, come over and have a drink with me, okay? I'm at the Drunken Jade Bar. Fangqing's somewhat drunken voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, wait for me. And Chuffy took a ride to the Clear Bar. Just as he entered, he saw Fangqing sitting on the sofa. It's just that, at this point, she's not in that great of shape. Drunk and with a man next to him making a move on him, only Fangqing kept resisting. Suli quickly stepped forward and ripped the man out. Who are you? Doing what to my bestie? The man had obviously had a lot to drink as well, and his mouth was full of alcohol. Yo! Here comes another beauty. Come on, pretty girl, have a drink with me. As he spoke, the man reached out to wrap his arms around Suli's neck. In his hand, he even picked up a bottle of wine and made a gesture to pour it into Suli's mouth. Chufei squeezed the man's hand with an icy face. Get out! The man clearly came to a temper when his wrist was pinched. Do you know who I am? Dare to touch old me, believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to leave this gate today. The man drunkenly yelled at Chuffy. The bottle in his hand was even more unceremoniously smashed towards Chufei's head. The people around them looked on, but none of them dared to step forward to stop them. Not for any other reason, just because this guy is the son of a bureau chief, Su Hui, a regular at the clearing bar. It's not uncommon to molest sales clerks, beautiful women you don't know, in a clear bar. Move him, don't you dare. Chufei, on the other hand, was not accustomed to him, and before the other party's bottle could fall, he raised his hand and slapped the man's face hard. Pop! The resounding slap in the face left many of those present confused. And Su Hui was woken up by the slap. Now, sober? Chufei let go of his hand and stared at Su Hui with a cold expression on his face. The latter shook his still somewhat dazed head and stared at Chufei with a sinister gaze. How dare you hit me? No one has ever dared to call his bluff in this clear bar. I didn't expect to be beaten up on my own turf. How could he bear this? Are you going to roll your own, or am I going to throw you out? Chufei's tone was calm. Su Hui laughed. Just a cold smile, fine. Don't leave if you can. After saying that, he dragged his drunken body and left the clear bar. Only then did Suli sit beside Fangqing and gently patted her back. Why are you drinking so much? Fangqing cried out all of a sudden. Whoa! Lin Shui that broke up with me. I'm so hard inside. Fangqing hugged Suli, sniffling and crying. And at that moment, the owner of the clear bar came out. 3. Hurry up. That man is not someone you can mess with, that's the son of the head of the law enforcement bureau in this area. He knows a lot of punks, if you guys don't leave, you won't be able to leave later. The owner was also a little worried. If these three don't leave, he won't have to open this bar. I don't know how much we'd lose if we fought. Suli looked at Fong Cheng in this state and couldn't stay any longer. Thanks, boss, we're on our way. Afterwards, he made a wink at Chu Fei, and the two of them helped Fong Cheng to leave. But just as he walked to the door, that Su Hui, who had been slapped by Chu Fei, came back. Only this time, he wasn't alone. Behind them, at least a dozen punks stood, with dyed hair of different colors, each holding a cigarette. That's him. Su Hui looked at Chu Fei with ferocity in his eyes. Seeing this, Suli supported Fong Cheng and took a step back. Chu Fei took a step forward and looked at the dozen or so punks in front of him. That slap in the face just now didn't wake you up, did it? How about a couple more slaps to clear your head? As soon as the words left his mouth, a punk spoke up. Grass. How do you talk to our FAI? Guys, him for me. Chapter 16, You're pretty fancy. More than 10 punks immediately rushed forward to punch and kick Chu Fei. Su Hui, on the other hand, stood on the sidelines with a sneer on his face. If he dares to hit himself, he'll make him crawl out of here. However, things always go against the grain. The so-called brothers who rushed up were put down by Chu Fei in the blink of an eye. 3 punches and 2 kicks, and more than a dozen people were already lying on the ground. One by one, they lay on the ground wailing in pain. Su Hui hadn't even reacted yet, and the group of people he had found were already lying down. If not for the fact that these people had been following him for quite a long time, he was skeptical as to whether or not this was an actor hired by the other side, so unbeatable. As it is now, what else can he do? Run. He scurried off to escape. However, Chu Fei had already anticipated his movements. Just as he lifted his leg, a huge force came from his back, directly kicking him to the ground. You didn't hear what I just said to you, did you? And looking for someone to clean me up? Chu Fei walked forward and squatted on the ground, looking at Su Hui with a smile on his face. Do you know who I am? I'm telling you, my dad is Su Lin. If you hit me, do you believe I'll have my dad arrest you and take you in? Up until now, Su Hui hadn't been able to figure out the situation. And the delusion of using his father to intimidate the guy in front of him. It was a pity that his threats were useless as far as Chu Fei was concerned. I'm so scared. As soon as the words fell, Chu Fei was the one who slapped Su Hui's face. Pop. A resounding slap in the face. Immediately, Su Hui's face was red and 5 fingerprints were clearly visible. Know what's wrong? Su Hui gritted his teeth and vaguely spat out a few words from his mouth, grass you. Before the third word could be said, there was another slap. Ouch. And cursing, huh? Why are you so unqualified? 10,000 wild horses ran wild in Su Hui's heart. Lao Tzu. Pop. Another slap in the face. Young and unmarried, aren't you? I'm not even an old man yet, who are you? Chu Fei opened his bow left and right, and snapped a furious whip. But in just a few minutes, one of Su Hui's faces had turned into a pig's head. Chu Fei saw that he had been smacked unconscious by himself, and only then did he stop. Shaking his somewhat raw palm, next time I meet, I'll whip you again. After saying this, he came to Su Li's side. Su Li looked at Su Hui, who was lying on the ground and had turned into a pig's head, his eyes filled with sympathy. Who does this guy have a hard time messing with, but he has to mess with Chu Fei? Go! The 3 of them took a cab and brought Fong Cheng back to the villa. Su Li had a hard time putting Fong Cheng to bed to sleep, and she was already exhausted herself. Chuffy instead wandered around the living room with nothing to do. Are you idle? Looking at Chu Fei's leisurely appearance, Su Li became angry. This guy, he doesn't know how to help. Or what? As he spoke, Chu Fei walked to his position in the corner of the living room wall. Raising his hand, he pointed to the camera in the corner of the living room. Did you put that camera in? Su Li glanced over. Yes, what's wrong? Chuffy shook his head, indicating that he was fine. But he felt as if there was something wrong with that camera. The wisp of crisis that he encountered on the street today was most likely not directed at himself, but at Su Li. As for the reason, he wasn't sure. How many cameras do you have in your house and where are they located? Chu Fei then asked again. Suri leaned back on the couch, thinking. 4, 2 outside, 1 in the living room and 1 in the hallway. What's wrong? What are you asking for? She was a little puzzled. Instead, Chu-Fei did not say anything and came to the location of the camera that Suli had mentioned. There's nothing unusual about the 2 cameras outside. The living room camera looks, well, similar. When it came to the hallway, however, there was a small, bubbling red dot on the circular camera. Get a stool and remove the gadget. The eyes narrowed slightly. Bugger. Unexpectedly, it was really directed at Suli. Surprisingly, the house is bugged. And crashed in such a hidden place that no one would normally notice. It seems that there should be more than one in this villa. With a firm squeeze, the wiretap was instantly crushed. What's that in your hand? Chuffy threw the crushed bugs on the table. A bug, you should have more than one in this house. When she heard the word bug, Suli only felt a chill down her back. Your own home was bugged? You know, one checks the surveillance regularly. I didn't see anyone enter my villa from the surveillance myself. You're not kidding, are you? How? Possible. Suli was a little disbelieving. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Chu-Fei looked at her with a serious face. The latter was silent. I'll look for it, see if there's any more. Chuffy began searching the room for a bug. Found 1 in the kitchen, 1 behind the TV and 1 under the router. Half an hour later, Chuffy threw the crushed one on the table. There were as many as 6. It's okay, you open it. When he finished, he simply turned his head. Chuffy cut, then opened the closet. It didn't matter if this didn't open, as soon as it did, the entire group froze in place. The cupboard, full of 7 or 8 sets of intimate apparel. Also, it's all lace. Available in white, black, red, purple. Even, he saw a very special set of 3-pointed style, and was able to think of what effect Suli would have when she wore it on her body. Chu-Fei slowed down, his face full of smiles. Can't see that you're playing quite flowery alone. Chapter 17, Sudden Investments. Zhao Jiajia's Wang Garden. What did you say? You guys didn't even take a criminal named Chu-Fei into custody? Are you sure you're not misremembering? Zhao Wei's face was full of gloom as he rushed at the person on the other end of the phone in a cold voice. Originally thought that, with Jiang Ning stepping in, Chu-Fei would have to be put in jail even if he didn't die. But to his surprise, he had asked all the bureaus in the city, but there was no such person. Dong Zhao, I also know about your son. You don't need to tell me about this, I'm sure I will. If I had, I would have gotten someone to clean him up without you having to say a word. But we really didn't receive this prisoner. Listening to the words on the other end of the phone, Zhao Wei's face became increasingly ugly. I know, thanks to Bureau Wang, I'll buy you dinner next time. Hanging up, he kicked the stool in front of him. Why did Jiang Ning net that kid? He couldn't figure out how Jiang Ning was a public official in everyone's eyes, absolutely fair and just, yet he let Chu-Fei, the murderer, go. Can't it be that the other guy is his illegitimate son? But on second thought, the two presses don't look alike, and Jiang Ning has hardly any black spots since he took office. And you wouldn't leave a stain on yourself just for the sake of a mere security guard, would you? Zhou Wei couldn't figure out why exactly. What's going on? Lu Sui walked into the room with a tired look on his face, his dark circles under his eyes looking extra thick. He did not close his eyes for 2 nights, and rested a little until this morning, when his son was buried. That kid, released by Jiang Ning. He blacked out. Released? Are you sure? Lu Sui couldn't believe it either. A murderer who fell into Jiang Ning's hands would be designated to squat in jail or eat a gun directly. But to my surprise, the other party was released unharmed. I've asked all the bureaus in the city, and several of the chiefs have told me that they aren't taking in an inmate named Chu-Fei. And, moreover, no orders have been received from Jiang Ning. What is this if not being released? Lu Sui was silent. Her son had been killed and she could never tolerate the murderer going free. I want revenge. Her face was grim. Start with Suri first. Isn't he Su Li's personal bodyguard? Then we'll move Su Li first. Threaten him with Suri. Zhao Wei didn't say anything even after hearing that. It's not a bad idea. But the consequence is that it has to be done clean. Once it was discovered, then the people behind Su Wu would definitely not stop. Find someone. Keep your hands clean. Villa. Chu-Fei and Su Li were sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at the more than 10 crushed bugs on the table. Neither of their faces were very good. Did you mess with someone you shouldn't have? The other side was able to sneak into your home unnoticed and bug you. Chu Fei frowned slightly. Since the other party was able to dodge the surveillance and enter Su Li's room to install a bug, it meant that the other party was definitely not an unusual person. No. In Jiangnan, I didn't provoke anyone. Except for the Chou family. But the Zhao family wouldn't have done such a thing before Zhaoan died. Su Li also didn't understand what kind of people would be looking for trouble with themselves. Even going so far as to put so many bugs in his villa. Remember when you were on the street? Chu Fei suddenly opened his mouth. Su Li was slightly stunned, and a few more points of incomprehension appeared on her pretty face. Actually, I wasn't trying to eat your tofu. Hearing those words, she gave Chu Fei a blank stare. And because of what? She doesn't understand, since it's not for. And for what? Since as your personal bodyguard, I have a strong sense of danger. When I was on the street with you, I had a feeling someone was going to take a shot at you. It's just that, of the time I checked, the other guy was supposed to be gone, so I didn't catch him. Hearing Chu Fei's explanation, Su Li only felt a wave of fear. Everyone is afraid of unknown dangers. You're telling the truth? Chu Fei nodded slightly. Why would I lie to you? Just eat your tofu? No. He said he'd meet me at the office tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The secretary's words made Su Li's heart, which was still hanging in the air, fall. It's not clear exactly which company is going to invest in their company, but it's nothing less than a blessing in disguise. Right at this moment, Chu Fei poured a pot of cold water on the side. Don't get too happy about it. But you said before that just these shareholders in your company are no good. Weren't they going to offer the shares in their hands? Call a meeting with them straight away in the morning and see if these people intend to sell. Just buy up all their shares if you want. That way, if your company ever rises again, you won't have to look at them at all. Hearing Chu Fei's reminder, Su Li's eyes also lit up. This is an opportunity to pool shares. Once the research was successful, then Koyao Company would be considered a complete turnaround. I see. Thank you, Bandit. Chu Fei just smiled and didn't say anything. A $2 billion investment is nothing to him. It doesn't matter if you can get your money back. He just didn't want to see the looking sad about the company because that would grow wrinkles. But who do you think would invest in my company at a time like this? Is the other guy not very bright? Hearing those words, Chu Fei's face darkened. That's a turn of phrase to call yourself out for being in over your head. But, of course, he wouldn't tell them that he was the one who had called in the investment. Maybe. The other guy is a cutie. Chapter 18, Repurchase of Shares. Early the next morning. Fang Qing finally sobered up and bid farewell to Su Li and Chu Fei. Chu Fei, on the other hand, brought Su Li to the company and held a shareholders meeting, and this time Su Wu also stepped in. Because he'd also heard about someone wanting to invest in the company. But this matter, in addition to the secretary, only Su Li Chu Fei, as well as Su Wu know. Several of the major shareholders were not yet aware that anyone had invested in Koyao, and even if they had, they would not have guessed that it would be such a large amount. I wonder what the shareholders have considered. The shares you all have in your hands, are you going to keep them for your children, or are you going to let the company buy them back? Su Li looked at the several major shareholders present with an icy face. The several major shareholders looked at each other, and they actually had only two choices now. Either sell the shares to the Zhao Group or buy them back to the company. Obviously, it's about the same price to anyone. Joe's not stupid enough to give them much over the opening price. Mr. Su, you know what's going on in the company right now. Even if we wanted to make an offer, do you have enough money to take it over? What do you think, Chairman? In fact, Su Wu actually said that he was the chairman of the board of directors, but the fact was that the company's affairs had long since been handed over to Su Li for full management. He just wants to retire well at home. It's up to you all to decide what you think about this. I've left the company's affairs to Mr. Su's full authority. If you all want to take out shares, naturally I won't say anything more. As soon as Su Wu opened his mouth, the several major shareholders present were clear about what he meant. Obviously, Su Wu intended to be helping Su Li to get back the shares in their hands. In that case, I wonder what the price is. Su Dong, we won't say any more. The people from Zhao's group have already contacted ours and are willing to give us a 10% price increase on top of the highest price of the shares this month. The shareholder surnamed Wang didn't hide anything and said it directly. When these words came out, both Su Wu and Su Li's faces became a little ugly. Unexpectedly, Zhao's group had played such a hand with them. It seems that the other party has made up their mind to eat up Kuyao Company. We've all been friends for a long time, and we've taken a lot of dividends from the company. It's black money, not to be earned. Shares, according to this month's highest price out to the company. I wonder what Mr. Su's intentions are. Another shareholder also spoke up. Just as Su Wu hesitated, Su Li was the first to speak. Yes. Su Wu was a little surprised in his heart. Where did this girl get so much money? You know, at this month's highest price, that would have coincided with the time of Su Li and Zhao Wan's engagement. During that period of time, Koyo's share price could be said to have skyrocketed. If the price is based on the highest price, then the shares of these major shareholders will add up to at least $200 million or more. Mr. Su wasn't kidding? Really? The shareholder surnamed Wan was obviously not too convinced. $200 million, unless you sell half of Koyo. Do you think I'm joking? Su Li's face was calm, pressed and not joking. With that, several of the major shareholders chose to sell their shares to the company and they got their share of the money. This time, all the shares of the company were in the hands of Su Li and Su Wu. Su Li alone took 60% alone, while Su Wu accounted for 30%. The remaining 10% is in the hands of some stockholders. In Su Li's office, Chuffy received a phone call. Hello? Who? Looking at the unfamiliar number, he had no idea who would be calling him. Forgot about me so soon? Where are you? I'm coming for you. Listening to the gentle and charming voice on the other end of the phone, Chu Fei's expression froze. Isn't that the blind date Pop set him up with? How come you called him? With that high and mighty look on the other party's face, he had thought that the other party would treat him as a passerby. It's you, what can I do for you? Why don't you just not come over? I'm not very handy here. Chuffy looked at it and politely declined. There was absolutely nothing good about this high-strung woman coming to see herself. Don't you ever want to see me? You said yourself that you wanted a colorful SAO, and I feel like I have that flavor you wanted now. When these words came out, Chu Fei almost sprayed out a mouthful of water. What the hell is a colorful SAO anymore? Did you say that yourself? He thought about it for a moment, as if he had said it. But he didn't think the would take it seriously. You wait, I'll slow down. Chu Fei said in a hurry and then hung up the phone. Taking a deep breath, he still didn't think he could let the come over. But without waiting for him to call, Suri came back. Looking at him with a smile on his face, now it's good that all the shares of the major shareholders have been recovered. Just waiting for that investor negotiation this afternoon. Do you think that the other side will invest? Su Li was full of joy and a little nervous in her heart. What if the other party is not aware of the current company situation and knows that they will not invest in the future? Don't worry, the other side will definitely invest. Chu Fei smiled back. Then I'll take your word for it. Su Li had a few moments of gratitude in her eyes. Right at this moment, Chu Fei's cell phone rang. Hello? Where are you at? Been waiting a couple minutes for you to call back. Chu Fei's face instantly became somewhat embarrassed. So what, I'll take a call. Su Li actually heard the woman's voice on the other end of the phone, and her face, which was originally covered in smiles, instantly became calm. Aha! Chu Fei didn't feel anything wrong and left the office to come outside. I said, what the hell do you want? He was a little depressed. Can it be that this blind date really wants to find himself as a boyfriend? I said, I'm getting that feeling you want. You said it yourself. Where are you? I'm coming over to you now. Looking at the other party, Chu Fei knew that this would never stop until she saw herself. I'm downstairs at Koyo's, come on. It was a relief to hang up the phone. Then walked into the office. Boss, I'm going down to meet a friend, I'll be back soon. Whatever. Su Li didn't even raise her eyes and just said coldly. Chu Fei was muttering in his heart, he hadn't provoked her, why the cold look? While after Chu Fei went downstairs, Su Li stood in front of the office's floor-to-ceiling window and looked at Chu Fei downstairs. There was a little sourness in her heart. When this guy says friend, maybe it's girlfriend. What does he like? What does he look like? Just then, Su Li saw a luxurious red Ferrari parked downstairs of the company. A woman in bottoms and red tights stepped out of the car. An outfit that wraps that perfect body tight and dimpled. Chapter 19, The Family's Visit. Downstairs. When Fei saw Wang Xie walking down from the car, his eyes went wide. This has changed too much, hasn't she? With this outfit, I don't know how many men will be charmed to death. This body, these eyes. What a perfect thing to live for. Well, am I still dressed to your taste? Be my boyfriend, you can do whatever you want to me. Wang Xie's eyes were flirtatious as she came forward and took Fei's hand. Upstairs, Suli saw it clearly, and that sour taste in her heart couldn't be held back any longer. I didn't realize that it was this kind of woman that this guy liked. She looked away, not wanting to look again. Yet, a voice in her mind kept reminding her to keep looking. She carefully turned back again, looking down. No. You make it sound like I'm lusting after your beauty. I'm not that kind of guy, you know. Fei broke away from Wang Xiyu's hand and stood aside. His face was covered with helplessness, how this woman was just like cowhide, unable to shake it off. So what do you want? Why don't we be more direct? I brought my ID. It's not very nice in the middle of the day, but you like it. Wang Xie was not the least bit embarrassed, but it was Fei who was filled with dismay. This woman is crazy, isn't she? Really, just go and offer yourself to a stranger you don't know for the sake of the family. All right. I'm showing my cards. I'm just a little security guard, so don't look for me either. We don't fit. After saying that, Fei was about to turn around and leave. But the latter, however, took him by the hand. Suitable or not, that's always something you have to try. Like the shade fits, isn't that just right? These words directly gave Fei a face of thunder. No, where did you learn such tigerish words? A nice big girl saying such things will be misunderstood. Wang Xiyu's face darkened. What the hell do you want? I did what you said about the colorful SAO. And now you're not satisfied. You name it, I'll change it. What style do you really like? Wang Xie wasn't that kind of casual woman either, not just anyone was enough to make her like this. But Fei was truly different. Although she wasn't sure what it was about this man that attracted her, she felt like she had done enough when she would actually do something like this for her. No. Be reasonable, I didn't say I liked you. Right. You go back, mortal woman, not for me. Fei shook his head slightly and turned towards the building. Just a couple of steps away, he turned back. Right. Interested in investing? This company, short of money. Maybe if you invest in it, I'll consider it. Having said that, that's when he left. Wang Xiyu looked at the tall building in front of her, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Koyo? Isn't this the small company that was targeted by the Zhao Group? The entire Jiangnan knew that the Zhao Group had launched a series of business wars against Kaya. However, her Jungo Group was not among them. She doesn't need to look any company in the eye. However, since this guy had asked himself to invest in this company, it meant that this company might have some value. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and made a call to his secretary. Xiaogu, take out 500 million and invest in Koyao Company. Yes, Mr. Wang. Looking at the background of Fei's departure, the corners of Wang Xiyu's mouth rose slightly. Since you work as a security guard for this company, I won't have to talk to you on the phone next time. After saying that, he turned around and got into the car, and once the gas was pressed, he left in a cloud of dust. Upstairs, Suli looked at the other party, her eyes full of complexity. Somewhat lost in thought, he sat in his office chair and wondered what he was thinking. Boss, I'm back. Suli did not look up, just Boss, what's wrong with you? Is it sick? Shall we go to the hospital? Looking at Suli with a listless look, Fei said from the side. You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. Scumbag. In a fit of anger, Suli directly cursed. Fei froze on the spot when she scolded him. No. Be reasonable, I didn't mess with you, what are you scolding me for? And calling me a scumbag, I don't seem to have done anything, do I? Suli directly Since someone was secretly targeting Suli, the girl definitely couldn't just go out. If there was any danger and she was not with her, something would probably happen to her. It's up to you. Get out of here. Suli cursed angrily. Only then did Fei leave and sped towards the airport in Suli's car. And Suri looked at the time, it was lunchtime. I have a meeting with my investors this afternoon, so I won't be home. After thinking about it, I decided to go to the small noodle shop downstairs for some random food. He was just downstairs himself, so nothing should happen. So close, just across the street. Grab your satchel and come downstairs. The sun was just right, not too hot. She had just come downstairs. A few eyes fell on her from a small black car on the side of the road. Boss, the target has appeared, and she's the only one. Do it now? A low voice came from the other end of the line. Do it, and remember, neatly. Chapter 20, 2 teams? In a luxury hotel. Young master. It's been years since I've seen you, and you're still as handsome as ever. In front of Chu Fei was a man with somewhat gray hair that looked to have reached around 50 years old. This was Chu Kai, the housekeeper of the small courtyard when Chu Fei was at home. Young master, I've always been so handsome. I do wonder, though, what has happened to the family lately? What brings you here in person? In fact, at first, Chu Fei did not intend to let Chu Kai come over. He just wanted the family to send a random person over and invest in Su Li's company in the meantime. But I didn't expect the person who came over to be Chu Kai, the housekeeper. The family has been in a bit of trouble lately. However, the family head and several elders are making preparations, so there won't be any problems in a short period of time. You don't have to worry about that, young master. This time when I came over, the head of the family said that you might need to pay more attention lately. The immortal bird seems to have sent someone into Daxia. Hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of an icy aura erupted from him. The immortals are a very powerful foreign family, holding in their hands one of the strongest secret teams in the world, and the team is very powerful, specializing in dark tactics against some rival families. It was just that he hadn't expected the other party to actually dare to enter Daxia. Are they here for me? Or to target the rest of the family? Chu Kai, however, shook his head, indicating that he wasn't sure. As things stood, he wasn't sure what the other side was up to. Even if the family relied on the family's intelligence, they would not be able to find out for the time being. I know, remember to let me know if you hear anything. I know, young master. By the way, young master, the master also asked me to ask you if you have any favorites? Hearing those words, Chu Fei's face immediately darkened. Object? The Wang Shiyu kind? He felt terrible just thinking about it. This woman had too many ideas, and he could only stay away from such people. No. The old man is still young, he wants grandchildren, so let's wait a few more years. Hearing Chu Fei's reply, Chu Kai could only smile and keep quiet. Just at this time, Chu Fei's cell phone rang. Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar number on it, he frowned slightly. Nevertheless, he pressed the answer button. Hello? A low man's voice came from the other end of the line. Chuffy, right? Listening to the unfamiliar voice on the other end, Chu Fei was still a bit puzzled. Chuffy. The next thing he heard was Su Li's voice with a sobbing tone. Chu Fei instantly stood up from his position, his eyes instantly cold. Do you hear me? I don't suppose you're a stranger? Your boss, kidnapped by me. Now I'll give you two choices, either come over alone to the old factory in the south of the city, or you call the police and I'll tear up the ticket. When he heard those words, Chu Fei understood that the other party was targeting himself, not Su Li. Don't move her, I'm coming over now. Since the other party's target wasn't Su Li was still safe for now. Oh, I just love dealing with smart people. The phone was hung up, and a hint of killing intent was clearly revealed in Chu Fei's eyes. Coming at you? Is it the immortals? If so, then the other side's intelligence system is too strong. It's just that he doesn't understand that he's just been out for less than half an hour and something has happened. Didn't he tell her he couldn't leave the company? Young master, what's wrong? Seeing that there was something wrong with Chu Fei's face, Chu Kai spoke out to inquire. Came over to have dinner with you, my target for protection this time has been kidnapped. Hearing this, a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on Chu Kai's forehead. Dining with yourself led to the kidnapping of the young master's mission target? Isn't it obvious that it's indirectly related to you? Young master, don't worry, I'll contact those people in Jiangnan. Do whatever it takes to get the target of your mission out. With the Chu family's ability, trying to rescue a kidnapped person was a complete breeze. That won't be necessary. The other side is targeting me, so I'll just go over there myself. Chuffy got up and left the restaurant. And only after he left did Chu Kai let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he hastily take out his cell phone and call Jiang Ning. At this moment, Jiang Ning was in his office, sipping tea and watching the recent news. In his current position, most of the time he's pretty much free. He would not be busy unless there was some major change outside of Jiangnan. At this moment, a call came into his private cell phone. Looking at the number on it, he hastily stood up from his position. Kai Butler? Why do you have time to call me? Just kidding, the young master's housekeeper called him personally. This designates that something big is going on. You already know about young master's business in Jiangnan. He has a protection target in Jiangnan, you know? Jiang Ning's face immediately tensed up. He was aware of this matter, and he was well aware of the previous meeting with the young master. The target of the protection is the president of Kuyao Company, Su Li. However, the young master also said that he didn't need to intervene in the commercial war. I know, what's the matter, Kai Butler? Is something wrong with the young master? He was in a tense mood for a moment. If something happened to the young master in Jiangnan, he would not have to be the number one person in Jiangnan. That's not true, it's that something happened to the young master's mission target and he was kidnapped. You now, use all the connections you can to investigate the other side's movements for me. Chu Kai's words caused Jiang Ning to let out a slight sigh of relief. Still, the heart is quite nervous. After all, the young master's mission objective was 100 times more important than himself. Yes, I understand. I'll look into it now. On the other hand, Xu Fei had already driven his car straight to the south of the city. The south of the city is the former old factory district of Jiangnan City, which was home to many factories before Jiangnan City was completely developed. However, at the request of the state, without avoiding to ensure the environmental protection of air quality, all factories are moved to the outskirts of the city. So now the old town is being prepared for the development stage, but no real estate company has come over to take it over yet. This nearby area became a place where many punks and small forces gathered. And while Chu Fei was heading to the south of the city, another group of people had also arrived at the south of the city. What's on the other side? On the top floor of an old building in the south of the city, 3 well-built men stood right next to the fence, gazing into the distance. At their feet, there was also a black tote bag that looked heavy. I don't know. Wasn't this girl, originally, supposed to be our target? Is it hard to believe that the boss's side has sent another person? One of the men with a scarred face was full of doubt. It shouldn't, should it? But it's a bit strange that that guy isn't there this time. Last time, it was almost discovered by him, that kid is too scary. Chapter 21. Fire has been opened. Why don't you go ask what's going on, Blackie? These people, I see, don't have much of a level. It shouldn't be someone sent from the boss's side. I have a feeling. Might be coincidental. The one who spoke was the captain of the 3, Old Wu. They received a mission from the bigwigs above, saying that they were to kidnap Su Li, the president of Kuyao Company in Jiangnan City. It's better to bring it back alive. It's of great use. But I didn't expect that the other party would have an expert beside him for protection. The last time Old Wu was ready to make a move, he had thought that with his own strength, he would be able to easily subdue him. However, he did not expect that the other party had discovered his presence so quickly. So in the last 2 days, the 3 have been looking for opportunities. It was hard to wait until that guy had something to go out and Su Li fell out of the house. Before they could do anything, they saw the other men being kidnapped and put into a car. The 3 of them drove all the way to the south of the city, following this car that kidnapped Su Li. No. Why should I go? Didn't you see those guys across the street with knives in their hands? I can't stop a few knives in my little body. Speaking is precisely the Old Black, the name is Old Black, but the person is not black, some thin body looks weak. However, it was the 3 of them who were on the battlefield of the Southern Tower, not to say that they had a fierce reputation, but they were still ghosts. The number of petty chiefs who have died at their hands is countless. As for the big head, it wasn't the turn of the 3 of them to do anything. As far as the strength of the 3 was concerned, they couldn't even use their guns against the punks down there. Why don't we all go and see? It's just these punks, one punch at a time, it's like punching a chick. Old Su, who was on the side, also spoke up. The 3 looked at each other and nodded. Then carrying a black tote bag, he headed towards the old factory. And inside the old factory, Su Li was tied to a stool. On a nearby table, a few punks were fighting the landlord. A3. King Bomb. Do you know how to ing play? I'm a 3 and you're a king? I'd love to, no? A couple of punks had a good time. And on the other side of the abandoned machine, a bald man held a dagger in his hand, flinging it up and down. A long scar on his head was enough to see that this was definitely a tough guy. And he was also the boss of several people, known as Scar in Jiangnan City. Often working for the Zhao family, he was also a fierce general under Lu Sui's hand. Normally, Lu Sui wouldn't move him. Pay attention, all of you. Counting the time, that kid should be arriving soon. It's said that the kid is a practicing kid, so don't even get too big for your britches later, just slash to death. The dagger fell into Scar's hand and he spoke in a grim tone. Suli, who was tied to a stool and blindfolded by rags, couldn't see but could hear. To Scar's words, don't misunderstand a few brothers. I just came by to ask one thing, and when I'm clear we'll leave and definitely not linger. Old Wu hemmed and hawed, then pulled out a large stack of cash from his pocket and threw it over. Scar frowned slightly as he watched. These three, on the other hand, are quite on the ball. Ask, and hurry afterward. The three of them looked at each other when they heard that. Are you guys sent by Yi? Brother Yip? Scar frowned. No. You've got the wrong person, hurry up. He waved his hand, signaling for the three to hurry. However, the eyes of Old Wu's three men went cold. Since it wasn't sent by Yi, it was probably an enemy who had a grudge against this woman. However, to dare to reach out and snatch the prey of himself and the others was too much of a disregard for the three of them. Since it's not, I'll ask you all to leave. This woman, our boss asked for her by name. If you don't want trouble, I advise you to leave. As they spoke, the three old blacks had already placed the tote bag on the ground. Scar looked at the handbag the other man was carrying in his hand, and his expression instantly tensed. He knew exactly what was in the other man's black handbag. Three of you, that's not very nice. As he spoke, he had taken out a black pistol from his waist. The dark muzzles of the guns were aimed at Old Wu's three men. Originally, he hadn't planned to use this kind of thing. After all, within Daxia, it was forbidden for any ordinary people to possess weapons except for special departments. But he was also there just in case. I didn't expect it, but he really bumped into it. Dude, are you sure you want to do this? As he spoke, the old black man lowered his handbag and held his hands high in the air. It looked like it was going to surrender. But no one saw that there was a razor blade wedged between his fingers. You leave now and we'll pretend nothing happened. If you turn on the fire, I guess you guys won't be able to get away. Old Black was all smiles and didn't seem to care at all about being held at gunpoint. Old Wu and Old Su similarly held their hands high and were expressionless. Scare me? I know what you have in that bag. Don't push me. Otherwise, one of you will surely fall. As soon as the words fell, Old Black suddenly flicked his wrist. Scar was also an old man who had been in the jungle for a long time, and it was definitely not by luck that he was able to survive. The moment the other man's wrist moved, he pulled the trigger. Put! Bang! The blade stabbed directly into the middle of Scar's throat. Blood kept bubbling out along that one bloodstain. With a pair of eyes, he stared at the three people in front of him with a deadly stare. And Old Black wasn't much better, twisting away desperately the moment he did. But no amount of speed can compare to a bullet. The bullet went straight through his arm and blood poured out. Do it! As soon as Scar's minions saw that their boss had been taken out by them, each of them went crazy and desperately rushed towards Old Black's trio. At this point, Old Black doesn't need to do anything. Just these 10 or so punks, Old Wu and Old Su are enough. And on the road not far from the factory, Zhu Fei stepped on the gas and was coming this way. When the shot was heard, a heartbeat later. What's going on? Why is someone shooting? Chapter 22, Sorry I'm late. A few minutes later. Inside the old factory, several bodies lay strewn about. And Old Wu and Old Su both shook their wrists and threw the blood-stained machete aside. Old Black, on the other hand, stepped forward with an aggrieved look on his face. I've told you that I can't carry it with this small body, but you don't believe me. If I come down alone, you two will have to collect my corpse. Old Wu glanced at him, no bragging or good friends. Alright, Old Su, take that woman with you and go back to turn in your mission. And Su Li, who was tied to the stool, her delicate body was trembling slightly. The gunshot that had just been fired had really startled her. The air was thick with that heavy scent of blood, and it made her stomach roll even more. As a pharmaceutical researcher, I'm sensitive to the smell of blood. Let's go, don't stall. This place should be discovered soon. Old Black spoke up as well. Just as Old Sue was walking towards Su Li, a sharp sound of brakes sounded. The three of them turned around and looked towards the door, and at some point, Chu Fei was already standing at the door. Looking at the bodies on the ground, his face sank. Looking at the three again, his mind was filled with confusion. What's going on? What the hell just happened? And the moment he saw Chu Fei, Old Wu's face changed. It's him! It was clear to him that this man was the one who had found him last time. I didn't realize that the other side was coming too. You guys, who are you? As he spoke, Chu Fei approached towards the three people step by step. Old Wu also calmed down at this moment, his face somewhat gloomy as he looked at Chu Fei. Brother! This has nothing to do with you. Let us go, and whatever terms you want just ask. He knew very well the strength of the man in front of him. The other party was nothing more than a bodyguard beside this woman. As long as he was given enough conditions, it was entirely possible to make the other side turn against him. Fighting hard is not a good option. After all, the three together were not necessarily his opponents. Yes? Do you realize that she is the one I have to protect? As for Old Su, who was beside Su Li, his eyes narrowed slightly. Brother, I know that you have unusual strength. But I don't think you're going to watch this woman die in front of you, are you? At some point, Old Su had an additional dagger in his hand, which was pressed against Su Li's neck. The sharp blade cut through Su Li's snow-white neck, and a trace of blood slowly flowed out. As long as Chu Fei dared to move, he would slice open Su Li's aorta without hesitation. Chu Fei stopped his steps and looked at the three people in front of him with an icy gaze. Who do you work for? These people, you killed them, didn't you? He's weird, too. It looks like the people who were killed were not an organization at all like these three. Moreover, the target of these three people was not themselves, but Su Li. As for these people who were killed, the target may have been themselves. Just then, his mind suddenly thought of what he and Su Li had met on the street earlier. That sudden sense of crisis might have been brought on by the three people in front of him. And the other party's target was Su Li, not himself. As for the person who kidnapped Su Li, the target was himself. Yes. But we don't know them well. It's just that they kidnapped someone we wanted, and when they wouldn't give it to us, we had to do it. You're a little late. Old Wu took a deep breath, and his hand was already touching the position at his waist. Although he hadn't exchanged hands, from the aura on this guy in front of him, he knew that the other party was definitely not a good person. As expected, after listening to the other party's words, Chu Fei had already guessed the outcome. Between these two parties, there should be a farce. But that's good, at least it helped solve some of his problems. He watched as the other man reached for his waist and his face grew heavy. In the hands of the other side, there must be a gun. With such a short distance, even if he could dodge, Su Li was still in their hands. Once he did it himself, Su Li's life would be in danger. 3. Talk. I'll double whatever price the people behind you are paying you. The only option now was to stabilize these three and look for an opportunity to strike. Old Wu laughed, but didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Dude's kidding. Money is not important to us. As you know, the most important thing in mixing our business is credibility. If we lose our credibility, we won't even be approached to take orders next time. So, brother, you'd better go. Old Wu's words caused Chu Fei's eyes to turn completely cold, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from him. That is, there's no talk. Feeling the terrifying killing intent from Chu Fei's body, Old Wu's three people's faces changed drastically. This guy. Extraordinary. This was definitely a strong person who had come out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Baptized in blood and fire. Could never have done this without a decade or 8. The three of them, they'd kind of been working together for 5 or 6 years. However, even the three together could not compare to the man in front of him. Dude, come on. Do you want to watch her die? Old Su spoke up. The dagger in his hand moved closer to Su Li's neck. Blood flowing slowly down the blade. Seek death. Chu Fei was completely enraged. A stone flew out of his hand as he raised it. Whoosh! The stone flew like a bullet towards Old Su's wrist. Lao Su subconsciously had to do it, but he was too slow. Put! The stone pierced his wrist and the dagger fell to the ground with it. Old Wu and Old Black's eyes were ruthless as they raised their hands and pulled out the guns on their belts to fire at Chu Fei. Bang bang bang. Several shots in a row. However, they were all easily dodged by Chu Fei. With a roll, he appeared in front of Old Su. Go! Old Wu and Old Black knew the terror of Chu Fei. As for Old Su, they couldn't care less. With that hand just now, Old Sui's life will probably be thrown away here. The two of them hurriedly ran wildly towards the outside, not even daring to turn back. 2 minutes later, Chuffy let out a sigh of relief from slowly removing Su Li's blindfold. The latter had long been teary-eyed and her body couldn't stop trembling lightly. Sorry, I'm late. Chuffy was full of apologies. If it wasn't because of himself, Su Li wouldn't be in such danger. Su Li reached out and held Chu Fei tightly, not daring to let go for a moment. Chapter 23 Anger from Chu Fei. 2 hours later. Chu Fei brought Su Li back to the villa. The events of today had given her quite a scare. When I got home, I laid down on my bed and rested. And Chu Fei was in the living room, his face full of gloom. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call to Chu Kai. Find out? Chu Kai took a deep breath. Young master, things are a bit troublesome. It's not insurmountable, though. Hearing this, Chu Fei frowned. How? 2 groups, different goals. One was directed at himself, and the other was directed at Su Li. There was an oops and a big fight between the 2 sides. Young master, the 2 groups of people, the one targeting you, we've already found out that they're people under Lu Sui's hand from the Zhao group. It's probably because of what happened before, that's why I thought of kidnapping Miss Su and threatening you. As for the other group, the identity of the other party is a bit complicated. To put it simply, the other party is targeting Miss Su, but the other party's place of origin is not Daxia, but someone who came back from the South Tower. As for who exactly the other guy works for, we're still in the process of tracking him down. At those words, Chu Fei's brows furrowed. It was no wonder that when he fought with these people, he felt that this was no ordinary opponent. I can't believe the guys who came back from the South Tower. That part of Nantucket is in a constant state of war. Dead people happened almost every moment, and Chu Fei had been on a mission over there. The mission is not very difficult, but the guys you meet are ruthless people who don't want to die. I know. Keep me posted. As for the Zhao family's side, you step in and settle it. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Gently walking to the door of Su Li's room, he pushed it open and looked at the sleeping Su Li. A ray of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Mentally muttering, sorry, not next time. At this moment, in the Zhao family's villa. When Lu Sui received the news from his men, his face instantly turned white. What did you say? Scar and the others are all dead. How is that possible? Scar is the best fierce general under her hand, and a practiced one at that. It was no problem at all for one person to fight 5, and a dagger could play tricks on his hands. Moreover, together with more than a dozen minions, they actually couldn't take down a tiny bodyguard. Big sister, it's true. It's also alarmed the bigwigs at the station, and it's being pursued now. At those words, Lu Sui's face became a bit ugly. I know. I'll make a credit to your account later, and for the time being, it's best if you don't show your faces until the wind is out of your sails. Hanging up the phone, Lu Sui sat on his butt on the sofa and looked at the ceiling helplessly. Just in time, Zhao Wei came out of his room. Just got off the phone with someone from the company to ascertain recent company developments. Seeing his wife looking like that, he couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Lu Sui shook his head, failed. By that guy to save the people away, and? My people are dead, the people above have already begun to trace. Hearing this, Zhao Wei's face changed slightly. How? Is that kid made of iron? As I recall, didn't that Scar under you have Blackfire in his hand? A so-called Blackfire is a gun bought through special means. To have a gun in your hand and still be taken out by the other side, that's completely impossible. I'm not sure, but it is what it is. I've asked my men to hide it, it shouldn't be able to be traced back to us anytime soon. Just as the 2 men were conferring, the urgent sound of a phone call interrupted their conversation. Answering the phone, Zhao Wei was a little disgruntled. Name one reason I'm not mad. He'd only just ended the call with the company secretary, and he didn't expect this to call again. Chairman, something has happened. Mr. Jiang brought people to seize our factory, and he also took away the general manager, the CEO, and them, saying that he wanted them to cooperate with the investigation. The reason is that our group is suspected of violating other people's property, using illegal means to conduct commercial wars, and that the products we produce have hazardous substances. Like a bolt from the blue, it made Zhao Wei not come back to his senses for a long time. It was a long time before he spoke. He didn't say how long the seizure would take. Given the size of the group now, a one-day work stoppage would cost the group at least tens of millions of dollars. That doesn't even include working with major companies, and if you go overtime, you'll have to pay liquidated damages on your end. No, just that it will be unsealed after it's checked out. Zhao Wei sat on his butt on the sofa, completely confused. He hadn't expected that to happen. Is this a retaliation against the Zhao family? But, the Su family has such ability to be able to command Jiangning? He doesn't believe it. However, this is just the beginning. I had just finished a phone call with my secretary when I received another call from the president of another company. Dong Zhao, sorry to bother you. I think that the cooperation with your group may have to be terminated. Don't worry, we will pay the default payment as usual. Before Zhao Wei had a chance to speak, the other party had already hung up. Phone call after phone call caught Zhao Wei off guard. For every phone call, it was a company terminating a contract. Even, not giving him any chance to ask. All the way to the last call. Lao Zhao, you've gotten into big trouble this time. Hey! On the other end of the phone, it was Zhao Wei's old friend, the chairman of the In Group. The two sides have sort of worked together for many years and have a good personal relationship. Old and, can you tell me more about it? I don't know who I've messed with to bring such a big impact on my Zhao group, even Jiangning has turned on me. Zhao Wei didn't understand that a character like Jiangning would make a move on himself, so how powerful of a background must the person he messed with have? Lao Zhao, honestly, I'm not sure. But the people above have put the word out that no company is allowed to cooperate with you in the entire Jiangnan city. All companies you have a partnership with must cancel their contracts within 3 days or suffer the consequences. As you know, when the big shots up there speak up, we, the little people, can only do as we're told. When these words fell on Zhao Wei's ears, the entire person was as if he had aged a few dozen years. He had worked so hard to bring the Zhao group to this point, but he was still no match for the words of those big shots. It's not even clear yet what they've provoked. Thanks, I know. It was only after hanging up the phone that Zhao Wei sat down on the stool with a disoriented look on his face. Zhao group, is it really over? The heart and soul of what you've built up, and it's just gone. Just then, the butler came into the hall. Master, there are a few people outside, and the leader says he wants to talk to you. By the looks of it, it should be an official. Chapter 24, You Don't Deserve to Know. An official? Zhao Wei and Lu Sui both looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao's group had just been subjected to pressure from the officials, and now only a few short minutes later, the officials were coming to the door, which was a little too fast. It's just that it's a blessing that can't be avoided. Now it was just a matter of praying that the other party wouldn't lay their hands on the Zhao group, or else they'd never have a chance to turn around again. Please. Zhao Wei waved his hand, signaling for the butler to hurry and pick up the people. 2 minutes later, Chu Kai brought Jiang Ning to the villa. The moment he saw Jiang Ning, Zhao Wei's face became a bit ugly. So it's Mr. Jiang, please have a seat. Only, Jiang Ning didn't reply. Instead, he invited Chu Kai to sit down with both hands. It was only at this time that Zhao Wei noticed this somewhat elderly-looking old man beside Jiang Ning. To be able to make Jiang Ning, the number one person in Jiangnan City, invite him to sit with both hands, the other party's origin was afraid to be incredibly large. Lu Sui wasn't a small person, and when he saw this action, he was instantly filled with pallor. Mr. Jiang, this is... Zhao Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and softly inquired. It was definitely not a good thing for such a big man to show up at his own house. Jiang Ning just gave him a faint look. You're not qualified to know. One sentence directly let Zhao Wei prepared to pat the horse slippery words, all swallowed into the stomach. Chu Kai sat on the sofa, while Jiang Ning stood on the side, completely lacking the authority of a number one figure. I wonder what this gentleman has come to see me about? Where did the little man provoke your lordship? Zhao Wei's face was so tense that he didn't dare to speak aloud. Chu Kai crossed his legs and took a cigarette out of his pocket. Seeing this, Jiang Ning hurriedly took out a lighter and lit it for Chu Kai. This image, falling in the eyes of Zhao Wei and Lu Sui, was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. The number one guy offering to light someone's cigarette? Then the other party's head must be scared to death? Zhao Wei didn't have the slightest desire to know where this mysterious man came from anymore. Even if you know, what's the point? Could it be that you still dare to make a move against a character of this caliber? That's a total death wish. You're the chairman of the Zhao group, Zhao Wei, right? Jiang Ning didn't sit down, so naturally Zhao Wei didn't dare to sit down either. All that could be done was to stand aside and nod. Yes. The villain is the chairman of the Zhao group. Chu Kai took a deep breath of the cigarette, the smoke slowly exhaling. All right. And I'm here today to take care of a simple little matter. What's in front of you now? There are two choices. I'll give you $10 million, I want all the shares of the Zhao group, and you and the rest of the Zhao family are never allowed to appear in Jiangnan. The second option is to go to jail for 20 or 30 years, which is not much. Choose. The two choices directly made Zhao Wei freeze in place. $10 million? As far as the current Zhao group was concerned, even if all the companies stopped working with him, even if it was sold, it would be worth at least $3 billion or more. $10 million and you want to buy the whole Zhao group? What a joke. As for the second option, Zhao Wei didn't even think about it. I wonder, my lord, what have I done to provoke you? If there is anything that the little man has done wrong, you say so, and the little man will definitely make amends and apologize to you. But isn't it a bit too much for you to ask the villain to sell off the entire Zhao group's shares at a price of $10 million? Two choices, neither of which he chose. He fought tooth and nail to get Zhao's group to this point. A mere $10 million, he wouldn't even look at it. Jiang Ning, who was on the side, shook his head. Dong Zhao, there are some things that are not for you to get involved in. Chu Kai raised his hand, signaling for Jiang Ning to keep quiet. Jiang Ning shut up immediately. A bit talkative in his own right. Looks like Dong Zhao is not happy? Tell you what, $5 million, and if you don't want it, then you can go to jail. As he spoke, Chu Kai beckoned. Jiang Ning immediately understood, and from the file bag on the side, he took out a stack of information and threw it on the table. Zhao Wei hastily picked up the documents on the table to take a look. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, after reading it, your face is full of misery. Lu Sui, who was on the side, also couldn't help but pick it up and take a look at it, and this time, the whole person froze in place. It was a document full of all the bad things the two had done. The president of a company, who refused to be partnered with the Zhao group and later jumped to his death due to depression. The general manager of a company, who had an altercation with Zhao Wei at a banquet, was later found to have committed suicide at home. Something like that, a whole 24 or so. And on the next page, the exploits of the two men who directed their men. Plainly, not a word was missed. Zhao Wei sat on his butt on the sofa. A lot of things had been over a decade long. However, it was not expected that the other party would have such a great ability to dig it out. With this, it's enough, isn't it? Dong Zhao, there's no time to lose. I brought the contract. If you're willing, you can sign it now. If you don't want to, this document, give it to Xiao Jiang. Chu Kai had a smile on his face, but underneath that smile, anyone knew what it represented. Just these things on here are enough to condemn the two to death 1,000,000 times over. I sign. How could Zhao Wei not have thought that he, who was supposed to be on a green cloud, would actually end up in such a situation because of a small matter? When the contract was signed, Zhao Wei was as if he had aged 10 years, and his entire body sat on the sofa breathlessly. This lord, can you tell me what I've done to provoke you? He didn't understand. He himself had only targeted Su Li and that tiny bodyguard beside her. Even if the Su family had heavenly abilities, they wouldn't have found such a big shot to stand up for them. As for the little bodyguard, even less so. You messed with the wrong people. Like Suri. I don't suppose you're a stranger? Suri? Zhao Wei let out a miserable laugh. He kind of got it. Just because you kidnapped Suri, did you cause the current consequences? The little man knows. Chu Kai pressed out his cigarette before getting up. Pack up and get out. From now on, there will be no place for you in Jiangnan. Remember, dare to take half a step into Jiangnan and I'll make you eat a gun. The words fell, and only then did he leave with Jiang Ning. The husband and wife, Zhao Wei and Lu Sui, looked at each other and both saw the misery in the other's eyes. No one expected that an enterprise as powerful as the Zhao family would disappear overnight. The entire city of Jiangnan are rumored that the Zhao family has provoked an extremely terrifying big man. Chapter 25 Zhao's group renamed Truman took a day off. It wasn't until the next morning that Suli came out of her room in a bit of a trance. Chuffy tied his apron and made breakfast. Seeing Suri standing in the hallway, he waved. Awake? I've cooked you some pumpkin porridge, so hurry up and go wash up and eat. Suli obediently changed into her clothes and washed up before coming downstairs. The sweet pumpkin porridge was warm and relaxed her still somewhat tense heart. A pair of beautiful eyes just looked at Chu Fei, who was drinking kanji and eating buns across the street. Noticing her gaze, Chu Fei stopped his hand movements. What? I've got flowers on my face, huh? Suli pursed her lips and smiled lightly. No, suddenly I feel that you are quite handsome. For a moment just now, she felt that Chu Fei was a man worth relying on. But the feeling disappeared in a flash at the thought of seeing him so close to another woman upstairs at the office earlier. Wasn't I handsome before? Just kidding. The women who want to chase me are enough to go around Jiangnan. Chu Fei boasted shamelessly. In fact, with Chu Fei's identity, there were many women who wanted to marry him. But he wasn't a casual person, and naturally he wouldn't marry just any woman. Suli blanked her, drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge, suddenly opened his mouth to inquire, last time in the company downstairs, the girl who drove a Ferrari, is your girlfriend, ah? Just after asking, she regretted it. One is not who he is, so why ask the question? No. Chu Fei shook his head very firmly. Girlfriend? Growing up, he hadn't had anything like a girlfriend. Women, it only affects how fast you can draw your own sword. It really isn't, is it? Suli was suddenly a bit happy, and there was a bit more excitement in her tone. What? Is it hard to believe you want to be my girlfriend? Chu Fei hemmed and hawed, but was greeted with a blank stare from Suli. Dream on. Even if you were the only man left in the world, I wouldn't choose you. Although he said so, Suli felt that he didn't even need to wait until that time. I'm afraid that he had already been taken down by this guy. Cut. If I were the only man left in the world, do you think I'd choose you? A sentence that almost made Suli's mouthful of porridge spray out of her mouth. Nice guy. You. Chuffy laughed out loud. At your level, you still want to talk to me? Eat your porridge. After breakfast, Suli subconsciously had to go to the company to take a look. The Zhao Group's suppression is too heavy now, and since he was kidnapped yesterday, the $2 billion investor must have a belly full of fire when he saw that he had missed his appointment. In case the other party doesn't invest anymore, then Koyo is really screwed. But Chu Fei said on the side, today is Saturday, not working, what are you doing at the company? Working overtime? It was at this time that Suli remembered that today was Saturday. There's been so much angst that I actually forgot it was Saturday. Okay. Suli's face was more than a little sad. Taking out his cell phone, he swiped through the recent news. Upon seeing a news item, the entire group froze in place. It took a long time to scream out. Ah! Something's wrong. Chu Fei was cleaning the dishes in the kitchen, and when he heard this scream from her, he rushed out. What's the madness in the morning? But Suli was full of surprise as she handed her cell phone over to Chu Fei. Above a news clearly written, Zhao's group full liquidation, was mysterious Big Brother took over, renamed, out the door, the specific takeover price is not known. As far as this news is concerned, the Zhous have changed hands now. In other words, the Zhao group is not under the control of Zhao Wei at all. Koyo, then, has every chance. I thought it was something, that's all? Wasting my time washing dishes, really? Chu Fei gave a somewhat disdainful reply back. In fact, he had received a call from Chu Kai yesterday afternoon. Zhao's group had been taken over by him, and Chu Fei was the new chairman of Zhao's group with absolute control. 95% of the shares were in Chu Fei's hands, and the rest of those shares were in the hands of some retail shareholders. However, he doesn't have time to run a company right now. So it was given to Chu Kai to find someone from the family to manage the Zhao group. And renamed Zhou's group to Truman. This is great for our company. With Zhao's group gone, there's no more pressure on us at Koyo. This way, our research can continue again. Suli couldn't mention how happy she was, her beautiful eyes narrowed. Chuffy smiled and didn't say anything, this stupid. Go! Today my sister is happy, I'll take you out shopping. You've been here for so long in those 2 outfits, so sister will dress you up today. In fact, Chu Fei didn't have any requirements for what he wore on his body. Simple, fit is enough. Whether it looks good or not is another matter. Chu Fei was 10,000 times less than happy. Shopping. How many guys like shopping? But for the sake of the safety, he still had to follow, as a bag-carrying minion. Meanwhile, in a room at a small inn that didn't require registration. Have you figured out how to explain it to ye? It was Old Black who spoke. On his arm, a bandage was wrapped around it, and his face was a little pale. This mission operation failed and Lao Su even died, designated to be reprimanded by the organization. Tell it like it is. Old Wu's face was extraordinarily grim. In fact, he hadn't expected that the bodyguard beside that woman was so powerful. I can't believe I was able to save that woman from them. Moreover, the difference in strength between the two sides was not at all at the same level. The other party was like a strong man with a big knife, while the three of them were nothing more than children who had just begun to walk. It'll have to do. However, I'm wondering how the other party could come to protect such a woman when they are so strong. I've looked into this woman's profile, it's just the president of a small company. How can there be money to hire such a master? Old Black was full of confusion. From the information they were given, plus their own investigations. This woman doesn't look like she has a background in any way. How do I know? After this, that guy definitely won't move an inch, so there's basically no chance of trying to act again. Also, the bug we put in this woman's house should have been found by him as well. Both men looked at each other and were silent. Only after a long time did Old Wu speak. I'll explain it to ye. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, ye? A man's somewhat hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. Is it done? Old Wu pressed his voice, the mission failed. Chapter 26 Bodyguard Model? In the middle of a busy shopping street. How about this set? Suli was picking out fitting clothes for Chu Fei. Blue suit, white shirt, and a blue tie. Not bad. Chu Fei really didn't have the energy to accompany this in shopping. It's been a couple hours, and it's still hanging out here. I carried 7 or 8 sets of clothes in a big bag by myself, and all of them were my own. Even changing a set a day isn't that fast. No vision. This dress doesn't fit you. Suli put the clothes back to their original position again. That's almost enough, right? So many clothes, enough to wear. Chu Fei felt that even if he were to let himself go to the battlefield to fight and kill the enemy, it would not be this hard. Shopping with a woman is torture. It takes an hour or two to pick out an outfit. All right. Then let's go home. Suli saw the 7 or 8 sets of clothes that Chu Fei was carrying in his hand and didn't think that she had actually bought him so many. It was the first time she had ever bought clothes for a man. The two had just returned to the car when they received a call from Fong Chang. My dear Mr. Su, it's Saturday, why don't you come over to my company and have some fun? After a few days of rest, Fong Ching's mood was always a little better. Yes. Shafi and I are shopping. Just finished shopping, coming over now. It was hard to relax for once, so Suli didn't want to go home so soon. Turn around and go to supermodel. Chu Fei's heart is so depressed, can't you stay at home properly? You have to go out. What's the fun in that? But who made Suri the boss? So then, drove the car to the downstairs of Fong Qing's company. The receptionist girl at the door was no stranger to Suli, Mr. Su. Aha! Your Mr. Fong is upstairs, isn't he? The receptionist girl nodded, yes, in the office. Suli led Chu Fei straight to Fong Qing's office. At this moment, inside Fong Qing's office. What? Zhang Yu. You're quitting? Am I not treating you well enough? Fong Qing looked at the male model Zhang Yu in front of her with a face full of confusion. It's one of the more prestigious companies in his own company, with salaries reaching 6 figures a month. However, I didn't expect him to resign. Seeing that the shooting will start soon, if she quits now, where will she find someone to replace her? Mr. Fong, I'm really sorry. I'll take this month's paycheck, and I'm putting down this resignation. Actually, I'll be honest with you, some big company paid a high price to have me there. As you know, when you come out to hang out, it's all about money, and I'll hang out with whoever pays more. So, sorry about that. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he turned around and was about to walk towards the outside of the office. Just in time, Suli and Chu Fei happened to push the door in. Bang! The thick glass door slammed hard against Zhang Yu's nose. Ah! In an instant, the nose bleeds. A small bit of blood bubbled up from an additional not-so-long bruise on his nose. Zhang Yu squatted on the ground, covering his nose with tears in his eyes. Who? No eyes? Su Li and Xu Fei walked into the house and looked at Zhang Yu, who had been hit on the nose. Sorry about that. Chang, I bumped into you, are you alright? Only then did Zhang Yu raise his head and look at the near-perfect Su Li in front of him. Rubbing his nose vigorously, he pulled off a few sheets of toilet paper from Fong Qing's desk and wiped the nosebleed. So it's Mr. Su. I'm fine, so I'll just go. Zhang Yu had never even thought of getting involved with a character of Su Li's caliber, let alone compensating for it. Even though he was a relatively famous model in Jiangnan City, the other party was the boss of a large company. Wouldn't it take a minute to get him? Zhang Yu, won't you think about it? Fong Qing rushed at Zhang Yu's departing back. But the latter pressed on and simply walked away. What's wrong? Seeing that Fong Qing's face was a bit off, Su Li walked forward and wrapped her arms around Fong Qing's neck. Don't mention it. I suspect that Zhang Yu was robbed by my ex-boyfriend's company. I only recently heard that he actually started a joint modeling agency with another woman and has already poached quite a few people from me. Fong Chang was filled with depression. Break up with the ex-boyfriend even, I did not expect the other side actually come to dig the wall. And the price offered was quite a bit higher than the price offered by his own side. Many people can't resist the temptation to take the plunge and go to their ex-boyfriend's company. When Su Li heard this, she was filled with anger. It's too much. Breaking up is breaking up, and digging your heels in. The next time we meet, I'm going to have to beat him up. After saying that, she also raised her own little pink fist viciously. Fong Qing was filled with depression and pulled Su Li's hand. Say, I'm about to start a photo shoot here, my clothes are ready, where to find someone? Xu Fei sat on the sofa and swiped his cell phone in boredom. Suddenly, he felt two unkind gazes fall on him. Looking up, Su Li and Fong Qing were staring straight at themselves. What are you looking at me like that for? I've got flowers on my face, huh? Fong Qing's eyes glowed. In fact, Xu Fei was not at all bad compared to Zhang Yu. Whether it's the body, or the looks. With a little makeup and dressing up, you're definitely a pop-up model. Xu the handsome, a favor? Xu Fei was filled with doubt, what favor? The two of them, Su Li and Fong Qing, glanced at each other, got up and set up Xu Fei and headed towards the dressing room. Half an hour later. When Xu Fei came out of the dressing room, he was already a different person. The flowing hair, the trendy clothes, the muscles all over his body in a perfect streamlined shape. As soon as he came out, the eyes of a number of modeling little Hunans outside the door went straight. Whoa! Is this the new model from our agency? Much more handsome than Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu is a scumbag, how can he compare to this new handsome guy? Even Su Li and Fong Qing's gazes towards Xu Fei had a few more points of surprise in them. Unexpectedly, when Xu Fei dressed up, he was completely a type of man. Fong Chang raised her hand and gently patted Su Li's arched buttocks. Good sister, how about letting him to me? Anyway, he is the bodyguard beside you, let him be my boyfriend, he definitely won't suffer. Su Li exploded at the sound of it. Who's your sister? There's no talking about it. It's not easy for my old lady to find such a bodyguard, I don't want to be arched by a pig. Fong Qing froze for 3 seconds before reacting. You're the pig. The two women were playing around while Xu Fei was darkening his face. His own good king of the one-man army was just being modeled? It was not easy for the two to end their banter, and Fong Qing walked up with a smile on her face. I can't believe that Xu the handsome boy is really handsome. A high roller would be talking about someone like you. Right. As she spoke, Fong Qing reached out and fiercely pinched Xu Fei's butt. Chapter 27, Targeting Su Li. Coming out of Fong Qing's modeling agency, Xu Fei's entire face was black. Don't ask. To ask is to be slimed from start to finish. He didn't understand why a bunch of little girls cared so much about a brown guy like himself. Even if you're mooching, you go straight for it. Is a person's looks that important? He admits he's good looking, but it's not his fault. What are you thinking? Drive home. Su Li's face wasn't any better. Xu Fei was being mooched by a group of little girls. She could only watch, she couldn't keep them from doing it. Help Xu Fei change his clothes and take the opportunity to touch this and that. Even though I was the first one to eat the crab, I was so drunk that night that I don't remember feeling anything at all. If I had to say one thing about the feeling, it would be one word: pain. Yo! The big boss is pissed? Jealous, huh? Chuffy started the car and flirted. Not to mention, in the past 2 days, he did realize that Suli always liked to be jealous. Ever since meeting Wang Xia, this girl has been watching herself very closely, and when she gets too close to girls, this girl gets angry. Even her bestie Fong Qing. Who's jealous? Sick. I'm not. Suli had a hard mouth and inclined her head to ignore Chu Fei's flirting. Chu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. Women were such trouble. Back at the villa, it was already afternoon. After a day of shopping, Suli had long been sleepy and went back to her room to rest. And Chuffy was sitting in the living room, playing with his cell phone. It's not a sleep thing yet. He was just about to make a call to Chu Kai to ask if he had found out about the originator who had targeted Suli. But I didn't expect that Chu Kai would be the first to call. Have you rested, young master? Chu Kai inquired in a low voice. Not yet. Any news? Chu Fei leaned on the sofa and waited for Chu Kai's answer. Yes. But this matter is not good for us to interfere. At those words, Chu Kai frowned slightly. It's not a good idea to intervene? Could it be that the organization targeting Suli is coming from a very big place? It shouldn't. His own family's power was spread all over the country. Even if the other party was from a bigger source, he still had a certain strength to be able to intervene, didn't he? Talk. Chu Kai took a deep breath and slowly explained. Young master. After our intelligence organization's investigation, we found out that the one you solved was from the military department. And the other party, who came back to the building by special order. The reason for targeting Ms. Su was most likely for that latest drug that Ms. Su has researched. Young master, I don't quite understand what exactly Ms. Su's company is working on that can actually attract the attention of the military department. Chu Kai was confused. The drugs researched by the small Koyo company are at most some common effective drugs or drugs for some special diseases. But could draw the attention of the War Department and get right down to it. He didn't dare to guess what kind of stuff Suri's company was working on. From the War Department? No way. I have a certain amount of intelligence in the Ministry of War. If the other side had made such a big move, I would not know about it? Chu Fei was also puzzled. One's status in the military department can be said to be under one person and above 10,000 people. Though many of the tasks don't need to be agreed. There's been a little incident, ask you. Any movement on the military side? Apparently, Xiao Yu froze. It took a few seconds of thought to come back to me. No. We've all been off duty lately, resting in camp. Fei, what happened that you had to call and ask personally? Xiao Yu is a special intelligence organization under Chu Fei's hand. This includes, but is not limited to, military departments, foreign countries, etc. Nothing. The War Department hasn't moved at all lately? He was a little less convinced. If there was no action at all, then how could the people targeting Suli be from the military department? Saying no doesn't count. Before, on Yi Ao's side, it seems like something happened, but he didn't use the military department. And we didn't keep tracking after that. Fei, what's going on? Chu Fei's face was ice cold. Yi Ao. Being on the same level as him. Whether it's status aka strength. And, when he was in the military department himself, this guy was quite a little bit more than that. However, this matter, whether it has anything to do with him or not, Chu Fei is not yet sure. If it had anything to do with him, Chu Fei didn't mind flipping him off. I know. Watch Yi Ao's side more often these days and see. If you have any news, contact me directly. Hanging up the phone, Chuffy frowned. Looks like it's time to find Suri and ask what kind of the S company is working on. If it was a biochemical drug, then it was no wonder Suli was targeted. After all, this kind of thing, without the permission of the state, private individuals are prohibited from researching it, and once it is discovered, it is a big matter of losing one's head. If not, then it could only mean that someone was deliberately targeting Suli. It was just that targeting Suli, a small company owner, was a little too careful. Actually, Chu Fei thought of one more possibility. That's who Suri is. Nothing is known about the identity of Suri's family other than the president of the company. It is very likely that the other party is not targeting Suli, but the person behind Suli. Chapter 28: The Secrets of Koyo Corporation. The next day. Well. Come on. Downstairs, Chu Fei was waiting for Suli. It's the weekend and Suri is going home for a family dinner. Just in time, Chuffy followed her and went to meet her family. Having followed Su Li for some time, he hadn't seen anyone else from Su Li's family except for Su Wu's. Rush what? Don't you know that women are slow to put on makeup? Su Li came out from the dressing room, wearing a simple white knee-length skirt, with a small jacket on top. With that makeup, it was a look of a big girl. Go! The two drove and headed towards another villa area in the city. Car. Ask you a question. Chu Fei drove the car and opened his mouth to inquire. You say. Su Li sat on the co-pilot, looking at her makeup in the makeup mirror, somewhat dissatisfied, and was tending to it. Tell me honestly, what is the latest drug your company is working on? At these words, Su Li stopped her hand movements. Eyes fixed on him for a long time. If you hadn't been here so long, I'd suspect you were a mole sent by someone else. Specialized in spying on my company. For the company's latest drug, it's confidential. He had spoken to Chu Fei himself before, and for him to ask now, it was obvious that there was something wrong. Do you know why you were kidnapped? Chu Fei spoke out of turn. Su Li's eyebrows furrowed, and there was some incomprehension in her gaze towards him. Chu Fei had told her before that her kidnapping was the Zhao family's move. The reason why she was kidnapped was probably for a company secret. But now, Chu Fei was talking about this topic again, making her feel a hint of something unusual. What do you mean? Chu Fei gazed at the red light in front of him and slammed on the brakes. It doesn't mean anything. You're being targeted, most likely for your company's secrets. The people who are targeting you are not the Chos. And now, Zhou has changed. Do you understand me? At those words, Su Li was silent. It was totally unexpected that Zhao's group changed its name for someone else. Good for Koyo. But in Chuffy's mouth, it was clear that this was still a conspiracy against himself. Do you really want to know about the drugs our company is working on? I can tell you, but you can't tell. You swear. Suri was well aware of the value of the company's latest research. But for Chu Fei, she didn't intend to keep it either. Even if Chu Fei knew, she was confident that the other party would not say anything. Wait a minute, let me guess. Your company, what you're researching wouldn't be some kind of biochemical virus thing, would it? If that's the case, then I'm interested. In fact, Chu Fei's words were completely intentional. The reason why he said that was to see how Su Li behaved. If her expression showed anything unusual, she could see it herself. Are you kidding me? I'm not some terrorist, why would I study that kind of stuff? Su Li gave him a fierce blank look. Seeing her behavior, Chu Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was a good thing the girl hadn't studied that stuff, or she would have had a hard time keeping her to herself. In fact, our company has been working on drugs that increase the number of telomerase splits in the human body. This is the kind of thing that is an experiment for the whole world, because no company has been able to work on this kind of thing yet. Chu Fei didn't know anything about this area and could only look at her with a confused face. Seeing that she didn't understand, Su Li began to explain again. Quite simply, with the current universal life expectancy, the average reaches over 80 years. The human body's telomerase substance, which divides up to 26 times, can reach a lifespan of 80 years or more. Once I've succeeded in my research, if I give people an increase in the number of telomerase splits to 30 or more, then people are able to live 100 years or more. Also, this drug that I'm working on is able to fight certain viruses, like cancer cells. Hearing those words, the shock in Chu Fei's heart could not even be expressed in words. Isn't that a life-extending drug? I'm afraid the world will go crazy if this thing is researched. It is important to realize that people are born, grow old and die without control. And once something can change a person's lifespan, whoever it is will want to live longer, right? Now he could sort of understand why someone would target Su Li. Because this thing she's working on, it's horrible. Once in control, it's pretty much a pinch on the neck of every rich person in the world. What rich person doesn't want to live longer? It wasn't hard to imagine that when this kind of thing was researched, the value of a single drug, tens of millions or even over $100 million was not a problem at all. So why I said this stuff is classified, now do you understand? Su Li was also nervous in her heart. It is anyone's guess as to what changes the appearance of such a thing will bring to the world. Provided that she is able to research it. You're a real tiger lady. You dare to study this thing, you are worthy of being a ruthless man. Chu Fei grinned, not even knowing what to say. While the two of them were talking, they had already arrived at the Tianhao Villa area. In front of a luxurious villa, Xu Fei parked his car in the parking space. Go! Walked to the door and knocked. The door opened and Su Wu was standing in the doorway. Seeing Xu Fei behind Su Li, he frowned slightly, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. However, not much was said. Come in. Your mom's still cooking, keep your grandma company. When he finished, he motioned for the two men to enter the house. Xu Fei followed Su Li into the hall. Inside the house, besides Su Wu, there was also an old woman in her 70s, she was Su Li's grandmother, Jiang Taiying. Crutches in his hands, his hair long gray. Some wrinkles on the face, although it looks a little pale, but still can be seen, when young is also a sign of beauty. It was no wonder that Su Li was so beautiful. Good granddaughter, it's been so long and you didn't come to see grandma. Su Li put down her bag and sat beside Kong Tae-young, taking her arm. Grandma, I'm here, aren't I? Su Wu frowned slightly, and there was some change in the way he looked at Xu Fei. If it had started with indifference, now there was more than a hint of goodwill. At least, not like before. Yes. I was in the military for 3 years, and then something came up, so I didn't choose to move on. Xu Fei nodded, only he hid his time. One has spent far more than 3 years in the military department. He just didn't want the Su Wu few to get the wrong idea. What's your name, young man? Jiang Taiying rubbed the tears in his eyes and looked at Xu Fei. Grandma, his name is Xu Fei. The bodyguard I hired. He's so good, he can break boulders with his chest and split bricks with his bare hands. Su Li snickered from the sidelines. Xu Fei had a helpless face. What was all this about? You girl, people have been in the military for 3 years, this is all child's play. Back in your grandfather's day, those were played out a long time ago. A smile appeared on Jiang Taiying's face as he gently rubbed Su Li's head. Xu Fei, right? Not a bad name, I'll call you Fei from now on. No wonder I looked at you pretty good when you came in, so you're from the military too. Jiang Taiying waved his hand, signaling for Xu Fei to sit over. Xu Fei also found it hard to refuse an old man's goodwill and sat beside Jiang Taiying. Fei, your grandfather, his name is Su Jinghua. I don't know if you ever heard that name when you were in the military. Hearing the nanny's reply, Xu Fei pondered for a moment. He had known all the officers, large and small, from the time he himself had entered the War Department until now. According to Grandma, Su Li's grandfather had entered the military department for at least 30 years, and if he hadn't sacrificed his life, he would have at least sat in the position of a major general. However, in his own memory, there were quite a few people in the military with the surname Su, but there was no one called Su Jinghua. Grandma, among the people I know, there are quite a few with the surname Su, but the name you mentioned, I haven't heard of it. And, Grandpa's although old, the strength of the body is not to be blown away. Of the 13 members of the entire dragon team, there were no more than 5 who could walk through 3 rounds in the hands of the master. As for the one who could fight the master, he was the only one. Probably, he's dead. Jiang Taiying lowered his head, a hint of tears in his cloudy eyes. Su Li also grabbed her hand and softly comforted her. Don't be sad, Grandma, Grandpa may not be around anymore, but he must be happy to see you in such good health. Jiang Taiying raised his wrinkled hand, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and smiled. My biggest wish right now is to be able to hold a great-grandson. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Li's face became more than a little shy. Grandma. Jiang Taiying turned his head and placed his gaze on Xu Fei again. Fei, I don't think you're married. Although there was a little bit of rejection in her heart, the old lady had a few good feelings about this kid. That's it. The visitor is a guest. Xiaoli, why don't you know to ask Fei to join you? So old and still doesn't know any better. Zhang Qinglian laughed and cursed, untying her apron and serving dinner to a few people. The family dinner ended with this laughter. It was near nighttime before Su Li and Xu Fei bid farewell to old lady Jiang and the others. Car. Bandit, is it true you spent 3 years in the military? How come I don't know? Su Li looked at him with some curiosity. Shafi had never spoken to her about this before. Do I have to tell you what color panties I'm wearing? When these words came out, Su Li glared at him fiercely. Stinking bandits. All you do all day long is play dirty. Xu Fei thought for a moment and then continued, I'll call my friends in the military department to ask them when I have time and ask them to help look into your grandfather's matter. Maybe, your grandfather is still alive. Speaking of her grandfather, Su Li actually had a few more fantasies in her eyes. Having never met her grandfather, she longed for it as a child when she saw other children with their grandfathers taking them out to play. Aha! If Grandma knew, she'd be happy too. Thank you, Big Bandit. Chapter 30, Being Followed. Every Monday, it's another busy day for the hitters. Suli was no exception, coming to the company early in the morning to start the day's work. As president, she doesn't have a huge workload. It's just that today, in addition to completing some company business, I need to go to the research institute to check on the latest drug research. 9 o'clock in the morning. There was a knock on the door from outside the office. Enter. Suli stopped her hand movements and looked at the secretary who came in. Mr. Su, the president of the Juanhao Group, says he wants to talk to you about cooperation. Chu Fei, who was standing on the side, was slightly stunned. The monarchs? Isn't this Wang Xiyu's company? Can't be, this girl really want to come over the investment, right? Himself, last time, was just one more word. Suli, on the other hand, was filled with surprise, with more than a few moments of incomprehension in her eyes. The Juanhao Group was one of the few neutral enterprises in Jiangnan City, and its volume was not much smaller than the Zhao Group that was once there. Please. And by the way, get the VIP conference room cleaned up and ready for guests. Suli hurriedly got up. The other party took the initiative to come to the door, face must be given. But the secretary's face had a few more points of difficulty. Mr. Su, it's not just the Juanhao Group that came over this time, even the Chumen Group came. It was Su Li's turn to be shocked. After Zhao's group became Truman, there has been little wind. This time, it actually came straight to the door. What's going on with this Truman? She was a little confused as to what this Truman Group was doing in her small company. The other side said. Was trying to talk about cooperation. And the other party clearly stated that the investment amount would not be less than $2 billion. Now, Suli instantly understood. This company that bought out Zhou's group is out the door. And the mysterious investor who wanted to invest in his company before, saying that he was investing $2 billion, was probably someone from the Truman Group. Please. Never mind, I'll go over there myself. After saying that, Suli hurriedly organized her makeup and led Chu Fei downstairs. In the hall downstairs, Chu Kai with two assistants were sitting on the sofa waiting for Chu Fei and Suli. On the other side of the sofa, Wang Xie crossed her long legs and drank the coffee that the little girl at the front desk had just brewed. Beside her, stood a female assistant wearing glasses. But in 2 minutes, Suli and Chu Fei arrived late. Sorry to keep the two old bosses waiting. Why don't we go up to the VIP room? Suli had heard of Wang Xiyu's name and had seen the photo. However, it had never heard of Chu Kai. You can only call two people old bosses. It's Monday, so Mr. Su must be a little busy. It's okay, let's talk in the VIP room. Chu Kai laughed and got up to straighten his suit. Wang Xiyu also got up from the sofa and nodded slightly. Mr. Su, I've heard about you for a long time, and I'm really a great woman today. Suli smiled blandly. Mr. Wang is polite. Mr. Wang is the real woman of the world. In front of Mr. Wang, I am just a small company owner. For some reason, Suli always felt that this Wang Xiyu in front of her looked a bit familiar. But can't recall where I've seen it before. This body, this look. Mr. Su is polite, let's talk in the VIP room. While talking, several people had already gotten on the elevator and arrived at the VIP room on the top floor. In just half an hour, the negotiations had been completed. The Truman Group, investing $2 billion in capital, accounts for 30% of the shares of Kuyao Company. The Juanhao Group invested $800 million for a 12% stake. Excluding the shares in the hands of the two, Kuyao Company was still under Su Li's control. Wang Xie investing $800 million, this was something Chu Fei had not thought of, although last time he had told her to just invest $500 million. I didn't expect to come over this time and invest $800 million directly. Mr. Wang, Mr. Chu. Tonight I will host a banquet for the two honored guests. After being president for a few years, it's important to have that sense. Not to mention, this investment was definitely the biggest she had ever seen. Mr. Su is polite, but then, there is something I need to explain to Mr. Su. I'm just an agent of the company, the chairman hasn't come on board yet. Now, Su Li was all a bit staggered. Investing $2 billion and the chairman doesn't even show up? Wang Xiyu was also a bit curious. What exactly is the origin of this Truman Group, investing $2 billion without blinking an eye? Also, the chairman of the board didn't show up. The fact that he had invested in Koyao Company was entirely due to Chu Fei's face. But privately, he himself has learned about the direction of Koyo in some reports, and feels that the future achievements of this company may not be low. It's just that this Truman Group had just taken over the Zhao Group for a few days and invested $2 billion. To say that the mysterious chairman was not related to Su Li, she did not believe it at all. Mr. Chu is polite, one size fits all. This time I am inviting Mr. Wang and Mr. Chu. When the chairman comes next time, it won't be too late for me to invite them again. Su Li smiled and shook hands with the two men. Chu Kai nodded slightly and smiled without saying anything. How could this little girl not guess that the chairman of the Chu clan was the Chu Fei who was behind her? Before leaving, Wang Xie did not forget to throw a wink at Chu Fei. It seems to say, I've done what you said I would do. Oh. Chu Fei blackened his face, not even knowing how to retort. After the two left, Su Li was greatly pleased. Bandit, you say? What's the Monarch Group investing in us for? The volume of the other party can be fully qualified to be compared to Chu Men investing in this small company of mine. Is she not afraid of losing money? In the office, Su Li was all smiles. Probably looking at the future direction of your company. As for the Chu clan, perhaps they are also looking at this. That's great, so much money, it'll be in the books tomorrow, and the company will have exactly enough to start a new round of expansion. Su Li nodded. This was indeed in her consideration. No more Joes and no more pressure. Expanding the company is a sure thing, but it's still predicated on site selection. Right, pack up and go to the institute. Let's see what the status of recent research is. Su Li pondered for a while and decided to bring Chu Fei along. Anyway, he'd already told the guy the company's secrets, and it didn't matter at all if he took him. Chu Fei was also curious in his heart, wanting to see where exactly this institute was hidden. The two drove straight out of town. Only, just after leaving the city, Chu Fei sensed that something was wrong. There was a small black car in the rear that had been following them since they came out of the office. Even now that they were out of the city, they were still following them no more than 100 meters behind. At first he thought that it might just be a side trip. But from the company to out of town, a full half hour or so away, the route taken by the other party followed him exactly. As soon as one changes lanes, the other follows. Interesting. I'd like to see what you guys are all about. Chapter 31, Share or Die? On the wide street, two small black cars were chasing one after the other. Slow down. What's the rush? Su Li leaned tightly against the chair behind her, her face filled with fear. At this moment, the car's speed had come to 120 yards. This isn't a highway, this is just a relatively spacious ring road. The slightest misstep can be the end of a car wreck. Don't you realize that there's a car behind us that's been following us? Chu Fei's eyes gradually turned ice cold as he once again accelerated his speed. And only then did Su Li realize that it wasn't that Chu Fei wanted to drive fast, but that there had been a car following them behind. Chu Fei accelerated, and the car behind him also accelerated. Through the rearview mirror, Su Li saw the other party's car. There was actually a person poking out half of his body. In the other party's hand, it seemed to be holding something black. When he fixed his eyes on it, he blanched. Bandits. They have guns. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a bang. A piercing sound cut through the air. However, it was good that Su Li's ride was not an ordinary car, it was a Maybach. The glass is a bit tougher than that of a regular car. The bullet made a shattering point but did not penetrate over. Chu Fei's face also turned completely cold. I didn't realize that someone on the other side was actually using a firearm on the street, which is against the rules. Seek death. Chu Fei stepped on the gas, directly to the bottom. The original speed of 120 yards instantly soared to 160 yards. However, the small black car behind them managed to follow them dead on. Apparently, the little car in the back is also a modified car. Otherwise, the boost couldn't have been so fast. It was well prepared. I'd like to see what you guys are all about. Then drove with one hand and took out his cell phone. Su Li had long been terrified when she saw him like this. You're crazy. Single car driving, you think you're a race car driver? Mind you, the speed has now come to 106. But where the tires skid, the two can go to Hades. But Chu Fei simply ignored her, not to mention that this is a Maybach, even if it is a tank, he can still step on the gas to the end. Hey! Is there time now? On the top floor of the Truman Group, Chu Kai hadn't gone back yet. In the past 2 days, the people from the family hadn't come over yet, so he could only temporarily take charge of the Truman Group. At this moment, when he heard Chu Fei's call, he immediately returned. "Young master, I have time." "What's wrong?" Chu Fei's tone was icy and looked at the map on the car. "I'm on my way to Clear South Road right now, and there's someone behind me with a gun chasing me. Now, send someone over immediately. Remember, take them alive." With that, he hung up. And when Chu Kai heard these words, his entire body's cold sweat broke out. Someone is after the young master with a gun? What an international joke. If the young master dies, at least tens of thousands of people will die in this world to pay for his death. No matter what position you are in, you have to go down and meet Hades. Hurriedly, he took out his cell phone and made a call, directly calling the Jiangnan Warzones branch. "Hello? Transfer me to Zhao Daijuan, immediately, now." The operator on the other end of the line was taken aback straight away. Obviously, the other party was able to call here directly, so it was obviously not a small person. Yes. The call was then transferred directly to Zhao Daijuan's office. Zhao Daijuan was in his office taking care of the recent small matters. Hearing the landline next to him ring, he subconsciously picked up the phone. "Hello? Zhao Dajun. Me, Chu Kai." Hearing the words Chu Kai, Zhao Dajuan's face changed, and his tone became a few points more respectful. "Butler Chu Kai, what can I do for you? Young Master Chu Fei is now being chased at gunpoint on Qingnan Road. You should understand the gravity of the situation. Send someone there immediately now, and remember, the young master said he wants to catch them alive." After a few brief words, it had been hung up. Zhao Daijuan froze in place. "Chu Fei. Young master? Done. Now someone has stabbed the sky." Young Master Chu Fei wasn't just the young master of the Chu family, he was also the leader of the Dragon Team squad. If something happens here, it's a question of whether or not you can keep this head of yours. Chow. Which ungrateful one dares to chase after the young master? Crazy all. Come on, man. Get me 3 combat helicopters and head to Qingnan Road, I'll take the field myself. In the meantime. On Clear North Road, Chuffy was still frantically dodging the bullets behind him. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but the other party was actually holding a submachine gun in his hand. It was obvious that the other party was planning to put both of them to death. Bang bang bang. A sharp burst of gunfire echoed across the empty road. By now, the glass of the Maybach had long since shattered, and there were several more bullet holes in the body. The good thing is that the steel used in the body is so hard that bullets can't penetrate it for the time being. If it had penetrated, the two would have been sifted by now. Seeing that he was about to reach across the intersection and reach Qingnan Road, Chu Fei once again increased his speed. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and the body's 12-cylinder engine shuddered violently at the moment. But the gas gauge is dropping like crazy. The fuel tank is shot through. Chu Fei's face changed greatly. Through the rearview mirror, he could clearly see that the ground was filled with clear 98 oil. The car in the back. Accelerate! The other side can't run away. The person who drove the car was none other than Old Black, and as for the person who fired the gun, it was Old Wu. And in the back seat, there were 2 other men with submachine guns. These 2 were sent to assist them. The purpose of this time was for the woman, Su Li, who had been taken care of. Chu Fei was in control of the car, but only a few hundred meters forward, the speed dropped steeply. Stopped right at the sign on Clear South Road. Get off! Before the other party could catch up, Chu Fei kicked Su Li down from the passenger side. The 2 then jumped straight out of the passenger side of the car and ran towards the slope on the side of the road. The 2 of them had just walked for no more than 10 seconds when the Old Black several people at the back had already rushed over. 4 men got out of the car, each with a submachine gun in their hands. After slowly approaching, he realized that the other man had long since left the car. Old Wu's eyes went cold as he looked at the clear footprints on the slope by the road. After them. And Chu Fei with Su Li had already rushed into the paddy field next to him, not caring about the muddy soil in the paddy field. In the golden fall, the rice had long since ripened and just hadn't begun to be harvested yet, giving the 2 men the perfect hiding place. The 2 hid among the tall rice paddies, not daring to breathe. Phew! Chu Fei now only wished that Chu Kai and the others would come a little faster. Otherwise, one can only fight to the death with the other party. Chapter 32 Su Li injured, furious. The open fields were golden with ripe rice everywhere. Old Black, you go over there, little 2 and little 3, you go over there. Remember, when you see someone, just shoot them. That kid, very unusual, don't be careless. On the ridge, several people separated towards different rice paddies. Old Wu was also walking towards the rice paddy where Chu Fei and the two of them were, his submachine gun gripped tightly in his hand. Chu Fei only felt the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer to him, while there was no weapon in his hand to take advantage of it. With a sinking heart, he could only gently pull off the blade of a piece of rice. There are some sharp little thorns on the top of the leaves of the rice, and they are fast enough to make a complete cut on the hand. Shoo! Chu Fei raised his finger at Suli beside him, signaling for her to keep quiet. Suli could only squat nervously in the middle of the paddy field, not daring to move even though her legs were numb. Instead, Shuffy catapulted his body and walked towards the other side. The idea at first was to get behind an enemy who was not far in front of you, take him out silently, and grab his weapon. It just seems that one's thoughts are a bit wrong. Just before taking 2 steps, the other party was directly at the position he was in with a burst. Bang bang! With the sound of gunshots, Chu Fei could only lie down in the middle of the paddy field, letting the wet soil dirty his body. The rice tumbled and fell on him in clusters. Chu Fei's eyes grew colder and colder as he crept forward amidst the rice paddies. He had already felt the other's footsteps, at most 2 meters in front of him. In his mind, he calculated his speed precisely, as well as his opponent's reaction speed. Taking a deep breath, one hand grabbed a handful of dirt. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and Shuffy got up violently. The dirt in his hand then flew towards Old Wu. Old Wu's reaction wasn't slow, looking at the dirt flying over was a burst. Only, when he reacted that it was just a handful of dirt, his heart went cold. Chu Fei had already rushed to him at this moment. The paddy blade in his hand slashed his neck, followed by a hard elbow strike to his head. Blood spurted from his neck as his finger unconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! Several shots rang out. But the body had already collapsed in the middle of the paddy field. Chu Fei crouched his body and removed the submachine gun that was held tightly in Lao Wu's hand. Opened the magazine and saw that there were only 2 rounds left. 2 shots. Touching Lao Wu's body, there were no more extra magazines. And Old Black, who was searching on the other side, as well as Xiao Er and Xiao San, realized that something was wrong. The 3 were coming this way, the submachine gun in their hands was a burst at the area where Old Wu had just been. Bang bang bang! A series of gunshots rang out, pressing Chu Fei to death against Old Wu's side, and not daring to get up. Once you get up, it's a live target. Just as Chu Fei was thinking about how to finish off the other 3, a roar came from the sky. Buzz! 3 combat helicopters have arrived. Zhao Dajuan was sitting beside the helicopter's Gatling when he saw 3 men firing at the rice paddies. The young master must be in the middle of the rice paddies. Seek death. Pull the trigger. Gatling spewed out a fiery serpent that burst against the 3. Bang bang bang! 2 of them were instantly beaten into pieces of flesh and blood. And the one person left is Old Black. How is that possible? He couldn't believe how powerful the other party was and how he was able to mobilize combat helicopters. That's nothing like what ye said. Damn it! Old Blackie spilled his guts. This time, Zhao Dajuan didn't continue shooting. Backhandedly, he removed AM-99B style sniper rifle from behind him. Run! I'll let you run. The sights were set and a shot was fired at the knee of the old black man who was running away. Boom! There was a loud roar. The calf of Old Black's left leg from the knee down were reduced to minced meat under this shot. That's how powerful the M99B is. This would make a head explode like a watermelon under a single shot. It was only after seeing that Old Black had gone unavailable that Zhao Dajuan put down his sniper rifle. Get down there and take him alive for me. Then, holding the rope with one hand himself, he slid right under the helicopter. And at that moment, Chu Fei also discovered that the reinforcements had arrived. With a long sigh of relief, he called out to Suli, who was still hidden among the rice paddies. It's okay, come on out. But, a few seconds passed, and Suli still hadn't gotten up yet. At this moment, Chu Fei realized that something was wrong. Charged towards Suli's position. When the paddy was peeled back, Suli was lying in the middle of the paddy field, her blood staining the water of the field beside her. At the calf, blood was still bubbling. Her entire body had fainted from the pain. Chu-fei hastily reached out and held her in his arms. Tiger, wake up. However, Suli didn't look like she had awakened at all. At the same time, Zhao Dajuan had rushed to his side. Teen Chu. Before he could finish his words, he saw Suli, who was being held in Chu-fei's arms. Blood stained her snow-white dress. Medic! Come on! He was also doing it just in case, if Chu-fei was injured, he could still save him. Two medics carrying medical kits rushed over at once. Chu-fei carried Suli to the empty space next to him and gently put her down. Thanks a lot. He then pulled out the military dagger in Zhao Dajuan's arms and walked towards Old Black, who was not far away. At the moment, the medic is stopping the bleeding of the Old Black man. After all, he can't die yet. Zhao Dajuan yelled at the medic, "If you can't be cured, I'll whip you two to death." When the words fell, he chased after Chu-fei. At this moment, Old Black was lying on the ground with a face full of pain. His gun had been surrendered, and he was now a rabbit trapped in a cage, unable to run away. Chu-fei walked up to him with an icy expression. Crouching down, the dagger in his hand slashed at the Old Black man's hamstring. Pop! The pain on Old Black's face intensified as his hand tendons were picked off with a single slash. Stop the bleeding. The two medics hurriedly took out medicine and gauze to stop the bleeding of the Old Black man. Do you want pain, or do you want pain? At this moment, Chu-fei only had ice coldness in his eyes. Next to him, Zhao Dajuan stood aside, not daring to breathe. Team Chu in an angry state, he had the honor of seeing it once. But that time, he didn't even dare to think back to what happened to those enemies. Ha! Trying to get me to talk, dream on? The Old Black man gave a sardonic laugh. But Chu-fei's reply picked off the tendon in his other hand. The intense pain caused Old Black's body to tremble and his teeth to clench. Don't want to answer? I have all the time in the world to wait for you to talk. Take him and go back to the war zone division. I'll interrogate them myself. Chapter 33, You Can Try Again. In the holding cell of the Jiangnan war zone branch, Chu-fei sat on a stool with a cigarette in his hand, smoke billowing around him. Beside him, besides Zhao Dajuan, Chu Kai had also arrived. Suli has been sent to the war zone hospital, and will not be in any serious trouble for the time being. The doctor said that the bullet didn't hurt the bone either and it won't have any effect in the future. And across the room, on a metal bed, Old Black lay, the gauze wrapped around his legs and hands long since streaked with blood. Young master! What to do with him? Looking at Old Black, who was lying on the bed, Chu Kai's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Daring to make a move against Chu's family, he didn't understand just how big the other party's guts were. I'll just do it myself. Dejun, go fetch a basin of water and bring a towel over here. Chu-fei threw away the cigarette, but in his hand, his tone somewhat icy. Held for hours, the guy didn't say a word. Not bad for an outlaw who came back from the South Tower with hard bones. Yes. As the general-in-chief of the war zone division, Zhao Dajuan, it could be said that there weren't many people who could order him around. However, in front of Chu-fei, he was a small person. Not to mention going for a pot of water, even if he was asked to charge now, he'd have to be first in line. 2 minutes later, Zhao Dajuan returned. A basin of water was in his hand and a white towel was slung over his shoulder. Team Chu, it's coming. Putting the water basin down, he handed the towel to Chuffy with both hands. Chu-fei took the towel and slowly got up, looking at Old Black, who had his eyes closed. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You have a chance to talk now. Wait a minute, I won't give you a chance to open your mouth. Only, the Old Black man with his eyes closed didn't seem to hear it and completely ignored it. Chu Kai looked in his eyes and couldn't wait to go up and kick this guy who didn't know the heights of heaven. However, with the young master at the side, he didn't dare to make a move. That's what I like about people like you with hard bones. Back when I was in the Dragon team, there were quite a few people with hard bones. But none of it lasted either. I hope you're an exception. When Old Black heard the words Dragon team, his body visibly trembled. His eyes snapped open and his gaze was dead on Chu-fei. You? It's the Dragon team? He couldn't believe that the guy in front of him was a member of the Dragon team. If that was the case, it was no wonder you couldn't find out anything about this guy's identity. Because the identity information of everyone in the Dragon team is an absolutely confidential existence. Except for the highest level commander-in-chief, very few people were able to view the information of the members of the Dragon team. You're wrong. This one in front of you is no ordinary member of the Dragon team. He is. Zhao Dajuan was about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Chu Fei. He's a man who's going to die, so it's the same whether he says it or not. Only then did Zhao Dajuan shut up, but his gaze toward Old Black was full of pity. This guy, who to mess with is not sure, but to provoke the Chu team such a task. I thought that when I was in the Dragon team, I was a small odd job member. At that point, Team Chu would have been the captain. A few years have passed, and the Chu team is not what it used to be. Who the hell are you? Old Black tried to get up, but with his hands tied to the iron bed, he couldn't move at all. Coupled with the fact that his hand tendons had been picked off, he was now a complete wreck. Want to know? I wouldn't have told you. As he spoke, Chu Fei threw the towel into the water basin filled with water. Old Black watched as Chu Fei soaked the towel in the water, a touch of disdain appearing in his eyes. Waterboarding? Nice method, but it doesn't work for me. Chu Fei didn't say anything and just shook his head. If it's simply waterboarding, it really doesn't work for many outlaws. But waterboarding has long since been changed by him. Dejun, go find a straw or a small bamboo tube will do. Zhao Dajuan was a bit surprised and didn't quite understand what he meant. But since it was Chu Fei's request, he hurriedly walked out of the holding room. And Old Black closed his eyes and waited quietly for his punishment. Chu Fei walked forward and directly placed the water-soaked towel over Old Black's body. At that moment, Old Black instantly felt breathless. Chu Fei, on the other hand, sat on the side and lit up a cigarette once again. Chu Kai looked at him and was also filled with doubt. Young master, what are you? He didn't understand that this would be suffocating at best. Once a certain amount of time is reached, this guy is dead. Watch well. There's time, go home and talk to the old man. If you catch some guy who won't talk, use this, it's worked 100 times. 2 minutes is not the least bit stressful for someone like Old Black. After all, they are specially trained. The closures all amounted to at least 5 minutes or so. Just 3 minutes past the time, Zhao Dajuan came back. Team Chu, the straw was found. When he finished, he reached out and handed over a handful of straws that he had just removed from the milk carton. Chu Fei's face darkened as he looked at the straw that was handed over. Or the bent kind. Seeing that Chu Fei's expression was off, Zhao Dajuan was filled with doubt. Team Chu, won't this work? Chuffy looked up at him, what do you think? When he finished, he looked around. A pen from the quill was then withdrawn, the quill removed and the cap removed. A pen becomes hollow and looks similar to a milk tea straw. Seeing that a little bit of time had passed, the Old Black's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and his body was also starting to struggle hard. Chu Fei didn't say anything, instead, he continued to sprinkle a little bit of water onto the towel. This one made Old Black even more desperate. Suffocation was starting to make his brain go out of control and his heart was racing violently. Zhao Dajuan and Chu Kai are both puzzled, continue like this guy will be dead. 6 minutes later, Old Black's body had stopped struggling. But Chuffy moved. Stepping forward, his eyes went cold. As soon as he ripped off the towel, a hollowed-out quill in his hand jabbed at the Old Black man's breathing tube. Then clenching his fist, he slammed it down at Old Black's heart. The Old Black man, who had lost his heartbeat, recovered again in this moment, and air began to rush into his lungs from within the hollowed-out pen. Phew! Phew! Old Black snapped his eyes open and breathed heavily. At that moment, he felt the fear of death. Even, he had felt dead. But he was pulled back by Chuffy. At this moment, the eyes he looked at Chu Fei were filled with fear. That fear of death is literally deep in your bones. May I speak? If you don't tell me, you can try again. It's still a wonderful feeling, I think. Chapter 34. Having just experienced the fear of death, Old Black had been completely convinced. He never wanted to experience that fear again. I say. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Old Black spoke slowly with a trembling body. Only then did Chuffy sit on the stool and look at him quietly. Who sent you? Why are you targeting Suri? What is your purpose? 3 questions in a row made the Old Black man think for a long time. After a long time, he explained. I don't know what the name of the one who sent us is, all I know is that we call him Brother Yi. We are in charge of collecting money for our work, and we are not sure what purpose we have. For this operation, the man called Brother Yi specifically called us back from the South Tower and gave each of us a reward of $10 million to be caught alive. But after we were stopped by you last time, he said it was okay to bring the body back. That's all I know. Hearing this, Chu Fei's brows wrinkled slightly. Obviously, these three men were just hired killers. The name of the person behind the fingerprints is not known. And have you seen him? This time, the old black man nodded. Seen it once. But the guy kept his back to us, couldn't see what he looked like, only that the guy had a long scar on his neck. Old Black has said all he has to say. Whether it's dead or alive, he knows it in his heart. Do you know anything else? Facing Chu Fei's inquiry, Old Black shook his head. It was Chu Fei's turn to be in trouble. No name, only one feature, and with so many people in Daxia, hell if I can find it. Chu Fei got up and left the holding room, saying to Zhao Dajuan before leaving, deal with it cleanly. Outside the holding cell. Young master, do you want me to have someone from the family check it out? Chu Kai inquired carefully. It was obvious that the young master was really angry this time. If something did happen to the young master, once the master knew, the sky would change. Forget it. Not for a while. I'll find out for myself. Chu Fei didn't want to rely on his family's connections to investigate for the time being. After all, he hadn't returned home yet, though this was a war zone division and no one would dare charge in with a weapon. However, it would be bad if that shadowy enemy was a high-ranking person. This I understand, Teen Chu. It's good that you're relieved. Only after hearing this did Chu Fei nod his head. Alright, find someone to take me to the war zone hospital. In the meantime, in the specialized wards of the war zone hospitals, Suli had a thick layer of gauze wrapped around her calf and was leaning on the bed, drinking white porridge. Looking out the window at the gradually setting sun, his eyes were full of complexity. She didn't understand why someone was always targeting her behind her back. This time, almost she and Chu Fei were going to be killed on the road. If it wasn't for Chu Fei, she really didn't know what would happen to her. It was also fortunate that he hadn't rejected this guy as his personal bodyguard in the first place, or Chu Fei's words caused Suli to be startled violently. He then let go of his hand, and his pretty face, which was originally covered in tear stains, immediately turned red at this moment. It was at this time that Chu Fei raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Just kidding you. Feeling the warmth of Chu Fei's fingertips, Suli's mood eased up. After all, that's all you've got, those two piles of meat. The next sentence almost made Suli not slap her across the face. You dirty bastard. Calling you a bandit is really right. This guy always says the kind of things that make your blood boil without even realizing it. Even though he had been familiar with this guy for about 10 days, sometimes what he said could really piss people off. It's not like I'm right. Chu Fei laughed. Just as the two were fighting, a nurse walked into the hospital room with a piece of paper. Miss Suri Su, right? The female nurse had a smile on her face and looked like she had something good to tell the two. It's me. Excuse me, can I help you? The nurse looked at the list in her hand. Congratulations to both of you. Congratulations? Two? Chu Fei and Suli were both stunned. Congratulations on what? Congratulations to Suri for getting hurt? That can't be right. Can that be more clear? Suli was filled with disbelief. She didn't understand what the nurse was trying to say. Chu Fei was also dumbfounded. What is all this? Congratulations to both of you on your promotions, you'll be dad and mom from now on? Chapter 35, Accident at the Institute. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt that landed hard on the two men's heads. Dad! Mom? The two looked at each other and spoke almost simultaneously. Impossible. Just kidding. That night, Suri was just the first time. It's not safe, but it's not that good of a pregnancy. 2. There's nothing wrong with a checkup at our war zone hospital. This is for your blood labs. After saying that, he walked up and handed over the lab sheet to Suli's hands. Suli looked at the lab sheet that was handed over and didn't even dare to reach out to pick it up. Instead, it was Chu Fei who took it and looked at it. But he can't read much either. Thus, took out his cell phone and started searching for the values of the labs above. That search came up with a whole bunch of results. After turning over a few pages, he was finally convinced that Suli was really pregnant. He turned back a little stiffly and looked at Suli, who was full of lost concentration. Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and get busy. With that said, the nurse turned and left the room, leaving space for the two. It wasn't known how long the two had been silent, and in the end, it was Chufei who broke the quiet. You sow your own seeds, you're responsible for them. That? What do you have in mind? Only then did Suli turn back and look at him. I want to strangle you, is that okay? Chuffy looked embarrassed. There you go. Pop's request was met. Get a wife, plus a grandson. Or do you get on the bus first and make up your ticket later? The air fell into silence once more. The two men looked at each other, neither knowing that such good fortune would happen to them. So what? You see me. Okay? To be honest, this was the first time that Chu Fei intended to walk into old age with a woman. It might be because of Suli's pregnancy, or it might be because after being in contact for a while, he realized that this was quite appetizing. However, Suli looked at him and pursed her lips without saying a word. Seemingly, it was considering something. I am now, also. Before she could finish her words, Chu Fei covered her mouth. I understand what you're saying, but I'm telling you loud and clear, have it and I'll raise it. This was also the first time Chu Fei had been so firm. Suli didn't say anything, just quietly leaned on Chu Fei's shoulder, enjoying this moment of tranquility. By the way, I didn't make it to the institute today, so I guess it's okay? Chu Fei remembered that the two had originally aimed to go to the research institute of Kuyao Company. But halfway through, these things happened that caused things to get delayed. Suli suddenly woke up. Yes, I forgot if you didn't say it. Go to my bag and get my cell phone, I'll call the administrator of the institute, Bei, and ask what's going on. With this accident today, there's no way she can go. If something goes wrong with the research and you, the director of the institute, are not there, what about the people below you? Chu Fei handed the cell phone in his bag to Suli, who hurriedly dialed the number of the institute's administrator. Da! After 10 seconds or so of ringing, a woman's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Su, why aren't you coming yet? Something is going to happen if you don't come over. Hearing Xiao Bei's anxious voice like this, Suli knew that something was definitely wrong with the institute. What happened? Take your time with me. It was then that Kahoku spoke up to explain. It turned out that after the last time Suli left the institute, close to half a month had gone by. Coupled with the fact that many people had heard about Zhao's group targeting Kuyao Company, so many people felt a crisis. This has also led to a change of heart among some researchers within the institute in disguise, with several employees planning to quit their jobs. Resignation? We all signed a non-disclosure agreement with each other, and once they resigned, they couldn't look for a research job in medicine for 3 years. If they breach the contract, they are going to have to pay a lot of money for breach of contract. Suli was puzzled when everyone had signed a confidentiality contract with her. It is clearly written in the contract that after breaching the contract, you cannot look for a job for 3 years. If she breaks the contract, she needs to be compensated for the honorarium she paid as well as the principal of the cost of the research project. For the average researcher, that's a huge astronomical amount. Would they have the guts to default? I've told them about this too, but it's like they're determined to quit. Which also includes Professor Young. Hearing Professor Yang, Suli's face all changed slightly. Professor Yang was the main figure in this research, and if he resigned, their research wouldn't be able to continue for at least a long time. Even, most likely, halfway. How? Professor Yang is resigning too? She even felt a twinge of incredulity. Yes. So, you didn't come today and everyone is about to fall out. Hearing this, Suli's face was ugly. I know. I'll see if I can come over tomorrow. For now. After hanging up the phone, Suli leaned back on her pillow, some incredulity evident in her eyes. When he and Professor Yang discussed this project, the other party told him very clearly that he would never take half a step out of the institute until this project was completed. However, it was only after a year that he was going to resign, which made Suli very puzzled. Something happened? Chu Fei looked at her face and asked out loud. Aha! A lot of people at the institute are resigning, including a professor I hired at a high salary. This project would take a long time to get back on schedule without him, even if I were on it myself. Hearing this, Chu Fei did not say anything. But something in the back of his mind. People generally do not quit their jobs for no reason. It is not as if they are fresh out of school and will quit at the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. As for the remuneration, he also believed that Suli was not a stingy person. At least, not in this regard. If it wasn't for the payoff, he got the feeling that someone should have tapped into the shadows. However, the nature of the matter cannot be determined at this time. No. I still have to make a trip to the institute tomorrow. This project can't be cut short. Suli felt that even if she was on crutches, she had to go to the institute to see what was going on. Come on. The way you are now, you won't be discharged for at least 2 more days. Also, you won't be able to walk as much as you want after you're discharged from the hospital, and it will all be at least a good half a month before you can walk. Tell you what, I'll go to the institute for you tomorrow. Suli was also aware of her condition, and was unable to get out of bed and walk around at all. However, there was no way that he could leave things at the institute alone. As soon as he heard that Chu Fei wanted to go for himself, he froze. Are you okay? Chu Fei grinned. Is it okay, don't you know? Chapter 36 Reasons for Resignation. The following day at noon, Chu Fei found Zhao Dajuan and asked him to arrange a car for him. He himself drove his car and followed the address Suli gave him to the institute. He hadn't thought for a second that this girl had done such a good job of hiding her work that she had placed the institute in the countryside. Anyone in their right mind wouldn't have thought of that. Where he was now was a very, very small village. The entire village was just a dozen families living halfway up the mountain. In order to buy this place, Suli had spent close to tens of millions of dollars before sending all of these 10 or so families to the city. Then all the old houses were dramatically remodeled from the original. And a basement was built. When he came to the location at the entrance of the village, he saw a girl with glasses waiting anxiously right there. Upon seeing Chu Fei, he hastily waved. Secretary Chu. This is Kahoku, the administrator of the institute and one of the heads of the research. You're Kahoku? Xiaobei pushed up her glasses. Yeah. What exactly is the reason for Su to not come over this time? On the phone, Suli didn't tell Xiaobei the reason why she wasn't going over. Instead, he said that Chuffy, his new secretary by his side, would go over and solve the problem. Mr. Su has been a little unwell lately and is hospitalized, so he can't come over for the time being. I've been informed of the problems here, and now those who were planning to quit haven't moved on, have they? All waiting for me? Hearing Chu Fei say that, Xiaobei nodded. Yes. In fact, Xiaobei was also a bit guilty in his heart. This new secretary looked to be in her early 20s, very young. Can he really fix things here? In fact, she didn't believe it in her heart. Then let's go. Chu Fei had a small smile on his face. Seeing this, Xiaobei could only follow him. This way. A few minutes later, the two arrived at a reception room converted from a residential house. Inside the reception room sat several young men who looked to be in their 30s, and in the center sat a middle-aged man who looked to be over 40. Secretary Chu, let me introduce you. This is Professor Yang. Xiaobei came forward and introduced Chu Fei. Yang Chengguo looked at Chu Fei with some disdain in his eyes. Mr. Su didn't come and sent a brat? Isn't it too much to take everyone for granted? These words were immediately echoed by the others. That's it. What's the point of having a secretary like you come over when Mr. Su isn't even coming over? Looking down on us? Your words made the atmosphere all a bit awkward. But the crowd knew it in their hearts. Because the group of them who resigned followed Yang Chengguo. Xiaobei just wanted to open his mouth to explain, but Chu Fei waved his hand. Gentlemen, are you determined to resign? I don't know, did the contract give for a good look? All the funds for this project will need to be compensated by you, and I don't know if you have the money to resign. If there is, then gentlemen, be my guest. Chu Fei came up with a sentence that directly blocked all their paths. Because they thought very clearly, if Suli insisted that they pay compensation, then there would only be a lawsuit. But lawsuits can take a long time. In terms of their caliber plus the current progress of their research, it's totally enough for them to get this drug out. Once the drug is researched, the patent is theirs. And Suri's company can't continue the research. The money earned is perfectly adequate for compensation. However, their intention was to give them a raise. After all, this project cost them too much. They also don't want to re-spend that much time redeveloping the program. According to Secretary Chu, we can't even resign if we want to? And pay for the company's damages, right? Yang Chengguo picked up the cigarette on the table and was about to light it, but he was slapped away by Chu Fei. Excuse me. It was bought with company money, and since you're quitting, you don't have to smoke it. Chu Fei's movement startled Xiaobei, who was on the sidelines. At the institute, no one dares to be so unreasonable to Professor Yang. This new secretary has a lot of nerve. She wondered how Mr. Su could find such a man as a secretary. Boy! You're just a little secretary, and I'm a professor at this institute. This institute won't spin without me. Does Mr. Su know if you're doing this? Yang Chenghua's eyes were somewhat cold as he stared at Chu Fei. In his opinion, this was all Chu Fei's personal behavior. As for Su Li, she hadn't dared to treat him like this. It doesn't matter if Mr. Su knows or not, before I came Mr. Su already told me that I'm in full charge here. You can certainly resign if you want to, provided you pay out the money you need to pay out, and I'll let you walk away from here in peace. Until the money is in place, you all will be well on your way here. Hearing these words, the faces of those present changed. Because this is tantamount to imprisoning their personal freedom in disguise, they can't leave this place, and they can't get it even if someone out there offers them a higher price. Secretary Chu, you're breaking the law, imprisoning us, do you have that right? Yang Chenghua's face was filled with ice and he violently stood up from the sofa. However, Chu Fei only let out a cold smile as the corner of his mouth rose slightly. The confidentiality contract I'm sure everyone has signed. I don't think I need to tell you why you're resigning. Now I'm going to give you two choices, either stay and work here obediently, or lose the money and I'll let you go. I suppose the guy who backdug you guys, hasn't transferred the money to you yet. Chu Fei's sentence was basically the same as having opened up the sky with the crowd already. Everyone understood the meaning of these words in their hearts, and no one took the lead to speak up, even Yang Changhua fell into silence. But Xiao Bei was only a young person after all, and when she heard Chu Fei say that, she immediately understood. She looked a bit angry, and she just cursed angrily at Professor Yang. Professor Yang, you should know in your heart how Mr. Su treats us. Back then when your wife was seriously ill and lacked money, Mr. Su took $2 million to you without saying a word to go to your wife's doctor. Now you're actually going to give up this project for money, what a scumbag. Being scolded by Xiao Bei like this, Yang Chenghua's face was a bit ugly. Secretary Chu, while I don't know where you heard the rumor that someone dug us up, I can tell you that I'm not in it for the money. Chapter 37, Someone's a mole? At those words, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. If it wasn't about money, then why would so many of them quit en masse? He thought of a very bad outcome, that is, these researchers in the institute, their identities have been hollowed out. The person who is hiding behind this may be threatening these researchers with their families to leave the institute and promising them lucrative payoffs. Although he didn't know if his guess was correct, he still planned to talk to Yang Changhua alone. Professor Yang, right, why don't you and I have a chat alone? Yang Changhua listened and nodded. Chuffy picked up the cigarettes on the table and he came outside the house. I'm a little embarrassed just now, Professor Yang. As he spoke, he had already taken out a cigarette and handed it to Yang Changhua, and even helped him light it up. Yang Changhua didn't say anything, his brows kept knitting together. Seeing that he didn't open his mouth, Chu Fei didn't pursue the matter. The two of them stood in the doorway in such silence for a full 10 minutes before Yang Changhua opened his mouth. Resignation is inevitable, as for the reason? It's because of my family. I'm not at liberty to say more about the specifics. I just hope that Mr. Su will look at the fact that I'm doing my best and let me off the hook. Apart from me, those researchers weren't actually planning to quit, they just wanted a little extra pay, no fault of theirs. After all, whoever it was would have panicked if they hadn't gotten out of this place after more than a year. Hearing those words, Chu Fei also sort of understood. Not much different from his own guess. What if I had a way to leave your family in peace? Chu Fei threw away the cigarette in his hand and quietly looked at Yang Changhua. The latter obviously didn't quite believe him, and there were more than a few moments of surprise in his eyes. This kid, it seems, understands his own words. But he shook his head. Since they already know who I am, they will definitely keep an eye out. Even if you have a way to keep them safe for a while, not so much down the road. Hearing this, Chu Fei knew there was a chance. Don't you worry. I can assure you that your family will not be in any danger until this project is completed. Only then did Yang Changhua look seriously at the Chu Fei in front of him. He didn't know where Chu Fei got the bottom to say such words. How can I trust you? These words made it a little difficult for Chu Fei. The hardest thing in the world is to get a stranger to believe in you. You can bet on it. Lose the bet and I'll be buried with you. Win and everyone is happy. Chu Fei looked at him with a serious face. Yang Chenghua's heart was shocked, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. This kid, he doesn't seem to be like the ones he's seen. If you say so, well. I'll bet you on it. Tomorrow is the day of the institute's call with the family, and that person will contact me. I want the people I talk to on the phone to be my family, not them. It's the only way I can trust you. Chu Fei nodded, good. When the two of them re-entered the reception room, Yang Cheng's somewhat melancholy face was all cheerful. Gentlemen, after my discussion with Professor Yang, give everyone a $5,000 raise on top of what they were already making. And, after the success of the project, each person's bonus will not be less than $500,000. This condition was put forward by Chu Fei himself. As for Su Li's side, just say so. After all, the two are now in an obvious relationship. Hearing him say that, everyone present except Professor Yang had excitement in their eyes. That's a lot of money now. There. The terms have been negotiated. Shouldn't you all, get back to work? Chu Fei smiled faintly and looked at the crowd. Only then did Professor Yang speak, let's go. We've been delayed for 2 days, let's hurry up and study it so we can get our bonuses. As soon as he spoke, the crowd immediately got up and headed towards the institute. Xiao Bei, on the other hand, looked at Chu Fei with a surprised expression. That's it? She's still in a bit of disbelief. In her perception, even if Mr. Su came, it was impossible to negotiate without an hour or two. Secretary Chu, this condition, is it something that Mr. Su said to you a long time ago? Chu Fei shook his head, no, that's what I said myself. Ah. Xiao Bei was shocked. Then, on Mr. Su's side, how do you explain? This is promising such a big cake without Mr. Su's consent. If Mr. Su refused, the whole institute would have to blow up. Explain? I don't need an explanation. Chu Fei smiled mysteriously at Xiao Bei. The latter's face was full of confusion. There. You get busy, I'll leave you to it. After bidding farewell to Xiao Bei, Chu Fei left the institute. Back at the war zone hospital, Su Li was still lying on the hospital bed. Seeing Chu Fei come in, he hurriedly inquired about the situation. How's it going? You didn't agree to their resignation, did you? Chu Fei gave her a blank look, do you think your husband I'm that stupid? Hearing the word husband, Su Li glared at him viciously. No talking about it. I'm not married to you yet, so don't even think about it. Chu Fei's face instantly turned cold, his eyes staring at her fiercely. Bitch, I'm telling you. If you marry someone else, I'll break your legs. Seeing this pretentious face of his, Su Li snorted a laugh. Scare me, huh? And break my legs, you try? Believe it or not, I'll beat your son. Chu Fei was immediately filled with embarrassment. He was also thinking of giving Su Li a hard time, but he didn't expect to be taken by her. Come to think of it, the first time he met her, he was taken to task by her. Well, to get down to business, how the hell is it going? Chu Fei collected his smile and talked to Su Li about the whole thing. The terms are fine, it's what they should take. It's just that, on the side of Professor Yang's family, do you have a solution? Su Li also didn't expect that it was Professor Yang's family side that was in trouble. I also blame myself for not thinking it through and miscalculating. You don't have to worry about that, I have my own way. However, I'm wondering who the hell it is that actually knows Professor Yang's identifying information. And, it's also known that he works at your institute. Hearing this, Su Li was also filled with doubt. However, there are many people who know Professor Yang, but not many people who have actually come into contact with him. And working at his own institute, it's only that very few people know about it. What do you think? Su Li thought for half a day, but didn't come up with a clue. Chu Fei took a deep breath, I have a feeling that someone might be the mole. Already sold the list of the institute's personnel. Who else in the company, besides you and your father, knows the list of institute personnel? Chapter 38, Open the door, check the water meter. A mole? No way? Su Li was obviously a little less than convinced. Those who could know the list of researchers were the top people in the company. The lowest is the general manager. That level. If it is true that there is a mole, then the company may have to have a big problem. If there's no mole, who do you think would know what kind of researchers you have in your company? I don't think so. Chu Fei thought very clearly that without a mole, it was impossible for something like this to happen. Hearing this explanation, Su Li also fell silent. Something like a mole in the company would be a dereliction of duty on her part, if there really was one. It just means that it's too soon to be sure exactly who it is. The only way to do that was to wait until she would be at the company and then call a meeting with the senior staff. So what are you going to do next? There was no way for Suli to go to the office, and now she could only recuperate from her injuries. There were many things that she could only leave to her secretary, or just butt in on her cell phone. I may not be with you tonight. I have to go to Professor Young's house. Tomorrow is the day the researcher speaks to his family, and I need to make sure his family is safe. Hearing this, Suli had a few more points of worry in her eyes. Why don't we just call the police? Chufei shook his head, no. Calling the police now would be tantamount to spooking them. Who knows if there are others behind those people? If they did, by calling the police they would be alerting the other side first, and maybe they would just move on. It will be hard to find them then. But Suli still wanted to say something, but as soon as Chufei cupped her pretty face, he printed on her red lips. Woo! She subconsciously tried to struggle, but then her body went limp. A deep kiss for a moment before Chuffy wiped the corners of his mouth. Nice. Pretty sweet. Suli's face was red and she stared at him viciously. You stinking bandit. Believe it or not, I'll beat your son. Chuffy got up and smiled, you fight. Suli raised her hand, but quickly lowered it, her eyes looking at him with some concern, be sure to be safe. Don't you know what hubby can do? Don't worry about it. I'll leave now, remember to send me Professor Yang's address. Only after bidding farewell to Suli did Chufei leave the hospital room. Taking out his cell phone, he called Zhao Dajun, hello? Dejun, are there any good men around? Team Chu, what are you asking for? Zhao Dajun was a bit puzzled, the strength of the Chu team, going there was nearly horizontal. Cut the crap. I'll wait in front of the war hospital and call 2 men. Something's up. After that, he hung up. In 10 minutes, though, a black jeep pulled up in front of the hospital. Looking at the 2 people in civilian clothes who came down, Chufei's mouth revealed a smile. It seems that Zhao Dajun, this kid, understands things and knows that he's going to do something, making both of these people change into civilian clothes. Team Chu? The 2 people who came down from the car didn't recognize Chufei, but even General Zhao called this young man Team Chu, so he knew how strong this young man's skills were. Aha! Get in the car and go to Clearwater Court. On the way, Chufei also knew the names of the 2, Yang Zhengheng and Long Quan. 40 minutes later, it was nearing evening. The 3 of them drove into Cheng. Chufei came to the door of room 1608 and took a deep breath. Knocked gently on the door. Once. No one responded. The second time, there was still no response. When 3 knocks had been made, the door to the room was slowly opened. A man with a somewhat menacing face showed half his face. Who are you looking for? Sorry I'm late, I'm checking the water and electricity meters. Chufei's face was full of apologies, but his gaze looked inside the room. Because he knew very well that this guy with a fierce face was not a relative of Professor Yang. Professor Yang's son was attending Kyoto University, and the only thing left in the house besides his parents was his wife. And the man's age was just about 30. It's obviously unlikely to be Professor Yang's father. So, wasn't it just checked yesterday? There was a hint of ferocity in the man's eyes. In fact, no one came to check the water meter at all yesterday. But he didn't feel like the man in front of him who was checking the water meter. No way. Yesterday we were checking out the Clear River Court neighborhood next door. Chufei's face was filled with doubt because he also didn't know if this guy was scaring himself or not. So it's still hard to say such a thing. The man was relieved to hear that. It seems that the man was not looking for trouble, but was simply checking a water meter. Come in. Remember, stay put. As he spoke, the man had opened the door. After Chufei walked into the house, he realized that there was no one in the living room. But there was clearly someone walking around the room. As far as the current situation was concerned, it was impossible for Chufei to make a move without alerting the other party. Came into the bathroom and briefly looked at the water meter. Only then did he come out into the hallway and check the meter. And the men, they just kept following him. Came out onto the balcony and tried to look through the curtains to see what was going on in the room, but the curtains were drawn, and only through a crack could they see someone inside. 3 men were sitting on the bed, and one of them was walking around the room. This was what Chufei could see, and where he couldn't see he didn't know if there was one yet either. Don't look away. The man's somewhat icy voice came from behind him, seemingly quite disgruntled. Hey, good. Chufei could only reply in a low voice. pretended to glance at the meter, then turned to leave. The man followed him, not saying a word. Just as the two were about to walk to the door, Chu Fei made his move. Snapping back, he slammed his fist down on the man's throat. One blow kills the man without giving him any chance to fight back. The man could only watch as Chu Fei made his move, not even having a chance to react. Chuffy slowly supported the man's body and placed him on the ground, trying not to make a sound. Then opened the door and closed it again. Snap! A voice finally came from the room as the door was closed. Old Melon, order takeout for dinner. All hungry. The man in the room didn't seem to realize that his teammate had already been taken out by Chu Fei. Chu Fei did not reply. Instead, he walked to the door of the room and stood quietly, waiting for the other party to come out. The man in the room heard no response from outside and spoke again. Old Melon. Where are you TM people? Chapter 39, Failure of the Mission, Killing the Whole Family. Several minutes passed. The people in the room still hadn't come out, but they had all realized something was wrong. No one can guarantee what's really going on out there. In the room, Professor Yang's parents as well as his wife were tied to the bed with their hands behind their backs, unable to move. Nor did he dare speak, for there were two other strong men in the room. They all had knives in their hands, and they were afraid that if they weren't careful, the other side would do it. They had been living like this for a whole week now. Being on edge every day, they had expected someone to find out what was going on here as well. But after a week, no one called the police, and their hearts were filled with despair. Importantly, though, the three men who had kidnapped them didn't seem to be after the money. Not only do you give them a daily order of food, but you also give them some fruit once in a while. Other than not being able to leave the house, it was fine. But now, what happened in the living room, they don't know. Went out earlier to open the door for the water meter checker and still no response. You, get out there. The man with the knife pointed at Professor Yang's wife Ding Lei. Having said that, they had already been untied by them. Ding Lei's eyes were full of fear. She didn't want to go out. But if you don't get out, you get hit. All she could do was harden herself to the door of the room and gently pull the handle. Outside the door, Chu Fei's body was close to the wall, hearing the sound of the handle twisting, his face gradually turning cold. Fists clenched, ready to strike. When the door opened completely, Chuffy was already planning to make his move. However, the faint scent that filled the air stopped him in his tracks. A man that doesn't smell like that. Sure enough. When Ding Lei came out of her room, the first thing she saw was the thug lying on the ground. Subconsciously, he was about to cover his mouth and scream, but he quickly discovered Chu Fei standing on the side. Her pupils were all dilated at this moment, but Chu Fei put up a finger to his mouth, signaling her not to speak. Ding Lei was not stupid and naturally understood that the young man in front of her was probably here to save herself. Immediately shivering, he spoke to the people inside the room. He's dead. The living room is empty. Upon hearing this, the two thugs in the room looked at each other and saw each other's surprise. Old Melon is dead? How long has it been since that water meter checker came in and died? And it didn't make a sound at all. Get out there. After making eye contact, the two nodded to each other and headed out of the room. Ding Lei, on the other hand, walked to the other side, leaving enough space for Chu Fei to exert himself. Chu Fei's eyes were icy cold and he was already prepared for battle. The moment the two thugs walked out the door of the room with knives, he didn't hesitate. Raising his leg was a kick that sent the first thug out flying. The guy who came out from the back saw that his companion was being beaten, and with his knife, he slashed down at Chu Fei. The two were no ordinary thugs, and their reflexes were naturally quick. But the person they were facing was no ordinary person, and Chu Fei dodged sideways, dodging the blade. A backhanded punch slammed into the man's jaw, directly dislocating it and sending him to the ground. Without the slightest bit of politeness, Chu Fei lifted his leg and wasted the man's hands. The crisp sound of bone cracking caused goosebumps to rise all over Ding Lei's body. It was hard to imagine what this man who had come to their rescue was all about. The two didn't die, they were only deprived of their mobility by Chu Fei. Only after doing this did Chu Fei explain to Ding Lei. Hello, you're Professor Yang's wife, aren't you? I was approached by Professor Yang, who knew something was wrong at home. Don't worry guys, we'll take care of it here. Only after hearing this did Ding Lei let out a long sigh of relief, her eyes reddening. With a choked voice he shouted into the room. Dad, Mom. You guys come out. It's okay. When the two old men came out of the room trembling, their eyes were still filled with awe when they saw the man on the floor. It was at this time that Chu Fei opened the door and shouted at the building. "Little dragon, you guys come up here." The two of them, Xiao Long and Xiao Hong, who were guarding the stairway, looked at each other and quickly came to the door. Looking at the three men lying down inside, the two knew what had happened. "Team Chu. Take them back to their living rooms around the division for a while. Make sure they're safe, and remember, put someone on guard, and if anything goes wrong, I'll hold you all accountable." The words fell, and only then did he turn his head to look at Ding Lei and Professor Yang's parents. "Mrs. Yang, you guys follow them back first. I'll take it from here." Ding Lei nodded with a palpitating heart, before she simply packed up and helped Professor Yang's parents follow Xiao Long and Xiao Hong out. Only after several people had left did Chu Fei sit on the sofa. Looking at the two men lying on the ground still wailing, he slowly spoke, "Don't play dead." Hearing this, the two men climbed up and sat on the floor with pale faces. Both of his hands had been broken by Chu Fei, and he had now lost the ability to resist. "Who are you? Do you have any idea what will happen if you stop our plans?" Without waiting for Chu Fei to speak, one of them took the lead in questioning him. Chu Fei smiled indifferently. "I don't know what kind of consequences there will be, but you too, if you don't say anything, the consequences might not be too good." The two men's faces changed, and a trace of scorn flashed in their eyes as they looked at Chu Fei. The strength of the other party was completely enough to be the head honcho amongst their organization. They couldn't figure out how a professor in the district could find such a person to come to their door. But the consequences of betraying the organization were clear to them. It's not just them that will die, including the family. You do it. We won't talk about it. The eyes of the two men were tinged with death. Failure of the mission is only a death sentence. It's a rule of the organization that even if they go back alive, they will be disposed of to ensure safety. That's quite a mouthful. I suppose the person behind you is also the one called Yi? Chu Fei calmly looked at the two. At these words, the eyes of the two men changed a few more times. There was a hint of shock in the eyes that looked at him. They didn't understand why this guy knew about Ye's existence. They thought of the previous mission that had failed and all 5 people sent out had died. And one was taken alive by the war zone. It seems that it should be that person who exposed Ye's existence. Not coincidentally, the matter of being captured alive by the war zone was known to Yi, and the families of those people had been buried alive. I said, "Do it, we won't tell. It's better for one person to die than for the whole family to die." Hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that this person called Brother Yi is doing something very desperate. Failure of the mission will result in the murder of an entire family. Chapter 40, Unable to intervene. Hello? Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning, who was sitting in his office, heard this familiar voice and immediately stood up from his position. He almost blew it last time. This time the young master personally called him over, specifying that there was something he needed to do. Young master. It's me. Do you have any orders? Chu Fei looked at the 3 corpses lying on the ground and slowly opened his mouth. I killed 3 thugs in 1608, Building 1, Zhenghua. You know how to do that, right? 3 thugs? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Ning subconsciously thought of Chu Fei's current situation. Yes. I understand, I'll have someone go over there and take care of it now. Don't worry. After receiving Jiang Ning's answer, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Leaving Professor Yang's house, he frowned slightly. These 2 guys had really hard bones, and they didn't say who the person behind them really was until they died. However, judging from the previous behavior, this person who had been targeting Suli behind the scenes was the one called Brother Yi. He didn't quite understand what kind of identity could have fostered such an organization. Just after leaving Zhenghua, he received a call. Looking at the phone number on it, I was a little surprised that it was Xiaoyu. Fei? Rain's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. What's wrong? Chuffy walked over to the bus stop and lit a cigarette. Didn't you ask me to observe Yi Ao's side more before? I did get a message on my end. Oh? Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Chu Fei was a bit surprised. You say? Xiaoyu was silent for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. Recently Yi Ao seems to be very close to some people in the business world, and he is often absent from the military department. The people under his hand have not moved. But from what we've been told, he seems to be training a group of people behind the scenes, and we're not sure exactly where. This news caused Chu Fei to frown. Cultivating organizations privately? It's expressly forbidden by the team. If they are found out, they will not only lose all their current positions, but they will be taken to jail for the rest of their lives. Is the news reliable? Reliable. Our own people found out. Hearing this, Chu Fei's face became somewhat ugly. If that's the case, it could be a bit of a problem. I know. By the way, use some of your authority to help me look up a person called Su Jinghua. He should be from the military department. Find out if there's any identifying information on him, and if there is, remember to get back to me. I have things to do, so I'll hang up now. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. If there had been such a person as Su Jinghua inside the Ministry of War, then it would definitely be possible to find out information about it. Whether it's life or death. Previously, he had promised Su Li that he would help her look into it, and he had fulfilled his promise. But Chuffy took a deep breath. It's been a bit much, lately. He looked at the number on his cell phone and dialed it anyway. There was something he wanted to prove to his master. Soon, a strong voice came from the other end of the line. Bastard, why do you have time to call me? Is there something you want me to do? A hearty laugh in the middle of his voice, not at all like an old man in his 70s. Master. Have you decided about your abdication? What did the guy say, or did they vote on it? In fact, Sun Yanning was over 70 years old and was no longer suitable to be the leader of the Dragon Team. And the leader of the Dragon Team is the one who exists next to the highest position. However, there are only two candidates who are most suitable and young for the leader of the Dragon Team. One was Chu Fei, as for the other was Yi Ao. It's not just about being strong, but more importantly, being able to handle emergencies. Upon hearing Chu Fei's words, Sun Yanning was silent for a few seconds. Vote on it. On Yi Ao's side, he's already pulling people together. On your side. I can't do much to help, it's up to you. Hearing this, Chu Fei's face turned a little cold. He didn't want to be the leader of this group, but because Yi Ao wasn't suitable. For self-interest, to accomplish the mission, even at the expense of his teammates, to ensure that the mission is accomplished. For such a person to become the leader of the Dragon Team, Chu Fei was the first to disagree. Is there nothing you can do, Master? Chuffy didn't understand. Logically, Master had been in the Dragon Team for so many years, the connections around him would definitely not be bad. But it was strange that not many people were willing to step forward and speak up for the Master now. Let's put it this way, I agree with you being the patriarch of the dragons, but you still need 11% of the people to choose you. My choice is only 40% of the total. As things stand now, even if I don't agree with him and the rest of them support him, then the position is still his, do you understand? Sun Yanning's explanation made Chu Fei's heart clear. It was no wonder that Xiaoyu had told herself that Yi Ao was dealing with some people from the business world. It seems that it was prepared for the master's abdication. What if, privately, he cultivated an organization? Chu Fei spoke the news that Xiaoyu had said. I had expected the master to be furious, or even to go straight to a meeting with the senior staff of the Ministry of War. But the master's performance made Chu Fei even more surprised. This thing, I know. But there are people behind him. I can't intervene in this matter. Behind Yi Ao, there's someone else? Even the master can't intervene? How is this possible? If the person behind Yi Ao was the one sitting at the top, then Chu Fei wouldn't say much. But it was clear that the one the master was talking about was definitely not the tallest one. Fei, it's a game. Depends on whether you're willing to be a pawn or a chess player. The people behind Yi Ao are not weaker than your Chu family. Do you understand me? Chu Fei's face turned completely cold. The master was clear about his own identity. Since master had said that, it proved that the person behind Yi Ao was enough to compete with the Chu family. It's no wonder the master couldn't even intervene. Master! Isn't the other side afraid of causing the one at the top to get angry when they do that? Sun Yanning sniffed and let out a long sigh. That one doesn't know yet, but I can tell you very clearly that even if that one knows, he can only turn a blind eye. The purpose of the other side is not to target the country, and that alone is enough. Chapter 41, Vacation? After talking to Master on the phone, Chu Fei's face was not very pretty. From his master's mouth he knew something about Yi Ao. This guy, he used to be an orphan. He was groomed and sent to the Dragon Team. And he was still after him, counting himself as his senior. But this guy's character and temperament, in Chu Fei's opinion, it was just 2 words: desperate. Do whatever it takes to get what you want. As for the person who had sent him in, even the master wasn't sure of the other person's identity. Just know that back then, EAO, alone, defeated 5 members of the team at that time. Those members, but they were all trained by the master himself, and their strength was definitely not bad. But the fact that EAO could fight 1 against 5 and win was enough to know his strength. Moreover, EAO also had a letter of introduction. The content of the letter was very simple, that is, for the master to accept EAO. There was no signature at the end either, just a dragon-like pattern. Even if the master had been mixing with the sands for many years, he had never seen such a pattern, and had sent people to inquire about news about that pattern. But without exception, all the people who poked around failed to find out, and there were even some who had inexplicably disappeared. From this alone, it was enough to tell that the person who sent EAO to the dragon team was not ordinary. For the next few days, Chu Fei accompanied Su Li at the Warzone hospital. In the middle of the day, Su Li's father had also called over to inquire, but Su Li was vague and muddled through. She also didn't want her family to worry about her safety. It was not until Friday that the two were discharged from the hospital. Only after returning to the villa did Su Li lie down on the sofa with a sense of relief. It's been a week in the hospital and I'm going crazy. I haven't showered in a week and I feel like I've got mold all over me. It's not summer, but it's also hotter in the fall. It feels all over the place when you don't wash it once a day. Not to mention a week in the hospital, covered in a sticky kind of feeling that almost didn't drive Suri crazy. You can't get your leg wet right now. Otherwise it's prone to inflammation. Chu Fei coldly said from the side. Su Li gave him a fierce blank look. I don't care, I have to take a bath today. The King of Heaven can't stop me when I come. After saying that, he got up and was about to walk towards the bathroom. However, Chu Fei picked her up by the waist. Wouldn't it be easy to take a shower? I'll help you. When Su Li heard this, her pretty face instantly turned red. Go to hell. No. However, Chu Fei didn't care about her resistance and directly carried her to the bathroom. They say that when a girl says no, she means yes. It was close to an hour before Chu Fei helped Su Li out of the bathroom. I don't know if it was because of the weather or not, but the whole face was red. Chu Fei was rather bland. Bah! You're a bandit. Su Li cursed fiercely. Perhaps, after the two poked through that one window, they were both much closer than before. Men aren't bad, women aren't good. It's been true since the beginning of time. The living room couch. Chu Fei just wanted to light a cigarette, but Su Li on the side had a cold face. Smoking? Upon hearing this, the latter hastily stuffed the cigarettes in his hand back into the carton. Now Su Li wasn't alone, there was a little one in her stomach. Chu Fei could only smile awkwardly. No smoking. No smoking. I'll quit in the future. Why don't you go change your clothes and we'll go to the office later? It doesn't sit well with me that the company's mole can't be found. Su Li's face gradually turned cold. With what happened last time, the safety of the families of the Institute's personnel can no longer be guaranteed. No one is sure that other members of the Institute will not be threatened. Aha! Chu Fei nodded and turned around to go back to his room to change into a set of clothes. Only then did the two take a taxi to the downstairs of Koyo. After the Maybach was damaged, Suri was left without a car. And in the general manager's office at Koyo. As the general manager, Li Fei was leisurely reclining on the boss chair, drinking coffee and squinting his eyes to rest. Fingers tapped lightly on the desktop, as if everything was so casual. But there was a knock at the door. Enter. The female assistant came through the door. Mr. Li, the president is back. Call all executives above the level of supervisor to the conference room for a meeting. Hearing the words of the female assistant, Li Fei then stopped his hand movements. The president is back? I know. Go about your business. Li Fei waved his hand, then frowned. The president hasn't been in the office all week, saying he had some personal business to take care of. Recently, the company was under the chairman's control, but the chairman only came to inspect the company occasionally, and nothing happened. But this time the president came back. He had to urgently convene a meeting with all the top management. Is there something discovered? Thinking of this, Li Fei's face became a bit tense. But peace was soon restored. He wasn't going to believe that the president knew he'd checked the list of researchers. After all, there are quite a few people in the company who can view the list of researchers. Arrive at the conference room with some trepidation. Suli then sat on the first seat, and Chu Fei stood aside. In 10 minutes, though, everyone had arrived in the conference room. Suli's gaze swept over the crowd and smiled blandly. Guys, I've worked hard for you the last few days I've been away from the office. Up came a greeting that warmed the hearts of many present. Mr. Su is polite, this is what we should do. That's it. The company is growing by leaps and bounds right now, and it's only fair that we try to contribute to it as well. Hearing the crowd say this, Suli nodded in satisfaction. Given that everyone has been working so hard for some time, I've decided to take a 3-day vacation starting with the general manager and ending with the position of manager, so everyone can take a good rest. When the general manager returns, the director to supervisor level will also have 3 days off. As soon as we heard that we were going on vacation, there was a happy atmosphere in the conference room. President atmosphere. Yes. It's been a while and a lot of people have been working overtime. The company is also getting more business and the more bonuses they can get. It's naturally nice to have 3 days off now to rest. However, Li Fei's face was a bit ugly. Because he had just received the message to keep a good eye on Koyo in this recent period. As soon as there is any decision or change in the company, they are immediately informed. But this vacation, he won't be able to receive any news. President, I don't think that's appropriate. It's a good time for the company to grow, and it can't be held back by taking a vacation. Li Fei was the first to jump in and speak against it. And Chu Fei's gaze fell on him. Not good enough for a vacation? You really think the company is your home, don't you? Is that possible? Chapter 42, Famous. Oh. Mr. Li's attitude of sacrificing himself for the public sector is really something I appreciate. Tell you what, Mr. Li will take a week's vacation alone and with pay. What do you all think? Su Li's gaze went to the others. In the eyes of everyone, the position of general manager is not just an important position in the company, there are more things to deal with. Giving Li Fei a week's vacation, and a paid one at that, was fine with them. Yes. Mr. Li has been exhausted in recent times. Look at his black eye, it's so heavy, it's time to get some rest. The crowd said one thing to each other, directly confusing Li Fei. Originally, Li Fei thought that his words would make the president agree to let himself work well in the company. I didn't realize that she had allowed herself a week's paid vacation. If that person hadn't offered himself such a high price, Li Fei himself would have felt that it was definitely a blessing to be able to work at Kuyao Company. President, that's not what I meant. I just want to do well for the company. So vacation and all that, I don't need it. Li Fei looked so righteous that the other executives present couldn't help but clap their hands. People like Mr. Li are examples for us to follow. In the future, everyone, you must learn from Mr. Li, okay? The vice general manager couldn't help but speak to everyone from the sidelines. And the others couldn't stop nodding their heads, praising Mr. Li as a role model for them to follow. I've seen how hard Mr. Li has worked. So don't be polite to me, Mr. Li. Su Li wasn't stupid, she knew exactly what Li Fei wanted. In the workplace, everyone is out to work. Who would turn down a paid vacation except for a few people who are willing to contribute to the company for a promotion and for money? And Li Fei's reluctance to take a vacation and his willingness to even stay at the company to work overtime is problematic. President, I. Before Li Fei could finish his words, Su Li waved her hand. There. It's decided. Mr. Li is on vacation for a week, the others for 3 days. Dismissed. As the words fell, Su Li turned around and left the conference room. When returning to the office, Su Li's face was a little pained as she sat on the chair. Bracing himself to appear okay in front of the crowd, he almost let the wound fall apart. What's wrong? Wound chipped? Seeing that she was having a hard time, Chu Fei hurriedly went forward and squatted down, lifting a corner of her skirt to check the gauze tied on it. The snow-white gauze had long since seeped away except for a trace of blood, which was fortunately not too serious. It's fine, I think a little blood spilled from the wound. A couple days of good rest will do it. As soon as Chu Fei's words fell, the office door was pushed open. As soon as Fang Qing opened the door, she saw Chu Fei squatting under Su Li's skirt with his head tilted back. Her entire body froze in place, her small mouth slightly open. You guys? In what? She even had the picture in her head already. If he hadn't just barged in out of nowhere, I'm afraid the two would have already started. Fang Qing or some regret why they want to come in at this time. If they come in 2 minutes later, maybe. Chu Fei put down Su Li's skirt with a calm face, didn't do anything. And Su Li's face had long been red. Did you come in without knocking? Fang Qing heatedly smiled at her eyes full of I get it. I can't imagine that the Grand President will also have a day when he can't hold back. In the office, TSK. When Su Li heard this, she immediately exploded. Shut up. It's not what you think. Fang Qing laughed and walked up to pat Chu Fei's shoulder. Bodyguard Chu, the president's flavor, is it salty? Is it the flavor of the sea, you know? Chuffy licked his lips. Do you want to taste it? Fang Chang looked at him with a look of disgust. Die aside. Only then did he walk over to Su Li's side. Better yet? In fact, she was aware that Su Li was injured. That remark just now was just a deliberate attempt to flirt with the two. Much better. Barely able to walk. By the way, what brings you over? Su Li was a bit curious. Hadn't Fang Qing been busy with the modeling agency recently? During the time she was hospitalized, the two often made phone calls. From Fang Qing's mouth, she knew that her ex-boyfriend's company had begun to frantically poach her company's corners. Many nice models were scooped up at high prices. Her modeling agency, now, is in crisis. Even, very few ads work with her anymore. I came over to tell you something good. Afterwards, he came to Su Li's ear and quietly said a few words. Upon hearing this, Su Li's pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly. You're not kidding, are you? Really? Fang Cheng nodded. Of course it's true. Afterward, both women's gazes fell on Chu Fei's body. At that moment, Chu Fei only felt as if he was stared at by a fierce tiger. What are you looking at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? Su Li gave a shallow smile. Chuta handsome, do you know that the last time you took that set of modeling photos at Xiao Qing's company, how big of an impact it brought? Chu Fei was a bit puzzled. Wasn't it just a set of photos? What impact could it have? Besides, with scars all over his body, would anyone really like a photo taken this way? What are the implications? He asked with a hint of curiosity. Fang Qing slowly spoke. The sets of clothes you wore in the beginning, sales are now skyrocketing. The merchants we worked with before are planning to rush them in bulk, and they've recently sent over a few new styles. So? Hearing this, Chu Fei's face fell. Dare you say that Fang Qing came over this time just to let herself go as a model? No go. And don't pay me. Is it fun to whore me out every day? As soon as Fang Qing heard this, her eyes went wide. You want more money? Do you lack that kind of money? In her opinion, in front of the two, there were several other good-looking female models. Say yes. Come work for my company and double your salary for a month. And I can tell you that my company has received quite a few orders. If you're willing to make the jump, I guarantee you'll be 100 times better off than you are in this little company. Some harsh words made Fang Cheng blush. She never dreamed that her ex-boyfriend Lin Shuwei would still dare to come to the company. Lin Shuwei turned around and spotted Su Li and Chu Fei standing not far away. There was a sneer. So it's Mr. Su, disrespectful. I don't know if Mr. Su came over. Is he looking for Haru for a photo shoot? Actually, it's okay to look for me. I can shoot you for free. The meaning of this is understood by all individuals. Get out. Get the hell out of here. Get out or I'll call security. Fang Qing didn't want to see Su Li suffer, and immediately became angry. And Lin Shuwei just laughed coldly. In his opinion, now Fang Qing's company didn't have any more models to hold. The owners of those branded clothes would naturally not choose a modeling agency with no power to hire them to shoot clothes. His own company was founded late, but with the "Are you the new model Fang Chun hired?" Not bad. This guy was chosen to be on the cover of the Boys issue during Fashion Week last week. That styling coupled with that body simply made him the man of many a girl's heart. And he also knew that the model was from Fang Qing's company. Dude, name your price. Come work for my company and I promise the pay will be twice as good as what you get here. Lin Shuwei looks like I'm rich and I'm the boss. In his opinion, these models are all about money, and what can't be done with money. As for those words that Chu Fei had just said, he completely treated them as if he hadn't heard them. You're digging me? Chuffy laughed at that. And both Fang Qing and Su Li were silent. Comparing money with this top rich kid? I'm afraid not many people can match that. Yes. Name your price. When Lin Shuwei heard him say that, he knew something was up. The best model in his agency right now makes $200,000 a month. Even if it's Chufei, he can accept it as long as it doesn't exceed $300,000. In that case, that's fine. The price is... I'm just a newbie too, don't know much about it, so it's okay if you say so. Chufei had a budding look on his face, and Fong Chang and Suli both froze. This guy is new? A newcomer? Lin Shuwei all but froze. He thought that Chufei was a model from out of town. I didn't realize it was a newcomer. Wouldn't he have made a lot of money by scooping him up himself then? His eyes lit up at the thought. 50,000. That's not a low price. As long as you come, I guarantee you'll be paid at least $100,000 after 3 months. For a newcomer, this price is absolutely top-notch. No modeling agency would offer such a price for a newcomer. However, Chuffy was different. He's a newcomer who made it to Model Weekly in his first appearance. This potential is absolutely huge. 50,000? That's a little short. 100,000. After thinking for a few seconds, Chufei opened his price. Lin Shuwei agreed with just a little thought. $100,000 a month. Okay. I promise you. But Chufei looked at him, a little surprised. You seem to be mistaken about one thing. I'm not talking about a month, I'm talking about a minute's pay. Chapter 44, Familiar Groups. A minute? Several people froze when they heard this. It took several seconds before Lin Shuwei reacted, his face darkening. You tricked me? 100,000 a minute. Is that possible? At this price, how many people in the whole world can do it? You bet. Too bad there's no reward. Chufei smiled bashfully. For someone like Lin Shuwei, if it wasn't in public, he wouldn't mind giving him a hard beating. For no other reason than to simply look at him and be upset. Boy! You've got a lot of nerve. Lin Shuwei's face was extraordinarily ugly, and his eyes were covered in anger as he looked at Chufei. Teasing himself in front of so many people and losing face. Give you a chance to admit your mistake. Apologize. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't even have time to kneel. Chufei's tone suddenly turned cold, causing Suli to feel a hint of tension. The two of them had been in contact for such a long time, and she understood Chufei's character very well. Talking like that means he's pissed off. What? Do you still want to hit me? I'm just going to stand here and let you fight. I'd like to see if you have what it takes. Lin Shuwei was full of disdain, although he didn't have much ability in Jiangnan, but at least he had the back of his current girlfriend as a big mountain. There is the current girlfriend backing. That powerful background is not enough to walk horizontally in Jiangnan, but the general company bosses see their own not to say hello? At this moment, the woman standing beside Lin Shuwei also slowly got up. Ruffling the strands of hair between her forehead, a condescending look hung on that foundation-covered face. All right. I'm not nagging you guys today. Fong Chang, right? In my name as the general manager of Juanhao Group, I want to talk to you about the acquisition. Let's talk about it if you want. If not, then the rest of your company's days are numbered. Before Fong Qing could say anything, Chufei had already taken 2 steps forward and stood beside Lin Shuwei. The moment the woman's words fell, he slapped Lin Shuwei's beaten face. Pop! The resounding slap startled many people present. You know, next to the models who have not left. These little girls had all seen Chufei's perfect body last time. In their eyes, Chufei was a man full of stories. But this changed their view of Chufei. This is not only a man with a story, but a man of action. There is no ambiguity when it comes to fighting. The slap almost sent Lin Shuwei to the ground, his entire head spinning. The hot sensation on his face was telling him that it wasn't fake. How dare you hit my man? Looking for death. When the woman saw Lin Shuwei being beaten, she rushed forward and shielded Lin Shuwei behind her. Chufei, on the other hand, shook his palm, a bit thick-skinned, hitting my hand hurts a bit. Next to them, Suli and Fong Cheng both snorted with laughter. Watching Lin Shuwei get beaten up, he couldn't help but feel much more comfortable in his heart. If you hit it, you hit it. I didn't say I don't hit women, some are too much of a not to. But a woman like you, I'm afraid to dirty my hands by hitting you. After all, the foundation is too thick. Everyone in the room laughed at this statement. That is indeed too much to say. But it seems to be true. I'm already an old lady, and I can't even stand to look at myself when I'm wearing such a thick foundation. I say, this Amma, why don't you take this little white boy of yours with you? Fang Qing made up for it on the sidelines. This time, the woman's face was completely strained. Shaking with anger, he helped Lin Shuwei and walked towards the outside of the company. Row, row, row. Fang Qing, right, I remember. I will let you know that I, Juin, am not so easy to mess with. Watching the two walk out of the hall, Fang Qing let out a sigh of relief. Eyes fell on the other models, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Since you're all here, I won't say anything more. If you guys want to leave, I won't stop you. We all get what we want, other companies pay high wages that I can't afford, and you have the option to leave. Her words caused several female models to look at each other, and they all lowered their heads, not knowing what to say. It was only after half a minute that a female model spoke up. I'm sorry, Sister Qing, my father's health has always been bad, and he has to spend a lot of money on treatment every month, so. She didn't finish her sentence, but Fang Qing already understood what she meant. Go on. I'll put this month's paycheck on your cards on time. With the first, there will naturally be a second. 6 models, only 2 left. Won't you go away? The 2 female models looked at each other. In fact, they wanted to go in their hearts. But the reasons were all used up by the first few. Sister Qing, we. Fang Qing waved her hand, leave if you want to. The 2 looked at each other and left the company at a quick pace as well. Now, the entire company was left without a single model, except for the staff in charge of the day-to-day, and the people in charge of the shoot. Now, Fang Qing could only find someone else. And for a period of time, the company was unable to start work. Fang Qing's face was very dark as she sat on the sofa to the side, her brows furrowed, not knowing what she was thinking. It's okay, don't worry, I'll get you some models over here if I can't. By the way, what's that Junhao group all about? Listening to them like this, it feels like they're kind of targeting you. For what the woman called Juin had just said, Suli listened in. This general manager of the Junhao group was not something she was interested in paying attention to. But this Junhao group, in the middle of Jiangnan City, is not obvious. She clearly remembered that among the investors last time, there was the president of Junhao group, Wang Xie. The Monarch group, in fact, is not part of our downtown company. Speaking of which, the Junhao group is much more powerful than the Zhao group back then. This group is a provincial group that involves many companies and has a large volume. This group in Jiangnan City is just a branch of theirs. This modeling agency, it's totally just a random investment this woman made for Lin Shuwei, and it doesn't have much of an effect on their main body. Hearing this, a few moments of shock appeared in Su Li's eyes. Originally thought that the Junhao group is a local enterprise, but I did not expect that it is a provincial enterprise, and has a large volume. According to that, then isn't your company going to be targeted by them? Fang Qing gave a bitter smile and nodded. Indeed. Listening to the conversation between the two, Zhu Fei also spoke up from the side. Junhao group, why does it sound a little familiar to me? Chapter 45, Meeting the Parents? Junhao group. Zhu Fei always felt like the so-called top-tier rich kids shouldn't be that simple. Last time when Su Li was injured, the two had talked about this topic. However, the two had been unable to guess why Zhu Fei had come to Su Li's side. If only for a girl like Suri. There would be no need for that. Why would someone as rich as him come here for a woman? Like I said, my real identity is that of a top-ranking rich kid, and my family doesn't have much to do with it. To put it bluntly, a thug. The family demolished the house and split just a few tens of billions. Hearing this, the two couldn't help but give him a blank stare. Such words are also said to deceive people. If you don't tell us, forget it, we're not interested in knowing anyway. The two of them began to make small talk right in the middle of the hall. And Shuffy was just about to sit down and take a break when he received a phone call. Looking at the familiar number, he said to Suli, I'll go out to take a call, you guys chat first. Seeing that the two were ignoring him, he then walked out of the hall. Came outside and hit the answer button. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Xiao Yu. Brother Fei, there's a little bit of news about the person you asked me to check on last time. It's just that. Can't view all of the other person's messages with my access. I can only know that this person called Su Jinghua is still alive and still in our military department. But exactly which position, that I don't know. Hearing this, Zhu Fei was a bit surprised. Su Jinghua is still alive? Doesn't that mean that Su Li's grandfather is most likely some big shot in the military department? After all, at over 70 years of age, plus having spent so many years in the War Department, it's all at least a major general's rank. If it's any higher, it's a higher level. But in Chu Fei's memory, down to the small soldiers, up to the great generals, he remembered that there wasn't a man named Su Jinghua. By the way, Fei, Su Jinghua seems to have changed his name. The information I saw was before he changed his name. I can't view the identity after the name change. Perhaps the only way to view his profile is to use your permission. Hearing this, Chu Fei was more than a little depressed. Changed your name? That's going to be tough. After all, there are so many people among the military. He couldn't find the other party in case they were assigned to some war zone or stationed at the border. All right. The news is known to me. Anything else? Chu Fei casually asked. That question, sure enough, Xiaodiu had something else to tell him. Brother Fei, that's actually not what I'm going to say. What I want to say is the movement on Yi Ao's side. A small meeting has been held recently, on the site of the theater headquarters. A lot of people attended besides you. Including Lo, all went. The main thing is that the group leader retired. His place, who should it go to? Hearing this, Chu Fei's brows frowned slightly. Are we talking about this so soon? It seemed that he still had to find a time to go back to the capital. You can't just let the other side keep leading you around by the nose. I know. He hasn't made any other moves, has he? Xiaoyu hesitated for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Yes, there is. I don't know if it has anything to do with you. Chu Fei frowned. What is it? I've heard that the people under Yi Ao's hand seem to be making a move against a small company. I'm not sure exactly which company. Small company? Chu Fei subconsciously thought of Su Li's Kuyao company. But on second thought, that's not quite right. With Yi Ao's status, dealing with a small company like Suri was a matter of words. Moreover, if they were really going to deal with Su Li's company, they would definitely be able to find out some clues themselves. Caught by himself, he would never be that good. Aha! If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Back in the hall, Fong Chang and Su Li were still chatting. Seeing him come in, Su Li waved at him. Come here for a minute, I have something to talk to you about. In fact, the two of them chatted about the pregnancy for a while Chu Fei was out. Don't say it, don't say it. Fong Chang's entire body was confused when she heard Su Li say she was pregnant. It took a long time to respond. Tell me, when are we going to meet the parents? In fact, Su Li hadn't thought about meeting Chu Fei's parents so soon. But now, Chuffy, I'm telling you. My sisters are both pregnant with babies now. This parent, you don't have to see it without seeing it. Just say when you can go to the meeting. Chapter 46, You're wounded, don't move. Fang Qing's words caused Chu Fei to be in a bit of a dilemma. There was really no way for him to guarantee that he would take Su Li back now, and once he went back, he could guarantee that trouble would follow. Will it be okay for a little while longer? I promise I'll take you home as soon as we get past this extraordinary period. This was not said to Fang Qing, but to Su Li. But he didn't know that his words caused so much disappointment in Su Li's heart. Every girl wants to marry a good family. She may not have thought about it before, but now, she had a baby in her belly. This is the kind of thing that can't be delayed. But from Chu Fei's mouth, hearing such words, it would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. It's okay. After a while is fine. Su Li reluctantly smiled, the disappointment in her eyes not hidden at all. Chu Fei also knew that Su Li was having a hard time in his heart, but right now he couldn't help it. Chuffy. But I'm telling you. If you dare to abandon my good sister like those scumbags, I'll catch you and break your dog's legs even if I lose my family. Fang Qing's face was filled with anger, clearly not very agreeable to Chu Fei's words. Chu Fei nodded heavily and raised 3 fingers. I swear. I will definitely not abandon you, and I will give you the most perfect wedding in the world. Chu Fei, do what I say. If I go against it, the heavens will strike me down. He never swore to anyone or promised a future. But for Suri, he's willing. Despite the words, Fang Qing's face still had a few more smiles on it. It's the best outcome to see your best girlfriend in a good home. Go! I'm looking forward to it, those costume photos of you next. If you're still in next week's Model Weekly, you'll be really famous. Fang Qing looked at Chu Fei with a bad smile on her face. The latter's face was a bit ugly, but for Su Li's sake, he had to go on stage. He's kind of fallen into the hands of these two women. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when he returned to the villa from Fang Qing's modeling agency. As for dinner, Fang Qing had already treated herself to a meal at the restaurant. It said that this meal would be considered as a payment to Chu Fei. After all, she's at a modeling agency now and the models are all gone. Chu Fei is the only foreign aide in her company. It was also because of Chu Fei that her company was barely able to last for a while. On the bed in the room, Su Li was sitting on the edge of the bed. Chuffy, on the other hand, squatted beside her with brand new gauze, alcohol, and medicinal powder. The long skirt was slightly lifted, and a circle of gauze was wrapped around her snow-white calf, on which the blood seemed to have dried. It might hurt slightly, just bear with me, I'll get it done soon. Simple care, Chuffy still understands. It's not like I've ever been injured on a mission before. To stop the bleeding, there was no shortage of earthly methods, using tobacco and cauterizing with gunpowder. Because he couldn't afford to carry gauze and hemostatic pills with him, he could only barely stop the bleeding. Once you're done with your mission, you need to treat your wounds as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the greater the chance of inflammation and infection. Aha! Su Li gently nodded, her gaze kept falling on his angular face. Chu Fei didn't notice Su Li's gaze, and only slowly unwrapped her gauze. Until it was about to be revealed, Su Li didn't make any sound. However, a small face had long since turned a little pale from the pain. Until Chu Fei removed the gauze and sterilized her with alcohol, Su Li couldn't help but stifle a grunt. The pain was a little too much for her to bear. It was like having a million needles stuck in a wound. It hurts? Chu Fei raised his head, and only then did he realize that Su Li's small face already had a fine layer of cold sweat. It's okay, go ahead. Su Li pursed her lips to keep from making a sound. Looking at her stubborn appearance, Chu Fei felt some heartache in his heart. I'm sorry, I won't let you get hurt in the future. He swore silently in his mind. She was then quickly medicated and then given gauze to wrap around her. There. Get some rest, and in a few days, when the wound has scarred, you'll be fine. Good night. Chu Fei raised his hand to help her wipe off the beads of sweat on her forehead and lowered his head to kiss her on her red lips. But Su Li wrapped her hands around his neck. I want you to stay with me. A pair of beautiful eyes just looked at Chu Fei with such affection. Chu Fei was not stupid and knew what Su Li meant. Aha! But in advance. You can't move around, your feet are still hurt. Before the words were finished, he was already pounced on by Su Li. In the meantime. A card table in the mansion bar. Shui, what's wrong with you? Look sad, tell me what's wrong and I'll fix it for you. If Chu Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the kid who was speaking was Su Hui, who had been slapped a few times by him in the Qing bar last time. Don't mention it. I got slapped today and I'm still afraid to fight back. It's holding a lot of breath inside. Lin Shui took a large gulp of wine with a face full of depression. In front of his ex-girlfriend, he was actually slapped by a small model, and he was also mocked so much that he was holding that anger in his heart that he just couldn't get out. No, found Su Hui to come to the bar for a drink. Grass. Dare to hit my brother Shui, are you tired of living? Shui, tell me who he is, and I'll help you find someone to clean him up and take it out on you. Su Hui violently stood up from his, but you remember to call me when you do it, I'm going to watch the show. I'm going to make this kid kneel down and apologize. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Su Hui's forehead. Get that guy on his knees? Unless one is living out of one's mind. But the other guy wasn't there anyway. That's for sure. The next time I meet him, I'll make sure he kneels down and apologizes to you. Come on, drink. Chapter 47, The Four Families. Early the next morning. When Chu Fei woke up from his sleep, Su Li was still sleeping, and one of her hands was wrapped around his arm. Gently pulling his arm out, he briefly washed himself before coming to the kitchen to cook a hearty breakfast for Su Li. After all, it wasn't Su Li who was eating alone now, there was a little one in her stomach. Making breakfast before he came to his room with his plate. The sun's on your ass, get up and have breakfast. He shouted softly. Su Li murmured somewhat hazily, don't, I still want to sleep a little longer. Seeing that she didn't look like she was going to awaken, Chu Fei didn't continue to call out to her and just gently closed the door. Coming out into the yard, he took out his cell phone and looked at the phone number on it. It took a long moment of thought before he pressed the dial button. Soon, a man's bright voice came on the other end of the line. Brat! Shed call my old man? What is it? Speak! I'm still too busy over here to bother with you right now. Chu Fei's face darkened as he listened to his father, Chu Tianhao. It's so hard to call you and talk like I have to call you. Chu Tianmania laughed out loud. All right. I know what you're going to fart when your boy's ass puckers up. What's the trouble, tell me? In his opinion, it was rare for Chu Fei to not call him in general. The only time he called him was when he got into some kind of trouble, or trouble that couldn't be solved on his own personal strength. Pops. I'd like to ask, is it true that there's no one in our family in the military? Hearing this question, Chu Tianhua was silent for a few seconds. Only after that did he slowly speak. As you know, ancestral rules cannot be broken. Although our family doesn't have any direct lineage in the military department, there were quite a few people who were favored by us in the beginning, and it's not like no one is looking for those people to help. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? The Chu family's rule was that any direct family member was forbidden to enter the national military department. If you violate this, you will be subject to family law. As for Chu Fei, when he had joined the dragon group, it was only to follow his master and learn his skills. When you have learned your lesson, you will still quit. Nothing. Among our dragon group, there's a guy called Yi Ao who seems to have an unusual background. The family behind him seems to be able to call our family's bluff, so I want to ask the other party what exactly they are. Hearing those words, Chu Tianjing's tone of voice all changed slightly. There aren't many clans that can call our bluff. The four great families of Great Xia, the four families of Wind, Dragon, Cloud, and Han. That's all they've got. You mean, I've also sent out a number of people to give them a will-o'-the-wisp. You don't need to pay attention to this matter, finish your mission well, Laozi is still waiting for you to come back and take over. By the way, that little girl from the Wang family that I found for you last time, how was it? Does she look good? Did you take her in? Chu Tian wildly laughed and cursed. My son is now old enough to understand many things. The sooner you come back, the more you'll learn. In case something happens to him someday, this kid can be at the ready. I'm young. Not interested in that family stuff. As for that girl from the Wang family, she's just like that, didn't get to know her better, but I don't plan on having anything to do with her either. Speaking of Wang Xiyu, Chu Fei had almost forgotten about yesterday's incident. He still had to ask Wang Xiya for help himself. You brat! I can tell you that several of my old friends' grandchildren have been embraced by the old man. If you let me drag my feet, I'll break your legs. Chu Fei didn't even know how to speak for a moment. Now tell Pops he has a girlfriend and has a grandchild. He was really afraid that with that temperament of his old dad, he would fly back from overseas not far away to see this future daughter-in-law. I have things to do, so I'll hang up now. After saying that, Chu Fei was about to hang up the phone. However, as a father, how could Chu Tian Maniac not hear that this kid still had things to hide from himself? Say. I know there's something you boys haven't said. Listening to the growling voice on the other end of the phone, Chu Fei could only explain stiffly. In advance. I can tell you, but you must never let Mom and Grandpa and the others know. Or I won't say anything. Chu Tianhua was a bit confused when he heard that. When did this kid become so abrasive and hide his face? Is it something bad? Go ahead. Chu Tianhao thought that this kid had done something big, and his tone became a few points more grave. Actually, I have a girlfriend. In another 9 months or so, you should have grandchildren. That's it, hang up. Without giving Pops a chance to speak, Chu Fei hung up the phone. It was only after hanging up that he let out a long sigh of relief. And on an island tens of thousands of miles away from Jiangnan, in a luxurious courtyard. Chu Tianmania looked at the phone in his hand and was a little confused. The words that Chu Fei had just said still echoed in his mind. It took several seconds before he let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. The old man is so happy this day, so happy. Deafening laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. The two guards who were guarding the entrance of the courtyard couldn't help but froze a little when they heard the ear-shattering laughter. Hey, you say, how long has it been since his lordship smiled like that? Counting the time, it must have been 7 or 8 years. Ever since the young master went out, the old master has rarely smiled. I guess it's the young master calling the old master, and it's definitely something good. Chapter 48 Serious Consequences. When Chu Fei returned to the villa, Suli was already up. was walking slowly toward the stairs with his dinner tray, each step seeming to be an agony, a fine layer of cold sweat covering his pretty face. "Don't move. I'll do it." Chu Fei hurriedly went forward to support Su Li and took the dinner plate in her hands. "Who were you just on the phone with?" Su Li was a bit curious. Who would Chuffy call this early in the morning? Who else could it be? With the family, of course. Chu Fei was filled with helplessness. He was also compelled to talk to Pops about it. With that mouth of Pops, I guess the whole house is in an uproar by now. He could imagine Mom and Grandma and Grandpa, and they were all happy at home. Even, it might be possible for them to appear in Jiangnan at any time. You talked to your family? Su Li was a bit at a loss for words for a while. After all, one is not even ready. On her lips, she said that she wanted to meet Chu Fei's parents, but when it really came to that day, she was still a bit timid. Said it. But don't worry, I told them they won't be coming over for a while. They shouldn't come over until they've settled things at home. By the way, isn't today Saturday? You're supposed to be going home for the family dinner, right? Every Saturday is the day of Su Li's family feast. Today is no exception. The main thing was how to explain the matter of Su Li's injury to his family when the time came. Aha! Pack up, we should get over there too. The two of them simply packed up and drove to the Su family villa. When Su Li's grandmother saw Chu Fei, she was very enthusiastic and invited him to sit down. Chatting about family matters, he even had the intention to introduce Su Li to Chu Fei. Fei, look, you're not so little anymore. My little Li, she's not so little anymore. I see that you two are very married, or you just try it? Jiang Taiying's wrinkled face was filled with a kind smile. Su Li sat on the side, her face slightly flushed. Pouting, Grandma. Kang Taeyong smiled and gently patted her hand. Be content when you meet such a good boy. People have been following you around taking care of you when you hurt your foot. Where can you find a boy like that? The reason why Su Li's foot was injured, the two of them told a small lie, saying that it was accidentally cut by a knife. Seeing that he couldn't get around this topic, Chu Fei had no choice but to open his mouth. Grandma, last time you asked me to help find news about Grandpa. I had my friend ask around a little bit, and Grandfather Su Jingwa should still be alive. But Grandma, did Grandpa change his name? When he heard the first two sentences, Jiang Taiying's cloudy eyes suddenly looked at Chu Fei. There was incredulity in his eyes. Even the way Su Li looked at Chu Fei changed. Su Wu, who was watching the news from the side, also got up with a huff and stared at him. What did you say? The old man is still alive? Kang Taeyong still seemed to be in disbelief, but his eyes had already reddened. The cloudy eyes were tinged with the slightest hint of tears. Lifting that pale hand, he wiped the teardrops that streamed down his cheeks. Bandits! Are you telling the truth? Su Li was in a bit of disbelief. After all, Grandpa has been gone for decades. Until now, not a single word. She couldn't even believe that Grandpa was still alive. Chuffy, are you sure you're not joking? Su Wu's face was a bit icy. He felt that it was the boy who was trying to please the old man, and he guessed that he had said it to make him happy. Chu Fei nodded, his face full of seriousness. Grandma! I really looked for a friend to ask. There really was a person named Su Jingwa in the military department who had existed and was still alive, only that his name was changed later on, and if I wanted to see more comprehensive information, that friend of mine didn't have the authority to do so. As you know, there are some things that are not for the average person to see. This was not something that Chu Fei had said was false, but it was indeed true. With Xiao Yu's authority, he couldn't find out the real information about Su Li's grandfather. All that can be seen is the previously outdated information. This information, for himself, could only determine that Su Li's grandfather was still alive, but nothing else. Only when he had time to return to the capital would he use his authority to check out more information. It's good that he's alive, it's good that he's alive. Jiang Taiying was in old tears, as if he had been waiting for this sentence for many years. Seeing her grandmother shed tears, Su Li also felt the tip of her nose sour and her eyes red. The fact that they hadn't come back in so many years and hadn't given them a call was probably because they were afraid of the impact on their own lives and others. Today's family dinner was a little more heavy and a little less joyful. After dinner, in the yard. Fei. Can I ask you a favor? If you can you find out how to contact Grandpa Liz, or if one of your friends meets him, can you ask him to send a letter home? Looking at the old lady's eager eyes, Shu Fei did not know how to refuse. Yes. I'll make sure his old man brings you a letter, if I can. He could only agree with a stiff upper lip. As for whether or not he could find or meet Su Li's grandfather, that was another matter. By the way, Grandma, did Grandpa really never change his name? Or, did he have any nicknames? You can tell me if there is one, so my chances of finding him should be better. Kang Tae-young pondered for a few seconds before slowly shaking his head. No. Hearing that reply, Shu Fei could only sigh in his heart. That's not a normal level of difficulty. With so many war zones and so many people in the country, trying to find one with a changed name is like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, one's own permissions are laid out here. Check it out again sometime. Grandma, don't be too sad. I'm sure Grandpa will be back to see you. Su Li took Jiang Taiying's hand and softly comforted. Jiang Taiying didn't say anything, he just nodded, but there were still tears hanging in those cloudy eyes. After sitting in the yard for more than 10 minutes, the two Su Li drove back. Road. Why don't you think my grandfather came back to see Grandma if he's still alive? Su Li didn't understand, since her grandfather was still alive and working in the military department. Then why not a single phone call, not a single letter left? You don't understand. It's not that they don't want to, they don't dare. Once their identities are revealed, they are likely to be targeted, threatening the safety of their families. That's why they're afraid to contact their families. Shu Fei shook his head slightly. Working in some special departments of the military ministry, it was normal to not see the sunlight for several years, not to mention the telephone. It's not just for your own safety, it's for the safety of your family. The identities of those who work in special departments are even more top secret. Aside from the few who could view it, those who were not of sufficient rank would be captured and questioned once they tried to view it. Perhaps, Su Li's grandfather was the one who worked in the special department. But he was also a bit puzzled, being in his 70s, even if he was in good health, he should have reached his retirement day. How? Are you still able to work at the War Department? But is it possible that he can bear it in his heart when his family talks so much about it? Suri didn't really understand that the safety of her family would be threatened because of a phone call. If you can bear it, you'll be fine. There are only two consequences for not being able to resist death or treason. Which one would you choose, do you think? Chapter 49, She's messing with my wife, okay? Dead? Treason? Su Li was silent for a moment. She hadn't expected just one phone call to have such dire consequences. Either way, it's not an option. The only thing you can do is cut off contact with your family. Keep coming back until, well, after retirement. By then, I'm afraid everything will have changed. I see. Su Li could only nod helplessly. Shu Fei was silent, and there was actually another option. That is, the kind that has a powerful family as a background that no one dares to move easily. Obviously the Su family isn't like that. Maybe that's why Suri's grandfather didn't want to give her family contact. The following day at noon, Shu Fei happened to have lunch with Su Li when he received a call from Wang Xiyu. My handsome boyfriend, where are you? I'm trying to get a date with you. Listening to the ambiguous voice on the other end of the phone, Shu Fei's face darkened. This call couldn't have come at a worse time. After all, Suri was sitting right next to him. Who? Calling you out on a date. Su Li had a cold smile on her face, and a small hand had already pinched Shu Fei's ear. The relationship between the two of them was now made clear, but Shu Fei unexpectedly had another girlfriend. Isn't that 2 feet in one boat? For any woman, this kind of thing is unacceptable. Hold on, I'll call you back. After saying that, Shu Fei hung up. Then with a helpless face, he looked at Su Li's cold and icy pretty face. That? Actually, she was a blind date set up by my family, and I never liked her in the first place. It's just that she had to pester me. And, you're no stranger to. Hearing the first few words, Su Li felt it was still acceptable. After all, Shu Fei's family was so rich, it was understandable to arrange a blind date or something. Only, this last sentence made Su Li somewhat surprised. I recognize that too? Who? There aren't a lot of people you know on your own. The president of the Juanhao group, Wang Xie. Shu Fei spread his hands out, expressing his helplessness. Only, Su Li looked at him with a stunned expression. Mr. Wang? Are you kidding me? What kind of person is Mr. Wang that he would go on a blind date with you and pester you? It was only last time that Fong Cheng had told herself that Juanhao Group was a provincial conglomerate, and its status was definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary company. This Juanhao Group in Jiangnan is just a branch. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, why don't you come with me? Seeing Su Li's disbelief, Zhu Fei planned to bring her along to meet Wang Xiyu. By the way, tell that you have a girlfriend. Tell her to stop pestering herself. After all, it's fruitless. He's not a womanizer himself, he won't have his feet in two boats. Su Li looked at him with suspicion filling her gaze, but finally waved her hand. Trust is built on both sides. Since Zhu Fei had said so, it would seem like he was jealous if he followed him. You're on your own. I won't follow. Although she is the president of the Juanhao Group, can't have anything to do with her. Or I'll have Haru find someone to castrate you. Looking at Su Li's silly appearance, Zhu Fei smiled. Don't worry. Actually, she and I are just working together. She had something she wanted to ask me for help with, and I had something I needed her help with. That's why there's a connection. Only after hearing Zhu Fei's explanation did Su Li nod her head. There you go. Come back early. Only after bidding farewell to Su Li did Zhu Fei drive out. In the car, he made a call to Wang Xiyu and arranged a meeting place. It took half an hour to arrive at a luxurious Western restaurant. Looking at Wang Xiyu who was sitting on the sofa, Zhu Fei was a bit puzzled. Walking up and sitting down on his butt, you weren't really planning on calling me out on a date, were you? On the table, in addition to a bottle of red wine and 2 freshly baked medium-rare prime rib steaks, were 2 bouquets of roses. Look at this. It's a living, breathing dating scene. Or what? Wang Xiyu revealed a flirtatious smile, and her feet under the table were gently touching Zhu Fei's calves. Come on. Everyone understands. Something's up. This woman isn't stupid, there's no need for all this fancy stuff if it's just a date. She was not a woman who valued material things, because what she should have she had. Worthy of you, young master of the Chu family. Men like you always give me the urge to conquer you. It's just a pity that a mortal woman like me can't fit into your eyes. These words made Zhu Fei smile slightly. It seems that Wang Xiyu already knows her identity. He wasn't surprised, though. After all, with the Wang family's identity, it wasn't difficult to know one's identity. The Wang family is overseas and has quite a few businesses. With my own family, there was sort of a financial back and forth. I did have a favor to ask you recently. It's just that this is something that may require you to use your identity. Wang Xiyu's words caused Zhu Fei to frown. Use it to your advantage? This thing, then, is not small. And it is impossible to reveal one's identity. Excuse me. This thing, it can't be done. He just thought about it for less than 2 seconds and politely declined. Wang Xiyu blankly glanced at him without any good humor. It's not your identity as the young master of the Chu family, it's your identity as the chairman of the Chu men group. If I let you use the identity of the Chu family's young master anymore, the Chu family would still cut me alive. Hearing this, Zhu Fei let out a sigh of relief. Scared me. The matter of Chu men being under his name definitely could not be hidden from Wang Xiyu. Carefully. As he spoke, he fell back on himself, wielding his knife and fork, cutting into his steak and savoring it. There are a few big businessmen coming down from the capital, they should be under the 4 great families. They're planning to develop some business in Jiangnan and have organized a large business gathering. Quite a few companies have been invited, it's just that I have a feeling that their intentions are not simple, and the business they want to meddle in includes a lot. Including your company, Koyo, is on their list of plans. At those words, Zhu Fei put down the knife and fork in his hands. Koyo is also on the other side's list? It was important to realize that Koyo Company was, at most, a third-rate company in Jiangnan. Definitely not ranked before that drug was even researched. But Wang Xiyu said that the other side had Koyo among its list of plans. He felt that the other party's purpose was definitely not simply to develop business. What do you think? Zhu Fei's gaze fell on Wang Xiyu. It's easy. They want to meddle in Jiangnan, and the plans I've laid out for so long are going to be disrupted. That's why I want to work with you to keep them empty-handed. Wang Xiyu took a sip of red wine and said faintly. The family had been laying out their plans in Jiangnan for 2 years, and now the plan was halfway through. Many enterprises in the entire Jiangnan have shares held by the Juanhao Group. It's not a huge amount, but it's definitely a shareholder. If the four great families wanted to intervene, they would be stealing the rice bowl from her. That's the kind of thing she won't agree to. Because the family's plan is to take all the businesses in Gangnam. Could be. What about my favors? Chuffy slowly looked up and lit a cigarette. What favor do you want? Why don't I stay with you all night? After saying that, Wang Xie deliberately came forward, and the flash of snow white under her collar was clearly seen by Chu Fei. Chu Fei slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke and stared without looking away. There was a gap of several seconds before he withdrew his gaze. The clothes are pretty big and white and okay. As for the terms, let's wait until I think of them. That's a promise for now. By the way, the general manager of your company, fire her. I see she's a pain in the ass and pisses off my wife, got it? Chapter 50, if you want to touch my wife, ask me. Wife? Wang Xie looked at Chu Fei's departing back with a hint of surprise in her eyes. The wife he was talking about couldn't be Su Li, the president of Kuyao Company? If it did, would his family approve? A mere president of a small company can marry into the Chu family? Wang Xie was a little less daring to believe. After all, a small company president with no identity and little status, wanting to marry into a powerful family like the Chu family was really a little whimsical. However, it wasn't ruled out that Chu Fei just liked Su Li. Wang Xie looked down at her own proud figure. Compared to Su Li, her figure was more materialized than hers, right? Why doesn't Chuffy like it? She doesn't understand. However, thinking of Chu Fei's instructions before he left, he still took out his cell phone and made a call to his secretary. President. The gentle voice of the secretary came from the other end of the line. Informed that the general manager of the company has changed. Just replace the VP, the GM stepped down. Hearing Wang Xie's words, the secretary didn't ask for any reason at all. Because the president's word is the right one. It doesn't take any reason to fire someone. Yes. I'll call her now and email her afterward. In the meantime. In a large, well-furnished flat room in a neighborhood. Lin Shui was holding onto the wall as he came out of his room when the sound of clattering water came from the bathroom. His face was pale, and he seemed to be holding up a bit. It could be so crazy in the middle of the day that he just couldn't hold out any longer. If it wasn't for the fact that Juyin was still able to help himself get his modeling agency up and running, he wouldn't want to stay a day. As the saying goes, a woman is like a wolf in her 30s and a tiger in her 40s. Juyin is over 40 and will soon be approaching 50. Isn't that just sitting on the ground and sucking up dirt? Who can stand this? All day long, with nothing to do but have a strenuous workout. An Iron Man would have to be softened, let alone his own district human body. I was just about to light a cigarette and get some rest. The cell phone sitting on the table rang. However, it wasn't Lin Shui's cell phone, but Zhu Yin's. Honey, someone's calling you. The memo is for the president's secretary, can I help you get it? When Lin Shui saw the note on it, a few more moments of envy grew in his eyes. Secretary to the president of the Juanhao Group, a position that is quite a bit stronger than the general manager. And every day with the president, although the power is not great, but actually slightly in the president's ear to blow a wind, the company general people really do not dare to mess with. Ha? The president's secretary? I'm coming out now. Julien had no qualms about opening the bathroom door and just coming out. Lin Shui subconsciously lowered his head, unwilling to look directly at him. It wasn't that he didn't want to see it, but he just couldn't. The sagging had long since sagged, and the skin had long since lost the smoothness that a woman should have, like a piece of brown cloth. Julien didn't pay attention to his change either. The president's secretary personally called her. There must be something important to inform her. Hello? Secretary Chang? I'm Juyin. Secretary Zhang's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Manager Juyin, right? The president's office informs you that you're fired. Come to work tomorrow, please come and organize your personal belongings and do a good job of handing them over. Hearing these words, Juyin's entire body froze on the spot. In his eyes, he was filled with intense doubt and shock. She still seemed to be in disbelief and smiled sarcastically. Secretary Zhang, could it be a mistake? I was fired, I'm Juyin, the general manager of the company. However, Secretary Zhang's reply was that decisive. Yes, that's right, it's General Manager Juyin. The email will be sent to your mailbox later, please check it. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the phone had been hung up. Zhu Yin's entire body sat on his but on the sofa, the wet water stains soaking the sofa. Next to her, Lin Shuei was looking at her with a stunned expression. Honey, did you just say you were fired? It can't be true, can it? Ah, the general manager of the Junhao Group. This is a position that is not meant to be opened. But, from the conversation just now, it definitely doesn't seem like a prank. It's like... Is it? Zhu Yin was still in a state of disorientation. She wasn't even sure why she had been fired. She didn't seem to have done anything against the company. Everything he or she does is done with the company's interests in mind. Drop. It was accompanied by a ring on her cell phone before she opened it. Above it was an email from a cell phone email address, and when I opened it, it was a notice of dismissal with the company's steel seal underneath. Seeing this, she realized that it was true. But she still didn't want to believe it. Hurriedly, he picked up his cell phone and made a call to the president. At this moment, Wang Xie was on her way back to the villa by car. Heard the phone ring, which pressed the car's Bluetooth. President, this is General Manager Zhu Yin. May I ask the president why I was fired? Did I do something wrong? Hearing Zhu Yin's words, Wang Xie just lightly said, you just messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with, so you've been expelled. One sentence later, the phone had been hung up. Zhu Yin looked at the hung-up call on his cell phone and sat down on the sofa a little lost in thought. Lin Shuei looked at her like this and asked tentatively. Is this true? Zhu Yin backhanded him in the face. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Got me fired. Although she didn't know who she had provoked, now she had no place to take her anger, so she could only take it out on Lin Shuei. Isn't this little white boy that you pay and spend your connections to race just to take the piss? Lin Shuei was dumbfounded by a slap, but was greeted with more slaps. Snap. Loud slaps echo through the living room. In the meantime, Zhu Fei had returned to the villa. Just entering the villa, Su Li happened to hang up the phone. When he saw Zhu Fei come in, he was all smiles. Guess what I just got a call about? Seeing her so happy, Chuffy shook his head. What good things happened, huh? Just now, I received a call from the president of our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, saying that there is a business banquet next Saturday and inviting me to come alone. But I'm telling you, this party is not for ordinary company. It's good for the company to meet and befriend a few more company owners at a party like this. It looks like Koyo will be on its feet soon. Looking at Su Li this happy, Zhu Fei was somewhat unable to bear to burst her fantasies. I'm only afraid that the purpose of this business banquet is to come at Su Li's company. Only before, his father had told himself that Yi Ao's back was most likely one of the four great families. It's only been a short time since the other party came to Jiangnan to organize a business banquet. Such a purpose is too direct. If he wasn't there, as far as this idiot Su Li was concerned, he would have been dug into a hole by the other party and jumped into it. But well. A trace of coldness crossed the depths of Zhu Fei's eyes. If you want to touch my wife, you have to ask me first. Chapter 51, Just pretend later, don't play the real thing. After this period of rest, Su Li's injuries had almost recovered. The wound has also scarred and is able to move freely. The two arrived at the office in the morning. But just after arriving at the office, the secretary came to report. President, the general manager is here for work. Going to work? When Su Li heard this, her face was obviously a bit icy. He gave himself a week's vacation and now he's coming to work? It's only been 2 days now, and there are still 5 days to go before the start of the workday. With Saturdays and weekends, he has a week off. I know. Inform him to come to my office. Only after the secretary left did Chuffy open his mouth. Unsurprisingly, the company's list of researchers should be the one he got out. The last time we called a meeting of the senior staff and gave all the senior staff a vacation, we wanted to see if there was anyone among these senior staff who had betrayed the company or not. Now, the most suspicious person is Li Fei, the general manager. It's a wonder there are no ghosts when you come back to work instead of enjoying a good vacation. What are you going to do? Is he fired or does it say? Zhu Fei wanted to ask Su Li what she would do with this traitor. Firing him won't do any good for the company's loss. I want to gather evidence and send him in. And catch the one behind it. Suri has a lot of guts too. It's not clear exactly who is behind targeting their company though. But the other party had bullied their way to their head, so they couldn't just swallow their anger. Getting the person behind this, don't think about it for now. Since the other party was able to buy off the general manager of your company, they must have thought of a way back. Chu Fei knew very well that this mysterious person who was targeting Su Li's company, wanting to dig into his identity, was definitely not that simple. Even for myself, I only know a little bit of the trail, digging deeper is impossible. As he spoke, there was a knock at the door. President, it's me. Hearing this voice, the two men stopped talking. Come in. Su Li looked toward the doorway. Only then did Li Fei walk into the office with a sardonic smile on his face. President, what can I do for you? Su Li smiled faintly. Mr. Li is really a nobleman who forgets a lot of things. When we had a meeting before, I had let Mr. Li have a week's vacation. It's only been 2 days. How come Mr. Li is back? Li Fei was stunned before he laughed. President, look at my memory. I forgot. I didn't even know I was on vacation today. However, there are still a lot of things I need to take care of for the company, and I'm willing to bow and scrape for the sake of the company. The vacation thing, President, you see, forget it. Su Li just quietly looked at Li Fei and didn't say anything. Feeling the gaze from Su Li, Li Fei didn't know what to say for a moment. On his forehead, a cold sweat broke out. President, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave the office. But Chu Fei took the first step to block the doorway. Mr. Li, why are you in such a hurry to leave? There's something else the president wants to talk to you about. Have a seat. Li Fei knew very well that Chu Fei was Su Li's bodyguard and secretary. With his own body, as long as Chu Fei did not allow himself to go out, he designated that he would not be able to get out. Oh, yes. It was only when he spoke that Li Fei raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Su Li slowly got up and walked back and forth in the office. What is your private inspection of the list supposed to be about? When these words came out, Li Fei's originally relaxed emotions instantly tensed up. Hurriedly explaining. President. I was just looking around, definitely not trying to sell out the company. You must not listen to the slanderous words of some villain. Unexpectedly, Su Li actually checked the records. The matter of checking the list of researchers by himself was definitely not something that could be hidden. However, it was thought that Su Li didn't have any evidence to say that she had betrayed the company. Mr. Li, I know you won't sell out the company. I just said that for the sake of the company. You go back and rest for a while. Come back to work after your vacation. Su Li revealed a smile, completely unable to see that those were the words that came out of her mouth just now. Yes. I'm going back to rest. Li Fei rolled and ran out of the office, leaving the company without looking back. And after he left, Su Li and Chu Fei looked at each other. Basically, it can be concluded that it was Li Fei who betrayed the list of researchers. The most important thing now is how to find out the evidence that he betrayed the company. Looks like we'll just have to ask our friends at the bank for help. Su Li took a deep breath. Li Fei must have received a large sum of money since he sold the secret. The money, that's the evidence. But unusual people are not qualified to check someone's running water. Now, she'll have to get help from someone who works at the bank as well. Right, Bandit, go downstairs to the mini-mart and buy some cigarettes, fruit. We also have to go to the research institute today, to bring something over to Professor Yang and the others, and to see how the research is progressing. Su Li rubbed some of her eyebrows, a little annoyed. Yes. Chu Fei came downstairs and prepared to go to the small supermarket across the street to buy some small things. And in a 7-seater commercial car by the street, Su Hui was covered in cold sweat. Shui, do we really have to do it now? It's not good in the middle of the day. Looking at Lin Shui, who was swollen like a pig's head, he was a bit puzzled. What the hell did this go through to get beaten up by his wife? One face is swollen. Lin Shui's face was filled with viciousness, his eyes staring deathly at Chu Fei, who had come out of the Kuyao mansion, and he couldn't wait to go up and give him 2 punches right now. The burning sensation on his face still wouldn't go away. Julien was fired and took all the anger out on himself. A whole 100 slaps almost didn't make him a cutie. But who made that rich? Now her own company needs her support to operate. If she doesn't support herself, the company is bound to collapse. He couldn't find anyone to vent to, so he could only implicate his anger on Chu Fei. Without cleaning up Chu Fei for a while, it would be hard for him to resolve his heart's hatred. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. There's $2 million in here. Think of it as tea for the brothers. Looking at the bank card handed over, Su Hui was really afraid to accept it. Because he didn't even dare to make a move, and it's not asking for trouble to make a move with that guy. But you put your word out in the first place. If we don't do it, how can we lose face? Big deal, just get beat up again. Okay. Brother Shui has said so, if I don't do it, it will look like I'm not righteous. Guys, get off. Chuffy, who was about to cross the street, was still waiting for the stoplight. He saw the door of a commercial car parked in the parking space opposite open, and Sui was slowly walking down from the car with a few minions. Each one stared menacingly at himself as if he had killed their family. He was a bit staggered. This kid, hasn't he learned his lesson yet? How dare you come to trouble yourself? But soon, he saw Lin Shui walking at the back of the crowd. If I didn't have a better memory, I almost didn't recognize this guy. What's going on here? A face swollen like a pig's head. That slap of his own didn't seem so powerful. When the green light came on, Shufei didn't move and stood quietly waiting for Su Hui and the others to come over. A few seconds later, Su Hui and the others walked up to Shufei. Lin Shui squeezed to the very front of the crowd, his fierce eyes just staring at Shufei. Boy! If you have the guts, let's try going into the alley? After saying that, he also pointed to the alley not far away. Shufei didn't bother to pay attention to him, and instead, he placed his gaze on Su Hui. He was a bit surprised, not realizing that Lin Shui actually knew this kid. It looked like Su Hui had been found by Lin Shui to deal with himself. Su Hui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. So what, if you have the guts, let's try going into the alley. As he spoke, his gaze didn't even dare to look directly at Shufei. Chuffy laughed. Yes. After saying that, under Lin Shui's shocked gaze, he took the lead and walked towards the alley. Go! Lin Shui was furious, this kid's guts were really big. He wouldn't be a man if he didn't give him a good beating today. Watching Lin Shui follow Shufei, Su Hui's heart was in his throat. This douchebag. Next time never play with him again. Who do you want to mess with but this bogeyman? Is that something they can mess with? Glancing at Lin Shui, who was walking a few meters in front of them, Su Hui spoke in a low voice, brothers, just play pretend later, don't play for real. Chapter 52, don't forget, I'm a top-ranking rich kid. Inside the alleyway down the street. Shufei slowly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep breath. Phew! Thick smoke drifted away with the wind. Lin Shui walked forward and faced Shufei directly, a sinister smile on his somewhat puffy face. Boy! Now kneel down and beg for mercy, and maybe I'll be kind and let you go. Or else I'll make you kneel later without a chance. The same words were coming out of Lin Shui's mouth at the moment. Shufei shook his head and smiled, his gaze resting on Su Hui and the crowd. Did he give you the nerve to talk to me like that? You're out. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and hooked a finger at Su Hui. Su Hui stiffly stepped forward with a fierce look. It's me. And I'm telling you, this is Shui. The wife is the general manager of the Juanhao group, messing with brother Shui won't get you anywhere. I advise you that you'd better admit your mistake now, and we don't want to get rough, so. For some reason, Su Hui's voice trembled a little when he spoke. The last time was still fresh in my mind, and my cheeks still seemed a little raw. Before Shufei could say anything, Lin Shui, however, had long since pressed on. With one hand, he snatched the iron rod in the hands of the junior brother beside him and pointed at Shufei. Fai, what are you wasting your words with him? Just beat him straight into submission. Brothers, give it to me. With a command, Lin Shui was about to let a few of Su Hui's brothers make their move. However, no one dared to make a move without Su Hui speaking. You look at me, I look at you, all standing still. Only Lin Shui foolishly rushed forward and was about to make a move with Shufei. Shufei slowly threw away the cigarette in his hand and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Looking at Lin Shui, who rushed forward, he raised his leg and kicked him in the stomach. I say! How did you dare to trouble me when you're like this? Wasn't the lesson you learned last time enough? Lin Shui was kicked to the ground and had thought that Su Hui and the others would swarm up and beat Shufei up. But only now did he realize that Su Hui's few people were standing right where they had just been, not moving a muscle. Fai, you. He didn't understand how he was rushing over to get beat up all by himself when he had agreed to do it together. Only at this time did Su Hui stiffly step forward, looking at Shufei with a face full of sardonic smiles. That. Big brother, can you go easy on him? I. Have a drinking game tonight? Lin Shui's entire body was dumbfounded when he saw Su Hui looking like this. Is this the same arrogant and domineering male? How come you're so respectful to a little model? Shufei didn't intend to make a move with Su Wei either. This kid still knew what he was doing and didn't make a move with Lin Shuei. Otherwise, I would have just cleaned him up myself. Reaching out, he gently patted Su Hui's face, still understanding, from now on you'll be my little brother. Su Hui felt a little flattered when he heard this. It's not a wasted trip. Recognized a big brother, not to mention a big brother who knows kung fu. Next time, if you can't handle something, let your big brother do it, and it's bound to be a handful. Yes. Big brother. Watching Lin Shuei go away, Su Hui snorted. A little white boy with a heart on. If I wasn't short of money lately, I wouldn't give a. Guys, let's go, let's drink. On the other hand, Shufei had already bought things and put them all in the trunk of the car. Suli also happened to come out from the company, and the two of them drove straight to the institute. Nearly an hour later, the two finally arrived at the institute. Inside the reception room, Yang Changhua and Xiao Bei, as well as several important researchers, were present. To be honest, the new drug is only good for the human body, not bad. But as you know, it's a medicine that can't do no harm at all. And what are the side effects we are not clear, can only guarantee that there will be no life-threatening, but other things we cannot guarantee. As Yang Changhua said, once the drug enters the body, other than the fact that it is not life-threatening, it is something unpredictable. Maybe, it will paralyze someone, or make them deaf and dumb and cute. Wait a minute. The result is the unknown. By the way, Secretary Chu, I have to thank you for what happened last time. The last time Chu Fei came over, he assured him of his family's safety. Sure enough, when he called his family over the next day himself, his wife answered. This means that the family is safe and you are able to research with confidence. You're welcome, as it should be. Chu Fei smiled, but in his heart, he was thinking about whether he should ask his family to find a few dead soldiers, or just find a few death row inmates to come over as experimental subjects. Once it succeeds, the first ones to profit will definitely be the self-employed. After all, Suli was already a de facto wife, and wasn't considered an outsider. Why don't I try? Chu Fei suddenly came out with such a sentence. The words came out and startled everyone in the room. What an international joke. No. This will never work. Suli refused without even thinking about it. Letting Chu Fei risk his life, she couldn't do it. She would rather this experiment end here than have any accidents happen to Chu Fei. Didn't Professor Yang say it's not life-threatening? It won't kill me to try. Chuffy hemmed and hawed. I don't know how many times I've crawled back from the ghost gate myself. What can you do with just one experiment? Secretary Chu, this won't work. Though at best, according to our maximum side effects, we'll only be half paralyzed, we won't be able to explain it to your family in case of an accident. Yang Changhua also rejected Chu Fei's offer. Don't even think about it. Suli suddenly got up. Professor Yang, I'll find a way to do something about the experimental body. We'll just go ahead and take care of you guys here. After saying that, grabbing Chu Fei, he came to the parking place. Are you sick? You go as an experiment. If anything goes wrong, have you thought about it? Do you want the baby to be born without a father? Suli rushed at Chu Fei with a furious scolding, her eyes red. Chu Fei fell silent. He really hadn't considered this aspect and had forgotten about Suli's feelings. Used to be all alone, life and death have long since been put aside. And now it's different. Not only do you have a wife, you have a child. One's own shoulders seemed, well, more responsible. I'm sorry. I'm the one who ignored your feelings. Not next time. As soon as the words left his mouth, Suli jumped into his arms and sobbed in a low voice. Chuffy gently patted her back. Alright, it's alright, I was wrong. Suli hugged him tightly, unwilling to let go. It was only after a moment that Chu Fei then spoke. Will you stop squeezing me? I'm a little out of breath. Too big. When Suli heard this, she quickly let go of her hand. Her small face had long been red. He glared at him viciously. Bah, stinking bandit. All you know is to be a hooligan all day long. Chu Fei laughed and looked at her silly appearance. Being with Suli always released that pressure in his heart. Right. You don't have to worry about the experimental subjects, I'll figure it out. Suli's brows furrowed slightly. What can you do? Do you want to risk your life? I'll tell you, if you dare to secretly experiment, I'll beat up your child. Chu Fei laughed and pinched her smooth little face. Why are you so stupid? Don't you forget. I'm a top-tier rich second generation in this world, how many things can't be solved with money? Chapter 53, Congratulations, you're fired. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon when we got back to the city from the institute. In the car, Suli suddenly turned her head to look at Chu Fei, a pair of beautiful eyes with a small hint of anticipation. Why don't we go for Western food? Consider it my date with you. You know, there's no process when we're together. As a woman, she also wants to be able to have a sweet relationship for herself so that she can experience the sweet and sour of it. However, the current version of myself skipped the relationship stage and went straight to premarital cohabitation. Moreover, there was already Chu Fei's child in his stomach, and it was unlikely that the two would fall in love. However, it doesn't stop them from going through the process that they should go through. Okay, promise. Facing Su Li's request, Chu Fei did not have any reason to refuse. Probably also to make up for when she didn't experience a relationship with herself. The two of them drove to the more famous Western restaurant in Jiangnan City, the Dragon Phoenix Western Restaurant. Anyone who can come here to eat is rich. The average person can't afford to consume it. Any meal costs thousands of dollars, that's a month's salary for an average person. The two walked into the Western restaurant hand in hand. The waiter at the door looked at the two with a smile on his face. May I ask you two, do you need a hall or a private room? We have one VIP room left. For Suli and Chu Fei, naturally the private room was better. Before the two could speak, a sneer came from behind them. Make way, please, good dogs don't get in the way. The arrogant voice caused Chu Fei to frown slightly. Looking back, a big-bellied, bald man walked head-on with a young girl in her 20s on his arm. What are you looking at? Never seen a rich man before? Get out of the way and don't block the doorway. Noticing Chu Fei's gaze, the man spoke again. The gazes that looked at the two were filled with mockery. Eat and didn't brush your teeth? Why are you full of? Chu Fei unceremoniously disliked back. The man sneered and looked Chu Fei up and down. Does someone like you deserve to eat here? Such a good-looking beauty for nothing. A meal that's less than a month's salary for you, right? Afterwards, the man even spoke directly to Su Li. Beauty, are you interested in having dinner together? I'm a VIP room. Unceremoniously digging in the face of Chu Fei. Any other man couldn't stand it. After saying that, the man took out a restaurant membership card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. As soon as he saw that the man had a membership card, the waiter's attitude became 3 times more respectful. Sir, inside please. You've come on a good time, we have the last one left in the VIP room. After saying that, he looked at Chu Fei and Su Li. Gentlemen, let me arrange the hall for you. And please don't stand in the doorway. Hearing this, Su Li gasped and laughed. It's not like she doesn't have a membership card for this restaurant. I used to come here often with Fongqing for steak, so I got a membership card for convenience. What? Are you allowed to just cut in line at your restaurant? VIP room, right? I'll take it. After saying that, he took out the membership card from his bag and handed it over. The waiter looked at the 2 membership cards in his hand and was filled with embarrassment. There you go. Both members want private rooms, but there's only one private room left. Whoever he gave it to would be bad for the other one. Just then, the restaurant manager seemed to notice what was going on here. Upon seeing the large, bald man with a big belly, he rushed forward. Egu, isn't this Mr. Liu? Come on in. Little Li, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you arrange a private room for Mr. Liu? The manager saw that the waiter Xiaoli was still a bit hesitant, and immediately gave an angry rebuke. Su Li, on the other hand, frowned. This manager he had never seen before, he should be new. The former manager, perhaps, has resigned. But manager, both of you have membership cards. After saying that, with a face full of complexity, he handed over all the membership cards in his hand. The manager then realized that both wanted private rooms. But he had a good idea who the booth was for. Both of you, I'm really sorry. This private room, in fact, Mr. Liu has already booked it before. Why don't I get you two a window seat in the lobby, would that be okay with you? And a free bottle of wine for both of you. The manager looked at Chu Fei and Su Li with a smile on his face. Normally, when an unusual person heard this, they would know that this so-called general manager Liu should be a high-ranking person in some big company. May choose to retreat or just take your place in the lobby. Excuse me. We were here first, so this booth, I'll take it. Chu Fei's tone was calm, and he only spoke faintly. All the while, the balding man on the sidelines snorted. First come, first served? Kid, do you think you can have a private room just because you have a membership card? I'm telling you, status and position are king. I'm Lu Kai, the manager of the Truman Group. If you know what you're doing, you should immediately go to the hall and sit for me. This meal is on me. If you don't know any better, huh? Lu Kai did not continue, instead looking at Chu Fei with a cold smile on his face. Su Li, on the other hand, frowned slightly. The manager of the Truman Group? That's not a low position. Moreover, Truman had a partnership with his own company, and it was not good to fall out over such a small matter. So, gently pulling on Chu Fei's sleeve. Why don't we just forget about it in the lobby? But Chu Fei was unmoved. Since he was the manager of his own group, it was much better. The manager of the Truman Group? So awesome looking. Hearing this, the manager thought that Chu Fei had conceded. Only then did he invite Lu Kai to head to the private room with a fawning smile on his face. Mr. Lu, please. However, Chuffy spoke again. I said I'll take this booth. Manager, are you incapable of understanding human language? Chu Fei's eyes gradually turned cold. Su Li, however, pulled his hand from the side and signaled with her eyes for Chu Fei to keep him out of trouble. As soon as Lu Kai heard this, there were a few more points of anger in his eyes. Boy! Do you know what happens when you mess with me? If you have the ability to name the company you're in, I'll make it impossible for you to mix in Jiangnan City. With the current development of the Truman Group, it wouldn't be long before many companies would choose to cooperate with Truman. All major companies have to look at the face of the Truman Group to act, and as the manager of the Truman Group, the right to speak is not generally heavy. The average company owner has to look at the face of the Truman Group. In his opinion, Chu Fei was only at the level of a company supervisor at the end of the day. As for this woman, maybe it's just a small employee. With that kind of status, how could he be his equal? With one word, he could make Chu Fei's superior or boss fire him. Yes? I'd love to see how you're going to make it impossible for me to hang around in Jiangnan. The manager of the Truman Group, Lu Kai, right? Congratulations, you're fired. A sentence that made Su Li freeze for a moment. The restaurant manager and Lu Kai, who were on the sidelines, were also confused. A chuckle ensued, and the firing of the manager had to be agreed to at least at the highest level. Unless the president or chairman of the board personally asks. As for everyone else, none of them have that right. Boy! Scared the hell out of me. Who do you think you are? The chairman of Truman, huh? Firing me when you say so? Chu Fei didn't say anything, he just silently took out his cell phone and made a call. Su Li just quietly looked at Chu Fei and was silent. Chu Fei was not someone who talked big. Since he said he was going to fire this man, he was bound to do it. A few seconds later, the call connected. There's a manager in the company called Lu Kai, right? Now, fire him. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Lu Kai just watched quietly from the sidelines, the way he wanted to laugh but didn't, as if he had been holding it in for a long time. Eventually, it was impossible to stop laughing. Boy! There are some pussies that you can't just pretend. I'll just be quiet and watch you pretend. If you fire me today, I'll get down on my knees and call you Grandpa. Chu Fei looked at him with a bland expression. I'm sorry, but I don't have an ungrateful grandson like you. When these words came out, Lu Kai was furious. This kid, dead duck. Okay. Boy. Today. Before the words were finished, Lu Kai's phone rang. Looking at the caller's number on it, his face changed. Raising his head, he looked at Chu Fei. In his eyes, there was a hint of disbelief and doubt. It's hard to believe that this kid could really fire himself. It can't be. As for Su Li, she was also looking at Chu Fei with some doubts, although she didn't know who Chu Fei had called, but from the tone of Chu Fei's voice just now, it was as if she had called a subordinate. What? Afraid to answer it? Chu Fei smiled faintly and just looked at Lu Kai. Lu Kai frowned and pressed the answer button. The cell phone wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for several people in the room to hear. Manager Lu Kai, right? You're fired, please you understand to come to the office to pack your personal belongings and do the handover. Hearing the call from the president's secretary on the other end of the line, Lu Kai's entire body froze in place. The restaurant manager on the side was even more frightened. One word and a manager gets fired? And what is this young man's identity? And Suli's eyes that looked at Chu Fei were filled with incomprehension and shock. This guy, how much more is he hiding from himself? One sentence lets someone fire one of the managers of Truman, then his identity, wouldn't he be on the same level as the president? Even higher? Who are you? In Lu Kai's gaze towards Chu Fei, far from the arrogance he had before, he was instead filled with fear. I'm just a small person, Manager Lu. Take your time. After saying that, Chu Fei looked up at the restaurant manager. Now, can I have the private room? At this time, where would the restaurant manager dare to offend Chu Fei? He had climbed to this position with great difficulty, and he didn't want to be fired because of a package deal. Yes. Sir, this way please. Chapter 54, Actions Against the Family. In the private room of the Western restaurant. The steak and wine are up. Probably because of the red wine, Suli's little face had a little more redness. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for what just happened? Suli was curious about what had just happened. What exactly was Chu Fei's status to be able to fire a manager of the Chu Men group? Hey! I've told you, I'm a top-rich kid, it's not too much to ask for me to know some respectable people, right? The president of the Truman Group is actually one of my former follower boys. I make a phone call and he dutifully fires the guy. Chu Fei pretended to spread his hands with a face full of helplessness, with a look of I didn't want this to happen. Suli's beautiful eyes blanked him fiercely. I don't even know how many times he's used that excuse. But the excuse seems to work quite well. After all, Chu Fei's strength was there, casually able to take out $1 billion, it wasn't too much to say that he was a top-tier rich second generation. But Suli still felt strange. She always felt something was wrong, but she just couldn't put her finger on it. Okay. Let's eat. But I'm hungry. After saying that, he nonchalantly sliced off a chunk of steak and stuffed it into his mouth. To be honest, Chu Fei really wasn't used to eating Western food. This stuff, even if it doesn't fill your stomach, it's still expensive. Even 2 random stir-fries on the side of the road would be better than this stuff. Seeing him like this, Suli didn't say anything more. Chu Fei naturally had his reasons for not wanting to say anything. As a wife, she needs to understand. There are things that are natural to know. When the two of them finished eating and walked out of, if they're a little careless and get hung up and scuffed up, the cost of touching up the paint is a month's salary for them. And the last remaining valet was silent. Master, can you drive for me? It's not far, just go to the Huarong Villa area. The valet master just nodded gently, then packed up the folding bike and put it in the trunk. Only then did he get in the passenger seat, while Chu Fei and Suli sat in the back seat. But Chu Fei's gaze stayed on the valet master's body. It wasn't because of how the valet looked, but because of the faint killing intent he felt in his body. Also, this valet master has a different look in his eyes than the average person. It was like an ordinary person meeting a general who had been fighting in the sand for years. Just a look was enough to make one feel intimidated. Bandit, I'm a little sleepy, I'll rest for a while. Call me when you get there. A small amount of red wine is not bad for the body, and it could also be the reason why Suli is pregnant and often prone to sleepiness. Take a seat and start to squint a little. Chu Fei's breathing was calm, and was not affected by the alcohol he had consumed. That little bit of red wine was about as good as drinking water to him. He was leaning casually into his position, but at any moment he was capable of killing this valet master with a single blow. All the way there, it was quiet. All the way to the entrance of the villa, Suli had already fallen asleep, letting out light snores. The chauffeur master got out of the car, and when Chu Fei saw this, he also followed along and got out of the car. Just as he got out of the car, a stern killing chance came towards him. He subconsciously inclined his head as the sharp blade cut through the air next to his neck. But that's just the beginning. Immediately after that, the other party was kicking hard at Chu Fei's stomach. Chu Fei crossed his arms and blocked in front of him. Bang! A dull voice rang out. Chu Fei retreated 2 steps back and slowly stood up straight, his gaze somewhat cold as he looked at the valet master in front of him. Good strength. The valet master, on the other hand, just smiled icily. It's enough to kill you. As he spoke, he stepped forward again. The dagger in his hand flew towards Chu Fei's fatal spot. Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy was not an ordinary person. The knives are so deadly that it's clear they're here to kill themselves. In that case, there was no point in being polite yourself. With a jolt, he forcibly avoided his opponent's fatal slash and raised his hand to slam his fist hard on his opponent's chest. Bang! The opponent's entire body fell back 7 or 8 steps, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, there were a few more points of shock in his gaze toward Chu Fei. It seemed that he had not expected Chu Fei's strength to be so strong. It seems that. And the above report to yourself, there is that little gap. Raising his hand, he gently patted the dust on his chest. The power isn't bad, but it's not quite possible to kill me. The man's feet moved and he stepped forward quickly. Chu Fei, on the other hand, stood still and didn't move a muscle. But the eyes were dead set on the man's movements. Seeing that the opponent's dagger was about to stab his chest, Chu Fei moved. Taking a sharp step backwards, he pointed his toes and raised his leg. That's when the man realized that he had been duped. But it's a little late to react. Snapping his arms up to block his neck. However, Chu Fei's astonishing strength exceeded his imagination. Bang! A heavy kick that slammed him straight to the ground. The eyes went black for a split second and almost fainted. Before he got up, Chu Fei had already rushed to his front, crouched down, and pressed one leg on the man's neck. Fist clenched, middle finger bony beyond the fist portion, aimed at his temple. The man had no doubt that as long as he dared to move, Chu Fei would send himself to Hades with a punch. You're strong. Do it. The man gave up the struggle. Failure in the mission was death. Before he came, he had predicted all the endings. It's that so-called G again, isn't it? The man's body trembled slightly, but he didn't say anything. It seems that you guys are not dead. As soon as Chuffy's words fell, he slammed his fist into the man's neck. The punch knocked the man right out. The man was then rolled over onto his back, and with a flick of his hands, he removed both of the man's arms directly. Then the man was thrown into the trunk of the car. Only after doing this did he gently open the car door. Carrying Suli, he went back to his room and covered her with a blanket before returning to the garage. Open the trunk, the man is still unconscious. Taking a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator in the back seat of the car, he poured it over the man's head. The man's eyes snapped open and he subconsciously tried to move, but he realized that his hands had been removed by the other party except for his feet. Chu Fei grabbed the man out of the trunk with one hand and threw him on the ground. Then he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Will you ask for it yourself, or will you let me help you? The man looked at Chu Fei and didn't say anything. Torture tactics have no effect on him. Since I dared to come, I was ready to die. No talking? Pretty good. Chuffy didn't choose to torture him either. Just quietly said, since you're here, then surely you must know that Kuyao Company is working on some new drugs, and it just so happens that, right now, there is a lack of some living people to experiment on. Not coincidentally, you came looking for death. Hearing this, a little more awe was evident in the man's eyes. He had been fortunate enough to visit special laboratories in some countries that were full of death row inmates, being injected with various drugs. In the end, it turned out to be inhuman. He had seen it with his own eyes, a guy who had been injected with some special drug that hardened his body and tore all the skin off, covered in blood. Most importantly, the man was still alive and could only howl frantically in the middle of the cage. That image, he couldn't dare to forget until now. You! Who the hell is it? He didn't understand why someone like Chu Fei would come to protect such a woman. I'll ask and you answer, and when you're done, I'll give you a hard time. If you don't want to be used as a test subject. The man was silent for several seconds before nodding slowly. The person behind you, it's Yi, right? Is he Yi Ao? The man shook his head slightly to indicate otherwise. Who Yi Ao was, he also knew. But it really wasn't Yi Ao. No? Chu Fei's brows furrowed. Since it's not Yi Ao, who else could it be? How many other people like you, from your organization, have come to Jiangnan? At the question, the man was silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly. At least a dozen. A dozen? Chu Fei's face changed slightly. It seemed that he could only follow this girl Suli closely. Other than targeting Suri, do you have any other mission targets? The man nodded. Besides Suri, there are her parents. The moment these words came out, Chu Fei's face completely changed. And against Suli's parents? Suli's parents didn't have their own protection, although there was quite a bit of security at the Su family villa as well. But for someone with the strength of the man in front of him, it would be like nothing. If that's true, when is the action? The man raised his head and flashed a smile at Chuffy. Tonight. The moment these words came out, Chu Fei was completely nonplussed. Tonight's the night? Wouldn't that be? And at the moment. In the Su family villa. For masked men easily scaled the high wall and cut the wires to the cameras. One of the masked men waved his hand at the other three around him, hands raised and pointing in different directions. The other three nodded and headed towards different locations. And in the security room at the entrance of the villa, one of the security personnel was a bit strange. How did the cameras break down two at once? Open the door and get a flashlight and go check it out. But as soon as the door opened, I felt a chill on my neck. In front of him stood a masked man with a sharp dagger in his hand, stabbing into his neck. Blood, spurting out like a fountain. There's one more chapter to go, so don't worry readers, it's in the middle of a desperate code. Chapter 55 Your Wife. Death. In the garage of the villa. Chu Fei looked at the man's corpse lying on the ground, his eyes a little cold. It's now 9 p.m., so if it's really tonight, it's probably already started. It was also impossible for himself to leave Su Li alone here now. In case he went over and Su Li's side was in danger, it would really be a headache. After thinking about it, he still made a call to Zhang Dajuan. Hello? Armies. Haven't rested yet, have you? Hearing Chu Fei's voice, Zhang Dajuan was reading a book on his bed and immediately sat up. Team Chu. What's wrong? Chu Fei took a deep breath. Bring a few good men, including yourself, with weapons, and go to XX Villa Area 6, something happened there. It has to be fast. Hearing this, Zhang Dajuan realized the seriousness of the matter. The fact that Team Chu personally called him can only mean that the people living there are not ordinary people. I know. I'm moving now. Hanging up the phone, without saying a word, Zhang Dajuan brought along a few good men around him and drove the jeep straight to the villa area that Chu Fei had mentioned. Chu Fei, on the other hand, looked at the bodies on the ground and made a call to Jiang Ning, asking him to call the people from the bureau to come over and settle things. 10 minutes or so later, the bureau came. The one in the lead was none other than the chief of the nearby precinct, Su Lin. Seeing Chu Fei, the chief respectfully asked, "Hello Mr. Chu, I'm the precinct chief, Su Lin." Chuffy nodded, "Well, pack it up." Looking at the corpse on the ground, Su Lin's eyebrows jumped. There were no exposed injuries on the body, only a slight protrusion of bone in the back of the heart area. He could tell at a glance that the man had been killed by a single punch. What kind of power it would take to do that? It was important to know that the strength of an unusual person's punch was no more than 100 kilograms at the most. Professional fighters are capable of reaching strengths of 300 to 400 or more. The force of the punch was at least 500 kilograms, no less than being hit by a 60-yard car. And, the force of the impact was all concentrated into one point. Terrible. That was all Su Lin had in his mind. A wave followed and two officers immediately stepped forward to carry the body into the trunk of their car. Mr. Chu, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. After saying that, he was about to leave. Chu Fei thought for a moment and called out to Su Lin, who was preparing to leave. Right, you send someone to guard the entrance of the XX Villa area. If there's anyone acting strangely, or unidentified, just arrest them. Su Lin was a bit puzzled when he heard this. It was a more luxurious villa area in Jiangnan City, and security was generally better. They don't usually patrol that area either, because the level of security personnel there is higher. However, this was what Chu Fei had specifically requested, so they could only do as they were told. After all, it was the number one person in Jiangnan who took the initiative to give himself a call, so one could imagine how high this Mr. Chu's status was. Yes. I'll send someone there now. Chu Fei nodded and watched Su Lin leave before returning to the villa. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Chu Fei was frowning, waiting for Zhang Dajuan and the others to reply. Close to an hour later, Chu Fei received a reply from Zhang Dajuan. Team Chu. Something's wrong. Hearing those words, Chu Fei's face changed. Go on. Zhang Dajuan was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. The 6 security personnel of this villa, all of them were killed by a single stab. When Chu Fei heard this, he knew that Su Li's parents had most likely already had an accident. Chu team, how many people are inside this villa? Zhang Dajuan asked tentatively. 3. A couple and an old man, why? A bad feeling bubbled up in Chu Fei's heart. The other side had already left by the time we arrived. Look at the time, should be left soon, but if the number of people according to the Chu team you said, the villa people died. Hearing those words, Chu Fei's heart thumped. It's who? He had already thought about how Suli would feel after receiving this news. Even now, he was in a heavy mood. Yes. Old man. Chu Fei's fists clenched instantly, and his eyes were covered in blood in an instant. I know. Now, you move all the men in the city. Even if we dig up the ground, we'll find that gang for me. Hanging up the phone, Chu Fei never dreamed that these people would actually take action against Suli's family. And, it's still Suri's grandmother. How can these scumbags lay their hands on such a kind old man? After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and made another call to Jiangning. Young master. What's wrong? Jiangning was a bit strange. Hadn't the young master just called himself not long ago? How? Mobilize the entire city's police force. All vehicles coming out of the XX Villa area, I want to find them within an hour. Do you hear me? That icy tone caused Jiangning to shiver. Done. Young master is fuming. What in the world had happened to someone to draw such a great wrath from the young master? Yes. I know, I'll do it now. Jiangning didn't even dare to sleep and directly got up from the bed, taking out his cell phone to call the chiefs of the various precincts as well as the director of the General Bureau, asking them to mobilize the entire city's police force to search for clues. Chu Fei, on the other hand, came to Suli's room. Just gently opened the door, only to find Suli sitting on the bed with red eyes. Seeing her like this, Chu Fei stepped forward. What's wrong? Seeing Chu Fei come in, Suli hugged him. Bandit, I had a nightmare. I just dreamed something happened to Grandma. Woohoo! Suli leaned into his arms and whimpered. Chu Fei, on the other hand, trembled violently in his heart. Is this a blood connection? Suli woke up just after the accident over there. I happen to have something to tell you too. Chu Fei hugged her tightly and spoke in a low voice. What is it? Suli hugged him, unwilling to let go. And Chu Fei gritted his teeth, not knowing how to speak. Eventually, it was slowed down to say, I'll tell you what, you must be calm, can you? By this time, Suli had stopped crying. Because as far as she was concerned, that had just been a nightmare. Available at. Right now, Chu Fei's words were causing inexplicable tension in her heart. You? What the hell to say? Chuffy's fists were clenched, his head lowered and his fists clenched. Sorry. I just got word that something happened to your family. Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, it fell on Suli's head. Are you kidding me again? How could something happen to my family? She forced a smile, but couldn't believe it. Chuffy reached out and held her tightly in his arms. I just got a call from a friend and something did happen to your house. Grandma may not be around. With one word, Suli violently broke away from his embrace. A pair of beautiful eyes reddened as she looked at him, tears welling up in her eyes. You're lying to me, aren't you? It's just a dream, right? Wake up, wake up. Suri even raised her hand and slapped herself, as if trying to wake herself up. Chuffy was quick on his feet and grabbed her hand. Suri. Ah. Suli completely couldn't hold it in and pounced into Chu Fei's arms. Why? Why? You're telling me it's not true. Chu Fei didn't know what to say and could only hold her tightly. A few minutes later, Suri looked at him with red eyes. I want to go to and meet Grandma. Chu Fei nodded and drove straight to the Su family villa. More than half an hour later, the two came to the neighborhood where the Su family villa was located. Only now, the entire neighborhood had been wrapped in flashing blue and red lights. Countless people were beyond the blockade line, talking about it. Chu Fei, on the other hand, led Suli towards the inside of the blockade line. Zhao Dajuan knew that Chu Fei was definitely coming over, so he stood guard at the door. Seeing Chu Fei, he hurriedly signaled the guards to release him. Team Chu. Zhao Dajuan snorted a greeting, his gaze resting on Suli. If I'm not mistaken, the cottage where the accident happened is the girl's family. When arriving at the entrance of the villa, Suli's body trembled when she saw the residual bloodstains on the ground, as well as the 7 corpses covered with white cloths placed next to them. This was the first time in her entire life that she had ever encountered such a situation. A situation that probably an unusual person, in their lifetime, would never encounter. Chu Fei raised his head to look at Zhao Dajuan, and the latter's eyes told Chu Fei that the old man's body was the last one. Rue. Su Li's lips were so tightly bitten that her teeth had bitten through her lips without even realizing it. Blood fell slowly down his chin, mixing with the tears on his cheeks. Which one? Her voice was shaking. Chuffy led her to the first one on the left. Holding her tightly, he slowly crouched down. Can we stop looking? He inquired softly. But Su Li stubbornly shook her head. I want to see Grandma one last time. Having said that, with trembling hands, he went and lifted the white cloth that covered it. The moment she saw her grandmother's peaceful face, Su Li couldn't hold herself together any longer. All at once, he was paralyzed and tears came to his eyes. She gripped Chu Fei's arm in a death grip, even to the point where her nails were sinking into Chu Fei's flesh. Chu Fei didn't feel the slightest bit of pain, because this girl was now in more pain than himself. In the meantime, far away in the middle of the war zone headquarters in the capital, inside a room in the Dragon Group's living area, Sun Yenying sat on a stool, holding a picture of a young woman in her hand. If Su Li was present, she would have been able to tell that the woman in the photo was her grandmother in her youth. His face, with a smile. It won't be long before I can come back. I don't know, have you been okay all these years? He muttered under his breath. But soon there was a knock at the door. Sun Yenying collected his smile and put the photo in his pocket. Enter. Only, upon seeing the person who came in, Sun Yenying's face changed. Something has happened at home. Your wife died. Chapter 56, I'm going to go on a killing spree. When Sun Yenying heard the last two words, she violently stood up from her position. A pair of icy gazes just stared at the man in front of her in death. In the Su family, one has a special person to keep an eye on that side. Whenever something happens over there, someone will report it immediately. Who did this? Terrifying killing intent erupted from him. That feeling made the man standing in front of Sun Yenying fall into an ice cellar. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying side of the group leader. It's still under investigation. On Team Chu's side, they've also mobilized most of the Jiangnan Warzone Division to thoroughly investigate the murderer. There's no word back yet. Hearing his explanation, Sun Yenying completely couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. I don't care who's behind these people. Find out, and I'll make them pay in blood. Sun Yenying's icy voice echoed in the room. The man stood aside, afraid to speak. No one would have thought that someone would actually dare to touch the group leader's family. It was fine if they weren't found out, but if they were, no matter who the person behind the other party really was, they would definitely pay the price in blood. You get out. The breath on Sun Yenying's body gradually eased. The man left the room warily this time, carefully closing the door behind him. And after the man left, Sun Yenying took out the photo in his pocket. After looking at the familiar person above him, his eyes moistened a little. I'm sorry. I did this to you. This time, I won't choose to back down. I'll make those people bury you with them. He muttered a couple of words under his breath, then took the lighter out of his pocket and burned the photo completely. This was the person he missed the most in his heart, but now the other party had gone before him. Well, it's about time he stepped up to the plate. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call to Chu Fei who was in Jiangnan. At this moment, Chu Fei and Su Li were in the car. Su Li's pair of beautiful eyes had long been red from crying, and her body was wincing. Chu Fei looked in his eyes and heard in his heart. The moment his cell phone rang, he thought it was some kind of news, and took it out, only to find that it was actually a call from his old man, Master. He looked at it for 3 seconds before saying to Su Li, who was looking at it, I'll take a call. After saying that, he opened the car door and just stood beside the car and picked up the phone. Master. Chu Fei's tone was somewhat heavy. Similarly, Sun Yenying's tone was somewhat icy. This matter is known to me. I may come down to Gangnam. When he heard those words, Chu Fei's heart was incomparably shocked. Master is actually coming to Jiangnan? For Suri's grandmother? He couldn't think of anything more unlikely. After all, there doesn't seem to be that much of a relationship between the two. Master, you? He asked with some confusion. Do you know why I asked you to protect Suri? Do you know why my name is Su Nyan Young? What is the name of Su Li's grandmother? Do you know it well? 3 consecutive questions exploded in Chu Fei's mind. Upon thinking carefully for half a minute, Chuffy stopped talking. Su Nim Young? Kong Tae Young? Isn't that what pining for Grandma Suri means? How could he not have thought that Su Li's grandfather was his own master? No wonder the master will let himself come over to protect Su Li, the original. That is the master's own granddaughter. Ah. Master, I know. Chu Fei finally understood at this time why Su Li was always being targeted 3 times. The person the other party wanted to target was not Su Li, but to target Master. This time, he made a move against Master's family, perhaps to take the opportunity to threaten Master. Fei, before I go back to Jiangnan, there's one more thing I need to go do. Until I return, I want you to protect this girl Xiaoli. On his parents' side, just do your best. Su Nianying knew very well that her son and daughter-in-law had been taken away, and the other party's purpose must have been to use the opportunity to threaten herself. Hearing this, Chu Fei knew what was in Master his old man's mind. As long as Master wanted to hide, basically no one could find him. I know. You go back and rest. And keep an eye on Yi Ao for me. As soon as there is any movement, talk to me immediately. If he tries to take advantage of the leader's time away to take over Dragon Team, I'll be the first to kill him. Hanging up the phone, Chu Fei's face had long been as cold as frost. All of this has made sense. The fact that the other side's tactics are so underhanded proves everything. Returning to the car, Chu Fei looked at Su Li, who was still frozen and lost in thought, and went forward to gently hold her in his arms. It's okay, I'm sure Uncle and Auntie are lucky. Su Li was silent, only hiding in Chu Fei's arms and sobbing in a low voice. A sleepless night. Chu Fei had long since accompanied Su Li back to the villa. This girl had already cried, her eyes red and swollen, and several times she almost cried until she fainted. Now that Mr. and Mrs. Su Wu are nowhere to be found, the whole city is searching for clues about those murderers. However, the night passed without any trace of the other party, as if he had disappeared. Looking at Su Li, whose eyes were red, Chu Fei was somewhat unable to bear it. You take a break. I'll call you as soon as I get any leads. Su Li was lying on the bed, one hand gripping the quilt with a death grip. The pain of that loss can never be felt by those who have not experienced it. It's okay. I'm just waiting to hear from Mom and Dad. Seeing how stubborn she was, Chu Fei could only comfort her a few times. The main thing now is to find the group first. Just as Chu Fei was planning to give Dejun a call to ask about the situation, Su Li's cell phone rang. Su Li anxiously picked up the cell phone to see. She thought it was her parents calling, but the number displayed on it was a stranger's call. Who? Su Li shook her head, then pressed the answer button. An icy voice came from the other end of the phone immediately afterward. Excuse me, is this Ms. Su? Hello, we have your parents now, why don't we talk it over? When he heard those words, the face of Chu Fei on the side gradually turned cold. With so many people having no trace of these people, the other party must not have left Jiangnan yet. And the fact that he dared to call Su Li over meant that the other party was sure of avoiding the others' tracking. Who are you? How are my parents? Su Li eagerly wanted to know how her parents were doing now. Only, the man on the other side just smiled faintly. Ha! Ms. Su, your parents are not in danger for the time being, but we don't know about the back. If you cooperate, your parents will meet you unharmed, and if you're not willing to cooperate, then I'm sorry. The threat speaks for itself. Chu Fei just took out his cell phone, glanced at the number on it, and sent a text message to Zhao Dajuan. The text message was to locate the location of this number. Zhao Dajuan, who was checking the surveillance at the Warzone branch, hadn't closed his eyes for a night. But he wouldn't dare doze off now. The sound of his cell phone dropping sent a jolt through his body. Hurriedly, he took it out and read a simple content. Get me the location of the number 158. Hurry! Zhao Dajuan hurriedly had his men use satellite positioning to start tracking the location of this number. And in the villa. What do you want? I'll give you whatever I have. Su Li had already messed up, as long as the other party was willing to spare his parents. As long as one has it, one is willing to hand it over. Is Miss Su so cooperative? Well then, please come alone to the South Enterprise Industrial Zone. Remember, it's coming alone. If there are any extras, or that bodyguard you have with you, then don't blame us for showing no mercy. After that, the man's phone had hung up. And Chu Fei's side also received information about Zhao Dajuan's location. The location of the other party is in the South Enterprise Industrial Zone, but they can't find out exactly where it is for the time being. Seeing this news, Chu Fei took a deep breath. You be good at home. I'll go and bring my uncle and aunt back. As soon as Chu Fei's words fell, Suli refused. No. I'll go by myself. They'd surely heard Mom and Dad if they knew you were there too. Suli's current thought in her mind that was to see her parents as soon as possible. Only by seeing them would he or she be at ease. Sorry. What's the point of you going? You're not alone now, you know? Chu Fei was very clear that the other party's purpose was to use Suli's parents to force Suli to compromise. Once Suli went, it would become a bargaining chip for the other party to use to threaten Master. Master had only told last night to let himself take care of Suli, and there was absolutely no way he would let Suli take the risk. Not to mention that in Suli's stomach, there was still her own child. I'm going. Suli reddened her eyes and was about to push Chu Fei away. But then Chuffy reached out and gave her a light smack on the neck. The force was just right to knock her out. I'm sorry, silly girl, I won't put you at risk. Then, the few small warriors around him stood even straighter. At this moment, Chu Fei had already changed into a black outfit. Let's go. Chu Fei sat in the backseat of the army green jeep, his cold eyes made Zhao Dajuan, who was sitting next to him and driving as well as the warrior sitting in the co-pilot, feel that the temperature inside the car was a little cold. And inside a damp factory in the middle of the South Enterprise industrial area. This factory has long been abandoned. No one will be coming here anytime soon. Mr. and Mrs. Suwu were tied to a huge stone pillar, and both of them were injected with sleeping pills and have not yet awakened. Four masked men with weapons in hand sat on a side instrument. Do you think the woman will come alone? A man with a monkey mask suddenly spoke up. Do you think it's possible? That bodyguard he has with him is no ordinary man. Someone who can mobilize a war zone division is definitely not of low status. The other man in the pig-headed mask sneered. They had figured out the situation over here before they came. If the organization hadn't given orders for this mission that had to be completed, it wouldn't have been necessary for them to step in. So we're still on guard here? How about just killing them? At this moment, the man wearing a tiger mask gazed at the unconscious Suwu couple. In their eyes, these two were dispensable. After all, the person requested from above was just Suli, a woman. These two, they were just used to threaten each other. It's not impossible to kill them. But it says it's best if you don't kill, and it's not too late if you can't do anything about it. The man in the lion mask snorted, then took a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it. And the man in the monkey mask looked at the watch on his hand. It's almost time, let's go. As they spoke, a few people untied the ropes that the Suwu couple was tied up with. The two were then led towards the back door of the factory. They are now planning to move positions. At the time they made that call, they knew their location would be determined by the other party. Seeing that it was almost time, after shifting positions, another cell phone was used to call Suri, informing her to go to another place. As for himself and the others, they intercepted Suli in the middle of her journey to another place, and in this way, their mission was accomplished. And right after the other party left, Chu Fei and Zhao Dajuan several people had already arrived at the industrial area. The empty industrial area had long been deserted, but Chu Fei was not in the least bit anxious. Looking at Suli's phone in his hand, he knew that the other party would definitely call Suli. Watch the perimeter. As soon as you spot a suspicious person, just do it. The warrior driving the car and the co-pilot got right out and started looking around. And Chu Fei and Zhao Dajuan were sitting in the car, waiting for the moment when the phone rang. But 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. And this time, the note displayed on it was Suli's father. Zhao Dajuan, who was on the side, immediately understood, and hurriedly took out his computer and began to track the location of this number. In just a few seconds, though, the location had been determined. The other side had long since left the area and gone to the mountain passes behind the industrial area. It's on the mountain road behind the industrial area, about 90 degrees south by west. After receiving Zhao Dajuan's reply, Chu Fei took a deep breath. Hit the answer button. Hello? You're the bodyguard beside Ms. Su, right? Hearing the other party's words, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that the other party knew very well that they wouldn't let Suli come alone. I'm curious as to who you're really working for. Thought about the consequences? Chu Fei's tone was calm, but he opened the car door, shouldered an M99 type sniper rifle from the car, and walked towards the nearby one-movement civilian abandoned building. Ha! Since we dared to come, we are ready to die. Still, whether you can find us is one thing. Are you sure? You want to take a gamble? Hearing the other party's words, Chu Fei's face gradually turned cold. Obviously, there were 4 people on the other side, definitely not gathered together. Even if he had killed the man who had called him, the location of the other 3 could not be found on their own. Also, Su Li's parents are in danger. You guys did kind of take me by surprise. It's just that I don't quite get it. Have you guys really thought about what's going to happen when you go against me? Chu Fei hadn't met such a difficult opponent in a long time. It seemed that this time, the other party had made full intentions to tangle with himself to the end. Actually, I'm curious about who you are. Tell you what, might as well tell me who you are. I can choose to release the woman's parents if your coming scares me. On the mountain path at the back of the industrial area, the monkey-masked man sat on a rock and conversed with Chu Fei in a calm tone. From the information given to him from above, the bodyguard beside that woman was a high-ranking figure and not very strong. The real identity was also unknown to them for the time being, even the organization behind them couldn't find out. And Chuffy just quietly smiled. Want to know who I am? Might as well meet? Wouldn't it be better to meet and talk? As he spoke, Zhao Dajuan had already sped off with his men towards the distant mountain pass. Chu Fei, on the other hand, had already arrived at the position on the roof of the building and set up his M99 type sniper rifle. This is the heavy sniper rifle, whose power is not inferior to the heavy sniper rifle Barrett, which is known all over the world, and even far superior to Barrett in some areas. Within 1,000 meters of a shot, no one is perfect. This kind of weapon, within the range of 1,000 meters, is enough to penetrate the steel plate of a tank, so it can be seen how horrible its power is. Ha! I suppose your men are coming over with weapons to arrest me as you speak? But I'm sorry, I'm just one person, and that woman's parents, they're in danger. Chu Fei's face became completely ugly. It seemed as if all his plans had been seen through by the other side. And, a couple of the other thugs are nowhere to be found. The main thing was that Su Li's parents were still in the hands of the other party. Great! You guys are really thoughtful. Since you want to know who I am so badly, you might as well tell you. Captain of Dragon Team 1, Chu Fei, nicknamed King of Hell. This time, Chu Fei did not hide anything and told the other party his identity in the military department. And the other was silent after hearing that. Monkey would never have dreamed that the other party was Chu Fei, the captain of the first team of the Dragon Group. The horror of the man known around the world as Hades is evident in his history. He killed his way through the South Tower military zone alone, took out the top commander of the other side. Monkey, on the other hand, had left his spot, and in the bushes he saw a jeep approaching at speed. After a few minutes of circling around, met up with Tiger and the others. Well, that didn't come, did she? As Tiger spoke, he had already aimed the submachine gun in his hand at Su Wu's head. At this moment, Su Wu had already come to his senses and looked at the 4 men with masks in front of him, his face full of ice. He knew that he could not escape. Didn't come. Monkey shook his head. Tiger subconsciously was about to pull the trigger and send Mr. and Mrs. Su Wu on their way. But Monkey stopped him with one hand. Any idea who we're up against? Monkey took off his mask and looked at the 4 with a calm gaze. The others were shocked when they saw the monkey take off his mask. They know that they should never take off their masks unless they have to. Because taking off the mask meant that for this mission, they would surely die. Seeing the monkey take off his mask, the tiger, the lion, the pig, and they also took off their masks respectively. Monkey took a deep breath and looked at the 3. The guy next to that woman is Yama. When the 3 of them heard this, they first froze, and then a trifle of fear appeared in their eyes. This Yama you're talking about, it's not that guy, is it? A bitter smile appeared on Monkey's face, or what? At once, several people were silent. If the opponent is really the King of Hell, then even if they kill Su Wu and his wife, it is doomed to their end. There's no way back from a dead end. The man wearing a pig head mask slammed it hard on the ground, his face full of anger. And the scumbags up there don't tell us who our opponents are. This is so good, it's going to meet Hades. Grass. Monkey looked at the furious old pig and let out a bitter smile. He told me of his own accord, or I wouldn't have known. Now, we only have 2 choices, one is to betray the organization and negotiate with Yama, and the second is to die. Vote on it. Readers, can you move your little hands and give the little author a little push and a favorable review from me? Thank you. There's one more chapter, and it's being scrambled for words. Chapter 58, Yama didn't say he'd spare your lives. Monkey looked at the three of them and took a deep breath. Those who choose to negotiate, raise your hands. As the words left his mouth, he raised his own hand. The remaining three looked at me and raised their hands as well. Unanimous agreement to negotiate. Since everyone has agreed to negotiate, that means no one wants to die. The world's so big, it's unlikely the organization will find us anyway. I'll call him. As he spoke, Monkey made a wink at Tiger and Piggy. The two of them understood at once, and went forward to the Suwu couple, directly knocking the two of them out. While Chufei, who was on the roof of the abandoned residential building, was thinking about how to lure everyone on the other side out, his cell phone rang once again. It's the same number as just now. Yama, negotiate. The condition is that we leave Dasha alive and we release the two of them. Hearing those words, Chufei slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Since the other side chose to negotiate, there was room for maneuver. Yes. Obviously, upon hearing Chufei's words, the monkey also let out a long sigh of relief, giving an okay sign at the other three. The three of them instantly understood, and immediately began to pack their things. You have the barriers removed from the nearby roads. I'll send you the location of the woman's parents after we leave. Don't worry, I promise I won't touch a hair on their head. Hearing those words, Chufei was silent for a few seconds. Yes. Give me 2 minutes. Hanging up the phone, Chufei called Dijun and Jiang Ning and told them to remove the barriers at all entrances out of the city. After doing this, Chufei set up his sniper rifle and observed all the surrounding vehicles. He knew that the other party must have only called to tell him the location of Mr. and Mrs. Suwu if they were outside the city. But there was absolutely no way he would let the other party walk out of Dasha alive, because their hands were already covered in the blood of the master's wife. This revenge, he must avenge his master. With a car passing under his scope, he noticed something unusual about one. Through the scope, he saw 5 men sitting in the middle of a small black car. And the driver, who was in charge of the car, had fear in his eyes. He knew that the other party must have hijacked the driver of this cart to take them out of town. Looking at the direction they left, Chufei immediately called Zhao Dajuan, who was rushing over. Grand Army, you come here immediately now. Hurry! 5 minutes later, the jeep arrived at the floor of the residential building. Team Chu. Chufei sat on the car and said in a cold voice, southwest exit of the city, quick. And on the other side, the southwest exit from the city. Monkey punches the driver of the cart and throws him right out of the car. Go! Piggyback drove and the gas went straight to the floor. And it was in the car that Monkey edited a text message to tell Chufei where the Suwu couple was tied up. After doing this, he threw his cell phone directly into the drainage ditch on the side of the road. Few finally survived. And a few kilometers away behind them, Chuffy received a text message. The text message was then forwarded directly to Jiang Ning to pick up Su Li's parents. As for myself, I must leave the 4 of them behind. For some people, one doesn't need to preach any rules. Death, that's the best way back for them. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in the capital. No news yet? A middle-aged man over 50 sat on a sofa with a top-quality cigar between his fingers. Not yet. Do you need me to call their big brother and ask for information? Beside the man stood a young man of 25 or 26. If Chufei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man was his strong opponent, Yao. Ask. If this one fails again, you know the consequences. The middle-aged man slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke, his thick eyebrows looking particularly majestic. Uncle Kong, don't worry. This one definitely worked. Yao's face was incredibly respectful, then he took out his cell phone and made a call. A respectful voice then came from the other end of the line. Brother, what's wrong? Chi, how did it go? Any news? In order to cultivate his power, he adopted many orphans and made them fight each other. Yi Chi was the only one who had killed his way out of hundreds of orphans, and Yao recognized him as his brother. And he, too, is the leader of Yao's private organization, personally known as Yi. The previous few missions were the ones he had asked Yi Chi to send people to do. Only, it all failed. This time, he had Yi Chi send out his beloved henchmen who were bound to accomplish this mission. Brother, they haven't gotten back to me yet. Do you need me to call them and ask? Yao's face was chilled. Send me the phone number, I'll call her personally. Yes. But in a moment, the phone number had been sent to Yao's cell phone. When he dialed, there was no one on the other end of the line to answer. His face collapsed and he frowned. Called again, and this time the phone hung up straight away. He was so alarmed that he hurriedly dialed again. This time, the number dialed was off. What's wrong? The man called Uncle Kong asked with a frown when he saw that his face didn't look right. The phone is off. It seems intentional. Yao's face was gloomy. He didn't understand why the men Yichi had sent out had turned off their phones. Did the mission fail? That's not likely. The plan he had given himself to him was seamless, to say the least. Even if there was an expert beside Su Li, these 4 beloved henchmen sent out by Yichi were definitely experts among experts. Its strength, too, was just below Yichi. Uncle Kong snorted lightly, a little more anger in his tone. Yao's face changed. Uncle Gang, don't worry, I will definitely contact them. After saying that, he dialed Yichi's number again. Where are the people? Why aren't they answering their phones? Hearing Yao's angry roar, Yichi's tone had a few more moments of shock in it. Brother, I'll contact them now. With that, he hung up. Not more than 2 minutes later, Yao's cell phone rang again. Brother! I can't reach them either. Hearing this, Yao's face finally became a trifle more flustered. Uncle Kong seemed to have guessed what was going on as well, and the cigar in his hand slammed heavily on the ground. If this is not done well, I will ask the clan for permission to transfer you back to the clan. When Yao heard this, he was a bit anxious. Uncle Kong! Don't worry, it won't fail. Maybe they're on the move. He had climbed to this position with great difficulty, enjoying rights that countless people had never had. That right to control the lives and deaths of countless people gradually mesmerized him. This time, he was also the one who took the initiative to ask the family for permission to sit as the leader of the dragon team. This is also better able to bring greater benefits to the family. The family, after consultation, decided to support him to the throne. But the first problem to be solved was Sun Yanning, and as long as he agreed, there would be no problem. It was just that this old man had never agreed, and had always wanted Chu Fei to take his place. Yet for some reason, before this pro-abdication, he let Chu Fei go out on a mission. This also gave Yao enough opportunity to take control of the dragon team. Now that 2/3 of the dragon group had already supported him to take the throne, only needing Sun Yanying's nod, the position would be his. It's just a shame the old guy never let up. That's why he planned to use the threat of Sun Yanying's family to force him to abdicate. However, the missions ended in failure, leaving the family disappointed in him. Tell me when you've succeeded. Uncle Kong finished speaking and was about to leave. However, the cell phone in Uncle Kong's arms rang. Upon hearing the words on the other end of the phone, his face changed drastically. What? He went alone? How dare he? That shocked look made even Yao feel incredible. Ever since he had known Uncle Gang, he had never seen Uncle Gang show this kind of expression. Okay, I got it. I'm rushing back now. Uncle Kong hung up the phone and took a deep breath. The backhand was a slap on Yao's face. Yao was dumbfounded by the sudden slap and was a bit confused. Uncle Kong, I. The words were interrupted before they were finished. You did good. Good for you for letting you threaten his family. Your men, they even dared to kill his wife, quite impressive. Now, Sun Yanning has already killed the family's gate. If the family loses too much this time, you'll be waiting to be punished. As the words fell, Uncle Gang had turned around and walked out of the villa. And Yao's entire body froze in place, the fiery pain on his face was telling him that it wasn't fake. Because he hadn't even thought that the people he had sent out had even killed Sun Yanying's wife. On the path from Jiangnan City to Jiangbei City, the 4 monkeys tacitly threw away all their cell phones. They just received 2 calls in a row. But now they have betrayed the organization. Not part of the organization, just a free man. After that, there's no need to go back to that place where people die every day. Where in heaven's name can't you go? Tiger let out a long sigh of relief. The other 3 laughed out loud, their voices full of relief. That cage like purgatory they dreamed of escaping. This time, at last, there is an opportunity. However, a car in the back caught the attention of Inuyasha, who was driving. Monkey. Someone's following us from behind. When these words came out, several people's faces changed. Looking back, a jeep was speeding towards them in pursuit. Several people's faces changed, and a few moments of fear appeared in their eyes. Is it possible that he doesn't keep his word? The lion's tone, it was shivering a little. And in the jeep at the back, Chufei was full of icy coldness as he took out the rocket launcher from the trunk. Open the skylight. The soldier in charge of the car pressed a button and the sunroof opened. Chufei carried the rocket launcher loaded with shells, revealing half of his body. Chuffy said to spare your lives. Yama didn't say to spare your lives. Chapter 59, if you don't come back, you'll have to wait for your corpse. With an accompanying bang, the entire cart was blown to pieces. Under this shot, the four swung away. Chufei put away his weapon and sat back in the car with an ice-cold face. Back to the villa. Zhao Dajuan looked at the small car on fire in front of him, and began to call the contact person to come over to clean up the scene. Otherwise, the story would have been picked up by the media. Close to half an hour later, Chufei and the others returned to the villa. Okay, you guys go on back. I'll be fine here. Zhao Dajuan nodded before leading the team away. As for Chufei, he had just walked to the door when he heard crying in the living room. He blushed a little heavily, and ultimately didn't push the door open and walk in. Just silently came to the gazebo in the courtyard, lit a cigarette alone and smoked it hard. This was something that he had to make the guys behind these people pay for. Although the murderer is dead, the man behind it is still alive and well. It might pop up again at some point. Without pulling out the other party, Chufei felt as if he was on his back. As far as today's plan was concerned, the other party had completely counted on all their feasible means. If it wasn't for the fact that in the end, these four people chose to negotiate with themselves, Suli's parents wouldn't necessarily have been able to be saved. After smoking cigarette after cigarette in the yard for nearly half an hour or so, the crying in the living room slowed to a halt. Put out your cigarette and throw it in a sidewalk trash can. That's when he got up and pushed the door open and walked into the living room. Suli sat with her parents, mother and daughter with red eyes. And Suwu always frowned with a heavy face. Only when he saw Chufei come in did Suwu speak, come on, let's go out and talk. Chufei glanced at Suli, who was still in a state of grief, and nodded slightly. And Suwu came to the gazebo in the courtyard. Smoke? Suwu took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. Chufei didn't refuse and took it with both hands. Thanks for today. He knew that if it wasn't for Chufei, their family might have died. You're welcome. It's just what I'm supposed to do. It's my responsibility to keep Suri safe. Perhaps, before that Chufei was simply acting as a bodyguard for Suli. But now, it's different. The relationship between the two is out in the open. Her business is her own. Although I don't know why you chose to be a bodyguard for Rue, there is something I still want to say to you. I thank you for saving me and my wife, and I can do everything in my power to fulfill your request for whatever compensation you want. But I want to stay away from Suri after today. Suwu's words caused Chufei to be a bit puzzled. He didn't understand what Suwu meant by that. If it wasn't for themselves, they'd probably have been captured already. From the moment you came to my daughter. Something just keeps happening to my daughter, and now it's involving our family. Even her grandmother, because of this, is gone. If you really want what's best for her, stay away from her already. Consider this my plea. Suwu's eyes that were covered in vicissitudes of life just looked at Chufei. His thoughts were simple, the reason for all of this was because of Chufei. Without him, perhaps not so much would have happened. As long as Chufei left, their family would still be able to live together peacefully. When he heard his explanation at first, Chufei laughed. Did he simply think that things would work out if he left? Those people, will they really let the master's family go? Not to mention, it's impossible to walk away on your own right now. Uncle Su. Allow me to call you that. I don't know if you remember, but I said before that I had news of Grandpa Suri. Now then, I can tell you very clearly that it was Suli's grandfather who asked me to protect Suli. Even if I leave, you won't be safe. Besides, I'm not leaving. When these words came out, a few more moments of shock were evident in Suwu's eyes. He seemed to be somewhat unable to believe that what Chufei said was true. The father has been missing for decades. Nothing has been heard over the years. In his heart, he had already treated his father as a dead man. It wasn't until a few days ago, when Xu Fei talked about his father being alive, that he felt incredulous. You're not kidding? Did my father ask you to protect Rue? Facing Su Wu's questioning, Xu Fei could only nod. Yes. Things have come to this point, Uncle Su, there is no need for me to deceive you. Su Li's grandfather is actually my leader and my master, it's because he's afraid that someone will try to threaten him with you guys, that's why he asked me to protect Xiao Li. But Xu Fei didn't continue. Su Wu also understood what Xu Fei meant. With my mother gone, what's the point of my father even if he's a big official up there? Can't even protect his own family. I know. From now on, Xiao Li will be in your care. Once these words came out, Xu Fei was completely silent. It could be seen that for the matter of Su Li's grandmother's death, Su Wu had already chilled his heart towards his master. There. Go back. I know that this girl, Su Li, is quite fond of you. I want you to be good together if you can. Speaking of this matter, Xu Fei had a few more points of embarrassment on his face. This matter, he didn't even know whether to talk to Su Wu or not. But now is not the time. In the meantime, in front of the gates of a luxurious manor in the capital near the sea. Put. The sound of a sharp blade entering flesh rang out. Sun Yanning was holding a sharp tang knife and was covered in blood. In the position behind him, there were more than a dozen corpses lying horizontally. Blood, staining the ground around them. Tell the dragon family's leader to get his ass out here. In this matter today, if you don't give me a statement, either I will die or I will kill until all of you dare not go out. I'll kill every single one of the dragon family I see. He had always known that Yi Ao's back was supported by someone from the Long family. The other party was, after all, one of the four great families of the Grand Xia, and as long as the other party didn't make a move on his own family, then there was still room to discuss everything. But now, the wife is dead and I don't know what the situation is with the son and daughter-in-law. The only granddaughter that was not in danger was also thanks to Xu Fei's protection. If not, he didn't even dare to imagine what the other party would do for his position. The people in charge of guarding the gates of the Long family manor had all been taken out by him, and someone had already gone to inform the upper echelons of the Long family. Now, it's on its way over. No one was sure what kind of madness this leader of the dragon team was having, actually killing over just like that. You know, this one was also a top-notch existence back then. There are very few people who can cross him. There's no trash when it comes to being a henchman in the dragon family. However, there was no one who could block this one's 3 knives. Within 3 cuts, you're bound to see blood. Elder Su, aren't you too arrogant? The dragon family is not a place where you can come and go as you please. What the hell do you want after killing so many of my people? A man with a majestic face walked out from the luxurious villa of the Long family and looked at Sun Yanning with a gloomy face. He was also the only one in the family right now who could talk to Sun Yanning. Because no one else is qualified. Dragon Tsunami. You're not qualified to talk to me yet. Let Dragon 10 minutes. If Dragon Madness hasn't returned yet, then wait for your corpse. An ice-cold voice spat out from Sun Yanning's mouth. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Long Zhao's forehead. He had no doubt that Sun Yanning dared to do so. In this case, any identity is fake, only the weapon in your hand is real. Whoever he wanted to kill, unless the elders of the family appeared, or the big brother and the others came back, he himself could be saved. Long Zhao just stood aside and waited, and didn't dare to walk around. One could only hope that father and the others would return soon, or else there was a real possibility that he would be cut down by Sun Yanning. Move your little hands to click on the hypes and give a favorable review. The young author is still trying to code. Chapter 60, It's not too much to kill one of your sons, is it? Inside the Long family manor. Long Zhao's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, and he kept looking at the multi-million-dollar watch on his wrist. 9 minutes had now passed since the 10 minutes Sun Yanning had said. If father and the others hadn't returned yet, I was afraid that I would have to explain myself here today. He had even felt the bloody murderous aura from the other party. That's only possible after a bloodbath. With these bodyguards by his side, stopping the other party for a minute was considered the limit. You have 30 seconds. Say the last words and I'll pass them on to your father. Sun Yanning's face was still icy cold, and the tang sword in his hand was tightly gripped. The blood on it all seemed to have dried, and he picked it up and gently wiped it off on his own shirt. Watching this action, Long Xiao could no longer hold back a bit. Elder Su, I really don't know why you are so angry. Can't you think for your own sake? All he could do now was to calm Sun Yannying's anger as much as possible. But what he doesn't realize is that the kind of anger that comes from having a wife you've loved for decades taken away from you won't be easily quelled. Even killing him would not relieve the hatred. You have 10 seconds. Sun Yannying's arm naturally hung down, and the tip of the Tang sword pointed straight at the ground. At the same time, several experts around Long Xiao quietly walked up to him. Now all they can do is buy more time. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Put. A knife slashed across the neck of a bodyguard, and the man was already resolved without even seeing Sun Yannying's movements clearly. The few remaining people didn't dare to be careless and swarmed up. Long Xiao, on the other hand, ran wildly towards the door. He just wanted to survive. Put. However, in just 10 seconds or so, the few experts around Long Xiao had all been decapitated. The blood stained the clothes on Sun Yannying's body red, but he didn't care at all. Turning back to Long Xiao, who had already run out 100 meters, he pulled his leg and chased after him. No one can stop him if he wants to kill someone. But, just as he had chased him out of the gate, several top-class luxury cars appeared at the intersection. Sun Yannying stopped her steps, her gaze coldly looking at the several cars in front of her. The car stopped not far from Sun Yannying, and from the car came down a few middle-aged men and an old man who was about the same age as Sun Yannying. And this old man was the head of the dragon family, Dragon Madness. It's been a long time, Su. Although Long Maniac was over 70 years old, his physical fitness was on par with Sun Yannying. All those involved, hand them over. This matter, then, is past. Otherwise, one of you and I will surely die. As soon as the words fell, Long Jin, the eldest son beside Long Maniac, spoke up. Sun Yanning, do you still think you're the same person you were back then? You're nothing but a windbag now. If you want an opponent, can I do it? Long Jin's strength was only below Long Maniac in the entire Long family. Moreover, the Dragon Madness skill has been learned. Being in his mid-40s, he was at the peak of his form. Even Dragon Madness wouldn't say that he was a match for his eldest son. A smile appeared on Sun Yanying's face as she raised the tang knife in her hand, the tip of the knife pointed at Long Jin. Yeah. You then. It's just right to use you, the genius of the dragon family, to sacrifice your sword. Long Jin sniffed and was furious. When he was about to go forward and share a fight with Sun Yannying, Long Maniac reached out and stopped him. Old Su. It's something I just learned about. Since you've asked, I'll give you this face. Bring me the men. A middle-aged man and a young man in his mid-20s were brought to the side of Long Maniac at his command. Upon seeing the two people who were brought up, Sun Yanying's face was a bit gloomy. 2 people to get rid of me? When I say relevant, I'm not just a mere steward and leader of the organization. Hearing this, Long Maniac's face also became a bit ugly. The people who were brought up were none other than Long Gang and Yi Chi. Long Gang himself didn't expect to be called back by his lordship shortly after he left Yi Ao's villa. Moreover, there was Yi Chi, the leader of the organization that Yi Ao had cultivated privately. It was thought that it might be a matter of raising the offense and punishing them. But never expected that they would be made scapegoats. Old Su, what else do you want then? Do you want my son to be buried with you? As soon as these words came out, Long Li's face among the crowd changed. He's the one who started this whole thing. He was also the one who wanted Yi Ao to sit in the position of Dragon Team leader. But he did it for the good of the family. There was also that little bit of selfishness, but overall, there was only good and no harm for the family. I have a dead wife. It's not too much to ask to kill one of your sons, is it? The corner of Sun Yanying's mouth revealed an icy smile, and the tang sword in his hand even gently brushed against the clothes on his body. Sun Young, do you have to do this? You alone, can you really hold off so many of us? Other than that, Long Jin alone was enough to block Sun Yanning. Not to mention the fact that they had so many experts around them. Take down Sun Yanning and rub it in. Let's give it a try then, kill 1 for no loss, kill 2 for profit. When Long Maniac heard this, his face completely changed. The other party is coming here with the mindset of certain death. If that was the case, they really wouldn't necessarily be able to stop Sun Yanning from killing a person. Ironclad? Long Maniac was still a bit undeterred and planned to talk to the other party. However, he had underestimated Sun Yannying's attitude and the other party's killing intent. As soon as the words fell, Sun Yanning made his move. Battle, a touch, and go. Chapter 61, Hello, Pops? 2 days later, Jiangnan City. Inside and outside the Su family villa, white lanterns were hung everywhere. And what was once the living room has long since been turned into a hearth. A fine casket was placed in the center of the hearth. Su Wu and the others piled up right next to the coffin, burning paper money. As for Chu Fei, he stood right behind them, wearing a black suit, his face full of low spirits. Su Li's eyes were red from crying. Today is the last day of the funeral, and the hearse will be hired in the afternoon to take the coffin to the cemetery for burial. In the courtyard stood a number of owners of local businesses in Jiangnan. For what happened 3 days ago, they already knew. But whether the killer was caught or not, they're not sure. Now that Koyo was on the rise with the support of the Truman Group and the Juanhao Group, the bosses of the major companies had come to mourn. Wang Siye was naturally in the crowd, only that she found it strange as to what the other party was from. To the extent that they even dared to make a move on the people Chu Fei was protecting, did those people not know Chu Fei's identity in the military department? If they knew that and still dared to make a move, then they were deliberately targeting Chu Fei. For that reason, she even asked the family about it. But people in the family told her to stay out of this and just mind the business. This made her even more curious, and in her heart, she was already planning to find some time to ask Chu Fei. Just as everyone was mourning, an old man covered in blood-stained bandages walked into the courtyard. At that moment, everyone's eyes went to the old man. They were filled with shock. What kind of damage had this old man suffered to be injured like this? And, hell, he could walk. Any other man would probably be paralyzed in bed already. Moreover, some sharp-eyed people could clearly see that the path the man had walked on had left behind shallow, blood-colored footprints. Is that blood? There was a soft gasp from the crowd. In an instant, everyone's eyes looked to the road that the old man had traveled behind him. The way was covered in blood. Many women covered their mouths, not daring to look at the bloody scene. And Wang Xi's beautiful eyes were more than a little shocked. If she remembered correctly, this person she had seen once before as a child. On that occasion, this old man rose and sat with his own father. It was evident how high the identity and status of this old man was. It was just that what Wang Xiyu did not expect was that this old man would appear here. It's hard not to. Her eyes went to the casket in the hearth. A horrible thought came to her mind. And the crowd, which had been somewhat crowded, slowly gave way. For no other reason than the fact that this old man, covered in wounds, had to come over and offer his condolences, they all had to honor it. Chu Fei was the first to spot the dispersed crowd, and looking at the master who walked out from the crowd, his entire body was dumbfounded. What in the world had happened here, and how had the master gotten hurt so badly? Just as he wanted to go forward, he was stopped by a look from Sun Yanning. And Su Wu and the three of them also discovered the old man who was covered in blood. Su Wu's tall body trembled slightly, and memories from his childhood instantly flooded into his mind. The memory of his father's familiar face and this old man in front of him gradually overlapped. At that moment, Su Wu's eyes turned red for a split second. He got up angrily and rushed forward, about to throw a punch at Sun Yanning. Many people couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw this scene. But when the fist was about to land on Sun Yanning, Su Wu stopped. What are you doing here? Funeral, you don't deserve to show up. In Mom's heart, you died a long time ago. Do you hear me? Dead. Su Wu shouted angrily at Sun Yanning, but hot tears had already slipped down his cheeks. And Sun Yanning didn't say a word, just crossed over to Su Wu and walked to the coffin with trembling steps. Looking at Kong Tae-young lying in the coffin, he smiled. I'm sorry. I'm late getting back. A sentence that shook the hearts of everyone present. This person, surprisingly, is Mrs. Kang's husband. After all these years of not being there for you, I didn't realize you were one step ahead. But it's okay, wait for me on the way, I'm almost there too. It won't take long, just wait for me. Sun Yanning just lay down next to the coffin and mouthed the words. Chu Fei looked on in silence. Perhaps the person Master has most apologized to in his life is Master's wife. Su Li, on the other hand, also met his grandfather for the first time. Upon seeing her grandfather's bloodied gauze and the bloody footprints that stained the floor, she pursed her lips to keep from crying out. What the hell did Grandpa do here? Why? It'll be all over the place. Not only did she want to know, but Chu Fei also wanted to know. But now was not the time for him to talk. Su-woo, on the other hand, had returned to kneel by the coffin. After seeing his father's bruises all over his body, all the resentment in his heart had actually disappeared. Now, just want to be good to my mother for this last journey. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the cemetery. The crowd looked at the slowly descending coffin and all bowed their heads in silence. It wasn't until after the earth was covered that Su-woo turned around and bowed to all the guests. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to come to my mother's funeral, I appreciate it. The people present also nodded their heads in response before they eventually dispersed. And after the crowd left, Sun Yening couldn't hold on any longer and her body fell backwards. Xu Fei's eyes were quick to help. Master. Seeing this, Su-woo hurriedly said, quickly, send him to the hospital. 2 hours later. The doctor in charge of the operation then walked out of the operating room. Looking at the several people waiting at the doorway, Xu Fei slowly spoke, who is the patient's immediate family? Su-woo took a step forward, I'm his son. The doctor glanced at Su-woo and took him to a side office. 10 minutes later, Su-woo walked out of the office with a pale face. Upon seeing this appearance of Su-woo, Xu Fei had an additional bad thought in his heart. Uncle Su, how is my master doing? In a few seconds, though, Rain's low voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Fei, has master arrived in Jiangnan? It seems that everyone in the group already knows about this. What the hell is going on? How did master get so badly injured? Chafi practically roared out. When Xiaoyu heard Xu Fei's angry roar, she just silently spoke. After leaving that night, master went to the Long family manor alone and single-handedly. What happened in Jiangnan had something to do with the dragon family, and master killed his way into the dragon family in a fit of rage. In the end, the dragon family head, Dragon Madness, and his 3 sons and others all stepped forward. And master, in order to avenge master's mother, fought in blood with the Dragon Madness family. In the end, he decapitated Long Maniac's second son, Long Li, while he himself was deeply and seriously injured. On the verge of death, the supreme person arrived and saved the master from the hands of the Long family. The master strongly endured all the injuries, and after 2 days of simple treatment, he was going to go back to Jiangnan, and we couldn't stop him. The dragon family. The anger in Xu Fei's eyes almost gushed out. What a great tactic to use in order to support someone to the top. What a dragon family. Yes. Xu Fei's fists were clenched, his nails sinking into his flesh. Fei, you mustn't be impulsive. The supreme person told me to tell you that the Long family can't be moved just yet. You'd better not make a move, much less involve the military. Hearing those words, Xu Fei laughed a cold laugh. I know. I'm not going to use my position in the War Department to make a move against the Long family. He still has a sentence that he has not said, and that is, I will use my own identity to avenge my master. Hanging up the phone, Xu Fei picked up his cell phone again. Hello? Pops, I want to kill someone. Target, Daxia Dragon Family. 2 more chapters in a row, trying my best to get another chapter out. Readers, I'll spell it out, feel free to do as you please. Chapter 62 Secrets Revealed. On a distant overseas island. Chu Tian Maniac was a little surprised to receive a call from his son. What happened? You still have to think hard if you want to move the dragon family. If it's just against someone, that's fine, I'll just have Shadow and the others take care of it. But it's a little bit difficult for you to overthrow the dragon family. Open your mouth to kill someone, or someone from the dragon family. Although to the Chu family, the dragon family was nothing. But after all, it was in the territory of Daxia, so it was not good to send out people. If the Long family was overseas, he would have already had someone do it. Master, it's dying. The dragons did it. A few short words caused Chu Tianhua's face to sink. What's going on? Sun Yanning is his big brother. Although there was a huge difference in age between the two of them, back then Chu Tianhao had indeed received quite a bit of help from Sun Yanning. That's why he was thinking of handing over his son to Big Brother Su to teach him. However, it's only been a few years since I've seen him, and Big Brother Su is dying. Shuffy told Pops the whole story. He was also aware of the relationship between Pops and Master. He realized that this time Pops was not going to take it lying down. The Long family must disappear. Well. This Long family is so big and powerful. You don't have to interfere in this matter, I'll settle it myself. Chuffy was still about to say something when the phone was already hung up. He knew very well that with Pop's temper, those people from the Long family would not even be able to leave the house, I'm afraid. Only after doing this did Chuffy return to the corridor. But there was no sign of Suli and the others. When asked, I realized that they had all gone to the ward to visit the master who had not yet awakened. He came to the front of the hospital room and gently pushed the door open. The master's original tall voice looked a little thin at the moment. The body, covered with scars, was plugged with various instruments. The heartbeat detector, next to it, had been ticking away. Suwoo and the others just stood aside, silently watching. At this moment, there was no more grumbling in his eyes, there was only expectation. Expecting his father to live a good life, he didn't want to give away those two most important loved ones in his life in just a few days. Perhaps from the moment Su Nyan-young came back to see Kong Tae-young off even though he was fighting to the death, Suwoo's heart had already forgiven this incompetent father. I'll keep watch here today. Xinglian and Xiaoli, and Xiaofei, you all go. Zhang Xinglian was silent when she saw this. Suri knew that her father must have had a lot to say to her grandfather, and was very understanding. Chu Fei had wanted to stay behind to take care of his master, but Suwoo had opened his mouth, so he could only follow Suli back. The three of them returned to the Su family's villa. Since working at the company, Suli rarely came back to stay at home. One is for convenience and the other is to make yourself independent. Fei, make yourself comfortable, I'll go wash some fruit. Zhang Xinglian got up and was about to go wash the fruits, but Chu Fei hurriedly waved his hand. Auntie Zhang, no need. Suli also spoke up, Mom, go rest first, you're tired after a long day. Looking at her mother's tired appearance, Suli was a little too upset. Mom was such a simple and kind person who didn't work, but always took care of everything at home. Good, you two young men have something to talk about, so let's talk. Mom's going to rest first. Zhang Xinglian got up and returned to her room. Suli, on the other hand, brought Chu Fei to the room on the third floor. As a child, she lived in this room. Although he hadn't stayed at home for a long time, the inside of the room was still clean. On the table, there was also a photo of the family. Looking at her grandmother's appearance on the photo, Suli's eyes couldn't help but redden again. Seeing this, Chu Fei went forward and gently held her in his arms. Well, don't be sad. Grandma's spirit in heaven surely doesn't want you to cry so much. Suli just pursed her lips, enjoying the warmth of Chu Fei's arms. It seemed, in his arms, one felt safe. Go to sleep, I'll be right next to you. Chu Fei brought her to the bedside, gently laying her down and covering her with the quilt. Suli grabbed Chu Fei's hand, and her pair of beautiful eyes just looked at her. Bandits! Do you think our baby will be a boy or a girl? Chu Fei smiled slightly, can't it be twins? Besides, it's about time you went to the hospital for a checkup. You haven't gotten much rest in the last few days, and the baby certainly hasn't either. Go to bed early, we'll go to the hospital first thing in the morning to see Master and get checked out. Suli gently nodded and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning. When Suli woke up, Chu Fei had long since disappeared. Getting up and changing his clothes, he came downstairs after a brief wash. Chu Fei had already made breakfast a long time ago, and when he saw Suli, he revealed a smile. Awake? Come down for breakfast. At this time, Zhang Xinglian also came out from the kitchen. There was also a bowl of red date porridge in his hand. Come and eat, I'll go and bring breakfast to your father later. The company called you today, your cell phone wasn't on, it went to your dad's cell phone, and your dad called me and told me to pass on the message that there was something else the company needed you to take care of. While eating breakfast, Suli always felt that her mom was constantly looking at herself. Mom! What are you doing? What are you looking at me for? Do I have a flower on my face? Suli drank the red date porridge in the bowl and looked at her mother somewhat strangely. You. To appreciate the people around you. It's not so little. Zhang Xinglian's meaning was obvious, she wanted to set up Chu Fei and Suli. She had gotten up this morning with the intention of making breakfast for both of them. But she didn't expect that Chu Fei had gotten up before her and was making breakfast. She stepped forward to help and learned a little about Chuffy from it. In her opinion, she was satisfied with Chu Fei's character and temperament. If her daughter could marry Chu Fei, she would be happy to see it. Mom! It's early in the matter. Besides, he's the bodyguard next to me. Suli raised her mouth and glared fiercely at Chu Fei. She thought that Chuffy had said something to her own mother. What about the bodyguard? Our family doesn't look at status, just good people. Anyway, I'm telling you, I'm happy with Dash, and if you bring anyone else back to see me, I won't have the same attitude. Zhang Qinglian's pretense of anger caused Su Li to resist glaring fiercely at Chu Fei. Got it, got it, got it. Chu Fei, on the other hand, was on the sidelines, not saying a word. After breakfast, Chu Fei drove his car and took Su Li to the company. She wondered why these companies would want to work with their own families. Does it do them any good? I'm surprised too. Mr. Su, would you like to make an appointment? Su Li pondered for a while and was just about to make an appointment to meet the bosses of these companies when Chu Fei opened his mouth from the side. It's best not to. As soon as Chu Fei opened his mouth, Su Li knew that this matter was definitely not that simple. Waving his hand at the secretary, "Go ahead and get out." The secretary glanced at Chu Fei with some surprise before exiting the office. Why? Su Li looked at him with some surprise. Chu Fei took a deep breath. I suspect that the secrets of the company's research have been exposed. The last shift is offered. Move your little hands, tap the hypes, and send a positive review. Chapter 63 Last Words. How is that possible? Su Li's eyes were filled with disbelief. The company's research has always been confidential and few people know about it. Even if Li Fei was a mole and checked the list of the company's researchers, there was absolutely no way he could know what drugs the company was researching. If that's not the case, then why do so many companies choose to invest in your company? Think about it, how many companies chose to cancel their contracts before Joe left? Now that so many companies want to work with you, there are only two purposes. The first purpose is your identity, and the second is for profit. Chuffy said it plainly. The incident a few days ago might have made many bosses in Jiangnan City see the not-so-impressive background of Koyao Company. Wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to invest in Koyo and bring the two sides closer together. But you wouldn't even choose to work with a company that isn't a peer. That wouldn't be an enhancement to yourself. If it wasn't for Su Li's identity and background, then it was for the sake of benefits. They see the future of Koyo and want an early share of the shares. Once Koyao Company had risen completely, then the portion of shares in their hands was sky high, and compared to the previous investment, it was completely a drop in the bucket. But Su Li still couldn't figure out who had leaked the company's secrets. There were only a few people who knew about it, and the researchers didn't get a chance to talk to outsiders about it. Who could that be? Only until tomorrow's business banquet. Chu Fei slowly spoke out. At tomorrow's business banquet, people under the four great families will show up. Maybe they know part of the situation and want to take over the market early. It'll have to do. Su Li's brows furrowed slightly. Near the end of the afternoon, Su Li received a call from her father. You and Dash are both at the office, right? Are things done? Come over to the hospital, your grandfather wants to talk to Dash. Hearing this, Su Li's heart immediately clenched. Okay, we'll be right over. Hang up. Bandit, my grandfather said there was something he wanted to say to you. We're going to the hospital now. When Chu Fei sniffed, his face, only then did Su Li walk over to Sun Yenying's side. Looking Su Li up and down, Sun Yenying's face was filled with a satisfied smile. Good, good, good. Worthy of being my Su family's daughter boy, not bad. In the future, if this brat Chu Fei dares to bully you, just pack him hard. You're welcome, you know? Sun Yening couldn't help but keep nodding her head, her eyes filled with laughter. And Su Li was silent, her eyes slightly red. Okay, girl, you and your dad go out first. Dash and I have something to talk about. Sun Yening slowly spoke. Seeing this, Su Wu took Su Li out of the hospital room. At this moment, only Chu Fei and Sun Yening were left in the ward. Brat, come here. Sun Yening drank lightly at Chu Fei. Chu Fei hurriedly walked to his side, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. I say, old man, don't be a hero, recuperate, it's not too late to teach me a lesson when you're better. Sun Yening wanted to raise her hand to give him a chestnut, but she couldn't move her arm, so she could only give up. My own injury, I know. Not many days left to live. I've spoken to the Supreme, and the person I vote for as leader of the dragons is you. But whether the rest of those who are left will choose you, I don't know. I don't want this position to fall into someone else's hands, and even if you have to go home later, the position will be passed on to someone you trust. Sun Yenying's words were considered to be his last words. Once the dragon group was controlled by any of the four great families, its strength would exceed that of the other three. Then it's not a four-legged situation that follows, a one-legged situation that's sure to cause a big backlash. When the time comes, things will certainly not be easy at home. And the Supreme didn't want this to happen, but he wasn't in a good position to intervene directly. In fact, the person sitting at the highest position had known about this matter for a long time, but had not stepped forward until Sun Yanning was about to die, for this very reason. Xu Fei listened in, silent. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Sun Yanning didn't open her mouth either. It was a long time before he broke the silence. By the way, my granddaughter will be in your hands from now on. No treating my granddaughter badly, okay? How could Xu Fei not know what was in his master's mind? Ever since he knew that Master was Su Li's grandfather, he had guessed that Master was definitely planning to set himself up with Su Li. Only, he himself didn't even think that he didn't even need a master to set them up. The two of them already had a marriage. This I swear, for sure. Hearing this, Sun Yanning even felt a hint of surprise. This kid, he didn't used to be this nice. If he knew that he had deliberately sent him to protect a girl, he would not be happy about it. Now, actually so willing. Brat, you wouldn't have taken my granddaughter down a long time ago, would you? Hearing this, Xu Fei scratched his head in some embarrassment. Pure accident. Accidents. Sun Ying's eyes went wide, but she quickly slowed down. That's good. If you kid dares to abandon my granddaughter, when I die, I'll be a ghost to kill you, brat. The words came out and both men fell silent. After several seconds, Xu Fei spoke, don't worry, you'll definitely be fine. Sun Ying's face suddenly became a bit low. I still have a wish that I haven't finished before I die. When these words came out, Xu Fei raised his head and looked at him. What is it? I'll get it done for you. Sun Ying looked up to the ceiling. It's not a big deal, just want to hear you call me grandpa. Xu Fei froze, and then his face was filled with dismayed forehead. No. Be reasonable, master, you and my old man are brothers, my father calls you a big brother, and there's nothing wrong with me calling you master. But you're messing with seniority by making me call you grandpa. Who knew that? Sun Ying glared at him without a good look. You knew that too? Why didn't you say anything when you laid hands on my granddaughter at that time? By all rights, you should be an uncle generation, right? Where's the face? Once those words came out, Xu Fei had no words to refute them. It seems like counts. Call it. I'm listening. Sun Ying lay on the bed, closed her eyes and waited for Xu Fei's grandpa. Xu Fei looked at Sun Ying, who was lying on the bed, and could only call out stiffly, Grandpa. Would Pops be furious if he knew he called his master a grandfather? Sun Ying opened her eyes at once, her face full of smiles. Hey! Good granddaughter-in-law. Only, Xu Fei walked up and whispered in Sun Ying's ear. In the next second, Sun Ying was so excited that she was about to get up from the bed and beat him up. But the body won't allow it. A pair of eyes stared at Xu Fei in death. Well. You're a good boy. Ha! Got me a great-grandson without a word. Xu Fei looked at Sun Ying's appearance like this and wanted to laugh but could not. One could only force out a smile that was worse than crying. Isn't this my attempt to give your old man a surprise? Sun Ying struggled for a moment before lying down on the bed. The eyes just calmly looked at the snowy white ceiling. This way, my life will be complete. Brat, I see it, Li's grandmother is waving at me. I so wanted to apologize to her face. Accompanied by the instrument dripping and frantically sounding, Xu Fei panicked. Doctor! Doctor! He roared a few times at the outside. But in just over 10 seconds, several doctors in white coats rushed into the hospital room. Prepare for surgery. Come on. Several doctors pushed Sun Ying, who had fallen into a coma, into the operating room. The two of them, Su Wu and Su Li, were at the doorway looking at Sun Ying, who was being pushed away, with a stunned expression. Xu Fei was somewhat lost in thought as he looked at the backs of the many doctors, a hint of tears flashing in his eyes. Fei, my father. Xu Fei pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but feeling so powerless. Master said he saw Rui's grandmother waving at him. At those words, Su Wu and Su Li both fell silent. Going into the operating room this time, no one knows if Sun Ying will still be alive. Chapter 64, known as the Little God of Wine. In the middle of a luxurious manor in the capital. A private jet slowly landed on the tarmac inside the estate. On the plane, a man with sunglasses and a black trench coat, with a woman in a cheongsam by his side holding his arm, slowly walked off the plane. The estate's butler had gotten the message long ago and had been waiting here for about half an hour. When he saw the visitor, he hurriedly brought his men forward to salute. Master, ma'am. Chu Tianhuang slowly removed his sunglasses, a few points of ice coldness hanging on his angular face. Have all the movements of the Long family been mapped out? The butler nodded slightly. Back to master, it has been mapped out. At those words, an icy killing intent flashed through Chu Tianjing's eyes. Great. Wait for my order. After saying that, he walked into the villa with the woman beside him. So tired. I haven't been back in how many years, I didn't realize it had changed so much. Chu Tianhao recalled that when he left back then, where were there so many villas in this neighborhood? Back then, the neighborhood was all pending development. Afterwards, when he heard that luxurious villas had been constructed over here, he asked people to buy a set of top-quality manor house here and put it there, so that he could conveniently come back to retire in the future. After all, it's this land, the place that gave birth to you. Although he had left for safety, there were now almost no one left in Dasha who could threaten him. Yeah. Dash was only 6 months old when I left with you back then. I didn't realize that in the blink of an eye little Fei is already 23 years old. The woman beside Chu Tian Maniac is Chu Fei's mother, Yunyu. That figure, that look, it was completely impossible to tell that it was a woman over 40 years old. Huh? 23 yet? I think it was only 22, wasn't it? Chu Tianhua looked at his wife with some dismay. The latter reached out and picked him up by the ears. With your memory, you can't even remember how old your own son is. What else can I expect from you? The butler looked on, keeping his head down to keep from laughing out loud. There's someone else? Give me some face. Chu Tian Maniac somewhat awkwardly took down his wife's hand before saying to the butler, you go out first, notify everyone that tonight I'm going to make the Long family lose at least half of their top brass. Hearing this, the butler's body shook slightly. Yes. I'm on it. And Yunyu's face was as usual, as if he had already become accustomed to it. After following Chu Tian Maniac for so many years, she knew a lot of things. Originally, this time, Chu Tianhao did not intend to let her follow him over. However, she didn't come over this time for this matter, but to meet her future daughter-in-law. From Chu Tian Maniac's mouth, he knew that this kid, Chu Fei, was actually going to make himself a grandmother so soon. This made her so happy that she had to come over with Chu Tianhua. By the way, the matter of Big Brother Su, do you really want to exterminate the dragon family? Will it be blocked by those at the top? Thinking about Su Nianying, Yunyu's brows furrowed slightly. The Long family's status in Dasha was not low, and it also held the lifelines of many businesses. Once the Long family collapsed, a number of businesses would probably be impacted, causing a not-so-good effect on Dasha's economy. Blocking? I'd like to see who dares to stop. If it wasn't for the sake of those people, I would have just flown the bomber to blow up the Long family. Chu Tianhua's face was filled with anger. Between himself and Su Nianying, there was a lifelong friendship. If it wasn't for him, maybe he'd be dead himself. Now Big Brother Su almost lost his life because of a family in the district. If Chu Fei hadn't told him about this matter, he wouldn't even know about it. Chu Tian Maniac had told Su Nianying before that if there was anything that required his help, he would definitely be obliged to do so. However, Chu Tianhuan knew deep down that Su Nianying did not want to trouble others. But this time, he needed those people to pay the price, to let certain people in Xia know that not just anyone could be messed with. Can't you change your bullheadedness? Yunyu frowned slightly. Alright, my dear wife. Aren't you going to Gangnam tomorrow? Have the butler go with you to meet your future daughter-in-law. So rest while you can. Tonight, I'm going to make the Long family watch their men disappear, one by one. Yunyu gave him a blank look. Got it. After saying that, Yunyu turned around and took a step towards the upstairs. And when Chu Tian Maniac saw his wife go upstairs, a burst of killing intent erupted in his eyes. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call. Tell everyone for me. 8 o'clock at night, on time, must kill. No one can be spared. Gangnam. Chu Fei still didn't know that his parents had both arrived in Dasha, and at this moment, with Suli, they had all returned to the villa. The master is out of life-threatening condition, but needs quiet recuperation. So as not to disturb the master, they all returned. And the doctor told them that the injury was slowly recovering, probably due to the master's constant exercise. But when exactly you will be able to move around freely, that depends on your own constitution. But the way things are going, it's going to take at least a year. When Chu Fei and the others heard this, they all let out a long sigh of relief. A year is a long time to say the least. But at least, the master had survived. After having dinner, Su Li and Shu Fei both went out shopping. Bandits. When do you think it's the right time to tell mom and dad and them? Seeing that this was almost a month old, Su Li's little stomach was gradually reacting. It's pretty much the same as usual, but it's definitely not going to be able to hide it over time. This. Chuffy hesitated for a long time. He knew very well that this matter could not be delayed. It was not only for Su Li's reputation consideration, but also for the face of the Su family. This month, then. Pick a good day. I'm going to go talk to your parents about this in this capacity of boyfriend. Su Li took her arm with a smile in her eyes. Being a woman, she was naturally happy to get an affirmative answer. Right. Let's go get some barbecue. I don't know why, but I'm always craving spicy food these days. Spicy? Chuffy looked at her with some surprise. They say, sour children, this must be a little princess. Men love to have daughters, sweet little girls. Chuffy was no exception. Then who knows? What if it's a bad boy like you? Shu Fei immediately stood up straight. If it's a kid, I'll designate to clean him up. Calling his old man's bluff, he's not good enough. Let's go, have a barbecue. The two of them immediately headed towards a nearby barbecue stand. Within a short time, the two arrived at a sidewalk barbecue stand. There were quite a few people in the seating area next to the booths, and many of them were drinking and rowing. Su Li ordered a small barbecued fish, some beef skewers, chicken skewers, and specially asked the boss to put a little more chili. Just this once, I tell you. Too much of this stuff is bad for the baby. Su Li spat her tongue out at the punch. I'm going to eat it. In fact, she hadn't eaten a lot of barbecue with Feng Qing before. It's just that later on, when I got a job, I was so busy with work stuff that I didn't have time to come to the barbecue. Thinking of this, Su Li took out her cell phone and made a call to Feng Qing. Haru, we're on a barbecue street, come over for a barbecue? It's been a while since I had a barbecue with you, my treat, come on. Faced with Su Li's invitation, Feng Qing naturally would not refuse. Just the right time to have a nice chat and natter with her. 10 minutes or so later, Feng Qing came. Wearing super short jeans and a simple black t-shirt, her long snow-white legs just leaked out. For a while, many men's gazes were placed on Feng Qing. Feng Qing was actually pretty too, with a body to match and looks to match. You're dressed for this. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by perverts? Su Li flirted. Instead, Feng Qing sat next to Su Li with a big grin, her gaze falling on Shu Fei's body. Isn't there a big handsome guy protecting us? Let's get drunk tonight. After saying that, he was about to ask the boss to serve the wine. However, Shu Fei spoke faintly from the side. She can't drink. Feng Qing was just about to question why, then she remembered what Su Li had said to herself earlier. Yeah. Now Su Li wasn't alone, there was another one in her stomach. That works. Liz doesn't drink, you drink. Haven't had a drink with you yet. I'm known as the little god of wine, can you outdrink me? Feng Qing flashed a bad smile at Shu Fei. You? The little drinking god? The last time I saw her in a clear bar, she was royally drunk. That's it. And a little wine god. Seemingly thinking of something, Feng Qing's face reddened. Last time it was because I was in a bad mood, I'm in a good mood today, just see if I can drink past you. Once the wine was up, the two of them drank a bottle dry. Su Li could only watch, not drink. When the barbecue and grilled fish came up, the two were more than ready to let go of their drinks. After 3 rounds of drinking, Shu Fei was not drunk at all. On the contrary, it was Feng Qing, whose eyes had drifted a bit. Come on, go on. I just don't believe it. Feng Qing still didn't believe it. Shu Fei didn't look like a man who could drink. Unexpectedly, the two of them drank 7 or 8 bottles in a row, but he didn't feel drunk at all. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, a bald tattooed man came forward with a bottle. Beauty. Come on, drink one with brother. Drink happy, brother take you fly. That staggering look told me at first glance that he was drunk. And not far from the table of Shu Fei's few people, a group of burly men just watched and didn't speak. Feng Qing shook her somewhat fluttering head at this moment. I'm sorry, who are you? Drinking with me? As soon as those words came out, Shu Fei knew that trouble was coming. As expected, the bald tattooed man's face immediately became ugly. What? Looking down on me? Today, my brother will let you see what kind of a scallion my brother is. As he spoke, he reached out and was about to go and forcefully embrace Fong Cheng. And before his hand could touch Fong Cheng, Zhu Fei got up and grabbed his wrist. Drunk, there's a hotel over there, get yourself some rest. The cold voice made the bald man even more angry. Boy! What are you? Off! After saying that, he reached out to push Zhu Fei away. Meanwhile, the table across the room had stood up. An unusual person at this point might just choose to avoid or just call the police. Only, Zhu Fei's face turned cold, and his fingers slightly exerted force. The pain was so great that the man cried out in shock. Ah! Get thee off me! The other hand even lifted the wine bottle and smashed it against Zhu Fei's head. This time, Zhu Fei wouldn't say much to him. Raising his leg, he kicked the bald man hard in the stomach. Bang! A kick directly flew him out more than 2 meters, and he hit the ground heavily. And when the burly men at the other table saw this, they rushed towards Zhu Fei with bottles of wine in unison. The people around have long been scared and hiding on the other side of the room, taking out their cell phones and secretly filming. Chapter 65 Retaliation against the Long family. A few burly men came forward to pick up the man who had been kicked over by Zhu Fei and stared angrily at Zhu Fei. Boy! Not a little too hard on the hands. A rather large man stepped forward, bottle in hand. By the looks of it, if it doesn't make sense, it's probably going to be a war. The crowd of onlookers didn't dare to breathe a word, and each of their eyes were glazed over, as if they were there for the two sides to go to war. Instead, Suli and Fong Cheng were sitting on the stools as if nothing had happened, eating barbecue. Fong Cheng rushed at Zhu Fei and said, "Aya, hurry up, we haven't even split the difference yet." When these words came out, the few people on the other side were instantly enraged. Can't it be that this little girl still think that so many of them can't deal with this kid? He should have thought of that consequence when he reached out. Get drunk, find a place to sleep it off, don't go to the head. Zhu Fei's tone was flat. But in the ears of these people, that is to look down on them, meaning, what's the point of finding a pretty girl and having a drink? Okay. Kid, let's see if your head is harder or my bottle is harder. The burly man rushed forward violently and smashed the bottle in his hand down hard against Zhu Fei's head. Only, Zhu Fei took a step back and raised his leg, sending the bottle in his hand flying. Heavy smashed on the side of the street lamp post, bang, crushed. As soon as the others took a look, they were about to move forward to surround Zhu Fei. But Chuffy just quietly picked up a bottle of beer on the table and grabbed it in his hands. You can try and see if your bones will be harder than this bottle. As he spoke, his 5 fingers pinched hard. Bang! The bottle filled with wine was instantly crushed and burst by his one hand. The crowd of onlookers were all wide-eyed, as if they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Is that true? Crush a bottle with one hand? Can the power of a finger really reach this level? He'll kill a cow with one punch. And when the few strong men who were planning to go forward saw this scene, they all stood still, not daring to make a move. Perhaps it seemed to them before that this was an ordinary young man. But now it seems that the other party must be a practiced man. They were empty of strength, but they were completely inadequate against the practiced men. Get out! Before I get mad. Zhu Fei's ice-cold tone echoed in the ears of several people. A few people looked at me and I looked at you, and could only silently help the man who was kicked over by Zhu Fei to leave the barbecue stand. Thought you were going to have a big fight. Come on, drink. Fong Cheng smiled and picked up a bottle of wine and handed it to Fong Cheng. Zhu Fei looked at her with a face full of helplessness. Come on. It's almost over, if you keep drinking, no one will send you home. Suli also persuaded from the side, Xiao Cheng, it's almost time, getting drunk gives you a headache. Fong Cheng originally wanted to get drunk, but Suli had opened her mouth, and she knew that she was already a bit dizzy from her current condition. Okay. Originally, Fong Cheng was planning to go back by herself, but Fong Cheng sent her back to where she lived for safety reasons. Only after that did Zhu Fei and Suli return to the villa. This time, the two of them didn't go back to the Su family villa, but returned to Suli's villa. Late fall nights are more than a little cooler. In front of the room's window, Suli just leaned against Zhu Fei's chest. Bandit, what do you think would be a good name for our child in the future? Zhu Fei didn't say anything, his gaze just quietly looked at Suli. The latter noticed Zhu Fei's strange gaze and immediately covered his chest. Nah, her hands weren't big enough to cover it. A face suddenly turned red with shame. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it? Xu Fei let out a bad smile. I've seen it, but it's still a bit uninspiring. Su Li hurriedly escaped his embrace, sat on the edge of the bed, and said angrily, "Get out. Hurry up. I'm going to sleep." Only, Xu Fei had no intention of wanting to leave at all. "I do remember when a certain person said I was pretty average. I'm just trying to show you in a practical way whether I'm quite average or not." In the meantime, in the middle of the Long family villa, Long Maniac sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. The eldest son, Long Jin, and the third son, Long Xiao, were sitting on the sofas on either side. "Can someone tell me what the hell is going on?" Long Jin and Long Xiao were both silent. Just now, they received a message. There are management people in the family that have been taken out. The opponent's tactics were so terrifying that there wasn't even time to react. By the time they reacted, the other party had long since lost sight of them. There's more than one management, at least 4 management people have been taken out in just an hour's time from 8 o'clock to now. Whose family moved it anyway? Long Maniac slapped on the armrest of the sofa, and cracks appeared on the sofa made of mahogany, showing how heavy the power of this palm was. "Dad, do you think it could be someone from the military department?" Long Xiao voiced his guess. Only earlier had they heavily injured Sun Yining, the leader of the Dragon Group, and if it wasn't for the Supreme Man's intervention, they might have even killed Sun Yining. But even so, it still allowed Sun Yining to kill his second son. A person like Dragon Madness, who died a son, would not have any thoughts at all. After all, he has more than one wife. No way. If they made a move, there's no way they wouldn't have gotten wind of it at all. Not to mention, there's still this Kiji Ao watching from the military department side. If it's really someone from the military department, there's no way he wouldn't know about it. Long Maniac shook his head. The military department wouldn't make a move at this time. It would do them no good to make a move. On the contrary, there will be huge repercussions. Even if the supreme person is disgruntled in his heart, he will not do so. Could it be the other 3 great families? The Win family and the Han family both have a pretty good relationship with us, only the Yun family is average. But the Yun family has always worked in a low profile, never taking the initiative to cause trouble. It can't be them, either. Long Jin frowned. The 4 great families of Disya, besides their Long family, there were also the Feng, Yun, and Han families. The 4 great families, so to speak, hold each other in check. It's impossible to say that they're teaming up to target a particular family, or that it's an all-out fight. This is the kind of thing that the Supreme Man would never allow. It shouldn't be them. Long Maniac frowned, always feeling that something was not right. The other 3 great clans, as long as they weren't stupid, would definitely not go against the Long family at this time. Once the Long family sat in the position of leader of the Dragon team, when that time came, the days of their 3 great families would definitely not be easy. Moreover, in their opinion, this position of Dragon team leader could almost certainly be said to be the Dragon families. It was even more unlikely that he would step in and directly exterminate the management staff of their Long family. Just as the 3 of them were frowning and discussing, Long Jin's cell phone rang. "Hello?" A shaky voice came from the other end of the line. "Master, the young master, and the second young master have all been killed. The youngest is desperately trying to get to the family." Hearing these words, Long Jin violently stood up from his position. A pair of eyes were bloodshot beyond measure, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from him. "What? Who the hell did this? Find out for me. If you can't, I'll sacrifice your heads to heaven." As the words fell, Long Jin ruthlessly smashed the cell phone on the ground. And Dragon Frenzy looked at him with a frown on his face. "What happened? Dad? Xiao Yu and Xiao Ao, no more?" "Nope. They've all been killed." Long Zhao's pupils dilated and his eyes were filled with shock. Dragon Madness thumped the armrest. This time, the handrail could no longer withstand the terrifying force and was slapped off. Long Yu and Long Ao are his 2 most valued grandchildren. A natural business wizard, only 18 years old, can manage a listed company alone, and take care of the well-organized, and the income is far more than other grandson management company. The Dragon Pride, on the other hand, is a born manager. Long Maniac had even thought that if he were to pass away one day, this position of the Dragon family's family head would be passed on to Long Ao. But he never dreamed that these 2 grandchildren would be one step ahead of him. "Who the hell is it? Check me. Use all your power and check for me. I'm going to kill them." Dragon Frenzy was furious. and on the highway just a few kilometers away from the Long family villa. In a multi-million-dollar business car, Long Jin's eldest son, Long Shi, was covered in cold sweat. He receives a call from the head butler saying that both the oldest and second brother have been taken out. Tell him to get in the bulletproof car right away and head back to the family estate. He didn't even think about it and immediately had someone drive him home. As I saw that I was almost home, my heart dropped. He also wondered who was trying to deal with his own family. Besides, aren't those people afraid of retaliation from the Long family? One must know that once the dragon family became furious, the other three great families would also have to suffer. He couldn't think of anyone who would have the guts to target the Long family squarely. However, while Long Shi was thinking about all this, a jeep with no license plate behind him caught up right behind him. A figure slowly stood up from the car, and if one looked carefully, one would realize that the man was carrying something like a cannon barrel on his shoulder. And the driver, who was driving, saw the jeep coming up behind him. At first he thought it was a passerby, but when he fixed his eyes on it again, his face changed drastically. With a cry of horror, RPG. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the entire bulletproof car burst into flames. Chapter 66, I don't mind adding fire. And at this moment, the Long family manor. The first steward rushed into the hall in a hurry, his face covered in cold sweat. He had just received word from his men that the Grand Master had been blown up, even with his car. Almost a corpse, only part of the remaining torso was now found. One of the family members in charge of the car could just as easily have escaped death. Old Lord. Big deal. Young Master Longshi was attacked by someone on his way back. With a man and a car, it's blown up. The few people who were discussing what to do to catch the mastermind behind the scene, Long Maniac, heard the words of the big housekeeper and got up violently. Long Jin even froze in place as a whole, his eyes filled with disorientation. He would never have dreamed that all three of his sons had been killed overnight. And, it's only a few kilometers from the family. What? What the hell is the other side? How dare they? Long Maniac was filled with violent anger, his eyes covered with killing intent. In just 2 hours, nearly half of the family's immediate members had been lost. And many of them are the top people in the family business. Once they die, I am afraid that the family's business will take a terrible hit in a short period of time. It's still being traced. However, the person who attacked young Master Longshi is already on our radar. It's catching up. Hearing this, Long Maniac's face looked a little better. Command down and take them alive. I want to torture myself. Long Maniac rushed at the Grand Steward in a cold voice. This time, he was really angry. Even if he used all of his family's reserves, he had found out who was behind this group of people. He wanted to see what the other party was about, actually daring to make a move against his own family. And, in just 2 hours, it took out so many people. Wasn't the other side afraid of being targeted by the military? Knowing that the other party had used heavy weapons in the middle of this conflict, once the people from the military department found out, then they would definitely be under surveillance. Anyone who dared to use this kind of weapon in the capital city either had a very scary background or was very well connected to the people in the military department. However, other than their 4 great families, others were simply not qualified to use such weapons. Even if it was their 4 great families, they wouldn't dare to use heavy weapons easily unless they had to. Yes. The first steward left the parlor in a hurry. Long Sha was also a little panicked in his heart. All 3 of his elder brother's sons were already gone. Long Jin, who was in a state of disorientation, then stood up from his position in a bit of a trance. The deaths of his 3 sons were devastating to say the least. Originally, he thought that he would be able to easily sit in the position of the dragon family head. But now everything is shattered like a bubble. I know. For a time, the entire capital became terrified. The other 3 great clans had also received this horrifying news. In their minds, this was a terrorist attack against the Long family. In just one night, I'm afraid that the Long family will be hit hard. At that time, those industries of the Long family, they had every chance to take advantage of the opportunity to acquire them. Meanwhile, in the middle of an office in the Ministry of War, Yao received a call from Long Jin. When he heard that such a big change had occurred in the capital, his entire body froze in place. In his opinion, the only ones who dared to make a move against the Long family in the entire Great Xia were the other 3 great families. However, from Long Jin's words, it was not the 3 great clans that had struck this time, but someone else. Remember, my father has put the word out that you can return to the family first thing tomorrow morning if there is no news. The phone was hung up, and Yi Ao's face was as cold as frost. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call to Su Xiaoyu, the leader of the intelligence squad. Hello? Captain Su, right? Please utilize everyone in the intelligence squad for the terrorist attack in the capital tonight. I want you to find out all the clues of the enemy within an hour. Su Xiaoyu, who was resting, heard Yi Ao's tone as if he was commanding, and a cold smile appeared on her face. Captain Yi, you seem to have gotten one thing wrong. I'm not your direct subordinate, you have no business using that tone with me. Also, there's nothing our intelligence squad can do about this. We have not received any orders from the matriarch, so it is impossible for the intelligence squad to serve you. Hearing this, Yi Ao's face was exceptionally ugly. Sun Yanning was about to die, and this group of people were still obsessed. Captain Su, I hope you've got it straight. Right now I'm the acting leader of the Dragon team, and my orders are the leader's orders. If you don't accept this order, I will consider removing you from your position as intelligence team leader. He thought that he had made it clear enough, but Su Xiaoyu didn't buy his argument. Captain Yi, I wonder when you became the acting leader of our Dragon team? Why haven't I gotten any messages? Or do you think you're the acting team leader? Yi Ao was so angry that his face was filled with iron. Now the only one left was Su Xiaoyu's team, who was not willing to submit to him. One must know that the most powerful thing about the Dragon Group was not the strength of its members, but the Dragon Group's intelligence organization. There's basically nothing they can't find out if they want to. Even now that he had become the captain of the 2nd Brigade, he knew nothing about the distribution of all the members of the intelligence organization squad, or the intelligence they controlled. Well. Captain Su, I hope you don't regret this. Yi Ao coldly yelled at Su Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone. If there's nothing else for Captain Yi, I'll hang up first, but I'm sleepy. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the phone had been hung up. Yi Ao could only put the phone on the table with an icy face. The intelligence squad didn't take orders from him, and with this small organization under his own hand, it was almost impossible to gather the identities of those who targeted the Long family tonight. He slammed his fist hard against the wall, contemplating what to do about what came next. On the other hand, Su Xiaoyu had already climbed up from the bed. Taking out his cell phone, he made a call to Chu Fei. Meanwhile, Chu Fei, who was far away in Jiangnan, happened to have just come out of the bathroom. Suri was already asleep and he was going to dry his hair before going to rest. Just then, the cell phone rang. Picking it up, he was surprised to see that it was Xiaoyu who had called him. What's wrong, Drizzle? He was a little surprised that Xiaoyu was calling him at night. What was going on? Brother Fei, something big has happened in the capital. Hearing this, Chu Fei stopped his hand movements and took the towel off his head. What's going on? From the information I know, it seems like the Dragon family is being targeted by mysterious and powerful families. A premeditated assassination attempt began almost as early as 8 o'clock in the evening. Until now, in just over 2 hours, close to half of the Dragon family's senior staff have been missing, including several of Long Maniac's grandsons and granddaughters. And all those people used quite a bit of heavy weaponry, and now that the military department is in the middle of tracking them down, it's already causing quite a commotion. Brother Fei, what exactly do you think dares to target the Long family? Xiaoyu's words caused Chu Fei's heart to jolt. That fast? Pops seems to be a little faster than he expected. He had no doubt that Pops had prepared tonight's assassination. Only he thought it would take 2 days for Pops to make his move, but he didn't expect it to happen in just 1 day. And to knock out nearly half of the senior figures of the Long family at once, this tactic could be said to be unable to find a second one in the whole of Daxia. I'm not sure. But I do thank them for avenging the group leader's death. Chu Fei laughed coldly in his heart. This was just the beginning. It's what comes next that is a nightmare for the Dragon family. That's true, the leader of the group was beaten up by all those people from the Long family. It's really hateful. By the way, Fei, is the group leader okay now? There was a hint of worry in Xiaoyu's tone. Nothing serious for now, it will take some time to recuperate. By the way, has the Dragon family made any moves? If the Long family made any moves, unless it was just as well to give Pops a heads up. Let him make plans as early as possible in case anything happens. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu then went on to say, Long Jiang hasn't detected any movements for the time being, but just now Yi Ao called me and asked me to use the people from the intelligence squad to help him check out the person who made the move tonight, which I directly refused to do. Guess the guy is spreading fire in his office. Saying that, Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Nice work. Since he wants to be a traitor to the dragon family so badly, we'll just not let him have his way. Chu Fei sneered. Since EAO was a dog raised by the dragon family in the military department, it was nothing more than a fancy for the dragon group's intelligence organization. Xiaoyu and himself had a lifelong friendship, just EAO also wanted to command Xiaoyu, how could he think of it? By the way Xiaoyu, remember to tell me if there are any movements in the Long family during this period of time. I don't mind adding to their fire. Chapter 67, If you don't drink, what can you do? The next day. Xu Fei and Su Li were eating their lunch. Su Li was brushing the news with her cell phone, and when she saw the news from the capital, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Bandit, have you seen the news? There's actually a terrorist attack in the capital, for God's sake. Our country, it's known as one of the safest countries. I didn't think it would happen, I can't believe it. Chuffy pretended to be surprised when he heard her say that. Really? Let's see. Taking the cell phone handed over by Su Li, the cover of the news was a mosaicked picture. But it's probably something personal. When I used to work in the military, I knew that there were actually a lot of families in our country that had firearms among them. It's just that it's all defaulted to by the big guys up there. It's not usually used lightly until a special time. Chuffy commented simply. Hearing his explanation, Su Li was a little surprised. But nothing more was said. After all, in the middle of Jiangnan City, some people did have firearms in their hands. It's just that very few people dare to take it in the open. The two who had lunch did not stay at home. The weather is just right and it's nice to get out and about. This is not only good for Su Li's body, but also for the child in her belly. It wasn't until after 3 in the afternoon that the two returned to the villa. Changing into a set of formal attire, he drove to the location of the banquet, the Tianhao Hotel. This is one of the few 5-star hotels in Gangnam. For this business banquet, the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce had even directly chartered the entire hotel. Once the two had parked the car, they made their way to the location of the hotel's front door. 2 waiters stood at the door to take care of the reception. Hello, do you have an invitation? An invitation? Su Li and Xu Fei were both slightly stunned. They didn't receive the so-called invitation letter for this banquet. Is this the banquet of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Still need an invitation? Su Li looked at the 2 waiters with some confusion. Yes. In order to avoid some unnecessary small companies mixing in, the president issued invitation letters specifically to the companies that were invited. If you two don't have an invitation, you won't be able to enter. Excuse me. The waiter's words caused Su Li to frown slightly. When the president had called her earlier, he hadn't said anything about an invitation. As he was about to reach for his cell phone to call the president to ask about it, a man appeared behind the two of them pulling a woman. After seeing that it was Xu Fei and Su Li, he couldn't help but make a sound. Yo! If it isn't Mr. Su? What, is there no invitation? Xu Fei and Su Li looked back at the same time, but unexpectedly realized that Lin Shuwei was standing side by side with a woman who looked to be over 40 years old. On top of that, this woman's body is a sight to behold. At 6'6", he looked like a big balloon from a distance. Walking around, the body fat was trembling. Honey, you know them, don't you? The woman's duck-like voice landed in Xu Fei and Su Li's ears, and goosebumps rose all over. Lin Shuwei stared at Xu Fei and Su Li with some resentment in his eyes, gritting his teeth and saying angrily, more than knowing each other. In order to get to the top, Lin Shuwei can be said to have sacrificed everything. This woman, now, is her own new girlfriend. And her company could be said to be a ranked existence in Jiangnan City. In order to please her, Lin Shuwei had put in a lot of effort. Now, every night he enjoyed the thrill of being squeezed by a pile of fat. A greasy flavor that would make anyone spit out their overnight meal. However, for the sake of his company and his future, he could only endure the pain. He placed the reason for all of this on Xu Fei and Su Li. Mr. Lin, good health. I haven't seen you in a few days, but you've actually changed again. Do you want me to introduce a few good medicines for you to try? Guarantee you'll be alive and well. Xu Fei stifled his laughter from the sidelines. He also didn't expect that he would actually be able to run into this unlucky fellow, Lin Shuwei, here. Since he had taught this guy a lesson last time, he had expected the other to be a little more honest. But I didn't expect him to change his girlfriend straight away. As far as this current girlfriend is concerned, it's honestly not as good as the last one. At least last time, it was normal. But with this one now, he had a hard time imagining how that Lin Shui figure had held up. Aren't you afraid of getting your bones crushed? You. Lin Shui was furious. Yet, it dared not make a move. The last time was still fresh in my mind. Don't be angry, dear, there's no need to be angry with such little people. Be aware of who you are now, okay? Seeing Lin Shui angry, the woman even spoke out to comfort him. It looked like the woman liked Lin Shui. Yeah, honey, you're right. We don't fit in with the general population. Lin Shui held back his anger, then rushed at Chu Fei. Please make way. Without an invitation letter, please don't stand at the door and block the way, okay? Only then did Su Li react with a slight frown and pulled Chu Fei to the side. It's okay, I'll call the president and ask. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called Yu Ning, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Hello? President Yu? I'm Su Li, the president of Kuyao Corporation. May I ask if still needs an invitation for admission? Yu Ning, who was busy in the hall, could not help but frown slightly when he received this call. This Su Li is the few big companies that came from above to see by name, and he didn't dare to be slow. Yes. Mr. Su, I remember I sent your company an invitation. You guys didn't get it? Hearing this, Su Li had a few more moments of puzzlement in her eyes. Invitations have been sent to the company? Then why didn't you get it yourself? President Yu, I really didn't receive it. I don't know, was there an accident? Hearing this, Yu Ning then opened his mouth and asked, It won't be. Where are you now, Mr. Su, should I come over and bring you in? It was only then that Suri spoke up and said he was at the door. Yu Ning put down the phone and said to the people around him, You guys continue, I'll go pick up someone. After saying that, he walked quickly towards the gate. Upon seeing Su Li and a man stopped outside the door, he hurriedly apologized. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. Maybe my people didn't do their job and forgot your invitation. Su Li also smiled and returned the greeting. President Yu was polite, it's also my honor to come to this banquet. Only then did Yu Ning's gaze fall on Chu Fei. This is my bodyguard. Only after receiving Su Li's answer did Yu Ning invite the two inside. In the hall, a lot of people had already come. However, it's just small companies that are there now. The really big companies, none of them are there yet. It's like Truman, the owner of the Juanhao Group, hasn't even come yet. And Lin Shui, who had been keeping an eye on the gate, looked a bit ugly after seeing Su Li and Chu Fei being brought in. I didn't realize that they had connections coming in here. With a twinkle in his eye, a thought came to him. Then he came up and whispered in his own girlfriend Lu Ting's ear. As soon as Lu Ting heard this, a hint of anger spread across her disc-like face. Pulling a stunt like that, do you really think my man has no one to love? Honey, don't worry, I'll give you a head start. After saying that, he directly picked up a cup of red wine on the table and walked towards where Chu Fei and Su Li were. When it was no more than a few steps away from Chu Fei and Su Li, it stopped. So you're the president of Kuyao Corporation, what a reputation. I wonder if Mr. Su would be so kind as to have a drink. When he finished, he raised the glass in his hand. Su Li frowned slightly and looked at Lin Shui beside the woman. Sorry, not feeling too well to drink. But Lu Ting was unforgiving. Yo! Is Mr. Su putting up a fight? I've heard that quite a few companies have been looking for Koyo to invest in recently. Mr. Su's value has also risen, looking down on us small companies? The somewhat harsh words made Su Li's face look a little less than favorable. Things here have also attracted a lot of attention. There is no shortage of bosses who want to work with Koyo. However, without exception, these people didn't even see Su Li's face. And, without exception, their requests for cooperation were denied. At the moment, someone was targeting Koyo, and they were happy to see it. Not really. I'm just not feeling too well, I hope this boss will bear with me. It wasn't that Su Li didn't want to drink, but she had a little one in her stomach right now, and she couldn't drink herself. I see, Mr. Su is just looking down on us small companies. Lu Ting's voice was not loud, but quite a few people present heard it. For a while, the winds favored Lu Ting's side. At the same time, a man came forward. Mr. Su. This is the chairman of the Ashi Group, a glass of red wine won't get you drunk, will it? The person who spoke was the owner of a real estate company that Su Li had refused to cooperate with. Worth hundreds of millions of dollars, the company is not small either. And the voices of others rang out beside them, Mr. Su, one drink won't do any harm. As soon as the crowd opened their mouths, Su Li's face became even more ugly. However, Chuffy spoke up. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, he slowly said, "If you don't drink, what can you do?" Chapter 68, The man depends on his clothes and the horse depends on his saddle. A cold, icy voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. However, as soon as Chu Fei opened his mouth, he was greeted with Lin Shui's mockery. "You're just a little bodyguard. There's no place for you to talk here." The people in the room couldn't help but laugh at this statement. At first they thought that this person was Mr. Su's man or husband. It's okay to say that. After all, it's your own woman, and it's understandable that you can't drink when you're not feeling well. However, this kid was just a small bodyguard. What qualifications did he have to say such things for his boss? Su Li also didn't want to offend these bosses to death and could only signal for Chu Fei to back off. Then picked up the red wine on the table. "Bosses, I'm sorry, my people don't know what they're doing. This glass of wine, I..." Before the words were even finished, Chu Fei had already snatched the red wine from her hand. "Throw it around in front of everyone." Pop! The goblet shattered and the red wine spilled all over the floor. "I said, you're not allowed to drink. Understand?" Chu Fei's face was calm as he looked at Su Li. The latter stared at Chu Fei's face, and a trace of emotion flashed in his eyes. Aha! However, Chu Fei's actions drew the displeasure of many people. "I say, Mr. Su. One of your bodyguards can boss you around? It can't be. That you have something to do with this bodyguard, can it? Or is he a little white boy you keep? Ha 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 ha." For a moment, the entire scene burst out laughing. Only 3 people didn't laugh, though. One is Lin Shui, for no other reason than that he himself was adopted. As for the remaining 2, they were Chu Fei and Su Li. Chu Fei, on the other hand, security. The man who was beaten obviously didn't want to fight Chu Fei and instead called for security. At once, 2 men in security uniforms came forward. "This gentleman. And please get out." Seeing this, Yu Ning also stepped forward. "This gentleman, please also get out. People with no qualities are not welcome here." As soon as Su Li saw that the president had stepped forward, she hurriedly went forward to explain. "Chairman, this is all a misunderstanding, listen to my explanation." She thought Yu Ning would listen to his explanation, but Chu Fei spoke up. Smiling faintly at Su Li. "It's okay. I'll come back in later." The beaten one snorted and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Boy! If you can still come in, I'll kowtow to you and apologize." "President Yu, this kind of person can't come in, right?" Yu Ning's brows furrowed slightly, and just as he didn't know how to explain, Chu Fei slowly spoke, "President Yu, right? If I have an invitation, can I still come in?" The crowd was dismayed. "An invitation? A bodyguard? Ha ha ha. This guy's crazy, right? A Thai bodyguard wants an invitation too?" And Yu Ning was also looking at Chu Fei with some consternation. "It's okay, but..." Before he could finish his words, Chu Fei waved his hand. "That'll do." After saying that, he softly said to Su Li, "I'll come back in later." The words fell, and he walked straight towards the outside. Su Li looked at Chu Fei's back as he left, and a few more points of curiosity grew in his heart. An invitation? Did Chuffy really have it? Yu Ning also froze. "I don't think I, myself, have sent an invitation to this bodyguard, have I? He can come in with an invitation? It can't be." Chu Fei, who had left the banquet site, arrived outside the hotel. Took out his cell phone and made a call. "Young master." A respectful voice came from the other end of the line. "Aha! Get ready and come straight over here to the banquet, I'll meet you over here." Chuffy nodded. "Yes. I'm coming over now." Chuffy hung up the phone and lit a cigarette at the door. More than 10 minutes later, a luxury car worth millions of dollars stopped in front of the hotel. A man in an expensive suit stepped out of the car, and when he saw Chu Fei standing on the side of the road smoking, he hurriedly jogged forward. "Young master." Chu Fei glanced at Chu Yu in front of him. "Where's the invitation?" Chu Yu hurriedly took the invitation out of his pocket. "Go!" After saying that, he was about to enter the venue again with the invitation. But Chu Yu spoke up, "Young master, how can we say that we are a top group, right? You're just going to wear this to go in. I'll prepare a suit for you, it's in the car, why don't you change?" Originally, Chu Fei was too lazy to change, But after thinking about it, he still walked into the car and changed into a brand new suit. The suit is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. When getting down from the car, Chufei was like a different person. Combined with the black sunglasses, it was a completely different person than the one who had just been wearing a bodyguard outfit. Go! Chufei gently lifted his collar and led Chuyu towards the venue. And the waiter at the door took in what was going on in front of him. Eyes were about to glaze over. This guy who just got kicked out owns a top-of-the-line luxury car worth millions? When Chufei walked in front of the two waiters, neither of them dared to reach out and stop them, and they didn't even dare to look at the invitation. Such a character was not something they could stop. After Chufei walked into the scene, many people's gazes looked over. It was just that he was wearing sunglasses now, making many people feel a bit strange. But Suli, who was sitting in her seat, could tell at a glance that this was Chufei. There were more than a few moments of surprise and amazement in his eyes. This guy, with a different set of clothes, it's like he's a different person. That temperament was like the young master of some powerful family. Who's that guy? The aura is so strong. I don't know, probably the owner of some big company. It looks so young. To have this kind of achievement at such a young age is nothing short of genius. And Lin Shuwei also discovered Chufei, who had just come in, not recognizing him at first. But after a serious look at only, a glint in his eye. He then sneered, "Yo, isn't this the big bodyguard who was kicked out? How come he's mixed in again? Where are the security guards? Throw this person out." Chapter 69, a multi-billion-dollar breakup fee. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd once again converged on Chufei's body. Chufei was not a bit surprised and slowly removed his sunglasses in front of everyone. After the crowd got a good look at him, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Didn't this guy just get kicked out? Why now, sneaking in again? The person who said earlier that Chufei would come in if he could, was even more filled with an iron face. Security. Where's the security? How did you let this man in after he was thrown out? What's for dinner? Accompanied by the man's voice, several security guards suddenly appeared on the scene and were slowly walking towards Chufei. By the looks of it, it was planning to drive Chufei out again. Only, before Chufei could speak, Chuyu on the side took the first step forward. Blocking in front of those security guards, he slowly took out the invitation. Blind your eyes. Even the chairman of our group dares to invite out? President Yu. Is this where you've been looking? Yuning was still in a state of dismay when he heard Chuyu's voice. Chairman? He was no stranger to Chuyu. The other party, as the president of the Truman Group, in order to show respect, the invitation was still sent to the door on his own initiative. However, the chairman of the Chumen Group would actually be Chufei, who had just been kicked out by him. And this chairman is even Su Li's bodyguard? He couldn't figure out the connection any way he could. Although he knew that there was a cooperative relationship between Truman and Kayao, and that Truman had invested quite a bit of money in Kayao. But after all, that was the chairman of Truman. Would he choose to be a bodyguard for the owner of a small company? When the others heard this, they were even more filled with dismay. Chairman of the Truman Group? Since the Zhao Group disappeared, the Truman Group took over. Many of the companies in the room have dealt and worked with Truman. Compared to the previous Zhao Group, Truman was better to talk to, and the cooperation was pretty much a win-win situation for both sides. That puts a lot of companies in Truman's good graces. But only now do they realize that the chairman of Truman's board is actually a bodyguard. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Only then did Juning step forward and wave his hand at a few security guards. A couple of security guards left then. Yuning smiled at Chuyu with a sardonic smile on his face. Mr. Chu, this is the chairman of your group? After saying that, his gaze fell on Chufei. Chuyu only spoke indifferently. President Chu, let me introduce to you, this is the chairman of our Chu Gate Group, Chufei. Far to the side, Suli's face was a bit unhappy. She had foolishly thought before that Truman was a company run by one of Chufei's friends. But now it seems that Truman is his. After all, this guy had said before that he was a top-tier rich kid and knew quite a few friends. So it's Chairman Chu. Misunderstanding. Yuning stepped forward with a smile on his face, reaching out to shake hands with Chufei. However, Chufei paid no attention to him at all, his gaze quietly looking at the fellow who had spoken before. As I recall, someone just said that I would kowtow and apologize if I could still come in. I don't know, does anyone else remember that? When these words came out, the faces of many people present changed. And the man who said it was even more pale. How could he have known that Chu Fei would be the chairman of the Chu Men Group? Moreover, for the chairman of a conglomerate to go and act as a bodyguard for the owner of a small company is something that no one would expect. As soon as Yu Ning heard it, he knew that Chu Fei was planning to settle the score with someone. Looking back, he hurriedly opened his mouth to the person who had just said this. Boss Wu, why don't you apologize to Chairman Chu? This matter, let it go. We're all businesses in Jiangnan, lo and behold, apologize and leave it at that. When Yu Ning said this, he was actually telling Chu Fei that the ones present were all good enterprises in Jiangnan. Hopefully, Chu Fei would not look at the monk's face. After all, he was the initiator of this business banquet. And it was also the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Everyone present had to sell him a face. Once that Boss Wu heard that, he could only be forced to come forward and bow to Chu Fei to apologize. I'm sorry Chu Dong, you're an adult. It's my mouth, I'll punish myself with 3 cups, what do you think? Chu Fei looked at the apologizing man with a calm face. 3 cups even. Hearing this, both Boss Wu and Yu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Chuffy doesn't want any trouble. However, Chu Fei had not finished his words. Drink 3 bottles. 1 gulp and I'll stay out of trouble on this one. When these words came out, the crowd all drew in a breath of cold air. Although it's only red wine, but such a bottle of red wine, a mouthful of dry, even if you do not get drunk, you have to hold out, right? Not to mention 3 bottles in a row is too much for the stomach to handle. Boss Wu's face was pale, and he had a few more moments of fear in his eyes. Actually, his company wasn't that big, it didn't count for in front of those big corporations. I only blame myself for wanting to stand out and show my face for saying that. Now it's good. It's a kick in the teeth. I drink. He reached for a bottle of red wine on the table and tilted his head back to drink it. However, Suli spoke up. Just about. Drinking is even. Just apologize. As he spoke, Suli came forward and twisted hard on Chu Fei's waist, causing Chu Fei to draw a mouthful of cold air in pain. When Chu Fei heard this, he waved his hand. Since Mr. Su has opened his mouth, then forget it. When the man heard this, he hurriedly bowed to Suli and apologized. Mr. Su. I'm sorry, I was the one who had the eyes to make you angry. I'm sorry. Suli didn't say anything and just nodded. But, Chu Fei didn't want to end it like that. The eyes fell on Lu Ting and Lin Shuai. They are the ones who started this whole thing. As for Lin Shuai, he had long been shocked by the image in front of him. Where would he have thought that the chairman of the Chu Men Group would actually be Chu Fei? He himself had gone out of his way to seek revenge on him before. No wonder he lost so miserably, people didn't even give him a second thought. Lu Ting's face also had a little more awe. His own company was nothing compared to Truman. It was just a matter of words for the other side to try to bring down their company. When he thought about the bad idea Lin Shuai had just given himself, he was furious. A big mouth then smacked Lin Shuai hard in the face. Pop. Roll. Rubbish. What's the point of having you? Lin Shuai was caught off guard by the slap and froze in place, covering her face. Honey, you. Who's your darling? Get out. From now on, I'm done with you. Get lost and don't let me see you again. Lin Shuai's entire body froze in place. I didn't realize that the girlfriend, who had just found a girlfriend, was about to be dumped before she could get a bit of money out of her hands. Then what is this time of torture for yourself? Sort of a breakup fee for her? Billions, the kind that almost drains the body? Chapter 70, Your Own Grandmother's House. Approaching 5 p.m. The number of people present gradually increased, including some famous enterprises in Jiangnan. All of these business owners are talking to each other about where the market is going these days. As for Chu Fei and Suli, they just found a quiet spot to sit down. Today's banquet for Chu Fei was just accompanying Suli over to have a look. The main purpose was still to see how the people underneath that so-called 4 big families were planning to target Suli's company. And Suri, too, hadn't thought about working with the many other companies. After what happened earlier, it's now enough to be able to hold on to your acreage. So this is where you guys are, after looking for half a day. A clear voice came from the 2 men, who then looked back. I don't know when, but Wang Xie also came and was looking at the 2 with a smile on her face. Mr. Wang. Seeing Wang Xiyu, Suli hurriedly got up from her position and reached out to shake Wang Xiyu's hand. Wang Xie didn't refuse and shook hands with Su Li. Mr. Su, can I sit here? Wang Xie pointed to the position beside Su Li. Sure. Su Li naturally would not refuse. After all, Wang Xiyu had also invested 500 million in the company before. Only after Wang Xie took her seat did her gaze rest on Xu Fei's body. Chairman Xu, long time no see. Xu Fei lightly glanced at Wang Xiyu, long time no see. In fact, Su Li also knew that the two had known each other for a long time. After all, Xu Fei had said about the two knowing each other before, so there was no need for him to be jealous. However, I did hear a rumor. I wonder if you two are interested in hearing it? Upon hearing her words, the gazes of both Su Li and Xu Fei fell on her. Mr. Wang, I don't know what kind of rumor has caused you all to raise such great interest. Su Li felt very strange. Wang Xiyu's company was considered to be among the top enterprises in the entire Jiangnan. There were definitely not many things that could interest her. Coincidentally, this matter is very much related to your company, Mr. Su. The moment these words came out, there were some changes in the faces of both Su Li and Xu Fei. When so many companies had approached Su Li's company for cooperation before, the two had suspected that it was the company's secret that had been exposed. Now that Wang Xie had also talked about this matter, it meant that Xu Fei's previous guess was correct. I heard someone say recently that the drugs your company researches, Mr. Su, are not ordinary. Once the research is successful, your company will definitely leap to become a top-ranked existence in the entire country. And I've also heard that quite a few companies have approached you for cooperation recently, but you've turned them all down. I don't know if that's true or not. Hearing this, Su Li knew that the company's secret had been exposed. That's why so many people, why they choose to work with themselves. However, naturally, Wang Xiyu was excluded from these people. After all, she chose to invest when the company was at its most critical point, which made Su Li's heart very touched. From whose mouth did you hear these words? Xu Fei's face was a bit icy. Originally, he thought that this matter was likely to be manipulated by the Dragon family in the dark, but now that the Dragon family was struggling to protect themselves and still came to meddle in so many things, they were not that capable. Many of my company's employees know about this matter. I'm not sure exactly where it came from, but I've already sent people to inquire. Wang Xie understood very well how important Su Li was in Xu Fei's heart. This incident was an absolute devastating disaster for Su Li's company. If they chose to cooperate, the company's shares would definitely be diluted, and their original value would be discounted by at least half once the research was successful. But if they refused to cooperate, then Su Li's company would definitely be targeted like crazy next. At that point, the company is struggling to lift its weight, unless it's being helped by someone in the dark. Xu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. I thought that among the four great families, only the Dragon family had interfered in this matter, but now it seemed as if there wasn't more than one family. There shouldn't be any danger for now. For the time being, you and I hold nearly half of the shares of Kuyao Company in our hands, and the rest of the shares are in Su Li's possession. Now the three of us are the biggest shareholders, and as long as we don't let slip a pill, the company's shares won't be threatened. The main thing now is to find out who put out this news and see what kind of purpose the other party has. But when it was the Long family's turn, Yu Ning received a message. On the podium, Han Ming walked to Yu Ning's side and whispered softly. The latter's face changed drastically, and there was a hint of shock in his gaze toward Han Ming. Can't seem to believe what I've just heard. But Han Ming nodded slightly, and Yu Ning realized that it was true. So, picking up the microphone, he slowly said to the crowd on the stage, "Gentlemen, sorry for the little mishap. The old boss of the Long's group, due to an accident, passed away. So, it won't arrive today. Let's have a moment of silence for Mr. Long." The people present were filled with shock when they heard this. The Long family can't get there? And died in an accident? However, Xu Fei was not surprised at all. It would be a surprise if someone from the Long family could get here. However, the fact that the Yun family's people had come was somewhat unexpected. After all, that Yun family is their own grandmother's house. Well. Chapter 71. Sorry, no need. The airport in Gangnam City. Yunyu slowly walked off the airplane with the big butler by his side. Oldly, the environment here is not bad. I hadn't been to Jiangnan before when I was young, but today I see that it's not too bad. The old Li in Yunyu's mouth was the big housekeeper. His full name was Li Yu, and he was the being who specialized in most of the Chu family's affairs in the capital. Ostensibly the person in charge behind several large companies, he was actually the Chu family's head butler. However, in terms of the identity of the Grand Steward, it was comparable to the general existence of the heads of the four great families of the Great Xia. Your ladyship is joking. The environment in Jiangnan has always been very good, and although the capital is prosperous, compared to Jiangnan, the air quality in the capital is much worse. If you and his lordship intend to return to your home country, I suggest you settle down on this side of Jiangnan. It's a four-season place, not too cold, not too hot, and it's perfect for retirement. Li Yu slightly bowed and explained. Yen Yu nodded faintly. That's not bad. When the time comes, you and the young master will discuss it and see which place in Jiangnan to buy and build a bigger manor. Yes, ma'am. Li Yu responded with a slight nod. By the way, did you check the young master's location before you came? Yen Yu came over to Jiangnan this time, but did not discuss it with Chu Fei, just intending to give the two of them a big surprise. Ma'am, I checked before I came. There's a business banquet in Jiangnan today. Young master and young madam were invited to go to the business banquet. They should be at the banquet right now. Hearing this, a faint smile hung on Yun Yu's face. Then let's go over there too. I haven't seen this brat in so many years, but I miss him a little. As they spoke, the two had walked out of the airport. The man who had been waiting outside for a long time slowly opened the car door. Li Yu and Yun Yu got into the car and went straight to the Tianhao Hotel. At this moment, in the lobby of the Sky Hotel, the people were each sitting in their seats, listening to Yuning on the stage talking about the recent business news. After speaking for a while, Yuning then cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite our president of the Fenghua Group, Mr. Feng, to talk about his investment plan. The words fell, and he stepped aside. Feng Yao walked onto the stage with a faint smile on his face, making people feel comfortable at first glance. The age didn't look like much, just in his 30s. Dear bosses of Jiangnan, on behalf of the Fenghua Group, I would like to thank those who were able to come to the banquet. After saying that, he even bowed slightly to the crowd as a thank you. Where would the people present dare to let Feng Yao be like this? They hurriedly stood up and applauded. What Mr. Win said. It's also an honor for us to have Chief Feng here. That's right, Mr. Feng must have a big project this time he comes over. Feng Yao smiled faintly. This boss is right, this time we came over, we do have a big project. This time, we, Fenghua Group, have brought tens of billions of dollars with us, intending to invest in some of the more promising companies present. Such as Zhang Haizhang's infrastructure company, and recently the state has been supporting these projects. Such as Lun Yanlu's new energy company, which the state is also vigorously supporting. The owners of those companies whose names were read out had their eyes narrowed with smiles. Being able to be seen by a company under the four great families, their next days would be much better. Once there is a large injection of money, then the status and position just goes up. It won't take long to be able to be on par with the established companies. These companies that I have are just some of them, and there are others that I haven't read about, so don't worry. This time, we are planning to participate in most of the enterprises in Jiangnan. Even if my company didn't invest in it, I believe that Mr. Yun and Mr. Han's side will still invest in it. Feng Yao looked at the bosses on the stage whose faces didn't look too good and slowly spoke out to explain. As soon as those words came out, smiles appeared on those people's faces. Most of them are some of the oldest companies in the south of the river, and the market has always been like that without much fluctuation. Also, they can't get more money to develop new markets. But now, with the big families investing, it's a different story. Wang Xiyu, who was sitting beside Chu Fei, frowned slightly. Chuffy, what do you think they really want? A large amount of money is flowing into Jiangnan. Could it be that they want to completely monopolize the businesses of all parties in Jiangnan? Chu Fei didn't say anything and just watched quietly. If it's just an investment, there's absolutely no need for that. But, just don't know if the other side has any other agenda. Su Li sat on the side, silent. This time over, I thought I would be able to pull in a bunch of investments for the company. But what Chu Fei had said before made her heart beat a little. Company secrets, exposed or not? This is a serious problem. After Feng Yao finished speaking, it was the Han family's turn. It wasn't even close to what Feng Yao had said, it was all polite talk. It says that they, and when Wang Xiyu heard these words, she knew that this Yun family was coming for Kuyao Company. As for the Wen family and the Han family, I guess the purpose was similar. When Su Li heard that her company was nominated, her pretty face changed a few more times. Just as Chu Fei said, I'm afraid that this banquet is coming from a bad place. The other party named their company and wanted to invest in it, so if they didn't do something in response, they probably thought they had acquiesced. Then he slowly stood up from his position and said in a cold voice, "Sorry, Mr. Yun, our company doesn't need investment for the time being." Chapter 72, A Strong Dragon Cannot Suppress a Snake on the Ground. Su Li's words caused the entire room to fall silent. For a while, many people's gazes had looked towards where Su Li was. At their table, there were just 3 of them. Chu Fei, Su Li, Wang Xiyu. But the status, it's not low at all. It was not too much to say that the Truman Group was the leader in Jiangnan. And the Zhenghao Group, even more so. Jiangnan, the group, is just a branch. As for Koyo, it's really just a small company. In fact, many people present knew that both Truman and Juanhao Group had invested in Koyao Company. And the amount of investment was not low, and the 2 of them also occupied quite a lot of shares in Koyao Company. Other companies that wanted to invest would need to go through both of them. If they didn't agree, Su Li definitely wouldn't. This time, when Su Li said that, it might be what the 2 meant. Yen Yulan's face, on the other hand, was somewhat unsightly. Not giving yourself face in front of so many people. As for Feng Yao and Han Ming, they were also a bit surprised. In fact, their purpose of coming here was also very simple. Apart from investing in those small companies, it's more of an intention to split the shares of Koyo. 3 of them, 30% each. But now, something doesn't seem quite right. Perhaps, it seems that Mr. Su doesn't quite understand the influence of our group, right? Explain to Mr. Su this way: if your company is willing to accept our investment, within a year, I guarantee that your company's market value will increase tenfold. Yin Yulan's face was flat as she slowly explained. As soon as these words came out, the entire room resounded with the sound of cold air being sucked in. 10 times the market value? If Koyo is worth $1 billion now, in a year's time, it will reach 10 billion. That's a qualitative change. They were all a bit red-eyed. Why should such a good thing fall on Koyo? Is their company no better than Koyo? For a while, the gazes of many people looking at Su Li's few people were filled with jealousy. This way. I'll say one thing. Chu Fei pulled Su Li's hand, signaling for her to sit down. And he himself stood up, sweeping his gaze over a number of people. It's not impossible for Mr. Yin to want to invest in Koyao Company. As a shareholder of Koyo, I am also entitled to participate. I'll make an offer, and if you all agree, then naturally I do too. At this time, Han Ming and Feng Yao's gazes all landed on Chu Fei's body, with some doubts in their eyes. They didn't know that Chu Fei's identity. Yu Ning, who was next to him, looked on and hurriedly explained, "This is the chairman of the Chu Men Group, Chu Fei." Before they came, they had long since mapped out the major businesses in Jiangnan. This Truman Group, they also know. Just a little puzzled when investigating the other side's background. It was as if the other party had appeared out of thin air, directly taking over what was once the Zhao Group. This made the 2 men a little puzzled. You say. Yun Yulan looked at Chu Fei with some curiosity. She felt that the man in front of her looked as if he was ever so slightly familiar. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere, but I can't remember for a second. $10 billion for 1% of the shares. If you all accept this offer and want to invest, I'm here to help. Wow. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. $10 billion and you can only get 1% of the shares? Even if the entire Truman Group was sold, it wouldn't be worth that much, right? Not to mention that it's just a small Koyo company. $10 billion is enough to build like a dozen small companies like Koyo. Wang Xiya raised her eyebrows. This guy was talking too arrogantly. But this, in turn, cuts them off. Su Li was all startled by Chu Fei's words, $10 billion. Definitely a huge number for her. And with that number, you can only get 1% of the shares, and as long as the other party isn't crazy, they'll never invest. Han Ming, who was sitting on the side, snorted when he heard this. What are you? $10 billion and 1% of the shares? Are you crazy about money? Why spend so much money when you want to deal with a crap company like this and just lift a finger? Han Ming's words sort of angered Chu Fei. The latter slowly looked up and slowly revealed a smile. You seem, like, arrogant? Wiggle your fingers and deal with it? How about, if you move, I'll cut one of your fingers, move, cut one. If you don't have enough fingers, you can have your toes. Upon hearing this, Han Ming violently stood up from his position. The gaze that looked at Chu Fei was filled with thick killing intent. But then calmed down. You've got a lot of guts, don't you? Do you know what happens if you piss me off? Chu Fei laughed. I don't know what will happen next. However, I guarantee that if you touch Koyao Company, you will die a very, very miserable death. Cold sweat broke out on Yuning's forehead as he listened. He quickly stood up to round off the scene and, everyone, it's not good to fight and kill, we are all businessmen, it's good to talk about business. However, Yin Yulan's gaze towards Chu Fei finally changed a few more points. The figure of a person flashed through his mind, overlapping with the Chu Fei in front of him. So it's you. Humph. You knew how to bully me when I was a kid, this time I'm going to PWN you. In fact, Yin Yulan and Chu Fei were not that far apart in age. However, Yin Yulan was born a few months before Chu Fei, so by all rights, Chu Fei still had to call her a cousin. When she was little, this brat didn't bully her much. When you play with a drop gun, you throw it at her feet on purpose to scare her. Every now and then they even grabbed frogs and threw them at their hands, scaring her for days. It was just that she was a bit strange. How did Chu Fei come to Jiangnan? Over the years, the guy hadn't been home to visit his grandparents, and they'd said nothing about where he'd been. President Chu, I'm just talking business right now. It's just that some people don't want to. If you think you've suffered a loss, then just get lost, why bother coming here to make a scene? Wang Shiyu, who was on the side, pursed her lips and laughed lightly. It was impossible to see that Chu Fei was still so good with his tongue. You seek death. Han Ming finally couldn't help himself, and with a wave of his hand, the two bodyguards behind him immediately took a step forward. Get him for me. Today I'm going to let him know that some people aren't for everyone to mess with. As soon as the words fell, the two bodyguards walked towards Chu Fei. The crowd looked on in amazement. Is this going to be a direct hit? Feng Yao looked in his eyes and secretly sneered in his heart. Han Ming, this idiot, this isn't the capital. If it was in the capital, who would dare speak to them like that? But this is Jiangnan, and as the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. He's the local snake here. Isn't it asking for trouble to start a fight with him? Just when the crowd thought that Chu Fei would be beaten up, the door was pushed open. It's quite lively. Can I have another drink? Chapter 73. It's not a surprise, it's a shock. The gate was pushed open, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards it. Fixing his eyes, a well-dressed woman with an unassuming demeanor and a man in a suit stood in the doorway position. For a while, the crowd was a bit taken aback. The party is halfway through, why is anyone still coming now? But when Chu Fei saw the visitor clearly, his entire body froze in place. Still seeming to be in disbelief, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. It was only when he confirmed that the person who had come was his own old mom that two words came out of his mouth a little stiffly. No. He knew that he couldn't hide the fact that he had called Pops earlier to tell him he had a girlfriend and that she was pregnant. I had thought that it might be a month or two before Pops and the others came over as well. But how many days have passed? Mom's on her way. No need to guess, Pops must be here too. And what happened in the capital must have been Pops doing as well. Yin Yulan on the stage was also startled when she saw the person who appeared. Sangu? She hadn't seen her third aunt in a few years either. But I didn't expect that the third aunt would show up here. This seems, something is not quite right. She turned her head to look at Chu Fei. The third aunt had definitely come over this time for this guy. This lady, may I ask if you are? Yu Ning was shocked when he saw the appearing Yun Yu. But from the aura, he knew the man was from a great source. At least, not one he could mess with. But he didn't remember that he had sent an invitation to such a character either. Who I am, you don't need to know. I just came by to see what all the fuss was about, you guys carry on. Never mind. After saying that, he swept his eyes across the room. There was some surprise when Yin Yulan, who was standing on the stage, was spotted. Nei-san, you too? Come down here and let Auntie take a look. Nikki? Auntie? Once again, the hearts of the entire room were shaken. This person who appeared was actually Yin Yulan's aunt? The Yin family is one of the four great families of Dasha. This person is the aunt of Yin Yulan, that identity. Everyone held their breath, as if a boulder was pressed against them. Yin Yulan, on the other hand, walked down the podium in style and went to Yun Yu's side, pulling her hand affectionately. Third aunt, what are you doing here? You didn't tell me you were coming so I could have someone pick you up. Hearing this, the crowd knew that the identity was real and there was no escape. Feng Yao and Han Ming were also taken aback for a moment. The Yun family's direct lineage actually appeared here as well? As they remembered, it seemed like the Yun family didn't have any direct members out at all. I just came over to see your cousin. It came in a bit of a rush, so I didn't say hello to the family. As he spoke, Yunyu's gaze swept across the room once again. Finally, the gaze landed on Chu Fei. A trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes, while Chu Fei's face was full of embarrassment. Mom didn't see this one coming. What? When Mom's here, you don't come up to get it? At these words, there was another wave of surprise from those present. There's someone here. The son of this noble woman? It was at this time that Chu Fei walked out of his position with a face full of embarrassment. Mom, could you have said hello when you came over? I'm not prepared for this at all. Boom. At this moment, there was only one thought in the heads of everyone in the room. Chu Fei's mother, a member of the Yun family? When Han Ming, on that basis, there's nothing wrong with what was just said at all. However, he wasn't the only one who was shocked. Su Li was also confused. Chuffy's mother is here? Wouldn't you have to meet them yourself? You can't sit down, you girlfriend, that would be rude. Wang Xiyu also stood up. She had seen Yunyu when she was a child, and at that time, she still had to call Yunyu Aunt Yun. Just like that, the two women also followed behind Chu Fei, heading towards Yunyu and Yunyu lands. When Chu Fei saw Su Li come up, he touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. So what, Mom? This is my girlfriend, Su Li. Sorry, this is my mom. Only then did Su Li bow with a blushing face. Greetings, auntie. Yunyu's eyes looked Su Li up and down and couldn't help but nod. Finally, with a smile on her face, she reached out and grabbed Su Li's small hand. Don't be a stranger, from now on, you can just call me Aunt Yun. Now, the crowd was completely nonplussed. No wonder Chu Fei wanted to call out the Han family for a small company. This is his girlfriend, can he not protect her? Everything that had just happened kind of made sense. Han Ming's face was even more ugly, as if he had eaten. How did he know that there was such a layer of relationship here? If he had known, he would not have said the words just now even if he had died. Although he was a member of the Han family, he was not a direct descendant after all. But this woman who had just appeared, at a glance, was a member of the direct lineage, and her identity was not something she could provoke at all. The family would not choose to go against a direct member of the Yun family for their own sake. Aunt Yun, remember me? Wang Xie was also smiling as she went forward with a greeting. Yunyu's gaze fell on Wang Xiyu, hesitating for several seconds before speaking tentatively. Are you the little girl from the Wang family? I didn't expect Aunt Yun to have such a good memory. I'm Wang Xie. Yunyu then let out a light laugh. I haven't seen you for so many years, the little girl has grown so big. How has your mom been lately? Only then did Wang Xie nod her head. My mom's health is still good, and she's always chanting about when she's going to go and talk to you. Now the whole room was dumbfounded. By the looks of it, the identity of this president of the Juanhao group is not ordinary. To actually call this woman his Aunt Yun was obviously not something an ordinary person could do. Mom, why didn't you tell me you were here? Chu Fei looked at his old mom with some complaint. Yunyu had a smile on her face. Didn't I intend to give you a surprise? Chu Fei was a bit taut. You're not a surprise, it's a shock, okay? In the meantime, Han Ming knew that this place was no longer suitable to stay and turned around to leave, only to be seen by Chu Fei. That, Han, wait a minute. Chapter 74 Born with an Anti-Bone. Suddenly called out, Han Ming stopped in his tracks. Mom, you guys go over there and have a chat while I take care of a few minor things over here. Yunyu nodded and walked with Su Li, Wang Xiyu towards the other side. Liu then slowly spoke, Young master, do you need my help? With regards to Liu, Chu Fei was naturally no stranger. The head butler of the Chu family, the only foreigner who doesn't change his name. Uncle Li, just go over there and rest, I can handle it. After saying that, he walked towards Han Ming. Did you just finish saying you're going to get me killed? With those two bodyguards? Chu Fei's gaze fell on the two bodyguards beside Han Ming. Han Ming's face was extraordinarily ugly. What do you want? Right now, the initiative is out of hand. Trying to make a move, he's not even qualified. Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that Koyo is mine. Anyone else who wants to intervene will have to ask me. I won't get involved in legitimate competition, but if you want to play tricks in the dark, the end of being caught by me won't be so good. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards Su Li's several people. Mom, come on. I'm sure you're exhausted after flying all day, too. Let's find a nice place to eat. Yunyu nodded, his face full of smiles. Good thing too, just in time to have a good chat with my future daughter-in-law. When Suli heard this, she couldn't help but lower her head, her face reddening. Before, he was still a bit angry about when he met Chu Fei's parents, but he didn't expect that it was only a few days ago that the other party took the initiative to come over. Just like that, under the gaze of the crowd, the few people directly left the banquet. And after Chu Fei and the others left, there was no need for the banquet to continue. A hasty end to things. As for Chu Fei and Suli's several people, they had already arrived at a good 3-star restaurant nearby. Mom, did you come over this time for something? Chu Fei pretended to know nothing as he looked at his mother. Yen Yu gave him a faint look. I came over because of what, don't you know? Chu Fei was filled with doubt. I didn't know, I thought you came back to see Grandma. I say Chu Fei. Stop pretending. Didn't third aunt come back just to meet her future daughter-in-law? Pull something else. Yen Yulan was not polite and directly punctured Chu Fei's lie. And speaking of this, Suli immediately blushed. She also guessed that Chuffy's mother had come back to see herself. But we have to meet sooner or later, why are we in such a hurry? What's it to you? Really? Chu Fei glared at Yun Yulan without any good humor. Yin Yulan, however, grabbed Yin Yu's hand. Third aunt, look at him. Well. As he spoke, Yun Yu's gaze fell on Suli. Rue. What about me coming over this time? I actually want to finalize your marriage to Fei. I know you and Fei's relationship, so what? I want to invite your parents for a meal or something tomorrow, and we'll discuss the engagement. What do you think? In the face of Yun Yu's words, Suli was all a bit at a loss for words. One hand clasped together, palms sweating. Good, Aunt Cloud. I'll go home tomorrow and talk to my parents. Seeing Suli this nervous, Yun Yu stepped forward and grabbed her small hand. Silly girl, what are you so nervous about? It's not like I'm going to eat anyone. When Suli heard her comforting words, her nervousness slowly loosened up. Barely revealing a trace of smile, Aunt Yun, I know, I just, for the first time, don't have much experience. And Chu Fei was rather disgruntled on the sidelines. Do you want a second time? Pust. Wang Shiyu and Yun Yulan. Long Maniac looked at Long Jin and Long Xiao below, as well as the few remaining grandchildren, including some cultivated organization leaders. Yi Ao was also among them, standing aside and not daring to say a word. A full 24 hours had passed, and they hadn't received any news at all. It was not even clear where the other side was coming from. All that was known was that the only target the other party was targeting was their Long family. The other families, completely unaffected. Yi Ao. I'm asking you, Dragon Team's intelligence squad, why aren't they out there? You are, by now, supposed to be the biggest person in charge of the Dragon Team, and you can't even control a small intelligence squad. What do you think my son is doing raising you? Yi Ao didn't dare to raise his head in the face of the family head's questioning. Family Master, the intelligence squad is going out independently. No captain other than the team leader is qualified to command. I'm not the leader of the group right now, so? Long Maniac scoffed at Yi Ao's explanation. In the current dragon group, there was only Yi Ao and an intelligence squad leader left. Sun Yening had already been seriously injured by them, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Even if we don't die by some fluke, we'll have to spend at least the remaining years in bed. And right now, the one with the most power in the dragon group is Yi Ao. Now, when you get back, notify the War Department of the meeting. This dragon leader must be elected for me as soon as possible. If it wasn't for you, there would be no need for you to stay in the dragon team. Dragon Frenzy's tone was cold. Yi Ao lowered his head, not daring to say a word. But there was a flash of viciousness that crossed the depths of his eyes. On what grounds? On the grounds that they've been kind to them? Can you manipulate your own destiny because they saved your life? Yi Ao was unconvinced. But now, one has to bow down under the roof. Get lost. Within 3 days, I want to hear about you becoming the leader of the dragon team. Yi Ao could only lower his head and turn around to leave the villa. And after he left, a trace of ice coldness flashed in Long Maniac's eyes. Long Jin, go get ready. 3 days later, if he doesn't become the leader of the dragon team, get rid of him. The Dragon Frenzy knew it very well in his heart. Yi Ao was born with a rebel bone, and it was basically unlikely to get him to come back. If he gets to be the leader of the dragons, he'll be in more trouble after he's out of control. If he became one, he would also be able to provide a lot of convenience to the family. Good. Long Jin's eyes were still a little listless. Obviously the deaths of his 3 sons had struck him too much. Everyone else, mobilize all the veins for me and find out where that group came from. Whoever it is, I'm going to make him pay. In the depths of Long Maniac's eyes, there was a thick killing intent. Chapter 75, Don't take advantage of the situation. Weekend mornings are always a good time to sleep in. However, on the contrary, it was Chu Fei and Su Li who got up early. He cleaned up from head to toe, which led Su Li to the nearby big mall. Bought a bunch of gifts and went straight to the Su family villa. Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian were discussing about waiting for a few days to go out for a trip. It was no longer appropriate for them to continue staying here now. Now that the company is also on the right track, they are not needed to manage it. What do you say we go to the Maldives first, or see the Paris Tower first? Or, maybe, go to Sanya first and have a good time? Su Wu was holding a map and marking it. Zhang Qinglian sat on the sidelines, high on melon seeds. You still think you're young, don't you? We're going on a trip, not a honeymoon. What's the whole romantic thing about being in your 40s? These are places where young people go. When Su Wu heard this, he let out a light laugh. Reaching out, he wrapped Zhang Qinglian in his arms. When I was young, I only cared about business, but now that the girl has grown up, there are people around to take care of her. It's not easy for us to have a 2-person world. Shouldn't we enjoy it? Besides, a man is 40 and a woman is 40. Before he could finish his words, he was greeted with Zhang Qinglian's blank stare. Reaching down, he twisted hard at his waist. What? Starting to resent me? And a man's 40th flower. Why don't you go find a young girl to keep you company? Su Wu was filled with embarrassment. Having you is enough. Young girls are not to my liking. I have bad teeth and can't eat. When Zhang Qinglian heard this, a trace of complaint flashed across her charming face. Just you. Drinking goji berries in water every day and looking for young girls. As you get older, drinking goji berries in water has become a norm. Su Wu was no exception, especially since he had drinking parties all day long when he was younger. From time to time, he had to drink with customers, and over the years, his energy had long since lost the vigor it once had. But how can a man be told no by his woman? You're looking down on me, aren't you? It's still early. If we can't, we'll try. After saying that, he was opening his mouth to kiss Zhang Qinglian. Just then, the gate opened. Su Li and Chu Fei came in carrying things in big bags. Upon seeing the scene in front of them, both of them were a bit stunned. Ahem. Mom and Dad, is this your morning kiss? Suri's face held a smile. For his part, Chu Fei couldn't help but tilt his head to the side, trying not to laugh out loud. Su Wu then faked a cough. Your mom's eyes got sand in them, I'll help her blow them out. Zhang Qinglian fiercely pinched him on his thigh, her still white face carrying a hint of redness. Rui, what brings you guys over? And without saying hello to us, and with so much stuff? Speaking of this, Su Li and Chu Fei both had a few more moments of embarrassment on their faces this time. It was something that they hadn't even figured out how to tell the two of them on the way here. Mom! Sit down, we have something we want to talk to you about. After saying that, Su Li made a wink to Chu Fei and the latter immediately responded, Uncle, Auntie, where are we? Today, we want to tell you a big thing. The two of them, Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian, glanced at each other, and in their hearts, they had already guessed what was going on. The two of them got up and sat on the sofa, while Su Li and Chu Fei sat on the other side of the sofa. Go ahead. Su Li poked Chu Fei. Chu Fei was a bit nervous, not knowing how to speak for a while. Seeing Chu Fei this nervous, Zhang Qinglian immediately laughed. All right. I already know what you guys are going to say. As far as that goes? It's not like it's the first time Dash has come to our house. Besides, I'm happy with Fei, so if you're together, and it's not like your father and I are going to say no. Su Wu nodded back. In fact, in the beginning for Chu Fei he still had that little bit of dissatisfaction. Now, though, he's looking away. This kid, Chu Fei, is not bad for his daughter. Whether it's life or company stuff, he can help. Auntie, it's really just a thing. That's not what. Chu Fei thought that it was Zhang Qinglian who disagreed and hurriedly got up to explain. But Zhang Qinglian waved her hand. It's not about that. Her gaze fell on Su Li's body. Girl. Tell me honestly, are you having one? In fact, Zhang Qinglian had suspected Su Li of having a child before. The last few times I've been over to the house for dinner, this girl has always been nauseous. And, also like spicy food. You know, this girl never used to eat spicy food. She had seen all these anomalies. As a person who had been there, she knew very well that this girl definitely had it. Being poked in the face by her mother, Su Li's face was a look of embarrassment. "Mom, I'm sorry." Before the words were finished, Su Wu violently stood up from the sofa. "Yeah. I say, why are you suddenly thinking of getting engaged? Boy, can you. Any father must be a little grumpy when he learns that his daughter is unmarried and pregnant." Su Wu is no exception. Even if they liked Chuffy more, it was still the same. "Uncle, let me explain, actually." Su Wu waved his hand. "Alright. I don't want to hear your explanations. Now, take your stuff and get out. We, the old Su family, can't afford to lose this person. If people find out, we old Su family won't know where to put our faces. Get the hell out of here." Su Wu was furious. Zheng Qinglian, on the other hand, did not get angry, but instead looked at Su Wu faintly. "Back when I married you, Liz was 6 months old. Why don't you say so? My mother married you with a big belly and now you have the nerve to talk about Xioli? Where's the face?" Zheng Qinglian's words directly blocked Su Wu from speaking. An old face was also covered in shame. "My parents never cared that I married you with a big belly. They know you're good to me, just like now. Faye is good to the girl, isn't that enough? Don't get cheap." Chapter 76, Would It Be Too Much? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In a 5-star hotel box in Jiangnan City. "Mom, let me introduce you, this is Auntie Zhang, Xiaoli's mom. This is Uncle Su, Xiaoli's father. Auntie, Uncle, this is my mother." Chu Fei got up and gave Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian an introduction. "Hello, in-laws." The first time he saw Yunyu, Su Wu knew that this woman was definitely a normal rich wife. That aura was definitely not something that the average wife of a wealthy family could possess. And Zhang Qinglian was even more greatly surprised. Chu Fei wasn't too young, but his mother, who looked like she was in her 30s, had well-maintained skin. "Your in-laws are welcome. Come on, have a seat, have a seat." Yunyu also rose to greet them and then asked Liu, who was beside her, to arrange for the waiters to serve the food. At the moment, there were only 5 people left in the room. "What about inviting the 2 of you over this time? I'm sure you know the reason why. I'm very fond of Xiaolia. I very much hope that Xiaoli can be my daughter-in-law. So, I would like to take this opportunity to finalize the marriage between the 2. I wonder if the 2 in-laws have any requests? Like a bride price or something." Yunyu had a smile on his face, his tone was steady, and his tone did not carry the slightest hint of arrogance, giving people a very easygoing feeling. Instead, it was Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian's couple who felt a bit fidgety. Facing Yunyu made him feel like a country bumpkin. However, after all, Zhang Qinglian had followed Su Wu for so many years. Naturally, he had seen big scenes before and quickly stabilized. What my in-law's mother said. As long as their 2 children are happy and joyful. It's natural that we, as parents, don't want them to have a bad time. As for the bride price, you just watch, it's just a formality. Zhang Qinglian was also eloquent. The so-called bride price is really just a formality. Perhaps in some places, asking for a bride price is just a local custom or a sign of good luck. However, after reaching a certain status, it no longer matters at all how much the bride price is. But the face can't fall off for sure. What my in-law's mother said. You definitely can't go wrong with this stuff. It's just a formality, but we want to do it beautifully. It's a lifetime event, you can't mess it up. Yunyu spoke slowly. Then, speaking to Liu, who had returned beside him, he said, "Take a note of it. The bride price is 8888W, and if it's a large or small gift, it's according to the highest specifications. As for the wedding site, it's arranged on our family's island." A simple sentence made both Su Wu feel their scalps tighten. A bride price of over $80 million? Gifts according to the highest specifications? Although he did not know what Chu Fei's mother meant by the highest specifications, he understood that the value of those gifts would not be lower than at least $10 million. What's more, the wedding site is arranged on your own island. What a joke! Own your own island? It's worth at least billions. Putting it in Jiangnan, it would be unheard of. Zhang Qinglian were startled. In-law's mother, will it be a little too much? How are they supposed to return the favor for a wedding of this caliber? The bride price alone is over $80 million, so what kind of gift can I return to match it? Won't. Since Xiaoli is marrying over, it must be a big celebration for our family, and it must be a little more demanding. Don't worry about it, we'll arrange it all. Suli, who was sitting on the sidelines, her face went white. Turning his head to the side, Shu Fei's face was no better. Mom's a real piece of work, too. This is good, his identity as a second-generation rich man can't be hidden. Suli gently tugged Shu Fei's sleeve, said in his ear, "Will it be a little too exaggerated? Getting married is naturally a big deal, that's for sure. But that spends more than many companies make in a year. It's not something I can do." Shu Fei was also helpless. He knew that since Mom was here, she must have arranged all these things. The meal, for Mr. and Mrs. Suwu, was tense to say the least. It was not until dinner was over that the two drove back. The entrance to the hotel. Only after seeing Su Li's parents leave did Shu Fei open his mouth. "Mom, can we keep a low profile? You're not going too far with this, are you?" Yun Yu lightly glanced at Shu Fei. "What do you think, if your old man came over, what would his arrangement be?" When Shu Fei thought of that temper of his old man, if he were to arrange his own marriage, it would probably be even more exaggerated. But whatever the family could arrange, all of it had to be arranged. Forget it. Just make your arrangements. Anyway, there's still a month to go until the day of the engagement. The two set a date for next month, the 8th day of the 10th lunar month. Okay. I booked a flight back to the capital tonight, I'll be back later. I'll go you to see your grandma and grandpa, and if you have time, take Xiaoli back to see them together, okay? Shu Fei nodded somewhat helplessly. Got it. You go back first. It was only then that Yun Yu gave Suli a faint smile. Xiaoli, if this brat bullies you in the future, tell Auntie and I'll clean him up. If you have time, go to the capital with little Fei to see your grandparents. I've got things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Suli nodded and smiled, "Will do, Auntie." Only after witnessing his old mom and the big housekeeper get into the car did Shu Fei let out a long sigh. Turning his head to look at Suli beside him, "Look, I didn't lie to you, right? I'm just a rich second generation, and you still don't believe me." Suli blankly glanced at him without any good humor. "Do I still need you to say it? I'm really curious, though, what kind of business is your family in? In the whole world, there are not many rich kids who own private islands." Hearing Suli say that, Shu Fei helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "Just a little business. By the way, I'm meeting someone for dinner. Right here." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Yin Yulan. "Hello? It's me. Cousin." Chuffy bit down on the word cousin. "Yikes. Once in a century, you call me cousin, TSK. Yin Yulan's stifled laughter came from the other end of the phone. You know, Chuffy would never call her a cousin. "All right. Don't nag. I'll be waiting for you in the Sky Hotel's private room 188, there's something I want to ask you. Get over here quick, it's late." Chapter 77, Do They Add Up to a Pound? Half an hour later. In the box, Yin Yulan met Shu Fei and Su Li. "Cousin." Su Li was polite enough to call out to her cousin. "Or my sister is polite. Not like someone." Yin Yulan pulled Su Li's hand and sat down on the seat. "Come on. You're only a month or two older than me." "Arrogant what?" Shu Fei said in a rather disgruntled manner. "A day older than you is still a day older." "What? If you don't like it, you can go back and remake it." Yin Yulan did not give Shu Fei the slightest bit of face. Obviously, Shu Fei was so disliked by her that he couldn't speak. Only after a long time did he open his mouth and say, "You're just as old as you are, and elsewhere, you haven't seen much growth, it's a pity." When Yin Yulan heard this, she immediately exploded. It was a pain in her heart. The other sisters, properly developed, are big where they should be, and curvy where they should be. What about yourself? It's still a horse, just like a bun. In other words, Shu Fei was comparing his pecs with her, and she couldn't even beat him. "You. Chuffy. Ah. I'll kill you." Yin Yulan couldn't stand the anger and rushed at Shu Fei with her teeth and claws open. "Look at you. With a temper like yours, it's no wonder you can't grow up. I'd advise you to do yourself a favor and get more massages, maybe they'll help." Chu Fei laughed out loud, not giving her the slightest bit of face. Yin Yulan could be said to be furious, and if it wasn't for Su Li pulling her aside, she designated that she would have to find Chu Fei and fight for her life. Cousin, don't listen to him. It will definitely grow again. Hearing Su Li's comforting words, Yun Yulan then subsided. However, as soon as he saw Su Li's pair of trembling, he was full of heartbreak. She got depressed. Why couldn't she grow up? Look at yourself and look at Suri. It's literally the difference between a watermelon and an apple. Really? Liar, don't lie to me. When Su Li heard this, she was filled with embarrassment. This thing. Can you really grow when you're in your 20s? Really? It must be true. But in order to comfort Yin Yulan, he still firmly told a lie. Speak, cousin. Looking for me for something. Hearing Su Li's comforting words, Yun Yulan seemed to have her confidence back. In fact, I'm curious, your three big families' companies all came to Jiannan. Why is that? And I see you're all targeting Liz's company. Chu Fei didn't continue to joke around and asked seriously. Speaking of this, Yun Yulan's face also returned to normal. Actually, we just got wind of it. It says, Xiuli's company is working on a very special drug. I've heard that this drug, once researched, is capable of prolonging a person's life. As you know, the family has always been in drug research, so when this news came out, it drew a lot of attention. Unsurprisingly, this news has already been circulated in the capital's top echelons. But with people from our three great clans intervening, those medium-sized clans that wanted to intervene in the matter were discouraged from doing so, or else there would have been more than that coming over this time. Hearing this, Chu Fei's brows furrowed. Su Li's face was also somewhat full of ugliness. Just as Chu Fei had said, this news had already been exposed. And do you know, from whose mouth exactly? Yun Yulan pondered for a long time and slowly said, the Han family. If I remember correctly, this news originally came from the Han family. The Han family? Chu Fei's frown deepened. Previously, if it was said that it was because of the master that the dragon family intervened to threaten Su Li's family, it would be justifiable. But what does the Han family have to do with this? Could it be that the Han family is also interfering? Logically, both the Han family and the Long family were part of the four great families, and the Long family definitely wouldn't let people from other families know about this kind of secret. They can't even wait to eat it themselves, let alone sell it to other clans. That's right, Rue. This rumor, is it true? Yun Yulan was actually curious. Whether this rumor is true or not, they are not sure. But they also don't hesitate to invest as long as there's a little bit of wind in their sails. Su Li looked at Chu Fei with some difficulty, and Chu Fei nodded instead. Yes. My institute is working on this drug. Progress has reached the final stage, but the only thing missing is live bodies. In vivo experiments are needed to determine the stability and side effects of this drug. Hearing this, Yun Yulan's heart was shocked. It would have been thought that this kind of research was just getting started. I didn't realize that it was in the final stages. She thought for a moment and slowly spoke, Xiaoli, if possible, I hope I can invest in your company, and as for the living body experiment, I will also arrange it. Just like Chu Fei said, invest $10 billion first. What do you think about 10% for shares? 10 billion, 10%? That was an absolutely horrible investment for any company in Gangnam. Before Su Li could say anything, Chu Fei spoke. I say. What are you daydreaming about in this broad daylight? I said 10 billion, 1%, you take it or leave it. Yun Yulan was furious, brat. You've gone too far, this is 10 billion, not 1 billion. What company can get that kind of deal for that price? What's more, once the family has intervened afterward, the Han and Win families will definitely not dare to intervene. Speaking of this, Chu Fei's brows were also slightly furrowed. Yun Yulan was right. Once the Yun family was in the picture, the other two great families would definitely not continue to interfere. But you seem to have forgotten something. I'm a member of the Yun family myself. With Mom in the way, do you think the other three big families still dare to intervene? Chu Fei laughed out loud, leaving Yun Yulan confused. Yeah. Forgot about it myself. Chu Fei was also considered half of the Yun family. But it's not impossible for you to invest in it if you want to. You create a branch directly in the capital, and this is the headquarters. The branch, just take 10% of the shares. And then by the way, Tell the other clans that the Yun family has already intervened, and if others want to intervene, they'll have to ask you first. The reason why Chu Fei had done so was actually a disguised way of giving the Yun family a lot of benefits. And of course, a lot of trouble was avoided. When Yun Yulan heard this, she was all smiles. That's right. By the way, Xiaoli said that there is still a live experiment missing. I'll ask my eldest uncle and second uncle about this matter, they should have a way. Once the research is successful, I'm afraid the whole world will have to go crazy. It's exciting to think about. Yin Yulan thought about how the rich people of the world, once this experiment was successful, were going to go crazy. What's the excitement? And don't look at how big you are, do the two add up to a pound? Really? Chuffy snorted from the sidelines. Yun Yulan instantly exploded. Chuffy. If I don't get you killed today, my surname won't be Yun. Die for me. Chapter 78 Unknown Secrets Revealed. By Cousin. At the entrance of the hotel, Suli waved her hand at Yin Yulan, who got into the car, and only after the latter sat in the car did she leave. Seeing Yin Yulan leave, Suli's face revealed a few moments of worry. Bandit, who do you think it could be? Aside from the researchers, the only people who know the secrets of our institute are me and my father. The others press on. Chu Fei frowned slightly. Remember your company's general manager? He checked the list of researchers, but that doesn't mean he looked at Professor Yang alone. Professor Yang's family is safe, it can't be Professor Yang. Then it's just the rest of the institute. He thought it through. The other side checked the list of researchers, and the target would certainly not be placed on a single person. Professor Yang was an important person at the institute, so naturally he was the first to be controlled. But just because Professor Yang is not in danger now doesn't mean the others are safe. You mean a traitor in our institute? Su Li's face carried a hint of incredulity. It's not impossible. Chu Fei was still unsure if there was a problem with the people at the institute, but the main purpose now was to catch this Li Fei fellow and ask him about it. The vacation time he was given last time has long since run out, and tomorrow happens to be Monday, so take advantage of the workday to get him under control first. We are still temporarily afraid to determine who was the traitor, leaking this secret out, but you don't have to worry too much. After all, there is Yulan and the others behind them. The general people would not dare to move our company. I'm afraid those people are playing some tricks behind the scenes. We still have to be on guard. Jiangnan local companies naturally won't have any more thoughts about Kuyao Company. $10 billion, only 1% of the equity. As long as they are not stupid, they won't do this kind of money-losing business. Even if they knew that once this drug was released, it would bring them great profits, the amount of investment up front was not something they could afford. And he had already promised Yin Yulan that he would establish a branch in the capital city with 10% of the shares. The other three great families were only the Han family and the Wen family. As for the Long family, they were now struggling to protect themselves and had no time to meddle in the business here. Let's go back and decide in the morning. Hearing Su Li's words, Chu Fei nodded and drove back to the villa. By the way, do you have a computer at home? Chu Fei already had plans in his heart. There's a computer in the study on the 3rd floor, except I haven't used it in a long time, so it should still work. You can go upstairs if you want to use it. I'm going to take a shower first. Su Li finished somewhat tiredly, then took the bath towel and went to the bathroom. Chu Fei, on the other hand, came to the study, which was filled with all kinds of books on the bookcases. However, given Su Li's character, these books were pretentious at best. Even many of the books were placed on it before they were even unpacked. Sitting down at the computer, he took a flash drive out of his pocket and inserted it into the port. After turning it on, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu didn't seem to be busy, her tone was slightly relaxed. Hey, Fei, what's up? Got a minute now? Get me a computer virus. I need to be able to a computer virus that cracks passwords, both boot passwords and document passwords. Hearing Chu Fei's words, Xiaoyu looked a bit puzzled. Fei, what do you need this for? Could it be that you're bored late at night and want to watch cartoons? At those words, Chu Fei's face darkened. Come on, don't dawdle. I'll keep it useful for tomorrow. As the leader of the intelligence squad, asking him to do a little code-breaking virus was a breeze. But in just 10 minutes, a simple little plugin was sent to Chu Fei's mailbox. Fei, I've sent it to your email. You save it on a USB flash drive, and once it is plugged into the computer interface, it will automatically turn on, and more than 90% of the passwords will be cracked, and you will be able to browse those documents or files with passwords without having to enter the password. Unless the other person is also a computer whiz, my little plugin should be able to crack the password. Hearing Xiaoyu's reply, Xu Fei answered, then hung up the phone and proceeded to transfer and save the small plugin to a USB flash drive. He thought about shutting down the computer and going back to sleep, but out of curiosity, he opened the computer's hard drive. Looked around and found a file that required a password. The format of the contents saved in there is all JPG, so it should be images or something like that. Just in time to try. With a few moments of curiosity, the flash drive was reinserted into the port again. The document, which originally required a password, opened directly after 2 mouse clicks. When all the pictures were presented in front of Xu Fei's eyes, the entire person froze. Hiss. It's so hard to tell. Without blinking, he scrolled down one sheet after another. Each one was full of temptation, and the snow-white skin, along with the assortment of bodysuits, almost didn't make him lose control. Earlier he had felt a little strange. Suli had bought so many strange underwear, how come he didn't wear them at all? So it was to take pictures of myself at home. Inside this folder, all that was saved were Suli's selfies. Every 2 or 3, they changed to a different style of clothing, dazzling Xu Fei. And the further down the page you go, the more buttoned up those photos get. Downstairs in the bathroom, Suli happened to come out. Looking around, he didn't find Xu Fei's figure before remembering that he should have gone to the study to use the computer. But at that moment, Suli's face changed drastically. Suddenly I remembered that I had these many selfies stored on my computer. And these selfies, all. At this moment, Suli's entire face had reddened to the roots of her ears. But soon, her mood calmed down. His own private folder was password, the guy shouldn't have known. Still, she was a little worried and tiptoed cat-like to the study door. Gingerly, he opened a crack and glanced inside along the way. Upon seeing Xu Fei's wide eyes, staring straight at the picture on the computer, a face instantly filled with blood. Ah! What are you looking at? Not caring about his wet hair, he pushed the door open as soon as he could and immediately blocked the computer screen. Xu Fei, on the other hand, looked at her with a bad smile on his face. If it wasn't for borrowing your computer, I still wouldn't have known that those clothes you bought were put for collection. You asshole! Looking around without my permission. After that, he left the office. Xiaoban looked at his back as he left with some surprise, feeling a bit strange. How he had opened his folder with the password last night was still unclear, and he said he would wait until today to tell himself. But this was before he could say anything. He ran out first. Was he trying to escape? For Suli, both of them have already come to the step of engagement. Those stinky selfies of himself once, it doesn't matter if he looks at them or not. It was just that she felt curious as to what the guy had used to get his code unlocked. Xu Fei, who left the office, looked around and finally sneaked into the general manager's office. At the moment, Li Fei hadn't come yet, so he took this opportunity to find his way to Li Fei's computer instead. He then turned on his computer and plugged his flash drive into the port. He rummaged through the files, only to find that many of them had not been set up with passwords. A slight frown creased his brow. Could it be that the object of his suspicion was wrong? He thought it unlikely. The last time this guy, after learning that the list of researchers had been leaked, his face was clearly a little off. If it wasn't him, then the few remaining executives at the company would be even less likely. It took several minutes of searching, almost nearly going through the entire hard disk of files. It finally led him to 2 folders with passwords. But the time was now approaching 9 o'clock, and one had to hurry, or else if the other party came back and balked at the idea that he had put these documents in, then there might be trouble. Without thinking, he immediately copied the contents of these 2 folders to a USB flash drive. He then unplugged the USB flash drive, turned off the computer, and took advantage of the fact that no one noticed him. Back in Suri's office. Seeing him come in, Suli was a bit strange. What did you do? Chuffy just hemmed and hawed at him. Got some good stuff. Finally, the flash drive was placed on the table, signaling for her to access the computer. Suli half-heartedly picked up the USB flash drive and glanced at it, then entered the computer. When you open it, there are 2 folders with passwords on the flash drive, in addition to a small plug-in. In that moment, she immediately thought of last night. You're shameless. I can't believe I copied it. Do you want to see me not show it to you? Really? Suli was so angry that her face turned red, and she couldn't wait to immediately pull off the USB flash drive and throw it at Xu Fei's face. But Xu Fei was dumbfounded. What are you talking about? What's there to see or not to see? Suli thought he was pretending to be confused with himself, and just wanted to scold angrily, but he was afraid that the people outside would hear him, so he could only whisper angrily. Even if you peeked at my pictures last night, you even copied them, don't you dare play innocent with me here. I'm deleting it now. If you don't let me delete it, I'll call my aunt and tell her that you're bullying me. When Shu Fei heard this, he finally understood. Dare she think of herself as that shameless and nasty person? Will you open it first? What the hell, I just copied a picture of you, does the picture look as good as the person? Don't you think, why would I want to look at a picture when I don't want a beauty? Hearing his explanation, Su Li's face then improved a bit. The look to him was still skeptical though, so what's in here? Seeing that she was still a bit hesitant, Shu Fei walked to his ear and softly said, "This is what I copied from the general manager's computer." When these words came out, Su Li immediately knew what he had just gone to do, and instantly her face gained a few more touches of slight redness. She had wrongly blamed him. But it's useless for us to take these two files, we don't have the password. Both folders are password and have passwords of up to 8 digits. Unless you're a computer whiz, you certainly can't crack it. Just open it and try it. At Shu Fei's request, Su Li put her hand on the mouse with confidence and gently clicked it, and the folder that needed a password immediately opened. Huh, why don't you want the password? Shu Fei revealed a smug bad smile. Looking at the expression on his face, Su Li immediately thought of last night's incident. Yeah. I said, how could you open my folder with the password? As the words fell, he reached out and twisted hard on Shu Fei's thigh, causing him to bare his teeth in pain. Stop it and see what's in here. As the two men skimmed through the folder, their faces became a bit grim. The first folder held a list of all the researchers, including names, addresses, and their identification numbers, and even the phone numbers of emergency contacts. I didn't realize he saved it. It looks like the mole in our company has been caught. Su Li's face turned blue with anger. Ask yourself if you treat any employee of your company equally and with absolutely no favoritism. And the benefits don't even need to be mentioned, the employees in the company know about it. But I didn't expect that Li Fei, as the general manager of his own company, would betray the company. Let's see what's next. Chaffee reminded again. The two men then opened the rest of that file. Except when I opened it, the folder was all full of videos. Casually clicking on one, both men froze in place. From the angle on the video, it looks like it's a toilet. And the video shows a girl unbuttoning her buttons in preparation for a quickie. Seeing this, Su Li hurriedly covered Shu Fei's eyes. No looking. She turned off the video in passing, and going forward, all of them were pretty much the same, just with a different person. Then with a face full of irony, he said, I really didn't expect it. This general manager would be such a disgusting person. Chapter 80, Playing Tricks. 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Fei came to the company with a relaxed face. One's mission has been accomplished and the money has been received. Now it doesn't matter if you get fired from the company. That money, enough to live on for the rest of his life, was exciting to think about. Better go check out my little video. Humming, I came into the office and sat down in the seat that was mine. Turning on his computer, he looked around to see that no one was around and opened the private video folder. Just when he wanted to enjoy the perfect bodies of the little girls, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. The original enthusiastic attitude immediately went cold. Who? Come in. How can he not be angry when a good interest is immediately lost? Casually turning off the video and the folder, he then lit a cigarette and looked toward the door. At the same time, Shu Fei pushed the door and walked in. When he saw that it was Shu Fei coming in, Li Fei immediately stood up. So it's Secretary Chu, I wonder what you're looking for me for. Shu Fei looked at him with a calm gaze. The president is looking for you for something and asked you to go to the office. Li Fei nodded with a face full of indifference. Okay, Secretary Chu, I'll go over now. Please. Chaffee slowly stepped aside. Li Fei was a bit flattered. How come all of a sudden, this Chu Fei became so polite? When the two walked into the office, Su Li was sitting in her seat. Manager Li, I haven't seen you in a few days, your face looks a lot better. It's been a good break, hasn't it? At those words, Li Fei nodded. Thanks for your concern, President. I'm still in good health, and after this period of recuperation, I believe I'll be able to bring more benefits to the company next. These mouthfuls of words, Li Fei, who had been in the workplace for so many years, had long since become familiar with them. In that case, there happens to be something here that I'd like to give Manager Li a look over. I'm sure Manager Li will like it. As she spoke, Su Li turned the computer screen around and aimed it at Li Fei. On the screen, a video. Suri pressed the spacebar and the video began to play. And when he saw this video, Li Fei's entire body froze in place. He didn't understand why something on his computer would appear in Su Li's computer. What's more, your own folders are encrypted. How come? Mr. Su, let me explain. Li Fei instantly panicked. Once this kind of thing is reported to the police, he will have to spend at least 3 to 5 years in the jail. Whole hundreds of videos, thousands of hours. I have to ask, does Manager Li have any special fetishes? Why would you put a pinhole camera in the women's restroom? Su Li's face was filled with anger. This kind of thing appearing in his own company was absolutely not allowed. Once the word gets out, the company's reputation is tarnished and it can have a huge impact on the company. Mr. Su, Li Fei's face was covered in cold sweat, and for a moment, he actually didn't know how to explain. It's just a little thing. I don't want to make a big deal out of it and what it will do to the company. But there's one thing I was kind of wondering about. Su Li opened another folder in front of Li Fei. When Li Fei clearly saw that Su Li didn't need a password to open her folder, her whole face was bloodless. That folder is full of lists of researchers and their personal data. Along with the list of researchers and their personal information presented on the screen, Li Fei's body went limp and almost collapsed to the ground. Could you please explain to me, Manager Li, why you keep the list of researchers and their personal data? As I recall, I purposely held a meeting and gave all the executives within the company the message that the list of researchers was not to be easily viewed, and it was even more explicitly forbidden to keep the list as well as their personal data. Facing Su Li's questioning, Li Fei no longer knew how to explain. But without explanation, this is solid evidence. Leaking company secrets, plus those little videos. He'd all have to do at least 10 years in the slammer. When he came out again in 10 years, he didn't know what society had become. At this time, Chu Fei spoke from the side. Manager Li. I'm sure you don't volunteer for this sort of thing, do you? Someone should be behind you, right? As soon as Chu Fei opened his mouth, Li Fei's back immediately went cold. Things that can't be hidden. And Su Li also said right after, Manager Li, I'll give you 2 choices. The first one is that I'll take this evidence and call the police, and you'll honestly go to the jail for 10 or 8 years. And secondly, tell us who ordered you to do this, tell us, and we'll pretend this never happened, and you'll continue to be your general manager. How about that? The 2 conditions can be very different. Li Fei only hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Mr. Su, I actually don't know who that person is, I only know to call him Brother Yi. But he offered me $5 million to find a list of the company's researchers and give him personal information on all of them. I had a momentary moment of weakness, so... Li Fei sat paralyzed on the ground, his face filled with pallor. Su Li frowned. You trust him that much? Only then did Li Fei explain, he gave me a $2 million deposit, and then after I sent him the documents, he transferred another $3 million to me later. Hearing this, Su Li couldn't wait to kick Li Fei down the stairs. Manager Li, I asked myself to treat you well, I didn't expect that for the sake of $5 million, you even betrayed the company's secrets. For the rest of your life, you'll spend it in the slammer. When he finished, he picked up the recorder from the table. The tape recorder recorded all the conversations they just had. And when Li Fei saw the recorder, his eyes were even more filled with despair. He didn't know that Su Li was even playing such a trick with him. Snapping his head around to look at Chu Fei, he knew that Su Li would definitely not do that. All of this must have been Chu Fei's plan. It's you! Chu Fei smiled faintly, it's me. But sorry, I'm doing this for the company. So, also, please go spend the rest of your life in a jail cell. As he spoke, he opened the office door. 2 men in uniform walked in. Li Fei, you are suspected of selling Keyao's secrets and violating her privacy, please come with us. After saying that, the 2 men led Li Fei out of the office. And it was only after Li Fei was taken away that Chu Fei's face went cold. It's this Yi guy again. This is the guy who made so many things happen before. I didn't realize that this time the company's secrets were leaking, or him. It would be hard to get rid of him if he wasn't outed. Taking a deep breath before turning to Su Li, he said, I'm going out to make a call. Chapter 81 Traitor of the Institute. Stairwell Corners. Chu Fei was just about to give Xiaoyu a call, intending to ask him to carefully investigate this character called Brother Yi. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu took the initiative to call before the call was even made. Xiaoyu, I was about to call you, why are you calling? Something happened at the War Department? Apparently, Xiaoyu doesn't usually initiate calls to herself. Either something had happened at the military headquarters, or he had found some clues the last time he had accounted for him. Faye. Something did happen on the Dragon Team's side. Yi Ao has asked for instructions from above and will hold an election meeting in 3 days. The one with the most votes will become the leader of the Dragon Team. According to my current intelligence, our Dragon Group now. Many people have been bought by him. This time. Hearing Xiaoyu's somewhat low tone, a cold light flashed in Chu Fei's eyes. I didn't expect that Yi Ao's tactics were so quick. How long had it been since the master had gone back, and he had wanted to be the one to hold the election meeting? It seems to have been premeditated for a long time. I know. I will take the time to return to the capital in the next 2 days. Is there any movement on the Long family's side? After the Long family was struck by Pops, there hadn't been much news yet for a while. And I don't know what they're selling. Strange to say. In these few short days, the Long family's business has suffered a heavy blow, and the top staff has lost as much as 60% or more. Now the Dragon family has only 3 of the younger generation left besides those few old guys. Besides, we haven't got any clues to press who moved it. Hearing Xiaoyu's slightly puzzled tone, Chu Fei merely said indifferently. Everything has its own cause and effect. There are quite a few people that the Dragon family has angered. At this rate, they're afraid that they won't be able to wait for Yi Ao to take the position of Dragon Team leader. At that, Xiaoyu froze for 3 seconds. From Chu Fei's tone, he seemed to have heard an unusual meaning. The decline of the Long family seems to have something to do with Fei. I know. By the way, Fei, you called me, what's up? Speaking of this, Chu Fei slowly exhaled a breath. Help me find out if there are any larger underground organizations with a leader named Yi. Let me know if you do. They are thinking that they have lived enough. The icy voice fell on Xiaoyu's ears. He knew very well that Chu Fei was planning to make a move. Understood, Fei, I'll give you news within a day. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei had wanted to call his old man to ask how things were going with the Long family. But in the end, I didn't call. I guess Pops is at Grandma's house for dinner right now. Back in the office, Suri was packing up her things. Back. Come on, let's go to the institute. Hearing this, Chu Fei knew what Suli meant. Since the secrets of the institute had been exposed, there was no point in hiding them. The two of them took their daily consumables and drove to the institute. It was close to an hour before we finally arrived at the institute. Reception room. Xiaobei, go gather everyone in the conference room, I want to have a meeting. As soon as he entered the reception room, Suli spoke with a cold face. Kahoku was a little surprised, but did as he was told. Yang Chengguo looked at Suli with some confusion. Mr. Su, what's going on here? The other researchers were also dismayed, now that they were in a state of semi-suspension. Lacking live bodies to experiment on, they had to work on the side effects of the drug in the states that would occur. Up to now, they've only made one improvement. Professor Yang, you'll know about this later. Suli did not intend to just say the matter of the research secrets being exposed in front of the few beloved ones of Professor Yang in front of her. She's going to say this in front of everyone, and out that person in the process. Hearing this, Yang Chengguo stopped speaking. Enough to hear that this one is definitely not small. Otherwise, there would be no rush for all researchers to meet. 10 minutes or so later. The huge conference room was looking at the scene before him. Chu Fei's gaze swept over everyone. Now, for the time being, no one has been found to be out of the ordinary. If you don't follow where everyone is going, then that person is sure to leak an anomaly. And there's a mole in our company. The mole has been caught by me. Got sent to the station and will have to spend the rest of his life in the slammer. Another hit that shook everyone to their core. There's a mole in the company? And speaking of that, Yang Chengguo immediately understood. No wonder his own family was threatened to jump ship earlier. I didn't realize that there was a mole in the company. In order to reduce his sentence, he has handed over the list of people who betrayed the company's secrets to me. After saying that, Suli took out a folder and slammed it heavily on the table. Bang! The loud noise silenced the room. For a while, surprisingly, no one spoke up. Now, I want those people to come forward. Suli, looking at the hard work over the past year or so, will take the blame, or I cannot call the police. But for those who want to fish in troubled waters and muddle through, I'm sorry. This list I have in my hand will go straight to the bureau, and with the value we have now, we won't get away with it for 10 years or more. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it, come forward on your own or I'll hand it over to the station. After saying that, Suli sat down on the stool with an icy face. Chu Fei stood by the side and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I didn't expect that Suli had this set of tactics to see. Sure enough, not 2 minutes after she sat down, a man stood up. Mr. Su, I'm the one who apologized to everyone. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, another man stood up again. And me. Chapter 82. Good sister, want some roast pork? In the conference room. Everyone's gazes fell on the 3 people who stood up. Li Chong, Lu Chao, Lao Zhao. I was really not expecting it to be you guys. One of the researchers couldn't help the anger in his heart and swung his fist about to strike at the 3. However, the other researchers around him had a death grip on him. The 3 men kept their heads down, not daring to meet the other's eyes. This kind of thing cannot be forgiven wherever it occurs. However, there is nothing they can do about it. The conditions given by the other side are too high. It's even 100 times higher than if they were working here. Such a temptation is worth the risk they've taken. However, Suli shook her head slightly. There's more than just the 3 of you on this list I'm holding. It seems that what I just said fell on deaf ears. If you want to muddle through, you have to look at the situation clearly too. Chu Fei was all slightly startled. This girl, she even suspected that there were more than just the 3 of them? It was no wonder that Suli was so young to be able to become the boss of Kuyao Company. For that means in wisdom, it's not something that can be compared to the average person. For a moment, the conference room was quiet once again. Even the 3 Li Changs who had just stood up were confused. Because unbeknownst to all 3 of them, the other had betrayed the company's secrets. But according to Mr. Su's words, the people who betrayed the company were far more than just the 3 of them. Su Li's gaze swept, no one? In that case, I'll be polite. Li Chong, Lu Chao, Zhao, I'll forget about this matter, and I'll have this month's paycheck credited to your cards when I return. As for those who won't stand up, sorry. Neither does. Before the words were finished, the old man sitting beside young Chenghua slowly got up. Upon seeing this old man, a flash of shock appeared on even Su Li's face. Even young Chenghua froze. Old one, you. He didn't expect that Wang Guan would be one of the people who betrayed the secrets of the institute. Because Wang Guan was also a professor among the institutes. The 2 are just responsible for different areas. He himself was in charge of the main research and development, while Wang Guan was in charge of collecting data. Su, I'm sorry. I was the one who got larded, hey. Wang Guan lowered his head and was filled with shame. As he rose, 2 more stood up among all the researchers. Seeing this scene, Chu Fei also fell silent. It had to be said that Su Li's IQ was really not covered. A false list of names that caught the institute's traitors outright. Su Li looked at the few people who stood up, her face filled with disappointment. Elder Wang, I didn't expect that you would do the same. When she finished, she opened the list in front of everyone. On the folder, it was blank A4 paper without a single word. And when several people saw the blank document in Su Li's hand, they all froze in place. The others were even more silent. A false list that caught 6 traitors. This was something they hadn't expected, not even Su Li herself. She had thought that the institute might have 3 at most. However, she knew, when Wang Guan stood up, that there were more than 3. I said, I'll forget about this matter. Now that the progress has reached its final stage, I will not hold you all accountable, pack up your things, and off you go. Su Li directly turned around and walked towards the outside of the conference room. Chuffy followed him. After they left, an angry roar erupted in the conference room, followed by a crackling cacophony. Coming outside to the field, Chuffy took a deep breath. Isn't that a surprise? Su Li looked at the barren mountains in the distance and revealed a bitter smile. Elder Wang is one of those that I didn't expect. But it doesn't matter now, the company's secrets have been known to so many people for a long time. It doesn't matter anymore if it's hidden. Hearing this, Chu Fei didn't say anything. Walking over to the side of the field and sitting down, he then pulled off a blade of grass and held it in his mouth. That's true. Now it's just a matter of waiting for Yulan to find a living body to experiment on. When the experiment is successful, it's ready for the world. Su Li smiled faintly at his words. Yes. So many people have worked so hard for so long, it's about time. Then he looked to the azure sky and took a deep breath. Chu Fei looked at her snow-white little face and hesitated a little. But? Early or late, you have to say it. By the way, I might have to go back to the capital tomorrow. Are you coming with me? Suli looked at him with some surprise. Back to the capital? What are you doing in the capital? Chu Fei raised his head to the sky, doing some errands. It might take about 3 or 4 days. This time, returning to the capital was not only for the election, but also for the Long family. This family, it's time to disappear. In the capital, 3 legs are enough. Quadrupedal, ultimately unstable. I know, I won't go with you. There's so much waiting for me on this side of the company. Now that the company is on the upswing, there is definitely a lot going on. As the president of the company, she definitely could not follow Chu Fei to the capital for such a long time. Good. The two got up and left the institute, driving back to the villa. Chuffy was just about to tie his aprons to make dinner when his cell phone rang. Yun Yulan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Little brother. Sister has good news for you on it? Chu Fei's face darkened. Speak up if you have something to say, and let go if you have an ass. Yun Yulan on the other end of the phone hemmed and hawed. I talked to the family about this side of things, and the family has agreed to set up a branch in the capital. Then again, the paperwork for the vivisection experiment has been sent off for review, and it will come down in a civilized day with no surprises. When the time comes, I'm going to the institute to watch it together. Hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes lit up. So? Good thing. By the way, good sister, I'm ready to cook now. Would you like to try my brother's good handiwork? I'll make sure you linger. As soon as Yun Yulan heard his words, she knew that this guy definitely had something to ask for her help. It was instantly rejected. Don't. You would be so kind as to invite me to dinner? Or do you do it yourself? Do I look stupid to you? Chu Fei didn't expect that she had actually seen through his mind. In fact, the reason why he wanted Yun Yulan to come over was that he wanted Yun Yulan to live with Suli. He left Jiangnan in the past few days. Yun Yulan, those who want to make a move also have to weigh the weight enough. The wrath of the 4 great families was not something that anyone could afford. Alright, my good sister. I'll send you the location. Come on, I'll make you your favorite braised pork now. Chapter 83, Let's Go Together. Early the next morning, Chu Fei boarded the airplane back to the capital. Before that, he had sort of talked Yun Yulan into staying with Su Li these days. Now there was nothing to worry about for Su Li's safety. After several hours of flying, Chu Fei finally returned to the capital. But there's no hurry to get back to the war office just yet. Once he went back, then Yi Ao would definitely know that he had returned. By then, there might be many holes dug waiting for you to jump into. It's a good idea to check on Grandma and the others while you're at it. Took a cab outside a secluded quadrangle. A large red lacquered wooden door with 2 stone lions, 1 female and 1 male, placed at the entrance. 2 large iron rings at the door, which are for knocking. Picked up the iron ring and snapped it 3 times gently. Not long after, the door opened. An older man looked at the strange young man standing in the doorway with some surprise in his eyes. Who are you looking for, little brother? Chu Fei looked at the old man who opened the door and smiled slightly. Uncle Yun, don't you recognize me? Hearing this familiar voice and address, Yunin looked Chu Fei up and down. Finally, he remembered. You are, Dash? Chu Fei nodded. Of course, after so many years of not seeing each other, Uncle Yun's body is still as tough as ever. Cloudmark laughed at that. Come on in, you boy. Your mom and dad are here. After saying that, Yunin shouted at the crowd in the courtyard. Guys, guess who's here? Chu Fei accompanied the voice and walked into the courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard was a stone table. At the moment, there were quite a few people gathered around the table. Among them, Chu Tianji and Yun Yu were both present. Grandma, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, Great-aunt, Great-uncle, Great-uncle, Great-aunt. The crowd turned around and looked at Chu Fei, who was standing at the doorway, and immediately smiled with their eyebrows raised. I said, why are there magpies calling at the door today? So it's your boy who's back. Come on. Yun Wu, Chu Fei's great-uncle, waved at him. At this time, a thick and low voice rang out. Dash is back? Get out of the way, guys, let me see. At once, the crowd dispersed. Chuffy's grandpa and grandma were sitting on stools next to the stone table. Grandpa Yin Xiaotian was holding a dragon head cane in his hands with a smile in his eyes. Only then did Chu Fei walk forward and bow. Grandpa. Yun Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction. A few years down the line, it has made you more like a mature man. Grandma Tang Huiying was full of favor. I haven't seen you for a few years. My Xiaofei is more manly. Do you have a girlfriend? Do you want Grandma to introduce you to some? Everyone in the room laughed at that comment. Chu Fei instead scratched his head in some embarrassment. Grandma, hasn't Mom told you guys yet? Hearing this, the crowd's eyes then fell on Yinyu. Only then did Yinyu open his mouth to explain. This time I came back, it was actually for this kid's marriage. Mom, you don't have to worry about girlfriends or anything. It's a nice girl, I like it a lot, and so does Dash. As the words fell, a contented smile appeared on Tang Huiying's wrinkled face. I'll say. What's the reason for coming back in such a hurry? So it's because little Fei is getting married. This is a big deal. It was only after chatting for a long time in the main courtyard that Chu Fei finally found a chance to chat with his old man alone. In the other courtyard, Chu Tian Maniac looked at Chu Fei with a smile on his brow. How can you not be happy when you will be able to hold a grandson or granddaughter in another half year? What do you want from me, brat? Chu Fei blankly glanced at him without any good humor. You said you wouldn't talk to Mom and the others, but you brought Mom with you. Only then did Chu Tianhua smile somewhat awkwardly. Didn't I want to make your old mom happy? This time, it is her own force to come over. You also know that I am at home, that is the least status of the one. Other than that, Chu Tianhua was definitely a top-notch bully outside. But at home, he couldn't say anything, and in the face of Chu Fei's old mom, it was one word, goat. It's not really about fear, it's just that. That's love. Come on Pops, it's not like I'm cheap. It's good to be here, it saves a lot of work. But how are things going with the dragon family? Speaking of this, a flash of icy killing intent appeared in Chu Tianjing's eyes. The dragon family is now, in name only. No one else dares to venture out, except the old men of their family, who are cowering on their estates all day. Those minions, I'm not interested in dealing with them either. Now, the Long family has kind of come to an end. As long as those last few guys were taken care of, the Long family was considered completely gone. By then, the capital will be a three-legged situation. And the Yun family, naturally, was one of the most powerful. Not for any other reason, because behind the Yun family, there was himself. For so many years, although the Yun family had kept a low profile, they were definitely not afraid of anything. In the eyes of outsiders, the Yun family had always been honest and decent people, definitely not taking the initiative to cause trouble. But honest people, sometimes they are the scariest. Like this? Chu Fei's brows furrowed slightly as he thought about it. After contemplating for a few seconds, he slowly said, why don't you? Pops, why don't you lend me a few of your experts, and I'll make a trip to the Dragon Family Manor. Chu Tian Mania looked at him with some surprise. You're going to do it? Chu Fei nodded, his eyes somewhat cold. Master is all still lying in the intensive care unit. Although it's not life-threatening, even after healing, there may be after effects. I'm going to settle this score on the Dragon family. The people who made the move at that time, the Dragon family's family head, Dragon Madness, and his eldest son as well as a few of his men. I don't want to let any of them go. Hearing Chu Fei's words, Chu Tianhua then laughed out loud, heavily patting Chu Fei's shoulder. Not bad, not bad. There are a few moments from my day. Since you want to take a trip to the Dragon family, it's just as well for Pops to try and see if there's been any regression since he hasn't done anything for so many years. I'll go with you. At this time, it was Chu Fei's turn to be surprised. He had all been in a state of uncertainty as to the strength of his old man. According to Pops, the master in him could be a tie at best. Hitting yourself would really be a father hitting his son. Pops, you're not afraid of being found out by the military department if you go out in person, are you? Those guys at the War Department, they've been following up on leads. Once it's done, then it's sure to be found out. By then, there could be quite a bit of trouble. Humph. There are some old things in the military department that I still have some unresolved grudges with. Dare to say one more word, and I don't mind cleaning up altogether. Chu Fei was sweating. Pops has this temper, and it's really. Okay, go. Tomorrow afternoon, the two of us will go together to meet those stragglers of the Long family. Dare to touch my big brother. I'll show them what fear means. Chapter 84, Preparing to Strike. After having lunch at his grandmother's house, Chuffy didn't stay long. It was only yesterday that Xiaoyu told himself to give him a day to inquire about that Yi. Counting the hours, it's about time. Xiaoyu. Any news? At this moment, in the office of the Dragon Group's intelligence squad, Xiaoyu stared at the computer screen, which was filled with a piece of information. After his repeated confirmation, the information should be what Chu Fei had asked him to find. Brother Fei, the person you asked me to find is in the suburbs outside the capital. The other party lives in a self-built villa, and from what I understand, this man has cultivated quite a few ruthless men under his hand. It seems to be working for some big shot in our military department. Xiaoyu looked at the introduction on it and frowned. For a short time, he hadn't investigated who these people were actually working for. What can be determined, though, is that the people behind this organization must be from the military. Like this? Chu Fei's face gradually sank. You emailed me the address. And then you go find Blackie and the others. Just tell them I'll be waiting for them on Clearwater Street. And by the way, tell them to bring their weapons. This organization, I'm going to take it down myself. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's face became a little more tense. Fei, would that be a bit wrong? Now that the team leader was out of the picture, the captains of the squads had the right to command their teams though. But if you want to carry out a task, you have to need the confirmation of the team leader. Going out on a private mission can be punished if you're caught. Once a member is injured or killed, then there is a good chance that they will be court-martialed. Don't worry. That's what the leader of the group wants. Chu Fei had a cold smile on his face. The master was still in a hospital bed, but he was perfectly capable of telling the others himself, and it was still the group leader's idea. Even if the master had awakened, he wouldn't refuse to do so himself. Surely you can't blame yourself for doing it anyway. I see. I'll go inform Blackie and the others. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu got up and left the office after thinking about it. On the training ground of the Dragon Team squad, four strong men were training frantically. The muscles bulging out of his body were comparable to a bodybuilding instructor. Each man, carrying dozens of pounds of stones, was running desperately on the playground. The clothes on his body had long been wet with sweat. Phew! Phew! Rough breathing, beads of sweat. It took but 2 minutes for Drizzle to arrive. Looking at the 4 men who were running around the playground, he waved at a few of them. Blackie! Come here, you guys! The 4 people who were training were shocked when they saw Xiaoyu. Only then did he slow down and walk over to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, why did you come over? Xiaoyu, as the leader of the intelligence squad, couldn't leave easily. It must be something to come over to them now. The man who spoke was none other than Blackie, with somewhat tan skin and thick eyebrows. After Xiaoyu's gaze swept around, he didn't find anyone else before he spoke. Brother Fei came to the phone and asked the 4 of you to get ready and bring your guys to wait for him at Qinghua Street. There's a secret mission, you guys can do it together. Hearing this, the hearts of Blackie's 4 men were shocked. Fei is back? So how's the team leader doing? Aside from the intelligence squad, Blackie and the 4 of them were the only team that didn't fall in line with Yi Ao. And their captain was Chu Fei. However, the first team had 4 squads. There were 5 people in each team, and Chu Fei was the captain of the first team, as well as the captain of their first squad. It was just that the other 3 squads all seemed to have come together with Yi Ao's people. The leader of the group is out of danger for now, still recuperating. By the way, you guys are going out the back door of our intelligence squad later. Going through the front door will be discovered by Yi Ao's men. That's what Fei meant. Several people looked at each other and nodded. Returning to the dormitory, Sauce took a shower, changed into a set of clothes, and brought his guy to the intelligence squad. Through the back door of the intelligence squad and out of the military headquarters. When you came out, you took a cab and went straight to Qinghua Street. At this moment, inside a milk tea store at the intersection of Qinghua Street. Chu Fei was sitting inside the milk tea store drinking milk tea, but his eyes were observing the passing crowd around him. In his calculations, Blackie and the others should be on their way by now. A cup of milk tea, slowly finished. Chuffy settled the bill and headed out the door. A cab pulled up across the street. In the car, 4 strong, well-built men came down. In each hand, they carried a small package and sunglasses. Those who don't know look at them in this outfit and think they're here to make a movie. This outfit is exactly what those killers in the movies wear. Chu Fei's face darkened. These four brats, what are they doing being so flamboyant? Are you afraid you won't draw attention to yourself? And after the four of them got out of the car, they spotted Chu Fei across the street. He was about to raise his head to say hello, but Chuffy shook his head. The four didn't quite understand what he meant and were a bit puzzled. What's Fei up to? Let us come over here and then won't let us meet him? Iron Bull and the group asked with some surprise. I don't know. Maybe it's because the four of us are too handsome and we're afraid of stealing Fei's thunder. Ha ha ha. Takeshi hemmed and hawed and wiped his hair in what he thought was a handsome gesture. But soon, a commercial vehicle stopped by Chu Fei's side. Young master. The car is coming for you. The person who drove the car was none other than Liu, who had received a call from Chu Fei earlier, asking him to find a commercial vehicle to come over. Chuffy took the car keys and nodded. Good, then you can go back first. By the way, tell mom and dad that I shouldn't be going back tonight. Chu Fei took the keys and walked over to the car, waving at the four Blackie people not far away. The four of them then opened the door to the car with their belongings and got in. As soon as he got into the car, Blackie couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Brother Fei, why are you back? I have heard that recently, EAO, this kid, quite jumpy is not planning to clean him up? There's that idea, but for now let's go find something to do. There's a guy who always trips me up when I'm on a mission. So, I want to go get him. Chu Fei's eyes were a little cold. Do you really think you're so easy? Even if there were no heavy weapons, there must have been a lot of ordinary automatic steps. Brother Fei, according to you, these people are terrorists hiding in the capital. Not many people can have weapons. Emperor Kai, who had always said very little in the group, also spoke up. This guy was on the team, and his strength was no better than the three of Blackie and Xiao Wu, but when it came to schemes and tactics, the three combined weren't enough to get him. The piece of setting traps, Chu Fei could only bow to. Every time he carried out a squad mission, it was absolutely easy with Emperor Kai. As for his name, naturally, it goes without saying. Loves to play games, and a certain character in the game called Kai Wong is his specialty. Though, has 9 out of 10 failures. Sort of. The other side should be a private organization cultivated by someone in the military department. It's just bad luck to mess with me. Chu Fei let out a light laugh. But a few people understand that it's not good to mess with anyone but Hot Fei, isn't it just eating your heart out and looking for trouble? Do you really think that Brother Fei got the title King of Hell for nothing? Alright. Rush to assemble the weapon. When you get to the point, observe the situation first. After Chu Fei said that, he once again increased his speed. Close to an hour and a half later, the group finally arrived near the location that Xiaoyu had mentioned. Parked the car in the middle of a nearby wasteland, then climbed a nearby hill. Chu Fei received the binoculars handed over by Blackie and looked at the luxurious manor in the distance. The manor didn't cover a large area, and it was only about 1,000 square feet. In the center is a huge villa with some gazebos nearby. There were 2 security guards at the entrance of the manor, standing right in the security booth. Unsurprisingly, the 2 security booths should hold weapons. As for the manor, there were also quite a few people walking around, looking as if they were on patrol. And the situation inside the villa is not clear for the moment. Blackie, change your clothes and go feel around. Yes. Blackie immediately took off the clothes he was wearing and changed into a simple set of clothes. It looks as if it's a part-time civilian laborer. Several minutes later, under Chu Fei's observation, Blackie had already arrived at the entrance of the manor. The 2 security guards immediately stepped forward and stopped Blackie. After a few exchanges, Blackie left. And in Chu Fei's observation, when Blackie approached the manor, those patrolling personnel in the manor had already gathered behind the gate. A frontal break-in is unlikely. And, judging by the clothes bulging out of those men's waists, they were definitely carrying weapons around their waists. Several minutes later, Blackie returned. Fei. These people are very cautious. And there's guy stuff going on in the security booth. Even if we can take care of the 2 guards in the first place, there's still a chance we'll be exposed. Chu Fei's brows wrinkled slightly. Picked up the binoculars again and watched for a while. When the binoculars were lowered, a deep breath was taken. Takeshi, you're going to rack your gun here. Remember to put a silencer on your sniper step. Emperor Kai, you and Iron Bull go around the back of the manor and fight the ambush. If anyone tries to run out the back door, shoot them straight without surrendering. Koriko and I will break in from the side while it's still night. Chu Fei quickly made a plan. This manner, easy to defend. But if he and Blackie fought from the inside, it would definitely catch them off guard. It's 6:30. Half an hour until dark. After dark, move on my command. Emperor Caillou and Iron Bull go ahead and ambush the back door, remember to wear your night vision. In the meantime, in the villa on the estate, Yichi paced back and forth in the living room, his brows filled with concentration. I had just received a message from EAO, and I had thought that there was some task for me to do. Available at. The other man's words, however, took him by surprise. Not for any other reason, that is EAO intends to betray the Long family. Now that EAO had united with the Han family, once he waited to take the position of Dragon Team leader, then he and the Han family would be the closest of partners. As for the Dragon family, it had long existed in name only by now. Working with such a family was completely out of line with his current status. Moreover, EAO also told him on the phone to get ready, once there was an opportunity, then he would completely kill the Long family. He had now called back those who had been out on a mission to the. Because in 2 days, it's election day. They wanted to launch a final onslaught against the Long family at this time, and completely defeat the Long family. Yeah. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for Big Brother to go against the Dragon family now? Although the Dragon family is now being targeted by mysterious forces, after all, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. We only have so many people under our hands, the Dragon family won't sit still any longer, right? And if something happens, are we going to take the blame? Beside Yi Chi, a man frowned and said. This is Yi Chi's beloved henchman, Sun Gon, who is also a good fighter. We'll do whatever Big Brother tells us to do. When the people come back, make your preparations as early as possible. The current Long family manor is not such a good place to rush in. Now, according to the news he had received, the Long family had returned to their defense as much as they could. Besides, working with the Han family, the other side definitely won't sit back and do nothing. It's not good for them if something happens to us. At those words, Sun Gon fell silent. It seems that Brother Yi is determined to fight with the Long family. Go rest. Build up your strength, the final showdown is in 2 days. Yi Chi waved his hand, while he himself sat down on a chair and looked at the ceiling in contemplation. I don't know how long he sat there before he slowly got up, ready to go back to his room to rest. What he didn't realize was that at this moment, 2 black shadows were going over the fence and landing in the middle of the manor. Chu Fei patted Blackie's shoulder and pointed in another direction. Blackie immediately understood, backhanded his dagger and catapulted himself to his feet. And directly in front of them, a patrolman was looking around. Chapter 86 Killing in the Night. Under the night, Chu Fei wore night vision glasses and held a sharp dagger in his hand. Silently, he stepped behind one of the patrolmen and covered the other's mouth as his dagger sliced through his neck. He then gently dragged him to a corner position before slowly approaching towards the villa. In his line of sight, several patrolmen were approaching his position. Chu Fei's face was icy cold, and he hid in a dark corner with cat-like steps. Only after these patrols left did Chu Fei turn around and walk into the villa's back door. But accidents sometimes come too soon. Just as he entered, he bumped into Sun Gon. The two looked at each other with dismay in their eyes. Originally, Sun Gon had planned to come out to blow off some steam and smoke a cigarette. Who are you? Sun Gon's face instantly went cold as he looked at the strange man in front of him, still wearing night vision glasses. Lifting his hand, he pulled out the dagger at his waist and angrily looked at Chu Fei. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Fei instantly made his move. And Sun Gon's heart sank as he watched his opponent charge. Masters! Ding ding ding! In the blink of an eye, the two had gone through several moves. And Sun Gon finally realized something was wrong. The other side is coming for them. Enemy attack! He roared and stepped forward again. And the officers patrolling outside instantly reacted when they heard the roar. Someone had snuck into the middle of the estate. Hurry! For a moment, many of the patrol officers drew their waist guns and approached the source of the sound. And on the other side of the villa, Blackie, hearing this voice, immediately understood. Fei must have run into someone from the other side. Straight away, he drew the pistol at his waist, no longer hiding it. Bang bang bang! Several consecutive gunshots rang out throughout the blackness of the night. The three patrolmen in front of him had an extra bloody hole in their brows and their bodies fell to the ground. And on the hill outside the manor, Takeshi also heard the gunshots in the middle of the manor. It was immediately understood that Faye and Blackie were exposed. He didn't hesitate for a moment as he looked at the patrolman exposed to his aiming line of sight. Put! The silenced sniper rifle made a dull sound. A patrolman running toward the side of the villa fell to the ground. And that's just the beginning. Yi-Chi, who was upstairs planning to take a good rest, heard the sound of gunshots outside and instantly took out a micro-impulse from a side case. Picking up the walkie-talkie on the side, he roared at everyone, "Counterattack! Give me counterattack!" As for Chu Fei, who was on the first floor of the villa, he knew that he had been exposed and decided not to stay his hand. "Now that you found out, you can go to hell." The movements of his hands fiercely accelerated by a few points, and Sun Gon's face changed drastically. "I didn't expect this person in front of me to have something left in his hand." He didn't even think about it, he turned around and had to run. Only, Chu Fei's speed was much faster than he had imagined. Sun Gon felt the coldness coming from his back and looked back with a slash. But Chu Fei violently lowered his head, and the dagger in his hand penetrated his neck. Blood gushed out wildly like a fountain. Before Chu Fei could pull out his dagger, a strong sense of crisis struck him. His pupils shrank, and all his muscles tightened at this moment. Leaping hard on his legs, he lunged out a meter or so. The sound of d-d-d-d gunshots followed. There were already several more bullet holes where he had just been. Before he could get up, another pike hit him. Chuffy drew his legs and rushed behind the load-bearing pillar. Bang bang bang! On the load-bearing columns, there were several more bullet holes. Chu Fei took a deep breath and drew the Type 92 pistol on his waist. Judging from the trajectory just now, the opponent should be to his upper left and right rear. Taking a deep breath, he snapped his head out of the load-bearing pillar, which then flew back in. Bang bang bang! Several more bullets came in. This time, he got a good look at his opponent's position. The body leapt violently. Bang bang bang! Several shots in a row. Two officers, who were in the second-floor corridor, fell to the floor. And Chu Fei also appeared behind another load-bearing pillar at this moment. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the other patrols that were rushing towards him, several gunshots came in. Blackie rushed into the first floor of the villa, and after taking care of a few patrols, he changed the magazine in passing. Fei! Hearing Blackie's voice, Chu Fei violently rushed out from behind the load-bearing pillar. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw the person hiding in the middle of the corridor on the second floor. Raise your hand and fire a shot, bang! The opponent fell to the ground in response, a shot through his eyebrow. Cover me, I'm going upstairs. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Fei pulled out his legs and ran wildly towards the upper floors. Blackie, on the other hand, had two pistols in his hands, aimed at the gate, and hid himself behind a load-bearing pillar. Boom! Along with the gate opening, more than a dozen patrol officers armed with microcharges rushed into the villa. But they were greeted by a barrage of bullets. Bang bang bang! The pistol in Blackie's hand acted as if it had no recoil, and each shot hit the chest of the officer at the front of the charge with precision. In this situation now, it is impractical to pursue a one-shot headshot. And even a hit to the chest cavity can be just as deadly. However, there were people in front of them blocking the bullets, and the people behind them also found Blackie hiding behind the load-bearing columns, and raised the microstrokes in their hands for a furious sweep. Debris flew and gunshots were fired. And at the location of the hill in the distance, Takeshi couldn't stay any longer. All of the people on the other side were microcharges, and there was definitely no way for Blackie and Fei to block so many people. He stood up and took a shot at the patrolman outside the door who hadn't rushed in yet. At this moment, someone finally realized something was wrong. Angrily, he roared, "Watch out! There's a sniper!" But as soon as the word, "Go! Go to the front door!" King Kai gestured and the two split up. And at this moment, Chu Fei had already arrived at the third floor. Ka-ching! Replace a loaded magazine and rush up the stairs. But the next second, several bullets flew over his head. Who are you people? Why do you know about this place? The person who had just shot was none other than Yi-Chi. And beside him, there were only two henchmen. The three men's hands were clear of microstrokes. Listening to the sounds coming from the stairway, Chu Fei took a deep breath. You're Yi, aren't you? Excuse me, someone wants to buy your life. Chu Fei's tone was extraordinarily icy, and he tightened his grip on the pistol in his hand. With just a few of you? Is that enough? Yi Chi sniffed and roared in anger, rising violently to a furious sweep at the source of the sound. Chapter 87, Total Annihilation. Chu Fei hid behind the stairs, his face full of ice. The wall in front of him had long been riddled with bullet holes. And downstairs, the gunfire continued. I think it should be King Kai and Iron Bull who came over to help as well. These people didn't even think about running away, and the other side knew that their side was smaller in numbers. Looking like this, the other party was planning to eat himself. I'm quite curious as to who supplies you with weapons for this private armed organization of yours. If you can even get your hands on a microsurge, the person behind you should be of a low status, right? Chu Fei slowly made a sound, but the dark muzzle of his gun was aimed at the location of the stairs. As long as the other side dares to venture out, it will be a shot to the head. Ha! Trying to set me up? Isn't it a bit cheap to play such tricks with me? A great gift for you. Yi Chi showed a cold smile on his face and pulled out a grenade from his pocket. Pull out the pull tab and throw it directly toward the stairway's location. And the moment he threw it out, Chu Fei's face changed greatly. With a violent and forceful leap of his legs, he jumped directly from the position of the stairway to the corridor on the second floor. It was followed by a loud bang. Bang! In moments, debris flew and dust obscured the view. His eyes grew cold, not realizing that the other party even had this kind of thing. It seems that high up in the military department has gone to a lot of trouble to cultivate this private armed organization. And at the stairway of the third floor, Yi Chi gestured to the two henchmen beside him with a face full of ice. The two henchmen immediately understood, and then quietly walked towards the stairs. And Yi Chi was not in a hurry to go down, instead, he waited quietly. Because he himself didn't know if that one grenade had just killed the guy. And behind the wall on the second floor, Chu Fei's face was full of ice. Although he had just jumped down quickly, the power of a grenade explosion was simply not something one could resist. Shrapnel flew by, still cutting a gash in his own arm. Blood stained his sleeve, but he was fine for now. His face was a little icy, and he was pondering how to force the other party down from the upper floors when he suddenly heard a hint of unusual footsteps. The other party's footsteps were light though, and even amidst the chaotic gunfire downstairs, it was hard to hear them at all. But Chu Fei's hearing was specially trained. Judging from the footsteps, the other party should be two people. Taking a deep breath, the pistol clenched. The next second, he snapped out. The two people who had just come down from the upper floors felt their eyes go black before they could even react. A bloody hole appeared at the center of the two men's eyebrows. Looking at the two corpses lying on the ground, Chu Fei's face did not change in the slightest. Picking up the micro punch on the floor in passing, he took a quiet step toward the stairway. But Yi Chi's face changed when he heard the gunshots from below. Unexpectedly, the other party hadn't died yet, and still had this kind of terrifying strength to take out two of his own men. The other party's origin is definitely not ordinary. However, now he was on the third floor. The third floor of the villa is 11 or 12 meters high when you jump down. Even if you don't die by chance, you won't be able to escape. How about we talk? Yi Chi exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and shouted at the stairway. Hearing those words, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Chu Fei's mouth. Yes. You put down your weapon and we'll have a talk. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to talk to me when my brothers have finished off those men of yours. Hearing this, Yi Chi's face changed slightly. Just how many of you are here? He was a little disbelieving. After all, in the middle of the estate, close to 36 henchmen. And everyone has a weapon in their hand. Unless the other party was a specially trained team, there was no way they could take out so many of their own people with just a few people in the area. 5. Including me. But I wonder if you've ever heard of the Dragon Team. In fact, the reason why Chu Fei told this person the identity of himself and the others was to test the other party. If the other side knew, they would have wondered why they hadn't gotten the message. You lied to me? You're from the Dragon Team? No way. Yi Chi simply did not believe that these few people who came to attack his manor were from the Dragon Team. Most of the current Dragon Team, with the exception of the intelligence squad, are already Big Brother's people. Moreover, the other party could come out with a weapon and definitely needed to carry out a mission. If it was a mission, there was no way his own Big Brother wouldn't know about it. Hearing Yi Chi's affirmative tone, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that the other party is an organization cultivated by someone among the Dragon Group. Unsurprisingly, this brother Yi is probably related to Yi Ao. I suppose you're no stranger to Yi Ao? Hearing this tentative tone, Yi Chi knew that he had been exposed. The other man guessed who was standing behind him. Since you know, you still dare to come and seek death. Aren't you afraid my big brother will get you killed? As he spoke, Yi Chi violently poked his head out and rushed at the stairway with a burst of sweeping shots. However, Chuffy was hiding by the stairs on the second floor. So it's Yi Ao behind you. Then it's okay. I can tell you in advance that when you die, it won't be long before he comes to keep you company. As he spoke, Chu Fei had already rushed up to the corner of the stairs with quick steps. And Yi Chi was just exposed to his line of sight. Yi Chi subconsciously tried to shoot, but his speed was a step slower compared to Chu Fei's. Bang! A bullet went straight through his wrist. Snap! The gun in his hand fell to the ground at once. He reached out his other hand to pick it up, but Chu Fei didn't give him that chance. Another shot rang out. Bang! The other hand was riddled with bullets through the wrist. At this time, Yi Chi knew that he was finished. Some desperate eyes just looked at Chu Fei. He had a feeling that he had seen this person in front of him somewhere before. Then a picture flashed through his mind. The person in the photo and the person in front of me overlapped in one piece. It's you! Chuffy. Captain of the first team of the Dragon Group. The guy they call Yama. A long time ago, he'd seen Chu Fei's picture. It's just that he wouldn't have dreamed that it was him who came over to find himself this time. Oh? Looks like Yi Ao showed you my picture. Chuffy walked to the edge of the corridor and glanced down. The gunfire below was nearing its end. Those who did, fled and died. It was just a pity that they pressed for a chance to escape from the manor. On the distant hill, Xiao Wu put away his sniper step with an icy face. Outside the door of the villa, there were at least 7 or 8 bodies lying. And the shooting is over. This organization, all gone. Chapter 88, Live, for yourself. In the hallway on the 3rd floor, Chuffy was sitting on the parapet wall. Kai Huang and Iron Bull, Blackie and the others were just on the sidelines, looking at the man sitting on the ground whose hands were bloody. Unsurprisingly, this person was the target of Fei's trip. Will you speak for yourself, or shall I speak for you? Chu Fei looked at Yi Chi with a calm face. What do you want to know? Yi Chi raised his head and looked at Chu Fei. Today, it's hard for him to escape death. Your relationship with Yi Ao and what you did for him. Yi Chi looked at Chu Fei and smiled faintly. Relationship? I'm just a dog around him. I'll bite whoever he tells me to. A lot of people that have died under my gun. It's just a bit of a shame that these last few missions have failed. Hearing those words, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. The mission you mentioned, was it to target a woman named Suri? When these words came out, Yi Chi's face was stunned. Only just reacted though. You're the bodyguard who was with that woman. He's not stupid. Since Chu Fei was able to ask such a question, it meant that there was some relationship with that woman. And there was only one reason why these missions kept failing, and that was because the woman had a very powerful bodyguard with her. It was just that he himself hadn't thought that this bodyguard was Chu Fei. You're not stupid. It's just a shame that it's not used in the right way. That Yi guy, that's you, right? Yi Chi didn't say anything, just nodded. Do it. I've said what I can say, and what I can't say, I won't say. In Yatesi's world, he might have died a long time ago. Since the time he crawled out of that dead man with his own hands, he has been a dead man. Now, it's just a walking corpse. In order to stay alive, kill your friends around you with your own hands for a bun. And at that time, he was just a child of 7 years old. Seeing the death intent in Yi Chi's eyes, Chu Fei also had some curiosity in his eyes. He'd rarely seen a man on his deathbed who wasn't the least bit intimidated. Even for the worst of the worst, the fear in their eyes cannot be hidden in the face of death. But this guy, he didn't have a hint, not even a hint. I'm curious. How did you meet him? I don't think you're 20 years old, do you? Yi Chi raised his head and looked at Chu Fei. There was a small smile on his face. I've 17 this year. The moment these words came out, Chu Fei and Blackie's group froze. They would never have thought that a child of only 17 years old controlled such an armed organization. As for how you met him, lol. His eyes fell into remembrance and he spoke slowly. Back then, he was nothing more than a street kid in some small country who could fight a stray dog for a bit of leftover bread or food scraps in the garbage can. One day he was approached by a man who said that if he followed him, he would have an endless supply of food. His heart was moved and he agreed to the man. The man led him to the middle of a basement, where there was no endless food, only some children about his age. On the first day, plenty of food is brought in to keep them fed. He swore it was the fullest he'd ever eaten. But after the second day, no one came to deliver the food. They were hungry and had to walk to the door and look out. Outside, the moment he collapsed, the door opened. After that, he was brought to this country by men. A frenzy of training ensued for him. Until, at the age of 16, he put himself in control of the organization. Those who defied him were killed by his own hand. When he said this, Chufei's few people were completely silent, their eyes filled with intense anger. They wouldn't have even imagined that this teenager would have such an experience. Cut all the daggers to curled blades in order to survive. From the moment I lived, my heart was dead. So death has no fear for me. Do it! Yatesy closed his eyes, as if to wait for that gunshot. But Chufei didn't shoot and just walked up to him. Live. Wasn't that why you started out in the first place, to stay alive? Live for yourself. Yatesy froze. He opened his eyes and looked at Chufei in disbelief. Why? Aren't you afraid I'll get back at you later? Chufei smiled indifferently. If you still want to follow Yao, then the next time we meet, I will personally send you on your way. I'm no good. But I'm not a bad person, and it's true that you should have been dead a long time ago, but not now. After saying that, Chufei waved at Hei Zi and the few of them turned around and left, heading towards the outside of the manor. And Yichi looked at their backs as they left, with an extra conviction to live in his death-filled eyes. Car. Fei, why did you let that kid go? To be honest, they were all puzzled. Let the tiger go and leave it behind. Moreover, Yichi was so young, if he was allowed to grow, no one knew how far he could grow. He's just trying to stay alive? The man who is now dead has long since died once. Do you think he will still follow Yao? At these words, several people fell silent. They were all ears to Yichi's experience. All of this was not Yichi's fault. He just wants to live. If he still follows Yao and commits foolishness, then the next time we see each other again will be when he truly dies. Chufei's voice was exceptionally cold. The Blackie guys looked at each other and didn't say anything. All of this was caused by Yao. To say who the biggest murderer is, it's Yao. Fei, are you going back to the team with us, or? They would rather have Chufei follow them back together. After all, many people in the Dragon Group were already Yao's people now. If Chufei didn't go back, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to suppress the scene. However, Chufei shook his head. I still have a mission ahead of me, so I won't go back for now. When you guys get back, be careful. Don't start any conflicts with Yao's people. I'll be there for the election in 2 days. Chapter 89, I'm so scared. After sending a few people back to the vicinity of the military headquarters, Chufei found a nice hotel nearby to stay. Gotta get some rest tomorrow when I have to go with Pops to find trouble with the Long family. Although it couldn't be described as a bloody battle, the strength of the Long family was not something to be underestimated. I had just come out of the bathroom after a shower when there was a knock at the door. When I opened the door, a drunken woman stood in the doorway, her eyes hazy. Look at the body, it's also a superb one. And the clothes he was wearing weren't exactly cheap. Beauty. Is it the wrong place? Chuffy held a towel in one hand as he wiped his hair. Somewhat strangely, he looked at the woman in front of him. No. Is this 1306? With a mouth full of booze, she pointed to the door number. Chuffy poked his head out and glanced outside. His own door number was 1309. You're going the wrong way. This is 1306. When he finished, he was about to close the door. But the woman was very stubborn as she pushed Chufei away and walked into the room on her own. Then, straight away, he flopped down on the bed. Chufei frowned and was about to make a call to the front desk downstairs to have them send this woman away. But the woman seems to have made this her room entirely. Reaching behind his back with both hands, he unclasped the pair of massive hoods, then tossed them right to the ground. Chufei's face darkened. What's all this fuss about? He is at least a married man, right? This kind of thing that is sorry for Suli, he will never do. But it wouldn't hurt to take a look. He then quietly leaned against the wall, waiting for the woman's next move. Only, when the woman took off her hood, she lifted the covers and got in. Then reached out and threw out another pantyhose. It's still black lace. Unbiasedly, it happened to smash over towards Chufei. Chuffy reached out and grabbed it, then tossed it gently onto the bed. Hey! This is my room, so please pay attention. He gulped softly at the woman lying on the bed. But the woman pressed on, ignoring him, and instead began to huff and puff. Chufei's face darkened, and he wanted to go out and find the hotel's front desk to explain the situation, but there was a knock on the door once again from outside. With doubt, opened the door. This time, there were 3 more men in black suits outside. The man in the center looked young, only in his 20s. Smiling faintly at Chufei, "I'm sorry, my friend has mistakenly entered your room, can I take her away?" The man was very polite, so Chufei didn't say much. "On the bed, go ahead." The man nodded, then walked into the room with 2 of his men. His face instantly went cold when he saw the huge hood on the floor and the boxers on the bed. Snapping back to look at Chufei, "This brother, what have you done to my friend?" Feeling the anger on the other party's face, Chufei waved his hand. She rushed in on her own and just started undressing. "I didn't do anything to her either." "Up to appreciate the body, it's pretty good, big and white. You can't blame me for that, can you?" Chufei didn't tell a lie, the woman had just come in less than 5 minutes ago, and these few people came. If it wasn't for the fact that the man was speaking quite politely, he would have felt that the other party was the master of playing fairy tale. Admiring the body? The man's face visibly changed a bit, and a strong hatred flashed in his eyes. "Take him into the restroom. Let him know that not just anyone can look at my woman's body." The young man waved at the 2 bodyguards at his side. The 2 of them immediately walked towards Chufei, looking like this, they were planning to clean him up a bit. Only, Chufei let out a light laugh. "You can't control your woman yourself, running around. You break into my room and start taking it off, and you blame me?" Obviously, the man who heard this was even more angry. "Break his legs for me." The man's tone was extraordinarily angry. And Chufei's face gradually turned cold as he looked at the 2 bodyguards approaching him and threw away the towel in his hands. "I advise you, you'd better take your woman and leave honestly. Hands off, not good behavior. If you're not careful, you can hurt someone." The man sneered, "Yeah?" As a direct member of the Feng family, Feng Shihan's status and position were not comparable to any ordinary person. In his eyes, Chufei was nothing more than a customer of the hotel. At best, it's the owner of some company. But so what? Nothing compared to myself, my ass. Break his legs and throw him out. When he finished, he headed for the bed. It looks like it's intended to be enjoyed here for once. This time, Chufei was not polite. "You can't blame yourself if you don't listen after all the nice things you've said." Looking at the 2 bodyguards who rushed over, he raised his leg and kicked squarely. Bang! That bodyguard didn't even expect Chufei to dare to resist and was kicked out. The huge impact caused him to break several of his ribs, and he lay on the ground with a face full of pain. The other bodyguard saw this and lashed out. Waving his hand, he threw a punch, heavily smashing towards Chufei's head. Chufei's face was as cold as frost, and his arm was raised to block the man's punch. With his left hand in a fist, he blasted the bouncer in the stomach. The bodyguard's eyes were on the verge of glaring out, and his entire body went limp, curling up in a piece like a boiled shrimp. "I've said it all. Why don't you believe it? That's good, hurt yourself, didn't you?" As he spoke, Chufei had already walked over to sit on a sofa to the side. And Feng Shihan also looked at Chufei coldly with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. "Great. Dare to make a move on one of my men, do you know who I am?" He didn't seem to be worried about Chufei making a move on himself. As long as one revealed one's identity, even if Chufei had a great background, he could only beg for mercy. Unless this guy is a full-fledged member of one of the other 4 families. It was a pity that most of the members of the other 4 great families knew each other themselves, but they just hadn't seen this person in front of them. "I don't care who you are. You want to take this woman, I'm happy to. And save me the trouble. But you're going to make a move on me, and that's not good enough. Now, you can take your people and leave, and I'll pretend nothing happened." If you're still thinking about getting back at me, I don't mind beating you up. At those words, Feng Qihang gasped and laughed. Beat yourself up? Other than one's own elders, who else would dare to make a move against one's own in this capital? Though I don't know where you got the nerve. But I might as well tell you that my name is Feng Qihang. Feng Qihang just sat on the sofa beside the bed, crossing his legs and waiting for Chu Fei to beg for mercy. You're from the Wen family of the four great families? Chu Fei looked at the man in front of him with some surprise. Congratulations, you guessed right. Feng Qihang sneered. Ah. I'm so scared. Scared the hell out of me. Do I have to get down on my knees and beg you to spare me? Chapter 90. Thinking about what will happen to the Long family. The air, it seemed, froze. Feng Qihang's face sank as he listened to Chu Fei's eerie words. You're not afraid to die? Knowing that he was a member of the Wen family, he still dared to talk to himself like that. Isn't he afraid of retaliation? Or is he really from the other three families? Fear. Why not be afraid? But then. So much for the Wen family. All right. And I don't care to bull you, get the hell out of here. Don't make me do anything to throw you out. Chu Fei didn't have time to babble with him here. A self-righteous second generation who thinks he can do whatever he wants when he has the backing of his family is so stupid. How dare you? Feng Qihang still really didn't believe that this guy dared to throw himself out. But he thought wrong. If it were anyone else, they might not dare. But who is Chu Fei? Chu Fei got up, walked straight towards Feng Qihang, and raised his hand to slap him in the face. Give face. Oh it. Then, like pinching a chicken, he directly threw Feng Qihang out. As for his two bodyguards, the same was true. Only after closing the door smoothly did Chu Fei look at the woman lying on the bed. A frown, throw it out, not so good. But keep it, in case of any misunderstanding, it would be really justified. After thinking about it, I decided to sleep on the couch. And Feng Qihang, who had been thrown out by him, his entire body exploded with anger. This was the first time he had been bullied so much in the capital. Immediately, he shouted angrily at the two bodyguards, "Call someone for me. I'm going to make that kid kneel in front of me and beg for mercy." The two bodyguards endured the severe pain on their bodies and explained, "Young master, that kid is not an ordinary person, he looks like a practitioner. In case the other party is from the other three great families, it's not going to be easy for us to end this." Feng Qihang raised his hand and slapped the bodyguard who said this in the face. Is my Wen family afraid of other clans? Now, call immediately. The two bodyguards saw this and had to call someone. Half an hour later. Outside the front door of the hotel, several luxury cars worth millions of dollars were parked. Bodyguard after bodyguard in suits came out of the car. In the middle car, a middle-aged man who looked a bit older also stepped down. Uncle Sam. You're finally here. As soon as Feng Qihang saw the middle-aged man, he immediately rushed over, his face full of aggression. Feng Huoya glanced at Feng Qihang by his side. Are you looking for something to do at night? Mobilizing the family's experts, if not for my cover, your father would have designated to whip you to death. Feng Qihang was a bit aggrieved, third uncle. That guy went too far. Even if he hit me, he even said that the Wen family is nothing, not even a dog's ass. I was so angry I wanted to do it, but I was no match for him. Thrown out by him. Hearing these words, Feng Huoya's face became a bit more gloomy. In this capital city, there was still someone who dared to talk about the Feng family in such a way. They were bold enough. I'd like to see whose brat is this arrogant. Even if it's someone from the other three great clans, I want them to give me an explanation. A group of people took the elevator to the 13th floor in great numbers. Where had the little girl at the front desk seen such a battle? She could only obediently hand over her room card. Upon arriving at the door of room 1309, Feng Qihang covered his face and spoke to Feng Huoya, third uncle, that brat is inside. Feng Huoya waved his hand, and one of his men immediately went forward to swipe the card and open the room door. Room. Chu Fei's eyes snapped open when he heard the sound of a card being swiped. Sitting on the couch, his eyes were fixed on the door. With the door being opened, Feng Qihang and Feng Huoya walked into the room. And behind the two, there were more than a dozen bodyguards in suits. The room, which wasn't even that big, looked a little cramped for a moment. Boy! Now I'll see how you run. Feng Qihang looked at Chu Fei with a face full of complacency. As far as he was concerned, the kid was dead. As he spoke, his eyes went to the bed. That Yukai was still lying on the bed, with a dimpled figure that made people think about it. Shu Fei looked at the visitor and smiled slightly. What? If you beat up the young ones, are the old ones going to step in too? Feng Huoya looked at the young man in front of him, his brows furrowed. Who are you from, little brother? Shu Fei looked at Feng Huoya. Does it matter whose family I belong to? Feng Huoya's face suddenly became a bit gloomy. Boy. Talking to who? If you weren't from the other 3 great families today, you wouldn't be able to walk out of this door, I tell you. When Feng Qihang heard that, he immediately pointed at Shu Fei. The leg is on me, I can walk if I want to. What, wasn't the lesson just learned enough? Bringing this many people over to get their asses kicked? Shu Fei swept his gaze and let out a cold smile. Feng Huoya's eyes went cold. Little brother, it's best to speak with your head. You hit my nephew, I will not bother with you on this matter. But you insulted my Win family, how about we have a good chat about this? Why don't you call your elders? Feng Huoya was still kind of restraining the anger in his heart. If I was younger, I would have gotten this kid a long time ago. The other party had the guts to say such words, so it was obvious that the other party's status was not low. That won't be necessary. The elders of my family, they have been resting for a long time, I don't want to disturb their rest. If you have something to say, just say it. Shu Fei sat on the sofa and picked up the Wind family, right? Go back where you came from, I'll let it go. But you think about the consequences of doing it. If you think I'm bluffing, go ahead and try. The corners of Shu Fei's mouth rose as he quietly looked at Feng Huoya. Wind Huoya wavered, does this guy still really have any powerful background? Not. Uncle Sam. You heard him blow awesome. If you really have a background, why talk so much crap? Feng Qihang was furious, looking at the third uncle so hesitant, he could not wait to command people to do it himself. But Uncle Sam was present, and these people only listened to Uncle Sam, he is not qualified to command. Little brother. Really not going to say whose family you are? Feng Huoya spoke again. If Shu Fei didn't say anything more, then he would have no choice but to do it. If people knew that the Win family couldn't even handle a kid, then the Win family wouldn't know where to put their face? Really want to know? Shu Fei looked at Feng Huoya, and a few more smiles appeared on his face. While Feng Huoya looked at Shu Fei's expression, his face was a bit gloomy. Speak. Chuffy shook his head. You're planning to break the mold. In that case, I'll talk to you. After saying that, he pushed away a few bodyguards. Walking over to Feng Huoya's ear, he spoke softly. Think of what happened to the Long family. When he heard those words, Feng Huoya jolted. The eyes that looked at Shu Fei had a few more points of panic in them. You. Shu Fei's face went cold. I've said all that needs to be said. Leave or stay, take your pick. Chapter 91, The Dragon Family Will Disappear Today. Early the next morning. Zhao Jiawei awoke from her sleep. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw a man's face. Ah! A scream that almost didn't rupture Shu Fei's eardrums. Stop! Don't scream! But Zhao Jiawei didn't care and screamed one after another. Because she didn't even recognize the man in front of her. I was about to get out of bed and leave when I realized that it looked like something was missing from my body. He lifted the covers and looked at them, and his face instantly went white. It was as snowy white as her skin. You! What did you do to me? Zhao Jiawei curled up in the position at the head of the bed, her hands gripping the covers with a death grip. The gaze that looked at Shu Fei was even more filled with fear. All right. Don't look so condescending. I didn't do anything. Is that kind of talk, at this point in time, something she believes? Obviously not convinced. Where's my cell phone? I'm calling the police. Her eyes instantly reddened in the moment, subconsciously thinking she was unclean. There was even less memory of what happened last night. All I know is that I was drunk and went back to my room to rest. Waking up with this man right in front of him. Are you out of your mind? So it's really all meat and no brains? Although is kinda big. Hearing this, Zhao Jiawei confirmed even more that she was dirty. Next month, one is getting married. Yet, one is defiled by a strange man. Tears swished down even more at the thought. Chu Fei couldn't help but frown as he looked at the woman's tearful appearance. I said, "What are you crying about? It's not even if you're in the wrong room, you're taking your clothes off in front of me." Thanks to the old man, I'm a decent man. Hearing this, Zhao Jiawei came back to her senses. The gaze she looked at Chu Fei had a few more points of doubt and incomprehension. Wrong room? Chu Fei looked at her as if she were an idiot. Alright? I don't have time to babble with you here. If you don't believe me, go check the surveillance yourself and see if you're on the wrong side of the street. I have things to do, so I'll go first. Also, as bad as I am, I'm bad in a good way. I didn't touch you, so if you don't believe me, go check it out yourself. After saying that, Chu Fei turned around and left the room. Hearing the door to the room close, Zhao Jiawei woke up as if from a dream, and only then hurriedly picked up her clothes from the table and put them on. This is what Chuffy helped her pack up and put on the table. Only after leaving the room did she open it and look around. Room number 1309. She froze. Is this the wrong place to go yourself? She clearly remembered that she hadn't made a mistake. To confirm what the guy said, she went ahead and investigated the surveillance anyway. It was a relief to realize that he was really on the wrong track. It seemed that the man hadn't lied to himself. Only, the surveillance video behind her made her blush slightly. Wind up sailing? She clearly saw that Feng Shihan, with 2 bodyguards, had a verbal altercation with the man from this morning at the door, and then entered the room. Within minutes, Feng Shihan was thrown out by the man. It was then that she finally realized something was wrong. Last night, he himself took the initiative to ask Feng Shihan for dinner in order to hook up with the Feng family, and got drunk over the contract. Although the contract was signed, Chu Fei smiled and casually pulled out a stool and sat down. Uncle Li, give me a breakfast too. Liu smiled faintly, okay young master. Then, turning around, he went into the kitchen. Pops, when are we leaving? But I have itchy hands. Yunyu glanced at Chu Fei faintly. Just eat. Where's all this talk? Can't we talk about it after we eat? Mom opened her mouth, and Chu Fei could only shut up resentfully. Who let Mom be the boss at home? After having breakfast, Yunyu then changed into a set of clothes. Speaking to his father and son, he said, I went shopping with my sisters. Seeing his mother leave, Chu Fei and Chu Tianhua looked at each other and smiled. Pops, leaving now? Chu Tianhua shook his head and instead landed his gaze on Liu. Old Li, notify Shadow, and the 4 of them. Let them through. Liu nodded slightly, yes, master. After saying that, he immediately contacted the 4 shadows. There was also some small excitement in Chu Fei's heart. The Shadow Squad, one of the most powerful under Pop's hand. He himself had been taught by Shadow and the others when he was still young. Now, all these years later, I wonder if they're even better. It wasn't long before the 4 shadows came. Master, young master. The speaker was none other than the Shadow, wearing a black demon mask. Brother Shadow, long time no see. Take my punch. Chu Fei instantly rushed out, clenched his right hand into a fist, and slammed it against the Shadow. The Shadow smiled bashfully and stepped back. Make a fist and meet it. Bang! The fists of the 2 men clashed. A dull voice rang out. Chuffy took a step back while Shadow also took a step back. But judging from the blow, the 2 were equal. But Chu Fei only used 40% of his strength for this punch. And Shadow, with 30%. Shadow, as expected. I used 40% of my strength, you used 30% at most. Chu Fei shook off his somewhat raw fist and was filled with surprise. Shadow, on the other hand, laughed, young master's progress over the years has simply exceeded my imagination. It won't be long before the young master should be about the same as me. In Shadow's opinion, Chu Fei's rate of progress was really fast. At 23 years old, with such strength, it was absolutely extraordinary. Chu Tianji waved his hand and laughed. Well brat, all you know is fighting with your shadow brother. Go. Wait until we get to the dragon family, and I'll let you have your fill. His tone, at this moment, steeply became incomparably cold. The Long family, today, will disappear. Chapter 92, Today, I, the King of Hell, have come to claim my life. Long Family Manor. Nearly a week had passed since the attack. Yet nothing useful was heard. Those hearing this, Longjin's few people froze. It seems like makes so much sense. As the Supreme Man was the head of the entire Grand Xia, as long as he opened his mouth, the military department could only follow orders. That seems to make everything reasonable. But I don't see the reasoning behind the Supreme's choice to do so. It won't do him any good if our Long family is gone. On the contrary, the whole economy of Daxiao will be hit. Will he do that as a leader? Long Xiao voiced his question. After all, leaders have to think about reasonableness. It's not a good thing that the Long family disappeared and fell into a financial crisis. Maybe he made some kind of deal with those people? Dragon Frenzy let out a cold laugh. Last time, when the Supreme Man took Sun Yanning from his hands, he didn't agree. But in the way of the other party's identity, he didn't dare to kill himself. He could only let the other side take the half-dead Sun Yanning away. Just as the crowd was doubting the Supreme Man, the butler came running in from outside the villa in a hurry. Master! There's someone who's come looking for trouble. Hearing this, Long Maniac's face instantly turned cold. At a time like this, there are still people who dare to come to the door looking for trouble. Do you really think that the Long family is a soft touch? In an instant, several people from Longjin got up from the sofa. Follow me out and see. As he spoke, Long Maniac walked at the front, while Longjin and the others followed behind. When the crowd came to the wide yard outside the manor, 2 luxury cars were parked at the location of the gate. Directly in front of the car, 7 men stood. To Dragon Frenzy, 6 of them were strangers. The last one, he wasn't familiar with, but he knew. Shuffy? He instantly recognized Chu Fei among the several people. The eyes instantly went cold. Dragon Family Master. I didn't expect that you would recognize me, it's a bit of a surprise. Chu Fei was a bit surprised that the other party actually knew him. However, with the other party's status, it was normal to know about himself. I don't know, what is it that you, the King of Hell, have come to my Long family for? Or are you trying to avenge your master? Dragon Madness laughed with disdain in his eyes. Sun Yanning was not even their opponent, let alone Chu Fei. As for these few people he called, in his opinion, they were just people from the Dragon team. You're right about that. I, the King of Hell, naturally won't show up easily, and once I do, it's a lifesaver. So, are you ready to die? Chu Fei's fists were clenched, and an icy killing intent flashed in his eyes. Longjin took a step forward, just by you? Do you really think that you have the qualifications to make a move against my father? Come on, let me see if you're a real King of Hell or not. As he spoke, he hooked his hand at Chu Fei. The flavor of the provocation is unmistakable. Only, Chu Tianhua, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. Dragon Madness, right? You've got a lot of nerve. Even if you do it to my son, it's not enough for him to be killed when he's not strong enough. But to my big brother hands, but also a few people surrounded, is not it a bit unreasonable to say ah? It was at this time that the gazes of the Long Maniac's several people landed on Chu Tianhuang's body. At this moment, they realized something. This man is actually Chu Fei's father? I can't believe they've never heard of it. And who is this man's big brother? Could it be Sun Yanning? Who are you? Longjin's face chilled as he asked in a cold voice. Chu Tian Maniac laughed, took out 2 cigars from his pocket and threw one to Chu Fei. Who am I? My last name is Chu, my first name is Heavenly Madness. You may not have heard of it, it doesn't matter. The important thing is? Today I am here to take revenge, are you ready to die? Chu Tianhua lit his cigar and took a deep breath. Thick smoke exhaled slowly, with a hint of coffee. Shuffy didn't order it, he just put it in his pocket. A heated smile followed by a gaze that turned cold. The cold eyes just stared at the Dragon Madness several people. In addition to the 2 people, Long Zhen and Long Xiao, there were several experts from the Long family behind the 3 of them. In terms of numbers, Chu Fei's side did not have the advantage. After all, the other side numbered more than a dozen. And there are quite a few bodyguards in the neighborhood on their way. In just 2 minutes, the number of people on the other side had reached more than 30. And in the hands of the other party, clear open swords. Ha! Though I don't know where you guys got the nerve to come after my dragon family. But now that you're here, you certainly won't be left empty-handed. Revenge, right? Great! My dragon family hasn't encountered anything like this for a long time, so today, I'll use your heads to tell the entire Grand Xia that my dragon family isn't something anyone can mess with. Kill me! Dragon Frenzy let out a furious shout. In an instant, more than 30 people rushed towards Chu Fei's several people in unison. Pops! Leave Longjin to me. That old man, I'm not robbing you. Chu Tianhao removed the cigar in his mouth and casually threw it away. In his eyes, a blast of biting killing intent erupted. No problem. I also happen to be moving my shins. Shadow, those stragglers, over to you. Without speaking, the Shadow drew his own weapon from his belt, a straight-tanged blade. The sharp blade glinted coldly in the sunlight. Turning to the three companions at his side, he said slowly, "Leave no one behind." With a sharp stomp of his legs, he instantly rushed out, leaving a deep footprint on the spot. Fighting, breaking out in a flash. Chapter 93 The Dragon Family Disappears. In just a few minutes, the ground was already full of sprawling corpses. The thick smell of blood rose to the sky, making people gag. Except that it has no effect on those who are still alive. Bang! Chu Fei and Longjin touched each other's fists, and both of them fell back several steps. A deep footprint was left underneath the two men's feet. Boy! I didn't expect you to be strong, but you seem to be quite good. It seems that I have underestimated you. Longjin shook off his somewhat raw arm, his eyes narrowing slightly. In his eyes, Chu Fei's strength was definitely more than what was in front of him. Though both sides hadn't brought out any real power up to this point. But he had a kind of intuition that this kid was likely to be stronger than himself. Yes? The corners of Chu Fei's mouth rose slightly, and all the muscles in his body began to tighten at this moment. This time, he wasn't going to hold back. Shadow and the others were nearing the end of their battle, and they couldn't afford to drag it out themselves. Feeling the aura that erupted from Chu Fei's body, Longjin's face gradually turned cold. It seemed that the other party was planning to fight to the death with himself. Grabbing the corner of his coat with one hand, he yanked hard. Snort! The thin clothes were torn by him, revealing a firm body. Chu Fei's face was calm, and the muscles of his legs were taut. Bang! The entire person instantly rushed out like an arrow off the string. Longjin, on the other hand, had long been ready to meet the battle. The two were once again entangled in a piece, punches and kicks, all running towards each other's death points. Bang! Chuffy cracks a nice hook into Longjin's ribs. And Longjin kicked him in the chest. Almost at the same time, the two of them retreated more than 10 steps backward before they managed to stop. Longjin's face was a bit ugly, his ribs were broken by his opponent under this punch. And Chu Fei wasn't much better, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The kick from the other side shook the 5 organs. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he hooked his hand at Longjin. Again! Longjin's face sank as he took the initiative to rush forward. On the other hand, the battle between Chu Tianjiang and Long Maniac had already come to an end. Dragon Madness was covered in blood, and his old face was covered in gloom. The bones in his body, and I don't know how many of them were, die in peace. By the way, I'll tell you a little secret. In fact, in this capital city, amongst your 4 great families, the most trashy one is your family. The Yun family has me behind them, while the Win family and the Han family are backed by even more powerful families. Just your Long family, you have nothing. There's a saying, you can't live with yourself. When Long Maniac heard these words, his lips moved and he wanted to say something else, but he couldn't. The gleam in his eyes slowly disappeared as he swallowed his last breath and closed his eyes. By now, only Longjin and Chu Fei remained to be divided. Chu Tianhao found a seat and sat down, taking out a cigar from his pocket and lighting himself up. Then, watching the battle between Chu Fei and Longjin, he couldn't help but speak, "Brat, you can't do it either. It's been so long and you still haven't gotten it done." When these words came out, Longjin, who was concentrating on fighting Chu Fei, had his heart jumped. Take a moment to look back around. Only to find, to his horror, a floor full of corpses. Including his own father, who has fallen. And Chuffy took this opportunity to slam his fist on his chin. Bang! The terrifying force smashed Longjin out with a punch. The entire jaw was dislocated under that punch. Longjin slowly got up, and held his chin in his big hand. Pop! The dislocated jaw was picked up by him. However, this punch had caused his brain to receive a violent shock, and at this moment, his gaze towards Chu Fei appeared a little blurry. It's time to end it. Chu Fei took a deep breath and walked step by step towards Longjin. Longjin takes the initiative and tries to regain the momentum. But the gap in strength could no longer be bridged. After 3 moves, Longjun had collapsed on the ground, covered in blood, with an unknown number of broken bones. Only then did Chu Fei wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Starting today, the Long family will disappear completely. You boy. The strength isn't there yet. Thought you could crush it? Chu Tianhua scoffed from the sidelines. Chu Fei glared at his old dad without a good mood. Old dad, how can you say that you're also a father? Is there a way for you to talk about your son like that? Ha ha ha. Chu Tianhua laughed out loud. All right. Go. As for this place, I guess it won't take long for someone to clean it up. Just as the crowd was about to leave, an army green jeep pulled up. A whole dozen of them, all clear, stopped at the Long family's gate. Hundreds of loaded warriors came down from the car, and the person at the head was none other than Yi Ao. As he walked into the courtyard, he saw bodies all over the floor. The shock in his eyes was beyond words. I didn't realize that I had just received the news for just over 10 minutes, and the battle was already over. Chuffy. His eyes were incomparably cold as he stared at Chu Fei. All of this was because of Chu Fei. And the moment he saw Yi Ao, Chu Fei's face instantly turned cold. Got here pretty fast. What? Is it to arrest me? Chapter 94, Highest, Present. The atmosphere, at this moment, became a bit tense. Of those people Yi Ao brought, no one didn't recognize Chu Fei. One was the captain of the first team of the Dragon team, and the other was the captain of the second team. Both of them are very high up in the hierarchy. You bet. I came over here today to arrest you. Yi Ao sneered. In his heart, he was in ecstasy. The Long family members were all dead, so he could completely reach a cooperation with the Han family. And the other person is giving himself some help. This position of Dragon team leader, he was bound to win. Then you can try. Let's see if your people dare to arrest me. Chuffy stood still and took out the cigar from his pocket that Pops had given him earlier. Nodding slowly, he took a deep breath. That familiar taste was a treat for him. Yi Ao's eyes narrowed slightly. Men. Arrest them all for me. With a wave of his hand, he was about to have his men arrest all of Chu Fei and the others. But those henchmen looked at me, I looked at you, surprisingly no one dared to make a move. Captain Yi. The other party is Captain Chu, and we have no rights. A lieutenant spoke in a low voice. Yi Ao, on the other hand, snorted, so what if he's a captain? I saw him killing innocent people indiscriminately with my own eyes today, and with that single offense, I can dismiss him from his position. If there is any resistance, shoot on the spot. As he spoke, Yi Ao took out a pistol directly from his waist, and the dark hole was aimed at Chu Fei. At that moment, the 4 shadows also walked in front of Chu Fei. The tanged swords in their hands were tightly clenched, and as long as the other party dared to shoot, they would not hesitate to do so. At the very least, this person who was pointing a gun at the young master must die. Yi Ao. Been eyeing the team leader position for a long time, haven't you? You're responsible for what happened to the group leader. Otherwise, let's do it today too? Chu Fei slowly pushed away the shadow and walked over to Yi Ao. Still with the other guy's gun pointed at him. Yi Ao's face was full of ice, but he really didn't dare to shoot. No orders had been received from the military, and if one dared to shoot, the consequences would be death. Moreover, as far as these people around Chu Fei were concerned, they were definitely not any good people either. The moment the shot was fired, he had no doubt that he too would be killed. Chuffy. Count on it. I don't have the means to arrest you, but none of these people around you are going anywhere. Men. Arrest everyone except Captain Chu for me, and if there is any resistance, shoot them on the spot. This time, those warriors immediately held their weapons in their hands and walked towards Chu Tianhao and the others. Several people from Shadow had already prepared for battle, with icy killing intent flashing in their eyes. I'll see who dares. Chu Fei let out a cold cry. For a moment, everyone stopped in their tracks. There was a look of embarrassment on his face. The orders of both men were, for them, irresistible. What's the holdup? Take it down for me. Yi Ao roared angrily. While Chu Fei didn't give him a chance, he raised his hand and slammed a fist towards Yi Ao's chest. Yi Ao hastily raised his hand to resist, but his body fell back several steps uncontrollably. Yi Ao was furious and raised his pistol to pull the trigger. But just at that moment, a voice came. Stop it all. A man in a black suit slowly stepped out of the crowd. The moment he saw this man, a slight look of surprise appeared in Chu Tianjing's eyes. And both Chu Fei and Yi Ao were shocked. Meet Mr. Jiang. The man in the black suit was the supreme person, Mr. Jiangping Jiang. Jiangping nodded, then looked at Yi Ao. Clean this place up. Block the message. Chuffy, and that gentleman might as well have a chat? Jiangping's gaze landed on Chu Tianhuang. Chu Tianhua smiled bashfully. Could be. In front of Yi Ao, Jiangping took Chu Fei and Chu Tianhao and the others and left the Long family manor. Yi Ao, on the other hand, was filled with shock. He didn't understand why Mr. Jiang was on Chu Fei's side. By all rights, Mr. Jiang shouldn't be siding with anyone or family. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, his face was a bit gloomy. Come on, man. Gather all the bodies for me. Dig a pit and burn it on the spot. After ordering, Yi Ao returned to the car. Took out his cell phone and made a call. It wasn't long before a mature man's voice came on the other end of the line. Mr. Han. Yi Ao's tone was quite respectful. Aha. Yes? Didn't I say not to contact me without an emergency? The person on the other end of the line was quite upset. Yi Ao slowly spoke out, Mr. Han, we might be in trouble. Just now, there was a murder in the Long family manor. Everyone in the Long family, including Long Maniac, is dead. Upon hearing these words, there was silence on the other end of the line for several seconds. Ha! It seems like the Dragon family has messed with someone they shouldn't have. Who moved it, do you know? Yi Ao hesitated for a few seconds before saying Chu Fei's name. Chuffy. He's got that? It seemed that this Mr. Han was not surprised that the Long family had disappeared. But it was a surprise to the person who made the shot. Yes. And Mr. Jiang also appeared and took away Chu Fei as well as the people who struck out together. That surprised Han on the other end of the line more than a little. Mr. Jiang stepped in too? It seems that this Chu Fei has some identity that we don't know about. You may be in trouble this election. What? A hint of incomprehension appeared in Yi Ao's eyes. The Han family has agreed to mobilize all their connections to help themselves to the top. But now, it says there's trouble. Isn't this a tease? Mr. Han, that's not what you said when we worked together before. Yi Ao's tone had a little more anxiety in it. Sayaka. There are some things you're better off not knowing. Since Mr. Jiang has taken the initiative, don't you understand? It's likely that Mr. Jiang doesn't want the Dragon team to parasitize a certain family. Working for a certain family, you know what I mean? But that's no guarantee that's the case. Anyway, the election is tomorrow, so we'll see how things really go tomorrow. I have things to do, so I'll hang up. The phone was hung up and Yi Ao's face was as gloomy as water. I didn't realize that what was agreed upon was backfired. On what grounds? He's not happy about it. But as Mr. Han said, no one knows what it's like until the end. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone with the intention of giving Ichi a call to ask him how things were going over there. However, the calls were left unanswered. He froze. This is, like, the first time. Called again, still no answer. What the hell? One and all don't want me well? Then, driving alone, he sped toward a secret estate outside the city. Chapter 95, Old Friends. In a luxurious courtyard in the capital. In the yard, a modest pomegranate tree was planted, covered with reddish pomegranates, radiating an attractive color. Under the tree lay a stone table, at which sat two men, neither of whom spoke. After several minutes, someone finally broke the silence. I thought I told you, I'm not coming back? Why are you breaking the rules? It's hard for me to do the same when you're like this. Jiangping looked at the Chu Tianhuang in front of him, his eyes filled with complexity. He knew the reason why Chu Tianhua left in the first place. But there were some things that he couldn't open his mouth in front of Chu Fei and so many people. So, it was only possible to talk to him alone. As for Chu Fei, he could only be outside the door. I only came back for revenge. Something happened to my big brother and I'm seeking justice for him, is that okay? Chu Tian Maniac quietly looked at Jiangping in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. In fact, with the strength of the military department, it wasn't difficult to find those armed organizations that attacked the Long family in the capital. After all, both had entered Daxia, and many of their actions could not escape surveillance. Chu Tianhao also knew that the reason why they had not been found by the Long family was that Jiang Ping was behind this manipulation. Hiding all the news, half of it was never revealed. Just that? A mere dragon family is worth making you so angry? Jiang Ping calmly looked at Chu Tianhua. As far as he was concerned, the Long family was among the ones who jumped the most aggressively in the capital. But the Long family thought they were so powerful that the other three great families didn't dare to speak. But unbeknownst to them, they are nothing more than clowns. If the other three great clans were really angered, it would only be a matter of moments before they were destroyed. Hearing Jiang Ping's words, Chu Tianhua was silent for several seconds. I'm just trying to prove that I'm capable of coming back. Hearing his words, Jiang Ping shook his head. Far from it. In fact, you know better than I do how strong they really are. It was at their behest that you left in the first place. I didn't tell anyone about your return this time. Leave before they know it. Otherwise, it's hard for me to do it. Jiang Ping let out a long sigh, and Chu Tianjing's face became more and more ugly. Eventually, he got up and nodded. I know. However, my son will stay in Daxia. If he can't stay, then each will fight for his life. After saying that, Chu Tian maniac turned around and left the courtyard. Jiang Ping watched Chu Tianhuan leave and just shook his head. He was nothing more than a small man, capable of replacing himself at any time in the presence of those people. One presses one's own words, in the presence of unusual people, one's own or a great one. But only you know how small you are. When he came to the door, Chuffy was chatting with Shadow. Pops. What did Mr. Jiang talk to you about? Actually, Xu Fei was quite curious. Because he also didn't expect that Pops knew Mr. Jiang. And, by the looks of it, the relationship is pretty unusual. What can there be to talk? Don't tomorrow be an election? I'm meeting some old friends to help out tonight, so come along. Chu Tianhao did not give Xu Fei a chance to refuse and kicked him into the car. And the news of the dragon family's disappearance began to spread throughout the capital. Families of all sizes, all received this horrible news. An existence as powerful as the dragon family disappeared completely from sight in a week's time. This kind of strength was simply terrifyingly powerful. Many people are speculating about which family did it. Into the night. In the private room of a luxurious 5-star hotel in the capital. Pops, I didn't realize you actually had old friends in the capital. Who is it? Do I know? Xu Fei was a bit curious. Pop's old friend, who could it be? Chu Tianji lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. You don't recognize them, they walk down the street like normal people, how do you recognize them? Hearing Pop's words, Xu Fei became even more puzzled. Pop's words made Xu Fei even more surprised. A double surname? These days, compound surnames are rare. Just as he was surprised, a hearty laugh came from the door. What? Start bad-mouthing me before you even get there? The door was pushed open and two more old men in their late 50s walked into the booth. Yo! I didn't realize old Lian was faster than us, huh? Xu Tian laughed wildly. Sit. Little Fei, this is Uncle Shangguan, and that one is Uncle Morong. Xu Fei got up and made a salute. Greetings to Uncle Shangguan, Uncle Morong. It was at this time that Chu Tianhua pressed the button on the table. This is the button for serving food, which is usually found in star hotels. Alright, old Chu. I'm sure there's nothing good in coming to us, right? Say, what for? Shangguan Bei sat on the stool and asked bluntly. Chu Tianhao, however, just smiled faintly. What's the panic? The wine hasn't even been drunk yet, we haven't seen each other for so many years, isn't it like words to not drink a few cups before chatting? Chapter 96, I advise you to go home and look around. The wine is over. Only then did Chu Tianhua put down his wine glass. In fact, this time, I asked you guys to come here because I want you to help this brat in my family. Tomorrow is the day of the Dragon Team election. He, on the other hand, has been trying to take the seat for quite some time. So yeah, wanted to ask you guys for some help. Hearing this from his old dad, Xu Fei was somewhat helpless. What do you mean you've wanted this seat for a long time? He himself had no idea about the position at all. It's only because Master Naihao has been asking himself not to let Yi Ao sit in this position that he's running for the election. Otherwise, one doesn't even bother to participate. So that's what this is about. Shangguan Bei let out a light laugh as his gaze fell on Xu Fei's body. Then he thought, you kid, you should be the captain of the first team of the dragon group, Chu Fei, the one known as Yin Wang, right? Chu Fei's face was filled with embarrassment, not realizing that his name was quite big. Yes. Uncle Shangguan, it's just what other people are making up. I'm just a little kid in front of you guys. In fact, when he saw these three people, Chu Fei clearly felt that the aura of these three people was very strong. At least, on the same level as Pops. Don't look at the other party as an ordinary old man on the surface, but in reality, it was a rare expert. There's no need to be modest, you kid. You've got a name, and it's not a small one. Liangjun laughed and viewed Chu Fei with a few more points of appreciation in his gaze. Compared to the ones from his own family, this kid crushed those brats from his own family in every aspect. I thought it was something big. Just this little thing, no problem. Morong Zhang nodded and did not refuse. To them, it's just a small thing. All that was needed was for them to each speak to those in the family, and it was 100% a done deal. Hey! I knew I'd have no problem finding you guys. Come on, drink. Grinning wildly, Chu Tianji picked up his wine glass and took another sip. The other three also laughed and finished their cups in one gulp. After some small talk, Chu Fei also heard some news that he never knew before from the content of the chat. Take this Uncle Liang for example, the Liang family behind him is an obscure existence in the capital. But no family has ever dared to find them in trouble. Not for any other reason, just because Uncle Liang's family is full of soldiers. In the military department, it's only as good as it gets. Even, Chu Fei heard some familiar names. Those people, they're all in the middle and upper echelons of the military. The identity belonged to the same level of existence as his own, or even higher. As for Uncle Shangguan, Chu Fei did not hear anything. The only thing that was known was that Uncle Shangguan's family was not in the capital, but in the provinces. The same goes for Uncle Morong, whose family is also in the provinces. Only, they are retired in the capital. There is not much involvement in what goes on in the family. When you get older, you just want to enjoy what little time you have left. At the end of dinner, Liang Zhan and the three of them bid farewell to Chu Tian Maniac and left on their own. In the private room, only Chu Tianhao and Chu Fei remained. Pops. Uncle Liang's family, I kind of know. What about Uncle Shangguan and Uncle Morong? I was just listening to you guys talk, and it wasn't mentioned. Chu Tianhao slowly got up and lit a cigarette. Took a deep breath and exhaled the smoke slowly. Their family, you don't need to know that yet. I'll tell you if I need to, naturally. Now, just do your own thing. Pop's words caused Chu Fei's newly raised interest to be instantly drowned out. As long as Pops didn't want to say anything, he wouldn't say a word more to himself. There. Go home. I won't be going with you to tomorrow's election. I'm going to Jiangnan to see your master, and then I'm going back abroad with your mom. Hearing this, Chu Fei let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Pops would be over here for a long time. Yes. The next day, Chu Fei drove his car and arrived at the war zone headquarters. Today's election is in the top floor conference room, and it's still early enough that a lot of people haven't shown up yet. However, outside the conference room, there were quite a few high-ranking figures from the war zone gathered. When they saw Chu Fei appear, many people were slightly startled. Didn't you say Chu Fei was out on a mission? How come you're back? There was some curiosity in the minds of the crowd. However, it is thought that he should have known about the election and made a special trip back. But it's back and it's useless. Among them, but many of them were already on Yi Ao's team. Isn't that Captain Chu? What's with the early return? Is it mission accomplished? A conspiratorial voice rang through the crowd. The one who opened his mouth to speak was a young man. This man is the deputy minister of the theater headquarters, Lu Shihui. Vice Minister Lu, long time no see. How has your health been lately? Are there still enough 6-flavored pills? Shouldn't be a kidney loss now, should it? Chu Fei didn't have any surprises, and his tone was very bland as he returned. Everyone around the room stifled their laughter at that comment. It was the last time Lu Shihui fainted in the office, and after examination, it was found to be caused by kidney deficiency. The doctor prescribed him several bottles of hexamethonium pills. When the story spread, it became the butt of his jokes. However, due to their status, many people did not dare to talk about this matter and could only discuss it in private. But Chu Fei said it to his face, "You're welcome." I'm just being honest here. Chu Fei slightly clasped his fists at the crowd. Lu Shihui was so angry that his face was full of iron, but he could not find any words to retort. Chu Fei's mouth was notorious in the military department. Why can't you control your own mouth? He somewhat regretted finding trouble with Chu Fei. Vice Minister Lu, why don't you say anything? Wasn't I right? Hey, I'd advise you to go home and check it out, in case there's actually a car parked in your space and it's too late to regret it. Chapter 97, I'm not convinced. You. Lu Shihui stared at Chu Fei to death, itching to get him killed. But he didn't dare. The status of both sides, at one level. And the other side is a separate group that goes out on its own, and is commanded by nothing but the highest person, which is the leader who can command. Even this status of the Dragon Team leader was higher than him. In special cases, you also have to listen to each other's mobilization. All right. Vice Minister Lu, don't look at me with those dead fish eyes either, it's quite disgusting. I didn't want to throw up the breakfast I just ate this morning. Chu Fei waved his hand, then walked towards the conference room. And at that moment, when the crowd saw him go in, they also looked at each other and walked into the conference room. There are only 10 minutes left before the election begins. As time passed by, more and more people entered the conference room. And the status is getting higher. However, after seeing Yi Ao walk into the conference room, many people's eyes fell on him. Only his face was extraordinarily ugly and his eyes were red. Chuffy. What a tactic. Dang good tactics. As soon as he entered, he said such inexplicable words to Chu Fei. The crowd was a little curious as to what had happened in between. It would make Yi Ao so angry. And Chu Fei looked at Yi Ao that way with a faint smile on his face. Captain Yi, I don't know what I've done to make you so angry. Yi Ao clenched both fists. If this wasn't the headquarters, he would definitely want to fight Chu Fei. The organization that he had worked so hard to cultivate had just disappeared. When I arrived at the estate outside of town last night, all that was left was blood all over the floor. Inside the villa, there were bullet holes everywhere. It's not hard to tell that there must have been a violent clash here. When he examined the shell casings on the ground, he knew that it must have been Chu Fei who had struck. Moreover, not even Yi Qi's body was found. This man who had been trained by himself for so many years had poured a lot of heart and soul into him. Now, please ask Captain Chu Fei and Captain Yi Ao to rise. Liang Quan's face was calm as his gaze fell on the two men. Chu Fei and Yi Ao slowly rose from their positions. All of you are team leader Su's favored students, and this time the position of team leader will be chosen from among you. Regardless of who becomes the leader of the group, I want you to manage the dragon group and serve the country. Understand? Chu Fei and Yi Ao shouted in unison, understood. Only then did Liang Quan nod. But before I do, I have something to say. Team leader Su already called mine. He couldn't show up because of his health, so his vote, too, was the most important one. Occupying 40% of the ratio. At these words, the hearts of those present hung in the air. This is the vote that counts. But many people had already guessed the outcome, there would be no surprises that this vote would fall on Chu Fei. This vote, Su group leader decided to give. Chu Fei. Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. There are no surprises. Now, let the election begin. Liang Quan slowly placed his gaze on Yi Ao. And a cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Ao's mouth. Even though Chu Fei occupied 40%, 95% of the people present had received their own benefits. There are no surprises in this election. He had even mentally prepared that the first thing he would do when he became the leader of the group, that would be to break up Chu Fei's first team. Now, those who agree to Yi Ao being the leader of the dragon team, please raise your hands. Before I raise my hand, I would like you to be fair and impartial and choose the person in your mind who is qualified for this position. After that, he stopped talking. In the next second, a number of people in the room raised their hands. 1, 2, 3. Of the 46 people in the entire room, more than 30 raised their hands. However, Yi Ao's face changed slightly. Because what he expected was that at least 40 people in the room would elect themselves. But now when you look at it, there are only 35. That means there are still 11 people who don't elect themselves. There is no shortage of people who have paid a lot of money for themselves. However, they did not raise their hands. The gazes of those people appeared calm, as if they didn't notice Yi Ao's gaze that was about to eat people. Yes. Those who chose Captain Yao, there are 35, accounting for 46%. Slightly better than Captain Chuffy. As soon as Liang Quan opened his mouth, Yao became a bit tense. Commander, wait a little longer. There are still some people that haven't thought about it yet? Yao couldn't help but speak out. Liang Quan gave Yao a faint glance, then slowly spoke, is there anyone else who chose Captain Yao? Along with the fall of his voice, there was no one present to answer. After waiting for a whole minute, Liang Quan looked at Yao. There. Now, those who choose Chu Fei to be the leader of the group, please raise your hands. As the words fell, Liang Quan was the first to raise his hand. And those who didn't choose Yao also raised their hands. This time, Yao was completely enraged. The killing intent in his eyes could not be concealed in the slightest. After spending so much money on themselves, they went and chose Chu Fei. He couldn't believe it. Those who chose Captain Chu Fei accounted for 54%, slightly better than Captain Yao. Therefore, I announced that the position of Dragon Team leader will be held by. Before the words were finished, Yao violently slammed his fist on the table. I'm not convinced. I request the commander to let me have a match with Chu Fei. If Chu Fei can win against me, I'll willingly give up this position of group leader to him. Chapter 98, Competition. Competition? The crowd in the room was stunned. In fact, the strength of the two captains was not much different. If it really comes down to a competition, it's really not certain who will win or lose. Yes. Meet you. Without waiting for Liang Quan to speak, Chu Fei spoke. He was still thinking of finding an opportunity to ruthlessly clean up Yao. I didn't expect to be sent to my door on my own accord. Since Captain Chu has spoken, let's have a match. But Yao still had conditions. And if you lose, how about automatically giving up the position of group leader? Hiss. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. According to this match between the two was not a simple sparring match. It certainly won't stop until there's blood. As you wish. Without any hesitation, Chu Fei responded immediately. In that case, let's compete on the training ground. Seeing that both of them had already agreed, Liang Quan couldn't say anything more himself. After all, Big Brother had spoken to himself last night. Vote Chuffy for this choice. I don't know why, but it's always good to listen to your big brother. Surrounded by the crowd, the two arrived at the training grounds of the war zone. At this moment, there were quite a few people training in the training ground. Upon seeing so many high-ranking people appear at the same time, the many warriors were startled. This is the first time I've seen such a spectacular sight. Liang Quan waved his hand at the many warriors who were training. Stop it all. Now, everyone find a seat and carefully study the match between Captain Chu Fei and Captain Yao. Watch and learn. Learn a part of it, and it will be enough for you. The words triggered the mood of all the warriors. The two captains of the Dragon Team unexpectedly want to fight against each other. And, in front of so many people. That's a first. Immediately, the squad leaders organized the men and found empty seats on the training ground. Liang Quan and the others also neatly found an open space and sat down, not caring about the gravel dust on the ground. The news of Chu Fei and Yao's battle against each other spread throughout the entire war zone in almost no time. Regardless of the position, or just ordinary little fighters, they all appeared around in droves. Sit neatly on the ground and wait for the battle to begin. And Chu Fei and Yao stood right in the middle of everyone. Liang Quan looked at the growing number of people around him and was in no hurry to get the two of them started. A full 10 minutes later, the personnel had pretty much arrived, and only then did he get up. Chu Fei, Yao. Point taken. Begin. After that, he sat back down. Yao reached down and took off his shirt, revealing his firm muscles. On the whole arm, the veins rippled. I didn't have the chance to spar with you before, so let me see how strong you, the captain of the first team, really are today. As for Chu Fei, his expression was calm. Reaching down, he took off his shirt, and his well-proportioned, powerful body was instantly revealed to the crowd. It was not like Yao's kind of high bulging muscles, but it was quite beautiful. I'll show you how to write the word regret. As soon as the words fell, both of them rushed towards each other at the same time. Bang! Without any fancy moves, their fists clashed. That dull sound made many people present feel their scalps go numb. It's so big, aren't you afraid of bone damage? Almost at the same time, Xu Fei and Yi Ao raised their legs at the same time and kicked each other in the chest. Bang! Another muffled thud. Both of their bodies fell back several steps at the same time. But that's just the beginning. All the muscles in Xu Fei's body began to tighten, and his eyes were ice cold. And Yi Ao, too. Bang! Both of them killed each other at the same time. On the ground, both left a shallow footprint. Bang bang bang! Every move and style of the two men rushed to smash at each other's death points without the slightest bit of mercy. Look at this situation, it's either you or me. Yi Ao slammed his fist into Chuffy's chest, and Chuffy slammed his fist into his chin. Xu Fei retreated several steps backward, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Not bad, a bit of strength. Yi Ao also got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of teeth from his mouth. You too. Barely enough. The others looked on in nothing but shock. But in terms of power, the two were indistinguishable. The technique is as good as it gets. After all, both of them were disciples who studied under Sun Yanning. The moves used naturally have a way of defusing them. Next, you'll have to catch it. Yi Ao sneered at Xu Fei and assumed a strange fighting stance. Looking at it, it doesn't look like Sun Yanning taught him. And looking at Yi Ao's appearance, Liang Quan frowned slightly. This pose? Something doesn't seem right. Seeing Yi Ao's pose, Xu Fei's face also gained an extra point of gravity. It seemed that the other party also knew that they couldn't tell the difference between victory and defeat if they fought with themselves. Now it's straightforward to not use the moves taught by the master. It seems. There are people who teach you other kung fu. Xu Fei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked at Yi Ao with cold eyes. Yi Ao didn't say anything, but he hooked his hand at Xu Fei. The flavor of the provocation is unmistakable. Xu Fei took a deep breath and clenched his hands into fists in front of him. You think you're the only one who can? He, likewise, assumed a fighting stance. When he saw this posture, Liang Quan's eyes clearly had a few more points of surprise in them. It's a pose he recognizes. But this pose is not. Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind. No wonder Big Brother told him to vote for Xu Fei yesterday. It turns out that this kid is the son of Chu Tianhuang. No wonder he looked so familiar in this position. The win, then, was almost doomed. As for Yi Ao, his face was filled with shock as he looked at the battle pose that Xu Fei had struck. He didn't understand. Where did the opponent learn the other kung fu? This posture of Xu Fei's was obviously something he had learned from a young age. Are you ready for, 6 months in bed? Xu Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Ao. The latter was slightly stunned, and before he could say anything, Xu Fei had already rushed over. His face changed dramatically. Hastily, he raised his hands to block. Bang! Iron Mountain leaning. The terrifying impact directly knocked Yi Ao back more than 10 steps. Each step backwards left a deep footprint on the ground. Before he could react, Xu Fei once again killed. 8-pole avalanche. Xu Fei's mouth exploded. When it appeared in front of Yi Ao, it stopped violently. The right elbow matched the strength of his entire body, as well as the impact of just rushing over, and pushed hard against Yi Ao's arms in both hands. Everyone clearly heard a click. A click. Yi Ao's entire body flew backward more than 3 meters and heavily hit the ground. Both hands have broken arms and are covered in bruises. The whole man was lying on the ground, unable to get up. Opening his mouth, a mouthful of blood gushed out, and his eyes stared at Xu Fei in death. Why would you? Before he could finish a sentence, he had fallen into a coma. Xu Fei stood in place, his face indifferent. You're not the only one who knows external kung fu. Chapter 99 Background of the Han and Wind families. Now, I declare. Captain Xu Fei assumed the position of Dragon Team leader. I hope that Captain Xu will be able to lead all the members of the Dragon Team to greater heights. As Liang Quan opened his mouth, a loud applause rang out in the room. But all the same, a lot of people were cold and sweaty. Now that Xu Fei was seated in the position of Dragon Team leader, Yi Ao had been injured by him, and it would be impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Maybe, after recovery, it will choose to leave. Once Yi Ao left, those of them who still wanted to rely on Yi Ao to reach a higher position would have to endure the wrath from Xu Fei. Yes. I will. Xu Fei stood up straight and gave a salute to the crowd. Well, do what you have to do. Chu Fei, you come with me. Liang Quan waved at Chu Fei. The two came to Liang Quan's office. Sit. Liang Quan smiled bashfully, then sat down in his seat. Taking out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer, he threw it to Chu Fei. Chu Fei hesitated for a few seconds and opened his cigarettes and handed one to Liang Quan. By the way, he also helped him light the fire. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be the son of Chu Tianhua. If I hadn't just watched you strike that pose, I wouldn't have been able to tell. Liang Quan took a deep breath of his cigarette and quietly looked at Chu Fei. Chu Fei smiled somewhat awkwardly. The commander-in-chief didn't ask me either. By the way, commander-in-chief, what kind of person is that? Uncle Liang to you? Liang Quan knew who he was talking about and smiled. It's my big brother. Except that he hasn't been involved in military affairs for a long time and has been resting at home. Big brother? Chu Fei was also slightly stunned. I didn't realize that Uncle Liangjun was the elder brother of the commander-in-chief. It's no wonder the commander-in-chief voted for himself. Thank you, commander-in-chief, for your trust. Liang Quan waved his hand. All right, you kid won't need to say these polite words to me. But here's a little news for you. Yi Ao has gotten very close to the Han family recently. The Han clan is not like the Dragon clan, it's something you can take with your hands. Even your old man won't touch the Han family easily. Do you understand what I mean? The reason why he said something to Chu Fei was because he was afraid that the Han family would make a move against Chu Fei. And behind the Han family, there were still existences comparable to the Chu family, or even stronger. Commander-in-chief, what do you mean by? Chu Fei was a bit confused. Same as the four great families, could it be that the Han family is stronger than the Dragon family? Then why hasn't the Han family made a move against the Long family? It doesn't mean anything. Just telling you to think about the consequences before you do something. If there's any conflict with the Han family, it's best not to just go out and kill anyone, understand? He had heard about Chu Fei's character. It's okay to bully him, but you should never touch the people around him. Once you move, then you must be prepared to die. When this kid starts a fire, he doesn't care who is behind you, he will definitely not show any mercy to those who should be killed. I understand. Chuffy nodded. It seemed that the Han family wasn't as simple as he thought. Also, it's not just the Han family, but the Win family as well. As for the Yun family, that's your own family, so I won't say much. Right now the capital is a three-legged situation that won't be broken for a long time. The Win family too? It was Chu Fei's turn to be surprised. Could it be that, of the four great families in the capital, apart from the Long family, which had no backers, the Feng family and the Han family both had powerful backers? This fact was a bit of a surprise to him. I know. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, for talking to me about this. Liang Quan waved his hand. Okay, I'm not going to say anything more to you. Why don't you go back to Dragon Team and simply integrate the team? I have things to do, so I won't talk to you much longer. After saying goodbye to Liang Quan, Chu Fei returned to the Dragon Group. Just as he entered, he saw Blackie, Kai Huang, and Xiaoyu standing at the gate. They had long since received the news that Chu Fei had become the leader of the group. Seeing Chu Fei appear, they hurriedly shouted in unison, "Greetings, Team Leader Chu." Chu Fei looked at these familiar faces. Come on. I still don't know about your minds. Tonight, let the back kitchen prepare some hard dishes, and let's have a good drink. Gangnam City, Warzone Hospital. Chu Tianmania met Sun Yening, who was still lying on the hospital bed. After this period of treatment, Sun Yening's body had recovered a little and was able to speak. However, it will take a long time to recover completely. Big brother Su, I didn't expect to see you for so many years. I think back then, our first meeting was in the hospital, you were over here and I was next to you. That doesn't bode well. Chu Tianmania sat on the edge of the bed and smiled to himself. The first time we met back then, we were lying in a hospital bed ourselves. And Sun Yening was in the hospital bed next to him. This time, he was fine, and Sun Yening was still lying in the hospital bed. You boys mocking me? There was a hint of weakness in Sun Yening's voice, but her complexion was much better than before. How dare I? Chu Tianhua gave a sarcastic laugh. Sun Yening looked at the ceiling and slowly said, when you came back this time, the Long family should be gone, right? He was well aware of how huge Chu Tianji's power was now. It doesn't take much force to deal with the Long family. Aha! The Dragon family is gone now. Speaking of this, Chu Tianhua was silent for a few seconds before he proceeded to speak. I came back for that, actually. When these words came out, Sun Yanning turned his head slowly to look at him. Ryoga let out a long sigh. Are you still not happy? Chu Tianhua laughed coldly. Willingly. I'm most upset about this in my life. If I die, there's still this brat Chu Fei. I'll make sure to show them just how far the people they despised in the first place will go. Hearing this, Sun Yanning shook her head slightly. He knew that this matter would be difficult for Chu Tianhua to accept. But? So are you going to tell him? Or is it? Sun Yanning looked at Chu Tianhua with some hesitation. Chu Tian Maniac shook his head slightly. It's not the right time to tell him. This time, I came over here to try to give you that thing. As he spoke, he took something out of his pocket. Upon seeing that thing, Sun Yanying's face all changed slightly. It was a very simple jade pendant that looked just like a few dozen dollars of floor goods. Only, there is a strong and powerful character Chu engraved on it. Then you. Sun Yenying seemed to have guessed something, and a few moments of shock appeared in her eyes. Chu Tianhua smiled wildly. That's right. I'm just going back for a walk. If I make it back alive, I'll get this with you then. If I don't make it back alive, I'll trouble Big Brother Sue. You'll give this to the brat. Chapter 100 Warm Water with Ice and Jumping Jacks? The following day at noon, Chu Fei then took a plane back to Jiangnan. In the few days he was not in Jiangnan, not much happened. When he returned home, both Su Li and Yun Yulan were not at home. When he was just about to go to the company to look for Su Li, he received a call from Wang Xiyu. Hello? I heard you went to the capital? Is everything okay? On the phone, Wang Xia asked in a slightly flirtatious manner. Looking down on who? Will something happen to me? You ever seen anything happen on your own turf? Chu Fei laughed. Why, what's the matter with me? Wang Xiyu's tone became a bit more flirtatious. What? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? I have a bit of a physical need right now, why don't you fulfill it? Chu Fei's face darkened. This, pure and simple, is sick. Don't you know you can't joke about that to a man? Excuse me. I'm too decent a man to do such bad things. If you can't stand it, I can introduce you to a place. At this time, Wang Xia on the other end of the phone suddenly turned red in the face. At least you are one of the few beauties in Jiangnan, right? But for the life of me, this guy just wasn't interested in himself. All right. There's something I need to talk to you about, so come wait for me in that cafe downstairs from my office. After saying that, Wang Xiyu hung up the phone fiercely. Then, looking at the assistant beside him. Xiao Zhang, do you think I look good? The female assistant nodded heavily. That's natural. In this Jiangnan, there are not many beauties that can be compared to you, President. The people who want to chase you, I feel like they could be lined up all the way across town. Hearing the assistant say this, Wang Xia became even more depressed. Why, then, would any man not be interested in me? I've made it sound so proactive. He's still not impressed. The female assistant's eyes lit up at this time. President, I know. The other guy's move is called lusting after you, and in his heart he must be dying for something to happen with you. But on the surface it's just like I'm a decent guy. Actually, just a clothes horse, I've seen a lot of those. When Wang Xiyu heard her assistant say this, she surprisingly felt that it was correct. In her opinion, Chu Fei was a moralistic and righteous man. Well, you'll be at the office. Call me if anything happens. I'm going out for a bit. Wang Xia simply tidied up her makeup and then went downstairs. Taking a seat in a window seat at the cafe across the street downstairs, he slowly sipped his coffee. It wasn't long before Chuffy hitchhiked in. Sitting on his butt on the couch, he took a hard swig of iced coffee. Say, what's it to me? Wang Xia gave him a blank look. Is this how you drink coffee? How tasteless. Chu Fei snorted. It's all about the drink. Is there a difference between drinking it all in one sip and sipping it slowly? Besides, how many people can taste a 1 or 2 or 3? Pretentious, cootie. One and the same. Hearing this, Wang Xiyu was helpless. That's true. How many people can there be who really know how to drink coffee? I haven't even eaten my meal yet, order me a covered dish. Chu Fei swaggered and rushed at Wang Xiyu. I'm not stupid, this kind of favor, I'll let it go. I said 10 billion%, and if I want it, I can sell it all. When she said that, she had an extra smile on her face. Obviously, the words were learned from Chu Fei's mouth. Hearing those words, Chu Fei also laughed out. I didn't realize that you were a fast learner. However, Wang Xie's face soon turned a bit ugly. After I turned them down, they started mobilizing their connections and targeting my company. On the home office side, there's also a lot of pressure. As you know, my family's business isn't in Daxia, this side of the world is just this branch of mine, in addition to the headquarters over in the province. So, I'd like to ask for your help. In the past few days, there were not many people who came to the Juanhao group of companies to terminate their contracts. They would rather pay a large amount of liquidated damages and insist that they are not willing to cooperate with Juanhao group anymore. She knew very well that it was definitely the Han family and the Win family that were in the middle of this. Looking for my help? How can I help? Chu Fei was a bit puzzled. His own family didn't have any businesses in Daxia either. There was only one Truman group, and Truman was still backed by the Yun family. I want to sell some of the company's shares to the Yun family. Let the Yun family be the backer. That woman we met last time, she was your cousin, wasn't she? I want to ask her out to talk about this, so. It had to be said that Wang Xie's idea was really good. Once the shares of Juanhao Group were held by the Yun family, then those companies that wanted to terminate the contract would have to consider the consequences. Although the Yun family was low profile, it didn't mean that they were easy to bully. That's a good move you're making. Not bad for a talented woman. After the covered rice was served on the table, Chuffy took a big bite. All right. I wouldn't want to do that if I didn't have to. Just say if you promise. Chu Fei ate while saying, it's fine. It's no problem. But then, I helped you, so I can't help for nothing, can I? Wang Xiyu looked at Chu Fei's wolfish appearance, and a flirtatious smile grew on her face. How about warm water? Chu Fei froze slightly, somewhat not quite understanding what it meant. Seeing him like this, Wang Xiyu continued, warm water with ice water? Chuffy was still in a daze. What's all this? What warm water and ice water, why don't you understand it yourself? Wang Xie's face flushed slightly as she pouted, warm water with ice and hopping candy. If it doesn't work again, pull it down. Chapter 101 Family Master's Ring. Chu Fei stopped his hand movements and looked at Wang Xiyu with a face full of doubts. What kind of bird language are you speaking? Why can't I understand? When Wang Xiyu heard this, she almost didn't spit out blood in anger. It was so hard to watch some romance movies myself and learn this particular way. However, this guy actually couldn't understand it. She really wondered if this guy was doing it on purpose or for real. Shall I add another wave push airplane to your list? This time, Chu Fei understood. A mouthful of rice spewed out before he could swallow it. The snow-white rice particles directly sprayed all over Wang Xie's face. Some more, landing on the two large, snow-white grapefruits. Ahem. So what, I'm decent. I don't understand any of what you're saying. Better change the terms. I have to say, this woman is really arrogant. Anything you can say. But anyone else would probably have been unable to stand it. Something about ice water, warm water with sugar and a push plane. Who can stand that? Wang Xie's face was red and she couldn't wait to bite him hard. So what do you want, you tell me? Chu Fei pulled out 2 tissues from the tissue box, so what, wipe it off, for nothing such a big pair of grapefruits. Wang Xie almost didn't have a myocardial infarction. Taking the paper towel, he casually wiped the grains of rice from his face and chest. I haven't thought of the terms yet. I'll tell you when I've thought of it. In this case, I promise you. Wang Xie whitened him fiercely, fine. After saying that, he got up and was about to leave. When he passed by Chu Fei, he squatted down and twisted hard at his waist. You're a scumbag. Bah! Hooligans! The words left with a haughty look on his face. Chu Fei was stunned. When did he become a scum again? Still, it's this covered rice that's better. After 3 or 2 bites, he was ready to leave. But before he left, the waiter went also called out to him. Sir, please settle the bill, it's $360, do you sweep me or do I sweep you? What the hell? Chu Fei's face darkened. Invite yourself to dinner and make yourself pay for it. I'll sweep you. He paid the bill with a black face, and then he saw Wang Xie laughing her ass off downstairs at the Juanhao group across the street. This, on purpose. Rushing at Wang Shiyu, he raised his middle and ring fingers and flipped them up and down. Seeing this, Wang Shiyu walked into the company without looking back. Seeing Wang Xie eat her words, Chu Fei then walked to the side of the road, stopped a cab, and went straight to Kuyao Company. 20 minutes or so later, Chuffy pushed open the office door. Suli was busy, and when she saw Chu Fei come back, she immediately put down what she was doing. Went up to him and gave him a big hug. "You're finally back. Nothing happened, did it?" Feeling Suli's warmth, Chu Fei stroked her hair. "Don't worry, what can I do? You, on the other hand, have you had no problems in the meantime?" Suli nodded gently in his arms. "It's fine. It's just that this period of time is quite busy, things are a little too much, many companies want to cooperate with us, I can't even refuse in time. Moreover, there are some companies from outside the province that seem to have gotten wind of this and have come from outside the province specifically to find us to work with." At those words, Chu Fei sneered in his heart. There was no need to guess, those people were the ones that the Wind and Han families had found. No need to take a ride. These people, they're just looking at you as a big piece of cake. Right now, besides us, it's Yulan and Junhao group side. Naturally, they won't just stand by and watch such a big piece of cake be divided among the three of us. Suli nodded. He then loosened his embrace and looked at Chu Fei with a bit more shyness on his face. "So what? Yesterday, Aunt and Uncle came over to see me." "Huh?" Hearing this, Chu Fei slightly froze. "Pops and Mom came to see Suri yesterday? What did they say to you?" Suli shook her head, didn't say anything, just chatting with me about family and stuff, said quite a few things about when you used to be a kid. And by the way, they went to see my grandfather. Regarding this matter, Chu Fei was not surprised. After all, Pops came to Jiangnan just to see Master. In the past few days, the Master thought he had recovered a bit. When I have time, I'll go to the hospital and see how Master is doing. Also, Uncle gave me something. Said for me to pass it on to you. After saying that, Suli picked up her bag and found a delicate little box inside. Opening the box, inside was a jade ring. When he saw this ring, Chu Fei froze. "This is? Pops told you to give me this thing?" This ring is the Chu family head's ID object. Although, Chu Fei was now the only one who had an only son, and in the future, the Chu family would definitely be his own. But is it not a little too soon for Pop to give this to himself? Yes. He said you have to learn to take responsibility now. So let me give it to you. Looking at the ring that Suli handed over, Chu Fei fell silent. It seems that Pops is planning to train himself to be the head of the family. Put it on. It's something that should still be pretty expensive. After saying that, Suli took out the jade ring and put it on Chu Fei's middle finger. Chu Fei looked at the ring on his hand and took a deep breath. It seemed that the family's business was something that one still had to find time to get to know better. By the way, I got a message from my cousin before you came. It says the vetting materials for the live experiments have been approved. The live body is on its way to be shipped and is estimated to arrive tomorrow. It just so happens that tomorrow is Saturday, so we can go to the institute and see the experimental process. Chuffy nodded. Now that the living body is available, the experiment can continue. If it really worked, then it could be made in bulk. By that time, all the rich people in the world will go crazy for it. Could be. By the way, where's Yulan? Chu Fei thought of Wang Shiyu's request earlier and asked. Cousin should be outside. You want something from her? Chuffy nodded. On Wang Xie's side, there's a slight problem. Trying to get me to help her, the Han and Wind families, they're starting to target her. Her company has taken quite a hit, so she wants to sell some of her company's shares to the Yun family. Let the Yun family be their backer. Hearing this, Suli realized how powerful the Han and Feng families were. A big corporation like the Juanhao group would be targeted by both big families and would have to seek help from the other family. Then call your cousin quickly. This matter is settled before it's too late. Mr. Wang invested so much money in us before, and he hasn't even recouped any of the benefits yet. Suli was the one who knew how to return the favor. Wang Xie had previously invested $500 million in Kaya when it was in trouble. Although it wasn't much compared to Chu Fei's $2 billion. But that's a favor that has to be returned. Aha! Why don't you get busy and I'll go call Yulan. Chapter 102, The Animal Who Carries the Bag. In the men's restroom. Chuffy held his cell phone in one hand while holding his little brother with the other. Dialed a number for Yun Yulan. Yun Yulan was shopping within the shopping mall in Jiangnan, intending to buy herself 2 sets of suitable clothes. After all, one would have to stay in Jiangnan for a while. As for the place to live, naturally, it is with Suli. Hearing Chuffy's call, he picked it up and pressed the answer button. Soon, Chufei's voice came from the other end of the phone. My good cousin, what are doing? Is it shopping? Do you want me to stay with you? With such an attentive tone, Yun Yulan's face immediately darkened. Nothing is wrong, this kid, but something is wrong, that's definitely the tone. It's just as well, I still don't know how to get to the car with all the stuff I bought. He didn't need to guess, he knew that the kid must have returned already. And last night, one received the news that the Long family had been destroyed. Although there was some surprise in his heart, after all, that was also one of the 4 great families in the capital, it was a bit too fast to disappear just like that. Moreover, there was already someone on the capital side who was ready to take over the Long family's estate now. All of the first family members of the Long family had died a clean death, and those remaining collateral members were not enough to worry about. Moreover, the family had already made arrangements and was ready to divide the Long family's estate equally with the other 2 big families. Yeah. I'm at the National Trade Center right now. I'm missing a bag carrier, why don't you come over and carry my bags? Chuffy shivered and put away his little brother. You're at the state fair, huh? That's fine, all right. I'll come over and carry your bags, but then. On one condition. Wang Xi's side is being suppressed by the Feng and Han families, so she wants to sell some of her shares to you. In other words, it wants you as a backer. Chu Fei fell straight to the point. This kind of thing is clear when you think about it a little. I can't do anything about this. I'll have to ask my eldest and second uncles when the time comes. But I don't think it will be refused. You hurry over here, I've bought so much stuff I can't even lift it. After saying that, Yun Yulan hung up the phone. Chu Fei looked at the hung-up cell phone and shrugged helplessly. Back in the office, Suli was busy, and when she saw him come in, she inquired, how is it? Did cousin agree? She can't make the call on this, she'll have to ask her great uncle and second uncle. But it's not a big problem. By the way, she bought a lot of stuff and asked me to pick her up at State Street. Suli did not refuse. Go ahead, I'm still a little busy here. Chu Fei saw Suli open her mouth, and only then did she turn around and come downstairs. Drove Suli's car and went straight to the China World Trade Center. 20 minutes later, Chu Fei parked his car, and only then did he take his cell phone and make a call to Yun Yulan. Where are you? I came up to see you. Yun Yulan glanced at the floor, 4th floor, come up. 2 minutes later, Chu Fei finally saw Yun Yulan. Nice guy. The whole 7 or 8 items were carried as if they had come to stock up. I say. Are you crazy? Not so much stuff? Yun Yulan gave him a blank look. I've been in Gangnam all this time, don't I have to buy more to have a change? Are you stupid? Take that. Chu Fei was filled with helplessness, so he had no choice but to go forward and take the things in her hand. It's all clothes and such, and it's not too heavy. Almost? There's so much in here, it should be enough for you. After a brief glance, there was almost a 5 or 6 sets of clothes, pants, and shoes in here combined. 1 set a day is good for a week. There's more. As she spoke, Yun Yulan had already turned around and walked into a branded underwear store. Chu Fei's face darkened. This place, it doesn't enter by itself. All you can do is wait dryly in the doorway and find a stool to sit on. Yun Yulan entered the lingerie store and carefully selected several sets. Wrap it all up. The salesman hadn't seen such a boorish customer in a long time. After all, who buys intimate apparel and buys several sets at once? Yes. The salesman took the clothes and went to pack them. When the packing came back, Yun Yulan was holding a cowl and scrutinizing it. This lady, you really don't fit this size very well. Why don't you check out the A+? The salesman's face was full of embarrassment as he looked at the B+ size cover Yun Yulan was holding in her hands. She was surprised that this guest was clearly only an A, holding out for an A+ size. Why take a B+ hood? Doesn't it feel empty to wear it? No. I bought it for my sister. She? Well. Is bigger, I forget exactly how big. Afterward, Yun Yulan waved at Chu Fei on the stool outside. Chuffy froze. What's wrong with you? Getting yourself into a ladies' lingerie store? But thinking that he had begged her, he could only walk in with a black face. What for? Yin Yulan lifted the frameless lace transparent cover and gently shook it in front of Chu Fei. Was it good? Chuffy froze, looking at the hood in her hand, and then looking her up and down. No. Won't you feel empty if you buy this to wear? Really hold your little buns? The salesman on the sidelines had burst out laughing at this comment. One face was suffocating red. This guy's not a straight guy, is he? Who says that about their girlfriend? Can't you be a little more subtle? Yin Yulan's face was flushed red, and her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Chu Fei dead in the face. Are you looking for death? I'll you. After saying that, he kicked towards Chu Fei. Luckily, Chuffy reacted quickly, and took 2 steps backward and. Otherwise, if this kick hits, don't even think about having a second child. Hey, hey, hey! A gentleman moves his mouth, not his hands. Yin Yulan stared at him viciously. I'm not a gentleman. So there's no need to follow the rules. And by the way, this stuff isn't for me. It's for my sister. My mother went through the trouble of buying something for Shaoli, but you're so good, you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. The salesman next to him was dumbfounded when that came out. Sister? Nice guy. The guy was kinda good looking, but it wasn't like he was sisterly. At that moment, the gaze towards Chu Fei was like looking at a scumbag, full of disgust and dislike. Chu Fei felt the salesman's gaze and hurriedly explained. Don't you talk nonsense. What sister? That's a cousin, understand. It would have been better if he hadn't said that, but when he did, the salesman was even more shocked. Animal. I can't believe I'm even talking about my cousin. Chapter 103, Agreeing to Help. When the two of them came out of the National Trade Center, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. One of Chu Fei's faces darkened to the extreme. He couldn't forget the way the salesman looked at him. It's simply abhorrent. Next time I come back to carry your bags, I'm the one you raised. He glared fiercely at Yin Yulan. Yin Yulan, on the other hand, was indifferent. Tisk. I don't have an ungrateful son like you. At those words, Chu Fei almost threw his clothes in her face. The mind tried to tell itself. It's self-selected. You can't be mad at yourself for choosing. This was followed by a smile that was worse than tears. Honorable cousin, get in the car? Yin Yulan was satisfied and sat in the back row, waiting for Chu Fei to put his things in the trunk. Car. Chu Fei's face finally returned to normal. Right. You call your great uncle and second uncle and ask them what they think. Hearing Chu Fei say that, Yin Yulan also got serious. Took out his cell phone and made a call. Not long after, the muffled voice of great uncle Yunwu came from the other end of the phone. It's Yulan, what's wrong? Yun Yulan thought for a moment before speaking. Uncle, there's a company over here in Jiangnan that's a friend of Fei's. They also have some of the shares of Kuyao Company in their hands, and the Feng and Han families are suppressing them in order to have the shares in their hands. What dash means is that friend of his wants to sell her own shares to us. Meaning they want to borrow ours as a backer. After a few words, there was silence on the other end of the line for several seconds. What does dash mean? At the moment, Chuffy was driving. It was only when he heard his great-uncle's voice that he spoke. Great uncle, it's me, Fei. That friend of mine, his last name is Wang. They've done me some favors before, and their family's businesses are all abroad, making it difficult to meddle in domestic matters. He found me and asked me to help, so. Hearing Chu Fei say that, Yunwu understood. That king in Chu Fei's mouth should be that Wang family. The Wang family might not have much power in Daxia, but in foreign countries, it was considered to be ranked. That's a favor that can be done. However, as a businessman, Yunwu was definitely thinking of earning more. Fei. Tell you what, talk to her. If she's willing to give up 2% of the shares of Kuyao Company, I'm willing to do her this favor. And what if it doesn't? I'll do it for your sake and help out. Hearing those words, Chu Fei immediately understood. The meaning of great uncle's words was obvious. In fact, even if Wang Xie was not willing to give up that 2% of shares, she would still help. Of course, if he let it out, he certainly wouldn't lose out on Wang Xie in terms of price. Okay. Then, great uncle, that's it. When the time comes, Yulan can just talk to that friend of mine directly, right? Yunwu responded before hanging up the phone. The king's family? It's that one family from Australia, isn't it? Yin Yulan turned her head to look at Chu Fei. Aha! Chuffy nodded. Tonight then. Just in time to eat dinner out before we go back. The two drove to the floor of Koyo's. Suli was waiting in front of the company. Seeing her car, Suli then got in. Cousin, aren't you tired after this day of shopping? Suli smiled somewhat helplessly. It started at noon and has been going on ever since. 6 whole hours, in his place, he would have been exhausted. Liz, I can tell you. You're pregnant now, you should walk more, don't stay at the office all day. It's good for you, and it's good for the baby in your belly, you know? Chu Fei, who was in charge of driving, couldn't help but mutter. You've never had a child yourself, so you have the nerve to point out others. When Yun Yulan heard this, she immediately rebuked angrily, haven't you ever seen a pig run before if you've never eaten pork? As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she didn't feel quite right. Then he looked at Su Li with a face full of embarrassment. Li, I didn't mean it like that, don't be angry. Su Li naturally wouldn't care about this kind of small matter, pursing her lips and smiling lightly. Cousin. I'm kinda curious, why do you two bicker everywhere you go? It was also unknown what kind of beef there was between Chu Fei and his cousin. Whenever you run into each other, there's definitely a mix-up. The kind where no one wants to give up on anyone. That's a long story, then. When I was a kid. Speaking of this, Yun Yulan was instantly happy. And Chu Fei's face darkened. Yun Yulan, I can warn you. You can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. But the fact that he was like this made Su Li even more curious. When uncle and auntie came earlier, they also told me quite a lot of things that had to do with Chu Fei's childhood. When Yun Yulan heard this, she also came energized. Just like that, the two women spoke in the back, in front of Chu Fei's face, about those embarrassing incidents from his childhood. Chu Fei felt a bit embarrassed at first, but by the time he got to the back, he didn't care anymore. Anyway, it's all said and done, so what's there to be embarrassed about? As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Drive back to the villa. Yin Yulan gleefully took out 2 sets of clothes for Su Li from the trunk. Then sneakily pulling Su Li back to the room. Chu Fei had to carry his things and put them in the living room, took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Wang Xiyu, telling her to meet at 8 o'clock tonight to discuss the cooperation. Not 2 minutes later, Yun Yulan and Su Li both came out. But the interesting thing was that Su Li's entire face was red up to her ears. Yun Yulan, on the other hand, was full of contentment. He also raised an eyebrow at Chu Fei, seemingly saying, Xiuli is very satisfied with these 2 sets of clothes I chose for her, so you make good use of the opportunity. Oh. Su Li's gaze towards Chu Fei was all slightly shy. It's because, these 2 sets of clothes are just too natty, and are even more over the top than the one you bought before. She was even somewhat looking forward to how he would react when she put it on and stood in front of Chu Fei. Chapter 10 For Something Happened to the Living Body. 8 o'clock in the night. In a luxurious hotel room. Mr. Wang, I don't know if you can accept this condition? Yin Yulan looked at Wang Xiyu with a calm face. Wang Xiyu was also thinking about the other party's conditions. In fact, giving up 2% of the shares was not a big deal to Wang Xiyu. Although there are some losses, but at least it can be exchanged for the stability of the Juanhao group. Including the future development, if there was the Yun family behind them as a backer, then others would have to consider the consequences if they wanted to intervene. Moreover, for 2% of the shares, the other party was willing to offer $5 billion for it. That price may seem high enough now. But when the drug is once successfully released, that will be worth at least $20 billion, maybe more. Of course, there are certain risks. If it is not successfully developed, then there will be a longer wait. Only after thinking about it again and again did Wang Xiyu faintly smile. Since Miss Yun has said so, what reason do I have to say no? That's 2% I'm willing to give up. Hearing this answer, Yun Yulan's heart also let out a long sigh of relief. Adding this 2% share, then the Yun family was considered to own 12% of the shares of Kuyao Company. Besides Su Li and Chu Fei, it was considered the 3rd largest shareholder. Then let's have fun working together. Yun Yulan picked up the red wine on the table and extended his hand. Wang Xiyu naturally wouldn't refute her face, happy cooperation. Next to them, Chu Fei and Su Li looked at each other. This works. Everyone's tied up. Fei. You say. Tomorrow we conduct a live experiment, should we bring Mr. Wang with us? Suli came to Chu Fei's ear and asked softly. When Chu Fei heard that, he frowned slightly. It was not a matter for him to make a decision. After all, there are still some questions about the institute that have yet to be dealt with. Besides, the Han family already knows the secrets of the institute. The other side will certainly not take kindly to the institute. It's not being done now, it's just not time yet. Once the living body experiments were successful and the drug was thoroughly developed, then the Han family and the Feng family would definitely not sit still. In case the Han family and the Feng family joined forces, it would be hard for the Yun family to resist. However, if Wang Xiye was brought along, then there might be another possibility. The Wang family's side knew the preciousness of this drug and might send someone directly over to Daxia. At that time, the Han family and the Win family might not dare to be too reckless. I think it's okay. Chu Fei replied softly. Only after hearing Chu Fei's reply did Suli slowly speak. Mr. Wang, we are going to the lab tomorrow to conduct a live experiment. I wonder if Mr. Wang is interested in going with us? When Yin Yulan heard this, she was a bit surprised. But on second thought, this must have been Chuffy's idea. Moreover, Wang Xiye, who was brought along, had only benefits but no disadvantages. Please. Wang Xiyu herself was shocked. I didn't realize that in vivo experiments were going to take place so soon. Looks like I'll have to call home when I'm done watching the live experiments tomorrow. Then tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, I'll be downstairs in my company, waiting for Mr. Wang to arrive. The next morning was close to 10 o'clock. In Suli's office. Aha! I'll send you the location now and you take it there. After saying that, Yin Yulan hung up the phone and then sent a location to the family. Xiaoli, Chu Fei, the living body has arrived at the airport. The car I've had ready, they'll be transported directly to the institute once they get the live body on board now. We are now, also, ready to go. And right at that moment, Chu Fei also received a call from Wang Xiyu. The other party was already downstairs at the office waiting. Mr. Wang has arrived downstairs, we're going down too. When the three of them arrived downstairs, Wang Xiye had already been waiting for a few minutes. Seeing the three, he raised his hand in greeting. However, Chu Fei did find something unusual. Mr. Wang, didn't you drive here? He was a bit depressed. Why didn't Wang Xiye drive over herself? Isn't this with you as the big bodyguard? Do you still need me to drive? Chu Fei was slightly stunned. Suli instead laughed. What Mr. Wang said is also true, there is a bodyguard here, it just so happens that my car can also sit down. Let's get going, the living body is on its way. Just like that, Suli sat in the co-pilot while Wang Xiyu and Yin Yulan sat in the back seat. It takes about an hour to get to the institute from the city. At first, the three of them fell to chatting about one thing or another. But after chatting away at the back, Chu Fei completely couldn't hold his tongue. As the saying goes, 3 women make a man. Otherwise, the three were getting more and more excited as they talked. From astronomy and geography, down to human morality, what topics are more to talk about what to talk about? At the end of the day, it all turns into entertaining gossip. Sure enough, it's in a woman's nature to gossip. Chu Fei drove, only feeling a buzzing around his ears. When the car pulled up to the institute, he didn't know how he'd gotten through the last hour or so. So soon. Thought it would be a while. Yun Yulan didn't seem to have enough to talk about, and was filled with loss. Suli and Wang Xiyu were also a bit uninspired. Yulan, will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Rue you say right? Wang Xiyu said with a smile on her face. Chu Fei on the side had long ago already inclined his head over, unable to bear looking at him. From the beginning, Miss Yun, Mr. Su, to the current Yulan, Xiaoli. The three have gone from a part. Let's go to the reception room and take a break. Suli waved at Yin Yulan and Wang Xiyu. As for Chu Fei, he had been completely ignored. With sisters forgetting their husbands. However, the four had been waiting in the reception room for almost 40 whole minutes, and still the person transporting the living body hadn't arrived. Yun Yulan's face changed a bit. I'll make a call and ask what's going on. She took out her cell phone and called the person in charge of transporting the live bodies. However, the number is in an unanswered state. Her brow furrowed slightly as she dialed again. As usual, no answer. What's wrong? Chu Fei looked towards Yun Yulan. By all accounts, it would take no more than 2 hours at most to get from the airport to the institute. But now, 2.5 hours are available. Live bodies still haven't been shipped. In the middle of this, is it hard to believe that there was some kind of accident? Yin Yulan looked at the three, her face a little more heavy. No one answered the phone. By all rights, even if it's slow, it should have arrived by now. Available. Chu Fei's brows wrinkled slightly. It's taken so long. Is something wrong? Just then, Yin Yulan's cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was a call from my eldest. Hello, uncle? Yun Wu on the other end of the phone clearly had a few more points of ice coldness in his tone. Yulan. Something's happened to the live body that was transported there. Intercepted halfway, all living bodies were killed, including the two heads of the family. Chapter 105, a gruesome scene. For a moment, the entire reception room was quiet. Chu Fei and Su Li glanced at each other, both seeing the shock and incomprehension in the other's eyes. Uncle! What kind of people did this, did you find out? Yun Yulan's face was a bit gloomy. When it came to this critical time, the living body was actually stopped halfway. Moreover, all living bodies, including those in charge of their own homes, were not spared and all were killed. It was obvious that the other party was coming for himself and the others. Not yet, it's still being traced. The person in charge called me on this number before he died, and by the time I called back, there was no answer. Yun Wu's face wasn't very pretty either. This attack was definitely a conspiracy for the Yun family. The other party was not only targeting their Yun family, but also targeting Chu Fei. I think the police in Gangnam have already passed. You have dash call and find out exactly what's going on. I'll have someone on my side grab in and check it out. Hang up now. Yun Wu hung up the phone after saying that. Yin Yulan put down her cell phone, and her gaze fell on Chu Fei's several people. However, a few people didn't say anything. After a long period of silence, Chu Fei finally spoke. I'm going to go out and make a phone call to check on the situation. With that, he got up and left the reception room. Coming outside the institute, he took out his cell phone and called Jiang Ning. Young master? Jiang Ning's voice came from the other end of the phone. Just now, did anything significant happen? Jiang Ning froze, and then immediately reacted. Just a little while ago, I just received a call from underneath that there was a mass murder not far outside of town. 2 commercial vehicles, the whole 14 people all killed. This matter is definitely considered a mega case in terms of Jiangnan. He had sent someone to track it down, but he hadn't received any news yet. But now, the young master called himself. Doesn't that mean those people who were killed are related to the young master? Young master? You know about it too? Those people. Jiang Ning cautiously tried. The location is there, so send me the location and I'll drive over and check it out. Hearing this, Jiang Ning knew that this matter was beyond his control. Yes. I'll send you the location now. After the phone hung up, he hastened to have someone ask where it happened. Afterwards, it was immediately sent to Chu Fei. Looking at the location that Jiang Ning had sent over, it was only 10 kilometers from the institute. Chu Fei's brows furrowed as his opponent positioned himself just right. This distance, not too far, not too close. If it was a little further in, there was a good chance that the other side might be able to find the location of the institute directly. When that happens, things may get even more problematic. Returning to the reception room, he looked at the 3 Su Li people who were full of low spirits. Go. I've got the location of the incident, go over and see what's going on. Only then did the 3 of them raise their heads and look at Chu Fei. Kahoku. Get some more security guards and guard the place. Call me as soon as a suspicious person approaches. It was only after the reception that the 4 drove straight to the place of the incident. At this moment, 10 kilometers away from the institute. The whole road has been blocked off as well. A number of vehicles were stopped in the middle of the road and could not move forward. Dozens of uniformed police officers guarded the intersection, preventing any traffic from passing through. And in the middle of the blockade, 2 black commercial vehicles had been hit by numerous bullet holes from bullets. When something this serious occurs, as the director, Su Lin naturally can't just wait around. He looked at the 14 corpses neatly arranged on the ground, which were already full of blood in the car. Chief, it's sorted. 14 men, all shot dead. Based on the size of the cartridge cases, it can be determined that the firearm used by the murderer was of the automatic rifle series and was not domestically produced. We're tracking the source of the bullets, but since there's no surveillance in the neighborhood, we can't find out who did it for now. The men took a report and made a brief report. Su Lin waved his hand. Having been a director for so many years, he had seen a lot of things big and small. But it was the first time he had seen an attack like this one. Just what kind of person could it be that has the audacity to be so bold? He couldn't figure out how much of a grudge it would take to kill all of the people in both cars, leaving no one behind. And, judging from the wounds of the dead, some of them were still alive after the car stopped. Later, it was patched up by the murderer. Just as he was puzzled, one of his men suddenly came over to him and said, "Director, there's a man outside who wants to come in and take a look. He says his name is Chu Fei." Upon hearing this name, Su Lin had a jolt. The name was not unfamiliar to him. This is someone who is familiar with Mr. Jiang. Moreover, Mr. Jiang's attitude towards this person could be described as respectful. "Hurry! Quickly let him in." "Never mind, I'll go over there myself." As the words fell, Su Lin had already walked quickly towards the outside. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw Chu Fei standing at the front of the crowd. Beside them stood 3 beautiful women of stunning beauty. Su Lin's heart was in awe. Is this the big man's charm? 3 women. It's also all superb. "Mr. Chu, what brings you over?" Su Lin stepped forward and lifted the blockade, allowing Chu Fei as well as Wang Xiyu and the others to walk in together. "The people who are in trouble have something to do with me. I'm coming over to check it out." Chu Fei's words almost didn't scare Su Lin to death. It's only been half an hour or so since the incident here, and the other side has already received the news. It shows how capable the other side is. And, the person who was in trouble was still related to him. Isn't it obvious that those people are coming for Chu Fei? Su Lin didn't dare to chime in anymore and could only follow Chu Fei to the scene with a stiff upper lip. The 3 of them, Wang Xiyu, stood outside the scene, looking at the 14 corpses on the ground that were covered with white cloths, their faces full of embarrassment. Chu Fei, on the other hand, walked over to the business car and glanced inside. There was blood everywhere in the car, and the white seats had long since been stained red with blood. On the body of the car, there were dozens of bullet holes all over. And, the car was straddling the middle of the road. It is evident that the other party fired the shots while the car was in motion. "Got any shell casings?" Chuffy asked. Su Lin hurriedly said, "Yes." Then he shouted at the henchman protecting the evidence, "Xiao Wu, bring the evidence here." Xiao Wu walked up to Su Lin with the witness. Su Lin picked up the evidence and directly opened it and handed it to Chu Fei. Chuffy picked up the shell casings and took a serious look at them. Another sniff at the lingering smell of gunpowder inside. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. AK-47. This hand directly scared Su Lin and Xiao Wu next to him. Just by smelling and looking at it, he knew the weapon used by his opponent. It's not too godly. Chapter 106 Object of Suspicion. Chuffy hesitated for a moment. Where's the closest surveillance in the neighborhood? Su Lin didn't say anything, but Xiao Wu, who was on the side, spoke up. The closest surveillance to the scene is about 800 meters away. Just about there at the next intersection around the corner. So this way, out of sight. Hearing this, Chu Fei already had an idea in his heart. It seemed that the other side had already made preparations. Including the location of the surveillance, it checks out. Do it here, just in the dead center of the surveillance position. When it's over, it's perfectly fine to waltz out. There wasn't much traffic in the neighborhood, but passing a car wouldn't draw suspicion. "Director Su, can I see the surveillance?" Hearing this, how dare Su Lin not agree? "Sure. Why don't we go back and check the surveillance now, Mr. Chu? As for here, just leave it to the men." Chuffy nodded. Su Lin immediately greeted his 2 men and hit the road. "Go. Let's go check the surveillance." Taking Su Li and the 3 of them, he drove and followed Su Lin's car in front of him. "Fei. Who do you think is most likely to have done this?" Yun Yulan had some guesses in her heart. But it's too soon to be sure if those guys did it or not. The Han family. Chu Fei did not hesitate in the slightest. In this case, there's a high probability that the Han family did it. But there's just no proof right now. If there's enough evidence, take your great uncle and they'll go straight to your door to raise hell. There are 2 reasons why the Han family is suspected. The first one, Yao and the Han family were in a cooperative relationship. Now, Yao was injured by himself and stayed in the hospital unable to move. And since he himself didn't sit in the position of Dragon Team leader, it was clear that the Han family was very unhappy about this. The second reason would be the shares of Koyo. After the Yun family intervened, the Han family and the Wind family had been quiet. But there was no way the other side was going to just let it go so easily. This matter, if it wasn't the Han family, then it was the Han family and the Feng family working together. That's what I thought. On the Han family's side, there hasn't been much movement. But compared to the Wind family, the Han family's people are more willing to take risks. This time, there's a good chance that they're the ones who did it, to get our attention, and to tell us in the process. Either they cooperate, or they're secretly tripping. Moreover, I suspect that after this time, it's likely that the Wind family will have to cooperate with the Han family as well. Yun Yulan spoke what was in her heart. This matter, for the Yun family, was not good. With the two families joining forces, the pressure on the Yun family would skyrocket. Chu Fei didn't say anything. The main thing now was to find evidence of the other party's strike. It took an hour to get to the station. Entering the surveillance room, Su Lin immediately had someone call up all the surveillance near the place of the incident. Chu Fei didn't say a word, his eyes constantly sweeping over the images on the monitor. From the time the car entered the surveillance dead zone to the time a vehicle passed by. The midway is only 10 minutes long. In that 10-minute period, every car was suspect. However, if one looks at the mobility and combat power of special armed organizations, for 14 unarmed men, it would take 3 minutes at most. Judging by the bullet holes in the car, the other guy was obviously not a novice. He pulled the progress bar and framed the surveillance feed 3 minutes after the vehicle entered the surveillance dead zone. Eyes were dead set on the image on the monitor. A minute passed a shuttle bus to a township outside the city. 2 minutes passed and 2 more small black cars passed as well as a white SUV. A total of 4 cars passed in a 5-minute period. Aside from the bus, that's 2 smaller cars as well as the white SUV. Mr. Chu, I have a feeling it might be that SUV. Su Lin spoke his thoughts. Chu Fei didn't say anything and kept thinking. Su Li and the three of them stayed on the sidelines, not saying a word. It was only after a few minutes that Chu Fei took a deep breath. Director Su, please have someone check that one bus. Including the passengers in the car, and the driver carefully checked. Hearing this, Su Lin was a bit surprised. Checking the bus? The bus basically makes several round trips a day. It's only a 2-hour round trip from the city to the townships outside the city. And, no highway. There are many stops, and such a search can be difficult. Before he could open his mouth to inquire, Chu Fei spoke again, check the bus station surveillance by the way. Faced with Chu Fei's arrangement, Su Lin could only do as he was told. Yes. I'll arrange for someone to check the surveillance now. Chu Fei, on the other hand, took the three of them, Su Li, and left the bureau. Doorway. Li Yulan. I'll just go ahead. No one could have guessed what happened today. Wang Xiyu shook her head slightly. Today's events could be said to be beyond her expectations. I didn't expect that the Han family would be so bold. I didn't expect this either. Sister Xiyu, next time then. I'll call you when the other batch of live bodies arrives. Suri nodded somewhat. Wang Xiye waved her hand at the three of them and then hitchhiked away. Go! Go home first. Chuffy drove back to the villa. Car. Fei. I'm kind of curious how you chose to check that one bus. Yun Yulan was a bit puzzled. If it's a bus, the other side's whereabouts are bound to be exposed. And, if there were passengers in the car, either the other side slaughtered them all or let them all go. If the passenger is released, then the passenger is bound to call the police. Think about it, there are many bus trips back to the countryside every day. But there won't be many passengers. It's more of a private car now. Sometimes the buses even go back empty. If it's a private car, we won't have any difficulty checking it. If it's a bus, if there are only 1 or 2 passengers on the bus, plus the driver there are only 3. Settle these 3 and they're perfectly capable of slipping away. It's nothing less than a lot more difficult for the investigation. Hearing this, Yun Yulan finally understood Chu Fei's thoughts. So it seems, not without reason. Now, we'll wait for a reply from Director Su's side. I don't think I'll be able to find out fast enough if I'm on my great-uncle's side. A country road outside the city of Jiangnan. A bus stopped at the intersection. The car was bloodied, and 3 men carrying black handbags stepped out of the car and looked around before heading toward the mountain trail in the distance. One of them took out his cell phone and made a call. It's done. In a short period of time, the other side shouldn't be able to find out any clues about us. Chapter 107, Good News. The following day at noon, Chu Fei received a call from Su Lin. Mr. Chu, yesterday evening we received a 911 call. As you might expect, the driver of that bus, including both passengers, is dead. Also, the car's surveillance was destroyed. After our tech section recovered, we were able to find part of the surveillance before it was destroyed. Shall I send it to you to read? Hearing Su Lin's words, Chu Fei knew that his judgment had not been wrong. The passengers and the driver of the car were killed by those men. This was something that irritated him a little inside. Several innocent people were involved, and these people deserve to die. Send it to me. Then, you send someone to give me an all-around search in the vicinity of the bus. If you hear anything, let me know immediately. Su Lin would naturally strictly execute Chu Fei's words. Even if Chu Fei didn't say anything, this matter would still be on his mind. Besides, the people above had already put the word out a long time ago. If he can't catch the murderer for this attack, he won't be able to do his job as a director. Yes, I'll do as I'm told. After hanging up, Shuffy received a video. The video is short, only about 10 seconds. However, 3 men dressed in black with duck caps and masks could clearly be seen getting into the car. In their hands, there was also a black bag of clothing that they were carrying. Obviously, judging by the weight of the bag, the contents must be weapons. The man who got in the car last then opened the strap directly, took an AK-47 out of it, and shot it at the monitor. The image disappears here. From the picture alone, it's impossible to tell exactly where these people are coming from. Any news? Yen Yulan and Su Li were resting on the sofa, and both of them heard the conversation between Chu Fei and Su Lin just now very clearly. Sort of. No one has been found yet. It may be a while. By the way, when will the second batch of live bodies from my great-uncle's side be delivered? Now, the first live ones are gone. They had to out those people before the second batch of live bodies arrived. Otherwise, the other side would probably do it again. For the next 2 days, Chu Fei did not receive any news. It was as if those people had vanished into thin air, leaving no clues. Moreover, centered on the place where the bus accident occurred, the area in a radius of several kilometers was searched, but there were no clues. That afternoon, Chu Fei was waiting for Su Li to get off work at the company. The company has been busy with business during this recent period. Even, many of their medicines have received cooperation invitations from a number of large companies. The demand for some of the drugs has increased considerably. So tired and sore. Su Li's face was full of fatigue. After a busy day, she didn't get to rest for a few minutes. It was hard to make it to the end of the day, and the aches and pains hit me immediately. It's okay, I'll give you a good massage when I get back. Chu Fei smiled at her and somewhat drowned her into his arms. It was a good thing that the two were in the office at that moment and there was no one else. Otherwise the company would be shocked if they saw it. After all, the identity of the two had not been publicized in the company, and many people only knew that Chu Fei was Su Li's secretary, but once this layer of relationship was pierced, it was estimated that the entire company would blow up. Why don't you call your cousin, we're going back. Just in time to ask her when the second shipment of live bodies will arrive. Su Li stretched hard, her bones crackling. Chu Fei nodded and was about to take out his cell phone to make a call when the phone already rang. Director Su, I don't know if you're calling me now because you have some good news to tell me? The one who called him was none other than Su Lin. Mr. Chu, we've found some clues. After our many surveys, a villager finally showed us a clear path. About 5 kilometers back from where the bus accident occurred, there is a small cave, and a villager who went up the mountain to plow the land stumbled upon traces of a fire inside the cave, and it wasn't for long. Even saw some bags of compressed cookies on the ground, and I suspect that those people are probably inside that cave. Hearing those words, Chu Fei's face instantly turned cold. After waiting 2 days, there is finally news. It seems that those people didn't stay away from Jiangnan. If they stayed in the cave, they were probably preparing for a second batch of live bodies. When the second batch arrives, they will continue to choose to strike as they did last time. Once it succeeds, then I'm afraid the in vivo experiments will be forced to end. I know, I'll be right over now. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Any news? Su Li looked at Chu Fei somewhat nervously. For 2 whole days they waited for news. It's a relief to finally have news now. Yes, Director Sue called me, saying that it's very likely that they've already found a lead on those guys. Just so there are no surprises, I've decided to make a trip over there to see what's going on, so why don't you call your cousin and ask her to come home with you? I'm afraid those people will be so desperate that they might grab you and your cousin as bargaining chips. Sue Lee nodded vigorously. I know. But be careful yourself, those people have weapons in their hands. Chu Fei smiled indifferently. With just a few people, it's still a bit difficult for them to injure me. After saying goodbye to Sue Lee, Chu Fei hitchhiked to the police station. Su Lin had already been waiting at the door for a long time, and immediately greeted Chu Fei after seeing him get off the bus. In a moment, 4 bulletproof cars were immediately deployed, rushing towards the place where the bus accident occurred. However, they did not flaunt it or turn on their sirens. Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't dark, the group hurried at a quick pace towards the small cave that the villagers had mentioned. When it came to the vicinity of the small cave, the sky was already looking a bit dark, and a full moon hung high in the sky. When Chu Fei and the others were still a few hundred meters away from the cave, they could already see the fire coming from the cave. Unsurprisingly, those people must still be in the cave. Spread out and move. Remember, don't spook the snakes. I'll go over and see what's going on. Afterward, Chu Fei asked Su Lin for a pistol and hurried towards the cave at a fast pace. Su Lin wanted to refuse, but the other party did not give him any chance to refuse. After all, if something happened to Chu Fei, Mr. Jiang was designated to be furious. Taking advantage of the color of the night, Chu Fei moved forward quickly, his eyes staring deathly at the mouth of the cave. Chapter 108, King Chu Yen spares his life? At this moment, the cave. 3 men were sitting by the fire. The floor was full of compressed cookie bags and empty mineral water bottles. It is evident that these 3 men ate only compressed cookies for the past 2 days, with absolutely no nutrition to speak of. Big brother, when do you think we're going to wait until this day? The boss of the Han family promised to give us $3 million to do this thing. The thing is done, the money has not yet arrived, he is not fooling us. A slightly chubby-looking man was filled with displeasure. For doing this job, the 3 of them are now presumed to be wanted persons. However, the Han family's boss had also told them yesterday that there would be another mission in the last couple of days, and the price of this mission was as high as $5 million. That's not the total price, it's $5 million for each of them. The 3 of them had already planned to run abroad as soon as the other party settled the bill, their own people immediately. I can't say I'll be able to live the rest of my life without worrying, but I'll at least be able to lay flat for a few years. If you don't have money, you can come back and do some work, and you'll have the money. I know the Han family's reputation, they won't lack this much money from us. They're probably preparing for the second mission, so let's the 3 of us work a little harder now and stay up for 2 more days. The man sitting in the center is a one-eyed. If you don't look hard enough, you find that he's no different from the usual. But a careful look will reveal that he has one eye that doesn't move at all and doesn't move his eyeballs to follow the sight. It was a prosthetic eye, blinded by someone on a mission once upon a time. As for the man sitting next to him who hadn't said anything, his body appeared to be a bit thin, and he had a green dragon tattoo on his arm. But underneath those eyes of his, they were full of gloom. Let's get some rest after we finish eating and see if we have a chance to make a trip to the town tomorrow to buy some stuff and have a good time. One Eye continued to speak again. For people like them, it's easy for their stamina to fail to keep up if they don't have meat for a few days. Once an engagement occurs, stamina becomes a serious issue. The other 2 nodded and fell silent, taking bites of compressed crackers. The sound of chewing echoed in this empty cave, looking a bit eerie in this dark night. But no more than 100 or so meters in front of them, a pair of icy cold eyes were just staring at the trio. Chu Fei looked at the 3 people in the cave who were eating compressed cookies, and a trace of icy killing intent crossed in the bottom of his eyes. Before that, though, he would only tackle 2 of them at most. As for the last one, he needed to keep the other one. At this moment, Chu Fei, like a ghost in the middle of the night, was silently approaching towards the cave entrance. And no more than 300 meters behind him, more than 20 police officers were slowly approaching with weapons in hand. Big brother, I'm going to take a piss. In 3 or 2 bites, the fat man ate the compressed cookies and fiercely dunked a mouthful of water, then got up and walked out of the cave. He was about to find a corner to settle down, but by the light of the moon he saw the advancing head ahead of him. That look startled him. Crap, it's been discovered. Big brother, go. The fat man's roar broke the silence of the dark night. But then came a gunshot. Bang! A blood flower exploded at the center of Fatty's brow. The heavy body fell to the ground instantly. The one eye and the other skinny guy who were in the cave immediately reacted and hurriedly copied the AK-47 next to them and hid behind a rock. Chu Fei's face was a bit icy, not expecting that this fatty actually wanted to come out to use the restroom. Just now, he must have discovered Su Lin and the others at the rear. However, the shot he had just fired was considered to have completely exposed his position. Having just rolled a few meters to the side, several bullets instantly shot towards his original position. Bang bang bang! Several consecutive gunshots disrupted his original plan. But the good news was that the two people who were trapped inside the cave had no way out. Su Lin and the others at the back also heard the gunfire and immediately realized that a battle had already taken place in front of them, and he immediately commanded his men to break through towards the front. Similarly, Chu Fei had also touched the edge of the cave. Shouting icily into it, "If you don't want to die, put down your weapon and surrender." Both One Eye and Slim's faces were ugly. They don't know why their clues are being picked up. Moreover, the other party had obviously made all the preparations, and today I was afraid that it would be hard to escape death. Seeing that the other party was slow to speak, Chu Fei continued, "Although I don't know who you received favors from to sell your lives to them, as long as you confess, I can save your lives." His words could be said to be full of temptation, but having walked on the tip of the knife for years, One Eye had long since recognized Chu Fei's plan. "Man, to find this place means you're pretty good at what you do. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. It's up to you to get me to spit out who my employer is behind this." Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and this he leaned against the rock just outside the cave. Judging from the sound, the other party should be just a meter or two away from the cave entrance. "And do you think there's a way out for you guys? There are over 20 armed fighters out there, and with just your 2 AKs, are you sure you can take on that many?" At these words, the two people inside the cave fell silent. With 2 guns, even if they added 2 magazines, there were only 120 rounds of ammunition. Facing more than 20 weapon-wielding warriors, not to mention whether they could take out all of the other party, if the other party still had heavy weapons such as grenades, the two of them would just wait to be blown to mush in the cave. "What do you want?" One Eye was silent for half a minute before he finally spoke. He didn't want to die now, even if there was only a slight chance. Although he had a gut feeling that this person outside was lying to him, he had no way out now. "Dude, let me guess. Your employer, I think his last name is Han, right?" Hearing this, One Eye's face changed slightly. It seemed that the person outside the cave would be the Han family's enemy. "If you know all about it, why ask me?" One Eye sneered. "I don't mean anything else. If you are willing to surrender, I can guarantee that I, Chu Fei, will spare your life." Shafi? Hearing this familiar name, a hint of fear appeared in One Eye's eyes. Because of this man's name, he was known as one of the enemies not to be messed with among the entire mercenary world. He would never have dreamed that the person the Han family had asked him to deal with would be him. Those dogs of the Han family, they play a good trick. "Chu Yen Wang, I admit it. I hope you'll keep your word and spare my life after I surrender." Chapter 109. Outside the cave, more than 20 warriors had already aimed their guns into the middle of the cave, and as long as the other party dared to shoot, they would beat the two people on the opposite side into a sieve at the first opportunity. Chu Fei stood right in front of the crowd, quietly watching as One Eye and a thin man raised their guns high above their heads and slowly walked out of the cave. "Put down your weapons." As soon as he opened his mouth, One Eye and Slim directly threw their guns on the ground. And at the moment they threw away their weapons, Chu Fei suddenly raised the pistol in his hand, the dark muzzle aimed at One Eye's head. At this moment, One Eye's face changed. "You said you'd spare my life." His gaze toward Chu Fei was filled with incredulity. The hallowed king of Chu Yen, would he actually also not count his words? However, the corner of Chu Fei's mouth rose slightly, revealing an icy smile. "Yeah. I said I'd spare your life, but I didn't say I'd spare your men." Bang! The muzzle of the gun turned, and the thin man next to One Eye had a bloody hole in his eyebrow. A pair of eyes rolled up in surprise, and he just fell straight to the ground. He couldn't believe to his dying day that he would be killed for such a reason. "You!" One Eye's eyes were filled with anger, itching to pick up a weapon and fight the man in front of him right now. But he didn't dare. If he dared to make a move, so many guns on the scene would beat him into a sieve. "Cuff them and bring them back to the station." Chu Fei threw his weapon to Su Lin. Su Lin immediately greeted his men and cuffed One Eye, then arranged for someone to clean up the two bodies on the ground. On the way back, Chu Fei made a call to Su Li, briefly explaining that they had already captured the person and were now sending him to the bureau. However, in order to get useful information out of the other party, he decided to interrogate them himself. An hour or so later, close to 9 p.m. In the interrogation room, One Eye is handcuffed to the interrogation table. I'm kind of curious, didn't the Han family tell you that they were targeting me before you made your move? Chufei sat on the stool and pulled out cigarettes from his pocket and threw one to One Eye. Finally, he lit one for himself before tossing the lighter to One Eye. One Eye didn't make himself at home, lighting his cigarette and taking a deep drag. Phew! Thick smoke came out of his mouth. A bitter smile then appeared on his face. If they had told me that the target was one of yours, then do you think I would have done it? The world knows the name of King Chuyin. I'm not that bold to make a move on you. Chufei shook his head, which was understandable. Did the other side arrange for anyone else besides you? In fact, he also wanted to know if the Han family had set up other preparations in Jiangnan, or not. He didn't want to be stopped halfway a second time. I'm not sure about that. However, judging by the Han family's character, they definitely won't use just one team like me. Also, I received word that there might be another mission for us in a few days, and I was thinking of staying 2 more days, but I didn't expect to be caught by you. One Eye's face was filled with helplessness. Running into Chufei was unexpected. Hearing this, Chufei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that the news of the second batch of live bodies has also been made known. Moreover, the other side definitely has more than just this group of people. There may be other backstops. Any more? Chufei asked again. This time, One Eye shook his head. All I know, I've said. By the way, the one who arranged our mission is the oldest member of the Han family, Han Jinlong. Hearing that name, Chufei didn't say anything. But since the person has now been captured, he will certainly not be let go. And he was going to keep this person to confront the Han family face to face when the time came. Then stay here honestly during this time. I'll naturally let you go once things are settled. After saying that, Chufei left the interrogation room. Outside the interrogation room, when Su Lin saw Chufei, he hurriedly bowed and said, Mr. Chu, has the matter been resolved? What's going to happen to this guy? Should we just drag him off and shoot him or? Chufei shook his head. Let's lock him up first, find a few more people to see that this person's methods are not ordinary, don't let him escape. Understood, I'm on it. I also hope that Mr. Chu can put in a good word for me in front of Mr. Jiang. Hearing this, Chufei nodded. In the past 2 days, Su Lin hadn't been too busy. It wouldn't be a problem to have Jiangning promoted if he had the chance. Don't worry, you're doing great and it's going to get better. With that, he left. Su Lin, on the other hand, was all smiles. It looks like you have a chance to take it to the next level. Immediately, 5 soldiers were called in and put One Eye in a single holding cell. And after Chufei left the police station, he took out his cell phone and made a call to his great uncle. Hey, great uncle, it's me. Are you rested? Yunwu, who was on the other end of the phone, sighed slightly when he heard Chufei's voice. Not yet. There hasn't been much news lately, and we have the second batch of live bodies ready, but I'm afraid to have them sent over. Hearing those words, Chufei hurriedly replied, Eldest uncle, I suspect that there is a mole from the Han family in the family. The ones who made the move before have already been captured by me, and the leader has already spit out that the person who hired them this time is Han Jinlong, the third oldest member of the Han family. Also, they received a call from Han Jinlong saying that there will be another mission given to them in a few days. At that rate, a second shipment of live bodies should be coming in a few days, too, right? And how did the Hans find out about this? Hearing Chufei's words, Yunwu's face clouded over. No wonder the last batch of vivisectors would be intercepted by the other side, and he actually didn't think that it was his own family that had the problem. You mean the person who knows about this besides me is probably the mole? Chufei responded and did not continue speaking. Yunwu was also silent. The ones who knew about this news were only a few high-ranking figures within the family besides himself. Some of the higher-ups had been in the family for decades, and something like being a traitor wouldn't have occurred to him by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, I get it. I'm going to visit your grandparents tomorrow and talk about this in passing. The top figures of the family don't just move. Unless one has really made some big mistake or has betrayed the interests of the family. Otherwise, it's a mild punishment at best. Trouble, great uncle. By the way, great uncle, I do have a plan. I don't know if it will work. Yunwu was slightly stunned. What plan? Chuffy smiled. Since they all know about our plan, from his tone, there was no place to find anything to doubt, but in fact, This was the plan he had spoken to Yunwoo about last night. I don't know, maybe things have changed. Just in case, I think we should make plans before it's too late. Yun Yulan's meaning was very simple, and that was to get an escort. As for who to look for, it certainly goes without saying that it must be those in the police department. Then do you have any good ideas? Chu Fei asked rhetorically. Didn't you know the chief before? Why don't we get him some help, hire a couple of car escorts, and have his men armed along the way? In fact, there was no need for her to even say anything. Chu Fei had already laid out all the plans long ago. Including all the places where the other party might evacuate, he or she had already made arrangements and was waiting for the other party to take the bait. And this time, he was going to play a handful of stolen days with the other side. The total number of living bodies sent over this time was 10, and with the 2 people in charge, there were only 12. As for the 12, he had already bought tickets for them. This time, the men then traveled by bus to the institute. Since the bus would pass by the road not far from the institute, they could just get off near the institute. As for the commercial vehicles they were using, they were all borrowed from Zhao Dajuan's war zone. This kind of business car is bulletproof, unusual weapons can't break the body as well as the glass. Moreover, he had already prepared Zhao Dajuan's people long ago, who would play the role of the so-called living body and drive a commercial vehicle to the institute. That's a good one. That's fine, I'll call that director right now and ask him to help. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei sat down in his office to rest. As for Su Li, she had already gone to the conference room for a meeting. The meeting went on for close to an entire hour before Su Li returned to the office. Bandit, I've been feeling so sleepy for the past 2 days. I almost fell asleep during the meeting just now. Su Li forcefully opened her eyes, her face filled with exhaustion. Probably because she was pregnant, she felt exhausted during this time. Even after going to sleep at 9 o'clock last night and staying up until she woke up at 7 this morning, she still felt sleepy. Chu Fei got up and cupped her small face for a deep kiss. Fool, that's a normal reaction for you. Don't worry about it, if you're too sleepy just rest for a while. If that's not possible, see if you can arrange for someone to act in this position for you first, and then you can come back after this period of time. Su Li shook her head stubbornly. There are some things they can't handle well that require me to come in person. It's okay, I'll take a few minutes off, check the time and remember to call me when it's 10:30. After saying that, Su Li laid down on the sofa in a very tired manner, and Chu Fei smoothly found a small blanket from the cabinet next to him to cover him. We are now in late fall and the weather has long since lost its previous heat. Late fall mornings are still chilly, and most people are already wearing thicker jackets. Although Jiangnan is part of the south, the weather is far colder than in the north. But the cold wind that blew through was capable of making people shiver. In the blink of an eye, Su Li had already slept in the office for an hour. And Chu Fei's side had also received a call from Yun Yulan. All set? The person in charge has called me and said they're all at the airport now. Hearing this, the corners of Chu Fei's mouth lifted slightly. It's ready, don't worry, this one will be fine. After hanging up, he immediately called Zhao Dajuan. At this moment, Zhao Dajuan and 11 of his men just happened to come out of the airport just in time to receive Chu Fei's call. Team Chu, the people are already in the car. The bus is leaving now. He looked around and didn't notice any suspicious characters. Then get yourselves in the car, and remember, tell everyone to put on their body armor and equip their weapons. Yes. Zhao Dajuan returned a sentence and immediately greeted his men as they got into the car. With that, the 2 black commercial vehicles began to speed off in the direction of the institute. And shortly after they left, a small black car followed close behind them. There were 4 cold-faced men sitting in the car. The man sitting on the passenger side of the car was playing with a black pistol in his hand. I didn't expect the other side to act so quickly. It seems that the brothers from last time have already been captured. The person who spoke was the captain of this 4-man squad. It's also a member of the Han family's sidekick, Han Tian. The family had sent him on this mission, and if he could succeed himself, he would be able to be among the members of the direct lineage. This would usher in a heavenly change in his identity and status. The biggest difference between a collateral member and a direct member is that one is in charge of selling the family a favor, while the other is in charge of all the family's important secrets. Moreover, direct line members have the right to be able to directly command collateral members. Remember, after the other side leaves the city, do it on the 3rd road. It's part of the dead zone for surveillance. Within 3 minutes, resolve the fight. Han Tian's tone was a bit icy. He had spent a lot of effort for this mission. The last time One Eye and the others were able to easily take out all of that group of officers, it was thanks to him, because he had found a dead spot in the surveillance. And this time he was still planning to do it in that place, and when it was over, he would drive straight onto the highway and go back to the capital. As long as they reached the capital, even if the other party had heavenly skills, it would be impossible for them to capture themselves from the Han family and put them in the prison. Yes. The remaining 3 returned in unison. These are the killers he paid for, millions each. But compared to the identity of a direct member, the recent $10 million or so for him to be able to buy the identity of a direct member was definitely blood money. Along the way, Han Tian's 4 people were following the 2 black commercial vehicles without slowing down. It wasn't until the other party had left the city that Han said in a cold voice, "Overtake them, just about 50 meters ahead of them, and keep the speed forward." Upon hearing this, the assassin in charge of the car immediately throttled down and overtook the 2 commercial vehicles in front of him. And Zhao Dajuan, who was sitting on the passenger side of the first commercial vehicle, had already noticed the small black car. The little black car had been following them ever since he and the others had left the airport, never changing any direction. To suddenly overtake them now was most likely to prepare for the next battle. Been waiting for you guys for a long time. Everyone, load your bullets. Chapter 110, The Experiment Begins. Close to an hour. The business car finally arrived at the site of the last incident. And Zhao Dajuan's gaze, dead set on the small black car in front of him. Suddenly, the small black car ahead braked sharply and stopped in the middle of the road. The warrior in charge of the car also slammed the brakes right to the bottom. The business car in the back also slammed on its brakes after seeing the car in front of it stop. With that, 3 cars stopped in the middle of the road. Since this place is more remote, there are no cars following behind them for the time being. Do it! Han Tian snorted coldly, then opened the car door, holding an AK, and swept furiously at the business car. Bang bang bang! A voice like a thunderous explosion echoed in the ears of several people. The other 3 also immediately stepped out of the car and approached quickly towards the commercial vehicle. However, they soon discovered an anomaly, because under the sweeping shot from Han Tian, the business car in front of them didn't even have any glass, except for the tires that were accidentally blown out. Even the paint on the car was just a couple dozen more white spots. For a moment, all 4 were a bit dumbfounded. You look at me, I look at you, a little overwhelmed. It was good that Han Tian's reaction wasn't too slow, and he immediately realized it. The car in front of me is what ordinary business car this is clearly a loaded bulletproof body, as well as bulletproof glass bulletproof car Unless a bazooka was used, a few hundred more rounds of ammunition wouldn't be enough to penetrate the glass as well as the body of a bulletproof car with this weapon in hand. He looked up at the driver's seat and the passenger side. The man sitting in the passenger seat flashed him an icy smile. It seemed to have been anticipated that, sure enough, everything was just as Chuffy had said. All of their plans have been laid out perfectly, with Zhao Dajuan's people playing the living body as well as the person in charge. And Su Lin and the others led the special warriors to cut off the opponent's retreat. Whether they were running away or fighting back, these people didn't stand a chance. Zhao Dajuan rushed to Han Tian with his weapon in hand, his dark hole aimed at the car window. Are you getting out of the car on your own, or do you need me to help you? Facing dozens of weaponized special operations personnel, Han Tian's face, a face that had long been bloodless. He wouldn't have dreamed that the other party would actually steal a hand from him. Moreover, he didn't even know how the hell this mission he was going to snipe had leaked out. If there were no leaks, how could the other side have laid out such a well-thought-out plan? But no matter what he thought, he had already lost. He pushed the car door open and dropped the weapon in his hand. In the next second, he was kicked to the ground by Zhao Dajuan. Can't tell, you're pretty wild. You dared to shoot even the people from the Jiangnan Warzone branch, you really aren't afraid of death at all. Han Tian didn't say anything, just covered his stomach and curled up on the ground with a face full of pain. Zhao Dajuan took out his cell phone and made a call to Chu Fei. Teen Chu, the man has been caught, it should be a big fish. As for the other 3 little stragglers I've already taken out, should I take care of them on the spot or bring them back to my place? At this moment, Chu Fei and Su Li, as well as Yun Yulan were at the institute. And the second batch of live bodies sent in has been sent inside the institute. Now the experiment has begun. Take it to your place first. I'll be there as soon as I'm done here. Zhao Dajuan hemmed and hawed, understood. Then he beckoned to 2 of his men, tie him up and escort him back to the branch. And in the lab at the institute. 10 people were sent to the lab. These people, they all have hits on them. Everyone is going to be sentenced to death and eat their share of guns. However, through the efforts of the Yun family, they were sent here. It's dangerous, but who knows if you'll survive. Outside the protective glass, Yun Yulan, Suli as well as Chu Fei just looked at the 10 men tied up on the test bed. Mr. Su, everything is ready. Can we start? Yang Chengwa stepped to the side and looked down. Inside were 3 researchers in protective suits, and in each of their hands, they carried an iron disc. On the plate, there were 3 syringes. Inside the syringe was the drug they had come from researching. Just inject it directly into your body. Suli took a deep breath and nodded. Begin. Upon hearing her voice, the 3 researchers in the lab slowly walked over to the person in charge of each. Lift the syringe and talk gently. Squeeze the syringe gently and the clear liquid squirts partway out of the needle. This was followed by a gentle zap to the arm of the man on the lab bed. Slowly pushing the syringe, all the medicine was injected into the other's body. 10 men, not one left. However, all of these people had been injected with a large amount of anesthetics before they were brought in, and they would not be able to wake up for a while. When the injection was finished, the researchers in the lab nodded at Su Li's few people. Yang Chengwa's expression also became a little tense. Now, just wait until they wake up. Chapter 111. The stronger the body, the better the effects. After nearly hours of waiting, those living bodies in the lab began to slowly awaken. The first to awaken was a man with a relatively strong body. Just as he looked around, on the bed next to him lay several other men with various instruments plugged into their bodies. He didn't even know what had happened during the time he had been unconscious. Then, as if he thought of something, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. Subconsciously, he was about to unplug the instruments on his body, but at this moment, an icy voice slowly came from all parts of the room. If you don't want to die, I'd advise you not to. He glanced around but didn't notice anyone talking. Just, right in front of that double-sided mirror in front of him, Chu Fei's few people then looked at the man who woke up. They'd waited almost 4 hours, and it was now past 5 in the afternoon. Vitals are normal, blood pressure is normal, heart rate is normal. Blood can be drawn for testing. Yang Chengwa looked at all the data on the computer and everything showed as normal. Now, the man's blood needs to be drawn for various tests. If there are no problems, then the cells are analyzed for telomerase. Could be. Su Li nodded. Yang Chengwei immediately arranged for a researcher in a protective suit to walk into the lab with a tool for drawing blood. And the man's heart began to beat noticeably faster when he saw this researcher walk in. It had reached 120 strokes per minute. The other guy's heart started beating faster. And it's growing rapidly upwards. It's already at 103. Yang Chengwa's tone was clearly more than a little nervous. A normal adult's heart rate is usually just around 80 or even 101. When exercising, the heartbeat will reach about 123. However, once the heartbeat exceeds more than 106 per minute, it is likely to be dangerous. A fast heartbeat and the speed of blood flow can also load the body. It's up to 107. Come on out. Yang Chengwei immediately shouted at the researcher who was going to draw the man's blood. At this moment, the awakened man's face had flushed red, and the veins on his arms had long since rippled. Even the iron guardrail of the experimental bed had been pinched by the other party and somewhat deformed. The researcher subconsciously had to turn away. While behind the mirror, Chu Fei's face had some changes. Although through the mirror, he could feel that the man's body had changed dramatically. With the power of the other party right now, it definitely exceeded the vast majority of unusual people. Even some men who insisted on exercising every day, or the strength workers who did heavy work on construction sites, their strength was definitely not as high as this man's. 118. By this time, the researchers had left the lab. Still, the man's heartbeat continued to increase. But looking at the man's appearance, there was nothing perverse about it. Even more and more agitated. Bang! The other party's arm exerted force so violently that it directly broke the bedside guardrail directly. You know, that's all built out of iron pipes. It's a problem for the average person to try to bend it, let alone break it outright. In the next second, the man rose directly from the bed and unplugged all the instruments on his body. Then, he quickly rushed to the thick iron door of the laboratory and just kicked it hard. Bang! The heavy iron door shuddered at the kick. How can it be? Yang Chengwa's eyes were glazed over. That iron gate, it cost millions to build. It weighed thousands of pounds, and the other guy had that much power in one kick. If this kicked on a person's body, wouldn't it just kill them? Open the door. Open the door for me. When I get out, I'll kill you all. The man's mood was starting to get a little cranky. He seemed to have sensed the changes in his body, and a look of surprise and madness appeared in his eyes. I didn't realize that my body had changed so much after a good night's sleep. He had the illusion that he felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. Bang bang bang. A dull voice rang out, and Suli's several people's complexions were all a bit unsightly. Although he knew that it was impossible for the other party to kick down this iron door, it wasn't a good idea for the other party to stay inside and not come out. Now there is still a need to take the blood of these people and study it. With this cacophony of sound, one after another began to awaken. At first, none of them began to get as manic as this man. But then, they also seemed to realize something, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. By this time, the man who had slammed the door seemed to be feeling tired as well. The heartbeat also began to slowly drop. Yang Chengwei was finally relieved after seeing his opponent's heartbeat begin to drop. Looking at the time, the other party had maintained a heart rate of 180 beats per minute for almost 10 minutes. And, the body doesn't look any different. Just when they thought the man would relax, the accident happened. He was seen hooking his finger at an average-sized man with stubble. Hey, come here. Hearing this, Suli, Yun Yulan as well as Yang Chengguo were all slightly stunned. They still don't understand what the man is up to. But Chu Fei, who was on the side, his face changed slightly. He had a feeling that the man was planning to find someone to test his own strength. And the average-sized man seemed to have the same idea. Although his opponent's stature as well as his weight was far beyond his own, the powerful feeling of his body gave him the illusion that he could beat his opponent. Do you want to die? The stubbled man gave a sneer, then walked over to the muscular man. Which one of them is not in existence that carries several lives on their backs? For killing, it's long been a habit. Yes. But I think you should be the one to die first. As the words fell, the muscular man raised his hand and slammed it towards the stubble man's chest. The latter subconsciously raised his hand to block this punch from his opponent. However, the speed of the other party seemed to exceed his expectations. Bang! The punch landed hard on the stubble man's heart. The opponent's entire body flew backwards, and with his mouth open, a mouthful of blood sprayed out wildly. In his eyes, a look of horror appeared. It still seems a little hard to believe that his body has obviously changed so much. But why, the other party was able to send himself flying with a single punch? I can't believe I didn't punch you to death. The muscular man then looked at the stubble man with some surprise. In his opinion, his power was fully capable of killing an ordinary person with one punch. The fight between the two was clearly seen by Chu Fei. He frowned as an idea crossed his mind. Is this medicine, the stronger the body, the more effective it is? Chapter 112. Who is in favor and who is against? Rubbish. Inside the lab, the muscular man walked towards the stubble man with a sneer on his face. And the stubble man had realized the gap between himself and the muscle man at this moment. The two are not on the same level at all. It's like playing a game where one level is at 10 and one level is only 1. How do you want to die? Muscle man stomped on stubble man. Chu Fei smiled. It's fine, don't worry. Professor Yang, give me the access card. Yang Chengwa glanced at Chu Fei with some hesitation, then handed over the access card to him. Only then did Chu Fei walk towards the lab, and the access card was swiped. The sound of unlocking came from the heavy iron door. In the next second, the muscular man and a few other people's gazes instantly fell on the location of the doorway. Chu Fei slowly opened the iron door and walked in. Then the door was closed again. Upon seeing Chu Fei come in alone, the muscular man loosened his foot on the stubble man. That's pretty bold. Dare to come in alone? Open the door and I might even spare your life. The muscular man looked at Chu Fei with a cold smile. Only, Chu Fei smiled faintly. Slowly, he raised the access card in his hand. Want to get out? As well. Take a punch from me and retreat no more than 3 steps, and I'll let you go. More than 3 steps, then you stay here honestly. The tone changed to ice cold by the end. The muscular man laughed out loud. In front of his eyes, Chu Fei was at most a normal person's figure. Pressing without the slightest bit of power. Even if you stood and let him punch you 10 times, you wouldn't necessarily be able to feel the pain. Yeah. Tell you what, I'll let you throw 3 punches. If I take a step back, it's all on me. Arrogant, cocky. The others, on the other hand, were looking at Chu Fei with cold smiles on their faces. Muscle Man was a tough one among them. None of them would choose to mess with this guy unless it was necessary. That won't be necessary. I'm afraid of you, take 3 punches from me and you'll die. Chu Fei slowly placed the access card in his hand, on the table next to him. When the others saw this, they didn't have the heart to grab it. Because, as far as they were concerned, the access card must have belonged to Muscle Man. Ridiculous. 3 punches to kill me? You really think you're Tyson? The muscular man snorted. However, when Chu Fei walked in front of him, he finally felt the difference. The other man's eyes, they were cold. That look, it definitely didn't look like a joke. I'll give you a chance to defend yourself, stand still. Chu Fei spoke again. The muscular man, on the other hand, subconsciously took a step back and assumed a fighting stance. It wasn't very standard, but if it was to deal with ordinary people, it would be enough. You. The muscular man was about to open his mouth, but in the next second, Chu Fei's fist had already attacked. He subconsciously raised his hands and blocked them in front of his chest. But, he had underestimated his opponent's power. Bang! The muscular man was slammed with a punch and hit the wall behind him hard. The entire wall was smashed with a tiny crack like a spider's web. Cough, cough. The muscular man got up from the ground, coughing up a lot of blood from his mouth. The people around them froze instantly. A punch that sent the muscle man flying 3 or 4 meters? If this were them, could they take a punch from this man? Shall we continue? Chuffy slowly raised his head and looked at the muscular man. This time, the other party didn't dare to speak. Obviously, the other party was stunned by this punch from Chu Fei. From Chu Fei's eyes, he felt a hint of killing intent. This one was completely different when he was killing people. When he kills, he's nothing but crazy. All they cared about was getting people killed, not caring that there was blood all over their bodies. But the man in front of him was calm, so calm it was scary. It seemed that killing someone was nothing more than a breeze for him and would not feel anything. Now. I'm going to draw blood from each of you, who's against it and who's for it. Chu Fei's ice-cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Silence is the best answer for these people. It was at this time that Chu Fei nodded at the double-sided mirror on the wall. Suli saw this and let out a long sigh of relief. Professor Yang, send someone in for a blood test. Meanwhile, the distant capital city. In a luxurious manner. What? Failed? How can it be? Han Jinlong looked at the men in front of him with a face full of incredulity. Just now, he received a report from his men. This mission to snipe the Yun family for transporting live bodies has failed. And, along with Han Tian, he was arrested. Twisted and sent to the Jiangnan Warzone branch. This time, even if he wanted to fish Han Tian out, it was probably unlikely. After all, Chu Fei's identity was there. There are only a few people who are higher than him in status. But those guys, they don't stand for anything. Getting them to help is not as straightforward as getting a few people to rush in and rob people. All right. I know, go down. Han Jinlong waved his hand, signaling his men to leave. It was only after his men had left that his face became somber. In his eyes, a cold light flashed. There were only 2 choices in front of him now, either to settle with the Yun family and pay compensation. Either that, or send someone to finish off Han Tian and come to a dead end. This way, the other side would have no evidence to prove that the incident was the work of the Han family. However, Han Tian was locked up in the Warzone branch in Jiangnan, and as far as the defense military of that place was concerned, it was impossible to hit it unless it was bombed with missiles. But is it possible? Unless the Han family wanted to disappear from Disya, they wouldn't dare to go against a country's Warzone division if they had 10 guts. Han Jinlong thought for half a day, but still couldn't think of a good way to deal with the current situation. He paced back and forth in the living room for several minutes before taking a deep breath. If we can't, then let's go to war. After that, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello? Ah, old brother phone, do you have time? I've got an idea, might as well be alone. Chapter 114. Early the next morning. Chu Fei then bid farewell to Suli and Yun Yulan and arrived at the Jiangnan Warzone branch. It was a bit late yesterday and the results of the blood test would need to wait for 3 days before they could be obtained, so we returned home first with Su Li and Yun Yulan. I came over early this morning to look for Zhao Dajuan, and in the meantime, I asked the one who was arrested what the other side was really about. Inside the office, Zhao Dajuan was dealing with the work at hand. Seeing Chu Fei come in, he hurriedly performed a salute. Team Chu. Chu Fei waved his hand. The person is still with you, right? Zhao Dajuan laughed. Of course, in Jiangnan, no one has dared to casually break into my territory. However, after our interrogation yesterday, the boy has spilled the beans. It is rumored that he is a collateral member of the Han family in the capital, and his name is Han Tian. This mission was specially given to him by Han Jinlong, and if he can complete this one, he'll be eligible to directly enter the direct lineage of members. Hearing Zhao Dajuan's explanation, a hint of surprise appeared in Chu Fei's eyes. I didn't expect the man to spill the beans so quickly. It was hard not to be suspicious. But if the other party could say the name Han Jinlong, then it was definitely correct. The one-eyed man who was captured by himself last time was also given the task by Han Jinlong. Okay, take me to meet. Chuffy nodded his head. The two then made their way to the holding cell. Inside the holding cell, Han Tian's face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. His body was even more bruised and purple, so he obviously hadn't been entertained much. When the door pushed open, Chu Fei and Zhao Dajuan appeared in front of him. Looking at Han Tian, who had been beaten up to a somewhat unrecognizable state, Chu Fei's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Well, last night wasn't so great, was it? Hearing this, Han Tian then raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. Who are you? The man in front of him was able to make Zhao Dajuan, the commander of the Warzone division, bring him here, and here was an indication that this man's status was far higher than Zhao Dajuan. Who am I? Don't you know? And Han Kim Long didn't tell you my name? If Han Tian was really a member of the Han family, he must have his own information in his hands. But he didn't recognize himself now, and it was possible that Han Jinlong had deliberately not told him. Whoever you are, I've already said what I need to say, so just ask whatever else you want to know. Han Tian was no longer hopeful. Having been captured here, Han Jinlong surely wouldn't waste a large amount of money to fish himself out. It would be better to painfully reveal all the secrets he knew, so that there might still be a chance to live. You're a pain in the ass. But I already know what I need to know. Now I'll give you a choice. You'll be the witness and I'll take you to the Han family to raise hell. Admit that Han Jinlong forced you to do all this. I'll let you go when it's done. Chu Fei said such words with a calm face. Han Tian instead looked at the man in front of him with some surprise. He wondered what this boy was capable of calling the shots with the Han family. Now that the Long family is gone, the Han family, the Feng family, and the Yin family are known as the three great families of the capital. Those who were able to call the shots of the three great clans, aside from the other two great clans, I'm afraid there were only a few big names left. Could be. Provided you make sure I'm still alive before I meet Han Jinlong. I think he probably already knew about the news of my capture, and if you guys are going to take me back to the capital, the other party definitely won't let go of this opportunity to kill me to silence me. Han Tian was thinking clearly. He was now an outcast, a dispensable existence. However, just to be on the safe side, if Han Jinlong knew that he would be brought back to the capital by this man in front of him to raise hell with the Han family, he would definitely look for an opportunity to finish himself off halfway through. You can rest assured of that. I promise I'll make sure you don't die before you see Han Jinlong. But I have one more question for you. As the Han family's collateral staff, between you and the Win family, is there any cooperation? Han Tian thought about it and finally shook his head. He was just a sidekick. Where was he qualified to know these things? These are single-handedly controlled by members of the direct line, who are just responsible for clearing away some of the obstacles. Since you don't know, I won't give you a hard time. Dejun, keep a good eye on him. After saying that, Chu Fei turned around and left. After seeing Chu Fei leave, Han Genius looked at Zhao Dajuan in front of him somewhat strangely. Who the hell is he? A cold smile appeared on Zhao Dajuan's face. You don't even recognize Chu Fei Chu Yen Wang. Han Jinlong sending you over is really just a death sentence. When these words came out, Han Tian's face instantly changed. Never in a million years would I have thought that the man just now would be King Chu Yen. No wonder Han Jinlong didn't want to tell himself. If he did, how many other people in the world would have the guts to go after him? Only after coming outside the holding room did Chu Fei take out his cell phone and make a call to his great-uncle Yunwu. Great uncle, I've already captured the person. It's one of the Han family's side personnel, called Han Tian. I'm planning to send a special plane to take him to the war zone tomorrow, so I'll trouble you to pick him up then. Hearing this, Yunwoo's face revealed a smile. Yes. This time, I'd like to see what else Han Jinlong, has to say. By the way, the living body has begun to be experimented on, hasn't it, and what are the results? Asking this question, Chuffy hesitated for several seconds. The results of the experiment cannot be determined at this time, but the visible effect is that the human body's strength will be enhanced several times more than before. If one's guess was correct, the stronger the physique, the more effective the use would be, and vice versa. Great uncle, the results of the experiment are not yet available. It'll be 3 days from now at the latest, but the effect that can be seen now is the enhancement of human strength. As to whether there are any other effects, further tests are needed. Hearing this, Yunwoo's face revealed a hint of shock. The effect is similar to that of stimulants. But stimulants can have some side effects, and they won't be as effective at all. I see, and if nothing else, I should be making a personal trip over in 3 days. By the way, I'll bring you the 3rd installment of The Living. After a brief chat, Chu Fei hung up the phone. At this time, Zhao Dajuan had also come out of the holding cell, Team Chu. Dejun, tomorrow you'll send a special airplane to send Han Tian back to the capital, and when he arrives at the Warzone headquarters, someone will naturally take him away. Chu Fei thought for a moment and then added, if after arriving at the capital, someone from the top of the military department asks you for someone, you can just say that this is my order. Anyone who tries to take him without my permission, shoot him on the spot. Chapter 115, Keep a Low Profile. After leaving the Warzone branch, Chu Fei was planning to take a taxi back to the company. However, just as he reached the halfway point, he received a call from Su Hui. Hello? Brother Chu? It's me, FAI. Hearing Su Hui's phone call had caused Chu Fei to be somewhat surprised. The kid, on the other hand, hadn't called himself in quite a while. It didn't take much guessing to realize that the kid must be in trouble. However, given his status, there shouldn't be many people who dare to mess with him in this Jiangnan, right? It's me. Anything? Hearing Chu Fei's voice, Su Hui almost cried out. Big brother. I got my ass kicked, the guys around him were so good, I was no match. And that no matter who I get to come, he'll beat them up if he sees one. And to say that, in this small place in Jiangnan, that so-called number 1 person would have to bend over even if he saw him. Hearing those words, Chu Fei felt that there were some surprises. Doesn't this mean that the other party is not from Gangnam? Instead, they're from somewhere else, even the capital? It's a lot of people from the capital these days. Among them, there were quite a few people from the Han and Wind families. Maybe the one Su Hui had messed with was from 2 of these families. Okay. Where is it? I'm coming over now. Chuffy asked. At the Drunken Jade Bar. Hearing the name of this clear bar, Chu Fei slightly froze. Isn't this where he and this kid first met? At that time, this kid was still thinking of molesting Fong Qing. Okay. Hanging up the phone, he said to the cabmaster, Master, go to Drunken Jade Cheng. Okay. At this moment, on the card seat of the Drunken Jade Clear Bar, Fong Shihan was crossing his legs, with 2 women in his arms, and a pair of hands restlessly roaming around that towering place. The 2 women were enjoying themselves, picking up fruits from the table and feeding them into his mouth every now and then. Beside them, stood 2 bodyguards in black suits. As for Su Hui, he was driven out of the clear bar and squatted on the side of the road. His face was bruised and purple, and he grimaced in pain. But he also knew that these 2 bodyguards in suits were not something his own minions could handle. The opponents are practiced, and such a person can only be set right by a big brother. Grandma! Wait for me until my big brother arrives. I designate to smoke him to death. Su Hui covered the painful place on his face and grinned vigorously. The few people next to him, the little brother, could only stay on the sidelines. More than 10 minutes later, a cab stopped in front of Su Hui's few people. Chu Fei slowly got out of the car and saw Su Hui's several people who were squatting on the side of the road smoking. How did it come to this? He froze and looked at Su Hui's bruised and swollen appearance. Big brother. You're finally here. If you don't come, I reckon I'll go in and fight that mongrel to the death. Su Hui covered the place on his face where he had been hit, his face full of aggression. It's hard to see that there are still people you dare not mess with in this Jiangnan. Rather interesting. Go inside and I'll see who it is. After saying that, Chu Fei led Su Hui's few people towards the inside of the clear bar. Pushing the door open, a bottle crashed at his feet before he could enter. Get out! The place is packed today. Chu Fei looked up and saw that within the entire clear bar, there was only someone on the largest card seat. And there are only 3 of them. A man with his arms around 2 women plus 2 bodyguards standing behind him. But Chu Fei was a bit surprised. After all, the man sitting at the card table was no stranger to himself. On the contrary, there was a side trip. Boy! You're dead! My big brother is here! Su Hui shouted at Feng Qihang. It was at this time that Feng Qihang slowly raised his head and looked towards the door. The moment he saw Chu Fei, his face changed. You again! He would never have dreamed that Chu Fei would appear here. This time, the family sent him over to Jiangnan to take charge of a family business. The family had opened a new branch over here, and he himself was in the capital, or he was supposed to have nothing to do. This time, the family had given him a company to test him, so that he could develop properly. Is that weird? You, on the contrary, are quite arrogant. Hit my little old man? As he spoke, Chu Fei had already led Su Hui's few people towards Feng Qihang. The latter could only sit dryly on the sofa, neither getting up nor not getting up. He already knew that this was a guy he couldn't mess with. After all, Uncle Sam has said it all. If you can't mess with it, try not to mess with it. There's something scary about this guy's background. It's a misunderstanding, do you believe that? Feng Qihang revealed a stiff smile. I believe your mom. Su Hui pointed at Feng Qihang's nose and cursed. And the 2 bodyguards behind Feng Qihang subconsciously took a step forward. However, Chu Fei snapped his head up and stared at these 2 with an icy gaze. I wouldn't move if I were you guys. At that moment, the 2 bodyguards only felt like falling into an ice cellar. Those eyes filled with murderous intent were as if they had come out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. For a while, both bodyguards didn't dare to move. One more step forward and they had no doubt that the man knocked them off their feet. So what do you want? Feng Qihang gritted his teeth and stared at Su Hui dead in the face. In the next second, Su Hui raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Pop! The resounding slap directly dumbfounded Feng Qihang. And the 2 bodyguards subconsciously moved a step forward when they saw their young master being beaten. However, what greeted them was Chu Fei's kick. Bang bang! One person was directly kicked out by Chu Fei. I said, don't move, do you understand? At this moment, the 2 bodyguards could only lie on the ground in pain, covering their chests. The difference in strength is too great. Cool. Just now, that's how you smacked me. Su Hui smacked a slap as not yet relieved, lifting his leg as a kick on the Wen Qihang's stomach. This time, Feng Qihang couldn't help himself and swung his fist at Su Hui's face. However, Chu Fei didn't make a move. After all, Feng Qihang was a waste of space without any force value. If Su Hui couldn't even beat him, then there was no need to be his little brother. Bang bang bang! The 2 of them punched and kicked each other. Fortunately, Su Hui, also grew up fighting since childhood, and in 3 or 2 strokes, Feng Qihang was held down on the ground. Rolled over and mounted him, left and right. Snap! A loud slap was viciously slapped on Feng Qihang's face. After smoking for 3 or 4 whole minutes, Su Hui's hand was red before he stopped. On the contrary, Feng Qihang's entire face was swollen. His mouth was frothing with blood and he seemed to be trying to say something, but the pain in his face prevented him from speaking. It was at this time that Chu Fei slowly looked at him. Next time. Remember, in this Jiangnan, there are some people you can't afford to mess with, you know? Keep your head down or you'll get hit. Chapter 116, List of Bounties. In the end, Feng Qihang was assisted by 2 bodyguards to leave the clear bar. However, a large number of people suddenly came to Jiangnan, which was rare compared to the usual. Yes? I know. You guys drink up, I've got things to do so I'll leave. Chu Fei waved his hand and turned around to leave the clear bar. Just as he reached the door, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Su Lin. Director Su, do you have a moment? The moment the person on the other end of the phone heard that it was Chu Fei, his tone immediately became a few points more respectful. So it's Mr. Chu, I happen to be free right now, I don't know what Mr. Chu is looking for me for? Chu Fei thought for a moment before slowly saying, I heard Su Hui say that quite a few people from outside the country have entered the country recently, is that true? Su Lin was slightly surprised. Mr. Chu knows his son? I can't believe I didn't know that myself. Mr. Chu, you know my son? Chu Fei smiled, recognize, not a bad relationship. When Su Lin heard this, a smile covered his face. Good boy. I can't believe I've hooked up with Mr. Chu without saying a word. If he didn't know that this kid had been causing trouble outside all day, he wouldn't have known that this kid still had such ability to walk with Chu Fei. Hey, Mr. Chu, the canine son is still a good person, you'll have to take care of him in the future. As for what just happened, what Inuyasha said is true. It has recently come to my attention through the Department of Aviation that there have been a number of foreigners entering the country, probably around 40 in number, and on only 2 flights. Close to 90% or more of the people are coming over for tourism, and some are coming and going on business. Mr. Chu, is there a problem? Hearing this, Chu Fei's brows furrowed. 40 people, for the usual time, really isn't a lot. However, with 2 flights, that's 40 people, and that's a problem. Who would organize a group to travel to Dacha? And, organizing 20 or more people at a time? Director Su, I wonder if I could trouble you to go to the aviation department and pull out the information on these people. Then send it to me. I suspect that the group entering the country has impure intentions. When these words came out, Su Lin's face all changed slightly. Mr. Chu, what do you mean by? These people, they're not traveling? Chu Fei let out a but did not explain too much. I know. I'm going to get the information from the aviation department right now. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei thought for a moment and then made a call to Li Yu. Li Yu was the Chu family's head butler and had always resided in the capital. Many things within Daxia were handled solely by Li Yu. Young master. Li Yu's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Uncle Li, recently the immortal bird family, is there any action? Actually, Chu Fei's guess was very simple. The clan is at war with the clan of the immortals. However, no one has resorted to dark means. Now, the fact that so many people from outside the country were inside made him suspect that this matter was related to the family. Hearing this, Li Yu instantly fell silent. It was only after a few seconds that he slowly spoke. Young master, originally, master asked me not to tell you, but now, you've grown up and there are some things you need to know. The immortal bird family has taken the initiative to use dark means, and quite a few of our people abroad have been knocked out by the other side. His lordship was so angry that he took out a branch of the other organization in one breath. This matter has caused the dissatisfaction of some foreign organizations, and the immortal bird family just happened to put out a bounty order, and this time, it's considered to be a counterattack from the other side against us. In the next moment, Chu Fei's face instantly turned cold. I didn't realize that the battle between the clan and the immortal bird clan had used dark means. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, on that bounty order, there was probably his own name. Those foreigners entering the country may be targeting themselves. So Pops didn't do anything? He's not going to sit around and do nothing, is he? Li Yu cried and laughed. Naturally not. His lordship has instructed our armed organizations abroad to prepare for a wave of strong strikes against the immortals. But if that's the case, it means a lot of people from abroad will be involved in this one. So young master, you should be careful in Jiangnan. Hearing this, Chu Fei took a deep breath. One's own guess, rightly so. I know. Putting down the phone, Chu Fei took a taxi back to Su Li's company. Name, Chu Fei Chu Tianhao's only son. Nickname, Chu Yan Wang. Reward, $900 million. Coordinates, Daxia Jiangnan. His eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't realize that I was actually on the list. It seems that the other party has made sufficient preparations and intends to clean up their own family. Then scratched down a bit. A bearded, angular blonde man appeared on the bounty list. Name, Orion. Title, Reaper. Reward, $870 million. Coordinates, unknown. $10 million for accurate coordinates. Orion? Chu Fei smiled bashfully, not expecting that this old rival was also on the list. He had met this guy when he was on a foreign mission by himself. Other than that, this guy's strength and his own could be said to be indistinguishable. The means are all out, but also just a tie. Continue will only lose both sides. So, he and Oleander each took a step back and just walked away as if they had never seen it. Unexpectedly, after 3 years, this guy didn't know who he had messed with, and was actually put on the bounty list. Then, it slid down a few more times. The top 10 people on the bounty list, except for 2 foreigners. 8 of them, all of them homegrown. Including Li Yu, big housekeeper, mom and theirs, are on it, and the amount of the bounty are all over 100 million. Great. It's really good. Xu Fei coldly snorted in his heart. Then he glanced at his account, which still had more than $2.3 billion on it. In that case, might as well drop a heavy bomb on you. After saying that, he immediately contacted the administrator of the bounty list. Tens of thousands of kilometers away in a foreign country, in a high-class villa. A man with a full head of blonde hair was browsing the bounty list. There were still marvelous sounds coming out of his mouth. This time, the Chu family is afraid to be in big trouble. He muttered, and was about to shut down his computer and get some rest. After all, it was already 11 o'clock at night. But a sudden piece of news stopped him in his tracks. He froze slightly and opened the message page. Upon seeing the other person's avatar, he froze. An exclamation of surprise followed. My God, Xu Yan Wang? When he finished, he immediately made a quick reply on the keyboard. Xu Yan Wang? After seeing the reply above, the corner of Xu Fei's mouth revealed a smile. Yes. Bruce, I'd like to post a bounty list, okay? Upon seeing the other's reply, a smile spread across Bruce's face. After thinking about it, he immediately replied, let's see, you must be trying to put that old guy, Immortal AMT, on the list, right? You bet. 5% commission, it's been sent to your account, check it out. Shuffy returned another sentence. Bruce froze and picked up his cell phone. $100 million had been added to his own account at some point. Chu, are you crazy? A $2 billion bounty? Do you realize the consequences of this? It was important to realize that he needed to charge a 5% commission no matter who put up the bounty list. The higher the amount, the more he collects. But the highest amount from before until now is only $1 billion. Although he didn't set an upper limit, in everyone's mind, $1 billion was the upper limit. I'm well aware of the consequences. Not to mention you didn't set a cap, did you? So hang on to it. Bruce took a deep breath and hastily grabbed the coffee on the table and took a sharp sip. He knew that once he put up this amount, it was estimated that mercenaries all over the world would go crazy. And as the leader of the Immortal family, AMT, he certainly wasn't going to sit around and wait for it to happen. Shoo. Think about it, once you're hooked up, you won't get off the list unless the mission is complete. Seeing Bruce's reply, Chuffy smiled bashfully. He was well aware of the rules of the bounty list. Hang it up. Bruce hesitated for a few seconds, then opened the admin page. After much thought, AMT's picture, name, and bounty amount and coordinates were put up on the list. Chu, okay. Xu Fei closed the message page and refreshed the bounty list. In the next second, an old foreign man in his 60s with somewhat gray hair appeared on the reward list. It looks like there is no difference from the usual. Those eyes, however, were filled with ice. It's kind of my meet and greet gift to you guys. Xu Fei muttered something under his breath. And the bounty list was refreshed and the world went into a frenzy. Zhong Nanhai, on some private island. My fark? Is this man crazy? $2 billion bounty on AMT? A certain lark, in the middle of a certain base. What? $2 billion? Who is this man? Is he crazy? In a humble cabin in the countryside of a certain Leah. My God. This is an amazing gamble. Quick, get me fighter jets and exclusive routes, bring weapons, I want this $2 billion bounty. The same thing happened in various places around the world. Some, on the other hand, have a theater-going attitude. And some, already armed and ready to get started. And worst of all, the ones who have a grudge against the immortal bird family. Even if there was no bounty list, it was just as important to fight the other side. But now, with the bounty list, it was like giving them chicken blood, excitement. As long as they took the heads to the administrator of the bounty list to check for accuracy, they would get the $2 billion. That's enough money to spend for the rest of their lives anywhere in the world. And in the middle of a special island overseas. The place was covered with all kinds of weapons, as well as secondary anti-aircraft weapons, all laid out. Trying to attack this place is like attacking a military fortress. A man's roar came from a luxurious room. Who the hell is it? Call me and ask Bruce. I must know who this person really is, he actually dares to break the rules of the reward list. I'm going to kill him. And the man standing in the doorway bowed and returned, Mr. AMT, Bruce's rules, as you know, are that he won't reveal anything about his employer. Chapter 118 Chu Tianhuang's departure. On the island of Doppler. This is the Chu family's defense base. In the middle of a courtyard filled with antiquity. Chu Tianji was looking at the tablet in his hand with a small smile on his face. Displayed on the tablet was none other than the bounty list. The first place on the list, which had been him, had now become the leader of the immortal bird family, AMT. That brat, he's good at getting them into trouble. But that's good, saves me a lot of trouble. $2 billion was actually nothing more than a drop in the bucket for the Chu family. But the higher the price one puts up, the more the other party is sure to raise it as well. The fight is all about price wars and there is no point. Instead, it was cheaper for the mercenaries, and if they did accidentally complete the mission, the money could be far more than if they had taken out and sold their lives. There's nothing to see in this one. Put it down. Yunyu sat right next to Chu Tianhao and gently took the tablet computer in his hands. The eyes just looked at him worriedly, the gentleness in his eyes, unspoken. Are you really going to go back? Can we not go back? We are like this now, is not it quite good? That home, whether you go back to it or not, is meaningless now, isn't it? Hearing his wife's words like this, Chu Tianhao raised his head to look at the azure sky, and a faint smell of the sea filled the air. He took a deep breath, and with a relieved smile on his face, You don't understand. They came to me when Dash was born, and at 24 they'll take Dash back. Otherwise, where do you think I got that ancient martial art from? But there is a prerequisite, and that is Fei's strength, which needs to be recognized by them. If Fei doesn't meet their requirements, then Fei will be obliterated by them. In their eyes, only pure bloodlines are qualified to practice ancient martial arts. The only thing that happens when you steal a lesson is death. Speaking of this, Chu Tianhao sighed slightly. I've already given the stuff to Big Brother Su. If I don't come back, you'll inform Big Brother Su, give the stuff to Fei, and tell him all about it. Remember, if I don't make it back, take everyone in your family and retire, go back to your homeland, where they don't dare to set foot yet. Here, after all, is not our territory, we have incurred too many enemies. There was a hint of tears in Yunyu's eyes, and her eyes were filled with dismay. Chu Tianji reached out and wrapped her tightly in his arms. Don't worry, I'm confident I'll come back alive. Yunyu didn't say anything, just hugged him tightly. Only after a long time did Chu Tianhao release his hand. At this moment, the butler walked into the courtyard. Master, the plane is ready. Hearing these words, Yunyu deadlocked her grip on Chu Tianhuang's hand and shook her head vigorously. However, Chu Tianhuang gently broke away from her hand and looked at her with confidence in his gaze. Trust me. In the end, Yunyu unwillingly let go of his hand. He watched him walk out of the yard before whimpering. Hearing the cries behind him, Chu Tianhua's footsteps paused for a moment. But soon, pick up the pace. I'm sorry. This time, I'm just fighting for a chance to stay alive for you, for the brat. Chu Tian maniac murmured under his breath and then got on the airplane. Koyo Company. Suli gently stretched her back. Finally, it's busy. Come on, let's go see Grandpa. Chuffy put down his tablet and nodded. The two men drove and arrived at the war zone hospital. In the hospital room, Sun Yening was already able to get out of bed and walk around. Sure enough, the recovery ability of the body of a person who works out all year round is not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Grandpa. Master. Chu Fei and Suli pushed open the door of the ward carrying some fruits. Sun Yening looked back and saw the two men, and his face was suddenly covered with a smile. I thought, you two, had forgotten me as a grandfather? Also, the brat still calls me master? Isn't it time to change your name? Unless, upon hearing this, his face darkened. Master. That's too much of a generational difference. Not so good. Sun Yening sat on the edge of the bed, looking at him with eyes full of smiles. Yes? Looking at Master's solid gaze, Chu Fei still changed his words. Grandpa. Only then did Sun Yening nod in satisfaction. Suli just sat on the side, peeling an apple for Sun Yening while chatting with him. As for Chu Fei, he just watched from the side and chimed in from time to time. When it was said that the drug developed by the Suli Research Institute had already taken breakthrough research, Sun Yening's eyes also revealed a few moments of surprise. Especially when the effect was known, it was full of gravity. He knew deep down how important. Suli was about to say something, but was interrupted by Chu Fei. Li, listen to Grandpa. What he said, it's all true. This is the kind of thing that should never be on the mass market. Chu Fei's face also became a bit more grave. Suli nodded with some disappointment. Alright, but we don't know exactly what the results will be like. We'll wait until the results come out. I'm going to use the restroom first. After saying that, Suli got up and walked out of the hospital room. After Suli left, Sun Yening said to Chufei, "Brat, if this thing really works, I'm going to be the first one to try it. Even if it's stolen, you've got to get one out for me, okay?" Chufei knew that Master would definitely say that. Got it. But it's also time to go after the results are in. By the way, Master, do you know much about the immortal bird family? Chapter 119, The Origin of the Immortal Bird Family. Immortals? You messed with them? Hearing Chufei say that, Sun Yening frowned slightly. The immortal bird family, a very large family abroad. Controlling many high-level enterprises, and even many foreign officials are supported up by this family. Those people, arguably, control the lifeblood of many families abroad. It's perfectly possible to get a country to change leaders whenever they feel like it. It's not me who invites them. It's just that they came to me. Chufei smiled somewhat helplessly. On the dark web, Pops and I both occupy the top 1 or 2 spots on the bounty list. Then I put AMT, the leader of the immortal family, on the first list for $2 billion. When Sun Yening heard this, her eyes almost fell out. It took several seconds for him to slow down. Brat! You are truly arrogant. What you're doing is tantamount to breaking the rules, you know? You can hang 2 billion, can't they hang 3? Chufei hemmed and hawed, then just let them be, spending such a high price, in case it comes down to a basket of water, I'll laugh. Sun Yening looked at him like this and shook his head helplessly. Do you know why they're called immortals? Being asked this question, Chufei shook his head. In his perception, the so-called immortal bird was actually the phoenix in mythology. The phoenix is capable of rebirth, and each time it dies, it is reborn in fire and becomes stronger. Seeing him shake his head, Sun Yening then opened his mouth to explain. In fact, the so-called immortal bird is an inheritance from generation to generation. From what I understand, the immortal bird family, they've been around for hundreds of years, and in order to ensure the purity of their bloodline, they all perform internal weddings. Some of them have horribly high IQs and ridiculously strong force levels. Of course, there's a big downside to in-house weddings, and that's the high likelihood of freaks. Human or not, it's almost like a monster. But it's people like... Who are the scariest? Hearing his master's explanation, Chufei slightly opened his mouth. Is this how the immortal bird family reproduces? But anyone in his right mind knows that inbreeding is likely to produce children who are deformed. And, odds are, it's retarded. But that's not the case with this immortal family. The children they give birth to possess intelligence beyond normal people, and even their natural abilities are far more powerful than normal people. It's no wonder, then, that they call it immortality. So there are very, very few families in the world that can stand up to them. I know, your family is fighting them. But, to put it bluntly, your Chu family has only been on the rise for a few decades, so what can you take against a family that has existed for hundreds of years? If they really want to destroy the Chu family, it won't take more than 3 days at most. Hearing those words, Chufei was somewhat unconvinced. Then why don't they do it? From the time he was a child, he knew that the family was fighting against the immortals. After so many years, it can be said that both sides have had their share of casualties. According to Master, if the other party wanted to destroy the Chu family, they could do so at any time. Being rebutted by Chufei like this, Sun Yening immediately shut up. There were some things he didn't want to tell the boy yet. Perhaps, they are also afraid of your Chu family's undercard. Who knows if you have any big killers hidden in your house? Su Nianyang joked. Chufei listened in his ears, but he always felt that something was wrong. Master's words, it seems like there's something in them. But... just can't find a fault. At this time, Su Li had also returned. What are you guys talking about? Sun Yening hemmed and hawed. We'll talk about what should be a good name for my great-grandson or great-granddaughter. If it's a boy's, the name Chu Qianfan is not bad. If it's a girl's, then it's Chu Mo Yen. How about it? Grandpa picked the name, it's not bad, is it? Hearing this, Su Li's small face reddened. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Sun Yening laughed out loud. Isn't it only a matter of time? In another half year, I'll be able to hold my great-grandson. Thinking about it makes me happy, ha ha ha. Chufei was also filled with helplessness as he looked at his master in this manner. Perhaps that's the simplest thing an old man can think. Accompanying Su Nianying in the hospital room and chatting for the afternoon until sunset, the two of them could not leave. On the way back to the villa. Bandit, a question for you. Suli pursed her lips, her face slightly flushed as she looked at Chu Fei. What? Chuffy drove back. Do you like boys or girls? Suli looked at him a little nervously. That's for sure. Is like both. Better yet, dragon and phoenix twins, then all will be happy. Hey, hey, hey. Chuffy let out a bad smile. However, it's safe to say that not many people are pregnant with dragon and phoenix twins these days. You're thinking beautifully. Suli ranted. But if one, I hope it's a girl. After all, men, they all want a sweetie, and I'm no exception. Chu Fei laughed. The ultimate dream of a man, and that is to have a sweet little girl. So what if? Before Suli could finish his words, Chu Fei braked sharply. Snort! The tires rubbed the ground, leaving a long brake mark on the road. Suli was taken aback and hadn't reacted yet. But in the next second, Chu Fei slammed the reclining chair down and held down Suli's head and deflected it downward. Next. Bang! A horrible sound exploded in the ears of the two men. The glass was punched out in a huge crater at that moment. Good thing it didn't break completely. The bullet, however, had penetrated the glass and hit the body of the car. Chu Fei kicked the steering wheel, and his body sat next to Suli under the force. The car door was then pulled open. Get out of the car. Suli was still in a state of shock and hadn't reacted yet. Seeing this, Chu Fei had no choice but to sidestep Suli. Get out of the car. With this roar from him, Suli then reacted and got out of the car in a hurry. But a second bullet followed. Bang! The shot, it went through the glass. Put! Chu Fei only felt a sharp pain under his ribs. Blood flowed out instantly. He hurriedly got out of the car and pulled Suli to hide behind the car. Good thing a big truck came along at that moment and got in the way of the two men's car. Seeing this, Chu Fei pulled Suli into a clothing store on the side. The blood from his ribs left a long trail of blood on the ground. Without even thinking about it, Chu Fei took out his cell phone and made a call to Zhao Dajuan. Southeast Road. Someone's got a heavy weapon. Send in a helicopter. Hurry. Chapter 120 Su Killing God. Jiangnan Theater Division. Zhao Dajuan was just about to go eat dinner when he received a call from Chu Fei. First, he was stunned, and then he reacted instantly. Come on, man. Get me a helicopter, now, now, now. But on the other end of the line, a crying woman's voice soon followed. Chuffy. Wake up, wake up. What's wrong with you? Why is there so much blood? When he heard these words, Zhao Dajuan's heart thumped violently. Done. Captain Chu, attacked. And, wounded. But, this is in the territory of Daxia. Moreover, Captain Chu is now the leader of the dragon team. What kind of person is so bold as to dare attack the leader of the dragon team of Daxia? Isn't this a death wish? Come on, man. Get 3 combat helicopters ready for me. I'll make those people pay me in blood. Target, Southeast Road. Hurry. In just 3 minutes, though, 3 combat helicopters were headed toward the southeast road of the city. And the passers-by on the street had long since become much more frightened. I'm afraid this is the first time in their lives that they've encountered an attack with real bullets. Inside the roadside clothing store, the clerk had been stunned by the blood all over the floor. Deadly covered his mouth to keep from giving himself any sound. Suli then squatted aside, her eyes filled with tears, not caring that the clothes on her body were stained red with blood, desperately trying to help Chu Fei up. However, she was now pregnant, plus a woman's strength was originally small. How could she help Chu Fei, a 1 meter 8.5 man weighing 104? She had just picked up an arm, but the heavy strength made her sit down again. She then set her sights on the sales clerk to the side. Please, help me. Her face was full of tears and her eyes looked at the salesman with supplication. But the terrified salesman stepped back, his eyes full of denial. Suli was desperate and tried to calm herself. Then, with a trembling hand, he lifted Chu Fei's clothes. Under his ribs was a wound larger than his thumb. Even that has been carried through to the back. All she could do was cover the wound with her hand, trying to keep the blood from flowing. But this did not help, it only slowed down Chu Fei's bleeding. She suddenly remembered to call the emergency number. But, right now, she couldn't free her hands at all. One can only pin their hopes on the salesman. Can you help me with an emergency number, please? The salesman slowed down at this point, the scene was just too frightening. She nodded and shakily took out her cell phone and called the emergency number. Hello? Southeast Road, here at Perfect Clothing, someone has been seriously injured and is unconscious. Please come to the rescue. She got an affirmative answer from the other side before hanging up. Suli looked in her eyes and said thank you with tears in her eyes. Only then did he withdraw his gaze and place it on Chu Fei's body. At this moment, Chu Fei's breathing had become somewhat weak, and his heartbeat had slowed down quite a bit. He had lost a lot of sister-in-law. He rushed forward to help Suli up, then touched the aorta of Chu Fei's neck. Relief came when the heartbeat was felt. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'll send Captain Chu to the war zone hospital now. He then immediately beckoned for someone to take Chu Fei and Suli to the hospital. 2 combat helicopters turned their heads and left. One took Chuffy to the hospital while the other escorted him. Come on, man. Block off a 1,000-meter radius for me. Anyone who dares to let a man go, I'll shoot him myself. Get me 1,000 men from the division. A mosquito, don't even think about running. After saying that, girl, don't cry yet, tell Grandpa, what happened? Suri choked, we were on our way back when we were shot at. Chuffy got hit by a shot. Sending it to the operating room now. Sun Yening was violently shocked. Those people, are they so bold? How dare you use guns in Dasha and try to kill the dragon team leader? In the next second, Sun Yening's face was covered in ice. Well. So good. If I, the old team leader, don't step in, those people are afraid that they've forgotten that I used to be famous. He mumbled something, then took out his cell phone and logged into the darknet. Upon logging into the account, a prominent designation appeared. Su kills God. Chapter 121, Getting Out of Danger. Suli was too tired after all and fell asleep on a hospital bed next to Sun Yening. Sun Yening, on the other hand, was fiddling with her cell phone with a cold face. The page on the phone shows exactly what's on the dark web. His account on the darknet, which didn't have a lot of funds, was only $700 million. However, Sun Yening didn't hesitate for a second and used all of her funds to hang the list. On the reward list, there were instantly a few more high-ranking members of the Immortal Bird Clan. And, even more so, his message background has been ringing off the hook. It seems that a lot of them are looking for him. However, he did not respond to any of the messages. When that was done, he let out a long sigh of relief and closed the site. Looking at Suli, who was tired and resting on the hospital bed, there were a few more points of tenderness in his eyes. Pity your own granddaughter. If Chu Fei really appeared in any danger, he would definitely not easily bypass the Immortal Bird Clan. Even, he didn't hesitate to plan to use the bottom card of his crushed box. He slowly exited the hospital room and made his way to the operating room floor. After waiting outside for nearly 5 hours, the time had come to about 3 in the morning. The lights finally came on in the operating room, and a couple of doctors emerged from the room dripping with exhaustion. Upon seeing Sun Yening standing in the doorway, he hastily made a salute, Team Leader Su. Sun Yening waved his hand, how's it going? That kid isn't in any danger, is he? The doctor in charge had more than a few complications on his face. Team Leader Su, I'll be honest with you. This time, Team Leader Chu's injuries were more serious, the bullet pierced his ribs and injured his kidneys. It may take a long time to recover. Hearing him answer so formally, Sun Yening frowned. Make it simple. The doctor's face changed before he slowly spoke into Sun Yening's ear. Upon hearing these words, a few moments of shock and dismay appeared in Sun Yening's eyes. Is there really no way out? The doctor shook his head slowly, unless it's a new one, there's a good chance it'll be compromised. But getting a new one doesn't preclude his body from being resistant and the surgery is risky. So, we can also only wait for Team Leader Chu to wake up before discussing this matter. Upon hearing this, Sun Yening looked like she had aged several years as her face turned a little pale. Only then did he nod and turn towards his hospital room. Several doctors also let out a long sigh of helplessness. They all knew how injured Chu Fei was. The bullet had punctured his kidney, a penetrating wound the size of a thumb that was literally beyond repair. They could only perform simple repairs before suturing the wound for a blood transfusion. There was nothing they could do besides letting Chu Fei's body repair itself. Moreover, one kidney being affected would most likely cause Chu Fei to be unable to have a normal physical life in the future. Simply put, there's no way to have children. Although many people say that one kidney does not affect normal life. However, such people basically don't have children. All that could be done now was to wait for Chu Fei to wake up and see what the other party thought. Is it a replacement, or is it left to recover itself? The next day, Suli awoke from her deep sleep, and was shocked when she realized that she was lying asleep on the hospital bed at an unknown time. Looking back, Su Nianing was looking at her with gentle eyes. Silly girl, awake? Suli's heart immediately hung in the air. Grandpa! How is he, Fei? She didn't even know when Chu Fei's surgery was over. I can't believe I'm in the mood to sleep. She hated to slap herself. Don't worry. This kid is blessed with a great life, it's fine. However, there was a lot of blood loss, and after the input and wound stitches, it's not life-threatening now. He, is in the ward next to ours. If you're worried, go check it out. Aha! I'll go home first then, Grandpa. I'll be back later. At those words, Su Nianing hastily shook her head. Silly girl. There's still me here, it's fine. You get some rest today, I guess the boy will wake up tomorrow. And this time in the middle of downtown. Zhao Dajuan's face was full of gloom. Fists clenched as he looked at the weapons in the car. This is the thing that injured Chuffy, but the owner of this weapon. Dealing with that one was very professional and didn't leave any fingerprints on top of the weapon. No suspicious characters were found even under the inventory of thousands of people. Even investigating all the surveillance in the neighborhood will take some time. He couldn't just keep blocking off the whole area. So, after the men found the weapon, it was unsealed. Pass the word down. Get all the bureaus in the city to work overtime and check the surveillance. If you find any suspicious characters, you don't need to ask, arrest them all. I don't believe that they can still fly out of this place in Jiangnan. He's weird. The other parties seem to know Chu Fei's route in advance. No one knows when the killer was hiding on that building. And, after their inventory, they've seen all the surveillance in that building. There was no one who had gone up to the roof location. In other words, the other side didn't go up to the roof through that one building. Instead, the other side most likely paddled across from the next building, building a rope. At this moment, one of his men rushed over and said, Commander, Director Su Lin Su, says he has something to say to you. Chapter 122. If you have a problem, mention my name. Su Lin? Zhao Daijuan frowned slightly. Su Lin is the head of a bureau, what is he looking for himself for? Besides, one isn't enough trouble as it is. But after thinking about it, he nodded. Let him come over. Yes. Half a minute later. Su Lin finally met Zhao Daijuan. Meet Commander Zhao. Zhao Daijuan waved his hand, Director Su, there's no need to be polite. We're busy with official business now, so if you have something to say, please just say it. Su Lin smiled awkwardly, still thinking about kissing a few asses. That is, Mr. Chu approached me earlier and asked me to do a favor. He feels that there is something wrong with those foreigners who have come into the city recently. So he sent me to the Ministry of Aviation to get information on the foreigners, and before I could give it to Mr. Chu, something happened to him. I suspect that this incident is most likely related to those foreigners. Hearing this, Zhao Dajuan's face immediately changed. If it was really according to what Su Lin said, then it was very likely that the incident was done by those foreigners. After all, Chu Fei wouldn't go looking for information on those foreigners for no reason. He must have found something to get Su Lin to look for it. What about the information on those foreigners? Zhao Daijuan asked in a hurry. It's in my phone, I saved it in a document. How about I send it to you now? Su Lin also did not expect that this information would become the key to solving the case. Send it. Zhao Dajuan didn't hesitate for a second. Upon briefly glancing at these people's profiles, a decision was immediately made in his mind. Director Su, there's something that troubles you. My people are not fit to enforce the law in the city, so please ask your people to detain all foreigners in the city who enter Gangnam within a week yet. Not one can be let go without my orders. If there is resistance, no reason is needed. If force should be used, use it. If anything happens, I'll carry it. Hearing this reply, Su Lin immediately stood up straight. Commander Zhao. I'll do it now. Watching Su Lin about to leave, Zhao Dajuan hesitated for 3 seconds and called him back. Director Su, remember to have your men bring weapons. It's possible that one of these people might be armed. Su Lin, who was planning to go and get ready, was startled. Yeah. These foreigners are likely to be armed. If that's the case, you can't do it yourself. If you're not careful and get killed by a criminal, it's really a martyr's death. Understood. Only after saying this did Su Lin leave. Only after Su Lin left did Zhao Dajuan take a deep breath. Took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello? Chief Commander Liang? On my end, something has come up and I may need your help. Far away in the capital city, inside the office of the Warzone headquarters. Liang Quan was dealing with some small matters when he heard Zhao Dajuan's call and couldn't help but frown slightly. An army? What's up? Zhao Dajuan hesitated for a few seconds before telling the cause and effect of the incident. When Liang Quan heard that Chu Fei had been hit by a sniper shot, he immediately stood up from his position. What? He got hit? Is there danger now? Zhao Dajuan let out a bitter laugh. Commander-in-Chief, right now Team Leader Chu is considered out of life-threatening danger. However, before, Team Leader Chu did ask the local director for some of the people's information. Those people's profiles, they're all foreigners. I'm thinking of arresting everyone on the profile and interrogating them one by one. You see. Upon hearing Zhao Dajuan's application, Liang Quan directly clapped his hands and agreed. Catch me. Don't spare a single one. Damn it, assassinating our dragon team leader on our Great Xiao's territory, these people are really tired of living. As for the Ministry of State, I'll explain it myself. Remember, when anything goes wrong, mention my name directly. I'd like to see who wants to die, and I'll make it happen. Getting the Commander-in-Chief's consent, Zhao Dajuan was filled with seriousness. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Promise to finish the job. In a private room of a luxury hotel in Jiangnan City. Mr. Han, thanks for your help. It's just a shame we didn't get to kill him. A blond man smiled at Han Shul, who was sitting across from him. You're welcome, Mr. Blaine. You need help and I will naturally help. There is an old saying in Daxia that the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Unfortunately, your target happens to be an enemy of our Han family. Hanja wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a faint smile on his face. It seemed that it was all in his calculations. When my father gave himself this task, he was certain that he would be able to solve it. As it happens, he has an account on the dark web. Coincidentally, he also saw Chu Fei on the list. With this, he knew that those foreigners who had recently come to Jiangnan were most likely coming for Chu Fei. Through some connections, both Brian and True were found. Tell the other party that if they can kill Chu Fei, they will pay an additional $5 million. And, they will be given accurate intelligence as well as weapons. Once Brian and True heard that, of course they were willing to cooperate. Ha ha! The culture of Daxia is really profound. Far beyond what we can compare. However, if we didn't manage to kill him this time, I don't know when we'll get the chance next time. Brian obviously felt pity because he hadn't been able to kill Chu Fei. But Hanja wasn't the least bit worried. Mr. Brian, that's nothing to worry about. It's easy to kill him. Hanja smiled confidently. In Jiangnan, he had learned a lot of news. For example, Chu Fei's fiancée, Su Li. Or maybe his cousin Yun Yulan, or Wang Shiyu of the Juanhao group. These people are not easy to relate to him. Oh? I wonder what else Mr. Han can do. True, who was sitting on the other side of the table, looked at Hanja with some surprise when he heard this. They couldn't figure out that there was still a way for this svelte man in front of them to be able to finish off Chu Fei. No hurry, no hurry. He's already been injured by you guys, and it's going to take a while for him to recover. Now tell you what, he's not going to recover right away, is he? Hearing this, Brian and True looked at each other and nodded. With the power of a sniper's rifle, when it hits a person, even if they don't die, they will at least lose half of their life. It will take at least a while to recover. Mr. Brian, drink, drink, drink. Finish your drinks and I'll take you to the pleasure. Hanja pushed up the frame, a smile always on his face. The two looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. Mr. Han is really polite. However, it's also our luck to work with Mr. Han. Drink, drink, drink. Chapter 123, Finding Something to Do. Early the next morning. Suli came to the hospital early. By now she had changed into a clean set of clothes and was carrying hot porridge that she had bought on the street. Walking outside of Chuffy's hospital room to look inside, only to find that the beds inside were empty. She blushed. Rushed to the nurse's station on the floor and asked the nurse, "Excuse me, where is patient 106? The little nurse at the nurse's station glanced at Suli, then said with some surprise, "Are you talking about the patient named Chu Fei?" As soon as Suli heard this, she nodded vigorously. Yes. Only then did the junior nurse say, "The patient woke up early in the morning and then requested a transfer to room 808 upstairs." 808? Suli was slightly stunned. Isn't that Grandpa's hospital room? She thought that Chuffy was in some kind of danger again. Turns out, it was just a switch to Grandpa's hospital room. Thanks. After saying that, he took the porridge and headed upstairs. And upstairs in ward 808. Master. How dare those people, you say? Dare to make a move on me in our territory. Chuffy was lying on the hospital bed next to him. At the moment, those instruments on his body were no longer usable. Other than hanging some glucose and anti-inflammatory drops, it's just a matter of changing the medicine for the wound. There's nothing physically wrong with it, just need to wait for the wound to heal completely. There is no need to even remove the stitches because the sutures used nowadays are cosmetic sutures, commonly known as butcher's sutures, which automatically blend in with the flesh and blood. Is there anything more important than money these days? Besides, those people want money more than life. In the unlikely event that they make it out alive, just the money you'll get in exchange for your head will be enough to keep them together for the rest of their lives. Sun Yanning slowly spoke. Hearing those words, Chu Fei also nodded silently. Indeed, if one dies, one's head alone is worth $1 billion. That's enough money, indeed, for some people to not want to die. Besides, that's what those mercenaries are supposed to do. It was just that he was a little surprised how his whereabouts had been caught so well by those people. Also, know which car you drive. He wouldn't believe it for a second if he said no one had told the mercenaries. Even if the other party knows that he is in Jiangnan, and Jiangnan is such a large urban area, trying to find someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The other party was able to accurately locate himself, so someone must have leaked the information. By the way, Master, do you have any thoughts on the Han family? The Han family can be quite jumpy these days. I'd like to free up my hands to move them now. Chu Fei's eyes were a little cold. The Han family has, as of late, been too arrogant. If he hadn't caught the evidence himself, the other side would have bitten the bullet and said there was no such thing as an attack on a live body. No. Sun Yanning did not hesitate at all and directly interrupted Chu Fei's thoughts. Why? Chuffy was puzzled. Although Chief Commander Liang had told himself before that the Han and Feng families were no better than the Dragon family. These two, you can't just move them. But he really didn't know anything about the exact reason. Sun Yanning gave him a faint look. You kid, don't want to know anything from my mouth. Anyway, right now, you can't move. Even if we were to move, it would have to be the Yun family that would make the move, you can only watch. There's no why. The master's explanation filled Chu Fei with helplessness. I don't know if my great uncle has gone to Han's house to raise hell. Anyway, one has already sent people there. If not, it would only mean that the Han family's background far exceeded their own imagination, and was definitely not like the three great families of the capital on the surface. Just as the two were talking, Suli pushed open the door and walked in. Rui, what brings you over? Chu Fei looked at Suli with some surprise. However, Suli looked at him with eyes full of anger. Feeling the anger from Suli's body, Chu Fei could only smile awkwardly. So what? I'm a little hungry. Didn't you buy porridge? Can I have some? In fact, he guessed it should be that Suli must have gone to his previous ward. Realizing that he wasn't there, he must have been worried if something had happened to him. When I found out I was moving over, I was angry and happy. None for you. Starve to death. After saying that, Suli walked straight to the side of Sun Yanning. Placing the hot porridge on the table, Grandpa, have some porridge. Seeing Chu Fei's deflated appearance, Sun Yanning could not help but laugh. You boys get a kick out of this, don't you? Let's get you over here without a word. In the end, it was only after Chu Fei apologized that he was able to eat this mouthful of hot porridge. It was close to noon before Suli left to go to work at the company. Now that Chu Fei was no longer in any serious trouble, he only needed to change his medicine often. Brat! You're not in such bad shape already, are you? I feel like I've recovered a good portion of it and plan to be discharged tomorrow. Do you want a piece? Sunanying raised an eyebrow at Chu Fei. He was hospitalized for most of a month until now. Now, the body is kind of partially recovered. Although not healed yet, free movement is no longer a problem. Just need to pay attention to the point, cannot do strenuous exercise, not to mention not like the ordinary old people that, what square dance? Of course. This injury is nothing. In fact, this injury was really nothing to Chu Fei. The injuries he had received in the past were far more serious than this. It just takes a little longer to recover later. That works. Tomorrow we'll be discharged from the hospital together, the grandparents and the grandchildren. By the way, find something to do. A trace of icy killing intent flickered in Sun Yeniying's eyes. Feeling the change in his master, Chu Fei knew that his master was angry. Okay. What are you going to do, master? Let's start with that, to give me a mental picture, shall we? Sun Yening turned around and smiled at him. Secret. While the two were talking, there was a knock at the door. Looking through the window, it was Zhao Dajuan. Chu Fei waved his hand, signaling that he could come in. Only then did Zhao Dajuan push open the door and come in, carrying a basket of fruits in his hand. Team Leader Su, Team Chu. Zhao Dajuan gave a salute to the two men. Dajun, what brings you over? Zhao Dajuan put down the fruit basket, his face a bit gloomy. Team Chu, I've already told you about your attack yesterday, Chief Commander Liang. The Commander-in-Chief has taken this matter very seriously and has asked me to start an investigation. I heard from Director Su Lin Su that you asked him to find information on a group of foreigners. At those words, Chu Fei nodded. Indeed. I suspect that this very thing has something to do with those people. After hearing his answer, Zhao Dajuan's heart let out a sigh of relief. It seems that one didn't catch it wrong either. That's why the Commander-in-Chief asked me to directly arrest all foreigners who entered Jiangnan in the last week. 36 have been captured now. There are 12 more that haven't found a clue yet. Chapter 124, Why don't we have a bet? After our rigorous scrutiny, we found that half of them were skeptical of their identity. So this time I came over to ask, what are you going to do, Team Chu? After listening to Zhao Dajuan's explanation, Chu Fei's brows wrinkled slightly. It seems that the number of people who came this time was a bit beyond their expectations. Half of the 30-odd people should be from the mercenary organization. His own head was worth too much to make these people come all the way here to assassinate him. However, there are still 12 people left to be captured. It's very likely that none of the 36 people were the murderer, and the person who really did it should be hidden. Detain them for now, and do not let them go. Some of them are on the international wanted list. The desperate guys who came here to assassinate themselves must have experienced some mega-terrorist attack. Some of them must have been put on the international wanted list, and as soon as they are found out, these people will surely die. I know Team Chu. Zhao Dajuan nodded vigorously. By the way, the remaining 12 were captured as soon as possible. There's a good chance the killer is among those people. Since the other side dared to make a move, it proved that those people must have chosen a good hiding place. Team Chu, there's actually one more thing. During our arrests, 2 foreigners both arrived in Jiangnan within the last 3 days, these 2 foreigners, covered by the Han family. None of the people we sent out dared to move them. Director Su also made it a point to talk to me about this matter. Other than these 2, everyone else is within the city limits, and an arrest should only be a matter of time. The Han family? Chu Fei's brows tightened. Is it possible that the Han family has something to do with this? Is the other side so bold? It actually dared to use its own power to shelter 2 outsiders. Nothing. I'll personally take someone to his house tomorrow to get them. I'd like to see who the Han family has come this time. Since he was planning to leave the hospital with his master tomorrow, he would have to take care of this matter himself. And he had no doubt that once he appeared in the middle of the Han family's line of sight, his position would definitely be exposed. Yes. Zhao Dajuan got up and bid farewell to the 2. After Zhao Dajuan left, Sun Yenying spoke slowly. Do you think the Han family is related to this matter? Chu Fei nodded without hesitation. For the other party to be able to locate their position so precisely and know all the news about the people around them, other than the Han family, there was only the Wind family left. The Wind family should not be so bold as to go against the entire country. But the Han family was different, and the fact that the other party dared to halfway exterminate the living body sent over by the Yun. Han Jinlong, you old fox. When I was asked to rob and kill the living body that the Yun family sent to Jiangnan, but now I'm denying it, what, you dare not do it? Han Tian was originally a junior, but at this moment, he was calling Han Jinlong by his first name. Han Jinlong's face turned a bit icy. I wonder how many favors you've received from the Yun family to make you bite me back. But I can tell you that from now on, there will be no place for you in the entire capital. Including your friends and family, they definitely won't fare well in the capital either. When he heard these words, Han Tian's face immediately changed. His own parents were still both under the shelter of the Han family. It didn't matter if he died, but his parents, they were already old. The other party's meaning was obvious. If they dared to betray the Han family, then they wouldn't be merciful. Even if it was a sidekick, they would still kill them. Han Jinlong, you're quite the tactician. Threatening me with my parents' family. Han Tian's eyes were filled with rage as he looked at Han Jinlong, itching to go up and slash this guy right now. I think you've got one thing wrong. This is not a threat. I'm just telling you that being someone's dog isn't so great. Han Jinlong revealed a cold smile and just leaned back in his chair. It seemed as if what was in front of him he had anticipated. Han Tian's face was cloudy. He didn't know what the hell he should do now. If he chose to say that it was the Yun family that had given him favors, even if he was able to return to the Han family, the end would still be a dead end. But if you choose to go against the Han family, it's not just yourself who will die, including your family. Han Jinlong, that's all you've got. Denial, right? Nothing. Big deal, it's war. Although my Yun family doesn't cause trouble, it's definitely not afraid of it. If you don't recognize it, then there's nothing more to say, to each his own. After saying that, Yunwu got up and was about to leave. The two bodyguards were also leading Han Tian to prepare to leave the Han family manor. But at that moment, Han Jinlong opened his mouth. You people can leave, but Han Tian must stay, no matter what. He's a member of my Han family. If he's taken away by you like this, then where should my Han family's face go? The threat was unmistakable in the words. This is the Han family's manor, and there are many experts. If Han Jinlong didn't let them leave, odds were they wouldn't be able to. Oh? Yes? Then I'd like to see how you leave me behind. I can tell you very clearly, if I die in the Han family manor, in less than a day's time, I guarantee that this Han family manor of yours will be razed to the ground. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Chapter 125 Giving Face. The following day at noon, Chu Fei and Sun Yenying had already changed into a clean set of clothes, left the war zone hospital and went to the war zone branch. In order to not let Su Li worry, Chu Fei even made a special call to her to explain the situation. Team Chu, are there enough people? Zhao Daijuan stood in front of Chu Fei, and behind him stood 8 weapon-wielding warriors. Each face was covered with a serious expression. These people were all trump cards in Zhao Daijuan's hands, and each of them was an existence that could stand alone. It wasn't as good as the members of the dragon team, but it wasn't too far off. Enough. Go. Chuffy nodded. Zhao Daijuan sniffed and immediately waved his hand at the people around him. Get in the car. 3 army green jeeps, speeding toward the city. According to Su Lin's men, the 2 foreigners, including the Han family, were at the Tianhao Hotel, staying in the presidential suite. The 3 jeeps went straight to the Sky Hotel without stopping for a second. At this moment, in the presidential suite on the topmost floor of the Sky Hotel. Mr. Han, we shouldn't have any problems staying here, right? True looked at Hanja with some concern. Yesterday morning, they were on the bureau's radar. And they were also warned that they were forbidden to leave the hotel. Otherwise, immediate arrest. If Han Shul hadn't been here, they would have been caught. Those people, they come prepared. They, on the other hand, didn't have any handy weapons on hand. Trying to resist is unlikely. Don't worry, with me here, they won't dare to do anything to you. Besides, they have no proof. Arresting you will. Chu Fei lightly glanced at the hotel manager, ask less and do more. The hotel manager took a hit and could only keep his mouth shut. One doesn't need to look to know that these people are not ordinary. The other side must be here for something big. So is there anything we can do to help? The hotel manager asked respectfully. Chu Fei thought for a moment. You should know which room the people from the Han family are staying in, right? Give me the door card. As he spoke, he held out his hand. The hotel manager's face changed drastically, and there was a hint of shock in his gaze towards Chu Fei. The young man in front of him was here to trouble the Han family. Isn't he afraid of the Han family's retaliation? As the manager of a 5-star hotel, he naturally knew a lot of things. As one of the 3 great families in the capital, he had heard of the Han family. Moreover, the boss had told him to make sure that the young master of the Han family who was staying in the presidential suite was properly arranged. This military master, I am afraid it is a little difficult. I don't know, you guys are. To be on the safe side, he still had to ask about the identities of these people. Thinking about handing over my door card. If these people were too far gone, he had no choice but to do as he was told. Zhao Dajuan took a step forward and looked at him with a somewhat icy gaze. Jiangnan Warzone Division, Chief Commander Zhao Dajuan. Any more questions? When these words came out, the hotel manager's eyes instantly changed. Commander-in-Chief of the Theater Division? A fine cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This identity was not something that a small person like him could mess with. Even their bosses had to be respectful when they saw these people in front of them. Yes. I'll go get your door cards. After saying that, he immediately came to the front desk to find the front desk girl and brought the door card of the presidential suite on the top floor. After getting the door card, Xu Fei then said, "You'd better keep your mouth shut, or the responsibility, you can't afford it." After saying that, he took Zhao Dajuan and a few people with him and rode the elevator towards the top of the building. 2 minutes later, Zhao Daju and several people came to the last floor. There aren't many rooms here, only 5 or 6. After all, not many people can afford to stay in a presidential suite. Tens of thousands of dollars a night is not something the average person can spend. Upon arriving in front of the number 1 presidential suite, Xu Fei had a cold smile on his face. Where the doorway was, there were also 2 bodyguards standing in black suits. When the 2 bodyguards saw Xu Fei and the others walking in the direction where the 2 of them were, their faces instantly changed. "You guys, better stay put." Zhao Dajuan directly raised the weapon in his hand, his dark muzzle aimed at the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards just raised their hands to knock on the door and lowered them again. They don't want to die yet. When Xu Fei walked to the door, the 2 bodyguards silently retreated to the side. They knew they couldn't stop it. Took out his door card and swiped it gently. Drop. With a crisp sound, the door opened. Hanja, as well as the 3 of them, Brian, in the room were leisurely drinking tea and chatting. When the sound of the door opening was heard, the gazes of the 3 instantly looked towards the door. The 3 of them immediately stood up from the couch when they realized who had walked in. But soon, they didn't dare to move. Zhao Dajuan as well as the 8 warriors fishtailed in, each holding a weapon in their hands and aiming their guns at them. A hint of gloom flickered in Hanja's eyes. He didn't expect that Xu Fei would be discharged from the hospital so quickly. But looking at him, he should have not recovered from his injuries. And the old man beside Xu Fei was no stranger to him. The former leader of the Dragon Team, So Nim Young. The fact that the 2 major group leaders, the former and the current, had come over in person was considered to be a great honor for him. Chapter 126, Didn't your father tell you not to mess with me? Gentlemen of the army, I don't know what you mean by this, have we broken the law? Hanja quickly calmed down, his gaze coldly looking at Xu Fei and the others. Xu Fei looked at Hanja. In his memories, there were no memories of this person. Though it was known that the man was a member of the Han family. But it's not clear who he really is. But Sun Yening was not a stranger, having served as the leader of the Dragon Team for so many years. He knew all the direct line members of the original 4 great families in the capital. If he remembered correctly, this kid in front of him was the oldest son of the Han family's 3rd oldest Han Jinlong, Hanja. Sun Yening took 2 steps forward and casually found a sofa to sit on. Then with a smile on his face, he waved his hand. "Don't be polite, sit." With a smile on his face, Han Shul sat. "You say right? Hanja. Han Gongzi." Hanja let out a light laugh and slightly arched his hand. Team Leader Su was polite. "It is an honor for my juniors to receive such praise from Team Leader Su." Sun Yening laughed before his gaze fell on the 2 Brian men. Those icy eyes made Brian and True feel a terrifying pressure. They even had the illusion that as long as the other party was willing, they were able to easily kill the 2 of them here. Even if they were given a knife each, they would not be a match for this old man. "Mr. Han. Though I don't know what you have to do with these 2 geezers. But then, these 2 geezers have committed a crime, so I'm going to take them away. You shouldn't have a problem with that, right?" Hanja's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. But soon, laughed, Team Leader Sue, I wonder what these two friends of mine have committed? If you guys are taking people, you should also have evidence, right? We're just here to have a cup of tea and talk about business matters, and if that's illegal, then naturally I have nothing to say. Right, Team Leader Sue? Hearing this explanation from the other party, Su Nyening marveled in his heart. This son is worthy of being the Han family's wise counselor, and he can easily deal with any situation that occurs. However, this time he didn't intend to reason with the other party. Mr. Han, there's something you might be mistaken about. Su Nyening picked up the teacup and took another sip. Hanja smiled bashfully, oh? I wonder what it is. At those words, Su Nyening slowly put down the teacup in her hand. In the next second, his tone turned abruptly cold. My word is proof. So, okay? When these words came out, Hanja's face changed slightly. It seemed that the other party was determined to take the two Bryans away. If not, it wouldn't be in this tone. Right at this moment, Chu Fei's cell phone rang. When I picked up the phone, it was actually my great-uncle calling. Chu Fei got up and went to the door. Dash? I heard you had an accident? Well, is it okay? Yunwu had also just received news that someone had assassinated Chu Fei in Jiangnan. And, Chuffy took a bullet. Great uncle, I'm fine. By the way, Han sighed, what's the word? Speaking of this, Yunwu sneered. I called you over about it. Han Jilong is dead set against it, even to the point of going to war. Even me, I was almost left in the Han family. If the other party wasn't jealous, I guess I wouldn't have been able to get out. Hearing those words, Chu Fei's face instantly turned cold. I didn't expect that Han Jilong would actually choose to be dead wrong. Then the other side's intention is clear, to go to war. I am afraid that the three-legged situation, which has been stabilized with great difficulty, is about to change again. By the way, great uncle, do you know Han Shul? Chuffy thought about the young man who was in the room and the master was negotiating. From the master's mouth, I know that guy's name is Han Shul. What? You had an accident and he did it? As soon as Yunwu heard this, he subconsciously associated it with what had happened earlier. I don't know. Chuffy shook his head. It's too early to say for sure if this has anything to do with the Han family. If there was, then it could only mean that the Han family had long been ready to go to war. Fei, this person, Hanja, can be said to be the Han family's think tank. From a young age, he has shown his terrifying leadership and wisdom, trickery and ruthlessness, and although he has no force, he makes the decisions on many things in the Han family. Unsurprisingly, the future head of the Han family will be him. Moreover, he's Han Jinlong's eldest son. Hearing his great-uncle's explanation, Chu Fei instantly understood. Hanja is actually Han Jinlong's oldest son. Moreover, it's likely that he'll be the next head of the Han family. It all, then, makes sense. There was an 80% chance that he had been attacked himself because this guy had revealed his trail. I know, great uncle. Chu Fei hung up the phone, then walked back into the room. Only, this time his face was exceptionally cold. The room was filled with several people who didn't speak to anyone. It was only when Chu Fei came in that his eyes fell on Chu Fei's body. Hanja smiled faintly. I believe this is the new leader of the Dragon Team, Team Leader Chu Fei Chu, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Hanja, and it's my honor to be able to know Team Leader Chu. There was a hint of a smile on Chu Fei's face, only that smile was exceptionally cold. Mr. Han Chol Han, right? Your father is Han Kim Yong, right? Hanja's brows furrowed slightly, calling his father by his first name? However, he didn't dare to have a seizure in this situation now. Yes. I don't know, Team Leader Chu, what's the problem? Chu Fei walked straight to Hanja's face and looked at him condescendingly. Did your father ever tell you not to mess with me? Hanja's face changed slightly, and there were a few more moments of shock in his gaze toward Chu Fei. Before he could open his mouth, Chu Fei raised his leg and kicked him hard in the chest. Bang! A kick, along with the couch, was kicked out over a meter away. Hanja, on the other hand, was covering his stomach and lying on the ground in pain. However, Chu Fei's kick involved an injury, causing him to be unable to stop his face from turning white. But still, he walked up to Han Shul and stepped on his chest. My name is Chu Fei. The man known as King of Chu Yen. If I kill you now, do you think someone will come to save you? Chapter 127 The Real Han Family. The atmosphere in the room became extraordinarily tense all of a sudden. Even Sun Yening and Zhao Dajuan's faces changed when they looked at Chu Fei. They didn't doubt for a second that Chu Fei would do that. But the downside of doing so, that is to be prepared to face the full retaliation of the Han family. Brat! Sun Yening sank his face and shouted. He thought that it was Chu Fei who had lost some of his temper. There was no benefit to killing Hanja now, instead it would bring them terrible trouble. But to his voice, Chu Fei had no response. Stepping on Han Shul's chest, he slowly crouched down. Icy eyes just looked at him. Guess, someone will come to your rescue? I had expected that Han Shul would show a look of fear or dread. However, what made Chu Fei feel surprised was that terrifyingly calm expression. You wouldn't dare. The cold voice just echoed in the ears of several people. It was as if Hanja would have guessed that Chu Fei would do this a long time ago. Pop! What responded to him was a slap from Chu Fei. The slap sent the glasses Hanja was wearing flying, smashing into the ground and revealing several cracks in the lenses. Chu Fei smiled bashfully. Now what? Hanja lay on the ground and didn't resist. I still say you wouldn't dare kill me. You can't afford to kill me. Perhaps you don't understand what kind of a being stands behind me. But I think team leader Su should know that I'm a true direct member of the Han family. The calm voice made Sun Yening sense an unusual flavor. Then, his face changed slightly. Brat! Stop. After saying that, he got up and pulled Chu Fei aside. You can't, now, kill him. Chu Fei looked at his master with some confusion. Why? He didn't understand why the master wouldn't let him do it himself. Now, the Han family has made their attitude clear. To go to war with the Yun family, all of them, including himself, were the ones being targeted. He wanted to show the Han family that not just anyone could step on their heads. However, Sun Yening shook his head slightly. He understood very well what Hanja's words just now really meant. If I'm not mistaken, Hanja has already been to the real Han family. And he, too, became a true direct member of the Han family. With that alone, Chu Fei couldn't make a move. Once he killed Hanja, then things would be completely beyond his control. Listen to me. When these words came out, Sun Yening's face changed. Even Zhao Dajuan felt a hint of an unusual flavor. The other party even said this outright. Wasn't he afraid that they would kill him on the spot? You know, it's a capital offense to attack an important national figure. You seek death. Chu Fei's eyes were filled with thick killing intent. However, one of Sun Yening's large hands held down Chu Fei to death. He was well aware of Chu Fei's current mood, but he absolutely could not make a move at this time. Chuffy. Let him go. I'll give you a reasonable explanation. Sun Yening's tone was grave. The fact that the other party dared to say it outright was even more proof of the other party's identity. At those words, Hanja smiled even more bashfully. Chu Fei, you should be glad you didn't kill me today. Or you'll regret it. Goodbye, I hope you'll be a little stronger the next time we meet. After saying that, Hanja turned around and left the room. Walked away with two bodyguards in front of the crowd. Chu Fei's fists were clenched, and his body's chi and blood were churning. He couldn't wait to punch this guy to death right now. If he hadn't blocked that shot himself, the people who would have died would have been Su Li and the child in her belly. But now, the master wouldn't let himself do it. The anger that was in his heart could not be vented at all. Eyes flicked to Brian and True. You guys? As he spoke, he broke free from Sun Yening's grip and instantly killed towards the two. Chu Fei, who was in a state of extreme anger, although his body was injured, his injuries could not affect his play at all. Brian and Thoreau, both of them, basically didn't fight back. He was beaten to death on the ground by Chu Fei alive, and he didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. Only after killing two people did Chu Fei's mood gradually calm down. Sitting on the couch, he picked up a cigarette from the table and lit one. A deep inhale followed by a slow exhale. Calm down? Sun Yening looked at him and finally spoke. The reason why he didn't stop Chu Fei from beating these two foreigners to death just now was actually to let him vent the anger in his heart. Aha! Chu Fei nodded, his face still somewhat cold. It's good to be calm. You want to know anything, just ask. It's not good to keep it from you. After saying that, he waved his hand at Zhao Dajuan's few people. Dejun, why don't you guys go out first, and take these two bodies with you by the way? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dajuan knew that the next conversation was not something he could know. Immediately, he had the two bodies dragged outside, then closed the door to the room. When Zhao Dajuan's few people left, Xu Fei looked at his master with a face full of puzzlement and opened his mouth to ask, "Master, I'm wondering, what exactly is the background of the Han family? Why didn't you just let me do it?" Su Nianing smiled bashfully. "Originally, this matter, I was planning to tell you after some time, but now that this trip has happened, it's not possible not to say anything." Xu Fei didn't say anything and just quietly waited for the following. Su Nianing took a deep breath and slowly said, "The three great families of the capital, besides the Long family that was destroyed by your old man, the other three, Wind, Cloud, and Han. What they present to everyone is just the surface. Of course, you can also understand that there are two Han families, one in the open and the other, behind the scenes. The truly powerful one is not the Han family in the open, but the Han family that truly resides behind the scenes. They are, in fact, the real Han family. Just like the Dragon family before, if the Han family really wanted to get the Dragon family killed, one sentence would suffice. Their strength is far beyond your imagination." Chapter 128 Master's Old Timer. Upon hearing Master's explanation, Xu Fei's entire body froze in place. According to this, the real Han family hasn't shown up yet? It was no wonder that Hanja had the guts to talk to himself like that. The other party was completely emboldened, certain that he wouldn't dare to kill him. Even if he wanted to, the master would stop himself. Is it true then, that the Wind family and the Cloud family are also like this? Xu Fei spoke the question in his heart. If that's the case, then why didn't you know anything about it? You haven't stayed at Grandpa's house much yourself. Great uncle and second uncle, and they never said anything about it. Exactly. Su Nianing nodded slightly. The real Wind family and Han family, including your grandpa's family, the Yun family, are all families beyond your imagination. This one is why I want to stop you. Once Hanja dies, a Han family behind him will definitely step in to take revenge on you. With them out of the way, the Chu family isn't even strong enough to protect you. Now, do you understand? Hearing this, Xu Fei fell silent. Master wouldn't joke with himself about something like that. Even my own family can't compete with the Han family, so if I kill Han Shul, something will really happen to me. But you don't have to worry. As long as you didn't kill him, even if you beat him up and put him in bed for a year and a half, a Han family behind him won't step in. The moment Su Nianing's words came out, Xu Fei immediately felt some regret. Had I known it was like this, I shouldn't have let that kid go just now. Beat him up hard and let him know that he's not to be messed with. Okay. The murderer has killed it by now anyway. But be prepared. Hanja is vindictive and ruthless, and I guess he'll play tricks with you behind your back for what you just hit him with. Su Nianing knew it well. The Han family won't want a punk with no force. There is one exception to this rule, and that is wisdom beyond the norm. Obviously, Han Shul falls into this exception. This was the reason why Hanja was able to become a direct member of the true Han family. Got it, Master. Chuffy nodded. Against such an opponent, one does have a headache of their own. Characters like this should either be gotten completely killed or not be in conflict with each other. But the premise is that one has already clashed with the other party, and this conflict is definitely unresolved. All that can be done now is to prepare everything to prevent retaliation from the other side. Go. I'm taking you to meet someone. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him in years. If he can do you a favor, maybe the Han family won't dare to touch you. Su Nianing laughed. After leaving the hotel, Xu Fei drove his car, following the direction that Su Nianing had pointed out, all the way to the south. After driving for more than 2 whole hours, he came to a mountain road that was more than 100 kilometers away from Jiangnan. The surrounding hills were not very high, though the tops were cloudy. Trees are lush and grassy. From a distance, it gives a heartfelt feeling. Master. What is that man you speak of, exactly? Does he live in that village far away? In the car, the tenor so. However, just as he arrived at the entrance of the village, Xu Fei saw an old man dressed in simple clothes and smoking an old pipe, sitting on a rock at the entrance of the village, having a puff without a puff. When Su Nianing and Xu Fei were spotted, they were obviously a bit surprised. And when Su Nianing saw the old man, he instead bowed his hand respectfully. Junior Su family, with disciple Xu Fei, meet Senior Feng. Junior? Shuffy was shocked. Master's over 70 years old, right? But in front of this old man, claiming to be a junior, then this old man's age mustn't be over 90? However, he didn't fail to be polite and saluted with his hands clasped in front of him. Late senior Chu Fei, meet old senior Fong. Fong Amonian, who was smoking an old pipe, landed his gaze calmly on the two men. It was a long time before he let out a long sigh. You Su family Jr., after so many years, you haven't grown at all. Hey! Su Nianying's face showed a few moments of embarrassment. Elder Fong, you know about my talent. So I don't have the luxury of striving for more. This is not, want to give me this disciple, introduce it. Only after Fong Amonian heard this did he place his gaze on Chu Fei's body. Then, a bit of surprise appeared between his eyebrows. After looking Chu Fei up and down for a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. This kid, someone from the Chu family? Yes. Late generation Chu Fei. Chu Fei saluted again. But Fong Amonian waved his hand. There is no need to be introduced if you have been introduced, are you? A member of the Chu family? Hearing those words, Chu Fei slightly froze. His name was Chu, so if he wasn't a member of the Chu family, could he not be a member of another family? Seemingly noticing the strange expression on Chu Fei's face, Fong Amonian hesitated for a few seconds before looking at Su Nianing. This kid, it's not that kid's kid, is it? A few bitter smiles appeared on Su Nianying's face at once. Nothing can be hidden from you, old man. This time I came over, actually, because there is something I want to ask you for. As he spoke, Su Nianing stepped forward and whispered a few words softly. Chu Fei stood on the side and didn't hear clearly what exactly Master and this old man said. However, the old man laughed after hearing this. Not bad, not bad. That kid, he's got some guts. It's just a pity, this going can't come back As he spoke, he shook his head again. Chu Fei felt a bit puzzled as he listened on the sidelines. He knew that the kid that Master and this old man were talking about was his own father. But what does it mean to say that your father can't come back? Isn't this a way of cursing your own father to death? But, from the expressions of the Master and this old man, it seemed that there was no such intention at all. All right. Since it's your disciple, the kid's kid, I'll help out. You guys come in with me. I see this kid, he's not badly hurt, let's treat him first. Chapter 129 I, Chu Tianhuang, have returned. Inside the dilapidated cabin, smoke curls up from the cooking. Chu Fei and Su, he knew exactly what that meant. But living to their own age, if they do not go back to sea, but also sorry for the ancestors. Chu Fei listened to the conversation between the two, clouded over. Eyes full of doubt. What kind of riddle are Master and this old-timer playing? An hour had passed just between their small talk. Chu Fei also heard a hint from the conversation between the two. The general idea is that the Master is going to a place that is so dangerous that the slightest misstep could result in death. But the Master had reasons why he had to go. That old-timer's advice to the Master was that after going over first, don't rush into action and hide first. It's not too late to strike when it matters. There. Kid, come here. Fong Amonian hooked his finger at Chu Fei. At those words, Chu Fei then got up and walked over to Fong Moyu's side. As if the latter knew about Chu Fei's injuries, he lifted his clothes off with one hand. Upon seeing the wound oozing blood, he reached down and pulled the gauze and medicine off of it. The blood and flesh that was brought up caused Chu Fei to frown slightly. It hurts a little. From the wound, blood slowly overflowed some, flowing slowly down the skin. With that, Fong Amonian took out a piece of straw paper and evenly smeared the medicinal paste from the pot onto the straw paper. Bear with me, it might hurt a little. But it's a lot more useful than this medicine of yours. After saying that, he didn't care if Chu Fei was in pain or not, he reached out and stuck his hand on Chu Fei's wound. The moment it was affixed, Chu Fei only felt a sharp pain coming from the wound. It was like having your flesh cut with a dull knife, slow and painful. He clenched his teeth in death, and all the veins in his body rippled at this moment. A fine layer of cold sweat also broke out on his forehead. There. Sit down and rest for a few minutes. Su, come in with me. After saying that, he waved at Su Nianing. The two of them went into the inner room while Chu Fei could only wait in the hall. After an interval of a few minutes, Chu Fei felt that the wound didn't hurt much anymore. And, something tickled. It's as if the flesh and blood are growing by leaps and bounds. What a marvelous medicine! A hint of shock appeared in Chu Fei's eyes. Couldn't help but reach out and gently scratch the spot where the wound had been. The straw paper that was originally coated with blackened medicinal paste had become much lighter in color at the moment. The drugs, it was like they were absorbed into themselves. Gently uncovering a corner, he was surprised to find that where his wound had been stitched up, it had healed for the most part. Even that didn't leave a scar. Just as he was surprised, Sun Yan also came out with Fang Ammonian as well. After all this talk, I probably know things already. You guys just go ahead and go home. If there's anything, I'll naturally show up. Sun Yanning slightly arched his hand, many thanks to Senior Fang. Fang Ammonian smiled, but it's just that there are some benefits for me as well. If there's no benefit, I won't do this kind of thankless thing. Xu Fei didn't know what the two had said inside, so he could only arch his hand in salute before leaving the cabin with his master. It was only when the two arrived at the entrance of the village that Xu Fei asked with some confusion, "Master, what did you and that old-timer talk about just now?" Sun Yanning smiled, "It's nothing." Seeing that master was unwilling to say more, Xu Fei did not ask much. If the master wanted to talk about it, then surely he wouldn't have to ask himself. By the way, master, what exactly is this senior? I feel that this medicine of his, it's simply a miracle medicine. It's only been a short while, my injuries have gotten a lot better. At those words, Sun Yanning stopped in her tracks. Turning his head to look at Xu Fei, he is a divine doctor. He should have saved more people than you've killed. In this world, except for some rare and terminal diseases that he can't do anything about, he can cure even some common terminal diseases. As for saving it, that depends on his mood. Xu Fei froze in place. This is not too unreal, is it? Does such a character really exist in the world? Then why does he stay in this village? If he's willing to make a name for himself, I suppose it's easy. Sun Yanning sniffed and just laughed. As he walked, he spoke, he has long since looked down on worldly fame and fortune, and those are nothing more than things he can get with a wave of his hand for him. Once Xu Fei heard that, he nodded in return. Indeed. An existence like that old senior, as long as he was willing, fame and fortune were nothing more than something that could be obtained with the wave of a hand. Some remote place in the southwest province of Daxia. It is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with a small mountain village of no great size nestled under a depression. There are no luxurious buildings, there are just ancient wooden courtyards. The path from the entrance to the end of the village is planted with peach trees. In the coming spring, you can see pink peach blossoms blooming all over the village, just like a paradise. The stream not far from the village entrance was flowing slowly. Looking at the familiar scene, Xu Tianhua's eyes fell into memories. Leaving home, almost 30 years ago. This is his first time back. With firm steps, he slowly walked towards the entrance of the village. At the moment, there were a few small children frolicking and playing at the location of the village entrance. Upon discovering Chu Tianji, they stopped their movements. A teenager who appeared to be 11 or 12 years old rushed at Chu Tianwang and shouted furiously. "Stop! This is the Chu family village, outsiders are forbidden to enter. You go." As he spoke, several little boys and girls gathered around him. Looking up and down at the stranger in front of them, they didn't know each other. This was the first time they had seen an outsider come to the Chu family village. "I'm not an outsider. I'm nothing but an expelled from the family. This time I came back, I just want justice." Hearing this, the teenager in the lead frowned. It seemed that memories of this man were being recalled. "You're from my village of Chu? So what's your name?" Chu Tianmania looked at the teenager and took a deep breath. The eyes looked deeper into the village, riveted with inner strength. "I, Chu Tianhuan, have returned." Chapter 130, Breaking Through 3 Levels. The deafening sound echoed through the not-so-large village. The moment his voice rang out, the entire Chu family village seemed to fall into silence. The few little ones standing at the entrance of the village to stop Chu Tianhua were also startled by his ear-splitting voice. Within 2 minutes, however, several aged men came face to face. The old man at the head of the group had a dragon-head walking stick in his hand. A full head of white hair coupled with that inch-long white beard gave the impression of being immortal. And behind the many old men, followed by a vast number of hundreds of people. That oncoming terrifying aura caused Chu Tianhua to feel the pressure. However, he, with a pair of cold eyes, stared at all the old men in front of him without the slightest bit of fear. Among these old men was his own father. Further back, there is also his own big brother and second brother. One of the old men shouted at the few little ones in front of that Chu Tianhuang. "Fan, come here you guys." That 11 or 12-year-old teenager, somewhat surprised, glanced at Chu Tianhuang. Then, with his younger siblings, he returned to the congregation. In the crowd, a middle-aged man then looked at Chu Tianhuan with a cold gaze. Chu Tianhua. How dare you come back? Looking for death? Looking at that familiar appearance, Chu Tianhao let out a light laugh. Big brother. I came over this time to seek death. The person who had just spoken was Chu Tianhao's own elder brother, Chu Tianqing. In the next second, Chu Tianqing's silhouette instantly rushed over towards Chu Tianhua. But in just a second's time, he had already rushed to Chu Tianhua's face. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he heavily slammed it towards Chu Tianhao's chest. However, one could still see the hint of excitement in Chu Tianqing's eyes. This punch was not thrown with all his strength. Chu Tian maniac clenched his right hand and clashed with Chu Tianqing's fist. Bang! Both of their bodies took several steps backwards at the same time, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Stop! The old man with the dragon head cane spoke. Only then did Chu Tianqing withdraw his hand and retreated back to the old man's side. However, the surprise and excitement in his eyes could not be concealed in the slightest. Chu Tianhua. You're just a family outcast, why do you dare to come back? Forgot the rules of our Chu family? Anyone expelled from the house is forbidden to set foot in the Chu family village. Those who disobeyed the order would be hunted down by the Chu family. Grandpa. I didn't forget. But, I have to come back. Even if I lose this life, it doesn't matter. I want to go through 3 levels. When Chu Tian maniac finished saying those words, the entire Chu family village was shocked. Passing the 3 hurdles? Including the old man with the dragon head walking stick, Chu Taixian, Chu Tian maniac's grandfather. Heavenly madness, are you crazy? An old man beside Chu Taixian angrily rebuked, and his gaze was even more hateful as he looked at Chu Tian maniac. And that person was Chu Tianhao's father, Chu Chaoyang. It is basically impossible for someone who has been expelled to return to the family. And the only possibility of that is to break through 3 levels. However, since the establishment of the Chu family until now, not many people had been expelled from the family, but there were more than 10. Those people, in their old age, always come home. Use the last of your life to go through the 3 levels. Yet, none of them could make it past the 3 hurdles alive. Because, when trespassing 3 passes was created, it was a path to certain death. Dad. My child is unfilial. These 3 levels, I'm going to break through. And please, uncles, brothers and sisters, make it happen. As he spoke, Chu Tianzheng knelt down on one knee and performed a salute to everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone present was silent. Chu Taisan looked at Chu Tianhuan with a hint of regret in his gaze. But the rules are unbreakable. In the name of the ancestors of the Chu family. Yun. The 13th generation descendant of the Chu family, Chu Tianhuan, breaks through 3 levels. Victory, return to the family. Defeat, bury your bones in the wilderness and never enter the Chu family's ancestral tomb. Along with the fall of Chu Taixian's voice, the hundreds of people who were originally standing at the entrance of the village slowly walked next to the intersection. The first level, the martial return. Chu Tianqing, Chu Tianhao, Chu Tianxiao. Step forward. The 3 whose names were read walked from the crowd to the center of the road. When he heard those 3 names, a smile hung on Chu Tianhua's face. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother. Chu Tianqing stood at the very front, his face somewhat heavy as he looked at Chu Tianhuan. Heavenly madness, you. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chu Tianhua. Big brother. You know the rules, no mercy. The first of the 3 hurdles is against your own brother. There are as many brothers as there are battles against each other. If you win all the games, you will pass the first level. If you lose, it's a dead end. Likewise, brothers can't show mercy to each other or they'll get others to join the fight. Chu Taixian looked at the 2 brothers with a hint of sadness in his tone. Go to war. Gangnam City. In a luxurious private room in a hotel. Mr. Wind, what are you going to do? Hanja looked at Feng Qihang's bruised and swollen face and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. They had all received the news that the Wind family and the Han family had fully cooperated. Now, war has been declared against the Yun family. As for Koyo, and Koyo's latest research in drugs, it's something they're bound and determined to get. It is necessary to get this thing in hand, by whatever means. Get him. This revenge, I must avenge. Feng Qihang's eyes were filled with anger. Being targeted by Chu Fei 3 times, if it wasn't for the fact that his third uncle had told him not to mess with that guy before, he would have had to spend money to get that guy killed. Mr. Wind is thinking the same thing I am. I do know a few good men who specialize in that. How about this? How about you and I each contribute half the money and find someone to kidnap his wife? And then, get him while you're at it? Hanja had a faint smile on his face. It seemed that it was all under his control. But Feng Qihang apparently felt that spending money was a trivial matter. Getting Chu Fei killed was their true purpose. Money is a minor issue. But would that be risky? That kid's identity is not simple. Feng Qihang was a little worried. After all, through Hanja's mouth he knew Chu Fei's true identity. The leader of the dragon team, this status is not for ordinary people to move. Even he, the Wind family, didn't dare to move the other party easily. You can count on that. Mr. Wind, think about it, there's a replacement for the position of dragon team leader. If he dies, won't it be the other one's turn? Do you think that those really big shots up there would care if a tiny dragon team leader died? Not at all, so just rest assured. The more Feng Qihang thought about it, the more angry he became, thinking about how he had twice been severely beaten up by Chu Fei. He was just full of fire with no place to send it. A hard heart, a clenched tooth. Immediately, he nodded his head and agreed to Hanja's plan. And he seems to have forgotten that Han Shil only gave him the plan, but didn't do anything about it. He's being used as a gun. Chapter 131 Results of Research. What? The results of the study are in? Early the next morning, Suli received a call from Yang Chenghua. On the phone, Yang Chenghua made it clear that the results of the trial were already out. Now it's just a matter of waiting for them to go to the institute, see what happens, and then make a decision. Bandit, the results of the experiment have come out, call up Grandpa and Sister Yulan, including Sister Shiyu as well. Suli forcefully pushed Chu Fei who was still sleeping. Obviously, after Fong Lao's treatment, Chu Fei's physical condition had already recovered more or less, and his wounds had already completely healed. It was then that Chu Fei woke up from his sleep, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes when he heard Suli's exclamation of surprise. It seemed that the results of this experiment should be very good, or else Professor Yang wouldn't have called Suli in such a hurry. Half an hour later. There was already an extra car in front of the villa. In the car, Chu Fei was in charge of driving, Sun Yenying was sitting on the co-pilot, and the remaining 3 women were sitting in the back row. A few people sped along, and after close to an hour, they finally arrived at the institute. Just as he entered, he heard lively cheering from inside. Most importantly, after these few days of discovery, the physical functions of these 10 people have all been greatly improved, with each one's strength nearly doubled or so. Moreover, their bodies have developed very powerful antibodies to common ailments, and while ordinary people may have colds and fevers, bone fractures, and other minor ailments, such conditions will almost never exist after using this medicine. If there are enough herbs, we'll be able to mass-produce this medicine right away and open it up to the world. Xiao Bei's tone became more and more excited, as if she had already thought about the fact that she and the others had labored for close to 2 years to finally research this drug. And with each of them making their names in the records of history, she was confident that this drug would not be surpassed for the next 100 years. And now all they have to do is to buy enough herbs as well as equipment for mass production so that this drug can be spread all over the world. Then all older people are able to live longer and longer. However, Su Li's face didn't look very good. The results of this experiment were indeed worth being happy about, but both Chu Fei and her grandfather had told her that this drug could never be mass-produced and could not be spread around the world. Once it is extended to the whole world, in all likelihood, it will cause the whole world to be plunged into a kind of crisis and panic. Those who are weak and small will surely suffer the suppression as well as destruction of the powerful nations. This would result in a catastrophic war all over the world, which is definitely not good for the general public. I know. I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone for all the hard work over the last close to 2 years. I will not lose a single penny of what I promised before, including the bonus. However, the drug cannot be mass-produced at this time. Several professors in the reception room froze when they heard this last statement. They looked at Suli with some incredulity, their eyes filled with strong doubts. Don't understand why something so lucrative isn't in mass production? Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Suli didn't know how to explain. Just as she hesitated, Chu Fei took a step forward. Everyone, Su is too embarrassed to talk to you about what this drug does. In that case, I'll be the bad guy. After saying that, Chu Fei explained to the crowd the benefits that this drug could bring to humanity, but at the same time, war was also mentioned. After hearing his explanation, everyone in the room fell silent. At first they would also think that this drug would surely make lots and lots of money, but on the precondition of making lots of money, countless ordinary people would lose their lives as a result. So, this is what I've come up with after discussing with Mr. Su. And this drug must never be revealed in any way out, otherwise all of you will be in danger. I think you should understand what I mean. Xu Fei's words were not directed at anyone because he felt that all the researchers involved in the experiment were aware of the specific effects of the drug. Once these researchers are captured by some miscreants or powerful families to force them to ask what the drug does. Once the true effects of the drug were exposed, Xu Fei didn't even dare to think that he and the Yun family could keep the drug. Well, everyone get some rest. Everyone go back and tell the members of your groups that tomorrow, at the most, I'll pay all the bonuses that are due into your accounts. Take breaks when you need to, travel when you need to, spend time with your family, see your kids. Although it was very reluctant, Su Li still said something like this. When everyone left, only 5 people remained in the reception room: Su Li, Chu Fei, Sun Yanning, Wang Xiyu and Yun Yulan. Sister Yulan, Sister Xiyu. The drug isn't ready for production yet, but then again, it's something we can still produce right now. So I think that this drug will be supplied to only 2 of your families. What do you think? Even if it was just the Yun and Wang families, there was still completely enough money for Kayao to grow. I have no comment. Wang Cs smiled faintly. But the mind was made up. She wasn't present at the last experiment, but when she was in the car, Yun Yulan and Su Li had already explained the effects of the drug to her. When they returned, they needed to tell the senior figures of the family about the special nature of this drug, so that they could decide whether or not to purchase this drug. Rui, I can't decide such things. I still have to call and ask my great-uncle, and grandpa, and the others. This thing, after all, is no ordinary thing. Yun Yulan spoke very seriously. Their strength was now enhanced, and if they let it out, it would definitely trigger some unnecessary situations. Again, it's going to take some time to watch and see exactly what happens to these people. In the past 3 days, these people hadn't changed physically, except for being a little grumpy. It's almost time, let's go back. Su Li opened her mouth and spoke. Things have basically stabilized now and the plan is in place. Just waiting for news from my great-uncle and the Wang family. If the 2 families were certain that they needed the drug, Suri would also have the researchers continue to produce it. However, this drug is not available to the public. Rui, I want to try this medicine too. Sun Yenying, who hadn't been speaking much, suddenly came out with the sentence, startling several people. Grandpa, that's not good. It's only been 3 days, and we don't even know if these people will change in other ways. Although the drug has stabilized well enough, we can't be sure there won't be an eventuality. Su Li's tone was thick with rejection. Obviously, she didn't want to kill her grandfather because of a drug her company had researched. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Grandpa, I'm already in my 70s, I don't have many years left to live when I do the math, and isn't this drug you've researched just for the elderly? These young people are fine with it, and I'm sure I'll be better off as an older person. Grandpa still wants to hold a big grandchild, so yeah, I'd like to live a few more years. Sun Yanning had a smile on her face. However, Xu Fei understood very well that the reason why Master said this was actually to not let Su Li worry. It's true that this drug has no side effects, but it's only been a mere 3 days, and no one can guarantee what kind of changes will follow. He also knew that in no more than 2 days at most, Master would definitely leave Jiangnan. Because when he met that old-timer before, he heard out that Master would not stay in Jiangnan. And it's a trip that's likely to be dangerous. The appearance of the everlasting water was at least able to boost the Master's strength greatly in a short period of time. That way, the Master might not be in any danger yet. But Su Li still wanted to refuse, but Xu Fei said from the side, "Don't worry, you see that Master is already 70-something now, and will be 80 in a few years. No one dares to guarantee that Master his old man can still live for a long time. After using the everlasting water, Master will be able to live for at least 1 or 2 more decades, maybe, even the Shin grandson will be able to hold on to him." Yun Yulan and Wang Xiyu didn't say a word. However, they agreed in their hearts, needing this drug. The original intention of the first research was for the elderly to be able to live a few more years. Of course, it is only for ordinary elderly people. If an elderly person is suffering from a serious illness, he cannot prolong his life with this drug alone. Then, well, in the end, at the insistence of Sun Yenying and Xu Fei, the group of 5 arrived at the research room. This is where the eternal life water is stored. At this time, Professor Yang and several researchers are further determining the role of eternal life water. Upon realizing that Su Li and the others had appeared, they hurriedly put down the work in their hands. Mr. Su, why did you guys come over? Su Li thought for several seconds before she spoke. Professor Yang, please use a medication for my grandfather. Hearing this, Yang Qinggua's face was covered with dismay and disbelief. Although the results of the study are in, there are further observations to be made in vivo, and it is still possible to make sure that everything is in order. But now, it was a bit too hasty to be used on people. That's not quite right, Su. You yourself know how long it takes for a new drug to be created. If so. He didn't continue, apparently realizing the gravity of the situation as well. But Su Lian shook her head. It's fine, use it. Su Nianing hemmed and hawed and took a step forward, taking off his jacket and lifting up his sleeves, revealing his sturdy arms. Come on, it's okay. Old man, I have lived for more than 70 years, am I still afraid of this? Seeing Su Nianing like this, Yang Chenghua was also somewhat helpless. Finally, from the sterile storage room, an everlasting water was taken out. Removing the needle's sleeve, the sharp needle pierced into Su Nianing's veins. Accompanied by the drug entering the body a little bit, Su Nianing obviously felt that her body was getting a little bit hotter, and her heartbeat was getting faster and faster. After the injection, Su Nianing's face had become somewhat rosy. Phew! He got up slowly and was slowly adjusting to his body. Professor Yang, how many of these do we have in stock now? Su Li asked with some curiosity. There are only 18 left, and that's still what we're saving for the next batch of live experiments. Mr. Su, should we produce some more? We'd better get our stock up to about 100, if we can. Su Li pondered for a long time, and finally decided that she would have the researchers speed up production and raise the stock to 500 PCS. On the contrary, Su Nianing had already taken off his shirt. It seems that the body surface is a little too warm. Su Nianing, who was in his 70s, had a body like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Still has 8-pack abs, and 2 firm pecs. Both Wang Xie and Yun Yulan were dumbfounded, never expecting this old man to have such a body. Brat! I feel like I have nowhere to go right now. It just so happens that you've almost recovered. Why don't we go outside and have a few fights, so I can see if you've grown in these years or not? Hearing Master's words, Chu Fei immediately nodded his head in agreement. All right, Master. It just so happens that you haven't taught me for a long time either, and I, as an apprentice, am just in time for you to show me the ropes. Ask me if I'm more blue than blue. Chapter 133, Life and Death. The wasteland outside the institute. Su Nianing and Chu Fei were each more than 10 meters apart. On the other hand, the three of them, Su Li and Wang Xiu, were standing more than 10 meters away from the two. Who's going to win, you guys? Is it Grandpa Su, or is it this brat Chu Fei? Yin Yulan had a wisp of laughter in her eyes. She was happy to see Chu Fei make a fool of himself. I don't know. But I have a feeling that Grandpa should be pretty good. This drug, for people like Grandpa and the others, works wonders. There was still some worry in Su Li's eyes. After all, the drugs are now only checked for a mere 3 days. If it goes on for a long time, who knows if there will be side effects. Wang Xie stood on the side but didn't say anything. Instead, she was frowning and thinking about something. On the wasteland, Su Nianing had a hint of a smile on her face as she hooked her hand at Chu Fei. Brat! Come and try. Chu Fei took off the jacket he was wearing and placed it on the grass aside. Okay. Then be careful, Master. As soon as the words fell, Chu Fei had already rushed out. The terrifying force left a pair of deep footprints on the ground. Because Chu Fei understood very well that Master's strength was already very strong, plus the effect of the eternal life water, Master's strength was at least much stronger than his own. Therefore, it is necessary to bring out 100% strength to meet the battle. Good timing. Su Nianing burst out. The two slightly thin arms were sinewy at this moment. Facing Chu Fei's incoming fists, he did not dodge and chose to receive them hard. Bang! The fists of the two men collided at this moment. The dull voice gave goosebumps. But soon, Chu Fei was shaken back 3 steps by that powerful forces. On the contrary, Su Nianing merely took a step back. However, both left deep footprints on the ground. It was evident how terrifying the impact of the punch was. Nice! The power has grown. Next, it's my turn. You can be careful. After saying that, Su Nianing took 3 steps, and leaped forward to kick fiercely towards Chu Fei. Chu Fei's face changed and he hastily raised his hands to block his chest. However, he had underestimated Master's current power. Bang! Chu Fei was kicked out like a cannonball. It fell heavily into the dirt and got covered in dust. No! Master, you're laying down the law? He got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. That kick just now, if it was any ordinary person, along with his hands and sternum would have been broken. It was also good that he had practiced kung fu for so many years. The hardness of his bones was not something that could be compared to ordinary people. If not, that kick would have cost him at least half his life. Told you to be careful. I've only used 70% of my strength here. Hearing those words, Chu Fei's eyes almost stared out. 70%? Isn't Master's current strength stronger than Pop's? One should know that when facing himself in his full strength state, Pops would have to take out 80% of his strength to deal with it. But now, the Master only uses 70%. Again! I haven't had my fun yet. Sun Yanning seemed to not have a full grasp of her body. He was, now, going to let Chu Fei do a good job of grinding himself. Li Yulan, I'm going to call home. Wang Shiyu looked at Chu Fei and Sun Yanning who were fighting in the wasteland and slowly spoke. Yes. The two nodded, watching the two with interest. Wang Xie then came to the other half and took out her cell phone to make a call. Half a minute later, a man's mature and steady voice came from the other end of the line. What's wrong, good girl? Did something happen? Hearing her father Wang Ran's voice, Wang Xie faintly smiled. Dad. I have good news for you now. Afterwards, she told Wang Ran everything about the eternal life water. When listening to it, Wang Ran on the other end of the phone was obviously a bit disbelieving. How could something like this ever be researched? With modern technology, there shouldn't be any concept of such things at all. Good girl, you're not going to be tricked, are you? This kind of thing, it really exists. Wang Xie knew that her father would definitely not believe it. Dad, the Chu Fei you introduced me to earlier is that brat from the Chu family. You remember, don't you? This is something that he was aware of, this drug that his wife researched. And the effects I've seen, it's definitely something out of the ordinary. I've already agreed to cooperate with them, and this drug will only be supplied to me and the Yun family of the great summer capital. Hearing these words, Wang Ran was somewhat stunned. I didn't realize that this was actually true. The Chu family's brat, he naturally recognized him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to his daughter going on a blind date with that kid. There's definitely no problem with cooperation, but how much is the other party pricing this kind of thing at per unit? Speaking of this, Wang Xie also froze. Yeah, they haven't even finalized the price yet. Though no matter what the price was, their Wang family would definitely buy it. But if the price is too high, there won't be much profit. I don't know, but I'm good friends with Chu Fei and the others, so the price won't be too high. Upon hearing this, Wang Ran let out a hum. It was followed by a light laugh. That said, that boy from the Chu family actually didn't look at my good daughter? How do you guys do blind dates? Are you so well endowed that you are no better than his wife? Wang Xie was slightly stunned, and then her face flushed a little. When she thought about how she had asked for everything from this guy before in order to be Chu Fei's girlfriend. What a colorful tawdry thing to come out. It was so embarrassing that I couldn't find a crack to go through. Even, she had taken the initiative to open her mouth that way, and this kid was still playing dumb, so she knew this kid didn't like her. But then, not as strangers, the two are now as close as friends. Maybe he has his ideas. I may not have the right character for him. Wang Xie thought for several seconds before she opened her mouth to explain. Wang Ran on the other end of the phone laughed. I didn't expect that my good daughter would also have a day to be defeated. However, the matter of the eternal life water you just mentioned must be observed with emphasis. I have a hunch that something like this could very well make a major difference in the world. This is also an opportunity for our Wang family to rise. You'd better drop everything you're doing and fully track this thing. Hearing her father's grave tone, Wang Shiyu naturally understood this. I know, Dad. After hanging up the phone, he returned to the two Su Li. And at that moment, the battle between Chu Fei and Sun Yanning also ended. Without any surprises, Chu Fei lost. And it's still a complete loss. Sun Yanning used her full strength, and Chu Fei was basically the one being hit, without any chance to fight back. Master! I'm your only apprentice. You're so down. Chu Fei covered his chest with a face full of heartache. Su Nian kicked him in the ass. Come on. I'll just loosen your muscles, it's not that bad. After being pointed out, Chu Fei then heatedly smiled. It's still you, master, who are great, and I, as an apprentice, don't know when I will be able to surpass you. Su Nianying laughed. Your kid still has tricks he hasn't brought out, don't think I don't know. The two had just fought without either of them using an ancient martial art. Because that thing, once used, the opponent is either dead or injured. They were also simply sparring and did not need to use ancient martial arts. There. It's about time. Go back. Su Nianying slowly opened his mouth after putting on his clothes. With that, several people drove back to the city. Wang Xie left first because she still had things to do at the company. Chu Fei, on the other hand, drove his car and brought Su Li and Master, as well as Yin Yulan to the Su family villa. The family dinner was supposed to be held every Saturday, but it had been cancelled after Su Li's grandmother passed away. However, Su Nianying did not tell Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian about this discharge. The arrival of several people made both Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian couple feel surprised. Dad. Liz, Fei, and this is. Zhang Qinglian looked at the several people with some surprise. Chu Fei laughed. Auntie, this is my cousin and a partner of Xiao Li's company. Hearing this, Zhang Qinglian instantly laughed. That's a good sentiment. But then, isn't it time you changed your name? The wedding between the two of you is only a little over half a month away, and it's gone by in a flash. Speaking of this, both Chu Fei and Su Li were slightly stunned. Yeah, well, it's been a month and a half. In 10 days or so, it will be time for the wedding of the two. The two of them are not ready for anything yet. Mom, isn't it still half a month away? There's still time. Su Li's face was a bit flushed. The two were married in just over 2 months from the time they met to the wedding, a total flash mob. However, they were not surprised. After all, the kids are there and they love each other. Dinner ended in laughter. It was only after 9 o'clock in the evening that Chu Fei drove his car to send Su Li and Master and Yin Yulan back to the villa. Fei, come here, I have something to talk to you about. Yin Yulan and Su Li went upstairs to rest. In the courtyard of the villa, only Su Nianying and Chu Fei remained. Brat. I may be gone for a while. But I'll be back as soon as I can in time for your wedding to Liz. In the courtyard, Su Nianying looked at the stars in the sky and spoke out such words. Although Chu Fei was a bit surprised, he had already guessed it in his heart. When Master had chatted with that old Fang before, he knew that Master would definitely not stay in Jiangnan for a long time. Master, this go will be dangerous? Hearing this, Su Nianying smiled bashfully. Life and death. Chapter 134, because of him, it's not worth it. The following day at noon. Chu Fei and Su Li as well as Yun Yulan were shopping at the China World Trade Center. Sister Yulan, I think this dress fits you quite well, how about you try it on? Inside the clothing store, Su Li was picking out clothes with Yun Yulan. Chu Fei, on the other hand, sat outside the clothing store and quietly watched the two. Shopping with a woman is indeed a physical job. But it can't be helped, who made one of them their wife? Just as he was about to pull out his cell phone to see what was going on lately, an unfamiliar call came to him. Looking at the unfamiliar number on it, Chu Fei frowned slightly. The average person doesn't call their cell phone, even if it's a wrong number. This is because one's number is a specially encrypted number. Obviously, the person on this strange phone should know himself. He pressed the answer button. Chuffy, right? As luck would have it, the other man opened his mouth with a familiar opening line. Who are you? Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It doesn't matter who I am, but then there's someone you shouldn't be a stranger to. After that, the phone seemed to be handed over to another person. Immediately afterward, Wang Xiyu's somewhat weak voice came from the other end of the phone. Chuffy. Hearing that voice, Chu Fei's face instantly turned cold. Although Wang Xiye wasn't the one she liked, she was considered her friend after all. Not to mention, the Wang family and his own family still had a cooperative relationship. Now, do you see what I mean? The phone was once again taken by the man. After Chu Fei hesitated for half a second, he suddenly laughed, kidnapping a woman and using it to threaten me? The instructor behind you guys wouldn't be sick in the head, right? Do you know who was the man you kidnapped? Her family lineage is not much less than the identity of the point man behind you. If something happened to her, do you think you'd still be alive? Hearing this from Chu Fei, the other party did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he laughed, since I dared to kidnap her, I naturally know her identity. But then, her family is far away overseas, if we get her killed now and go far away, the sky is the limit, do you think her family can find us? At those words, Chu Fei's face instantly turned cold. The other man seemed to have known he would say that. Obviously, the other side had such a step in their plan. What do you mean? Chu Fei asked with a cold face. It doesn't mean anything. Just wanted to have some fun with you, I heard you're the one the whole world fears, known as King Chuyen, right? Then I'm sorry, I'm the Jade Emperor, you're not in the same league as me. I'll give you half an hour, and I'll meet you on the roof of the tallest building in Old Town relocation housing. If I'm late, then sorry, this woman may have to be thrown down by me. Hearing those words, Chu Fei knew that the other party was targeting himself. It was only that Wang Xie's relationship with herself was well known by the other party. They want to borrow Wang Xie and threaten themselves. And at this moment, in the old town of Jiangnan City, on the roof of the tallest building of relocated houses, Wang Xie was tied to the load-bearing wall, and there seemed to be some bruises on her originally white face. And in front of him, there were 3 men. In each hand, a firearm was held. The man in the middle was holding a cell phone and talking to Chuffy. She was a little low in her heart and had lost all hope. Because he himself was nothing more than an ordinary friend of Chu Fei. Will the other side, because of themselves, lose their little lives? Obviously, no one in their right mind would do that. However, Wang Xie's heart still had so much expectation. Expecting that the one who came to their rescue would be Chu Fei. As expected, the man in the center seemed to have guessed what Chu Fei would say. Deliberately turning on the megaphone, he walked over to Wang Xiyu. Shuyan Wang, please repeat what you just said? The Chu Fei on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. I said, she's just a common friend of mine, I don't have to risk my life for her. It's none of my business if she lives or dies. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the phone had been hung up. Wang Xie, on the other hand, already had a bitter smile on her face. That last shred of expectation in my heart was gone. Obviously, Chu Fei wouldn't risk his little life for himself. The only thing he could pray for now was that the masters sent by the clan to protect him would soon discover the news of his disappearance. Otherwise, one might actually die here. Hey, you said you were such a beautiful woman. Chu Fei surprisingly doesn't feel any pain at all. I'd be a little sad if I did kill you. The man at the head of the group looked at Wang Xiyu with pity in his gaze. Only then did he continue, I'll give him another call, and if he's sure he's not coming, then I'm sorry. In your next life, don't know him. Because he's, well, not worth knowing. Chapter 135 Transferring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. A small black car is speeding down a city road. Even running red lights. The car had even reached 100 yards. However, not a single traffic cop stopped him. In the car, Chu Fei's face was full of gloom. I didn't realize that the other party had captured Wang Xie in order to force him to show himself. The words he just said, he said them on purpose. The purpose was to make the other party let down their guard, thus giving themselves more chances to rescue Wang Xie. Only, being driving, he received another call from the man. He tried to remain calm and aloof. Anything else? The man on the other end of the line sneered. Something else indeed. Let me guess, you must have driven here already? A sentence that made Chu Fei's heart jump. How did the other person know that he had said that on purpose? Could it be that the other side has been spying on them? That's impossible. What do you mean? Chu Fei's tone steeply turned cold. Since the other party had guessed it, there was no point in continuing to pretend. It doesn't mean anything. Just wanted to let you know that you're a little late. We have left. Just as the man had said, Wang Xie had been knocked out. At this point, they were driving towards the outskirts of the city. Snort! There was a sharp squeal of brakes. Chuffy pulled over to the side of the road. Rushing to the man on the other end of the phone, he said icily, "Tell me, what are the conditions before you're willing to release him?" And the man just smiled. The conditions, actually quite simple, there are 2, the first one is to have all the shares of Kuyao Company, and the second one is your life. One of these 2 conditions is missing. One less thing, and this pretty chick, she's a goner. The open-hearted laughter made Chu Fei's heart grow more and more nervous. He knew that such a plan was certainly not something such an opponent would be able to come up with. The only possibility is Han Chul. In terms of intrigue, he definitely counts. Take my life, no problem. But I can't give you the shares in Koyo. I have, in my hand, only 30%, and I can give it all to you. Chu Fei responded coldly. No, I don't want 30%, I want all of it. Apparently, the other party rejected his offer. In the black SUV, the man who was calling Chu Fei looked at the time. Almost 20 minutes had passed since they had just finished talking to Chu Fei on the phone. I guess that side should have gotten it too, right? The man then laughed. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, if I were you, I'd go back and see if my wife is okay. Ha ha ha. The call was hung up at this point. Chu Fei's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly picked up his cell phone and made a call to Suli. However, the phone was turned off. Turning his head to call Yin Yulan, there was also no answer for a long time. At this moment, Chu Fei was somewhat unable to suppress the anger within him. The other party was playing a game of tune out with himself. First, he used Wang Xie to attract his attention, then twisted his head and grabbed Suli and Yin Yulan. For a moment, he was a bit overwhelmed. Just as he froze, his cell phone rang. Picking up his cell phone, it was Yin Yulan's call. Hello? Fei, something's wrong. Suri was taken by them. Yin Yulan's anxious and sobbing voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Fei's eyes completely reddened at this moment. In Xiao Li's stomach, there was still her own child. Where are you? I'll be back now. Yin Yulan choked, I'm in the ITC parking lot. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Fei hung up the phone and stepped on the gas directly to the bottom. Sprinting along, he had arrived at the parking lot in less than 10 minutes. Before he even got out of the car, he saw Yin Yulan standing at the same spot anxiously making a phone call. Chuffy stopped the car, opened the door and ran towards her. And at this moment, Yin Yulan just happened to hang up the phone. Both eyes were red from crying. Chu Fei took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. What the hell is going on? Only then did Yin Yulan talk about what had just happened. Right after Chu Fei left, the two of them were no longer interested in shopping and planned to drive home. However, just after the two of them arrived at the parking lot, three strong men suddenly came down from an SUV that was originally parked next to their car. Dragging Suli, she got into the car. She wanted to block, but the other party kicked away. The other party acted as if they knew who she was, and didn't lay a finger on her. She wanted to drive after them, but the other party was too fast. Just had to call Chuffy. After listening to Yin Yulan's explanation, Chu Fei finally realized. Right from the start, the opponent's target was not himself or Wang Xie, but Su Li. He had just left himself and the other guy did it. Obviously, this was all something that had already been plotted. I've spoken to my eldest and the others, but when they come over, I don't know. Yin Yulan cried out again before she could finish her words. Originally, he thought that the other party would be afraid of his own identity, and with himself by his side, he would not dare to move Su Li. But I didn't expect that the other party didn't intend to move her at all. Just at this time, Chu Fei's phone rang. This time, it was another strange caller. Pressing the answer button, a familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Chu Fei, unexpected or not, surprised or not? I've got a present for you, it's not bad, is it? The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Han Chul. After receiving a call from his men that Su Li had been captured by them, he knew that at this moment, Chu Fei was a tiger with its teeth pulled out, without the slightest threat. With his wife in his hands, he wouldn't dare to use it, even if he had great skill. What do you want? Chu Fei's fists clenched, itching to appear in front of Hanja right now and punch him to death. However, Hanja didn't seem to be in any hurry at all. Instead, just smiled and said, remember the last time you slapped me in that kick? I said get ready. As it turns out, you're still not ready. What can I say about you? Chu Fei did not say anything and quietly listened to his next words. Now, I'll give you two choices. And the first one, it's to rescue your wife, she's outside the south of the city. And the second one, it's to save your best friend, and her, north of the city. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it, and in 3 minutes, I'll call you. If you don't choose, then I'm sorry, both will die. The phone was hung up and Chuffy slammed his fist against the wall. The terrifying force smashed a deep hole in the wall. 3 minutes. Trying to save two people is basically impossible. If Zhao Dajuan was allowed to use the helicopter, the other party would probably make a direct move as soon as they heard the sound. He was in a tangle. Chapter 136, One Day Only. 3 minutes went by in a flash. Soon, Chufei's phone rang again. Well, think about it? The voice that was filled with playfulness made Chufei calm down. I'll trade my life for my wife's. All the shares of Koyo Corporation in exchange for my friend's life. How? Hearing this, Hanja sneered. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? The current Chufei was completely a fish on a chopping board, to be slaughtered. He can do whatever he wants. Yes? Then you know that the latest drug that Koyo has been working on has been successful? Hearing this, Hanja was silent for a few seconds. The other man's remark made it difficult for him to grasp. Because he also didn't know if Chufei was scaring him or if he really had already researched it. This time he came down to Jiangnan, mainly to get the shares of Koyao Company. Because this new drug rumored by Koyo is definitely a top-notch drug that goes beyond the norm. Before he could speak, Chufei spoke again. Now that my people are in your hands, I don't want them to be in any danger either. The effects of the drug can increase the strength of an ordinary person by twice or even more, and the lifespan will be extended to over 130 years. And for those who practice Kung Fu, this drug can work even better, increasing their strength by at least 3 times. This secret, is it enough? When he heard these words, Hanja was completely shocked. Obviously, there was no need for Chufei to lie to him. But this new drug does more than he ever imagined. Even the real Han family doesn't have anything like this. If he could keep this for himself, then his status in the Han family would definitely be taken to the next level. After thinking for a few seconds, he slowly spoke. In that case, I'll believe you once. However, I want a new drug, and I need to test it. If what you say is true, I agree to the conditions you just made. Hearing this, Chufei finally let out a sigh of relief. At least, neither Suli nor Wangshi would be in any danger for a short period of time. Yes. Give me a day. Give me the location by the way and I'll have something delivered to you. Hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Hanja's mouth. Yes. Only after ending the call did Chufei say to Yin Yulan by his side, you help me book a plane ticket back to the capital at the earliest, I need to go back today. I'm going to the institute to get my medicine now. Yin Yulan also heard the conversation just now. Yet, there was something she didn't understand. What time is it now, and Chufei still wants to go back to the capital? However, she was not clear about what Chufei was thinking and could only do as she was told. Get in the car, we're going to the institute. After saying that, he took Yin Yulan and went straight to the institute. An hour or so later, he finally arrived at the institute and found Yang Chenghua. Secretary Chu, what brings you over? Chufei's face was extraordinarily grave. Professor Yang, I don't have the means to explain so much to you right now, but right now you must inject me with a new drug. Professor Yang looked at him with a face full of shock, his eyes full of incomprehension. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chufei. Professor Yang, there's no time. Facing the somewhat irascible Chufei, Yang Chenghua seemed to realize something. Taking Chufei to the cold storage, he took out a eternal life water and injected it into Chufei's body. When the effects gradually surfaced, Chufei only felt that his body was filled with terrifying power. Compared to before, it was more than several times more powerful. Professor Yang, get me 2 more. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Chenghua gave Chufei 2 more of the only 10 left in the cold storage. After getting the eternal life water, Chufei drove back to the city. Handed one of them over to Yin Yulan. Then, forwarded the address Hanja had sent over to her. This stuff, you deliver it for me. I'm sure they won't give you a hard time. I am, now, going back to the capital for an errand. Yin Yulan nodded. Although she was not sure what Chufei was doing back in the capital, she knew that Chufei definitely had a reason for going back. Moreover, it was able to save Wang Xie and Su Li. The ticket is for 3 in the afternoon, and we should be in the capital around 7 in the evening. Chufei looked at the time, it was 10 minutes past 2. Nor did he nag with Yin Yulan and drove straight to the airport. Yin Yulan looked at the eternal life water in her hand and took a deep breath. Opened the address that Chuffy had forwarded to himself. It's a luxury hotel. Hitchhiking came down to the hotel. Before he could enter, he was stopped by 2 men in black suits. Ms. Yin Yulan, right? Where's the stuff? Yin Yulan looked at the 2 men in front of her and knew that the other party must be Hanja's people. He took out the packaged eternal life water from his bag and handed it to the other party. I've delivered the stuff, and I hope you'll pass it on to Han Shul. If anything happens to my sibling, the Yin family will do everything in their power to get the Han family killed. After saying that, Yin Yulan turned around and left the hotel. And the two men in black suits looked at each other until Yin Yulan walked away before the two left the hotel entrance. Instead, it stopped at a small hotel not far from the hotel. Then the two looked around to make sure no one was following them before heading up the stairs. A few minutes later, in a room upstairs. This is the new drug? It doesn't look like anything magical. Hanja played with the eternal life water in his hand. And inside the room, besides the two bodyguards, there were also two well-built women who were currently performing a tofu grinding battle. You try. Hanja thought for a few seconds before pointing at a bodyguard. That bodyguard's face suddenly turned a little pale, because no one knew whether the stuff contained here was poison or good medicine. If it's poison, won't we be dead? However, he couldn't disobey the young master's words. Yes. Eventually, he stepped forward trembling, and after removing the needle sleeve, he injected the eldritch water into his veins. Hanja just watched quietly, waiting for the bodyguard's reaction. But in just 2 minutes, the bodyguard only felt energized. Young master. I feel now that my power has at least increased by more than 2 times. Moreover, I feel as if my body has been remodeled, it's much stronger than before. Hearing the bodyguard's reply, Hanja turned to the other bodyguard and said, "You guys compete." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the bodyguard who used the eternal life water slammed his fist against the wall. A punch that smashed a large hole in the wall. Took a few people in the room by surprise. Young master, you don't need to try to know. Seeing this scene, Hanja finally realized the terror of the drug. If this could be mass-produced, then everyone in the family would, I'm afraid, receive a qualitative upgrade. He thought about it and took out his cell phone. On the other hand, Xu Fei had already boarded the plane back to the capital. He sat by the window and looked out at the sky. The icy voice echoed in his mind. The Han family. Are you ready to die? Chapter 137. 7 o'clock at night. The plane landed at the airport in the capital. And Liu had been waiting outside the airport for a long time. Before he came, Xu Fei had already called and told Liu that he had to come back to the capital to do some business. Car. Young master, you've come back this time, is there anything I can do to help? Liu was a bit strange, since the last time the young master successfully ran for the dragon team leader, he went back to Jiangnan to take care of the young lady. How come now, it's suddenly back? Looking at the young master, things are not small. Hearing Liu inquire in this manner, Xu Fei's face instantly turned cold. Li was kidnapped by the Han family, along with a friend of mine. The other side wants my life, and all the shares of Koyo. Hearing these words, Liu's face instantly became a bit gloomy. He knew about the Han family, but he hadn't thought that the other party would do something so underhanded for the shares of Kuyao Company. But he was a little puzzled as to why young master didn't rescue young lady and that friend in Jiangnan, but came to the capital instead. However, since the young master had plans, he certainly couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Young master, the master didn't leave much manpower in the capital. Do you need me to contact them? At those words, Xu Fei was silent for a few seconds before shaking his head. Those people that Pops had left behind in the capital, he didn't want to trouble them for the time being. Those people were sort of the last cards that Pops had left for himself in the capital. One does not use it until it is absolutely necessary. But even if he didn't need them, he still had a way to make the Han family obediently release the people. Then, young master, are you planning to? Li Yui was a little less than understanding. After all, the young master doesn't seem to have any other means at his disposal right now other than the people left behind by the family, right? Uncle Li, have you forgotten my current identity? Xu Fei said indifferently. Li Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this. And then even reacted. With eyes full of incredulity, he turned his head to look at him. Young master, you don't think you want to use your current identity to deal with the Han family, do you? Doing that can cause a big backlash. If only. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xu Fei. So what? Is it hard to believe that I am a freeloader for what I am? Li Yui was silent. There are some things that the young master may not know yet. But one could never tell him now. He could not reveal anything to the young master before the master had returned. By the way, Uncle Li, has Pops contacted you lately? Asked about this, Li Yu hastily shook his head. That's not true. Maybe it's because the pressure from the immortal bird family side is a bit too much, so it's too busy? When Chu Fei heard that, he could only helplessly shake his head. The immortal family, the Han family. These two guys have backed themselves into a corner, so to speak. However, since they were going to play this kind of tactic, he himself would definitely not let them have a good time. Nearly half an hour later, the car finally arrived at the war zone headquarters. Uncle Lee, please. Go back to your rest, I'll call you if anything happens. Li Yui nodded. Yes, young master. Only after the car left did Chu Fei walk towards the war zone headquarters. Since the night was a bit dark, the guards at the entrance naturally stopped Chu Fei. Hello, ID please. Chu Fei took out his ID from his pocket and handed it over. With the light, the two guards were able to see who the visitor was. Hastily, he stood up straight and gave a salute. Greetings, Team Leader Chu. Chu Fei waved his hand, then took the documents handed over and walked towards the Dragon team. After more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the Dragon Group headquarters. At the moment, everyone is resting in their dormitories. There are no important tasks at this time of the year for the time being. Every day, apart from training, it's all about reading and studying. Arriving at the Dragon team's training grounds, Chu Fei took out his cell phone and made a call to He Zi and Xiao Yu, including the captain of the second team, Li Knight. Tell them all to assemble at the training grounds immediately. But in just 3 minutes' time, on the training ground, there were a whole lot more than 100 people. Reporting to team leader, all members of Dragon team have assembled. Kuriko, as the captain of the first team, took the initiative to speak up. Chu Fei swept his gaze over everyone and took a deep breath. Everyone must meet at the grounds at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And, bring your respective weapons. Including heavy weapons, get ready. Do you hear me? More than 100 people immediately chorused in unison, yes. Blackie, Kai Huan, Xiao Yu, Li Knight, Xiao Wu, Tainyo, you guys stay behind, the rest of you go back to the dormitory to rest. Dismissed. Accompanied by Chu Fei's order, all of the rest of the people, except for a few people from Blackie, went back individually. Chu Fei, on the other hand, brought Blackie and a few of them to the office. As soon as he entered, Blackie asked with some curiosity. Fei, what happened? To actually use all the members of our entire Dragon team, huh? And, bring heavy weapons. When he asked that, the others also looked at Chu Fei with curious faces. Chu Fei sat on the stool and took a deep breath. This time, it's actually my personal mission. Upon hearing this, several people froze. They were a bit taken aback. After all, using one's own identity to settle some personal matters could not be allowed. In serious cases, they will be court-martialed. Fei, would it be a little too much? If we have over 100 people in the Dragon team and they all go out, we definitely won't be able to hide it from the top. If we really can't, these few brothers of ours sneaking out, it's definitely no problem. Xiao Wu also spoke with some concern. The others nodded in agreement with Takeshi. However, Chu Fei shook his head slightly. I pressed on with no intention of hiding it from the top. Because, the people I'm going to move, are the Han family. When these words came out, several people present were shocked. The Han family could be considered one of the 3 most powerful families in the capital. How did Fei get into such a big conflict with the Han family to use all of them? Fei, what the hell happened? Xiao Yu realized the seriousness of the matter and opened her mouth to ask. Speaking of this, Chu Fei's face instantly turned cold. The Han family kidnapped my wife and a friend of mine. And, to trade my life, and all the shares of my wife's company, for their safety. Just after hearing that, several people in the room were enraged. The Han family is at least a big family, but it's actually capable of doing something so underhanded. Fei, there's no need to say anything. The brothers know what to do. Tomorrow morning, let's go straight to the Han family. Chapter 138, I'm going to the Han family. However, Xiao Yu heard an unusual meaning. Fei. I'm a little surprised that you have a problem with the Han family. I can understand them wanting you dead. But asking for shares in your sister-in-law's company, that doesn't make a bit of sense. The Han family has quite a few businesses, and from what I understand, sister-in-law's company doesn't seem to be very big. What do they want shares in sister-in-law's company for? Hearing Xiao Yu ask this question, Chu Fei faintly smiled. It still has to be a light rain. This kid, he's been smart since he was a kid. You hit the nail on the head. As he spoke, Chu Fei took out the last of the eternal life water from his pocket. After seeing what he was holding, the crowd was slightly stunned. "Fei, what is this?" Koriko asked with some surprise. Chu Fei took a deep breath. "Originally, this thing, I did not intend to give it to you guys to use. After all, I'm not sure if there are any side effects in the later stages or not. But for now, I'm going to give you guys a try first." The crowd was stunned. Some don't quite understand what he means. "Blackie, you're considered the strongest among you, you try it. Xiaoyu, you help him with the injection." After saying that, he handed the stuff to Xiaoyu. Drizzle flinched slightly, but Koriko had already lifted his arm. "Come on. I'll try and see what the hell it is." They knew very well that Chu Fei would definitely not harm them. "This stuff, it must be good." Xiaoyu pulled off the needle sleeve and then injected Koriko with it. When the injection was done, Koriko didn't feel anything for a while. But Chuffy said, "Let's go and try it on the training ground." The crowd then made their way to the training ground. At this time, the eternal life water had already begun to take effect. Blackie just felt like he was stoned all over and his breathing was extraordinarily ragged. "Fei. This thing, it's kind of strong. I'm a little overwhelmed." As he spoke, Blackie had already rushed out. That terrifying speed made the few people present look dumbfounded. In 1 second, it almost ran wildly out for more than 10 meters. Bang! Black throws a vicious leg kick that connects with a sandbag. 50-pound sandbags were burst by his kick. The flying sand made Xiaoyu and the others directly dumbfounded. "It's just too scary, isn't it? Blackie has that kind of strength? Blackie, come over here and try it with me." Chu Fei moved his feet and appeared beside Blackie. This time, the hearts of the crowd were stunned. They only felt that a gust of wind blew by, and Chu Fei had already arrived at Blackie's side. "Fei. I feel like my power has increased more than twice. You have to be careful, Fei." As he spoke, Blackie quickly struck out. In a short period of more than 10 seconds, the two had already attacked each other with no less than 100 moves. However, Blackie was pressured by Chuffy from start to finish. This was still Chu Fei's state of not using his full strength, or else Blackie wouldn't even be able to catch one of his full strength punches. "No. I concede." Blackie is panting and bracing his legs. These several hundred moves had really tired him out. However, he had become fully familiar with his physical state. Chu Fei slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "You tell them how you feel, with Xiaoyu." It was at this time that Xiaoyu and Emperor Kai several people came forward. They had all watched the battle between the two just now. But can't see it very well. In the slightest blink of an eye, several moves had passed. Koriko scratched the back of his head as if pondering what to say. It was only after a few seconds that he spoke. "This thing is able to boost my strength by close to 3 times, and my body's reflexes and speed have been horribly enhanced. The person I am now is able to fight at least 10 or even more of the people I used to be." Blackie's comment directly dumbfounded the crowd. "This thing, is it that scary? By the way, Fei, how much time limit does this thing have? I have a feeling that it shouldn't take too long for something this powerful." Koriko asked with some confusion. But Chuffy hesitated for a few seconds before explaining. "Unsurprisingly, it should be permanent." "What?" This time, everyone was silent. Xiaoyu pondered for a while before speaking. "Now I kind of know why the Han family kidnapped sister-in-law, so it's for this thing. It's no wonder, this stuff would be absolutely lethal if monopolized by any business." Chuffy nodded. "That's why I came back from Jiangnan this time. Because I don't want this thing in the hands of the Han family, and to save your sister-in-law." "Well, it's about time, so go back to rest. Early tomorrow morning, set out for the Han family. The following morning at 7 o'clock sharp. On the training ground, more than 100 people were ready. Everyone's body was covered in bulletproof vests and loaded with all kinds of elixirs. And outside the training ground, more than a dozen jeeps had been parked, as well as 3 large vehicles. On the big car, loaded with heavy weapons. For example, bazooka. After Chu Fei watched everyone arrive, he waved his hand. The icy voice reached everyone's ears. "Everybody, get in the car." At his command, everyone got on the bus. Chu Fei, Blackie, and the others, on the other hand, sat in the first jeep. The gate of the theater headquarters. Jeep after jeep pulled out of the war zone. The guards at the door froze. What kind of big deal is going on here, and why are so many people suddenly being utilized? Moreover, he seemed to clearly see Chu Fei in the first jeep. It was only after everyone's cars had left that the guards realized it was too late and rushed to call the top to inform them. And the people above, after going through layers of briefings, finally came to Liang Quan. At this time, Liang Quan was also wondering which department organized the training. I can't believe they used so many cars. But soon, the office landline rang. Hello? Chief Commander Liang? Something's wrong. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Liang Quan was slightly stunned. What's going on? At this time, the person on the other end of the phone only said, Commander-in-Chief, Team Leader Chu Fei is back and has organized all the members of the Dragon Team to drive out. And, these guys brought heavy weapons with them. Hearing this, Liang Quan instantly stood up from his position. What? Chu Fei's back? Then how come he doesn't know? Besides, there's no one to report it to themselves. What the hell is this kid up to? Is he going to rebel with so many weapons? Liang Quan's face is full of anger. Commander-in-Chief, I'm not sure. You'd better call Team Leader Chu. Without the slightest hesitation, Liang Quan immediately hung up the phone. After that, it dialed Chu Fei's cell phone. At this time, the avenue in the downtown area of the capital city. Countless people were looking at this image in front of them with faces full of shock. A whole dozen army green jeeps were moving forward. Also, the people in the car seemed to be armed. Everyone had their cell phones out to take pictures. On the first jeep, Chu Fei received a call from Liang Quan. Commander-in-Chief? Soon, the sound of Liang Quan's growl came from the other end of the phone. Chu Fei. What the hell do you want? A faint smile hung on Chu Fei's face. Commander-in-Chief. I want. To the Han family. Chapter 139 Descending to the Han family. On the lively streets of the capital, countless pedestrians were holding their cell phones and taking pictures of Chu Fei and his team's convoy without stopping. This is the first time I've seen a scene like this other than the anniversary. And Chu Fei, who was sitting in the first jeep, hung up on Liang Quan. This time, the Han family he had to fight. Liang Quan, who was hung up, was so angry that his face turned blue. Before, he himself had said to this kid that the Han family and the Wind family should never be moved easily. But how long has it been since then, and this kid is about to move his troops to the Han family? Isn't this nothing to worry about? When he thought of Chu Fei bringing so many people to the Han family to find trouble, Liang Quan's heart was filled with worry. After thinking about it, I called my big brother. In a certain small courtyard in the capital, Liang Jin was practicing in the morning. The aged body is swinging for the fences with a set of punches. Only, when he received a call from Liang Quan, he stopped moving. Hello? Quan, what's wrong? He was a bit puzzled as to how Liang Quan could call himself this early in the morning. Hello? Big brother? Something big is going on. This brat, Chu Fei, took everyone in the dragon group and went to fight the Han family. Upon hearing this, Liang Jin's eyes almost fell out. What? Is this kid crazy? What the hell happened? This kid wouldn't be so impulsive. In his opinion, Chu Fei was definitely not a person who was intentional. But right now, the Han family's people had definitely moved Chu Fei's bottom line. Otherwise, the dragon team would never have been mobilized. I don't know. I also just received a message from someone down there. Then I called this kid, and when I asked, I realized that he had brought a lot of heavy weapons with him and was planning to have a big fight with the Han family. At those words, Liang Jin fell silent. It was a long time before he said slowly, just drive over to my place and pick me up. With that, he hung up. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone again and called Shangwan Baiyao. Opie, something's come up. That kid from the Heavenly Madness family has taken people to fight the Han family. I guess it's going to be hard to close this one. On the other side of the capital, Shangwan Bei was drinking morning tea and eating breakfast in his courtyard. Upon hearing this, he barely managed to spit out the breakfast in his mouth. What? No way. This kid is too impulsive. Okay, I got it. I'll change now and go over there. By the way, call Moron and tell him to go over there as well. After saying that, Shangwan Bei didn't bother to eat breakfast. After speaking to his wife beside him, he went out the door. And Liang Jin made a call to Morong Zhang. Morong Zhang was also startled after hearing this news. However, it didn't say much and immediately asked the driver to drive to the Han family. In the meantime, On the other hand, on the Han family's side, they hadn't received any news at all. Instead, immerse yourself in the latest drug researched by Koyo. Big brother, second brother. This time, the family will at least be able to go to another level. With this item, our Han family can be considered the #1 family in the capital. Han Jinlong was all smiles. All of this was known from Han Shul's mouth. It was also thanks to the fact that his son had not lost face. It had only been a few days and he was immediately able to get all the shares of Kuyao Company, including the patent for the invention of this drug. Once this kind of thing comes out, the whole world is expected to go crazy. And they, in turn, will be reused by the family. At that point, they would be completely above the crowd. Not bad, not bad. Lao San, Xiaozha deserves to be the one the family looks up to. In the future, our Han family will have Xiaozha, completely sufficient to walk across the capital. The current head of the Han family, Han Tianchen, laughed out loud. Big brother, oldest. Then what? About the Yun family side? Is it a joint effort to fight off the Win family, or is it? Han Xianyue, the second head of the Han clan, also spoke up. Now, both families are ready for all the things that go into war. When the time was once ripe, they were fully capable of plunging the Yun family into a crisis in a short period of time. No more. We teamed up with the Win family for this thing from Koyo. It's just that by tomorrow at the most, Zhu will be able to get all the shares of Kuyao Company, including the patents. Why bother working with them and giving them a piece of the action? Han Jinlong sneered. The cooperation with the Wind family was initially proposed by him. However, that was because they didn't find the right opportunity to get the shares. But not anymore. There was no need for them to share this cake with the Wind family. That's true. Han Shenlian nodded as well. Lao San, make a call and talk to Tetsu. Come back as soon as he's done with his business over there. This thing is sure to cause a big reaction once it reaches the family side. This great merit, the family side will give him a great reward. Han Tianchen said with a smile. But, just as a few people were talking, the butler ran in a panic. Family master, something big is wrong. More than 100 men have come from the military department, each holding a weapon, and have surrounded all of our manor. And the word is out that no one is allowed in or out. Or die trying. What? Hearing this, Han Jinlong instantly stood up from his position. The look to the butler was full of disbelief and dismay. Well, they didn't get any news. If someone in the military department was trying to deal with them, they would have gotten the message already. Who's the guy with the guy? Han Jinlong asked out loud. The butler shook his head in disbelief. Han Tianchen's face was a bit icy. Let's go out together and see who has the guts to touch our Han family. After saying that, the three of them walked towards the outside. Just as they stepped out of the gate of the villa, they saw a line of men dressed in military green, holding weapons and aiming at them. However, the trio's gazes fell on Chu Fei. This man, they were no strangers. On the contrary, this time, Han's first mission when he traveled to Jiangnan was to first resolve the trouble that was Chu Fei. Unexpectedly, Chu Fei had already arrived in the capital. Looking at the three middle-aged men who appeared in front of him, Chu Fei took a step forward. With an icy gaze, he scanned the three, slowly spitting out a few words from his mouth. Who was Han Jinlong? Step forward. Being read his name by the other party, Han Jinlong took a step forward. What? Team leader Chu, is this an attempt to use a weapon on me? Han Jinlong's face was somewhat gloomy as he stared at Chu Fei. After all, this was their Han family's territory. It's a dragon that has to be coiled, and a tiger that has to lie down. But, he seems to have gotten one thing wrong. Chu Fei, the overgrown dragon, wouldn't talk any sense to him. Raise your hand and take a shot. Bang. Chapter 140, You're in no position to negotiate with me. A bullet that pierced Han Jinlong's knee. He didn't have any chance to react. Ah! The severe pain instantly invaded his entire body, and his entire body was involuntarily paralyzed on the ground. The shot just about shattered the kneecap of his left leg. Don't you dare! Han Tianchen's eyes were filled with intense anger. How dare you use a gun on your own property? Even if he was the leader of the dragon team, he would still have to suffer. All hands on deck. But anyone who dares to make a move, there's no need to hold back, shoot them on the spot for me. In case of resistance, bazooka bombardment. Chu Fei's ice-cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Tainyo, who were standing behind Chu Fei, put down the automatic steps in their hands. Then, shouldered the bazooka that was sitting on the ground. The warheads are loaded and ready to fire. This scene directly caused Han Tianqian's eyes to glaze over. He really couldn't figure out where this kid got the guts to touch the Han family. Boy! Do you know what kind of existence stands behind me? Have you thought about the consequences of this? Han Tianqian said with a cold face. However, Chu Fei did not respond in the slightest. The eyes were on Han Jinlong instead. The opponent had been shot and shattered his kneecap, and was now unable to get up, and a pool of blood had flowed out on the ground. You're Han Chol's father, aren't you? Han Jinlong's gaze was incomparably gloomy as he looked at Chu Fei. So what if it is, so what if it isn't? You dare to kill me? In fact, what means his son can get the shares of Kuyao Company, Han Jinlong is not clear. However, judging from Chu Fei's current situation, his son must have touched this kid's bottom line. Otherwise this kid wouldn't have been so impulsive and brought so many people to block the Han family's door. And, have the nerve to shoot yourself. However, when Chu Fei heard these words, he let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Han Jinlong, you take yourself too seriously. Your son does have a few skills, I'll give him that. But I can tell you, he's dead, and so are you. That icy voice, without a trace of emotion, hovered in the ears of Han Jinlong's few people. Now, I'll give you a choice, let your son release the man, and I can choose to keep you alive and kill you later. Otherwise, if my people die, I'll have your entire Han family buried with you. As he spoke, Chu Fei's arm slowly raised. In the next second, Xiao Wu and the others raised the weapons in their hands. And those members of the dragon team who were outside all walked inside the manor. More than a dozen rocket-propelled grenades and hundreds of automatic rifles were aimed at the villas on the estate. Right now, all that was needed was for Chu Fei to give an order, and the entire Han family manor would be razed to the ground. How dare you? You can't afford the consequences of what you're doing. You know what? Han Tianqian looked at Chu Fei with a cold face. Unfortunately, Chu Fei did not give any face. Snorting, what kind of thing are you? Do I, Chu Fei, need you to comment on what I do? If my head falls off, it's just a big scar in a bowl. Han Tianqian was infuriated, but now, he didn't dare to speak out of turn. I'm afraid that this kid will really go crazy and flatten the place in a fit of pique. All of them, then, would really have nowhere to go. Ha! Chu Fei, you're too naive. Do you think that you're the only one who will die if you touch the Han family? I'm telling you, your whole family is going to die. Han Jinlong's eyes were filled with the color of madness. It seemed that it had already guessed what would happen to Chu Fei. Only to be answered by a bullet. Bang! Another shot shattered his right kneecap. You talk a lot and I don't want to hear it. Tell your son to let go. Chu Fei no longer had the patience to spend time with him. This time, Han Jinlong was also a bit flustered. This kid, playing for real. If I continue to drag on, I am afraid that I will really die here, and the entire Han family will also disappear. At this time, Han Jinlong tremblingly took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Han's number. However, Chu Fei quickly stepped forward and kicked Han Jinlong in the chest. Snatching up his cell phone, he waited for Han Shul to answer the call. A few seconds later, Han's voice came from the other end of the phone. Dad? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Chu Fei's mouth. Good boy. Hanja, who was resting in the hotel, instantly stood up from his position when he heard the familiar voice. His face was instantly morose. Chuffy. You seek death. Do you believe I'll have someone kill your wife right now? However, Chu Fei was not the least bit excited. On the contrary, very calmly said, feel free. But I can guarantee that if my wife dies, your whole family will be buried with her. By the way, I forgot to tell you. I'm here, right now, at your family's estate. After saying that, Chu Fei put down his cell phone. Rushing behind him, Takeshi spoke. Takeshi, give him an earful. Xiao Wu immediately nodded, yes. After saying that, he immediately pulled the trigger of the bazooka. With a deafening bang, the gazebo not far from the villa was blown to smithereens. This scene startled Han Tianqian's few people. They would never have dreamed that this kid would dare to actually open fire. I don't have many people here, just a dozen bazookas, hundreds of guns, and tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition. You can try if I can get everyone in your Han family killed. Shu Fei said to Hanja on the other end of the phone. And when Hanja heard these words, his face turned blue with anger. I did not expect. Shu Fei's courage is actually so big. He kidnapped his wife. He directly led people to copy his own home. Okay. Chuffy. Count on it. I'll release the man now, but if a hair on my family's head falls out, I'll make you pay. Han Shul is not a person who works for his own self-interest. Now the estate, the parents, they're all still in there. He didn't dare to gamble with their lives that Shu Fei would dare to open fire. You seem to be forgetting one thing. I'm not making a deal with you right now. Rather, you must release. My man, if you lose one hair, I'll kill one of your Han family. Do you hear me? Within half an hour, if my men don't arrive at the Jiangnan Warzone branch, then I'm sorry, the Han family will cease to exist. Saying that, Shu Fei had already hung up the phone. However, right now he was incredibly nervous. In his opinion, even the lives of the entire Han family could not be exchanged for Suli. What's more, Suli still had her own child in her stomach. And after he hung up the phone, 3 cars had appeared outside the gate of the Han family. Liangjun, Shangwan Baiyao and Morong Zhang were anxiously heading inside the Han family's manor. The heart is even more non-stop praying, don't get killed Chapter 141, why don't I give you 2 of them too? When Liangjun's few people entered the Han family's manor, they let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, no one was killed. Otherwise, things could be really big. But when the 3 people saw Han Jinlong, who was lying on the ground and covered with blood, their hearts jumped. This kid, Shu Fei, really has a lot of guts. It actually directly shattered Han Jinlong's legs. After seeing the 3 people who came in, Shu Fei also froze. I didn't expect that Uncle Liang and the others had actually come over. Only, when Han Tianqin's few people saw Liangjun's few people, their faces instantly turned cold. These 3 guys, their influence amongst the capital was definitely no less than the Han family. Their Han family might be able to ignore many people of status in the capital. But these 3 people in front of him could never be ignored. Brat! You've got a lot of nerve. I can't believe you're so open-minded. As soon as Liangjun saw Shu Fei, he was furious. Going up was a hard kick to Chuffy's ass. Shu Fei also looked at the 3 with some surprise. Uncle Liang, Uncle Shangwan, Uncle Morong, why have you come over? Shangwan Baiyao blared at him fiercely. If we don't come over, you're afraid you'll turn this capital upside down. At those words, Shu Fei could only let out a long sigh. I didn't want to. But they went too far. I had no choice but to do it. Only then did his gaze fall on Han Jinlong. In a cold and icy tone, he said, you were targeting me before, so forget it. But you targeted my family and friends. Then don't blame me. As he spoke, Shu Fei had already raised the hand holding the gun. At any moment, he could shoot Han Jinlong with one shot. Liangjun, who was next to him, took a look and rushed forward to slap his hand down. Then he looked at the 3 Han Tianqin with a smile on his face. Family Master Han, Jr. is a bit impulsive. I hope you'll be a big enough man not to take it to heart, okay? Hearing Liangjun speak softly, Han Tianqin's mood slowly recovered a bit. However, Han Jinlong sneered. Sitting on the ground, the blood coming out of his legs had soaked his pants in red. However, he didn't care about the pain at all. Liangjun, you don't have to cat cry and fake mercy. Guess you'd like to see that in your heart, wouldn't you? This kid is bold enough to touch my Han family, you must be in the know, right? When Liangjun heard this, he immediately smiled. What about this? I just found out about it. To avoid bloodshed, that's why I came over. Otherwise, why don't I wait until all of your Han family is dead before I come over? That was not a lie on his part. After all, having just learned of this news from Liang Quan's side, he had rushed over non-stop. It's also fortunate that it came early and nothing happened. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Shu Fei spoke. Uncle Liang, there's no need to say anything more to him. I said he must die today. There wasn't a trace of emotion in Shu Fei's eyes. Han Jinlong and Hanja are already on his must-kill list. The rest of the Han family could not have to die, but these 2, even if they had a great background, they would all have to die. Brat! Once Liangjun heard this, he immediately pulled him to the side. Then with a serious face, he said, do you know the real background of their Han family? Han Shul is a direct descendant of the Han family, and his father will be protected. Kill them both and your old man can't even protect you. Not only that, but even your old man could be implicated. Not to mention the others. Liang Zhen spelled out all the great things about it. Obviously, it was still time to move the Han family. At least, until the kid is back in the family for good. Uncle Liang. I know what you mean. I'm also well aware of the Han family's background. But Han Kim Ryong's son, Han Chul, kidnapped my wife and friends. Even threatened me with my life in exchange. What would you have done in your place? Is it to conciliate with them, or to bow down and admit defeat? The moment Chu Fei's words left his mouth, Liang Zhen also froze. He didn't know the exact reason why this brat Chu Fei had come to the Han family to cause trouble. But now that I hear it, it's understandable. If it was when I was young, what do I care, I would have gotten the Han family first. As for the consequences, we'll see what happens when the time comes. What about the current conditions? Right now, the fact that Chu Fei hadn't made a move yet proved that there was still room for both sides to turn around. The other side has promised to release them. Hearing this, Liang Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Han Chul wouldn't release him. At that time, once both sides went to war, it was certain that the Han family would be destroyed. But the real Han family will surely step in as well. At that time, it wouldn't just be Chu Fei who would be unlucky. Even they will be implicated. All right. Since the person is fine, that's all that matters. I'll talk about this Han family thing. After saying this, he arrived in front of Han Tianqian's several people. Master Han, can we talk now? Han Tianqian's face turned blue, but since his side was now in a weak position, he could only nod his head in agreement. A few minutes later, Han Jilong had been sent to the hospital for treatment. At this moment, within the Han family's villa, there were only Chu Fei, Liang Zhen, and the other four, as well as Han Tianqian and Han Shanhua. Master Han, I think you know that it was you who went too far. Kidnapped team leader Chu's wife and friend and threatened him with his life. Anyone else would not be able to stand it. Team leader Chu had no choice but to do such a thing. But where did Han Tianqian not know what he meant? Doesn't that mean your side is in the wrong? He sneered, then what do you mean, Mr. Liang? A small smile appeared on Liang Zhen's face. It doesn't mean anything. Your Han family released the people and gave team leader Chu certain compensation and promises. That's it. Compensation? Promise? When she heard this, Han Qianni, who was sitting on the sofa, gasped and laughed. Where had they ever suffered such a loss in their Han family's existence until now? It's not even enough to injure Lao San, but you dare to ask for compensation? With this kind of guts, if you look at the whole capital, I guess only Liang Zhen dares to open his mouth? Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Compensation and promises, I can promise both. Han Tianqian laughed out loud, but his laugh was so cold. Shang Wenbei and Morong Zhang were both slightly stunned. This old man, Han Tianqian, agreed too quickly, didn't he? However, we compensated and promised. That team leader Chu injured my brother's 2 legs. Maybe, my brother won't be able to stand up afterward. How will this account be settled? Han Tianqian's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. However, without waiting for Liang Zhen to speak, Chu Fei had already stood up from his position. Very casually, he spoke, it's simple. He took 2 bullets. Why don't I send you 2 of those too? As he spoke, he had already taken out the pitch-black pistol from his waist. The dark hole, just to Han Tianqian. Chapter 142. The atmosphere in the hall was, all of a sudden, tense to the extreme. Liang Zhen and the 3 of them were also startled by this sudden movement of Chu Fei. It's okay to beat up Han Kim Ryu. After all, Han Jinlong's son had kidnapped Chu Fei's wife and friend. But Han Tianqian, he didn't do anything. If this shot goes down, then there's no need to talk, just destroy the Han family. Ah Fei, put the gun down. Right now we're still negotiating, it's hard for us to do that when you're like this. Liang Zhen said with a smile from the side. In fact, he would love to see the Han family make a fool of themselves. Over the years, the Wind family and the Han family, as well as the Dragon family before them, these 3 great families had eaten a lot of favors in Daxia. It can be said that they are making a lot of money, and anyone has to sell them 3 points of face. It is also the Yin family that keeps a low profile and does things in harmony and does not give a face. Compared to the remaining 2, it's so much better. Uncle Liang, if it's difficult then don't do it, right? If the Han family doesn't give you face, there's no need for us to put a hot face on a cold ass. Chu Fei's words could be said to have made Han Tianqian furious. The good guys and the bad guys made him do it? What does that make you? You won't even let me say a word? But who let the other guy have a gun in his hand? Although everyone is practiced and strong. But Chu Fei wasn't a vegetarian either, not to mention that he had a weapon in his hand. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Chu Fei's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it turned out to be a call from Su Li. Fei. Su Li's choked voice came from the other end of the phone. Being imprisoned for these 10 hours or so, she almost thought that she wouldn't be able to see Chu Fei again. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly released her. Moreover, it just so happened that he met Wang Xie again when he was at the Warzone branch. The two then realized that it must have been Chu Fei's doing. Hearing Su Li's choked voice again, Chu Fei's hanging heart was finally released. Are you okay? They didn't do anything to you, did they? It took Su Li a long time to collect her sobs and said with a little choking, No, they didn't do anything to me. But Sister Heiyue was beaten up by them. There are still some bruises on his face. Now off to the theater hospital for a simple bandage. Hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes instantly turned cold. Those guys, they're really tough. I can't believe he even dared to beat up the only daughter of the Wang family. Okay. You and Heiyue will wait for me at the Warzone branch first. I'll talk about it now that I've run some errands. Don't leave until I'm back. When the words fell, Chu Fei hung up the phone. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by everyone present. Liangjin and Shangwan Baiyao's three faces were not very pretty. Done. The person Han Jinlong's son was looking for actually beat up a friend of Chu Fei's side. So this kid, he's going to fight back? Hear me clearly? The people Hanja found, beat up my friend, you guys think, whose head is the right place to put this debt on? As he spoke, Chu Fei had already lowered his pistol. It looks like it's going to be a straight-up fight without weapons. So what do you want? Han Tianqian stared at him with an icy face. Chu Fei smiled indifferently, don't want to do anything. Since my friend was beaten up, it's simple, I'll just fight back. But well, since Han Jinlong is injured, why don't you carry it? When Han Tianqian heard this, he laughed. The sinews of his body were bulging. Terrifying power erupted from him. Come on. Let me see just how capable you are as the leader of the dragon team. As he spoke, he took 2 steps backward. Raising his hand, he hooked his finger at Chu Fei. Chuffy was about to make a move, but Blackie took 2 steps forward. Fei, why don't I try? Koriko now had a great deal of confidence in his own strength. After all, after using that eternal life water, the strength has really been improved. Forget it. You're no match for him. Chuffy shook his head. It wasn't that Blackie wasn't strong enough, but Han Tianqian was different from the dragon family head. Behind the other side, there is the so-called real Han family. No need to guess, this kind of family must have real ancient martial arts. Blackie had never practiced ancient martial arts and could only lose against Han Tianqian. What? Is that all the leader of the dragon team can do? Still want to go 2 for 1? Doesn't matter, come along. Han Tianqian's eyes were filled with disdain. In his opinion, Chu Fei was just a leader of the dragon team. And himself, backed by the real Han family. In his hands, he possessed ancient martial arts that ordinary people would never be able to access in their entire lives. With this thing, killing Chu Fei in seconds was definitely within reach. Against you, do we still need to fight 1 against 2? As he spoke, Chu Fei took a step forward. Ka-ching! The momentary explosion of the floor tiles under his feet. On the ground, it left a deep footprint. But that's just the beginning. Then every step Chu Fei took left a deep footprint on the ground. Also, each footprint is about the same depth. The pupils of Liangjin's few people were slightly shrunken. This kid's strength is not a little scary. And Han Tianqian's face changed. This kid's strength, is he that strong? Although I can do this myself, but to do the same depth of each footprint, that kind of difficulty is not ordinary high. When Chu Fei walked up to Han Tianqian, he slowly raised his head and looked at him. If you don't fall within 3 moves, I'll cut off your head and kick it for you as a ball. The crowd sniffed and their faces changed drastically. This kid, he's a bit too crazy, isn't he? Put down Han Tianqian in 3 moves? Even other people who practiced ancient martial arts couldn't do it, right? However, for some reason, putting down Shufei's body, they actually all still believed it. Old Liang, do you think this kid is high on drugs? This strength, I'm afraid it's not much worse than old Shu. Shangguan Bei said with some surprise. How would I know? The last time I saw this kid, I didn't feel that he was this strong. After coming back this time, it's obvious that this kid's aura is all different. Liang Jin also spoke from the sidelines. At this time there, Morong Zhang, who hadn't been speaking much, slowly said, this kid, after going to Jiangnan this time, something must have happened, or else his strength wouldn't have risen so fast. And, most likely, it has something to do with the kidnapping of his wife. Let's just ask after the fight. Chapter 143, Are you wool gathering here? For the first move, let's test the waters. Shufei arrived in front of Han Tianchen and raised his hand to blast a fist towards him. The latter didn't make the slightest move to retreat either, and similarly swung his fist to strike. The fists of the two men collided violently at this moment. Bang! A dull voice rang out. The floor tiles underneath the two men's feet couldn't hold up to the power of the two men at this moment, and they exploded one after another. On the ground, leaving a deep crater. Han Tianchen, on the other hand, was shaken to the core. This kid's power is a little too strong. He himself had nearly used 80% of his power, but the other party, by the looks of it, had only used half of it at most. He took a step back with a grimace, but the pain coming from his fist was telling. He was no match for this kid himself. Not bad. So much for the Han family head. A faint smile hung on Shufei's face. The anger in Han Tianchen's eyes was almost on the verge of spewing out. Boy! You're going to regret what you just said. As the words fell, Han Tianchen closed his eyes and assumed a fighting stance. The left hand is placed horizontally in front of him, and the right hand, with its clenched fist, falls naturally to one side. When Shufei saw this, he knew that Han Tianchen was going to use an ancient martial art. However, one hasn't had to. Next. You got it. As the words fell, all the muscles in Shufei's body tightened. The right hand was slowly raised to his chest. Bang! In an instant, the two struck again. This time, it was even more terrifying compared to the previous move. Ka-ching! But in the blink of an eye, the battle was already divided. Han Tianchen was lying on the ground, his arm showing a weird arc. Obviously, Shufei's punch had broken his arm bone. Disbelief and dismay covered his pale face. He didn't understand that obviously what he was using was an ancient martial art, but facing Shufei, he didn't even have the slightest use for it. On the contrary, the other party had defeated him with a simple punch, simply using the power of his body. It was a little too much for him to take in. The Liangzhen several people at the side were also filled with shock. They know that Han Tianchen just used an ancient martial art. Available at. Shufei then used his power to crush it. This kid's power, what level has it reached? The Han family, nothing more than that. Shufei slowly withdrew his hand. One's purpose has been achieved. If he really killed everyone in the Han family, once the Han family behind him stepped in, what awaited him was expected to be endless retaliation. Uncle Liang, Uncle Shangguan, Uncle Morong, Blackie, let's go. Seeing this, Liangzhen's few people had no choice but to leave the hall with him. When he came outside, Liang Quan had also arrived long ago. Only, he didn't go inside the villa. When he saw Shufei and his elder brother Liangzhen as well as the Shangguan Baiyao several people, a few moments of surprise appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that the boss of the Shangguan family and the boss of the Morong family were both here. It seems that this kid knows a lot of people. Dead boy. Have any idea how much of an impact you've made? Liang Quan went up and slammed his fist on Chuffy's chest. However, the punch didn't use much power. Shufei pretended to be full of pain and took a few steps back. Commander-in-Chief, you've injured me, I need to go back and rest. Liang Quan do not know that this kid is pretending, gestured to move again. However, Shufei hid behind Liangzhen. Uncle Liang, look at the Commander-in-Chief. He's going to clean me up. Liangzhen's face darkened. All right. Don't be a good boy. Let your men go back first. Chuffy let out a sarcastic laugh. Then he turned to Blackie and Lee Knight and said, Blackie, Lee Knight, you guys take the people back, I still have some things to do so I won't go back first. Blackie and Lee Knight immediately stood up straight, yes, team leader. Afterward, hundreds of people, which slowly left the Han family manor. Brat! Get in the car. Liangjin kicked Chu Fei's ass and told him to get in the car. More than 40 minutes later, the group of 5 arrived in Liangjin's quiet courtyard. Liangjin shouted to the room, "Wife, brew me a pot of Waishan de Hanpo, Shangguan and the others are here." The people in the room heard this and gave a cry back. Got it. Several people were seated at the small wooden table in the courtyard. Brat! Say it! What the hell is going on? I'm still a little confused to this day. Shangguan Bei also looked at him with a serious face. Seeing this, Chu Fei then told all the causes and consequences. Upon hearing this, several people were also filled with anger. This Han Jinlong and Hanja, they do deserve to die. Morong Zhang's tone carried a bit of coldness. If he were himself, he definitely wouldn't let the Han family off the hook so easily. Indeed. The faces of Liangjin's few people weren't looking too good either. It's amazing that you would be willing to resort to such tactics for a share in a small company. But, what about that eternal life water you were talking about? The Han family values this thing so much, it must be of great use, right? From the story just now, several people clearly know that the Han family is for the longevity water thing. But there was some difficulty on Chuffy's face. After all, the secret of this thing can't be publicized yet. But before, he had already given these things to the other party in order to stabilize Hanja. Now, he had completely torn his face off with the Han family. It won't be long before this thing is absolutely exposed. After thinking for a long time, Chu Fei slowly told the role of the eternal life water. This thing, it's real? Are you kidding me? Is this something that can be researched with today's technology? Shangguan Baiyao's eyes almost glazed over. In their opinion, this kind of thing is definitely not something that can be researched with the current technology. It's not even certain that we'll get it in another 100 years. Uncle Shangguan, don't you believe me? I suppose you could all sense my strength the last time you saw me? Now what? I'm more than twice as strong as I was before. There's this boost that comes with that stuff. Chu Fei smiled somewhat helplessly. Upon hearing this, several people fell silent. It seems to exist for sure. Otherwise, Chu Fei's strength wouldn't have risen so quickly. Brat! I won't say anything else, I want 10,000 of them. Give it to me as soon as you can, okay? Liang Quan asked for 10,000 sticks without saying a word. Chuffy immediately jumped up. Commander-in-Chief! What are you doing here, wool gathering? Open your mouth and ask for 10,000 sticks, why don't you go and rob them? Not to mention, the price of one of these is almost over $100 million. 10,000 sticks, why don't you just kill me? Chu Fei looked like a dead pig. 10,000? Let's not talk about how long it will take the institute to build it. Even if it could be built, the first ones to get it would be the Yun and Wang families. And then the others. The commander-in-chief opened his mouth for 10,000 sticks, and killing him wouldn't even be that much. Liang Quan hemmed and hawed, there aren't 10,000 sticks, but there should be a few hundred, right? Let's start with credit. When the munitions arrive, I'll exchange them with you. Chu Fei shook his head without hesitation, no, not a single one. Originally, I didn't intend to publicize this thing. If it wasn't for Uncle Liang and the others being here, I would have killed myself not to say anything. Chapter 144, Kill One Who Comes. Inside the courtyard, Chu Fei was still bargaining with the Shangguan Baiyao few. 100. If you don't give me this, brat, I'll kill you. Shangguan Bei got up and ruthlessly strangled Chu Fei's neck. Chu Fei rolled his eyes vigorously. Vomit. Uncle Shangguan, you might as well get me killed. Uncle Liang and the others have only asked for 70, and you're asking for 100, isn't that favoring one over the other? 70 at the most, no more. It was with great difficulty that he was able to break free from Shangguan Bei's hand, and Chu Fei gasped for air and opened his mouth. That works too. But you'll have to get the price cheaper. I've managed to get some of my personal money, what am I going to eat if you take it all? Shangguan Baiyao was a bit distressed. After all, 70 sticks cost close to $7 billion. That's a price that most companies in the country would never be able to take in one breath. This is money that is still left over from my own retirement when I was younger. However, after having this, it's a good deal to pay for your life. Uncle Shangguan, don't give me a hard time. I don't set the price, do you? But then, I can give you a 10% discount. Chuffy hemmed and hawed. Hearing those words, Liang Quan's gaze immediately landed on Chu Fei's body. Yes. Are you looking for this boy? Soon there was a voice on the other end of the line. Yes. I'm on my way to Warzone headquarters now. When the time comes, I'll meet you in your office. That's it, hang up. The phone was hung up. Leon Kwan put down his cell phone and frowned slightly. You boy. Well now, Mr. Jian wants to see you now. It must have been the noise you made. Hearing those words, Chu Fei was also a little frightened. It's not a good thing that the Supreme Being is paying attention to this. On top of that, one doesn't know what the Supreme has in mind. If he favored the Han family, then I'm afraid it would be very difficult for him to make good on this today. Mr. Jiang is concerned about this? This kid, then, is probably in a bit of trouble. Liang Zhen's brows were also slightly furrowed. Originally, I thought that it was already considered okay for the three of them to step forward in this matter. I didn't realize that the Supreme Man was going to step in. Not necessarily. Still, we won't know until the brat goes and sees it. Morong Zhang also spoke up. Shangguan Baiyao slowly exhaled a breath. Alright, Xiao Liang, you and Chu Fei go meet the Supreme Person first. Only then did Liang Quan nod and lead Chu Fei out of the quadrangle. Car. Brat. When you meet Mr. Jiang later, you'd better put your foul temper away, do you know that? Chafi nodded. He naturally knew the importance of the matter. 40 minutes or so later. The two were finally back at the Warzone headquarters. Just after walking to the downstairs of the office building, the guard downstairs spoke up. Commander-in-Chief, the Supreme Man is waiting for you in your office. Liang Quan nodded, I know. In a few moments, however, he arrived outside the office door. Knocked on the door. A calm man's voice came from inside. Come in. Liang Quan and Chu Fei looked at each other before they pushed open the door and walked in. Inside the office, Jiang Ping was standing at the window position smoking a cigarette. When he saw the two men enter, he turned around. Liang Quan and Chu Fei hurriedly saluted. Meet Mr. Jiang. Jiang Ping waved his hand. Alright, don't get into this with me. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Chu Fei's body. You boy. You've got a lot of guts, you dare to touch the Han family. Aren't you afraid of the Han family's retaliation? Jiang Ping sat down on the stool and looked at Chu Fei. Chu Fei was also filled with helplessness. Mr. Jiang, I was forced to do so. If I don't, my wife will be in danger. Besides, the Han family wants me dead. Do I, then, wait to die? In fact, Jiang Ping had long known the causes and consequences of this matter from the people under his hand. He didn't mean to blame Chu Fei. Just saying, the real Han called him. There was no way around it, so that's why he looked for Chu Fei to ask for clarification. It's something I know. I don't mean to blame you. However, do you know that the people behind the Han family have called me after you left the Han family? The other side simply wants half of your wife's company shares as compensation. There is no blame in this matter. Hearing those words, Chu Fei's face immediately sank. He also didn't expect the real Han family to have so much energy to call the Supreme Man. By the looks of it, the relationship between the Supreme Man and the Han family was not simple. Not hostile, but definitely not a friendly neighbor either. Mr. Jiang, compensation is out of the question. So, he refused the Han family's request. Chu Fei froze slightly, somewhat puzzled. But don't you be happy. I'll help you refuse on condition. Next, the Han family will strike at you, and their condition is that you can't use the Dragon Team, including anyone else in the war zone. That is to say, when the Han family retaliates against you, you absolutely cannot use the Dragon Team against the Han family. Of course, if you want to look into using the intelligence team for information or something, that's fine. At those words, Chu Fei's heart became clear. In other words, when one faced the real Han family, there was no longer the identity of the Dragon Team leader. The only ones you can rely on are your own family and your grandmother's family. But Chu Fei had a hint of a smile on his face and said in an extraordinarily cold tone, I know Mr. Jiang. I'll take the Han family's revenge myself. But please, Mr. Jiang, give them a message. Retaliate against me, then be prepared to be retaliated against by me. Killing one is also killing two is also killing, I don't mind killing more. Sorry readers. My daughter had a 39 fever today and was in the hospital all day today before coming back in the evening to update a chapter. I'm really sorry, I'll make it up when my daughter is better. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 145, Pops is dying? After coming out of the office, Chu Fei's face wasn't very pretty. From Mr. Zhang's mouth, it was not difficult to know that the Han family's retaliation against himself was absolutely blistering. While ensuring Su Li's safety, they had to always be on guard against their retaliation. The slightest mistake could be taken to death by the other side. This was something Chuffy didn't want to see. Leaving the Warzone headquarters, Chu Fei took a taxi back to the villa bought by his old man. Li Yu was sweeping the leaves in the courtyard, and when she saw Chu Fei come in, she hurriedly put down her hand movements. "Young master. How's it going? He got the message a long time ago." Early in the morning, the young master brought someone to the door to find trouble with the Han family. "It's now almost 4 p.m. before I get back, so obviously a lot happened in the middle of the day." Chu Fei walked to the table in the courtyard and sat down, his face covered in sorrow. "People they did let go. But we could be in a lot of trouble next." Hearing this, Li Yu walked to him with some confusion. He wondered why the young master would still say that since the other party had already released him. Can it be that the other side dares to retaliate? "Young master, what do you mean?" Chu Fei didn't say anything and instead placed his gaze on Li Yu. "Uncle Li, tell me honestly, do you know the real background of the Han family?" In his opinion, Uncle Li had followed Pops for so many years. Definitely knew some secrets that he didn't know, like the real background of the Han family, or the background of the Win family. Hearing him inquire this, a trace of surprise flashed across Li Yu's face. But it quickly disappeared and forced a smile. "Young master, you're joking, how would I know these secrets?" The expression on his face was clearly unnatural as he said this. "Uncle Li, I'll be honest. This time I brought people to the door to find trouble with the Han family, and it's already known by the people behind the Han family. Moreover, the Supreme Person has already talked to me, saying that from now on, I won't be able to use any members of the Dragon Team, including weapons and equipment and so on. Because, I'm about to face retaliation from the real Han family." Hearing this, Li Yu finally sat up, a few more moments of shock evident on his face. If it's true that the real Han family wants to take revenge on you, then the young master is now in a difficult situation. "Young master, you're not kidding with that, are you?" he seemed to ask with some skepticism. But the latter shook his head. "Uncle Li, do you think I would joke about this?" This time, Li Yu did not speak. After all, no one would joke about such things. "Then what are you going to do, young master? Is it reported to the family, or?" With the current situation, the best option is to speak to the family. Although with the current strength of the Chu family, it was not enough to deal with the Han family, but at least it wouldn't be that ugly to lose. "Forget it. You call out all the people Pops has arranged in the capital. I'm going to bring them back to Jiangnan." "Ah?" Hearing this, Li Yu was a bit nonplussed. After all, these people were the last cards that the old man had arranged in the capital, and would not be used easily if they were not necessary. But as things stand, it seems to have to be used. "Okay, young master, I'll call them over right now." After saying that, Li Yui took her cell phone and went over to the other side to make a call. After waiting at the villa for roughly half an hour, all of the personnel that had been arranged by Chu Tianhuang in the capital had all arrived. Some of these people were company employees, some were uncle sweepers, and some were security guards from a certain neighborhood. These people are all placed in different positions and don't see each other for a long time if they don't have to. "Greetings, young master." 13 men of varying ages just stood in front of Chu Fei. The oldest was already in his 40s, and the youngest of them was even younger than Chu Fei, only 20 years old. But their strength was not low, just like the oldest one among them, Li Tongming. His strength was completely comparable to Chu Fei, who had not taken the potion. Even if Chu Fei hadn't taken the potion, the chances of the two of them winning would have been 50-50. The strength of the others was a little bit worse than Chu Fei, but it wasn't that much worse. "Alright, since you're all here. First thing tomorrow morning, all of you will return to Jiangnan with me. I'm going to do a makeover on you." In order to make sure that nothing goes wrong, Chu Fei couldn't care less about the secret of the eternal life water. He wanted to double or triple the strength of these 13 people and use them to protect Su Li as well as Su Li's parents. We can't let them be captured by the Han family, or our own situation will be in danger. The crowd heard this and had no doubts. Their ultimate purpose for staying here was to assist Chu Fei. It was only that this was so much earlier than his lordship had previously anticipated. "Alright, you guys can stay here tonight. Uncle Li, make the arrangements. I'm going to make a phone call." After saying that, Chu Fei returned to the living room. He was planning to take out his cell phone and give Suli a call to ask about the situation, but the phone number displayed on it surprised him a bit. "Huh? Master? Where are you?" 3 days have passed since Master left. These 3 days Master also did not give himself a phone call, all of a sudden gave himself a phone call. It is difficult to be things finished? Brat. I might have to talk to you about something next. You have to be prepared. Sun Yenying on the other end of the phone had a slightly lower tone. It seems that there is something difficult to talk about. Shu Fei's face sunk slightly. Master, but he rarely spoke to himself in this tone. If that tone is used, it means something is wrong with someone. Master, go ahead. However, Shu Fei waited for several minutes and still did not wait for Master to speak. It was close to 10 minutes before Sun Yenying's slightly sad voice came from the other end of the phone. Your old man, he may not make it. When he heard those words, Shu Fei's heart suddenly thumped. No, Master. What are you talking about? Isn't my old man at home? How come he's suddenly dying? You're not kidding me, are you? Vaguely, Shu Fei felt a hint of bad premonition. Do you think I would joke with you with such words? But you can rest assured of one thing, your old man is not dead for a while now. Unsurprisingly, we should be able to return to Jiangnan the day after tomorrow. The sudden transformation caused Shu Fei to be a bit dumbfounded. What's this all about? All of a sudden you're dying, and all of a sudden you're immediately in Gangnam? What the hell does that mean? No, Master. You explain it to me. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 146 The Chu Family's True Background. In the hall, Shu Fei sat on the sofa, his entire body in a daze. It wasn't hard to hear from the master's mouth that something was probably wrong with Pops. But shouldn't Pops be abroad? How? Did Pops not go back at all? Or did it go back and come back? In order to figure out the causes and consequences of this matter, Shu Fei decided to give his mom a call to ask, in the end, what is going on. Half a minute later, the call was finally answered. Yunyu's somewhat tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Dash, what's wrong? Anything? Hearing his mother's slightly tired voice, Shu Fei took a deep breath. Mom, tell me honestly, where did Pop go? Suddenly being asked this question, Yunyu, who was planning to take a break, immediately came into the spirit. Then he laughed. Where else could your old man be? He's been busy doing battle with the immortal bird family lately. That's what you called me on the phone to ask, huh? Although the words were said this way, Yunyu's tone was clearly not confident. Shu Fei's old man had been gone for several days, and not a single piece of news had been sent back. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried. Mom! Don't you lie to me. The master just called me and said that Pops is dying. Tell me honestly, what's going on? Shu Fei's voice had taken on some anger. Although I didn't know that Mom and the others were trying to hide it from me, but now that I'm so old, I should have the right to know. How long is Pops going to keep this to himself now that he's on the verge of hiccuping? Your master called you? Yunyu's tone was instantly covered in worry. If that was the case, then there was only one possibility, and that was that Chu Tianhua had failed. And, left with serious injuries. In all likelihood, it won't last much longer. Mom! Just be honest with me. I'm not a kid anymore. Yunyu's face was also covered with worry when she heard Shu Fei's near-angry voice. It was a long time before a sigh escaped. It's hard for me to talk to you on the phone. If you have time, go to your Uncle Li and ask him about it. Or, you can ask your master when he returns. On my side, I have things to do so I won't talk to you. After saying that, Yunyu hung up the phone. And Shu Fei looked at the hung-up phone, his eyes full of puzzlement. He didn't understand why his mom was so sensitive when it came to this. And, even Uncle Li knew about it, but not himself. Uncle Li! Shu Fei shouted at the outside. Outside the courtyard, Liu was arranging their tasks for these 13 people. After all, Shu Fei was going to take them back to Jiangnan. Their main task is to keep the young lady and young master safe. At that moment, when he heard Shu Fei's roar, his heart froze. What's going on? Why is young master suddenly angry? Hastily, he pushed the door open and stepped into the hall. Young master? What's wrong? At this moment, Shu Fei stared at him with a face full of ice. Uncle Li. I've just gotten off the phone with my mom. What the hell is going on, Pops? Tell me the truth. Li Yui's heart stuttered. He looked up at Chu Fei, but the expression on his face was not a lie. So, a long sigh. Young master, in fact, the old master also has a hard time. As soon as Chu Fei heard it, he knew that Uncle Li must know a lot of things. Uncle Li. Sit down and take your time. I want to know what this is all about. My master just called me and said that Pops is dying. And Li Yu didn't seem surprised to hear that. Just a bitter laugh, I knew this was the outcome. I talked your old man out of it when he wanted to go back. Chu Fei didn't quite understand what Uncle Li meant by that, but still didn't say anything and quietly waited for the following. Only after a long time did Li Yu slowly open his mouth to explain. Young master, do you know why our Chu family has grown so quickly? In just a few decades, his lordship has established such a huge family abroad. Regarding this question, Chu Fei had also thought about it a long time ago. It is important to realize that in order to gain a foothold in a foreign country, you must have sufficient strength and connections. And there's the bullying of the groundlings to contend with. He still thinks it's because Pops has enough power and money, but now it seems that's not the case. In fact, all of this is still due to the real Chu family. They also once, in secret, gave a little tiny bit of help, allowing our Chu family to pass through the most difficult hurdle. What? The real Chu family? Chu Fei immediately stood up from the sofa. A pair of eyes looked at Li Yu incredulously. Uncle Li. You mean, behind our Chu family, there is another powerful family? Is it the same kind of existence as the Han family or the Wind family? Li Yu nodded slightly bitterly. Actually, there's nothing wrong with you saying that. But in reality, your old man wasn't really a Chui. No, I should say he used to be a real Chu family member, but not anymore. Chu Fei's face was covered in doubt. It was, but now it's not? Uncle Li, what does this mean? Li Yu ignored his question and turned her head to look out the window. The eyes seemed to be caught up in memories. Years ago, your old man was about the same age as you are now. At that time, your old man's talent is not inferior to yours, but then, people will always meet a favorite person when they are young. As it happens, your old man met your mother. The two fell in love at first sight and could be considered a match made in heaven. But you should know that in those days, between families, marriages with children of smaller families were not allowed in order to keep the family strong, and your father was arranged to marry a woman from another family. But your father's temper, as you know, how could he possibly want to? So, get on the bus before you buy a ticket, just like you. As she said this, Li Yu placed her gaze on Chu Fei's body. Chuffy was embarrassed for a moment. Dare I say it, it's all genetic. Pops and Mom got married after they had themselves first. Now I'm doing the same thing myself, having kids first before I plan to get married. Later, your father was found by the Chu family. Your old man's grandfather, your great-grandfather, expelled him from the family in a fit of rage. However, after all, you are also a descendant of the Chu family, and when you were born, the Chu family came. And, after examining your talent, I decided to bring you back to the Chu family when you reach the age of 24. When Chu Fei heard this, his entire body froze. Turning 24 years old yourself? Isn't it only a short month away? The wedding between himself and Roy was now only 10 days away. Not long after the wedding, it can be your own birthday. The Chu family, to take themselves away? Chapter 147 Returning to Jiangnan. But there is one very important point, and that is? If your talent fails to meet the Chu family's requirements, your old man and you will have all of your meridians wasted, turning you into an ordinary person. By the way, the ancient martial arts you used to learn in your family were actually given to you by the Chu family. So, your old man for you chose to go home. But wanting to return to the family as an expelled one. There's only one option, and that's to break through 3 levels. As far as I know, there is no one who can break through the Chu clan's 3 levels. After Li Yu's words were finished, Chu Fei had already frozen in place. He never thought that he would have such a powerful identity. However, it wasn't hard to hear from Uncle Li's mouth that he still had to face the Chu family's real test. If you can't get through it, you'll be an ordinary person in the future. Alright young master, I've said everything that needs to be said. I'll go ahead and get busy. After saying that, Li Yu got up and left the living room. Chu Fei sat on the sofa, in a daze. The real Chu family will be at your door in a short while. Although, it was his own home. But all he could do now was to improve himself. And there's still the Han family's retaliation to deal with. Only after a long time did Chu Fei shake his head and put these complicated thoughts behind him. Soldiers come and go, water comes and goes. If it does come to that, then we'll talk about it. Early the next morning, Chu Fei took Li Tongming on an airplane and returned to Jiangnan. The group traveled by car to the war zone division. In the past 2 days, because Chu Fei hadn't returned yet, Su Li and the others also didn't dare to leave the war zone branch for fear of being caught by the Han family's people and causing unnecessary trouble. And the Han family didn't dare to trespass into the war zone. In the hospitality area of the war zone division, Chu Fei met Su Li and Wang Xie. There was still a little bit of bruising on Wang Xie's originally fair little face. If you don't look hard enough, you can't tell. But Chu Fei saw it at a glance. When Su Li saw him, she quickly stepped forward and embraced him, her eyes red. In a slightly choked tone, he said, "You're finally back." Chu Fei gently stroked her dark hair. "It's all right, I'm back." Wang Xiyu looked at the two people who were hugging and felt a little sour in her heart. But still, he held back his tears and didn't cry out. In fact, in her heart, she also wanted to get a hug from Chu Fei. But she understood very well that it was impossible. It wasn't until after the two of them separated that Chu Fei walked over to Wang Xie. Shaking her hand with guilt, "I'm sorry for the shock and danger. But don't worry, I'll make those people pay the price they deserve." Looking at Chu Fei's serious appearance, Wang Xie forced a smile. "I believe you. By the way, my family knows something happened to me. So, some people were sent over to protect me. And my father also wants to talk to you and Sister Xiaoli, without any surprises. He should come to Jiangnan from abroad after a while. When the time comes, I'll treat you guys to dinner, you can't refuse." At those words, Chu Fei smiled. "No problem, someone's treating me, how could I not go?" The atmosphere was not as sad as it had just been. After the three of them chatted for a while, Chu Fei realized that the research institute was now in the process of fully manufacturing the eternal life water. The stockpile, now, is up to about 50. However, there have been some recent surprises. The Win family and the Han family intervened and directly acquired the suppliers that were working with Kaya. Now, part of the raw material has been completely strangled by the other side. As of right now, Koyo's inventory, there's still a maximum of about 100 more to be built. Before Chu Fei came, Su Li and Wang Xiyu were also talking about this topic. See if you can think of a way to ship some raw materials from abroad. On my side of the family, I don't meddle in the business of drugs, and I seem to remember your family dabbling in all walks of life. Chu Fei pondered for a few seconds and slowly opened his mouth. Wang Xie's expression also looked a bit gloomy. Actually, Xiaoli had talked to me about this matter before, and I also called and asked my father about those raw materials that Xiaoli wanted. They were all very expensive. And it's worth a lot of money. I've asked my dad to send over the raw materials from his drug company. But the raw materials are still not enough. We need to buy from other companies, and that price, no less. Many of the raw materials used to make eternal life water are expensive drugs. A random kilogram costs tens of millions. Even on the Wang family side, what was being sent over now was only about tens of pounds of raw materials. This raw material is definitely not enough if you want to manufacture in large quantities. By the way, Li, have you asked Sister Yulan? She specializes in drugs over there, and there should be a lot of this raw material. Chu Fei suddenly remembered, wasn't the Yun family specialized in the drug business? There should be quite a bit of raw material. Su Li nodded. "I've asked, and Sister Yulan has also spoken to Great Uncle and the others. The most recent batch of raw materials will be sent over from the capital. However, Sister Yulan also said that they don't have much stock of such things. At our current rate of manufacture, we can only last a month at most." And Sister Yulan also said that the Han family and the Feng family knew that they were acquiring this raw material and stepped in as well. They even acquired a large batch of them at a price 20% higher than the market price. Hearing this, Chu Fei's fists clenched. The Win family was even, after all, the other party hadn't really interfered. But the Han family has been tripping over themselves. This time it's not over. Han Shul is still alive and well. If he didn't kill him, the breath in Chu Fei's heart wouldn't be finished. "Well, it's about time, let's go back to the villa." Su Li pulled Wang Xiyu's hand. "Sister Xiyu, you're bored at home alone, why don't you come to my place as a guest? It just so happens that Sister Yulan is also there, so we can discuss the cooperation together." Wang Xie hesitated for a few seconds before she nodded. Chu Fei and Zhao Dajuan borrowed 3 jeeps and drove towards the villa with Su Li and Wang Xiyu. As for Li Tongming and the 13 of them, they followed them in the remaining 2 cars. When they returned to the villa, Su Li and Wang Xiyu went into the living room first. And in the courtyard, Chu Fei was arranging Li Tongming in their tasks. Xiao Hu, Bai San, Himo. The three of you, each with 3 men, are teams 1, 2, and 3. Team 1 is responsible for the security of this villa, food, and shelter. The second team is in charge of the Su family villa. Once they find any suspicious people, immediately explain to me. The third team is responsible for protecting Miss Su Li and Miss Yun Yulan. Li Tongming, just follow me. Chapter 148 Delivery of Raw Materials. Early the next morning. Chuffy got up early. After making breakfast for Su Li and Yun Yulan, he came to the courtyard. In his line of sight, he couldn't see Zhao Hu's 4 men. It seems that they do have good means of concealment after Pop's training. At least, there was no need to worry about someone sneaking into the villa. Thinking of this, Chu Fei took a deep breath. The shirt was then removed, revealing the scarred, yet incredibly strong chest. Probably after the transformation of the everlasting water, it was obvious that his body felt a little stronger compared to before. Whereas before he'd given the impression of being well-proportioned and powerful, now he looked like he had well-defined curves of muscle. It had been a long time since he had practiced ancient martial arts since he had arrived in Jiangnan. In the past, he didn't have time to practice when he was out on a mission, and only used it once during the battle with Yi Ao some time ago. Although the effect was just as good, it made Chu Fei feel that little bit rusty. Moreover, Li Yu had told him clearly. On the day of his 24th birthday, the Chu family would come to take him back. If one wasn't strong enough and was taken away by the Chu family, the end that awaited him or her would be to become an ordinary person. Phew! Phew! Chu Fei began practicing ancient martial arts in the courtyard. Between every punch and kick, there was a sense of naturalness. After practicing for so many years, he had long since memorized all the moves. A whole set of moves were practiced, and his breath was looking a bit rushed. Ha! How come it feels slightly easier than before? Chu Fei felt a little strange. Before taking the eternal life water, after a whole set of moves, Chu Fei would feel extraordinarily tired and sweating profusely. Still, this is the first time in a while that a full set has been played. Compared to before, it was just a slightly sharper breath, and there was no feeling of profuse sweating and physical exhaustion. Again. Chu Fei muttered to himself and began practicing once more. While in the various hidden corners of the villa, Zhao Hu's few people were looking at the young master with shocked faces. This set of ancient martial arts had actually been taught to be practiced by their old grandfather once a long time ago. However, none of the 13 of them could finish the set of moves in succession. The strongest is Li Tongming. He had also only finished half of the fight, and was already exhausted and weak and limp on the ground, without the strength to stand up. Zhao Hu himself had only acquired the first 4 moves at the very beginning, and he was exhausted and sweating profusely. But now that the young master had practiced a whole set of moves twice in a row, it was enough to show that the young master's current strength had far surpassed all of them. Judging from the current situation, the 13 of them together might not even be a match for the young master. It wasn't until after Chu Fei had finished his second set that he finally felt tired. The 2 sets of moves took an hour. And Su Li and Yun Yulan had already finished breakfast a long time ago and were discussing something in the living room. Seeing Chu Fei come in, Yun Yulan opened her mouth and said, "Little Fei, the raw materials have already arrived at the airport. Just in case, why don't we make the trip ourselves? I'm afraid that the Han family's people will secretly trip us up." After the experience of the Han family's attack on the living body last time, Yun Yulan no longer dared to have the family's people send it to the research institute like they did last time. And it just so happened that today, Su Li was also going to visit the institute. "That's fine, I'll go rinse off briefly." Chu Fei was also afraid of any accidents. After all, the raw materials sent over this time were very important. If this batch of raw materials is missing, the production schedule will be delayed by at least 1 or 2 months. Although a month or 2 isn't that long and this drug isn't that urgently needed to be sold. However, Chu Fei understood his current situation. If you want to fight against the real Han family and the Wind family, eternal life water is the best choice. If there was enough eternal life water, Chu Fei felt that he would be able to cultivate a group of very powerful warriors. In the refrigerator is the raw material used in the manufacture of eternal life water. Is everyone here already? Yun Yulan looked at the 6 people in front of her. They were all experts sent by the family to protect the raw materials. Everyone's strength was pretty good, comparable to an ordinary member of the Dragon Clan. 2 of them drove the business car, while the other 4 escorted the small car behind. As for Chu Fei and the others, they led the way at the very front, leading them to the institute. Everyone has arrived, Ms. Yulan? The middle-aged man at the head nodded. He was the captain of this six-man team and the strongest among them. That'll do, you guys drive after us. As soon as you see anything out of the ordinary, get on the radio and contact us. The man nodded again, and then with a big wave of his hand, he took another man in charge of driving the commercial vehicle, while the remaining four got into a small car in the back. With that, the three cars began to head towards the outskirts of the city. And just as the three cars had left, a man in a ducktail hat and mask at the airport entrance immediately pulled out his cell phone. To the person on the other end of the line, "Young master, they have departed." Soon, Hanja's voice came from the other end of the phone. Great! Now all of you get in the car right now and follow them. Remember, no one is to make a move without my order. Call me as soon as you reach your destination. Chapter 149 Keeping an Eye Out. The journey was unimpeded. When he was almost at the institute, Chu Fei had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that the Han family's people had long since received the news that they knew that they and the others were going to escort the raw materials to the research institute, and for the sake of unnecessary trouble, they didn't choose to intercept them halfway? According to the nature of the Han family, the other party would definitely not let go of this opportunity. It's kind of weird. Chu Fei muttered to himself. The three of them, Su Li and Wang Shiyu, who were sitting in the back row, when they heard him say that, their three beautiful faces just looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Su Li asked with some confusion. Chu Fei was puzzled for a few seconds before he spoke. Don't you guys think that it's too calm for us to come all the way here? With the Han family's temperament, do you think they'll let us get the raw materials so easily? At those words, all three of them were slightly stunned. And only then did he react. It seems. Does. The last time the Han family's people intercepted a living organism, they had already failed the first time and had come on a second mission. It means that the other side came with the idea that the progress of the institute must be stopped. But this time, the other side didn't do that. Could it be that the other side is really willing to watch them get these raw materials? According to you, we're being followed now? Wang Shiyu subconsciously said. Hearing this, Chu Fei's heart was shocked. Yeah. They've probably been followed by now. After all, being the first car to lead the way, you can't see what's going on behind you. And it was possible that the people sent over from the Yun family to escort the raw materials hadn't realized that there was a vehicle following them in the rear. Old Li, pull over on the side of the road. Chu Fei said in a cold voice. At those words, Li Tongming slammed his foot on the brake and stopped the car at the side of the road. The commercial vehicle carrying raw materials at the back also slammed on its brakes after seeing the car in front of it stop. At one point, all three cars stopped on the side of the road. After that, Chu Fei got out of the car. You guys stay in the car and don't move, I'm going to check out the back. When the words fell, Chu Fei walked towards the last car. On the last cart, the person in charge of driving saw Chu Fei coming and hurriedly inquired, Young Master Chu, what's wrong? Chu Fei did not reply, his gaze instead looking to the rear. The road they were on now was fairly straight. At a glance, they could see a small white car coming slowly towards them. Chu Fei didn't move, quietly watching the small white car drive past. As he passed by, the driver of the car gave him an obviously somewhat surprised look. Maybe to the average person, it's just a passing car. However, Chu Fei clearly felt that there was some doubt and incomprehension in the other party's eyes as they looked at him. If there were no surprises, the people in this car might be the ones sent out by the Han family to follow Chu Fei and the others. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Chu Fei's mouth. Now that we've stopped, I'd like to see where you're going. Sure enough, after passing their car, the little white car slowed down. On this straight and spacious main road, but anyone who could drive would not go below 50 or 60. The little white car, however, was only going about 30 yards. Obviously, the other party was waiting for himself and the others to get on the road again. Chu Fei was not in a hurry, so he leaned against the side of the car and looked at the small white car. I thought that maybe the other guy would just leave, knowing that he'd been found out. Yes. I don't know what caused it, but it suddenly died. Why, the car only lasted 5 or 6 years before it broke down. What a piece of junk this brand is. As he spoke, the man took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out 2 cigarettes, and handed one to Chu Fei. Dude, smoke. Chu Fei did not refuse and took the cigarette and lit it. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Bro, I used to specialize in fixing cars, why don't I take a look at it for you? The man nodded at that. Then we'll be in trouble, brother. It's not often you get to meet a nice person like you on the road. However, Chuffy exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke that sprayed straight into the man's face. In the next second, the man subconsciously slammed his fist towards Chu Fei's face. He knew very well that Chu Fei must have discovered his identity. So, take this opportunity to take the other side first. However, he had underestimated Chu Fei's strength too much. His movements seemed too slow to Chu Fei. Pop! The fist was easily cupped in Chu Fei's hand. The next moment, the two men sitting on the back seat of the white car immediately opened the door to make their move. However, these people sent by the Yun family to escort the raw materials were also not dry. One of them kicked hard at the car door. Bang! The car door was kicked back by him, and the man who was about to get out of the car was hit hard on the head by the door. The other man in the back seat had been grabbed out of the car and had his arm twisted off. Seeing this scene, the man in the white jacket looked at Chu Fei somewhat gloomily. Raising his leg, he went straight between Chu Fei's legs. But his leg had just kicked out when it was caught by Chu Fei's legs. Teasing the Yin leg? It seems that you are not honest. In that case, there's no point in being polite. Chu Fei's face chilled, and his legs violently twisted with force. Ka-ching! A crisp bone crack sounded. The man's face went pale for a split second. Ah! Screams erupted from his mouth. Afterwards, Chuffy loosened his grip. Han Chol sent you guys over, right? Chu Fei looked at the man lying on the ground wailing and slowly removed the cigarette from the corner of his mouth. However, the man did not answer, still screaming in agony. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chuffy got up. No talk? Just in time. Don't you like to ruffle your feathers? Then I'll give you a taste of broken children. As he spoke, Chu Fei was about to kick the man into extinction. But the man raised his hand in a huff. Don't! Don't! I say. Apparently, he's scared. He didn't want to be alive and not have the pleasure of being a man. It was Han Chol who asked us to follow you. Said to follow you to your destination and tell him the location immediately. Chapter 150, Being Caught in the Crossfire. When Chu Fei heard these words from the man, he immediately understood. It's also a good thing I had an extra eye out and stopped to check it out. Otherwise, once the other side knows the location of the institute, the other side sent someone to wipe out the institute in one fell swoop, and there's going to be a lot of trouble. And there is so much inventory as well as raw materials in the institute. Since that was the case, Chu Fei had a plan in mind. With one hand, he threw the man whose leg he had broken into the passenger seat. Afterwards, he turned his head to tell the Yun family. You guys go tell Yulan that you're going to the institute first. These people, leave them to me. After saying that, he got into the driver's seat and drove towards the distance as soon as he stepped on the gas. While in the car, Suli and the others saw Chu Fei leaving with those who had been beaten, and one of them was a bit at a loss for words. It was also unknown what exactly had just happened and why Chu Fei had clashed with those few people. It was only when the driver in charge of escorting the raw materials explained it to them that it made sense. The few people who had just been cleaned up by Chu Fei were the ones Hanja had sent over to follow them. All right. Let's go to the institute first. As for the guys, leave it to him. Yen Yulan took a deep breath, her face a bit gloomy. Suli and Wang Shiyu also nodded. Go. Upon hearing this, Tom Lee drove on again. Chu Fei, on the other hand, drove up a country road with the three people who were crippled in the car. After a full half-hour of driving, they came to a relatively isolated area near the wasteland. Call Han Chul. Tell him you found the coordinates for the institute. Remember, no tricks. Or you know the consequences. The man with the broken leg had to nod. Trembling, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Han Chul. At this time, in the luxurious villa, Han Chul was also anxiously waiting for the call. The moment he heard his cell phone ring, he hastily picked it up. The first time a smile came to his face? Pressing the answer button, he spoke to the person on the other end of the line. How's it going, Rocco? You guys found it, right? Young master, we've found it. This place is pretty well hidden, in the middle of nowhere in the countryside. It's really hard to find without someone to show you the way. Upon hearing these words, Hanja's face instantly turned cold. But still, he stabilized his mind. I know, you send me the coordinates, I'll send someone over now. With that, he hung up. As soon as he threw his cell phone on the table, he sat down on the couch with a grim face. He knew very well that Rocco must have been discovered by the other side. And it's in the hands of the other side right now. Rocco had followed him for so many years that he wouldn't normally talk to himself in the same tone he had just used. On this call, Rocco's tone was clearly not quite the same as usual. Normally, Rocco was all business and serious. Come on, man. Locate Rocco's current position for me. Send someone over there and finish him off. Hanja's tone was filled with coldness. On the other hand, Shufei sat in the driver's seat and waited quietly. From Hanja's tone, he could hear that the other party should have believed that this was the coordinates of the institute. Not surprisingly, the other side will send someone. I've done what you said, can you let us go? Rocco raised his head to look at Shufei. The whole leg had turned an ebony color and swollen beyond recognition at the moment because it had been broken. If I don't go to the hospital for surgery, I don't think I'll be able to keep this leg. What do you think? Shufei coldly glanced at him. At once, how did the other side know that these three had been captured by themselves? However, now was not the time to think about that, and he subconsciously poked his head out and glanced down the road. 2 commercial vehicles walked down with close to 10 people. In each hand, a miniature submachine gun was held. Bang bang bang. Countless bullets were shot towards his location. In an instant, the tree he was hiding in was hit with countless craters. Looking at the stone on the ground, Shuffy bent down and reached out to grab it in his hand. Left hand clenched and slammed his fist into the stone. The stone was smashed into some small stones by his punch. Phew! He took a deep breath and placed the small stone in his left hand while grasping 2 small stones in his right. In the next second, he violently probed his body, and the small stone in his hand instantly flew out like a bullet. Bang! A small, modest stone was set in the brow of both men, and their bodies fell straight to the ground. The others saw this and the fire became more ferocious. Shufei was lying on the ground, not daring to get up. The other party was only 10 meters away from him, and if he got up now, even if he was faster, he was no match for a bullet, and would be instantly shot into a sieve. Listening to the intensive gunfire, Shufei could only move slowly while flinging the small stones in his hands as bullets. Every stone that flew out always hit an enemy with precision. Whoosh! A stone flew out, and one enemy after another fell. When only the last 4 were left, their faces finally changed. What the hell was that guy's deal? Can you use a small stone to that extent? Even though they were following orders, it didn't mean they had to die here. Thus, the 4 of them retreated while sweeping furiously towards the middle of the tall grasses in the wasteland, trying to stop Shufei's attack. However, Shufei had no intention of letting them go. Her rose, small stones spewing from his hands like shotgun pellets. Pfffffffff. The 4 people immediately looked at Shufei with eyes filled with incredulity, but their bodies slowly fell towards the back. Chapter 151, Taken Away. Who? After resolving everyone, Shufei let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, Suli also gave him a call. Fei, how's it going over there? Do you want me to send someone over to help? The fact that Shufei hadn't replied for such a long time made her a little worried. I'm fine. Everything okay at the institute? Shuffy wiped the blood from his face. Nothing. The raw material is now used. Right, we're going to take the inventory back now, should we wait for you? There's nothing more going on here at the institute for the time being. The task of production was given to Professor Yang and the others. You guys go on back, I'll be right behind you. After hanging up the phone, Shufei then got up and looked at the small car on the side of the road. As for the bodies all over the place, he called Su Lin to send someone over to clean it up. When they drove back to the villa, Wang Xie was in the living room discussing the distribution of the eternal life water in the inventory. However, in the beginning, Su Li was planning to have one half for the Yun family and the Wang family. However, the latter thought that maybe Shufei needed it, so he hadn't decided on it yet. Seeing Shufei enter, he got up and poured him a cup of water. Well, nothing happened, did it? The 3 women's gazes fell on Shufei's body. Shufei took a sip of water and shook his head. It's fine. Only after hearing this did Su Li open her mouth and said, then tell me, what about the distribution of the eternal life water? Originally, I was going to let Sister Yulan and Sister Shiyu share half of it, but I was afraid that you would need it as well, so I never decided on it. Speaking of this, Chu Fei also put down his water cup. Yulan, hey you. This stuff, 18 for each of you, okay? The stock totaled 50, and I kept 14. Hearing Chu Fei say that, Yun Yulan and Wang Shiyu instantly understood. In fact, they could guess that the reason why Chu Fei had left these 14 sticks behind was probably for the 13 people he had brought with him. That works too. At the current pace of the institute, it will be able to produce about 50 in a week's time, and that will be enough for a short period of time. Also, this drug needs to be studied in depth to know if there are any side effects or anything. We're taking it back, and we're just experimenting with it. Wang Shiyu nodded in agreement. After all, there are too few to be of much use. Fei, the family is also planning to take some back for experimentation first. 18 sticks, that's enough. Yun Yulan also chimed in. Just like that, Wang Shiyu and Yun Yulan took 18 sticks each. For the remaining 14, Chu Fei placed them in the refrigerated box, not intending to use them for the time being. Fei, I've booked my flight. The family is still waiting for me to take it back. I'll just go ahead. After getting the eternal life water, Yun Yulan got up and spoke. The family had known about it for a long time and had been waiting for her to take it back to see how it worked. If the effect was truly possible, then the rise of the Yun family must be doomed. Yes. By the way, when you go back, don't forget to talk to Grandma and Grandpa and the others. Don't forget my wedding in a few days, it's on Doppler Island. Hearing this, Yun Yulan laughed at once. And you know it's your wedding in a few days? You're good, you've been running either here or there all day. Why don't you hurry up and take Xiaoli to pick out a wedding ring? Really, not a bit of a husband. Hearing this, a few more points of embarrassment were added to Chu Fei's face. The baby in Su Li's stomach was now 2 months old. But now, one either has someone looking for trouble, or one goes looking for trouble from someone else. As for the wedding, it's all pretty much forgotten to the skies. Got it, I'll go pick out a gift with Liz tomorrow. Chu Fei scratched his head in some embarrassment. And on the side, Wang Xie also smiled and said, Xiaoli, if you guys are getting married, you didn't send me an invitation? Su Li's face had a few more points of redness. No, we will definitely send out invitations. The main thing is that we haven't prepared them yet. Don't worry, Sister Shiyu, we will definitely give them to you. Wang Xie smiled and giggled and nodded, but her heart was a little heartbroken. It's so hard to find someone you like this, but they are getting married soon. Okay. I won't waste any more time with you. I'll go first. Yin Yulan waved her hand and took the lead to leave the villa. Wang Xie also got the eternal life water and said goodbye to the two of them, intending to send this batch of medicine back to the family. In the meantime, in the distant Chu family village, in the hall of the Chu family ancestral hall. As the patriarch of the Chu family village, Chu Taixian sat at the very first position. His somewhat cloudy eyes scanned the crowd. If you guys have something to say, just say it. 2 days had passed since Chu Tian furiously broke through the 3 levels. This time, a family meeting was called for this very thing. Because according to the normal process, Chu Tianhua was not considered to have passed. After all, his body remained at the edge of the 3rd level. However, Grandpa, I think Heavenly Madness has also passed. Yeah, Grandpa, the 3rd level, Heavenly Madness has already finished breaking through, he just ran out of stamina to walk out. The 2 brothers, Chu Tianqing and Chu Tianao, also said in unison. Chu Taisan nodded slightly, then looked at the others. What about you guys? What's the opinion? The crowd was silent for a few seconds. Breaking through 3 levels was a miracle that hadn't been broken in the Chu family for many years. But this time, I didn't expect Chu Tianhuang to have such perseverance to break through the 3 levels. One should know that when he came out of the cave in the 3rd level, he was covered in blood, his flesh and blood turned out, his entire body was like a bloody man, and an arm, too, had been broken, and he didn't know where it had fallen. Father, I think second brother is right. This child, Heavenly Madness, it's not easy for him to come this far. I agree to let Sky Frenzy return to the family. Chu Tianhao's 3rd uncle, Chu Chaoyun, also spoke. As the number of people who casually agreed grew, Chu Taixian raised his hand. Since, more than half of the people have already agreed to the return of Heavenly Madness. Then inform him, this child has been drifting around alone for so many years, it's kind of bitter for him. But then a small child came out of nowhere. Great-grandpa, yesterday when I was playing outside with Little Fan and the others, I saw Uncle Tian Maniac, being brought here by a man. He said his last name was Su Nianing. Chapter 152. At those words, the entire room froze. For a moment, eyes fell on the small child who spoke. Little Cliff, you said that your Uncle Tian Maniac was taken away? Why didn't you say so? Chu Tianqing asked with some urgency. The child called Chuya lowered his head, a bit at a loss for words. Uncle Tianqing, didn't I grandpa tell us that day that no one was allowed to rescue Uncle Tian Maniac? That man said he was trying to save Uncle Sky Frenzy, so we didn't stop him. At those words, everyone in the room fell silent. In the beginning, they all felt that Chu Tianjian had failed in breaking through the 3 levels. Therefore, he was placed outside the Chu clan village without healing his wounds. But I didn't expect to be taken away. Last name Su? I guess it's the Su family's kid. It's okay. Chu Taixian waved his hand. Right, boss, call and ask what's going on in the outside world. By the way, let's see how that kid Chu Fei from the Heavenly Madness family is doing these days. Standing beside Chu Taixian, Chu Chaolin nodded. Yes, father. The words, and tell Heavenly Madness to be talented enough to qualify to return to the family, and that in a short while, it will be the boy's 24th birth anniversary. So? Hearing this, Chu Taixian nodded slightly. Like this? It's not impossible. Yoon. Chu Chaoyang hesitated for a moment, then said the news that he had only recently gotten as well. Father, in a few days, the child of the Heavenly Madness is going to have a wedding. Hearing this, the breath of those present seemed to stop. It was because they knew very well that Chu Tianhuang had been expelled from the family in the past because he had refused the family marriage. However, this one the old man has now passed the 3 hurdles and is considered to have returned to the family. However, Chu Fei hadn't even returned to the family yet and was actually about to get married. For a while, the crowd dared not speak. Who's the subject? Chu Taixian's tone sank slightly. That is, the granddaughter of the man who took the Heavenly Madness. Speaking of which, it's also the Su family. It was only when they heard this that the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Su family, that's good. After all, the Su family was also a large clan, and although it had already fallen, a thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. Compared to the Chu family, it might be slightly worse, but it was at least considered a big family. Father, but I got the message. Heavenly Madness has been fighting against that immortal bird clan all these years. With the forces that Heavenly Madness has cultivated, it's completely insufficient to fight against the immortal bird clan's people. I'm afraid that Chu Fei, this child wedding side, may be in trouble, so you see. In fact, Chu Chaoyang's meaning was already obvious. That is, he wanted to go out for a walk, and in the meantime, tell those people that Chu Fei is a member of the Chu family. It's not an existence that anyone can touch. If you move, then you must be prepared to die. Immortals. Oh, after so many years, I didn't think they were still alive. It's rare to have survived until now after receiving such a heavy blow back then. In that case, then I, an old man, will walk with you. It's been many years since I've been out to see the world, and it's not impossible to smell the mortal dust once in a while. The moment Chu Taixian's words were spoken, the entire room was shocked. The old man is actually going out himself? It could be said that it was giving enough face to Chu Fei. Father, you. Chu Chaoyang was all startled and opened his mouth to refuse. After all, it had been too many years since my father had left the house. A strong man like father, who had already reached over 100 years old, would be better off meditating and practicing in the deep mountains. Untainted by the breath of mortals, he pursues the way. However, Chu Taixian waved his hand. No harm done. Just say it. Boss, you just watched the house with the oldest. I'll go out for a walk with Sunrise, Tianqing and the others. Chu Chaolin and Chu Chaoyun nodded at the same time. Yes, father. Okay, Sunrise, go clean up. Early tomorrow morning, I will set out with you. Just bring a few good men from the family, not too many. Chu Chaoyang was all smiles. Yes, father. Then he kicked Chu Tianqing's ass. What are you waiting for? Go pack up your things. Tomorrow we'll go see my grandson. Chapter 153, The Real Han Family. The following day at noon. Inside some luxurious villa. Hanju was standing at the location of the villa's entrance, his face somewhat anxious as he waited. If it was seen by any other male, his jaw would probably drop in shock. After all, Hanju's status was there, who had such qualifications to make him stand in the front door position and wait for someone? A few minutes later, 2 ordinary small cars slowly parked in front of the villa's entrance position. When the car stopped, Hanja rushed forward, opened the door, and went up with a smile on his face like a doorman. Fourth brother, fifth brother, you're here. Come on in. Two young men about Han Shul's age came down from the car. Looking at the villa in front of him, slightly disgruntled. You sidekicks, you make so much money to live in a villa like this? It's too classy, isn't it? The person who spoke was none other than Han Zhao, a direct member of the Han family, or fourth brother as Hanja called him. Fourth brother, this is something I casually bought to live in, don't mind if I do. There's nothing good about this little place in the south of the river. When you go to the capital, I'll be sure to make arrangements for you. Hanja was fawning like a fawning eunuch at this point. Okay senior, let's go. We're here on an errand for the family, so we'll just make do with what we've got. The person who spoke was Han Zimo, a member of the Han family's direct line, Hanja's fifth brother. Also, go. The two walked in front, with Hanja following behind. Whoever made him in the straight line right now wasn't all that high up. He was now a member of the direct line, but the real members of the direct line didn't like him much as someone who had risen from the sidelines. When he came to the living room and sat down, Hanja hurriedly asked someone to make tea. Han Shul, the family asked me to help you with that thing you were talking about. Now, how did things go? Did you get the stuff? Being asked about this, Hanja's face became a bit ugly. The men sent out yesterday have not returned yet. On the contrary, he also received news from the bureau side that more than a dozen corpses were packed up in the suburbs outside the city yesterday. It was obvious that the bodies were the ones he had sent out. Fifth brother, the other side is a bit tough. The people I sent out, he got them all. He's very strong, none of my men are a match. Saying this, Han Shul lowered his head. Han Zimo suddenly snorted coldly. Pressure has been put on the family side of things. There's no way that kid can use the power of the military, you can't even handle it. What a bunch of losers. In the face of Han Zimo's mockery, Hanja could only keep his head down and not say anything. Han Zhao, however, waved his hand. Alright, it's useless to scold him. You were able to locate the kid, right? When Hanja heard this, he quickly nodded his head. He has placed many eyes in Jiangnan. It wasn't difficult to find Chufei's trail. That'll do. Anyway, it's still early, so you can take us to Gangnam to have some fun. At home, it's all suffocating. Han Zhao's face showed a smile that any man would understand. Han Zimo looked on and didn't say anything. The family is so strict that they can't get out and have fun. It's hard to get out now, so I'm sure I'm going to have a good time. When Hanja heard this, he quickly nodded his head. Fourth brother, fifth brother, no problem. We're going now. The other side. In a box in a luxury hotel. Chu Fei and Su Li were also considered to have met Wang Shiyu's father, Wang Ran. A middle-aged man nearing 50, dressed in a simple suit, with somewhat graying hair. Nor do they have heavy beer bellies like the successful entrepreneurs. Instead, it's like a normal middle-aged man with a successful career. Wang Ran looked at Chu Fei and smiled. You're chuffy, aren't you? I didn't realize that so many years had passed and you were so old. How are your parents these days? Years ago, he had met Chu Fei when he was talking about cooperation with the Chu family. But that was 20 years ago. Greetings, Uncle Wang. My parents' health is okay. By the way, introduce Uncle, this is my fiancée, Su Li. Su Li smiled sweetly and got up, bending slightly to salute. Meet Uncle Wang. Wang Ran waved his hand and laughed. You don't have to be polite, this girl in my house has long mentioned you. I didn't think that Mr. Su is still so young. From his daughter's mouth, he had known for a long time that the president of Kuyao Company was a very young girl. I didn't realize that I was indeed too young to see it today. Moreover, this president of Kuyao Company was also Chu Fei's fiancé. I came here today because I wanted to talk to Mr. Su about the eternal life water. As far as I know, this stuff has a wide range of applications. Doesn't Mr. Su have any plans to open it up? Before he came, Wang Ran had already received the eternal life water sent by Wang Xie. And it has been used for his own beloved men. That effect was a miracle for him to see. He was going to use it himself if he wasn't going to make sure it was safe. This time when he came over, he still wanted to talk to Su Li about whether this thing could be resold in his hands. Uncle Wang, your words are somewhat difficult for me. In fact, Uncle Wang should also know the effects of this thing, and it's hard to imagine the consequences once it's opened up. Fei and my grandfather have both said that it can't be opened until it's absolutely necessary. I also believe that Uncle Wang will not easily tell the world about such things. Su Li said politely. When Wang Ran heard this, he was a little disappointed in his heart. He was also well aware of the importance of this thing, and once it was opened up to the world, the consequences would definitely be more terrible than he had imagined. That's why he came over. But has Su ever thought about it? Once this stuff hits the market afterward, even if I don't say anything, it's sure to leak. Wang Ran thought more thoroughly. He can keep his mouth shut, but once he uses more people. That's not necessarily true. Once you tell the truth, you're being rooted out by people who are interested in what you're doing. The consequences can be hard to imagine. I've thought about this too, and my thought was to hide it for as long as I could. Su Li and Xu Fei had also talked about this matter. Both had the same idea, which was to hide as long as they could. It should never be revealed voluntarily, or the trouble will be your own. Dad. Can we talk about something else while we eat? What's the point of talking about work? Wang Shiyu sat on the side, slightly dissatisfied. When Wang Ran heard this, he immediately laughed and said, Good. Fei, you're the wedding in a few days, right? Where is the wedding venue? When the time comes, you have to treat me to a glass of wedding wine. Chapter 154. Day fades and night falls. Xu Fei and Su Li had just come out of the hotel. After chatting with Wang Ran for an afternoon, he had finally finalized something about eternal life water. Fei, do you think I'm really doing the right thing? Su Li looked at Xu Fei with some worry. The two of them were seated in the back seat, and the person in charge of driving was none other than Li Tongming. Right. After all, Uncle Wang is right. We can't hide it for long, and when we really can't hide it, the danger could be much greater than it is now. Xu Fei's face was grave. In the conversation they had just had, they had also learned about the current situation. There were a lot of things that, with their current strength, they were completely unable to control. Before Su Li could finish her words, Xu Fei's cell phone rang. Picking it up, he was surprised to see that it was the master calling him. Hello? Master? Sun Yan's English breath on the other end of the phone was a bit tired. You kid, hurry up and get over here. Your old man and I, we're at the war hospital. Hearing those words, Xu Fei's face immediately changed. I had thought that Master and Pops might not return to Jiangnan until tomorrow. And yet, I didn't think that they would have arrived by now. Yes. I'm coming over now. After saying that, he immediately asked Li Tongming to turn around and go to the war zone hospital. Su Li on the side looked at Xu Fei with some confusion. What's wrong? What happened? She had rarely seen Xu Fei look so nervous. What was known, however, was that this phone call that Grandpa had made to Xu Fei was a matter of great importance. Xu Fei's tone was a bit low. Something happened to Pops. It's in the war zone hospital right now. When Li Tongming, who was driving, heard this, his eyes were filled with shock. Young master. Something happened to his lordship? Apparently, they didn't know about it either. Aha! Xu Fei answered in a low voice. In the next second, Li Tongming's gas pedal went straight to the bottom. The car rushed out like an arrow from a string. Along the way, it's hard to tell how many red lights were run. When it came to the theater hospital, it was but a mere 20 minutes. The guards at the entrance saw Xu Fei and hastily saluted. Team Leader Chu, the old team leader is waiting for you in the corridor on the 13th floor. Hearing that, Xu Fei led Su Li and Li Tongming towards the hospital building. When taking the elevator to the 13th floor, just as he entered the corridor, he saw Sun Yenying sitting on a seat in the corridor, his face full of gravity. Master. Xu Fei quickly stepped forward. How's my old man doing? Sun Yenying looked at him and sighed slightly. Then I don't know. It was only half-breathed when it was delivered. It's up to God to decide whether or not you'll live. It's my fault too. If I'd gone over there earlier, this probably wouldn't have happened. In fact, before Sun Yenying went to the Chu family village, she first went to the Su family. Something happened at Su's house that delayed the day. When he arrived at the Chu family village, he found Chu Tianmania, who had been thrown on the grass outside the village. Luckily, Chu Tianhua is still alive. So, he brought Chu Tianhua back with him. Along the way, there was hardly a stop. Chu Fei's fists were clenched, and intense killing intent filled his eyes. He couldn't stand it when his old man was beaten up like this. Why would they do that? He questioned. Sun Yenying patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, "It's not that they want to do this, but your father himself insisted. You should understand what I mean." At those words, Chu Fei's clenched fist slowly lowered again. That was Pop's own choice, and since he had chosen that path, he could not interfere. I see. For a moment, several people were silent. After a long time, Suli suddenly spoke, "Grandpa, little Fei, I have a very bold idea that might be able to let Uncle Chu live." A pair of beautiful eyes just looked at the two. "Good granddaughter, what do you have in mind?" Chu Fei was also somewhat surprised as he looked at Suli. Suli slowly spat out 3 words from her mouth, "Eternal life water." Chu Fei and Sun Yenying were both shaken. It's something that has no therapeutic effect they're not sure about. But it's definitely obvious that this stuff works. If Pops really can't hold out, then this will be the only saving grace. But isn't that stuff all at the institute? Come and go, about 2 hours or so, just in case your old man doesn't last that long. Sun Yanning said with some concern. After all, the eternal life water is stored in the institute. However, Chu Fei said, "Master, in fact, we have already brought back the eternal life water. It's at Li's villa." Hearing this, Sun Yingying's eyes also lit up. From here to the villa and back, it's an hour at most. If you don't count the time spent waiting at red lights, you can make the round trip in 40 minutes or so, tops. Yes. You hurry up and go get it and try it. Chu Fei took Li Tongming with him and was about to return to the villa. But, before his feet could move, his cell phone rang again. Picked it up and looked at it, slightly stunned. Xiao Hu. Isn't he guarding the villa? How? Taking the call, he asked, "What's wrong?" However, a man's icy voice came from the other end of the phone. Chuffy, right? Hello? I'll be at your villa, waiting for you. I hope you'll be back soon, or the owner of this phone is going to get pinched by me. Before Chu Fei could reply, Zhao Wu's furious roar that spelled out his last ounce of strength came from the other end of the phone. Young master! Go, don't ever go back to. Before the last word was spoken, there was a click. Tisk. It seems that your people don't listen very well. Hey, his bones are still too fragile. That icy tone with a hint of mockery caused Chu Fei's chest to fill with intense killing intent. Almost through gritted teeth, he said, "Who the hell are you?" However, the person on the other end of the line seemed calm. Won't you know when you get back? Then there was a harsh rustling on the other end of the line. Apparently, the phone was crushed by the other guy. Chu Fei cursed angrily. Next to him, Sun Yenying and Li Tongming were both filled with confusion. Young master, what's wrong? The villa has been broken into. Zhao Hu and the 4 of them, dead. Before he died, he told me never to go back. What? Li Tongming's eyes were filled with shock. That's 4 of them. Together, they were definitely strong enough. However, the 4 of them hadn't even had the chance to call the young master, and they had told him that he mustn't go back. That would only mean that the other party's strength completely crushed Zhao Hu and the 4 of them, leaving them without any power to fight back. Go! Let's go back. However, Sun Yanning said in a cold voice, "Just in case, I'll go with you guys. Shaoli, you stand guard here, don't ever leave, and contact us immediately if anything happens." Chapter 155 The Han Family. Back to the villa in the car. Li Tongming had stepped on the gas to the bottom, a face as cold as frost. The 13 of them had fought countless times together, side by side. Been wounded, blocked shots. It's like brothers. But now, 4 of their brothers have been killed. The anger in his heart was in no way less than Chu Fei's. Fei, who do you think could have done it? Chu Fei's face was ice cold. It could be the Han family, or it could be someone from the immortal bird family. But Sun Yening was a bit surprised. The Han family? I shouldn't. Their family, they shouldn't have such an expert. In Sun Yening's opinion, as far as that Han family in the capital was concerned, such an expert would never exist. Unless the real Han family steps in. Master, actually something happened last time after you left. Chu Fei understood that Master still didn't know about the fact that he had brought troops to the Han family and had nearly slaughtered Han Jinlong. So, tell us all about what happened before. Upon hearing this, Sun Yening gave a long sigh. You're still too impulsive. But I'm with you. Sun Yening was very supportive of Chu Fei's approach. In that situation, Chu Fei had no choice but to utilize the dragon team. According to you, the probability of the Han family making a move is high. Sun Yanning has now changed her mind as well. Previously, he had thought that it was someone from the immortal bird family, but now it seemed that the Han family had a higher probability. Moreover, the other party already knew about the existence of eternal life water. And the fact that the other party had already gotten the real Han family to come forward showed how much the other party valued this item. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up outside the villa. Just as he got out of the car, he smelled the scent of blood that hung in the air. Inside the villa, the lights were still on. In the living room, Hanja and Han Zimo, as well as Han Zhao, were sitting on the sofa smoking. Behind them stood 4 middle-aged men. And these 4 men were the guardians of both Han Zimo and Han Zhao. Before leaving the family, they were sent by the elders of the family to protect them. It was one of them who did it tonight. When he heard the sound of brakes outside the villa, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Han Zimo's mouth. People are coming. Han Zhao got up and craned his neck, a sneer on his face. Let's make this quick, settle this kid and it's done. As they spoke, several people left the living room together. Upon arriving in the courtyard, he spotted Chu Fei's trio. Damn you all! Li Tongming was the first to step forward, and then he killed towards Han Zhao. However, Han Zhao took a step back without panicking. The middle-aged man standing behind him dodged and blocked in front of Han Zhao. Leaping through the air, he threw a kick at the attacking Li Tongming. That terrifying speed caused Li Tongming's face to change greatly. Subconsciously, he raised his hands to block his chest. But he had somewhat underestimated his opponent's power. Bang! The whole person was like a cannonball, was kicked out, heavily smashed on the ground, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. The bones of his hand were also cracked by his opponent's kick, and the sharp pain prevented him from getting up. Chu Fei helped him up, his face full of gloom. Well. Li Tongming's face was pale as he whispered, "Young master. The opponent is very, very strong, be careful, I don't have the strength to fight anymore." Only after seeing him like this did Chu Fei slowly raise his head to look at the 7 people in front of him. When he saw Hanja, the killing intent in his eyes was not hidden at all. Han Chul. You seek death. I didn't get you killed last time, how dare you come here? However, Hanja only laughed lightly. Chu Fei, you are too arrogant. Now, it's time for you to pay the price. 4th brother and 5th brother, this kid is Chu Fei. When he heard Hanja call these 2 young men 4th brother and 5th brother, Chu Fei knew that these 2 young men, including the 4 middle-aged men behind them, should be the real Han family. Just as he was considering how to deal with it, Nanning took a step forward. Someone from the Han family's direct line? Not so bold, daring to come to my granddaughter's house to cause trouble. It seemed that they hadn't expected that there were even ancient martial artists amongst an ordinary family in the district. Seeing this, Hanja also backed up in a hurry. And Chu Fei took a step forward as he watched the 4 of them prepare to surround Master. An icy voice spat out from his mouth. To do it? How can I be missing? He clenched both fists and stepped back slightly on his left leg by half a foot. Lingering killing intent erupted in him. Upon seeing Chu Fei in this stance, the 4 guardians' faces once again changed drastically. This gesture. They always feel that they have seen it somewhere. But for a moment, it doesn't come to mind. Even Han Zhao and Han Zimo panicked. They never expected that it was even if this old man was an ancient martial artist. But why was this Chu Fei also an ancient martial artist? Han Shul didn't even talk to them about it. This kid is also an ancient martial artist, why didn't you tell us? Han Zimo turned his head to look at Hanja beside him. The latter's face was full of confusion. 5th brother, I'm not sure, this kid has never used this before. Han Zhao waved his hand and put away that foppish look. Maybe it's just learned a trick or two, it shouldn't have been learned specifically. If he's really a family with status, the person behind him should have shown up a long time ago. Hearing this, Han Zimo also nodded slightly. I suppose so. But this old man, he should be from some family. Just as a few people were talking, the battle erupted in a flash. Kill. The 4 middle-aged men killed towards Chu Fei and Sun Yanning from different positions. Chu Fei and Sun Yanning turned their backs to each other, and almost at the same time, the 2 of them took large strides forward across the room. Chapter 156, Only one of you 3 can survive. In an instant, a sonic boom sounded. The 6 men battled to a standstill, and the moves were deadly. There wasn't the slightest hint of holding back. Chuffy sidestepped one man's fist, but the man on the side kicked Chuffy hard in the back. The whole person instantly flew out and heavily smashed on the ground. His back was scraped out with a trail of blood. Chu Fei immediately climbed up from the ground and looked at the two people in front of him with an icy face. On Su Nianying's side, the fight was scorching. However, the other two, who seemed to be no match for Su Nianying, were thwarted in succession. Chu Fei took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. These two are very strong. If he was only facing one person, he might be able to decimate his opponent. However, facing the combined attacks of the two, Chu Fei could only barely fight his opponent to a draw. However, in the eyes of the other two, Chu Fei's strength was already far beyond their imagination. The ancient martial arts this kid has learned are strong. At least it was stronger than any of the ancient martial arts that their Han family had learned, and not just one move, but a whole set. One must know that among the Han family, there were barely a few juniors who were their opponents. Not even one-on-one. And this kid, one-on-two, can even fight with them. The talent can be seen as terrifying. The two men looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Such a person should either be killed or wasted. They can't let the other side have any possibility of rising, or they will be the ones in bad luck. The two of them joined forces and once again killed forward. And Chu Fei took a deep breath, his chest rose and fell, and a mouthful of turbid air was exhaled. Then once again, he assumed a fighting stance, his expression icy cold. Bang bang bang. The ear-shattering sound was unrelenting. In just over 10 seconds, the three of them had already passed no less than hundreds of moves. With a strong punch, forcing back the two opponents, Chu Fei was able to take a breath. It was the kind of pressure he hadn't felt in a long time. I had thought that after using the eternal life water, my strength had soared and I might not meet any opponent for a long time. But it hadn't been long before we encountered these guys who practiced ancient martial arts. Moreover, they hadn't used the eternal life water. If they exerted themselves, Chu Fei didn't dare to imagine how high their strength would be. Just as he was about to make another move, the battle on Su Nianying's side was nearing its end. A punch, a heavy one, to the neck of a middle-aged man. Ka-ching! Chu Fei could clearly see that the bones at the man's neck were broken, and even the bone joints emerged from the back of his neck. It was evident how powerful the punch was. The other person subconsciously wanted to retreat, but how could Su Nianying let the other person leave so easily? Taking several steps across the room to catch up, he delivered an elbow strike that slammed into the back of his opponent's heart. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. The man was slammed to the ground by the elbow strike. The entire ground seemed to tremble, and the ground was presented with a shallow, deep pit. And the man just lay on top of it, no longer moving. The two middle-aged men who were battling Chu Fei's face changed greatly when they saw this. The thought of retreat was even more present in his mind. This guy named Chu Fei was able to fight them to a draw. If the two of them joined forces, would they still have a chance of winning? The two instantly retreated to the side of Han Zimo's trio, looking at Chu Fei and Su Nianying with a face full of gravity. The two of them, Chu Fei and Su Nianying, were also standing in one piece. Bastard, why didn't you get them killed? Seeing that the other party was not killed by Chu Fei, Su Nianying asked. Chu Fei shook his head slightly. They are not my opponents alone, but when they join forces, there is almost no opportunity to take advantage of them, and I can only barely fight them to a draw. At those words, Su Nianying smiled. Never mind. Now, they have nowhere to run. His smile seemed so cold and piercing to the other men. Your Excellency has thought this through. Kill us and you will be subjected to the horrific retaliation of the Han family. If not for yourselves, think of your families. A middle-aged man said in a cold voice. Yes? Su Nianying smiled. Then a sentence slowly spat out from his mouth. If you dare to touch my family, I will let your Han family know what it means to be desperate. The piercing sound that fell on several people's ears was so intimidating. But judging from Su Nianying's face, it definitely didn't look like a joke. Master. I know you must come from a big family, however, my Han family is not a vegetarian either. Since you are also an ancient martial artist, then I am not afraid to tell you that the old ancestor of my Han clan has already ascended to the mortal top, and your clan, I don't think you will be able to fight to the death with a clan that possesses the mortal top, right? Han Zimo took a step forward, his tone thick with confidence. It seemed as if the fact that he had just said this would make the other side obediently get out of the way. Those two middle-aged men had despair in their eyes. They know they're dead. However, Chu Fei opened his mouth. My master agreed to your leaving, I haven't. Asked me? He snapped his head up, his icy eyes just staring at the three. Han Zimo and Han Zhao were both people who practiced ancient martial arts, and were fearless in the face of Chu Fei's eyes. However, Han Zha didn't even dare to look directly at the other party. It seemed as if the other party's eyes could give him a terrifying pressure. Fei! Let them go! In Sun Yan's English breath, there was also some helplessness. Being able to leave these four guardians behind was as far as he could go. If he were to forcefully leave these two direct members of the Han family behind, he could guarantee that the Han family would definitely be furious. He himself might be fine, but Chu Fei would definitely be in big trouble. However, Chu Fei said in a cold voice. Master! This time, I'm sorry I can't do what you want. Of the three of them, only one is alive. The Han family has come after me 3 times, wanting me dead. This time, I want to let the Han family know that even a clayman has a temper. It hurts so much that they'll realize I fight back. Chapter 157 Master, I'll go crazy with you. The atmosphere, for a moment, was quiet. Sun Yanning looked at the resolute look on Chu Fei's face and wanted to say something else. But in the end, he shook his head and laughed. Forget it. Since you kids can't stand it anymore, we won't. So what if it's the Han family? I, Master, will accompany you to have a good crazy time. As he spoke, he slowly raised his head. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, since my disciple has spoken. Then tonight, all of you, stay for me. When Chu Fei heard that, a smile appeared on his face. Since the master is willing to accompany himself to go crazy, let's go crazy. As he spoke, he instantly killed towards Han Zha's trio. Sun Yanning, on the other hand, went up towards the last 2 guardians to kill them. Han Zimo and Han Zhao's faces changed drastically when they saw Chu Fei rush forward. Subconsciously, he had to resist, and Han Zha barely had the strength to do so. He could only run backwards because he was crushingly just an ordinary person. However, Han Zimo and Han Zhao's strength was no match for Chu Fei. Chu Fei beat them like an old man beating his son. A punch smashed Han Zimo out. Leaping into the air, a heavy side kick lands to the side of Han Zhao's head. Bang bang! 2 muffled grunts. Han Zimo was lying on the ground, his sternum broken and blood flowing wildly from his mouth. A pair of eyes stared at Chu Fei in death, as if they couldn't believe that Chu Fei actually dared to kill them. Han Zhao, on the other hand, was already lying on the ground without breathing. In the nose and ears, blood is pouring out. You! Han Zimo slowly raised his hand, trying to point at Chu Fei. However, Chu Fei took a step in front of him. Crouched down and punched him in the heart. Han Zimo's eyes instantly widened, and blood sprayed Chu Fei's face. The body, gradually, went limp. However, the latter didn't care in the slightest and casually wiped the blood from his face. Snapping his head back, he stared at Han Zha, who had already run to the gate. The muscles in his legs tightened and he took an arrow step forward. But it was only a short 2 seconds before he had rushed to Han Zha's face. And Han Shul had been paralyzed with fear, his eyes looking at him with fear. You! What do you want? At this moment, Chu Fei revealed a hideous smile. Combined with the blood all over his face, it made Han Zha almost scared out of his wits. Kill you! 2 simple words were spat out from Chu Fei's mouth. Before Han Zha could beg for mercy, he was kicked off by Chu Fei. Bang! The terrifying force set his entire body against the wall. The bones in his body were broken inch by inch, and the blood all over his body stained the snow-white walls red. Ahem! Thick plasma flowed out of Han Zha's mouth, and his eyes glazed over. Until death, not in peace. On the other hand, Sun Yanning had also ended the battle. There are some minor bruises on the body, but they don't bother me. Those 2 guardians, they had already been cut down by him. Master, are you okay? Chu Fei walked into the courtyard and looked at Sun Yanning, who was breathing heavily. Sun Yanning waved her hand. I'm fine, let's go, take the medicine and send it to your old man. We've been back for so long, I'm afraid we're running out of time. Upon hearing that, Chu Fei then quickly rushed to the room and took out the eternal life water inside the small refrigerator from the safe. Old Li, you stay home and keep watch. Call the police, by the way, they know what to do. Chu Fei instructed before he and Sun Yanning drove straight to the Warzone Hospital. And at that moment, in the corridors of the theater hospital, Suli was still pacing back and forth in the corridor. It had been more than an hour and Chu Fei had yet to return. Something in her heart worried that something had happened. Just then, the door to the operating room opened. A doctor in a white coat walked out, and when he saw Su Li, he hurriedly asked, "Miss Su, may I ask where Team Leader Chu and Team Leader Su are?" "Huh? They went home to get their stuff and will be back soon." Hearing this, the doctor's eyes filled with anxiety. "Hey! So what's this going to be? That patient in there, he may be dying. It's urgent that they sign it." Hearing this, Su Li's face became even more anxious. "Wait, I'll call them, they're already on their way over right now." But the doctor didn't give her a chance to call. "There's no more time. Miss Su, you're Team Leader Chu's wife, right? The one in the ward, do you recognize?" Su Li nodded. "That's my father-in-law." Hearing this, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes. You sign first, I'm sure Team Leader Chu will agree." When he finished, he took out a copy of the liability notice of sickness. Su Li just hesitated for 3 seconds before writing her name on it. The doctor then went back into the operating room. Su Li, on the other hand, immediately took out her cell phone to call Chu Fei. "Hello? Fei, where have you gotten to?" Receiving Su Li's call, Chu Fei stepped on the gas directly to the bottom. He knew that Suri would not call him unless something was wrong. "We're almost there now, why?" Su Li said in a somewhat low tone, "The doctor made me sign the liability and critical notice, so I should be fine, right?" Hearing this, Chu Fei's mood immediately became a bit tense. "It's okay. I'll be right there." With that, he hung up. Several minutes later, Chu Fei and Sun Yinying finally arrived. "How's it going?" Su Li told what had just happened, and Chu Fei instantly became a little nervous. If Pops is gone because of this, for the rest of his life, he would never go back to that real Chu family. "It's okay. Don't forget, we still have this." After saying that, Sun Yinying picked up a piece of eternal life water which was packed in an antibacteria bag. Chuffy's eyes lit up. "Yes, we still have this." Afterwards, Chu Fei took his things and went outside the operating room and knocked on the door. Seconds later, the door opened. The nurse in charge of watching the door looked at Chu Fei with some confusion. "Team Leader Chu, what's wrong?" Chu Fei handed the eternal life water in his hand to the nurse. "Take this thing, give it to Dean, and have him inject it into my old man. Tell him I'll take responsibility for anything that goes wrong." The nurse's eyes filled with shock at the sound of that. But it was done anyway. After doing this, Chu Fei let out a long sigh of relief. Sitting on his butt, he was deeply exhausted. All we can do now is wait for Pop's surgery to be over. Su Li squatted down and softly comforted, "Don't worry, Uncle will be fine." Sun Yinying also said on the side, "Your old man is still young, the effect will definitely be better than what I used, it will be fine. But it's not your old man we're worried about. Instead, we need to worry about the Han family. This time, our trouble is not expected to be small." Chapter 158. No mighty kung fu is too mighty for a chopper. After Chu Fei's several people waited anxiously in the corridor for several hours, the doctor in charge of the surgery finally came out. However, from the look on the doctor's face, it should be nothing. The doctor walked up to Chu Fei with a trace of doubt on his face. "Team Leader Chu, forgive me for taking the liberty of asking, that medicine you just gave me, what exactly is it?" Facing the Warzone Hospital director's inquiry, Chu Fei's face was more than a little relieved. "Looks like Pops is okay. As for the everlasting water, he naturally wouldn't say anything about it." Slightly apologetic, he said, "Dean, this stuff involves some secrets. So, I can't tell you for now." At that, Dean's face was also a little disappointed. If this horrible drug could be used on the battlefield, then Dasha wouldn't need to look at any country's face. It's not needed right now either, but it's perfectly fine as a backup. In the event of a war with another country, this thing will be a nightmare for the enemy. Since Team Leader Chu can't say it, it's the old man who was hasty. However, it's the first time I've seen this thing with such a powerful recovery ability. By the way, your father is fine now, he just needs to recuperate for a while. In less than 3 days, it will be ready for action." Hearing that, Chu Fei thanked him repeatedly. Dean waved his hand and turned away. Not long after, Chu Tianhuang had already been sent to the general ward. At this time, he had gradually awakened. Upon seeing the room full of people, a small smile appeared on his face. "Thought I was dead. I didn't think I was still alive." When Chu Fei heard that, his face sank. Walked up and glared angrily. "Old man. You really aren't being honest at all. If master hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you almost died. Since I'm still your son, how long are you going to keep this from me? In the face of Chu Fei's angry scolding, Chu Tianhua gave a sarcastic laugh. Trying to force his body up, he realized, dumbfounded, that his left hand was empty. There was more than a little loss on his face. Seeing this, Chu Fei reached out and helped him up, leaning against the bed. Taking a deep breath, his gaze fell on Chu Fei's body before he slowly said, "Don't you, now, know it all?" Chu Fei was dumbfounded. Yeah, now it's all known by itself. What's the point of saying all this again? So, all that could be done was to give him a hard stare. Big brother Su, it's thanks to you this time as well, or else I would probably have been left to die in the wilderness. Su Nianying waved her hand, it's just a small matter, I'm also going back to take a look. But did you go over there or not? In fact, he was curious as to whether Chu Tianhuang had broken through the Chu family's 3 levels or not. As things stand, it shouldn't have passed. If we had gone over there, we wouldn't have been left at the entrance to the village. But if you didn't pass, you wouldn't be alive. I'm not sure. I remember being on the edge of the final boundary when I passed out. When I wake up, you'll be here. Chu Tianhua's face was also a little hard to bear. But the answer was already there in the heart. Chu Fei knew that what Master and Pops were talking about in their mouths should be the breaking through the 3 levels that Uncle Lee had mentioned. By the way, let me tell you something, you need to be prepared. Su Nianying glanced at Chu Fei, and the meaning in her eyes was already obvious. Chu Tianji froze slightly, what is it? Noticing his master's gaze, Chu Fei's face was also a bit embarrassed. Nothing much, just got a few of the Han family's direct juniors killed. Hearing those words, Chu Tianhuang almost jumped up to give him a few slaps. He knew very well what kind of heritage the Han family had. With the Chu family he was currently running, it was impossible to be a match for the Han family. Big brother Su, you don't stop this kid either. Well now, we're in big trouble. Chu Tianmania leaned on the bed, itching to kick Chu Fei hard. Su Nianying, however, laughed, what's the big deal? The big deal is to accompany this kid to go crazy. Once Chu Tianjing heard this, there was a hint of shock in his gaze towards Su Nianying. It was a long time before he laughed out loud. That's true. It's just a pity that I'm down to one hand now, or else I'd have to fight my way to the door, I'm sure. In the meantime, far away in the capital, the Han family received a shocking piece of bad news. Han Zimo, Han Zhao, and 3 others, including Han Jia, sent by the direct line, all died in Jiangnan. The person who made the move was Chu Fei. Big brother, What do we do? Han Shanliang was sweating coldly and his face was pale. He was well aware of the weight of direct line members. One death would be a big deal, let alone 3 at once. Han Tianqian's body was wrapped in gauze, and his eyes were shadowy to the extreme. I would have thought that someone sent from the direct line would have been able to fix everything easily. However, he didn't expect that Chu Fei would be so bold as to kill all 3 of Han Zimo. Most importantly, how could that kid be so strong? One must know that both Han Zimo and Han Zhao were surrounded by 2 guardians each. The strength of those 4 guardians was such that even 10 Han Tianqian put together would be no match. What to do? How do I know what to do? The news has gotten back to the family. All we can do now is wait for someone from the family side. Han Tianqian was filled with rage. Once the family blamed it, he, the Han family side family head, could be replaced. Not only him, but also the entire collateral staff will be severely chastised. Even will die. That kid's strength, how can he be so strong? 4 guardians. Han Shenliang still couldn't believe it. 4 guardians, all dead. He didn't believe it, and neither did Han Tianqian. Possibly, that kid is using other means. No matter how powerful an ancient martial artist is, he can't beat a gun. 1 shot and there are still people alive? That's the only explanation left. Ancient martial artists are also human beings, not gods. Still not much resistance against modern weapons. Unless one has reached a very, very high level and is strong enough to dodge bullets or shells. But such a strong person, up until now, Han Tianqian had never seen. Just as the 2 were waiting in horror for the family to pronounce their sentence, Han Tianqian's cell phone rang. Upon seeing the number on it, his body shook slightly. Shivering hands took the phone. A deafening growl came from the other end of the line. Han Tianqian. My son died in Jiangnan, your crime is unforgivable. Hearing this, Han Tianqian almost didn't go limp on the ground. But soon, the voice on the other end of the line came again. However, remembering that you've made a lot of contributions to the family over the years, a capital offense can be waived, but a living offense cannot be escaped. The family has already sent experts to the capital. Have your people take the experts from the family and head to Jiangnan to search for clues? Once the trail is discovered, no questions asked, shoot to kill. Chapter 159, Departure for Home. The next day. Chu Tian Maniac was already able to get out of bed and walk around, and the speed of his body's recovery was far faster than Chu Fei had imagined. In just one night, Pops had recovered a large portion of all his injuries. But that broken arm is not going to regenerate. Pops, how are you feeling? The open space below the war zone hospital. Chu Tian Maniac simply exercised and felt that his body strength was far stronger than before. Great! Even stronger than I was before. If I didn't have a broken hand right now, I'm 100% sure that I'd be able to break through all 3 levels. As he spoke, he reached out and slammed his fist into the iron pillar in front of him. A large dent was made in the iron post. Shouldn't we, then, go back? Chu Fei slowly said as he looked at his old man with such excitement. Chu Tianhua froze slightly and turned his head to look at him. Where to? Chu Fei's face darkened. Pops, that's a really good memory. You don't even look at what day it is. I have a wedding day after tomorrow. Where do you think it's going? At those words, Chu Tianhua froze. What the hell? That fast? He felt that it had only been a few days since he had last come over to Jiangnan. But in the blink of an eye, a month was almost gone. Come on, I've spoken to the dean, we're out. Shaoli and Master and the others, they are waiting for us outside. The tickets are all booked. Chu Fei said somewhat helplessly. After I got home last night, I discussed it with Suri. As for those who should have been notified, they were notified. Ah! Chu Tian Maniac slapped his head, and only then did he leave the Warzone hospital together with Chu Fei. A luxurious bus was parked outside the entrance to the Warzone hospital. The car, full of people. These included Su Li's parents, Feng Cheng, Wang Xiyu, Wang Ran, and others. There was also Chu Fei's little brother, the kid Su Hui, included. The car was all laughter and good cheer. Moreover, Chu Fei had chartered an airplane to fly abroad. On Grandma's side of the family, he had also informed them, and it was assumed that they were going over tomorrow. When Chu Fei and Chu Tianhuan got into the car, the gazes in the car all looked over. One of them, an old man, attracted Chu Tianhua's gaze. It's been a long time, little one. Chu Tian Maniac hurriedly stepped forward and greeted, greetings to Elder Feng. He had never dreamed that Chu Fei would even be able to invite this person. Fang Yamonyan laughed, you're welcome, it was also Xiaosu who invited me to go along to take a look. After so many years of not visiting a foreign country, it's just as well to enjoy the scenery along the way. Chu Tian Maniac naturally knew who little Su was in Elder Feng's mouth. He hurriedly smiled and said, Old Feng is really giving too much face, my dog's son's marriage will definitely be fine with Old Feng sitting in on it. Chu Fei clapped his hands and took a deep breath. Guys, let's go. After that, he asked the driver to drive to the airport. 40 minutes later, everyone was out of the car. A group of more than 20 people walked towards the interior of the airport in great numbers. Moreover, there is a special green channel. Everyone boarded the plane, but a few minutes later, amidst a loud roar, it was headed towards the west. On the airplane, Chu Fei and Su Li sat together. Bandit, wouldn't it be a little rude of us to bring nothing? After all, is Auntie still at home? Shyness covered Su Li's small face. The thought that she would soon be married to a woman made her little heart pound. It's okay. My family lacks nothing but a daughter-in-law. Oh yes, and missing a good grandson. Chu Fei smiled and leaned down to gently press his ear against Su Li's stomach. It's been a little over 2 months, and she's already got a bit of a bulge in her belly. Are you nuts? How old is this? How can you possibly hear it? When Su Li saw him in this silly manner, she couldn't help but let out a light laugh. At least until the fetus is around 6 months old. Now the fetus is still developing, where can it hear? I'm in a hurry, aren't I? I also want to see if our child is a hunk or a little princess. Chuffy giggled. Su Li raised her hand on his face, stroking the somewhat solid stubble on his face. It seems that everything is going in the right direction now. Li, come over here, let's play mahjong. Feng Qing shouted at Su Li. At this moment, Wang Xia, Feng Qing, and Su Hui were sitting on a table that was full of mahjong, or the hand-rolled kind. However, hand-rubbing is significantly more sensational than the machine. Coming. Su Li gently pushed Chu Fei away, her eyes full of smiles. Come on, let's go play mahjong. Before Chu Fei could agree, Chu Tianhua shouted. Brat, come here. Chu Fei had no choice but to obediently come to the table of Pops, Master, and Elder Fong. Just as he sat down, he heard Elder Fong laugh. You're quite the troublemaker, aren't you? You cut down 3 direct members of the Han family as well? Chu Fei touched his head in some embarrassment. Isn't that how they bully people? If I don't do something, they'll think I'm temperless as a person. Fang Amonyan looked at him like this and smiled. That's a good thing. However, the Han family has produced a mortal peak level, so things might be a bit troublesome. Fang Amonyan's face also became somewhat gloomy in a rare manner. Shuffy, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. Last time, the master also said these 2 words, but he was anxious to get the medicine to save his old man, but did not ask more questions. Elder Fong, what did you mean when you just said mortal top? At those words, Fang Amonyan's gaze was placed on Chu Tianhao and Sun Yenying. There was a hint of surprise between his eyebrows. You guys didn't tell this kid? Chu Tianhua gave a sarcastic laugh. It's not time yet. However, where can we compare to you, Elder Fong? Why don't you, Elder Fong, just babble a few words and talk to this kid? Just as well, let's hear it. Seeing this, Elder Fong had no choice but to nod. And at this point, the Han family in the capital. What? The kid chartered a plane and flew out of the country? And taking everyone around them? Han Tianchen froze when he received this news. He himself had been hoping for the stars and the moon, and finally the family was here. Before they could do anything, Chu Fei had already left Jiangnan and went abroad. And the destination? Han Tianchen continued to ask. The henchman on the other end of the line hesitated for a few seconds before speaking slowly, St. John's Bay. Hearing this, Han Tianchen hung up the phone. Only then did he turn his head, full of apologies, to look at a couple of men lounging on the couch. Guys, the kid got away and went to St. John's Bay. One of the older men frowned slightly. Over there, it's the Chu family's territory, right? It looks like they're planning to go back to their lair to hide? But killing 3 direct descendants of my Han family, can you hide? The words fell from his lips and he rose to his feet. Turning to the other person beside him, he said in a cold voice, inform the family and send orders to those abroad that we will lead a descent into the Chu family's lair, Doppler Island. Chapter 160, Underestimating the World. On the airplane. Is this the realm of the so-called ancient martial artists? Chu Fei was greatly shocked in his heart. It had never occurred to him that there was actually a hierarchy in this world. It's like millionaires, multimillionaires, billionaires, and so on, hierarchical according to their assets. The same goes for ancient martial artists. According to Elder Fong's words, every martial artist who had practiced an ancient martial art had a realm. Those who have just practiced ancient martial arts are called beginners. When practicing ancient martial arts for a certain period of time, or when the understanding of ancient martial arts reaches a certain point, it can be further advanced, and at this time the ancient martial artists are called adepts. However, when the degree of understanding of the ancient martial arts has reached the point where one can feel the powerful internal energy of the other party between one breath and the next, one can be called a grandmaster. The first 3 realms, Chu Fei did know what they meant. It was as if he himself, right now, was a proficient in regards to the ancient martial arts, but was far from reaching the level of a grandmaster. But Pops and Master, that's the real patriarch. Between their breaths, they all have a strong internal energy. That was why there was such a big gap between his own strength compared to his old man and his master. Then, Elder Fong, I take the liberty of asking you, are you? Now. In fact, what Chu Fei was most curious about was the realm of this Elder Fong in front of him. Fang Yamonyan laughed. I have been stuck in the Grand Master realm for many years, and have never been able to take that final step. Chu Fei was shocked in his heart. I didn't realize that Elder Fong was a Grand Master. The biggest gap between a Grandmaster and a Grandmaster was not the understanding of ancient martial arts, but the physical gap. From Elder Fong's mouth, he knew that after cultivating to a Grandmaster, a chi would be generated in the body. This chi is the creation of heaven and earth, the spirit of all things. Swimming in the meridians of the body improves the body. And it is very difficult to get this chi. Take Pops and Master for example, they've actually been clan masters for many years now. However, I have never been able to cultivate this chi. According to Elder Fong's words, this chi was the biggest gap between martial artists. 10 patriarchs were not necessarily opponents when facing a single great patriarch. By the way, Elder Fong, you haven't told me what realm is that fan top? Fong Yamonian picked up the teacup on the table and gently took a sip. The word is as it is. The so-called mortal top is a term for a person who has developed their body to the limit of what it can handle. You can also understand it as the extreme that mortals can cultivate to. Hearing those words, Chu Fei still had some doubts in his eyes. The ultimate in what a mortal can cultivate? Just how extreme is it? Noticing the puzzled look on his face, Fong Yamonian smiled. It's as if the unusual ordinary person can only pick up a weight of 200 pounds at most. However, humans who have reached the top of the mortal coil can easily lift 2,000 pounds of objects with one hand without effort. A sprinter's speed is, at best, about 10 meters per second, right? And the humans at the top of the mortal coil are able to dodge the bullets that are fired. Can you understand what that means? Chu Fei was completely shocked. Do people who dodge bullets really exist? You know, the speed of an ordinary pistol bullet, but also in more than 400 meters per second. If the two sides were no more than 10 meters apart, the other side would need 0.0 seconds to react. All of this is just child's play to the humans at the top of the mortal coil. When one reaches the realm of a Grand Master, dodging bullets and whatnot is no longer a legend. After a few words, Chu Fei was silent for a long time. It seems that he had underestimated the people of the world. Then Fong Yamonian, Sun Yening and Chu Tian Maniac popularized Chu Fei with a lot of knowledge. In fact, the reason for calling him over to talk was to open up Chu Fei's eyes. Let him look a little longer term. After talking for several hours, Chu Fei realized just how low his eyesight had been in the past. From his old dad and master, including Elder Fong, he knew many rumors about ancient martial artists. Even, some of the god-awful stories actually happened. But in order to appease the civilians, the officials came out to dispel the rumors. It takes over 10 hours to fly from Gangnam to St. John's Bay. After a long conversation, the crowd was tired. Each slumped into a chair and rested. Suli's few people were also a bit tired and went to sleep individually. Approaching the afternoon of the following day, the plane finally landed on the airfield in Bayou St. John. A faint smell of the sea blew through the air, causing Chu Fei to feel a trace of familiarity. Haven't been home in years myself. Suli was on the sidelines, gripping his hand so tightly that her palms seemed to be sweating a little. What's wrong? Noticing Suli's abnormality, Chu Fei asked in a low voice. I'm a little nervous. She kept her head down and blushed a little. Going home with Chu Fei for the first time, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous. It's okay, Mom, haven't you seen it before? Chu Fei gently patted her small hand, then turned his head to look at Pops. Pops, are you ready for the boat yet? Chu Tianhao gave him a look. You think your old man is a vegetarian? You still need to talk about such a small matter? Only after he finished speaking did Chu Tianji turn his head to look at the crowd behind him. Relatives and friends, let's get in the car. There's an hour boat ride later, it's a long way, so I hope you don't mind. Chu Tian Maniac had long ago arranged for a car to be waiting outside the airport. The crowd had just left the airport when they saw one top-class luxury car after another lined up outside the airport. That luxurious lineup made those foreigners around them look dumbfounded. Each one, at least, is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Here, a whole 20 cars are parked. The crowd was also shocked by this large sum of money, and their eyes were filled with shock. The boss is the boss. I knew the boss must not be an ordinary person, and sure enough I followed the right person. Su Hui sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said to himself. Fong Cheng stood beside him. Che. I knew it, you are unaware that your boss just met your sister-in-law for. As soon as Su Li, who was on the side, heard this, she rushed forward and covered her mouth. A face that had long been red to the ears. What are you talking about? Fong Cheng also realized that something was wrong and shut up in a hurry. Hey, nothing. Su Li gave her a fierce blank look. You really are, I should have known better than to bring you here. Fong Cheng touched her nose in some embarrassment. Don't worry, I won't talk nonsense next time. And next to him, Su Hui had long been aroused. Sister Qing, tell me about it? I'm quite curious about how the boss and sister-in-law met in the first place. Chapter 161 The Calm Before the Storm. just 1,000 miles away from St. John's Bay, in the middle of downtown Sydney. In an office on the topmost floor of a tall building. A man smoking a cigar and wearing a black suit leaned back in his chair. Cell phone in hand, he seemed to be talking to someone on the other end of the line about something. Yes, great elder, I know. I'll get ready now. After that, he hung up. The man then pressed out his cigar and rose slowly. Took out his other cell phone and dialed a number. Organize your men immediately and bring your weapons. Take the special plane and head to St. John's Bay. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the line was obviously a little less than understanding. Master Tiger, St. John's side is the Chu family's territory, isn't it a bit too much for us to bring people there? However, Han Hu laughed coldly. I just got a call from the Grand Elder. The Chu family's people, they killed young Master Han Zimo and young Master Han Zhao, including a member of the direct line who had just been promoted from the sideline. Now that the family is furious, let's prepare our manpower and get ready to go to the Chu family's lair for a walk. And this time, it's the Grand Elder himself leading the team, don't you think? The person on the other end of the line looked stunned at this statement. The Chu family is so arrogant? Even our direct lineage dares to kill us, and the Grand Elder himself is leading the team. The Chu family needs to disappear. Han Hu, however, waved his hand. All right, go get ready. With that, he hung up. He was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something and stopped again. A strange smile appeared on his face. Almost forgot someone. It seems like the Immortal Bird clan, too, is at war with the Chu clan. If only. He had always heard about the battle between the Immortal Bird family and the Chu family. However, it didn't have much to do with his own family, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. But not anymore. If his own family wanted to make a move against the Chu family, he could have called on those people from the Immortal Bird family. You know, the Immortal Bird family is not an ordinary family either. The other party's family had just as strong a presence. With the two families joining forces, would the Chu family still be able to survive? Obviously, no. After thinking about it, he immediately had someone find the contact information of the senior staff of the Immortal Bird family. A few minutes later, his cell phone rang. On it, a cell phone number. And that person on the other side, called Browse, was the general head of the Immortal Bird family in Sini City. The dial button was pressed, but after 10 seconds or so, a man's voice came on the other end of the line. Hello. Han Hu smiled slightly and slowly said, Hello Mr. Blossom, I'm the president of the Ansha group. There's a piece of news on my side that I believe you should be very interested in. I wonder if you'd like to hear it? In an office in a certain high-rise building. Blaze received the call with a slight frown. This president of the Ansha group, he knew. Behind the other party stood the Daxia Han family. There just isn't any exchange of interest or conflict between the two at all. The call came through, leaving him not quite understanding what the other person meant. Mr. Han, I don't quite understand your words. But you said it would interest me, so I'm willing to listen. Blaze didn't speculate too much, instead intending to hear what Han Hu wanted to say. However, Han Hu's next words caused his face to change. Mr. Han, are you sure what you just said is the truth? Your Han family, are you going to make a big move against the Chu family? And, just in the next 2 days? Hearing the incredulous tone on the other end of the phone, Han Hu let out a light laugh. Mr. Blossom, I don't joke around with things like that. The reason I'm telling you is just that I want to cooperate with you guys, and together we'll make the Chu family disappear. As for whether or not you're willing to cooperate, that's up to you. I have things to do, so I'll hang up now. As the words left his mouth, the phone had been hung up. And Blaze had frozen in place. It took a long time to respond. Hurriedly reported the incident to the higher-ups. And the upper echelons of the hierarchy told AMT, the leader of the Immortal family, about this important information. Some remote countryside. In the middle of an ancient fortress that had existed for an unknown number of years. The place seemed out of place outside, and everywhere seemed extraordinarily gloomy. There were only a few faint candles on the walls to see the surroundings clearly. And in the deepest part of the old castle, an old man clad in a black trench coat and a hat sat on a blood-colored throne. The dim light couldn't see his face clearly, but those gloomy eyes were extraordinarily stern. At this moment, in front of him stood a middle-aged that person, dressed as one. O great immortal, we have received the message. Chu Tianhao and his son have returned. Moreover, the Han family of Great Xiao will also make a move against the Chu family in the next 2 days, and the other party called us to ask if we would cooperate to annihilate the Chu family in one fell swoop. The middle-aged man spoke respectfully to the old man sitting on the throne. When AMT heard the news, he actually stood up from his throne. There was a wry smile on his face, his yellowed teeth long since decayed. Oh? The Chu family has even provoked their native family and chased them to St. John's. It seems that it's really hard for them to escape death. Since that's the case, let's add fire to the fire, this time. You personally lead the team, together with the Han family. This Chu family can have no need to exist. When the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately saluted. Yes, my God. With that, he turned and left the gloomy place. In the meantime, Jiangnan City, Daxia. Xu Taixian, Xu Chaoyang, and Xu Tianqing had just gotten off the airplane when they received the news. What the hell? They went back abroad? No way? Heavenly Madness was injured so badly and healed so quickly? Xu Chaoyang's face was filled with shock when he received the news from the Chu family's outside disciples. Originally, they thought that they felt that they had come fast enough, but they still hadn't thought that Chu Tianhao and the others had already gone back abroad. This is great, they're late. Father, so are we going back, or? Xu Chaoyang looked at his father, Xu Taixian, with some difficulty. Xu Taixian leaned on his dragon head cane and said in a light tone, "It's been a long time since I've taken a walk abroad, so it's just right to go and meet those old friends of mine. What's more, for my great-grandson's wedding, I, as a great-grandfather, naturally have to be there." Do you think so? Xu Chaoyang thought that the old man would hit the road. I didn't realize that the old man was going to go abroad, and there was some excitement in his heart. Got it. I'll have someone arrange for a special plane and we'll go there now. Xu Fei, this kid's wedding can be tomorrow, let's go over now, it's almost noon tomorrow too, we should be able to catch up. Chapter 162, Before the Crisis. In the airport of the theater headquarters in the capital. Brothers, this time, I'll attend the group leader's wedding on your behalf. When I come back, I'll be sure to bring you guys the group leader's wedding candies. Don't worry. Blackie, Takeshi, Emperor Kai and the others waved their hands at the other members of the Dragon Team. The other Dragon Team members could only envy. Who asked them to be stationed here? Okay, stop nagging and get up here. On the airplane, Liang Quan waved at Blackie's men. They had also received Xu Fei's invitation to the wedding. This time, the people who went over included Liang Quan, Liang Jin, Shangwan Baiyao, Morong Zhang and their wives, as well as Blackie and the others. The airplanes that Blackie and the others were traveling in were special war zone airplanes that were much faster than civilian airplanes. Early tomorrow morning, we'll be in St. John's Bay. Similarly, in the Yin family's private airfield. Xu Fei's grandfather Yin Xiaotian, grandmother Tang Huiying, great-uncle Yin Wu, second uncle Yin Zhao, third uncle Yin Rhinoceros, plus several of Xu Fei's cousins, as well as several of Yin Yulan's cousins and others, all boarded the airplane. Depart! After Yin Xiaotian's order, the airplane slowly started up, an ear-splitting roar resounding as it flew towards the distant sky. A wedding where countless people descend. On the other hand, Xu Fei and Su Li had already gotten off the boat. The Doppler Sea Islands are beautifully landscaped. The central part of the island has many more ocean view homes. This is your house? Suri froze. Although it was known before that Xu Fei's home was on an island. However, I would never have imagined that it would be the one in front of me. This isn't an island, this is totally a small city. There are small villas everywhere, and they are surrounded by an endless, blue sea. Yeah. I haven't been back in many years either, and I didn't realize it did look better than before. Ever since he went to Daxia to follow his master, he hadn't come back for the past 8 years. 8 years is enough time to change a lot of things. Xu Tianhao then looked at the crowd and slowly said, "Everyone, please get on the bus. I'll show you all, enjoy the view of the island." At the place where the ship docked, Xu Tianhao had long ago had people arrange for a sightseeing bus. Moreover, red lanterns as well as happy words were hung up in places on the island. Xu Fei knew that Mom must have already prepared everything. Take a scenic ride to the center part of the island. It's a huge yard here. The wood that was built was also heather. It's not goldenrod, but it's a more expensive wood. In the air, there was not the slightest smell of the sea, instead there was a faint sandalwood flavor. Old Chua, haven't come to you for so many years, you're all so beautiful here, it's really a bit envious. It's so much better than my place. The one who spoke was none other than Wang Ran, who had brought his wife and daughter to this place many years ago. Nearly 20 years have passed since then. Hey, it's where you live, so it's better to get it right anyways. Go on, make yourself at home. After saying that, Chu Tianjing brought Wang Ran, Sun Yenying, Elder Fong, and Su Li's parents into the inner courtyard. And in the inner courtyard, Yun Yu had already prepared tea as well as desserts and so on. As for Chu Fei and the rest of the young people, they were free to move around. Boss, you're getting married tomorrow, shouldn't you be getting ready? Su Hui made a wink. Wang Xiyu and Fang Cheng also took Su Li's small hand and whispered a few words in her ear, causing Su Li to blush. Also, go! Xiaoli, I'll have someone take you to the dressing room as well as the check room, and you can go and try on the dowry to see if it fits. After saying that, Chu Fei led Su Hui towards another place. And in the inner courtyard, Xu Tianhao, as the host, first chatted with the crowd for a while before getting up and saying, all of you have traveled a long way, so I'm sure you're a bit tired. I have prepared rooms for you all, so rest well, and tomorrow, at noon, attend the wedding of my youngest son. Wang Ran and the others then laughed and got up to follow Chu Tianji to another place. And in the inner courtyard, only Yun Yu and Su Li's mother, Zhang Qinglian, were left. In-law's mother, if there is any hospitality that is not good enough, please bear with me. Where had Zhang Qinglian seen this kind of battle, she could only smile awkwardly from the sidelines. Where's the word? We're also happy that Xiaoli can marry Xiao Fei. What's more, they're two kids who like each other and care about each other, too. We, as parents, just see that they are doing well. Yin Yu also smiled and nodded at the side, then took out a black bank card from his pocket. In-laws, something was busy earlier. So what, this bride price wasn't even sent over. Now I'll give you the bride price, and the rest of those bridal gifts, I've already had them sent to Daxia. When looking at the bank card on the table, Zhang Qinglian's heart was beating violently. That's close to $90 million in there. Hurriedly refused politely, in-law's mother, this is not necessary, bride price and whatnot, there is no need for it. However, Yin Yu insisted on handing it over to Zhang Qinglian, you must take it, this is our Chu family's rule. While Zhang Qinglian was still hesitating, Yun Yu had already shoved the bank card into her hand. Come on, let's go check on Xiaoli and see if the clothes I had customized for her fit. Seeing that it was not good to refuse, Zhang Qinglian had no choice but to accept it. When arriving at the dressing room, Wang Xiyat and Fang Cheng were putting makeup on Su Li. That stunningly beautiful face, coupled with that light makeup, made Yun Yu a little envious. The look was more beautiful than even in his own day. Mom, Auntie. Su Li hurriedly greeted him. You child, you still call yourself Auntie? Zhang Qinglian saw that Su Li hadn't changed her mind and rebuked in a small voice. Yin Yu, however, smiled, it's okay in-law's mother, these two people have not yet been married, and so on into the marriage, toasted the tea, will change the mouth. Su Li blushed a little and lowered her head in some embarrassment. The other side. In Chuffy's room. Fai, handsome? Looking at himself in the mirror wearing a groom's outfit, Chu Fei couldn't hide the smile on his face. The wife and kids are coming along. Anyone else would be excited. Awesome. Boss, you look like this, you're so many times more handsome than those what the hell stars. Su Hui was on the side and straightened the folds on Chu Fei's clothes. Boss, it's getting late. Tonight, there's no sleeping. Tomorrow, we'll have to go over to my sister-in-law's side first thing in the morning and pick her up. Of course Chuffy knew that. Since we are getting married, we must go through the process. What's stopping the door to drink, giving red envelopes and all this, is a must. Nothing. When those brothers of mine get up, will it not be a trivial matter to receive the bride? Chu Fei knew that Blackie and the others must be on their way now. Maybe, in the wee hours of the morning tonight they'll be there. I'm sure we won't miss the pickup early tomorrow morning. Moreover, long ago he let his mom prepare a whole dozen suits for Su Hui, Blackie, and their stay. But Chu Fei does not know that a crisis against the Chu family is about to descend. Chapter 163, The Coming of the Great Enemy. The sun rises in the east, and a faint ray of the morning sun illuminates the whole of Doppler Island. At this time, the island is full of red-colored flags and red lanterns hanging from the branches of the trees. The lively sound of firecrackers resounded throughout the island. The southern position of the island was a huge meadow that had just been opened up. On the grass, brand new tables, chairs and benches were set up. The red carpet runs from the curb to where the grass is in the center. At this time, the entrance to the island. Chu Fei and Su Hui's gazes looked toward the sea in the distance. A yacht is slowly approaching. The people on the yacht were none other than Blackie and the others. Seemed to see someone waiting for them on the shore and yelled into the distance. Fei. Hearing Hazy's voice, Chu Fei's face wore a hint of a smile. When the yacht stopped at the shore, Blackie's few people had long been unable to hold back, and directly jumped off the boat and landed on the ground. Fei. You're so handsome in this. It's even more handsome than the one you wore on the battlefield with us back in the day. Blackie stepped forward and gave Chuffy a big hug. At this moment, Liangzhen and the others also walked down from the ship. Old Chu, this place of yours, the scenery is really nice. Envy me. Ha ha. Liangzhen rushed at Chu Tian Mania, who was not far away, and said. Chu Tian Maniac laughed and went up to greet Shangwan Baiyao and the others. Chu Fei, on the other hand, took Blackie and the others to change their clothes. They were all the best men, they couldn't dress casually. It started early in the morning, and it wasn't until near noon that all the guests were finally welcomed. At this point, the grassy area on the south side of the island was filled with guests at tables. If someone from Dixia was here, they would definitely be able to drop their jaws in shock. Yun family head Yun Xiaotian, his wife Tang Huiying, and several heads of the family were also present. Liang Quan, the chief commander of the war zone headquarters, Liangzhen, the former supreme commander, Shangwan Baiyao, the head of the Shangwan family, and Murong Zhang, the head of the Murong family. These people, in terms of prestige and Dixia, were definitely top-notch existences. A wedding that had invited almost all of those truly great people of Great Xia. Guests, please be quiet. The MC in charge of hosting coughed softly, and the room fell silent. On this auspicious day, we are about to witness a good match. Now that the good time has come, the bride is invited to enter. Under the introduction of the MC, Suli came out. A cape was worn with gold and red decorations, which made everyone present. The head is covered with a red scarf, and the entrance is made slowly by an attendant holding the arm. The long tail dragging on the ground behind the dress was quite a motherly vestige. How many years it seems that we haven't seen such a grand wedding. Western weddings are now popular in all countries and Chinese weddings are less common. But nowadays, it is still rare to see such solemn and grand Chinese weddings. In full view of everyone, Suli was close to walking halfway to the center of the wedding stage when Chu Fei walked face to face. Then reaching out, he gently lifted Suli's small hand with a smile on his face. The two smiled at each other and headed toward the center of the stage. When coming to center stage, the MC took a deep breath. Holding the circular in his hand, he read in a neutral tone, "Today, on the first day of the 10th month of the lunar calendar, there is a gift in the way of heaven and the earth. Chu Fei, the son of the Chu family, and Suli, the daughter of the Su family, are tying the knot and spending their white heads together today. Now, please, Mr. Chu, take the oath." The microphone was handed to Chuffy. Chu Fei took a deep breath, his gaze meeting Suli's. "Make 1,000 wishes in front of your pillow, but if you want to take a break and wait until the green hills are rotten, the scales will float on the water. Until the yellow river is completely withered, Hugh is not able to rest, and wait until the third day of the night to see the head." Suli was originally a talented woman, so she naturally understood the meaning of his words, and her eyes contained hot tears. The MC was also surprised by Chu Fei's hand. Then taking the microphone, he said, "Let's have the bridal vows." Suli stretched out her small snow-white hand and took the microphone. The red lips moved slightly, and the sound entered the ears. "A king is a rock, and his wife is a bushel. A bushel is as tough as silk, and a rock does not shift. Even if the sky is long, it will come to an end, but this life and death regret will never end." The words drew applause from the room. It's a rare sight to see this kind of vow. It is enough to show that the two are in love. However, while the two were taking their vows, a huge ship approached the island of Doppler Sea. The deck of the ship. Two men from different countries each had a glass of red wine in their hands. "Viscount Thornton, I wonder if you will be satisfied with this cooperation?" The person who spoke was the Han family's grand elder, Han Yi. And this time, it was he who led the team to Doppler Island. A strength that has even reached the level of Grand Master. And the middle-aged blonde man standing beside Han Yixia was the Viscount Sienton of the immortal bird family. Its strength was not below Han Yixian. And this time the two worked together, bringing with them a multitude of experts, in order to annihilate the Chu family in one fell swoop. Yes. I hope it's a pleasure working with Mr. Han. The wine glasses in their hands clashed gently together. A big, hearty laugh. In just a few minutes, however, the ship had approached the shore. Han smiled and waved his hand, "Everyone, get off the ship." Thornton shouted, "Get off the boat." In an instant, there were close to 100 more people on the shore. And here, it's no longer defensible. Because, no one would believe that there would be an attack at this time. Only, when Han Xie and Ensign came to the middle of the island, neither of them found a single person. Just as they were still puzzled, they heard the sound of firecrackers going off in unison from the southern location. A bouquet of fireworks shot up into the sky, as if something hugely good was taking place. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Han Yi's mouth. "Viscount Sienton, we seem to have come at the right time." Sienton also noticed the difference and exchanged a smile with Han. Within moments, 100 people were speeding towards the south. When approaching the southern position, it was blocked. Trespassing on an island? Seek death. Several armed guards manned the intersection. When Han Yixin and the others were spotted, they directly raised the weapons in their hands. However, Han Yixie and Si Enten didn't have the slightest fear. The two of them smiled at each other, and in moments they had moved on. Bang bang bang. Gunshots were fired. However, the shot was muffled by the ear-splitting sound of firecrackers. Chapter 164, Old Me Wants to See Who Dares to Destroy My Chu Family? Give me a kiss, give me a kiss. After the deafening sound of firecrackers, Chu Fei and Su Li stood right in the middle of the stage. Under the stage, Blackie and the others, including some of the girls from Yin Yulan, were all clamoring for the two to kiss. Su Li's face was flushed and she lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Chu Fei's eyes. The moods all seemed to be extraordinarily tense. Isn't it too shy to kiss Chu Fei in front of so many people? However, Chu Fei didn't care in the slightest. Gently uncovering the red silk scarf covered by Su Li, he lifted a pair of large hands and cupped that stunningly beautiful face. There was some blush on the pale face, and the thin, thick lips were so inviting. The very moment he lowered his head, Su Li also closed her eyes and waited for the blazing temperature. Those present were also holding their breath, waiting for that moment to come. However, an ill-timed voice suddenly rang out. "Oh. Looks like I've come at the right time. I didn't realize it was quite so crowded." In an instant, everyone was filled with anger as they looked toward the intersection at the back. "And don't look at what time of day it is," interrupting the bride and groom from communicating. However, after getting a good look at the visitor, everyone stood up from their positions. And Chu Fei also stopped his movements, his brows furrowed as he looked toward the intersection. Han Yixie and Si Enten walked into the venue at the same time, while behind the two, hundreds of people poured in unison. The venue, which was originally somewhat empty, was even slightly crowded at this time. "Smile, Han." "Thornton." Chu Tianzheng's face was exceptionally ugly, and his eyes even erupted with intense killing intent. Thornton, the Viscount of the Immortal Family, had long had a grudge against them. But he had not expected that the other party would appear at this time. Moreover, the one who came along with him was actually the Han family's grand elder, Han Yixin. Sun Yingying's face was also a bit ugly, and all of his aura exploded at this moment. However, the Yun family's crowd was still unaware of what had happened in between. However, it was enough to know from the faces of Chu Tianhuang and the others that the visitors were not good. For a while, the atmosphere in the room was tense to the extreme. Liang Jun and the others were also filled with horror. It hadn't occurred to him in the slightest that the Han clan had sent so many experts to this place. It seemed that this time, the Han family was planning to wipe out the Chu family. Dash. When Su Li saw those people, she was a little nervous and grabbed Chu Fei's hand. Chuffy smiled and kissed her on the forehead. "It's okay, just stay here, I'll go check it out." When he finished, he let go and stepped forward. "Gentlemen, today is my big day. If you want to take revenge, don't you have to pick a time? Did it have to be now?" However, Han Yixin, who was standing opposite him, sneered. "You're Chuffy, right? You're the one who killed Han Zimo and Han Zhao, as well as Han Jia, right? Not very old, but not very bold." Facing the mockery, Chu Fei took a deep breath. The eyes looked straight at Han Yixin without the slightest fear. "Are you all planning to make a scene now?" However, the words elicited a laugh from Han Yixin. "Ha ha ha. Chu family boy, are you qualified to talk to me? Let your lord come out." "You are not qualified." Chu Tianhua's face was abnormally cold. He was about to step forward when a hand was placed on his shoulder. Fan Yamonyan then walked from behind the crowd to the front of all of them. "Han's little boy. If you guys want to make trouble, don't you have to look at the time? Fang Yamonian slowly raised his head as he spoke. A terrifying aura instantly erupted. That white hair, it was all moving without wind. The whole room was shocked. This old man, what's his story? Actually, the aura alone is enough to make them feel intimidated. Han Yixian's pupils also shrank. This old man. So strong. However, as the Han family's grand elder, he naturally wouldn't fall behind. Who is your honor? Is it hard to give the Chu family a head start? Could it be a little out of bounds? As he spoke, an aura erupted in the same one. The crowd only felt that two powerful air currents were colliding with each other. This was also the first time that Chu Fei had felt the power of Elder Feng. He had no doubt that if Elder Feng wanted to strike at him, at most one strike, he would never be able to survive. Is this the strength of a Grand Master? Old man, surname Feng? I wonder, who is the current head of your Han family, who is it? Fang Yamonian's tone was flat, but that pair of eyes was staring straight at Han Yixian. Han Yixian only felt a shock inside. This old man. It's at least reached the peak of Grand Master. Just one step away from the top of the mortal coil. Family Master Han Wanlin. I wonder if your excellency has ever heard of it. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, Xiantan, who was on the side, spoke up. Han, what are you wasting your words with an old man? Will killing him soon be enough? Xiantan took a step forward, and his powerful aura instantly erupted. It merged with Han Yixiao's aura and attacked towards Fang Yamonian. Humph. Fang Yamonian suddenly let out a cold snort, and then raised his leg and stomped heavily on the ground. Bang! The ground was stomped out in a deep pit in no time. Two Grand Masters? That's your bottom line? Having said that, Fang Yamonian, at this time, also felt the pressure. These two Grandmasters in front of them were clearly not newcomers who had just stepped into the Grandmaster realm. With 1 against 2, he was under a lot of pressure. With Xiantan on board, the pressure on Han Yixian was reduced. This senior. I advise you to mind your own business. Your involvement in this is nothing more than adding another body to the mix. Although his opponent's strength was above his, it was only a matter of time before he joined forces with Xiantan to take down his opponent. On the contrary, there were only 4 or 5 people at the Zhongshu level in the entire room. And the number of sovereigns that himself and Xiantan had brought with them had reached 20. Overthrowing the Chu family was just a matter of waving his hand. Yes? Your Han family head, Han Wanlin, wouldn't even dare to say this in front of me. Fang Yamonian's face was not the least bit fearful, and his tone remained calm. On his forehead, however, a bead of sweat had appeared. Apparently, dealing with the aura of 2 people had been a bit difficult for him to resist. So? In that case, it's just that we won't kill you. But the Chu family will be destroyed today. Han Yixian laughed wildly, not looking at the others present in the slightest. This old man in front of him, to be able to say these words, must have an unusual identity. Kill him and the Han family might be in big trouble. But just don't kill him. The two of them, himself and Xiantan, could pester him even if they couldn't overpower him, so that he couldn't spare his hands to rescue the others. However, the moment Han Yixian's words fell, a terrifying burbling sound came from behind them. Humph. I would like to see who dares to destroy my Chu family. Chapter 165. You are the first and the last. A boom like a cannonball exploded in everyone's ears. At that moment, all eyes flocked to the location of the intersection. However, all they could see was one person who had been sent flying and slammed heavily into the ground. In just a few seconds, though, the way was cleared. However, no one noticed that Chu Tianjun's body was trembling slightly. A pair of tiger eyes, a little red. Because that one voice just now, he couldn't be more familiar with it. Under the gazes of the crowd, Chu Taixian slowly walked into the middle of the venue with Chu Chaoyang and the others. A powerful aura that crushed almost everyone. Even the 2 great masters, Han Yixian and Xiantan, didn't even dare to move. On his forehead, all of them had been covered with cold sweat. Even, it gave them a sense of fear to face the head of the family. This old man's strength even exceeded that of their family head. When Chu Taixian appeared in front of everyone, a hint of a smile hung on his aged face. A head full of silver hair, especially flowing under the sea breeze. And behind him, Chu Chaoyang, Chu Tianqing, several people, valiant, like a god of war. With an ice-cold gaze, he swept over Han Yixian and Xiantan's group. I just heard that someone wants to destroy my Chu family? Dare I ask, who is it? Under the sweep of Chu Tai-hsien's gaze, no one actually dared to meet his or her eyes. The only one, and that was Chuffy. As Chu Fei looked at the old man in front of him, a sense of familiarity inexplicably arose in his heart. The kind of relationship that runs through the bloodline that seems to be unbreakable. And Chu Tai-hsien's gaze also landed on Chu Fei's body, his deep eyes seemingly able to see through him. Being stared at by the other party, Chu Fei only felt as if his body was pressed with 10,000 pounds of boulders, and the bones in his body were crackling. The pressure was so strong, it made him feel short of breath. Even the legs were gradually bending. When he was about to be unable to hold on, Chu Tai-hsien withdrew his gaze. Laugh out loud. Worthy of being the seed of my Chu family. Nice. Only then did he look at Chu Tianhua. The tone was steep and serious. Where is Chu Tianhua? Chu Tianhuang crossed the crowd and walked over to Chu Tai-hsien. Heavenly madness is here. Meet Grandpa. Bang. Both knees hit the ground, leaving a deep crater in the ground. I wanted to salute with both hands, but one of his hands was long gone. After the family's deliberations, you count as having broken through 3 levels. Now, will you return to the family? When those words echoed in Chu Tianhua's ears, he was wondering if he had heard wrong. Snapping his head up, he looked at Chu Tai-hsien. But the Chu Chaoyang next to him couldn't stand to watch and lifted his leg to kick him. What are you boys waiting for? Why don't you thank your grandfather? Chu Tian Mania was filled with excitement and hurriedly knelt down to thank him. Heavenly madness, thank you Grandpa. Only then did Chu Tai-hsien nod in satisfaction, reaching out a hand to lift it through the air. Chu Tianhao only felt that his body stood up uncontrollably. The heart was appalled and at the same time a little heartbroken. His own sacrifice, after all, was not in vain. The family recognizes its return. It was at this time that Fang Ammonian opened his mouth and smiled. Elder brother Chu, after many years of not seeing you, you still look the same. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Chu Tai-hsien then turned his head to look at Fang Ammonian. There is some slight surprise in his eyes, oh? Little Fang, you're here too, coming over to attend my great-grandson's wedding? Fang Ammonian nodded and stroked his beard. Isn't it the same with old brother? But old man, this isn't the time for a natter, don't we have to settle things first? We're here, it's a bit crowded. It was only when Fang Ammonian opened his mouth that Chu Tai-hsien nodded slightly. Then, leaning on his dragon head cane, he slowly walked over to Hanxiao and Si Enten. Facing Chu Tai-hsien, Hanxian and Si Enten didn't dare to make any moves. All you can do is stand stiffly in place and laugh awkwardly. This old man, may I ask if you are? Hanxian forced his inner fear and opened his mouth to inquire. In fact, he didn't know where Chu Tai-hsien came from. Yet, it was known that the other party's strength was definitely the same as the family heads, or even higher. Not to mention fighting, even the gaze with the other party was under immense pressure. Didn't you say just now that you wanted to destroy my Chu family? I am the Chu family's contemporary family head, Chu Tai-hsien, nicknamed Half. Then. As soon as these words came out, Hanxian trembled, and intense fear flowed from his pupils. Other people might not know this name, but how could he, as the Han family's grand elder, not know it? Legend has it that many years ago, there was a powerful man nicknamed Half Immortal in the Jianghu. Due to the fact that his offspring had messed with a big family, he was decapitated and his head was hung above the city gate. In a fit of rage, this old man killed that family single-handedly. With his own strength, he fought 2 great mortal top powerhouses alone. In the end, they were beheaded and the heads of the 2 great mortal top powerhouses were hung on the city walls to honor the heavenly souls of their descendants. And that family died out after this battle. In the end, it was reduced to a small family, and the matter was never mentioned. And that powerful person known as the Half Immortal, no one knew the other's real name. It was thought that it was just a rumor. But now, that powerful person who existed in rumors was standing right in front of him, and Hanxian felt finished. Not only him, the Han family is finished. Former seniors, this is a misunderstanding. We just came over and made a mess. Hanxian's voice was trembling as he spoke, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept falling down. Getting along? Hilarious need to destroy my Chu family? Excuse me, whose junior are you? When Chu Tai-hsien said this, Hanxian's body went limp and he almost didn't stand still. Doesn't that mean you're planning to kill the family? Before the words were finished, Xiantan, who was on the side, spoke up against Chu Taixian's powerful aura. Old man. I am the Viscount of the immortal bird family, and this matter has nothing to do with us. So please also let us go. Our old ancestor is on his way here. Just a moment ago when this old man was talking to Chu Fei and the others, he had already sent a message to their old ancestor, requesting for his rescue. As long as the old ancestor arrived, they would not be in danger. As soon as Xiantan's words came out of his mouth, a long sigh of relief went through the hearts of those he had brought with him. In their eyes, the old ancestor was a godlike existence. Although the old man in front of him was powerful, he was not worth mentioning compared to their gods. The faces of those present all changed slightly. The oldest member of the immortal bird family? That's also an existence that's been alive for over 100 years. Could it be that the other side is coming over as well? However, Chu Taixian let out a light laugh. Ha. No one has dared to threaten me like that in years. You're kind of the first one who dared to threaten me in these nearly 80 years, and the last. Chapter 166. An honorable guest arrives. It was supposed to be colder at the beach as winter approached. However, along with Chu Taixian's words coming out, the entire audience felt a chill. The temperature seemed to have dropped several degrees out of nowhere. Xiantan wanted to say something else, but Chu Chaoyang didn't give him the chance to open his mouth anymore. The figure flashed and had appeared in front of him. Die! Hands up, a terrifying elbow smash into Xiantan's chest. And Xindan wasn't one to eat, subconsciously raising his hands to block his chest. Bang! A dull voice rang out. Xiantan was knocked back more than 10 steps by the blow, leaving a deep line of footprints on the ground. He raised his head violently, and his gaze toward Chu Chaoyang was filled with scorn. The opponent's strength was not below him. Even stronger. Just as he was pondering whether or not to stall with the other party and wait for the old ancestor to arrive, Chu Taixian spoke. How can this great day be delayed? Tian Qing, Tian Ao, Tian Xiao. Where are the shadow guards? Those whose names he read out walked out in unison and got down on one knee. In. Chu Taixian slowly raised the dragon-headed walking stick in his hand, aiming it straight at Hanishin and Xiantan and the others. The somewhat cloudy eyes looked particularly harsh and cold at this moment. Add some blood to this wedding of my great-grandson. A good. Hilarious. The few people whose names were read out droned in unison, yes. Killing, exploding at this moment. Chuffy also wanted to step up and help, but Chu Taixian, however, shook his head slightly, a doting smile on his face. Silly boy. Can't use you yet. You underestimate the strength of these uncles and uncles of yours. Deal with this garbage and crush it. Tian Maniac, what are you still waiting for? Change the place. Is it hard to believe that you want to see blood here? Chu Tianhua hadn't come back to his senses for a while. It was only after hearing his voice that he responded. Yes. Then he turned to all the guests present and said with an apology, guests, this place is but then, it's all right now. So let's continue. After a few jokes from the MC, the atmosphere in the arena didn't seem so depressing anymore. Young people were eating barbecue and drinking beer on one side, while older people were chatting and drinking tea on the other. Boss, it's hard to see that you have such a hard background. That image just now, it scared the hell out of me. Among Su Hui, Xu Fei, Wang Xiyu, He Zi, and a group of other young people, Su Hui was eating a barbecue when he suddenly came up with this sentence. The others nodded their heads in agreement when that came out. That scene just now was definitely the most thrilling time they had ever seen. It's more violent than if Blackie and the others had gone to war and fought. Actually, I didn't think I had that status. If it wasn't for my great-grandfather and the others coming, I guess there wouldn't be many of us who could walk out alive today. Xu Fei shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. If it wasn't for the timely arrival of Grandpa and Great-Grandpa, those two grandmasters on the other side, as well as those grandmaster-level experts, would definitely be able to sweep away everyone present. After all, on this side, apart from Elder Fong who was a grandmaster, both Pops and Master were only grandmasters. Grandpa may also be a patriarch, but others are not. Facing the other party's team of nearly 100 people, these manpower of theirs were definitely not enough. Unless Papa activates the island's self-destruct program and blows up the entire island. But, Faye, I do have a question. You see, the old group leader and your father knew each other and were so close. Your identity background is so powerful, and the old group leader knows it. Would the old team leader, then, also have a strong background? Koriko suddenly said something like this. This caused Chu Fei to faintly stare. It seems that makes sense. If Master knew his family background, then Pops must have known Master's family background as well. I guess it's very likely that my sister-in-law is also from a super big family. Takeshi spoke with conviction from the sidelines. Suli just sat on the sidelines and listened, a hint of doubt hanging on her face. What family background? Just as they were talking, Chu Tianhua shouted at Chu Fei. Fei, Li, come here. Your great-grandfather has something to say to you all. Once Chu Fei heard that, he hurriedly pulled Suli to the front of the group. Meet the great-grandfather. He pulled Suli to deeply bend down and salute. Chu Taixian looked Chu Fei up and down, then placed his gaze on Suli's body. It was only after a few seconds that he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that before long, our Chu family will be able to add a new member. Chu Fei froze. Could this even be seen? Right now Suli's stomach wasn't really noticeable, it was just slightly bulging. To strangers, it's a little slightly chubby at best. But Tai Grandpa saw it at a glance. Today is your wedding day, and being a great-grandfather I have nothing to give you. This little thing, it's yours. As he spoke, he took out a delicate wooden box from his pocket. The wooden box is littered with gold lines, well-proportioned, strong and oily. There were also quite a few people's gazes that looked over, and when they saw the wooden box, they were all slightly shocked. Top-quality superb giltwood box. This box alone is worth millions. What's in there, what's it worth? It was a gift from your great-grandfather to your great-grandmother and me when we got married. Now, I give it to my you, wishing you 100 years of happiness and old age. Chuffy bent down and accepted the gift with both hands. Thank you, great-grandpa. However, Chu Chaoyang and Chu Tianhuang several people were shocked. They knew exactly what was inside the box. However, he did not expect that the old master would give this to Chu Fei and Suli. Open it up. Chu Taixian smiled. Chu Fei opened the box with a hint of curiosity. He was also curious as to what was inside. After all, he had just seen the look of surprise on Pops in their faces. When the box was opened, inside was a pair of exquisite jade pendants. One jade pendant is carved with a dragon, while the other has a phoenix, signifying dragon and phoenix. Just as Chu Fei and Suli were about to say thank you, Chu Taixian stood up on his crutches, his gaze looking towards the distant sea. It seems that a noble guest has arrived. Prepare wine for me, and I'll have a good time meeting this honored guest who has come from afar. Chapter 167 Immortal Bird Ancestor, AMT appears. Guests? What guests? The crowd was dumbfounded by this statement. Following Chu Taixian's gaze to the sea. On the surface of the sea, apart from the tossing waves, they didn't see any ships either. Father, what guests? Chu Chaoyang stood on the sidelines, somewhat puzzled. Not only him, including Chu Tianji and the others were also puzzled. This sea is normal. Where did they come from? Someone can't fly over here, can they? It's normal that you guys can't feel it. He's about as strong as I am. Show up soon. Chu Taixian's tone was calm, his gaze still looking at the sea. Just as the crowd was still hesitant, a small, modest boat was riding the waves and coming in from the sea. It wasn't fast, but it startled the crowd. Someone really did come from the sea. Chu Fei's brows furrowed as he looked at the people driving in the distance. Could it be that the man standing on the boat, letting the sea breeze blow, wearing a black trench coat, was the old ancestor of the immortal bird family? He himself had only heard of the other party's name, but did not know the other party's true face. As for the other side's definite location, it's not clear. It was not even known how strong the other party was. However, from the mouth of the great-grandfather, it could be heard that this old ancestor of the immortal bird clan was very strong. It's even a match for great-grandpa. And this coming over could be for those people. The crowd held their breath, and their eyes were just staring at the person standing on the boat on the surface of the sea. A few minutes later, the ship finally docked. It was then that the crowd got a good look at the man. The opponent was covered with a black cloth that covered his entire body from top to bottom. Hunched over like a dwarf. But the other party had appeared on the beach when he lifted his leg. How are you, friends? I apologize for interrupting. Many people couldn't help but cover their ears when they heard this sound. It was like someone rubbing their fingernails against a chalkboard, and the sound was so loud you couldn't help but get goosebumps. Chu Taisian walked to the front of the crowd and smiled. You're a guest from afar, why don't you have a drink? Have a drink and we'll sit down and talk slowly? After saying that, he waved at Chu Chaoyang, who was not far away. Chu Chaoyang immediately reacted and poured 2 glasses of wine over. Receiving the wineglass, Chu Taisian gently pushed the wineglass, and the wineglass unexpectedly flew over towards Ampin just like that. It was a hand that made the eyes of those present go wide. There were even quite a few people who couldn't believe what they saw in front of them and rubbed their eyes hard. But a bony arm reached out from under the black cloth and grabbed the glass. Good or good? Nor did he toast with Chu Taisian, and as soon as he did, he hid the wine cup under the black cloth. And then there was a click, a click, a click. Everyone froze. What's that sound? How does it feel? Like the other side ate it along with the cup? Chu Taishian's brows, however, wrinkled slightly. Creepy. This guy is creepy. Though there was contact with the immortals many years ago. But the immortal bird family back then was not as unseen as it is now. A bad thought crossed his mind. I wonder, is that old Mr. Orion in the Holy Pavilion still alive? Upon hearing that name, AMT, hiding under the black cloth, visibly shuddered. Only then did he smile sorrowfully. Old Sir knows our saint ancestor? Unfortunately, the holy ancestor has already become a god for many years. Chu Taishian's face finally changed a bit more. The other side's word for becoming a god is death. But the strength of that person more than 100 years ago was comparable to his own. So it is. I wonder what the gentleman came over for this time. Chu Taisian put down his wine cup, leaned on his dragon head cane, and calmly asked. Murder. AMT's reply was also calm. However, these 2 words fell in the ears of Chu Fei and the others, but they exploded like thunder. Talking about killing people in front of great-grandpa? Either you have absolute power or you are out of your mind. Obviously, the other side is the former. Oh. I wonder who your excellency is going to kill. A powerful aura slowly rose from Chu Taishian's body. Chu Chaoyang, Fang Amonyan, and the others also stood behind him in unison. At that moment, however, AMT reached out and slowly removed the black cloth covering his body. In the next second, the whole room was shocked. Is this still human? From start to finish, where's the human look? Except for the human-like eyes, the rest of the body was no longer human-like at all. One pair of legs was only as thick as a small child's and shriveled up into a lump as if they had been drained of blood. That wasn't the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that the other party actually had a tail. From the position of the tailbone, it extends out 30 to 40 centimeters. Slender, without a single hair. A hand with sharp and yellowed claws was so disgusting. I'll kill whoever kills my people. You are also my target. As he spoke, a dark and cold aura erupted from AMT's body. However, his gaze fell on Chu Fei's body. Little guy. You're the one who, in the first place, offered me $2 billion to be put on the bounty list, right? Know why I've lived so well and no one has dared to lay a hand on me? The sudden words caused Chu Fei's face to change slightly. The eyes stared at the other party without any fear. How? AMT laughed hoarsely. The laughter was harsh and unpleasant, causing many people to cover their ears and leave the spot. That's because I'm strong. Those who came to kill me, I cooked them. Right now, it's in my stomach. Next, it's you. In the next second, Chu Fei only felt a terrifying icy aura rushing towards him. Just in the blink of an eye, he felt a cold sensation cross his neck. But by the time he reacted, Tai Grandpa had already stood beside him at some point, the dragon head cane in his hand pointing at AMT in front of him. Killing my great-grandson in front of me? That's not good, is it? Chapter 168, Immortality? I'll kill you with my sword. The atmosphere on the field came to a freezing point. The crowd held their breath, their bodies unconsciously taking several steps back. Chuffy reached up and touched his neck where it was a little wet. Lowering his hand to look at it, he was surprised to see some extra blood on his palm. He still wasn't sure how exactly the other party had injured him. AMT stood still, grinning his yellowed teeth. The mouthful of teeth was rotten beyond recognition, but the icy aura emanating from his body made many people feel intimidated. You can't stop the man I want to kill. He's a dead man, I say, and no god can save him. He raised its sharp claw and pointed it at Chu Fei, who was standing behind Chu Taixian. At that moment, Chu Fei felt like falling into an ice cellar. Ha! Let's see, then, if you've got what it takes. Fei, step aside with your eldest and the others. Just leave it to me here. Chu Fei knew that his current self was completely unqualified to fight the other party. And without hesitation, he turned around and headed towards where his eldest brother and the others were. The next second, he heard a sonic boom in the air. Subconsciously, he was about to dodge, but without waiting for him to make a move, Chu Taixian moved. The dragon head cane in his hand was raised violently and slammed heavily into the incoming AMT. It's just that the two were too fast. So fast that the people around could only see the two colliding with each other, but couldn't see each other's hands in the slightest. Only when Chu Fei walked over to Suli and Pops and the others did he look at the battlefield. By this time, everyone had backed away. The entire beach left a deep crater. Each one, a full meter deep. Everyone's faces were extraordinarily grave as they watched the battle on the field. Because, the victory or defeat of the old man determines their life and death. Other than the old man, no one could block a mortal-ranked powerhouse. The duel between the powerful was quick, but in just a few minutes, both of them stopped at the same time. On the beach, too, there had been more than a trace of blood. But I don't know exactly who it belongs to. At this moment, AMT's complexion was no longer as arrogant as before, and his gaze toward Chu Taixian was filled with scorn. One hand had been bent into a weird arc, and it looked like it had been broken. But Chu Taixian's face wasn't any better. On his arm, there was a deep wound and blood was flowing down. I have to admit, you're pretty strong. But how long can you hold out? But I'm younger than you. AMT's piercing voice rang out as he slowly walked towards Chu Taixian. Sharp claws left a long trail in the sand. He was a few dozen years younger than Chu Taixian. Although there was a small difference in strength, the gap in age could not be bridged. Chu Taixian couldn't help but slightly shake his head as he looked at his opponent's overwhelming aura. If it had been Oleander that had come over, I might have been a little scornful. But you're not in the same class as him. At the mention of Olena's name again, AMT's face visibly changed a bit. The eyes that looked at Chu Taixian were even more filled with anger. It seemed that the name touched the place in his heart that he didn't want to mention. Yes? It was by my hand that he died. Do you still think that I'm not a match for you? When he heard those words, there was some surprise in Chu Taixian's gaze as he looked at AMT. Then he laughed aloud, with you? Kill him? It can't be that you used some unseemly means, right? AMT's eyes turned blood red as he was ripped through the pain in his heart by his opponent. He would have deserved to die. After dominating the position of Holy Lord for so many years, it should have been my turn a long time ago. And you deserve to die. You all deserve to die. As the words fell, AMT came forward to kill again. The speed was a few points faster compared to before. However, Chu Taixian snorted coldly. Humph. Yes? He took the dragon head cane in his hand and squeezed it with both hands. Ka-ching! Crisp sounds rang out. And when he saw the scene, Zhu Chaiyang let out a long sigh. This monster is dead. Hearing his grandfather say that, Zhu Fei and the people around him were a bit curious. Even the Chu Heavenly Madness and Chu Heavenly Qing people were filled with doubt. Father, why do you say that? Zhu Chaiyang raised his head, a trace of excitement flowing from his eyes. That's because, father is going to use a weapon. Ever since my father inherited the position of head of the family, he sealed the sword in his walking stick and has not used it for tens of years. I've only seen my father use a sword when I was a child, too. Hearing this explanation, the crowd was stunned. With a sword? Look to the field again. The dragon head walking stick in Chu Taixian's hand had turned into crumbs and fallen to the ground. The first time he met his great-grandfather, he felt that he was just awesome, amiable, and unconventional. Now, great-grandpa is like those people who practiced on TV, immortal and not existing in the eyes of the world. AMT's face finally had more than a hint of fear. Because it was also obvious to him that the man in front of him was different. Taking up the sword, he seemed to have crossed that last hurdle. For a moment, he actually developed the mentality to retreat. But his subtle expression could not escape Chu Taixian's eyes in the slightest. Is it too late to leave? Might as well, I'll give you a ride. As the words fell, Chu Taixian moved his feet and bullied his way forward, slashing out with the sword. AMT's face changed wildly and he raised his claws in front of him. But, he still underestimated his opponent's strength. Bang! His claws that were comparable to steel snapped off by inches under the sword, and the sword chopped into his shoulder. The sharp blade of the sword cleaved into the wound for more than 7 or 8 inches, severing it along with the collarbone. The powerful force even split him into the sandy beach, and his already small body almost didn't enter the sandy beach. Ah! The screams rang out. Blood stained the sand. Chu Taixian's arm slightly exerted force and the longsword was pulled out. Before AMT could open his mouth to beg for mercy, he raised his hand again and slashed his sword. A harsh breath cut through it, and an ugly head fell to the ground interspersed with foul-smelling blood. Everyone around them held their breath. This was definitely the strongest battle they had ever seen. There are no fancy moves, and the moves are deadly. Chu Taixian backhanded his sword behind his back and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Sky Maniac, clean up. Only then did he arch his hand slightly at the others present. I'm sorry to make you guests laugh. How could those present dare to accept this salute, and they hurriedly bowed and saluted. Old Master Chu is polite. It is truly an eye-opening experience for me and other mortals. Chapter 169, My Chu family has no other skill but to protect their shortcomings. The beach is always so beautiful at night. The deep night sky was dotted with stars. The roof of a simple yet luxurious villa. Do you regret it? Suli snuggled in Chu Fei's arms, her beautiful eyes staring at the stars in the sky. Her thoughts were endless. It had only been 3 short months since the two had met. But so much has happened in just 3 months. Bringing the two together and even having their children. If the relationship between the two started with a tangled mess, it was as good as gold and indistinguishable at the end. Regret. How not to regret it? I regret not meeting you sooner. If Master, his old man, had introduced you to me earlier, maybe our children would be running all over the place. Chu Fei smiled and gently stroked her hair. Smoothly, he pulled a jacket aside to cover her. It's still a little chilly on the beach in October. You. But isn't it time you changed your name? It can't be that I call Grandpa and you call Grandpa a master, can it? It's not good to mess with the generations. Suli suddenly remembered this matter and turned her head to look at him. Chu Fei was also filled with embarrassment. It's true that it's a little bit not good to not change your mind, but if you do, then what about the old man side of yourself? According to this calculation, the relationship between Pops and the Master can change the flavor. Ahem, that. Let's talk about each of us. You call Grandpa Grandpa and I'll just call Grandpa Master. I don't think Master, his old man, would mind. Otherwise, how could he give up a daughter like you to me? Chu Fei let out a bad smile and tightly wrapped her in his arms. The latter didn't refuse, just pressed against his chest and listened to his heartbeat. So what, a night of springtime is worth $1,000. Isn't it a bit of a waste for us to be out here in the sea breeze? Chu Fei suddenly came out with such a sentence, directly giving Suli a whole lot of confusion. Her pretty face flushed, and she raised her head and stared at him pretending to be fierce. Bah! Nasty, you're a bandit. But Chu Fei didn't think so, and as soon as he picked Suli up, he walked towards the room. Letting Suli lightly pound on his chest, he didn't care at all. Do you? You still want your child to be well? Can't move now, don't you know? Hearing this, the originally masculine Chu Fei immediately deflated. I say, my great president, can we not say this demoralizing thing at this time? Suli pursed her lips and snickered, who let you bully me? But, to make it up to Chuffy, sneakily whispered in his ear. Upon hearing that, Chu Fei instantly became energized. I think it works. Early the next morning. The two woke up early, as they had to honor tea this morning. In the Chu family's hall, Chu Tianhao and Yin Yu were seated at the head of the table. On the second seat, there was Chu Taixian and the others. When the tea was toasted, Suli was considered to have officially entered the door. After Suli entered, the many guests left one after another. Likewise, the round-trip airplanes, including the ships, had already been arranged by Chu Tianhao. After everyone left, the only people left were Sun Yining, Fang Amonian, and Old Master Chu's group. At this moment, in the Chu family's living room, the congregation is gathered. Since we're all here, I'll be brief. Once Chu Taixian spoke, the crowd quieted down. Now, heavenly madness has also returned to the family. In the future, this side of things will still be left to heavenly madness to take care of. You can mention anything you need directly to the family. Chu Tian Maniac naturally understood the old man's meaning. Since he had already returned to the family, it was like he had already been taken care of by the family. If there was trouble, the family would naturally step in to fix it. So now one's estate is no longer one's own, but belongs to the family. Of course, most of it is still just in your own hands. It's just that you need to pay a portion of it to the family every year, and that's for the sake of the family's development. Because every once in a while, the family would send people out to the mountains for training, either in business, or in the sea, or in public office, etc. Sky Frenzy understands. Chu Tianhuan nodded heavily. One more thing, Little Fei is also a member of the clan now. When he reaches the age of 24, it will be up to you or Little Fei himself to travel to the clan to undergo the examination. This, as you well know. Examination? Hearing those two words, Chu Fei was a bit puzzled. What kind of test that needs to go home? Yes, Sky Frenzy knows. Chu Tian Mania knew that this was something that every Chu family member had to go through. In fact, most of the family descendants would be tested at a much younger age. However, when Chu Fei was a child, he was the family's outcast, and was not qualified to let Chu Fei return home to receive the examination. In the past, the reason why his father said that he would let Chu Fei return home at the age of 24 to undergo the examination was actually that it was the last chance. Beyond the age of 24, there's nothing more to be done. Fei, are you wearing what I gave you in Li? Chu Taixian's words turned and landed on Chu Fei. At those words, Chu Fei's face was a bit embarrassed. Not yet. In fact, both he and Su Li didn't really like wearing jewelry. Even those necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and whatnot that were worn during the wedding yesterday were removed after the wedding. Now the two are just wearing wedding rings and nothing else. You stupid boy, that's good stuff. You still have it. When Chu Chaiyang heard this, he was immediately furious. The value of that stuff can't be measured in money at all. This kid, he actually put it on. Huh? Chu Fei was a bit puzzled. In fact, he also knew that it was precious, but exactly how precious he didn't know himself. In his eyes, it was also just two jade pendants. It's okay. Just wear it when you get back. Your eldest and I, and the others, are going back, too. It's been a couple days out and we're still needed at home. When Chu Fei heard that, he felt a sense of pity. Tai Grandpa, you're going back this way? Stay a few more days, it's not easy to get out once. I would have thought that Great Grandpa and the others would have stayed a few more days. I was also thinking that when I had time, I'd ask Tai Grandpa to teach myself a few tricks. Aha! Chu Taisan looked at Chu Fei's appearance and knew that little thought in his heart. At once, he laughed. You child, that little thought in your heart, would I not know? There will be plenty of time for that later when you get home. But soon, the face was straightened. Still, there's something I need to say to you. In the future, when you act outside, you must remember to distinguish between public and private affairs, and to distinguish between good and evil, and you must not, because you are a member of the Chu family, act arrogantly and without regard for others. If you are found to be using your family's identity to bully and oppress people from other families outside, you will be severely punished, do you know that? When Chu Fei heard that, he immediately got up. Yes. The heavy grandson will certainly keep that in mind. When Chu Taixian saw this, he nodded slightly. But, if someone bullies your weakness with strength, don't be afraid, you've got the family to back you up. My Chu family has no other skills, but to protect my shortcomings. If people don't bully me, I won't bully them. If they bully me, I'll return the favor 100-fold. Chapter 170 Explosion at the Institute. Shoreline. Remember, make sure you get back to the family before you turn 24. On the boat, Chu Chaoyang shouted at Chu Fei. Got it, Grandpa. Chu Fei waved his hand and watched his grandfather and the others leave. It was not until the boat was far away that he withdrew his gaze. Pops, you said, what exactly is that test that Tai Grandpa was talking about? In fact, Chu Fei had always wanted to ask Pops what that so-called test was. But with Great Grandpa and Grandpa and the others there, it was hard to ask too many questions myself. The test is, in fact, a kind of enhancement for yourself, right? Now that you know so much, it should also be clear that everyone's physical qualities are different. There are those who are born with greater strength than normal, and there are those who are born with wisdom beyond normal. There are some things that can't be had with acquired effort. And the family's test, when it's said to be a test, it's more like an experience. The previous words Chuffy did understand that this was the way the world was. People will die and goods will be thrown away is the truth. But training? And what are the adventures? Being asked this by him, Chu Tian wildly laughed. You'll know when you get back. Counting the time, it should be soon, right? You'd better go back 2 days early and get ready. And by the way, have your grandfather or your great-grandfather teach you a few tricks? Although with your current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to pass the examination, but nothing is absolute, and I can't guarantee it. Chu Fei nonchalantly rolled his eyes. That's the same as saying nothing. When he returned to his room, he didn't find Su Li. When she came to the roof of the building to take a look, this girl was holding the pair of jade pendants and looking at them curiously. Hearing footsteps, that's when he looked back. You're back, come on, Tai Grandpa gave us this thing, it's so weird. Su Li was somewhat curious and handed the jade pendant in his hand to Chu Fei. Chu Fei took it in his hand, looked it up and down, and didn't find anything unusual. But what surprised him a bit was this. The moment he touched the jade pendant, he clearly felt as if something had burrowed into his body. It was like a rush of warmth, surging through the body. It travels from the palms of the hands all the way to the small of the back. The body was also warm and had an indescribable sense of relief. Ha! It's a little weird. Chu Fei looked up and down, and other than the dragon and phoenix carved on it, there was nothing else. You don't see it? No way? Seeing his puzzled face, Su Li picked up the phoenix jade pendant in his hand and pointed it at the sun. Look! Does it look like there's a little yellowish bird in there? Chu Fei squatted down and looked in the direction of Su Li's finger. However, there was no sign of the little bird she was talking about. No! He was a little strange. How can there be a little bird inside this jade pendant? No way! There must be, it's so clear, don't you see it? She pointed again. In her line of sight, the little yellowish bird was flying around in the modest jade pendant. Alive and well, just like the real thing. Chu Fei rubbed his eyes vigorously, then stared with wide eyes until his eyes were sore, but he still couldn't see. I really didn't see it. You're lying to me? Su Li took down the jade pendant and placed it in her hand to carefully examine it. It can't be. How can you not see it when I clearly see it all? Chu Fei stroked her hair. Maybe, it's possible that only you can see that little bird. Afterwards, he picked up the phoenix jade pendant and put it around her neck. Great-grandpa said to wear it, so we'll wear it. Su Li did not refuse and nodded slightly. After putting it on her, Chu Fei also picked up the piece of dragon jade pendant and hung it around his neck. The moment they put it on, the two subconsciously glanced at each other. Bandit, do you have a very special feeling? This time, Chu Fei nodded in agreement. Yes. The moment he put on the jade pendant, Chu Fei felt something unusual. It seems like he can feel Su Li's presence. I'll go down and try. In order to verify his suspicions, Chu Fei leaped and jumped from the roof of the building. It was only 5 or 6 meters high here, and it didn't have any effect on Chu Fei. After jumping off the building, Chuffy ran out another 10 meters before stopping. Although he was separated by some large trees that obscured his vision, he could still feel that Su Li was not far away from him. He was a bit surprised. This jade pendant was the equivalent of a locator. And, even more so than the locator. Although I don't know how far the effective distance is, this thing is definitely a rare treasure. No wonder the way Pops and the others looked at themselves before had changed. Just as he was about to go back, he heard Su Li's somewhat urgent voice. Fei, come back. Chu Fei pulled his leg and ran towards the villa. Upon returning to the roof of the building, Su Li's face was obviously a little unsightly. Lifting his head, his eyes looked at him with some gravity. Just now Xiao Bei called me and said something happened at the institute. An explosion destroyed the instruments in the institute. The number of deaths reached 23. And North happened to go downtown and dodged a bullet. The wounded have now been taken to the hospital, and the location of the institute is known. What? When he heard this news, Chu Fei's face changed slightly. How did the institute get into trouble? How did the explosion happen? There shouldn't be anything at the institute that could cause an explosion, should there? Inside the research institute, apart from various research instruments, were the raw materials of drugs. The raw materials of the drug are not explosive in any way, and those instruments are regularly maintained and repaired, So it's unlikely that something like this would happen. I don't know exactly what's going on. Suli shook her head. Just as Chu Fei was about to make a call to Jiang Ning to ask, his cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was none other than Jiang Ning who called. Young master. Something's happened to the Koyo Corporation's Research Institute. Jiang Ning's somewhat urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. In fact, at first, Jiang Ning didn't know that this institute was owned by Kaya. However, after the people below had questioned those injured, they realized that this institute belonged to Koyo. And he was aware of Chuffy's relationship with Koyo. So, rushed to give Chu Fei a call. What exactly is going on, did you find out? Chu Fei frowned and opened his mouth to ask. After an investigation by our special unit officers, explosive residue was found at the center of the blast. It can be concluded that this is not due to the institute, but is man-made. So, we're in the middle of a detailed investigation right now as well. Chapter 171, Object of Suspicion, Xiaobei? Hanging up the phone, Chu Fei and Suli looked at each other. Needless to say, both knew what the other meant. Chu Fei said with a slight apology as he took her into his arms, originally, I was still thinking of taking you to have a good rest for a period of time abroad, but I didn't think that I would have to go back without even spending my honeymoon. Do you get angry? Suli raised her head, her beautiful eyes just looking at him quietly. What do you think? Being with you is enough, honeymoon and all, that's not what I'm after. With you, it's enough. At those words, Chuffy hugged him even tighter. It took a long time for the two to let go. Come on, go talk to mom and dad, we'll go back first thing in the morning. When he came to the living room, Yunyu was discussing something with Chu Fei. A little surprised to see the two come over. Rui, what brings you guys over? Is it going out? Chu Fei shook his head and opened his mouth to explain. Pops, Mom, we might have to go back to Jiangnan tomorrow. Something happened in Jiangnan, so we're going back. Something's wrong? Yunyu and Chu Tianhua looked at each other. They didn't pay much attention to the Jiangnan side. However, it was thought that the Han family, which was targeting Chu Fei, would not come back for trouble after this lesson. Then again, maybe the other side doesn't know about yesterday. What's the rush? Chu Fei saw that the two old men did not understand, so he pulled Suli to sit down. Then, he told the whole story about the institute and the eternal life water. When the two men finished listening, their faces had long been covered in shock. And Chu Tian Maniac realized that the reason why he was able to recover from his injuries so quickly was due to the taking of the medicine. If not, it was a question of whether he would still be alive. Brat, according to you, there are already a lot of people who know about this kind of stuff, right? Including the Han family, the Win family, they're all clear. Chuffy nodded. Then, voiced his greater concern. Yes, and even some of the more massive corporations may already know about it. And, after this explosion, more people may know. We can't rule out the fact that the Han family and the Win family have already spread the news. If it was only the Han and Feng families that knew about this, then there would still be room for things to turn around. The current Chu Fei wasn't the same kid without status from before. Behind it stood the Chu family. If the the more families involved, the more dangerous the situation becomes. For now, it's best to keep this under control. Don't even think about the rest of them, except for the ones that work together. I know. Then I'll investigate after I go back with Li tomorrow and find out who did it. Early the next morning, Chu Fei and Suli boarded the airplane to Jiangnan. By the time the two arrived in Gangnam, it was already 3 in the morning. After returning to the villa for a brief rest, the sky was already bright. However, the two had slept on the plane and were not too sleepy. So drove off to the institute. It was after 9 in the morning when the two finally arrived at the institute. But when the two of them saw the gruesome image, they couldn't help but frown. At the center of the institute was a deep pit, more than 2 meters deep. And that location happens to be the RD room. Those buildings around them were also affected to varying degrees. It was dark everywhere, and pieces of broken machinery were strewn about. The cordon was drawn up nearly tens of meters long. Looking at that deep pit, Chu Fei's face was somewhat gloomy. With this level of power, not a single person in the RD room would survive. It's a question of whether or not you can leave a whole body. But he wondered what kind of person would do something so heartless. That's over 20 lives. From the looks of the scene, a lot of stuff should have been taken away and sealed. Thinking of this, Chu Fei picked up his cell phone and made a call to Jiang Ning. Soon, Jiang Ning's voice came from the other end of the phone. Young master. Chu Fei frowned and asked, any clues about the institute? Jiang Ning could only sigh when he heard this. No leads have been found for the moment. Those who are still alive at the institute, except for the one in charge named Kahoku, are still lying in the ICU and are not yet conscious. That Kahoku, we've asked her too, and she doesn't know anything about it. Hearing this, Chu Fei hung up the phone with a. A strange thought flashed through his mind. Why? Is Xiao Bei the only one not in trouble? Normally, the person in charge would be at the institute. It's just managing production now, but it shouldn't be an easy position to leave. Doing the math, the day of the institute's accident would have been a Wednesday. Wednesdays are part of the workday. What's North doing downtown for no reason? One question came to his mind. Li, call Xiao Bei and ask her where she is. Let's just say that we're back now and there's something we want to ask her about. Su Li looked at him with some surprise. In her heart, she instantly understood what Chu Fei meant. You suspect Kahoku? Chu Fei didn't hide it and nodded. The entire institute, everyone but her, is still lying in ICU. Don't you think it's strange? Why is she the only one who wasn't hurt? And, just in time for the institute's accident, went downtown? He spoke the question in his heart to Su Li. After Su Li heard this, her face suddenly became a bit complicated. Xiao Bei has been following her for a few years now. Doing things honestly and not jumping at the idea of a job. And one pays her the absolute highest salary in the industry. But now that something like this has happened, it's not really possible to say that she's not suspected. I know. After saying that, he picked up his cell phone and made a call to Xiao Bei. And at this moment, inside a cafe room in Jiangnan, Xiao Bei, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying, lowered her head and her delicate body was trembling slightly. Across from her sat a man with a pair of crutches on one side. If Chu Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this person was Han Jinlong. Don't worry. The matter is known to heaven and earth, to you and to me, and no one will know that you did it. Your parents, I've sent someone to release them. Now, you can go back to see your parents. A hideous smile appeared on Han Jinlong's face. Looking at the other party's smile, Xiao Bei trembled in fear. Just then, Xiao Bei's cell phone suddenly rang. But Han Jinlong was still there, and she didn't dare to answer it at all. Who called you? Show me? Xiao Bei trembled and handed over the cell phone. After seeing the note on it, the smile on Han Jinlong's face became even crazier. They're back? Just in time. Answer the phone and remember to act normal, okay? I'm going to give them a big surprise. Chapter 172, Back Alive. When the phone rang for a full 20 seconds, Xiao Bei pressed the answer button. Taking a deep breath, what do you think? Chu Fei took a deep breath, his tone somewhat low. In your place, would you have chosen to go to a coffee shop for coffee after what happened at the institute? After 3 seconds of hesitation, Su Li shook her head. Then there's only one possibility, Kahoku might be meeting with someone. And the one who met with her is the one who threatened Kahoku to do it. Let's go and meet Xiao Bei, let's hope we can get some news from her. As he spoke, Chu Fei had already started the car and rushed towards the city. And in the cafe, Han Jinlong had risen slowly with both hands on his crutches. Giving Xiao Bei an oozing smile, just be good and wait here for them to come for you, and later, I'll hand you something. You'll give it to them when they arrive. After this is done, I will deliver your parents unharmed. Do you hear me? Xiao Bei was too stunned by the smile on his face to speak, and could only nod stiffly. But the guilt in her heart made her want to die now. Because she didn't know, either, that the package the other person had handed to her in the first place had contained a bomb. And by himself, he also left the package in the research room. After Han Jinlong left the cafe, his face instantly turned cold. Chuffy. Damn you. My son is dead, and I'm going to make you all die with him. Ever since he knew that Hanja had been killed by Chu Fei, Han Jinlong's mindset had changed drastically. Especially when it was known that Chu Fei had returned from abroad unharmed, he was even more furious. He didn't understand why the family had sent out so many experts, but they hadn't been able to kill this brat. And, even for some time now, they have not received any news from abroad. After leaving the cafe, Han Jinlong got into a black business car on the side of the road. Then, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Han Tianchen. A moment later, Han Tianchen's somewhat gloomy voice came from the other end of the phone. And you knew to call me? The Koyo Corporation Institute, did you have someone blow it up? In fact, Han Tianchen had just gotten this news. There were no words to describe the shock in his heart when he realized that the research institute of Koyao Company had been bombed. Moreover, the family side had already let out a message long ago that for the research results of Koyao Company this time, it was necessary to get their hands on them. However, before he could do anything, Han Jinlong had already blown up the entire institute, even killing more than 20 people. This is what has already caused quite a stir, and people from all sides are working hard to investigate. Although with the strength of his Han family, even if they are investigated, at most they will find a scapegoat to go up, and they will not have any problems. But the results of the research have now been destroyed, and even one of those who died was a professor. And the ones that are alive, whether they have the formulae in their hands or not, that's a question. Listening to his elder brother's somewhat angry voice, Han Jinlong's face didn't change in any way. Just a sneer, I did. But big brother, didn't you think that kid would come back alive? Suddenly hearing these words, Han Tianchen's face changed slightly. What do you mean by that? Could it be that the clan sent so many experts and they didn't manage to get that kid killed? He was a little disbelieving. Listening to the family insiders, even the family's grand elder, Han Yixian, personally went out for this operation and brought along dozens of the family's experts. If so many people have failed, then why hasn't a bit of news come back? Big brother, that kid has now returned to Jiangnan unharmed. The reason I'm calling you is so you can inform the family side. Hearing this, Han Tianchen was completely silent. Zhu Fei is alive and well, where are the experts the family sent? They can't all be taken out by the other side, can they? So what are you going to do? I think you also know that that kid is very strong, and it's almost impossible to get him killed with just these people we've trained ourselves. These people that he had trained by himself were, at best, just a little more powerful than usual, not even ancient martial artists. The other party, on the other hand, was an actual ancient martial artist, and was not at all comparable to an ordinary practitioner. Big brother, even Kung Fu was afraid of a chopper. Isn't it easy to get someone killed? After saying this, Han Jinlong had already hung up the phone. Looking up at the driver, his tone was unusually cold. Everything's ready, right? The driver nodded and pulled a small package out of the passenger side and handed it to him. What you asked for is inside. Not a huge amount, but not a lot of power. Looking at the package in his hand, Han Jinlong's face showed a hint of a smile. Then on his crutches, he rejoined the booth. At this time, Xiaobei inside the private room was fidgeting, and one hand kept scratching back and forth. When he saw Han Jinlong come in, his body trembled slightly. Take this thing and give it to them when they come. Do you hear me? As he spoke, the package was already on the table. It doesn't look very heavy, it should only be about a pound. And Xiaobei looked at the package in front of him, his eyes revealing a hint of fear. The other side said the same thing last time, but it was because of a small package that led to the deaths of dozens of people. Chapter 173. It was close to an hour before Zhu Fei and Su Li finally arrived at the cafe. When he came to the private room where Xiaobei was, the latter was curled up on the sofa inside the room. Upon seeing the two men come in, subconsciously, they shuddered. Seeing Xiaobei in this state, Su Li and Zhu Fei's faces both changed slightly. What has this girl been through, and why has she become like this? Bei, what's wrong with you? Su Li sat down on Xiaobei's body and reached out to grab Xiaobei's overwhelmed hand. The latter cried out in the next second, lying on Su Li's shoulder and crying out in pain. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all because of me, I don't deserve to live. Xiaobei's hoarse cry made Su Li's heart tremble. That statement was enough to show that she was the one who did all this stuff. But exactly who directed them, they don't know yet. Seeing this, Zhu Fei did not say much. Just sat down across from the two and looked out the window. Xiaobei, don't cry. It's okay, talk to me, who put you up to this? Su Li gently patted Xiaobei's back and softly comforted him. I don't know. I don't know. Xiaobei shook her head while crying. Zhu Fei took a deep breath. Given Xiaobei's current situation, the only way to ask questions was to wait until she had cried. With a casual sweep of his eyes, he saw the tiny package placed on the sofa where Xiaobei and Su Li were sitting. At first, he thought it was some kind of delivery. But a careful look revealed an anomaly. What kind of delivery is tightly wrapped in black waterproof tape? Luz? Zhu Fei softly shouted. Suli turned back and looked at him with some confusion. Chu Fei then reached out and pointed to the small package that was at the innermost part of the sofa. Glancing in the direction he was pointing, Suli froze slightly. This package is so strange. Xiao Bei, what is that? Suli opened her mouth and asked. Xiao Bei's cries were much smaller by this time, and a little choked up. Upon hearing the question, shook his head violently. I don't know. He gave it to me, and he told me to give it to you. I don't know what's in there. Upon seeing the package, Kahoku cringed out of instinct. And Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly as he got up and took the package in his hand. A gentle shake of the head, nothing out of the ordinary. There's something in there, but I don't know what it is. Just as he was about to cut the tape with a knife to see what was inside, there was a drop from the package. The voice made Chu Fei smell danger. Holding the package to his ear, he listened again. Drop. 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 Every second, there is a crisp dripping sound. In the next second, Chu Fei's face changed drastically. Raising his hand, he smashed the window of the private room with a punch, grabbed the package, and jumped directly outward from the second floor. This scene startled Suli. Although she knows that Chu Fei jumping from the second floor will not be dangerous, but what exactly is inside that package? Why is Chu Fei so nervous? Kahoku! Tell me honestly, inside that package, what is it? At this time, Suli also reacted. Gently shook Kahoku. The latter bowed his head, tears snapping down his face. Mr. Su. I really don't know, last time, that was the guy who gave me a package and said I should leave it at the institute. Then. Xiao Bei could no longer speak, the whole person's eyes had been red and swollen from crying, and his voice had long been hoarse. When she heard Xiao Bei's words, Suli's heart was in her throat. According to what Xiao Bei said, isn't what's in that package a bomb? For a while, she began to worry a bit about Chu Fei's safety. And Chu Fei, who had jumped off the second floor, was running wildly towards the artificial lake in the distance. He couldn't care less about the astonished gazes around him, and there were even people who thought he was a thief and tried to stop him. But with his speed, those people couldn't catch up at all and could only follow far behind. When he came to the side of the artificial lake, Chu Fei didn't hesitate in the slightest and raised his hand to throw the package in his hand with all his might. Only, when the package landed inside the lake, it did not explode. And at that moment, those who mistakenly thought that Chu Fei was a thief also arrived at the side. Get him! He's a thief! A young man pointed at Chu Fei and said angrily. Beside him, there were a few positive young men, looking like they were planning to go up and subdue Chu Fei. Chu Fei saw that the package hadn't exploded yet, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief and explain to these people, followed by a deafening explosion. Bang! Splashes up to 7 or 8 meters high rose from the lake. The sudden explosion startled a number of people in the neighborhood. The few young men who were preparing to go forward to subdue Chu Fei were even more frightened and sat on their asses. The eyes were filled with fear. Chu Fei turned his head back and looked at the falling water, his face a little cold. With this level of power, not to mention himself, even if a grandmaster came, he would have to be pulverized. A grandmaster wouldn't necessarily be able to survive an explosion of this power. He couldn't understand what the hell was so anxious to get himself killed. Even going so far as to use the Institute's 20-odd lives to entice himself to show up. There's been an explosion here, and someone has called the police. In just a few minutes, though, several police cars had surrounded the neighborhood. As for Chu Fei, he was invited into a car. The person in the car was no other than Su Lin. He had also just received word that there had been a violent explosion in an artificial lake somewhere in the city. Immediately hoofed it over. Just after arriving at the location where the police were called, they found Chuffy. Mr. Chu, what's going on? He was a little strange. Could it be that this explosion was made by Chu Fei? It can't be, the other side shouldn't be so boring, right? Nothing much, a little accident. However, there is something I'd like to ask you about. Have you gotten any results on the explosion at the institute? Hearing this, Su Lin's face was a bit ugly. Not for a while. But don't worry, I will catch the murderer. After all, something so big had happened, if it wasn't resolved, there would be no need to wear this black hat on one's head. At those words, Chu Fei nodded. If there are any leads, talk to me. In this case, the other side is coming at me. That thing that just exploded was the other party's meet and greet gift to me. Meet and greet? The corner of Su Lin's mouth twitched. What kind of meet and greet is a bomb? I know, Mr. Chu. I will investigate this matter closely. Come on, let's go back first. Xiaobei, you should also hurry back and have a good rest. During this time, just rest at home and don't go anywhere. However, just after Chu Fei finished his words, Xiaobei cried out once again. Lifting her head, she looked at him with teary eyes. Mr. Chu, I beg you, can you save my parents? They took my parents and threatened me with my parents to make me do those things, and I had no choice. They'll kill my parents if they don't do as they're told. As soon as Bei's words left her mouth, her cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was an unfamiliar phone number. However, she was no stranger to the number. On the contrary, it's familiar. Noticing the change on Xiaobei's face, Chu Fei immediately realized that this person who had called him was probably Han Jinlong. Bei, give me the phone. Xiaobei tremblingly handed over the cell phone to Chu Fei. Chu Fei pressed the answer button and heard a familiar voice coming from the other end of the phone. Chuffy. I really didn't expect you to have such a big life. So many experts, and they couldn't even get you killed. Sometimes, I really envy your luck, but unfortunately, my son is not so lucky. Han Jinlong on the other end of the phone seemed to be muttering to himself, but also seemed to be explaining something to Chu Fei. Oh, you really think it's luck that I'm alive? Then, do you think that those experts your family sent out are still alive now? Chu Fei's face was extraordinarily gloomy, and a ray of icy killing intent flashed through the depths of his eyes. Just as he thought, the person who instructed Xiaobei to blow up the institute was Han Jinlong. Whether they are still alive or not, I don't care at all I care about is your death. I can only rest easy if you die. Well, I just gave you a pretty good meet and greet, right? Hearing the other party's somewhat piercing taunts, Chu Fei's fists clenched. Let the man go, and just come at me if you need anything. Threatening an unarmed woman, is that what your Han family is capable of? Right now, Han Jinlong still had Xiaobei's parents in his hands, and he didn't dare to act rashly even if he knew the other party's location. What's more, the other party is now in the dark and he is in the light. As long as I can kill you, I no longer care what means I use. But that girl was very misbehaved. She actually told you guys everything. It would look like I'm losing face if I don't teach her a lesson. After that, a woman's scream came from the other end of the phone. When he heard this voice, Xiaobei instantly couldn't control his emotions and immediately stood up from the sofa. No! But sadly, the screams on the other end of the line had seemed extraordinarily faint. Chu Fei violently stood up from his position and said in a cold voice to Han Jinlong on the other end of the phone, "You'll regret this." However, the other party just sneered. Afterward or not, I don't know. But it's doubtful that you'll live to see me again. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the phone had been hung up. Chu Fei's face was a bit ugly. He understood that the Han family's people probably already knew about the matter of him coming back alive. Then next, the people of the Han family would definitely take revenge on themselves. Those around you may also be targeted by the other side, or perhaps grabbed and used as a threatening bargaining chip. Just. Xiaobei had already cried out at this point. One can only imagine how hard her mother's death hit her. Being the only daughter of the family, she was very competitive herself and went to a prestigious university and learned a lot of specialized knowledge. Her parents doted on her and she didn't lose herself in their favor. As a girl who is not yet married, her parents are the only family she has left. You can send Xiaobei back to rest first. I'll have Tom Li come over and pick you up. After saying that, he made a call to Li Tongming, telling him to come over here to finish up and go back to the villa to rest. Afterward, he drove himself to the Warzone branch and met Zhao Dajuan. He had also sent an invitation to Zhao Dajuan before, but since he was the commander of the Warzone branch and couldn't get away, he didn't go. Teen Chu, why are you back? Didn't you just get married? Why don't you go on your honeymoon with your sister-in-law? He was a bit strange. By all rights, Teen Chu had just gotten married and it should be the right time for a honeymoon. Use your satellite system. Get me the exact location of a phone number. As soon as he heard that he had to use the satellite system, Zhao Dajuan knew that something had happened, and it was no wonder that Captain Chu had rushed back from abroad in such a hurry. Teen Chu, what happened? Do you need my help? Zhao Dajuan asked as he led Chu Fei to the satellite console. There is indeed a favor for you to run. After I find out the location, you send someone to cordon off that area, and no one can leave without your orders. Chapter 175. How has it been lately? In the northern part of Dacia, in a remote town, there was a large manor that covered a large area, just like a big family in ancient times, with a female and a male stone lion placed at the gate. There was also a large plaque hanging on the doorway machine Han Mansion. And this is the headquarters of the Han family. At this moment, in the living room of the Han family compound, an old man with a head full of white hair and a cane in his hand sat in the first place with a majestic face, his icy gaze sweeping everyone below. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? The Grand Elder has inexplicably disappeared, and nearly 1/5 of the clan's experts have vanished. And the other guy came back alive. Can anyone, give me a reasonable explanation? The person who spoke was none other than Han Wanlin, the contemporary head of the Han family and the old ancestor of the Han family. The Han family members below had their heads lowered, not daring to make a sound. The old ancestor's aura pressed down on them. All the same, this was the first time they had ever seen their old ancestor get so angry. No one's talking? Are they all mute? Ha! The walking stick in Han Wanlin's hand was pushed down to the ground with force, and everyone present's face changed. Bang! With a crunch, there was an additional deep crater in the ground. That's when someone finally spoke up. Old ancestor, I suspect that behind that brat, there should be clans as well. Otherwise, with just a tiny Chu family and 2 patriarchs, how could they be a match for Big Brother and the others? The one who spoke was Han Yiguang, the second elder of the Han family, and Han Yixiao, who was a blood brother. Both of them were at the level of Grandmaster. However, Han Yixian's strength was still above him. The family is also in an uproar over the murder of a member of their immediate family. Old ancestor personally appointed Han Yixiao to travel abroad to bring Han Zimo's murderer to justice. But it never occurred to me that the people who were sent out did not come back, but instead the murderer came back alive. They were all aware of the strength of the Chu family abroad. The contemporary family head, Chu Tianhao, was only a small sect master. Even with the addition of a Sun Yanning, it was still only a Zongshi. No one wanted to mess with a clan that possessed the Mortal Peak realm. Han Wanlin's words caused Han Yiguang to fall silent as well. Indeed. No clan was willing to take on their Han family. Old ancestor, I had heard that Fang Yamonyan had also appeared at that brat's wedding. Will. A middle-aged man also walked out and spoke. He was the third elder of the Han family, Han Wei. The strength had also reached the peak of the sovereign master, and was only one step away from being a grand sovereign. But this step was also a step that countless ancient martial artists might not be able to step on in their entire lives. Fang Yamonyan? Upon hearing this name, Han Wanlin's brows furrowed slightly. If it was really the other side, this matter might be a bit difficult to deal with. He had heard of Fang Yamonyan's reputation when he wasn't even in the Mortal Peak realm. The other party was called the Contemporary Medical Saint, and although his strength was not high, there were 8 mortal top powerhouses that he had saved in his hands without 10, and the great masters were even more numerous. Countless clans wanted to beg him to land the position of guest minister, but he refused. There were even clans that had let slip that if they dared to make a move against the medical sage, it would be against them. Most of those clans, most of them possessed Mortal Peak powerhouses. Even the Han family was unwilling to mess with it. But there was silence for several seconds before Han Wanlin spoke. Ikemitsu, pass on the order. Please invite the medical sage to be a guest of my Han family. Remember, it is an invitation. If he is unwilling, he shall not be moved. Han Yiguang naturally understood how heavy the other party's status was and nodded heavily. Yes, old ancestor. When he finished, he turned to leave. Afterward, Han Wanlin spoke again to Han Wei below. Han Wei, that brat surnamed Chu, I'll leave it to you. Remember, take them alive. Bring him here, I'd like to see what kind of genius is the person who can make the medical saint protect him. The other side. Chu Fei had found Han Jinlong's coordinates. The other side is right in the middle of downtown Gangnam. It seemed that the other party did not hide anything, as if they were intentionally discovered by him. This point made Chu Fei feel a little surprised. Wasn't Han Jinlong afraid that he would bring his men over and destroy him? Or maybe the other side had already been ambushed? However, he wasn't going to do it himself. Instead, they planned to talk to the real Han family. Dejun, you go ahead and take the men and surround this place. You can't do anything rash, in the hands of the other side, there may be high explosive bombs. Better have your men bring blast shields. Hearing this, Zhao Dajuan was a bit surprised. Team Chu, the other side can still get this kind of stuff? No way? Usually this kind of stuff is strictly controlled. It's impossible to supply to anyone other than special needs. Of course, there are plenty of folk who will make them. But that kind of earth gunpowder is not very powerful and not very lethal. No need to underestimate them. A lot of things they can get their hands on. Go ahead and talk to me if anything happens. Zhao Dajuan nodded and immediately called for the men to gather and depart. Chu Fei, on the other hand, came to the outside of the satellite department. Taking out his cell phone, he called Xiaoyu. In a few moments, though, Xiaoyu's voice came from the other end of the line. Fei, why are you free to call me? And, I'm showing here that you're in Gangnam? You're back? Xiaoyu was surprised that Fei was back just a day after they had returned. Don't you need a honeymoon to get married? Aha! You're in the intelligence unit now, aren't you? Check for me the phone number of Han Tianchen, the head of the Han family, and send it to me. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was surprised. No, brother Fei, isn't there a big grudge between you and the Han family? How? He was surprised that the Han family had gotten people to fight abroad before. Now Fei actually wants the phone number of the head of the Han family, isn't that a bit strange? Just give it to me. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu said, good. With that said, start checking. A few minutes later, it was sent to Chu Fei. After receiving the number, Chu Fei called Han Tianchen without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, Han Tianchen happened to hang up the call from the family side. To my surprise, the phone rang again. Looking at it, it was actually an unfamiliar number. He frowned and pressed the connect button. Hello? A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Master Han, it's been a long time. How has been lately? Chapter 176, within 6 months, I'll make you disappear. It's you? Han Tianchen's face instantly turned cold. Though I don't know what means the other person used to know their phone number. But since the other party dares to make this call, it can only be said that there is a dependency. What do you want? Han Tianchen inquired with a cold face. Didn't try to. I just wanted to talk to you, Han family master. By the way, would like to meet the real ones behind you. Chu Fei's tone sounded calm, seemingly unaffected by those previous events. The family has been looking into this lately as well. The Grand Elder, as well as quite a few of the family's mainstays, had disappeared, and it was unclear whether they were alive or dead. If they really died, it would definitely be a huge blow to the Han family. What do you mean? Han Tianchen asked again with a cold face. Chuffy's snort came from the other end of the phone. It doesn't mean anything. Just wanted to let you know that all those people your Han family called in to clean me up are going to hell. No need to look, now do you understand? Han Tianchen's body shook, and his pupils all suddenly shrunk. All dead? How is that possible? That's one great master and 7 or 8 patriarchs, as well as more than 20 adepts. It's just gone? You lied to me? He felt that Chu Fei must be scaring him. This kid doesn't have the strength to take on so many people like this. Do you think I need to lie to you? Chu Fei's words silenced Han Tianchen. A few seconds later, Chu Fei's voice once again came from the other end of the phone. Master Han, your brother Han Jinlong blew up my research institute. And kidnapped a friend of mine's family and almost blew me up with a bomb. How do you think I'm going to pay you guys back for this debt? At this moment, Chu Fei's tone had changed. The icy words fell so harshly on Han Tianchen's ears. Nothing to do with me. That's for him to do, not at my behest, and I have no business regulating it. Han Tianchen took a deep breath and said simply and directly. Like this? Then, please give a message to the Han family head behind you. Within half a year, I will make your Han family disappear from this land of great Xia. When the words fell, Chu Fei had hung up the phone. His face was a little grim. Ben thought that he still wanted to talk to the other side to see if he could get Han Jinlong to release Xiao Bei's father. But now, the other side didn't seem to object to Han Jinlong doing so. In that case, there was no need to be polite with him himself. I was just about to pick up my cell phone to give the big army a call to ask how things were going over there. Unexpectedly, Big June took the initiative to call him. Team Chu. Something's wrong. Hearing Zhao Dajuan's somewhat grave tone caused Chu Fei's heart to tighten. What happened? Zhao Dajuan hesitated for a few seconds before continuing. Han Jinlong has taken a hostage, strapped a lot of bombs to him, and asked to see you by name. If I don't see you, just blow up the guy. Hearing those words, Zhu Fei's eyes chilled. I know, I'll come over now. As he spoke, he hung up. Finding a jeep, he sped towards where Zhao Dajuan and the others were. But half an hour later, it finally arrived. This is the old city center of Jiangnan City, and there are low-rise houses everywhere. On the roof of the old first-floor building, Han Jinlong sat on a stool, smoking a cigarette to himself, with a pair of crutches beside him. And by the parapet on the roof, a man with some gray hair was tied up, a ball of rags stuffed in his mouth, and several bombs wrapped around his body. At the entrance position on the roof, Zhao Dajuan and a few of his men were staring at Han Jinlong with stony faces. All set? Zhao Dajuan opened his mouth to ask the men around him. All ready, we'll shoot whenever we get the chance. Just a moment ago, Zhao Dajuan had someone go and arrange for 8 of the highest strength snipers to be on the roof of a nearby building. As soon as you have the chance, you can shoot down Han Jinlong. And just at this time, Zhu Fei also reached the roof of the building. Team Chu. When Zhao Dajuan saw Zhu Fei, he hastily greeted him. Zhu Fei waved his hand, then walked over to a place no more than 3 or 4 meters in front of Han Jinlong. Lifting his head, he looked at the already crippled Han Jinlong and calmly said, I'm coming. When Han Jinlong saw Zhu Fei, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You've got some guts, you actually dare to come. Aren't you afraid I'm going to detonate the bomb right now and leave you here to die? Zhu Fei glanced at the man who was strapped with a bomb all over his body and spoke faintly, if you wanted to do that, you would have already detonated the bomb when I came in, there's no need to wait until now. Han Jinlong laughed and laughed loudly. I have to say, you sure are good. But you still have to die. Now I'll give you a choice, you kill yourself and I'll let you go. Hearing this request, Zhu Fei's face smiled. Han Jinlong, do you think I would die in front of you for a stranger? Are you too stupid or am I too stupid? You're more than 100 times stupider than your son. Oh. Sorry, I forgot your son was dead, sadly. Hearing this, Han Jinlong's face turned a bit grim. The death of his son had always been a pain in his heart. Couldn't wait to kill this kid with my own hands in order to get back at him. Chuffy. Damn you. Since you don't want to do it, I'll do it for you. After saying that, Han Jinlong took out a remote control from his pocket. Try it, with all these bombs, can it kill you? The words fell out of his mouth, and he was about to reach for the buttons on the remote control. However, Zhu Fei suddenly opened his mouth. Wait. Han Jinlong's finger just happened to land on the button and hadn't pressed it yet. A sardonic laugh followed. I thought you weren't afraid of death. What, are you afraid too? Zhu Fei's face was a bit icy. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but he didn't want to see Xiao Bei's father lose his life because of this. Why don't we talk? If we can't, we. Before Zhu Fei finished his sentence, he heard a bang gunshot. Chapter 177 New Institute Program. At that moment, everyone froze. Including Chuffy. The moment he saw Han Jinlong's hand break off from his wrist and blood sprayed out, it all made him feel dismayed. Who fired the shot? Ah! Miserable screams crashed out of Han Jinlong's mouth. Yet, he was still thinking about picking up the remote with his other hand. But Zhu Fei wouldn't give him that chance anymore, and with a movement of his feet, he kicked Han Jinlong hard in the chest. Bang! The terrifying power of the kick did not know how many ribs the opponent had broken. Han Jinlong was also kicked by Zhu Fei's kick to the point where he couldn't stand up, lying on the ground curled up in a painful piece. The army! Get the bomb squad over here and defuse the bomb. Things get thrown, I'm useful. Zhu Fei commanded with a cold face. Yes. Zhao Dajuan immediately told the bomb disposal team to go up and disarm the bomb. Zhu Fei, on the other hand, walked over to Han Jinlong and looked at the other party's face that was filled with pain, his face unusually cold. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. After saying that, he had someone tie up Han Jinlong. When the matter here was dealt with, only then did Zhu Fei drive his car and bring Xiao Bei's father back to the villa. In the car, Xiao Bei's father thanked him profusely. Thank you, Mr. Chu, I really don't know what I would have done without you. It's just bitter for her mom, hey. A 7-foot man with red eyes. He had watched from the sidelines as Han Jinlong killed Xiao Bei's mother. However, there is nothing one can do about it. That deep sense of powerlessness is the most painful time for a man. Uncle, don't say that. I will avenge my aunt, all the murderers, not one of them will escape. Chu Fei's chest rose and fell slightly, and his face was unusually cold. Hey! I just hope that the murderers are all brought to justice so that her mom is well known. Xiao Bei's father raised his hand and wiped his tears, his somewhat thin body trembling slightly. Seeing this, Chu Fei was silent. When the two arrived at the villa, Xiao Bei and Su Li were waiting at the door. When Xiao Bei saw her father appearing in front of her unharmed, she could no longer hold back her grief and threw herself into her father's arms and lost her voice. Su Li and Chu Fei stood on the side and didn't say anything either. After a long time, Xiao Bei and her father then turned around and bowed deeply to Su Li and Chu Fei. Thank you, Mr. Su. And thank you, Mr. Chu. Chu Fei hurriedly went forward to support the two. Uncle, there's no need to be like this, it's me who should be saying sorry to you guys. This matter, in fact, was all because of Chu Fei. Without this incident, Xiao Bei's family would not be in danger. And from the sidelines, Kahoku spoke up. Mr. Su. Thank you for nurturing me over the years. All these years, I have not been doing my duty as a son or daughter. I want to walk around with my father and see the world. So, I hope you'll say yes. Su Li's eyes were a little red, she knew what Xiao Bei was thinking inside. Walking up, he and Bei hugged each other tightly. I know. If you have time later, remember to come back and visit. You are always welcome here, with me. Hearing this, Xiao Bei bowed deeply to Su Li. Mr. Su, Mr. Chu, goodbye. After saying that, Xiao Bei took her father and left the villa. And after the father and daughter left, Su Li took out her cell phone and made a call to the finance department of Kuyao Company. And now, the final paycheck for the institute's kaboku, $3 million. Not a penny less. After saying that, Su Li hung up the phone. It was the last thing she could do. And Xiao Bei had just come to the road outside the villa area with his father and got into a cab, ready to go back to pack up and go back to his hometown. The text message that came through her cell phone made her lose her voice again and cry out. The amount on it, a full $3 million. Only after finishing everything did Su Li and Chu Fei return inside the living room. Fei, just now Xiao Bei and I made sure of that too. There are only a dozen or so personnel still alive in the institute, and Professor Yang and one other professor are fine. The formulas and all that are still there, and as for those researchers who sacrificed their lives, I had the company take out some of the money and compensate each of their families with $2 million. Now, we need to repurchase equipment and raw materials. But I'm thinking about where to set up the new institute. Where do you think we should set up? Facing Su Li's question, Chu Fei pondered for a moment. The institute is not required to emit large amounts of exhaust and sewage like other factories. So, it is fine for the institute to be arranged in the urban area. I think that we can arrange it downtown. Spend a sum of money, acquire a single building, remodel it, and you should be fine. Hearing this, Su Li was a bit puzzled. If that's the case, isn't that revealing? What if I get targeted by those people again? As if he could see Su Li's worry, Chu Fei also opened his mouth to explain. In fact, the reason why I wanted to schedule it downtown was really just to be noticeable. The more people who pay attention, the less danger we're in, and those people don't dare to do it easily. If we continue to arrange in those places where no one is, we will be in a passive state instead. Hearing this explanation, Su Li also sort of understood what he meant. This is, indeed, risky, but far better than placing the institute where no one else is. Let's make sure of that, then. Tomorrow I'll visit the researchers in the hospital. By the way, another group of researchers will be recruited externally. This is far from enough. The two finalized the idea after a brief discussion. The location of the institute was determined first, then the building was acquired for remodeling, while all the required equipment was purchased, talent recruitment was carried out, and so on. Chapter 178 Breakthrough in Morning Exercise. Early the next morning. The sky had just risen with a hint of fish white belly, and Chu Fei had already gotten up. Winter mornings light up late still. While Su Li was still resting, Chu Fei came to the courtyard wearing short sleeves and shorts. However, Tom Li also happened to be up. Young master. When Li Tongming saw Chu Fei, he hastily greeted him. Old Li, you're up so early too? Chu Fei was a bit surprised. Li Tongming had been following his old man for many years, and with a body in his 40s, shouldn't he take more rest? Young master, I'm used to practicing in the morning. No matter what the weather is like, I get up every day on time for my morning walk. Li Tongming explained with a smile. Hearing those words, Chu Fei realized that during this period of time, he had neglected his exercise. In the past, the daily morning exercise was uninterrupted. But it had been ages since the last morning exercise. "Young master, are you up for your morning exercise?" Li Tongming also asked with some curiosity. Chuffy smiled and nodded, "Aha." The two then began their morning exercise in the courtyard. Li Tongming's training methods are simple: push-ups, sit-ups, and practicing boxing. And Chu Fei was pretty much the same. After a simple warm-up, Chu Fei started practicing ancient martial arts. After a whole set of boxing techniques, Chu Fei felt that his body was slowly getting hot, his heartbeat was accelerating, and adrenaline was starting to secrete. Taking advantage of this, he began practicing again. And Tom Lee's morning exercise was over. An hour of morning exercise was enough for him. However, when he looked at Chu Fei, he was surprised to find that the young master's punches were becoming more and more powerful. Each punch seemed soft and feeble, but the powerful dark energy struck with a sonic boom. Li Tongming just watched, not daring to say a word. Chuffy, on the other hand, is getting hotter and hotter. The short sleeves on his body had long been drenched in beads of sweat, but his body was swinging, closing, elbowing and other movements as if he was tireless, in a frenzy. At first, Li Tongming thought that the young master's morning exercises were a bit long. After all, it was now almost close to 8 o'clock, and a full 2 hours of morning exercise would have long been enough for an ordinary person. But as time passed by, Tom Lee sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, Su Li's voice came from the side. "Uncle Lee, is Fei practicing boxing?" Su Li had just changed her clothes and washed up, and came to the living room, and through the floor-to-ceiling window she saw Chu Fei, who was practicing boxing in the courtyard. "It's already 8:30. Why are you still practicing?" "Young lady. Young master has been practicing for 2.5 hours. It's probably a feeling." He also didn't know how to explain the young master's current state. The other party was like a robot with a set degree in his eyes, constantly repeating one action after another, tirelessly. "So?" Su Li seemed to understand and nodded. Then looking to Chu Fei, he softly shouted, "Bandit, breakfast is served." It was expected that Chuffy would stop or respond to her. But after waiting for several seconds, Chu Fei still did not respond to her. Her eyebrows wrinkled slightly as she looked at Chu Fei with some doubt. This time, it directly called out Chu Fei's name. "Chuffy? What's wrong with you?" However, Chuffy still didn't reply. Su Li's face immediately collapsed and she walked into the courtyard about to grab Chu Fei's hand. When Li Tongming took a look, his face changed. Hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Su Li. "Young lady, no." Su Li looked at him with a face full of confusion at this time. "Uncle Li, what's wrong?" Li Tongming looked at Chu Fei's current state and frowned. "Young lady, young master seems to be breaking through his limits now. Generally speaking, an hour is probably enough for our morning training as martial arts practitioners. Some of the more powerful ones, 2 hours would be fine. But in young master's case, it's clearly past the time for morning exercises. I have a feeling that he has now lost his sense of the outside world and is completely immersed in practicing his fists." Hearing this explanation, Su Li frowned slightly. She could probably understand what Li Tongming meant. In other words, it was that when a person reached their limit, they would break through to another point. It's like an average person who might take more than 10 minutes to run 3,000 meters. After he ran wildly at his extreme speed for 1,000 meters, his body couldn't take it anymore. But he still wanted to keep up with this pace, and the subconscious in his head would tell his body to hang on and keep running wildly. Even though he could no longer feel his legs, he was still running. This was that meaning of what Li Tongming had said, and Chu Fei's current state was like this. "So, young lady, we might as well just watch." Li Tongming was worried that Su Li didn't understand and added another sentence. Su Li nodded and retreated to the side with Li Tongming. At this moment, in Chu Fei's consciousness, he just felt that he had inexhaustible power all over him. Punch after punch swung and hit the air. His breathing also began to gradually slow down, and that unusual power could be felt in every move. When Li Tongming, who was on the side, saw the scene, a strong look of shock appeared in his eyes. Nor did he know how many times he had swung his fist. Chu Fei finally felt that breath run out. The lost sense of hearing and vision all began to slowly recover, and the body gradually regained control. The moment he came to his senses completely, he only felt his body go limp and fell to the ground uncontrollably. The hands and feet felt like they were tied to 10,000-pound boulders, and it was difficult to move them. Hiss. Xu Fei desperately tried to get up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. It was then that Li Tongming quickly came to his side. Li Tongming reached out and helped Xu Fei up from the ground, placing him on a reclining chair in the courtyard. Young master, you're being too desperate. For whole hours. You didn't even stop. Li Tongming's words almost didn't make Xu Fei die of fright. You practiced for 4 hours on your own in the morning? How is that possible? How could 4 hours have passed when he had clearly just thrown 3 more sets of punches? At this time, Su Li also came out from the living room. There was a glass of warm water with salt in his hand. Drink some water. Replenish the salt. After a lot of sweating, you should not drink a lot of water immediately, otherwise your body will have an adverse reaction. But where did Xu Fei have the strength to take the cup now? He could only look at Su Li with a face full of innocence. You feed me. Su Li glared at him fiercely. Next to him, Li Tongming had the good sense to step aside. Young master, I'll go and cook first. With that, he walked into the living room. It was at this time that Su Li placed the cup of water by Xu Fei's mouth and fed it into his mouth. It was only after drinking the salt water that Chuffy felt the presence of his limbs. It took over 10 minutes of resting in the chair before he could barely stand up. A little sour. Why don't you give me a massage tonight? Xu Fei hemmed and hawed at Su Li. Su Li reached out and then twisted his waist viciously. Staring viciously at him, is this okay? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Xu Fei hastily took a step to the side. But, one hand was accidentally propped up on the stone table. With a slight forceful press, the stone table was immediately shaken out with a crack. Chuffy himself froze. This is... What's going on? Your own power, how did it suddenly get so big? It was a marble stone table, and he had just casually shaken it. How? Suddenly, a strange thought popped into his head. Did himself break through? Chapter 179, A Letter from Master. After breakfast, Li Tongming drove Su Li to the hospital to visit the surviving researchers while Xu Fei rested at home. There was still some fatigue and soreness in his body, but he could clearly feel that his body was a little different than before. It was like the feeling that Fong Lao had described in his mouth, with a strong rhythm and internal energy between every breath and inhalation. After resting for close to an hour, Xu Fei planned to go to the Warzone branch to see how Han Jilong was doing. By the way, make him pay for this one. Just as I left the house, I received a call from the master. Are you in Gangnam now? Master, like the others, had returned a day ahead of Xu Fei and Su Li. It's just that the two of them have been busy with the institute since they came back, and they didn't have the time to contact their master. However, listening to Master's words, it was obvious that the other party was not in Jiangnan right now. Master, I'm in Jiangnan, where are you? Xu Fei asked with some surprise. Master is not in Jiangnan, where is he going? I was out of town and had some things to take care of. However, I've just received news that someone from the Han family has come to look for you. Watch yourself. On Fong Lao's side, he was also invited to the Han family by the other side. What? When he heard this news, Xu Fei's brows furrowed slightly. The Han family sent someone over to die again? And, how dare you go to Elder Fong? Master, they dare to go after Elder Fong? Xu Fei was a bit puzzled. Elder Fong even knew great-grandpa, his status was definitely not an ordinary ancient martial artist. Isn't the Han family asking for trouble by going to Old Man Fong? The Han family now is not the Han family of old. Elder Fong was invited over by them, you don't have to worry about Elder Fong. Instead, the one to worry about right now is yourself, you're not at the Zhongshu yet, and you have to be careful yourself with the experts they've sent. If you can't, you can pick your identity again. Hearing his master's instructions, Xu Fei also nodded his head and responded. Master, so when are you coming back? But the next sentence made Xu Fei somewhat shocked. I may not be back for a long time. I left a little something for Liz in the room I was staying in before. I know you're going to be home in a while, so before you go, remember to give her that thing. Not coming back for a long time? Xu Fei still wanted to ask for clarification, but Sun Yening refused. After a brief explanation, he hung up. Xu Fei, who was planning to leave, got up and returned to the villa. When he came to the room where the master had stayed before, it was cleaned up and spotless. A letter was left on the clean table. It looks like the envelope contains something else. Only, the envelope reads, Su Li personally. Chuffy glanced at it and put the envelope. When he saw Chu Fei, Han Jinlong's murderous gaze just stared at him in death. Chu Fei sat down on a side stool and quietly lit a cigarette. There are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear? Han Jinlong snorted. If you want to kill, just kill. Where's all this nonsense? Do you think I will beg you for mercy? As far as he was concerned, the so-called good or bad news did him no good. On the contrary, having fallen into Chu Fei's hands, his only thought was to die. Yes? Don't you want to hear what your Han family has in store for me? Chu Fei's words caused Han Jinlong's face to quake. Cocking her head, she looked at him. In his eyes, there seemed to be some disbelief. What the hell are you trying to say? Chu Fei slowly exhaled the smoke in his mouth. To tell you the good news. Your Han family has sent someone over to deal with me. Unsurprisingly, we'll be in Jiangnan tomorrow or today. At those words, Han Jinlong was slightly stunned, but he quickly let out a cold laugh. So what? What's it to me? The family sending someone to deal with Chu Fei was unexpected. However, even if Chu Fei died, he himself wouldn't be able to survive. The family wouldn't come to the Warzone division looking for trouble for a sidekick like himself. Looks like you didn't think you'd live, huh? Chu Fei quietly looked at him and smiled. I would have thought that Han Kim Yong would have felt that there was still hope to live. But now it seems that he never wanted to live. You'll let me go? Han Jinlong asked rhetorically. Chu Fei shook his head, no. Ben thought that he wanted to use you to warn the Han family. But now it seems unnecessary. After saying that, Chu Fei pressed out his cigarette. Then he walked over to Han Jinlong, go in peace. As he spoke, his palm was pressed against Han Jinlong's chest. Then, a gentle jolt. Han Jinlong's eyes widened steeply, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he never breathed again. Chu Fei's palm had shattered Han Jinlong's heart vein. Let him die without any pain. On an airplane headed north. Fang Yamonian leaned back in his chair, savoring the excellent Mao tip. And across from him, the person sitting there was Han Yiguang. Han Yiguang's face was extraordinarily somber. From the time he got on the airplane until now, no matter what he asked himself, Fang Yamonian answered him with just one sentence, which was, "You're not qualified enough to know." As the second elder of the Han family, he was definitely ranked in this ancient martial arts world as well. But, is it possible that one is not even qualified enough to know? Elder Fang, I respect you as an old-timer. Now, I just wish to know from you who really killed my brother. If this matter has nothing to do with you, I will explain it to the head of the family and let you leave unharmed. If it has anything to do with you, I think you know the consequences better than I do. Hearing Han Yiguang's threat, Fang Yamonian put down the teacup in his hand. Slowly, she lifted her head and looked at him with a calm gaze. Is that a threat? Is this Han Wanlin's intention, or your own? If it was Han Wanlin's intention, then well, I can tell you that I killed your brother. If that's what you mean, then I'm sorry, but this really doesn't have anything to do with me. Han Yiguang's tone stalled. The family head had clearly told him before that he was not allowed to show any disrespect to the other elder. The words he had just spoken were considered to be a punchline. However, he also heard the meaning in Fang Yamonian's mouth. This is something that doesn't have much to do with the other side. Chapter 180, My Ancestor Wants to See You. At the Jiangnan People's Hospital, Chu Fei and Su Li as well as the three of them, Li Tongming, just happened to come out of the hospital. After leaving from the Warzone branch, Chu Fei went to the hospital to find Su Li. Visited the injured researchers with her piece. However, as things stand now, there is no room for optimism. Nearly a half-dozen researchers are planning to quit. It wasn't that the treatment Su Li gave wasn't good enough, but it was because they were risking their lives to do this. Who knows when the next danger will fall on their heads? Even Professor Yang had the mentality to resign. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Fei had saved his family last time, he might have resigned from his job as well. Fei, what do we do now? Su Li was a little worried. As things stand now, it's less clear. Trying to find the right researchers is definitely a tough task. Let's see. Chu Fei was also frowning. It was a long time before he spoke. If it's not possible, we'll have to split some of the people from Grandma's side of the family. The Yun family's business is specialized in drugs and also has a very high level of researchers. It would be a good choice to let their researchers take over. It's just that, in this way, the everlasting water would be completely exposed to the eyes of the world. It'll have to do. Su Li's pretty face also had an extra touch of sadness. Come on, let's go to the station and look at the rest of that equipment to see if it still works. Chu Fei said and asked Li Tongming to drive to the bureau. Just halfway there, Yun Yulan called the two. Xiao Li, are you and Chu Fei back? Just as he answered the phone, he heard a somewhat anxious voice from Yun Yulan's side. Su Li and Chu Fei looked at each other with some surprise. It seems that the institute side of things knows about it. Yes, now that the institute has collapsed and the personnel are dead and wounded, many people are unwilling to continue. What do you have in mind? After hearing Chu Fei's explanation, Yun Yulan pondered for 3 seconds before slowly opening her mouth. I guessed. I do have an idea, though. Didn't you ask me to open a branch in the capital before? Now, there's definitely no way to continue on the Jiangnan side, so you might as well just move the company to the capital. Also, there is room in the house for you to use as an institute, and as for the personnel, I will turn around and talk to my eldest uncle and the others to see if I can spare some of them from the institute in the house. Hearing this suggestion from Yun Yulan, Chu Fei and Su Li both brightened up. This one was indeed something they didn't expect. After all, the development on the capital side was indeed much better than this side. Moreover, the Yun family could still take care of 1 or 2 things, and they didn't know that they were subjected to so much trouble. Including that previous branch, it was just an empty company, with no cooperation except for a name. Continuing in Gangnam would only limit their growth. Nice. That's a good idea you have. In that case, I'll come to the capital with Xiao Li tomorrow and discuss it with my great-uncle and the others. Chuffy returned the cry. Okay. That's all for now then. By the way, if you guys have equipment you need to buy, send me the list so I can help you contact merchants on my side. Only after a brief exchange did Chu Fei hang up the phone. At this time, the two had also arrived at the bureau and met Su Lin. Su Lin led the two to the warehouse. In the warehouse, there is a piece of equipment sitting. Only, the equipment had been covered with a thick layer of black-gray. It was stained after the explosion, and some of the equipment had been damaged beyond use. There are only 1 or 2 pieces of equipment that can continue to be used. No. Most of them don't work anymore, and the parts of the equipment that do work have been compromised. Su Li was naturally familiar with these devices and could tell with a glance that they were still functional. That will have to be repurchased. Chu Fei said in a deep voice. Su Lin was a little surprised to hear it in his ears. All this medical equipment can be very expensive. A piece of equipment is millions, if not millions. Some of the special ones are worth tens of millions. It's a shame to say it's useless. Director Su, I'll trouble you to help with these things. The middle-aged man at the head of the group came forward and quietly looked at Chu Fei. Then with a light humph, a powerful aura instantly pressed towards Chu Fei. Normally, even a proficient ancient martial artist would break out in a cold sweat when faced with this kind of pressure. However, Chu Fei was as steady as Tai, without the slightest change. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Han Wei was somewhat surprised in his heart at the same time. He himself was the peak of a grandmaster, just 1 step away from stepping into the grandmaster level. This kid sees himself and is not impressed? Mr. Chu Fei Chu, right? I am the 3rd elder of the Han family, Han Wei. Please also ask Mr. Chu to come with us, my family's old ancestor wants to see you. Chapter 181 Chu Family, Half Immortal. Your old man? Han Wanlin? Chu Fei asked with some surprise. However, the expert beside Han Wei snorted coldly. Unbridled. How dare you call the old ancestor by his name? After saying that, an arrow step forward was a fist smashing towards Chu Fei. Han Wei, on the other hand, didn't stop it. Instead, he also wanted to see what kind of skills this young man who had caused the family to be defeated several times had. Facing his opponent's attack, Chu Fei's face was also slightly grave. The other party was also a Zhongsher, and it looked like he had already stepped into the Zhongsher for some time. The breath was much more composed compared to his own. However, I am also a person who has taken such a heavenly drug as eternal life water. Compared to strength, he didn't believe that his opponent's strength would be stronger than his own. With his right hand clenched in a fist, his body took a half step back and punched back. Bang! The powerful force caused both of them to take several steps backward at the same time. However, the opponent retreated 7 steps, while Chu Fei only retreated 5. In terms of power, Chu Fei won. Seeing this scene, Han Wei's face changed slightly. This kid. How did the power get so strong? It was important to realize that Han Xiao, who had just struck out, had already stepped into the clan for over a year. Its strength was considered to be at the upper middle level among the Han family. In his eyes, even if Chu Fei was a sovereign, he was merely a newcomer who had just stepped into a sovereign. But it's rare for such a newcomer to make it this far. Even in the family, there was no genius like him. Mr. Chu, I'm curious. How old are you? Han Wei wasn't in a hurry to make a move, instead he asked. In his eyes, Chu Fei's age was definitely no more than 25. Count on 24, not many days. Chu Fei didn't hide it. When he heard this age, Han Wei visibly froze. What a genius! I'm impressed. Han Wei was truly surprised by Chu Fei's talent. Within the family, there hadn't been a patriarch under the age of 25. Even the first sons of their various great elders, who had been personally instructed by their old ancestors, had not been able to break through to Zhongshu before the age of 25. Elder Han is polite. However, Elder Han hasn't made his move yet. Is he waiting for someone? Chu Fei knew very well that since the other party had sent 4 sect masters to deal with him, he was certain that he did not have the strength to run away from them. But Chu Fei also wanted to try what it was like to fight his first battle after stepping into the Zhongshu. No. I just don't think that's necessary. Mr. Chu is very strong, I can tell. But, Mr. Chu, can you really hold back our 4 patriarchs? Han Wei had a confident smile on his face. 3 Zhongshu experts, plus himself, a peak Zhongshu. The average ancient martial artist who was a first-time Grand Master wouldn't dare to say that they could definitely block it. At best, a tie. Wouldn't it be nice to try? Chu Fei took a step back and assumed a fighting stance. Han Wei shook his head. You guys have a good time with him, just leave a breath. When Han Zhao's trio heard this, they immediately took a step forward. There was an icy smile on his face. Facing the 3 patriarchs, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Without waiting for the other side to make a move, he took the lead. With a flash of his figure, he instantly rushed to Han Zhao's face and kicked out with a side kick. Han Xiao was shocked and hastily raised his hands to block it. He knew how strong Chu Fei's power was and did not dare to take this kick hard. Bang! The powerful force kicked him back several meters. The other 2 patriarchs had also rushed to him, blocking off all of his paths of retreat. Bang bang bang! Several consecutive moves forced Chu Fei to take several steps backwards one after another. Both hands were numbed by the other's power. Chu Fei took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and exploded with all his might. Bang! On the ground, a pair of deep footprints were left. But in a matter of seconds, the 3 of them had already passed dozens of moves. Han Wei was watching from the sidelines, and was astonished to see Chu Fei being this ferocious. This kid, he was actually hiding his moves just now, not using his full strength. It seems that it cannot be underestimated. But in just 2 minutes, the 4 separated. Chu Fei's face wasn't very pretty, the rhythm of his breathing had been disrupted, and his breath was a little short. It seemed that it was still too much of a strain to face 3 Zhongshu at the same time. The other 3, on the other hand, were no better. It was unbelievable that the 3 of them had joined forces, but they had only fought the other party to a draw. Mr. Chu, do you still want to continue? If it's going to continue, you could get hurt. Han Wei took a step forward, looking like he was planning to do the same. Seeing the other party step forward, Chu Fei put away his fists. I'll just come with you guys. Originally, Chu Fei had planned to talk to the other party. I just didn't expect the other side to come so quickly. Please, Mr. Chu. Han Wei stepped aside to allow Chu Fei to get into the car. Chu Fei didn't say much and directly sat on the co-pilot. Han Wei wasn't worried that Chu Fei would run, this kid's style was still reliable. At this time, in the northern part of Daxia, in the living room of the Han family. Elder Fong, haven't seen you for years, you still look the same. When Han Wanlin saw Fong Yamonian, he smiled and poured a cup of tea for the other party. Fong Yamo let out a young laugh. Isn't it the same for the Han family master? After many years of not seeing each other, I didn't expect that the Han family master had stepped into the mortal peak. I hope that the Han family master won't be blamed if I didn't send a congratulatory gift. Han Wanlin laughed. What did Fong Lao say? Congratulatory gifts and whatnot are just floating clouds. At an age like yours and mine, this is not what we're after. Upon hearing this, Fong Yamonian smiled without saying anything, just picking up the tea and quietly savoring it. Seeing that he didn't speak, Han Wanlin didn't say anything either. And so, the two drank glass after glass. After a few minutes, Han Wanlin couldn't hold it in a bit. Elder Fong, this time I invited you over, it's also for the matter of my family's grand elder. I still ask Elder Fong to give me an answer, how about it? When Fong Yamonyan heard this, he put down his teacup. Smiling, he looked at Han Wanlin, family master Han, do you really want to know the answer? Hearing this, Han Wanlin's brows furrowed slightly. What does Elder Fong mean by this? Don't I, too, deserve to know? When he came back, Han Yiguang had talked to him about the conversation he had with Fong Moyin on the airplane. However, Fong Yamonyan didn't tell Han Yiguang directly. This matter had nothing to do with the other party, but the people involved, Han Yiguang wasn't qualified enough to know. No. Clan Master Han has misunderstood. I mean, the answer I gave you shouldn't be what you want, Master Han. So, I'd like to ask Master Han, do you really want to know? Fong Yamonyan shook his head and laughed, explaining. Han Wanlin's frown deepened. What's that supposed to mean? Could it be that the other party was in existence that his family couldn't afford to mess with? There's no need for Elder Fong to beat around the bush with me, please still speak straight. Seeing him like this, Fong Yamonyan slightly shook his head. 4 words were then whispered. The Chu family. Half fairy. Chapter 182, so what? When Han Wanlin heard this name, he subconsciously raised his eyebrows. Chu's half immortal? What's that supposed to mean? If anything, taken apart, he could understand it. The Chu family was the family created by the current foreign Chu Tianzhang. And half a fairy. It was that one terrifying being from decades ago. That was an existence that all of their mortal-ranked powerhouses feared. It was called a half-immortal because the other party was somewhere between an immortal and immortal. Even if one was a strong person at the mortal class level, in front of the other party, one was just immortal. Obviously, the kind of existence that is completely in the realm of myth. In their perception, it would not be possible to appear before the world. Elder Fong, there's still something I don't quite understand. What does that mean? Han Wanlin was torn for a long time, but he still couldn't understand Fong Moyuan's meaning. The two, in any case, he would not associate together. And Fong Yamonyan just shook his head. Master Han. There are some things that I just don't want to make clear. Since you don't understand, I can't say anything more. After all, there are some things I can't very well talk about. This time, Fong Yamonyan didn't choose Han Wanlin to explain. As for what the other side thinks, that's unknown. Anyway, it didn't matter what Han Wanlin thought. Since it's fine, then I'll go back first. It's been years since I've been out, and it's still a better world out there. Fong Yamonyan got up and laughed, making a gesture to leave. But Han Wanlin got up and called him back. Elder Fong, wait. This outside scenery is still the same, so Elder Fong might as well stay in the humble abode for a few more days? It's just as well to instruct these unproductive juniors of my family? Hearing this, Fong Yamonyan's face instantly turned cold. Staring back at Han Wanlin, his eyes filled with indifference. Master Han. Is this an attempt to force me to stay? This time, Han Wanlin smiled and shook his head. No. I just want to let Elder Fong stay a few more days. By the way, meet the little kid named Chuffy. Unsurprisingly, early tomorrow morning, Elder Fong will be able to see it. And when Fong Yamonyan heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then he let out a loud laugh. Ha ha. Clan Master Han, I would like to ask, this brat Chu Fei, is he alive or dead? As the words fell, a cold smile had hung on his face. If Chu Fei was dead, then the Han family, in less than 3 days, would disappear from this world. If Chu Fei was alive, then the Han family could still live. Isn't his life and death in my hands? Now, naturally, it's alive. Tomorrow, not so much. Han Wanlin's face also went cold. Well, at least he was a mortal top. Being mocked by a great master 3 times, no one else would be able to endure it. This was true even if behind the other party, there were countless forces backing them up. I'll see what happens then. Fong Yamonyan whisked his sleeves away, but instead of leaving the Han family, he went to the separate compound that Han Wanlin had prepared for him. Seeing the other party leave, Han Wanlin snorted coldly. Scare me? Do you really think that I'm scared? Even if that kid is a once-in-a-century genius, without growing up, he's still a dead man. Gangnam Airport. You call on manhwa tomorrow and you guys go to the capital first. I'll meet up with you guys as soon as I'm done with everything on my end, okay? Inside the waiting room, Chu Fei made a call to Suli. He knew very well that if Han Wei and the others wanted to kill, they wouldn't have to bring themselves back to the Han family. Since they don't kill themselves, what they do has nothing to do with them. What about you? When will you be back? Suli's tone was filled with thick worry. She was afraid that once Chu Fei went, he would never come back. But, also considering, should we talk to Chu Fei's father about this matter? Having said that, then Chuffy would surely be safe and sound. Don't worry. If they were going to do it, they would have done it a long time ago and wouldn't have waited until this time. Just go ahead and wait for me in the capital. Hearing Chu Fei's reply, Suli had no choice but to agree. I know. You must come back safely or I will. Anyway, I don't care, you have to come back, you hear me? Chuffy smiled, got it. Then he hung up. Han Wei just watched from the sidelines and didn't stop. After all, the family head had only said that he would bring Chu Fei back to the family, and had not said that he would stop him from doing anything. Actually, Mr. Chu, I'm curious. Is that drug you and your wife worked out really that amazing? Han Wei also knew of the existence of that thing, only that the authenticity of that drug had been in a state of half-belief. Now, it just so happens that the protagonist is right in front of him, so naturally, he wants to ask about it. Do you want to try? Chu Fei suddenly turned his head to look at him, an unfathomable smile on his face. Han Wei subconsciously shook his head. I want to try, but a small life is important. The appearance of such a thing would have been a terrible thing. To have other problems because of use, then. Hearing those words, Chu Fei also smiled without saying anything. They could guess all they wanted, this kind of thing, he would never supply it to any clan that had a grudge against him. But half an hour. Okay. Mr. Chu, let's go. I think that my old ancestor has been waiting for a long time. Han Wei said smilingly to Chu Fei. Chu Fei didn't refuse, but only looked at him with slight curiosity. I'm wondering what your old man wants to see me for. Or, want me to go to your family and use my head to lay the spirits of those of your great elders? Hearing this, Han Wei's face changed slightly. There was a hint of skepticism in the gaze that looked at Chu Fei. Are you not joking, Mr. Chu? The great elder and the others are really dead? In his opinion, Chu Fei's appearance did not seem like a joke. However, he was even more convinced that Chu Fei did not have the strength to deal with the grand elder. Hearing this explanation, Chu Fei looked even more puzzled. Not allowed in modern society? What kind of sense is that? There can't be someone more powerful banning these so-called ancient martial arts families from the world, can there? Seeing the doubt on Chu Fei's face, Han Wei then laughed. Strange? In fact, I might as well tell you that most of those so-called high-ranking figures in society are just some families coming out. Even. Han Wei was just about to say out the next sentence, but suddenly shut up. There were some things he couldn't tell this kid. After all, this kid had another identity, the leader of the dragon team. If he had been made aware of it, no one was sure what would have happened afterward. However, Chu Fei had already had his curiosity piqued by him. Even what? It wasn't hard to hear that Han Wei had just hidden a great message in his words. Only, as if it involved something, he immediately shut up. What it is, I wouldn't know. Mr. Chu, you'd better worry about yourself. It's almost time to reach my Han family, aren't you worried about your safety at all? Han Wei was also wondering. From the time this kid came back with them until now, he hadn't shown any fear. Instead, a bemused face. It was like coming over for a visit and pressing on. Why don't we make a bet? Just bet on whether your old man will kill me. And, I'll tell him that all those men, your grand elders, are dead. Well. Hearing this, Han Wei's face instantly darkened. He truly didn't know where this kid got his confidence from. Are you so sure that the old man won't kill him? Or is it? What other cards does this kid have? What's the bet? Han Wei also had some fire in his heart. A 90% chance of winning yourself on this kind of bet. If I'm not dead, you'll tell me what you just left out. How about if I die and nothing happens? Chu Fei looked at him with a smile on his face. Yes. I'll bet you. Just as the two of them were talking, the car had stopped in front of a mansion. This is not a villa, but an old-fashioned mansion. There are also stone lions at the entrance, just like the quadrangle of Grandpa's house. A plaque hangs on the gatehouse, the Han Mansion. Mr. Chu, please. Han Wei walked to the door and stopped, smiling as he invited Chu Fei to enter. Chu Fei looked at the mouth full of decorations, and while his heart was a bit surprised, he was also sighing that the Han family was indeed different from the unusual families. Just this pattern as well as the architectural style, it was clear that the other party's heritage was extraordinary. When Chu Fei walked into the courtyard, Han Wei had already sent someone to inform Han Wanlin to go. And at that moment, Han Wanlin was chatting with Fang Yamonian in the other courtyard. A butler walked into the courtyard and arched his hand at the two men at the table. Old ancestor, Elder Fang. Chu Fei has been brought in. Hearing this, Han Wanlin had a small smile on his face. Elder Fang, why don't you meet with me, how about it? Fang Yamonian's face was clearly not looking too good. He had spoken to Sun Yenying before, asking him to tell the brat Chu Fei to be safe. I didn't realize that the kid was really captured. Exactly. Fang Yamonian shrugged it off. Han Wanlin didn't get angry and just quietly followed him. In the living room, Chu Fei stood right at the doorway, waiting for the appearance of Han Wanlin, the old ancestor of the Han family. Chu boy. Only, before Han Wanlin could show himself, Chu Fei heard a familiar voice. Subconsciously looking back, he spotted Fang Yamonian. Elder Fang. Why are you here? He was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Elder Fang was actually brought by the Han family as well. It seems that the other side has made all the preparations. Fang Yamonian walked to Chu Fei's side, his face a little cold. Didn't I tell your master to tell you to be careful? How can the other side still be found? Fang Yamonian was a bit angry. Elder Fang is not to be blamed. I came here voluntarily. Chu Fei explained with some embarrassment. In fact, he had many chances to run away along the way. The reason why he didn't leave was that he wanted to see what kind of person this Han clan ancestor was. Volunteer to come over? What do you want? Just as Fang Yamonian finished his words, Han Wanlin spoke up behind him. It's been a long time coming. At such a young age, you're already a zongsher, it's really rare to see. Chu Fei, Mr. Chu. Deafening sounds echoed in Chu Fei's ears. It was only at this time that Chu Fei saw the old man following Elder Fang. With a cane in his hand and a head full of white hair, a faint smile hung on his majestic face. I presume your excellency is the old ancestor of the Han family, Elder Han? Looks like it's no different. Also a man, I thought I had attained immortality. Chu Fei wouldn't be polite with the other party. This old man, he gave him a hard time right off the bat. If he hadn't already broken through to a zongsher, that sound just now would have been completely enough to shatter his eardrums. What an arrogant little child. Didn't your elders teach you manners? Han Wanlin's face sank and he snorted coldly. In an instant, a powerful aura instantly rushed towards Chu Fei. In the next second, Chu Fei felt a terrifying pressure coming on. It was like carrying a 10,000-pound boulder that was weighing him down. Both knees were slowly bending and all the bones in his body were creaking. In just a few seconds, though, a layer of beads of sweat had spread across his forehead. The legs, too, had been bent into an arc. Master Han. It's a bit ridiculous to deal with a junior like this, isn't it? Fang Yamonian was a bit unable to watch and spoke out to stop it. It was at this time that Han Wanlin put away the aura on his body. Humph. Elder Fang, I'll give you face. Boy, remember that. This is not your territory, don't mouth off here, or no one will protect you. It was at this time that Chu Fei slowly got up. Reaching out to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, he raised his head and looked fearlessly at Han Wanlin. The corners of his mouth arched. Yes? I would love to see how good you are, old ancestor Han. Chapter 184, 6 months, I'll level the Han family. Accompanied by Chu Fei's words, the entire room fell silent. Han Wei and the others were even looking at him with shocked faces. This kid, does he want to die so badly? It's not even enough that you mouthed off in front of the old ancestor, but now you want to see what the old ancestor can do? Isn't that provocative? Fang Yamonian was all shocked by Chu Fei's words. You kids don't want to live? Fang Yamonian whispered an angry sentence in his ear. Well well well. How many years has it been since anyone dared to provoke old man like this? You're kind of the first. Since you want to see what I can do so badly, I'll show you. As he spoke, Han Wanlin took a step forward with a face full of anger. And the pressure on Chu Fei's body steeply multiplied after Fang Emonian stepped aside. Bang! The floor he was standing on cracked in an instant. And when Han Wanlin heard Fang Emonian say this, the anger in his heart burned even more. Destroy the Han family in 3 days? Looking at the entire Grand Xia, how many families could have such a skill? Then I'd like to see whose family it is that has such skills. Kid, remember in your next life to keep a low profile. As soon as the words fell, Han Wanlin had already appeared in front of Chu Fei. In the next second, the broad palm slapped towards Chu Fei's head. However, just as his palm was about to land on Chu Fei's head, Fang Emonian spoke once again. He's the heavy grandson of a half-immortal. You can move and try. What? Han Wanlin jerked his hand back. Instantly appearing at Fang Moyuan's side, a pair of eyes filled with shock stared at Fang Moyuan. What you just said, is it true? And Fang Emonian did not pay any attention to him, instead, he looked at Chu Fei. You boy. Not dead? Shuffy pulled his leg out of the ground, his face a little pale. Still, there was a hint of a smile. Can't die. Hearing this, Fang Emonian breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he walked forward and grabbed Chu Fei. Go. This is not the place for you. After saying that, he brought Chu Fei with him and was about to leave. And when Han Wei's few people saw this, they made a move to stop it. But Han Wanlin said with a cold face, let them go. However, Fang Emonian and Chu Fei had just walked to the door when Chu Fei suddenly stopped. Turning back to Han Wei, he shouted, Elder Han, you lost our bet. Isn't it, time to tell me the rest of that? When Fang Emonian heard this, he almost didn't get angry. This kid, he's betting his life against someone else? Simply a madman. If he hadn't said that last sentence just now, this kid would be dead. Even Han Wanlin had no way to save him himself if he really wanted to kill him painfully. Han Wei's face was filled with stiffness, and his gaze toward Chu Fei was filled with dismay. Doesn't this kid realize what's going on? Before he could speak, Han Wanlin's gaze, which was enough to eat a man, landed on Han Wei's body. Han Wei only felt a chill run through his body, then tried to calm down. I don't know anything. Hearing those words, Chu Fei knew that the other party would not say anything. Then, he raised his head and looked at Han Wanlin. Master Han, today's shame. In half a year, I will step on the Han family. As soon as those words came out, Fang Emonian grabbed Chu Fei and quickly left. Soon, they heard a deafening boom coming from within the Han clan. You ah. Do you really think that no one would dare to kill you if you have this identity of the Chu family? On the way to the small town, Fang Emonian hated to give this kid a big mouth. Let me tell you, if Han Wanlin really killed you just now, I would have nothing to say. By the time your great-grandpa gets here, you'll probably stink, do you know that? He still didn't feel relieved, and he kicked at Chu Fei in the ass. Chu Fei stumbled when he was kicked, but he didn't retort. After all, he did just almost meet Hades himself. After a kick, Fang Emonian was able to dissipate his anger. But you boys have a lot of guts. 6 months and you're going to come to his door to trouble him, do you have what it takes? If Chu Fei could reach the mortal peak realm within half a year, it would definitely be the first in hundreds of years. One must know that back then, Chu Tai Xian was also in his 30s before he reached the mortal peak realm. At that time, he was far too wild compared to the current Chu Fei. Because, he has hubris. The current Chu Fei was still too tender. Try it. If you can't reach it in 6 months, then it's 1 year, and 1 year doesn't work for 2 years. We can't grow others' ambition and destroy our own, can we? Chuffy hemmed and hawed. The words are a bit arrogant, but that doesn't mean there's no hope. All right. Go. But watch yourself these days. You are now completely at odds with them, and while it's not enough to kill you, it's still possible to use means in secret. Since Chu Fei's identity had been exposed to the Han family. The Han family's people definitely wouldn't move Chu Fei, but that didn't mean they wouldn't trip him up in the dark. As long as it didn't involve Chu Fei's safety, the Chu family wouldn't care. At this point, in the hall of the Han family, Han Wanlin's face was full of gloom. He was never expecting that Chu Fei was actually the heavy grandson of the legendary one. Moreover, from Fang Emonian's tone, those people of the Grand Elder were probably beheaded by that person. What's more, one doesn't dare to retaliate. If they dared to retaliate, as Fang Emonian said, within 3 days, the Han family would disappear from this world. Han Wei. The people from the side department earlier said that it was that boy Chu Fei's wife who researched that miraculous drug, right? Hearing this, Han Wei nodded his head in a hurry. Yes. The boy made sure of that with us when we came back, too. When Han Wanlin heard this, he was filled with a cold smile. Since that's the case, then spread this news to me, so that all of the ancient martial arts clans in Grand Xia know that they have drugs in their hands that are comparable to the rumored elixir-like medicines. I'd like to see how he can hold back so many clans. Chapter 185 Final Decision. Approaching 5 p.m. Chu Fei returned to the capital by airplane. As for Fong Lao, he took another flight back to Jiangnan. Just after getting off the plane, he made a call to Suri. A few seconds later, Su Li's voice came from the other end of the phone. Dash? Are you okay? Back? Hearing this worried tone, Chu Fei smiled. It's okay, I'm at the capital airport now. Where are you? I came over to find you. At those words, Su Li let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that you're okay. I'm currently eating out with Sister Shiyu and Sister Yulan. Let me ask Sister Yulan where this is. Then, Chu Fei heard Yin Yulan's voice. This is the capital hotel. You tell him to hurry up and get over here. Then, only then did Su Li take over the cell phone to respond to Chu Fei. We're at the capital hotel, come on over. Just in time to talk about the company. Chu Fei smiled and answered, then hung up the phone. Then he picked up his cell phone again and called Li Yu. Uncle Li, I'm in the capital. Are you free now? Just drive down to the airport and pick me up. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei waited at the airport for a small half hour before Li Yu arrived. In the car, Li Yu looked at him with some surprise. Young master. What brings you to the capital? Is something wrong? Li Yui didn't know about the institute being blown up yet. Therefore, it was strange what Chu Fei was doing in the capital. There's something going on in Gangnam. Unsurprisingly, it's possible that I'll be in the capital from now on. Hearing this, Li Yu was obviously a bit surprised. However, there were no more questions. By the way, Uncle Li, when you go back, have the nanny clean the villa. For the last little while, Li and I have been staying over here. Chu Fei commanded again. Okay. Chuffy leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath. It's much more familiar in the capital than in Jiangnan. At least, there are more acquaintances here. If anything happens, you'll be able to get someone to take care of it. It took more than 40 minutes to get to the capital hotel. This restaurant can be said to be the most famous restaurant in the capital. Countless dignitaries or rich entrepreneurs all like to eat here. Not just because of the flavor, but also because of the sign. This restaurant, which has been in the capital for over 100 years. Counting, the age was almost the same as Chu Tai Xian. When they came to the private room where Yun Yulan and the others were, there were only the three of them girls in the room. You're finally here. Hungry and deflated waiting for you. Yun Yulan gave Chu Fei a rather dissatisfied look. It's been close to 2 hours, from 5 past, until almost 7 now. Look, with a body like yours, you can't get fat anyway. It doesn't do any good to eat less and more. Besides, the meat that grows is not in the right place, so what's the point of eating it? Chu Fei sat down in his seat with a big grin. Yen Yulan's pair of eyes stared at Chu Fei in death, itching to strangle this guy who couldn't speak. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Her silver teeth clenched. Let's eat. It just so happens that I'm a little hungry too. Chu Fei was not polite, picking up his chopsticks and picking up a piece of lion's head and stuffing it into his mouth. After eating for a while, Yun Yulan put down her chopsticks. Picking up a tissue and wiping his mouth, he looked at Chu Fei. By the way, why don't you come up with Shaoli and Shiyu? What did you do? Speaking of which, Wang Xie was also a bit strange. Normally, Chu Fei and Su Li were inseparable. Since he was coming to the capital to discuss about the institute, Chu Fei, as the major shareholder, might have to be present. But, strangely enough, the fellow did not come up with them. She had also asked Shaoli, but Shaoli had covered up and was unwilling to speak. Asking this question, Chu Fei also put down his chopsticks. After grabbing a paper towel and wiping his mouth, he burped. Would you believe me if I said I went to the Han clan and met the Han clan's oldest ancestor? When Wang Shiyu and Yun Yulan heard this, they were a bit surprised. Ancestor Han? The old Han family? You're wrong, aren't you? It's the head of the Han family, Han Tianchen? Yin Yulan thought that Chu Fei had gone to the Han family in the capital to find them in trouble. After all, the Han family was still around now, and Han Tianchen was still alive. However, Chu Fei shook his head. It's the real one, the Han family. Not this Han family in the capital. The real one, the Han family? When Yin Yulan heard this, her beautiful eyes looked at him incredulously. Aren't those people who came to Chu Fei's wedding to cause trouble the real Han family? He didn't travel thousands of miles just to get Chu Fei killed. But the day this kid disappeared to the real Han family? Wang Xie was also a bit disbelieving. After all, so many people from the Han family were buried on the Chu family's island. If Chu Fei went to the real Han clan, would he be able to come back alive? You're not kidding, are you? They'll let you come back? I'll eat you alive. Chu Fei glanced at her lightly. What? Do you want them to get me killed so badly? Yin Yulan waved her hand. No, I mean, how could they let you go? Guess. Chu Fei heatedly smiled and picked up his chopsticks to stuff another bite of food into his mouth. If I could have guessed it, why would I need you to tell me? Yin Yulan was furious. This kid was clearly deliberately appetizing. And yeah, you wouldn't be able to guess with your small breasts. It was Elder Fong who brought me out. Elder Fong was also invited over by them. Hearing the previous sentence, Yin Yulan almost didn't jump up to give him a big mouth. But after hearing the latter, the thought was dispelled. Well. Dinner's done, let's talk about what's next. Wang Xiyu interrupted the two about to argue. Chuffy, you go first. Wang Xie placed her gaze on Chu Fei. Chu Fei thought about it. It's very simple. Didn't Yulan say that we can transfer the company over here, and since this is the capital city, with the Yin family as a backer, the ordinary families wouldn't dare to make a move. The institute's equipment was purchased directly in bulk, and as for the talent, it would depend on how things went on my great-uncle's side. And, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. At the end of his words, Chu Fei stopped and placed his gaze on the three people. All three were a little surprised. Just say it. There are no outsiders here. Seeing this, Suli softly said. Chu Fei nodded, then said aloud, I intend to release the eternal life water. Chapter 186. What? For a moment, all three women froze. Looking at Chu Fei with incredulous faces, they seemed to still be a bit unable to believe what they had just heard. Fei, did you say it wrong? Putting out the everlasting water? Didn't you keep this off the market before? Now, how would? Suli looked at him with a face full of confusion. He's the one who said he wouldn't let it into the market, and he's the one who's planning to put it out now. The sudden change caught them all a little off guard. No. I disagree. This time, Yin Yulan spoke with a face full of seriousness. It then proceeded to explain why. For one thing, once the eternal life water flows into the market, the impact it will bring will be absolutely huge, and people from other countries will definitely be eyeing it, which is not desirable either for the big families or for the development of our company. Secondly, the eternal life water is still in a state of pending, although the effects are all there, but there are no side effects, or whether it can be taken at the same time with other medicines, this is still a question. When these two reasons were said, Wang Xiyu also nodded. I agree with Yulan as well. Even if we were to put it out, we'd have to find the right time, and not right now. Suli didn't say anything, but that's what she thought in her heart. Ever since she created the eternal life water, she has been thinking about more than just the interests of her own company. The negative effects of such things are also taken into account. In other words, once put into the market, the price of more than $80 million for a single unit alone discouraged countless people. It may not matter to the rich, but ordinary people, in their whole life, cannot earn so much money, and even some middle-class people, who have dumped all their money, cannot afford to buy it. Once you cause massive popular outrage, the consequences can be far too severe. Chu Fei was a bit surprised by the reaction of the three people, who he had thought might agree. But I didn't expect the opinions of the three to be, unexpectedly, the same. In fact, what I said about putting it within the market is just for some families. Not that it's completely open to the world. Hearing this, the three of them were a bit surprised. Against certain families? What's that supposed to mean? Seeing that the three of them were a bit confused, Chu Fei once again explained, as you are all well aware, this thing called eternal life water is known to the Han family and the Wind family, including my Chu family, Yulan, and Chiyu's your family. Right, but I want a limited amount. Each family, every year, can only get 10 or 20, absolutely impossible to supply unlimited, you understand what I mean? Hearing this, Wang Shiyu and Yun Yulan reacted. It turned out that Chuffy's meaning was here. If that's the case, then it's indeed possible. You'll still be able to have a large income without offending the other side. Not only does it guarantee benefits, but it also earns the favor of other families. But I have an idea. Wang Shiyu suddenly said this. At once, several people's eyes fell on her. You say. Chuffy was also a little curious about what she was going to say. Those families, they're not vegetarians. Can 10 or 20 really satisfy their appetites? After a taste, I don't think they'll be satisfied with that amount. Once these words came out, it was Chu Fei's turn to be in trouble. Indeed, it is true that the major clans will definitely not be satisfied with this appetite. However, it is impossible to give them a continuous supply yourself. It is indeed possible, and highly probable. I'll think about it. Chu Fei's brows furrowed slightly. This was a big problem. Rejecting those people will only lead to trouble for themselves. But promise that the trouble will only get worse. Su Li hesitated for a few seconds before speaking softly. Actually, we don't have to rush now. Something happened to the institute and all the inventory is gone. We also don't have the inventory on hand right now, and with the construction of the institute and the hiring of personnel, we won't be back in business until at least a year ago. They don't know when we're going to start, just drag it out. As soon as Chu Fei heard that, his eyes lit up. Yeah. Turning on his side, he cupped her small face in his hands and kissed her deeply. You're so smart. Yun Yulan pretended to be a bit angry and said angrily. Not convinced, get one if you can. Let's see if we can find it with just the weight of your pair, huh? In the meantime. In the capital, in a luxurious courtyard. Outside the door, 2 gun-toting guards were standing guard with serious faces. And this is the residence of the highest one in Daxia. Jiang Ping held the phone with a serious face, listening to what the person on the other end of the phone was saying. After 2 minutes, his face gradually changed to shock. Is this true, what you say? He was in a bit of disbelief at what he was hearing. It is capable of increasing human strength by 3 to 5 times, as well as prolonging life and immunizing against common injuries and illnesses. This kind of stuff, can it really be researched? After receiving an affirmative reply from there, Jiang Ping took a deep breath. Okay, I get it. I'll talk to him myself tomorrow. I don't know how much quantity you need, on your side. A cold, low man's voice came from the other end of the phone. The more the merrier, as soon as possible. Understand? Hearing this voice, Jiang Ping answered and hung up the phone. At this point, he couldn't calm down for a long time. The appearance of such things can definitely change the current landscape. His eyes narrowed slightly and he muttered under his breath. Chu Fei, I hope you won't refuse my request only. Chapter 187 Threat from Jiang Ping. Early in the morning, Chu Fei had just finished his morning exercise when he received a call from Liang Quan. Commander-in-Chief, what do you want? He was a bit strange. Why would Mr. Liang call himself at this time of the day? He had only just returned to the capital for just a day, and Blackie and the others probably didn't even know that he had returned. Do you have time now? Looking for you to discuss something, you come over here to headquarters now. From Liang Quan's tone, Chu Fei sensed an unusual aura. It seemed that the one looking for himself was not him, but someone else. However, since the other party was able to find Commander-in-Chief Liang, their status was obviously not low. Good. I'm coming over now. After saying that, Chu Fei simply took a shower and changed into a set of clothes. After explaining a few words to Liu, he went out. It took close to 40 minutes of driving to get to the war zone headquarters. Before he even entered the office, he heard a familiar voice coming from inside. Mr. Jiang, we really don't know much about this matter. Otherwise, when Chu Fei comes, you can discuss it with him? Liang Quan's face was obviously a bit ugly. Just early this morning, Jiang Ping came. And it came straight to him, laying out its intentions. Even that thing that Chu Fei had researched, he already knew about it. He couldn't understand how this news had fallen on Jiang Ping's ears. Now that the other party wanted to see Chu Fei, it looked like they were planning to do a big business with Chu Fei. Just as Jiang Ping was about to say something, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Liang Quan knew in his heart that it must be Chu Fei who had come. Sure enough, when the door to the office opened, he saw Chu Fei standing in the doorway. Chief Commander Liang, you're looking for me? Mr. Jiang, why are you here too? The conversation between the two just now was heard by Chu Fei. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. However, he was a bit curious as to what exactly the two were discussing just now. The smell of gunpowder was quite strong. There you are, sit. When Jiang Ping saw Chu Fei, he had a smile on his face and invited him to sit down. Chu Fei was puzzled, but he still sat on a stool to the side. Team Leader Chu, I'm actually the one who wants to find you this time. I have something I'd like to discuss with you, I wonder if I may. Jiang Ping looked at Chu Fei with a smile on his face. That smile made Chu Fei feel a slight sense of revulsion. Just after the last time the other party didn't allow him to use his connections with the Dragon Team and any of the people in the war zone, he didn't have much goodwill towards Jiang Ping. Now, the other party had something to ask for, and Chu Fei was not too eager to agree. But the other party's status was there, so he couldn't refuse. Mr. Jiang, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. It's a bit polite to discuss or not. Chu Fei smiled back. At those words, Jiang Ping looked up at Liang Quan. Without a word, the latter turned and left the office, closing the door behind him in the process. In this matter, although he was informed, since Jiang Ping wanted to intervene, there was nothing he could do. Seeing Liang Quan go out, Chu Fei's face became a little low, his brows slightly furrowed. Is Liang Fun not even qualified to listen? What's so important anyway? After Liang Quan went out, Jiang Ping took out a pack of top-quality cigarettes from his pocket and took out two and handed one to Chu Fei. Chuffy didn't refuse, and clicked on it to take a deep breath. Mr. Jiang, if you have something to say, just say it. Lately, I've had a few other things I need to work on, so I can't stay here too long. It was then that Jiang Ping smiled. It seems that Team Leader Chu has been quite busy lately. In that case, I'll keep it short. I've heard that Team Leader Chu's wife has researched a new drug that has great benefits for the human body. This thing, it's true, isn't it? When he heard those words, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Ping knew about this, which surprised him a bit. After all, those are the only ones who know now. And it will definitely not be revealed easily. Now that Jiang Ping knew, then someone must have revealed it. As for who it was, Chu Fei already had a guess in his heart. Though I don't know where Mr. Jiang heard the news. But the thing is really true. But the drug is still in development, so is not yet available to the public. Mr. Jiang is interested in this? Chu Fei picked up his cigarette and took a drag, slowly looking up at Jiang Ping. To him, Jiang Ping's meaning was already obvious. That's wanting a piece of the pie. But is possible? But I've heard people say you've already researched it and sold it. Jiang Ping's face was calm, smilingly looking at Chu Fei. He already knew the cause and effect of this incident. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sought out Chu Fei. Team Leader Chu, is it that you are not willing to cooperate with me? Or is there some other concern? If so, talk to me, maybe I'll have something. Hearing those words, Chu Fei knew that the other party had already shown their cards. It was clear that he already knew he had the goods in his hands. If not, such an offer would not have been made. Chuffy put out his cigarette and stood up. Since Mr. Jiang has opened his mouth, then he must already know the ins and outs of this matter. Then I won't beat around the bush. If Mr. Jiang is willing, I would like to use my identity to have the Han family completely wiped out of this world. If Mr. Jiang is willing to agree to this condition of mine, cooperation and anything else can be discussed. Accompanied by the moment Chu Fei's words left his mouth, Jiang Ping's face instantly became gloomy. Destroy the Han family? Is that possible? If we really let Chu Fei use his identity to exterminate the Han family and use those large weapons, he will not have to continue to sit in this position. Then it seems that Team Leader Chu is planning to refuse? Jiang Ping's threatening tone made Chu Fei's heart even more disgusted. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang. I've just made my words clear. Destroy the Han family and cooperate. Nothing beyond that is possible. If Mr. Jiang doesn't have anything else, I'll leave first. After saying that, Chu Fei turned around and was about to leave. Here, it was no longer fit for him to continue. Just as he reached the door, Jiang Ping's voice came again. Chuffy. Think about it. Rejecting me won't do you any good, instead it will bring you a lot of trouble. You won't be able to sit in this position as the leader of the Dragon Team. When Chu Fei heard that, a cold smile appeared on his face. Turning back, he looked at Jiang Ping. Yes. It's not just you, it's everyone you've spoken to about this, and I'm not going to cooperate. As for the position of Dragon Team leader, whoever likes to sit there can do so. I'll discuss the matter of retirement with General Commander Liang later, so I won't need Mr. Zhang's help. Chapter 188 Status of the Branch. Leaving the office, he happened to see Liang Quan, who was smoking at the window of the corridor. The other man was frowning with a grimace. When he saw Chu Fei come out, he was about to go up and ask what had happened, but after seeing Jiang Ping walk out of the office with a face full of anger, he closed his mouth again. As he passed by the two, Jiang Ping looked at Chu Fei with a shadowy look in his eyes. It was only until Jiang Ping left that Liang Quan looked at Chu Fei with some confusion and took out cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to him. What's going on? By the looks of it, Jiang Ping and you had a falling out? Chu Fei shook his head and smiled coldly, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. Phew! With a thick exhale of smoke, he then spoke. Jiang Ping knows about the eternal life water and wants to work with me. As you know, I'm not going to release this for a while. Although I don't know where he got the information from, the probability is that it was given by the Han family. I won't lie, I've already made a trip to the Han family headquarters. Hearing this last sentence, Liang Quan's hand shook and his cigarette almost fell to the ground. A pair of eyes looked at Chu Fei incredulously, completely unable to believe that this brat had already been to the Han family. Are you serious? Chu Fei let out a bitter laugh, or else? Liang Quan gave him a look filled with weirdness. It's a miracle that the Han family didn't get you killed. It's probably because they don't dare to move you after knowing where you come from. It's just that they might not hold back in other areas. At least, it won't give you a chance to grow up. Liang Quan thought it through. The reason the Han family didn't dare to kill Chu Fei was because behind Chu Fei stood the entire Chu family. With the Han family, the other party would not dare to go against the Chu family. But as long as they didn't threaten Chu Fei's safety, the Chu family wouldn't do anything to the Han family. After all, every family disciple need to go out to practice. As long as they do not die, the family will not care. I know. This time, Jiang Ping knows about this news, and in all probability, it was released by the Han family. So I have no intention of working with him. Chu Fei took a deep breath and slowly spoke. The eyes looked out the window to the sky, and there was a complexity in his eyes. And what do you think he would use to curb the emergence of something like you? Or, alternatively, how is it aimed at you? Liang Quan knew in his heart that Jiang Ping appeared to be a righteous man on the surface, with a look of I am for the world. In fact, total villain. What you can't have, you destroy. I don't know how many people were secretly taken out for this position in the first place. With that alone, he concluded that this man was no good. Then I don't know. Soldiers will come, water will come. By the way, Commander-in-Chief, this position of mine as the leader of the Dragon Team, I plan to give it to Blackie. What do you think? What? Liang Quan thought he had heard wrongly and looked at him with a stunned expression. What do you mean by that? Chuffy smiled. What else is the point? I'm in a position where someone doesn't want me to keep sitting down. Liang Quan immediately understood, and a few more points of anger appeared on his face. It's not a matter of saying no. There are some things that are not up to him alone. Without my approval, including that of the other top brass at headquarters, you're in a position that won't be moved easily. If I can't, I'll get my brother to step in. Liang Quan was furious. The position of Dragon Team leader is very special. Not just anyone can sit on it. Moreover, just as if it was the bottom card of Daxia, it would not be easily utilized until the critical time. Commander-in-Chief, you don't have to persuade me on this matter. My place, give it to Blackie first. I'll be back if I have to. Chu Fei had already decided that it would be better to just leave rather than being held back here. If Daxia was really in any danger, he definitely wouldn't stay out of it. Even if his head is gone, he'll be back. You. Liang Quan didn't know what to say. Finally patted Chu Fei's shoulder. I know, when it's time to break up, it's good to quit. 2 more years, I'll ing quit too. Chu Fei smiled and left the headquarters after a brief chat. As for the Dragon Group side, he wouldn't go back. He was afraid that Blackie and the others would be intent on following him out. Back at the villa, Suli was still waiting in the living room. You're back. Have you eaten yet? Why don't you eat something first? Suli also knew from Li Yu's mouth that Chu Fei had gone out early in the morning. It's almost 12 noon, so it must not be time for lunch yet. Good, just in time to get hungry and eat something to fill my stomach before I do. Chuffy smiled back and went to the dining room for lunch. It was only after lunch that Chu Fei and Su Li both drove out. Calling up Wang Xie, he planned to go and take a look at the branch they had opened in the capital. After all, it was also Su Li's name that hung in the branch. As for Yulan, it was only a partial share. When the group arrived at the downstairs of the branch of Kuyao Company, the security guard at the entrance was sitting breathlessly in the security booth smoking a cigarette. Seeing Chu Fei and the others drive over, they didn't pay any attention. Chu Fei frowned slightly and pressed the horn. However, the other party continued to ignore it, as if they were deaf. What's wrong with this guy? Won't open the door? Su Li was slightly dissatisfied. This is your own company anyhow. The security guard actually didn't open the door for her as the boss, a bit much, isn't it? Chu Fei once again pressed the horn a few times before the security guard came out of the security booth. Holding a stick in his hand, he pointed at Chu Fei, who was sitting in the driver's seat, and chided. What for what? Don't you know that no one is allowed in? Get the hell out of here. No one is allowed in? Chu Fei's face was a bit gloomy. Opening the door and getting out of the car, he looked at the security guard in front of him. Give you a chance to apologize. I'm past it. The guard laughed at that. Waving the stick in his hand, he sized up Chu Fei, a young kid. What? What about pretending to be a big head? Who do you think you are? Get lost or I'll give you a taste of my stick. When he finished, he picked up the whistle hanging on his chest and blew hard. However, in just 10 seconds or so, 4 or 5 security guards with sticks rushed out from the security room not far away. Captain, what's wrong? A young security guard spoke up and asked. And the security guard who blew the whistle picked up the stick in his hand and pointed it at Chuffy. This kid, he wants to come to our company and make trouble. What should we do, you guys? As soon as the words fell, several people immediately walked up and surrounded Chu Fei in the center. As for Chu Fei, he just quietly looked at the few security guards in front of him. Are you guys sure you want to do this? Not to mention a beating, maybe even expulsion. Chapter 189. Please come with us. Fire me? Ha ha ha. Brothers, tell this boy who my brother-in-law is. The head security chief laughed out loud, not realizing the seriousness of the matter in the slightest. After all, this company has served no real purpose since it opened. The people who come to work here are just pulled over to make up the numbers and give the appearance that this company is okay. In fact, this company is easier than lying flat at home. Usually you don't have to do anything, just take care of the little things. It's still only done by people who work for the company, and as for them security guards, it's much easier. Just 2 things. Open the door, close the door. Other than that, nothing. It's Manager Li Hua. Several security guards shouted in unison. When Chu Fei heard these words, he shook his head slightly. Looks like there's a lot of nepotism in the branch. Even a security chief has a manager behind him, so it's no wonder he's so arrogant. Manager Li Hua, right? Don't worry, if you're fired, he'll be fired too. After saying that, he picked up his cell phone and was about to make a call. But the security chief laughed in exasperation when he heard him say that. Who do you think you are? Boss? Calling a bluff? Think I'm scared? As he spoke, he stepped forward and was about to slap away Chu Fei's cell phone. Chu Fei didn't want to be general with these security guards, but he didn't expect the other party to dare to make a move. Immediately, his face sank, and he raised his leg to kick the other party in the stomach. Bang! The head of security was kicked out of his way and dropped to the floor. This was still that he had only used a very light force, otherwise this kick would have been enough to kill the security chief. But with this kick, he made his opponent come more and more on fire. Hit me? Brothers, beat him up for me. I'll take the fall if anything happens. After saying that, the remaining few security guards surrounded towards Chu Fei. The stick in his hand, moreover, was directly smashed down heavily towards his head. Chu Fei put down his cell phone and snorted coldly. One by one, without delay, kicking them all away. This time, he used slightly more power. Several security guards were lying on the ground, wailing, and could not get up for a while. The security chief took one look and panicked. This kid, he's a practitioner. You wait. I'm going to call someone, don't leave if you have the balls. After that, he climbed up and was about to leave. He was no match for him, and if the kid got angry, he'd probably be able to knock him out of bed for months. Only, Xu Fei did not intend to let him go just like that. 3 steps and a clasp on his shoulder. The fingers pinched slightly harder, causing the other to grimace in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go of me. After saying that, he was about to struggle. However, Xu Fei's fingers once again exerted force. Ah! With a scream, the head of security went limp on the ground. And it was at this time that Xu Fei picked up his cell phone and made a call to Yin Yulan. I was just coming over to see how the company was doing, but I didn't expect this to happen. I don't know what kind of people this chick is looking for. Before the call could be answered, a couple of young men hooked up and walked out of the office. Manager Lee, are we still going to that place this time? I can't get enough of it. Yes, Manager Lee, the girls in that place are missed. And the young man called Manager Lee was Li Hua. There is nothing much to do in the company, call a few supervisors and tend to go out and have a good time. After all day at the office is spent dealing with the fartsy little things over there, and it's fine to deal with them tomorrow. He's done this kind of thing I don't know how many times. Manager Lee, look, isn't that your brother-in-law? He seems to have been beaten up. Suddenly, a young supervisor exclaimed, looking toward the front entrance. Immediately, the gazes of several people immediately looked over. Upon seeing the several security guards lying on the ground, his face immediately sank. Hit my brother-in-law? As he spoke, he took a few people with him and stepped forward quickly. At Xu Fei, who was talking to Yin Yulan, was a kick. Xu Fei frowned, sidestepped and dodged, and backhanded Li Hua's face with a hard slap. I'll hang up now. You get over here quick. After saying that, he then hung up the phone. It was then that he looked at the few young men in front of him. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Li Hua's eyes went round, covering the place on his face where he had been hit. Shuffy laughed, evil first? Tried to kick himself and missed, got himself backhanded and slapped. It's none of my business who you are. But then, it's work time, what are you guys going to do in groups of 3 or 5? Unauthorized absence, skipping work? When Li Hua heard Xu Fei's tone, he immediately gasped and laughed. I'm the department manager. What do you care? Who are you? And, did you beat up my brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? Hearing those 2 words, Xu Fei was a bit surprised. Sure enough, it's not a family. You're Manager Li Hua, right? Introduce yourself. My name is Xu Fei, and right now, I'm the CEO of this company. I declare all of you fired. Actually, it was fine for Chuffy to say that he was the boss. Su Li's is his own, and his own is Su Li. The two are indistinguishable. CEO? And I'm still the owner of this company? You really think I'm stupid? Never seen the boss? The owner is a woman, are you a woman? Cootie! Li Hua snorted at Xu Fei, but the fiery pain on his face made him come to fire a little. And dare to hit me, you wait. After that, he picked up his cell phone and made a call. Hello? Where? I was beaten up downstairs in the company, call up the brothers and bring your weapons. I'll get him. As the words fell, he stretched out his index finger to point at Xu Fei and said viciously, Kid, you're dead. Just as he finished speaking, Xu Fei reached out and grabbed his index finger. I, for one, don't really like people pointing their fingers at me. You've got this finger, so don't ask for it. Then, a few people in the room heard a click. Li Hua's fingers were broken by Xu Fei on the spot. Ah! The screams echoed in the ears of several people at once. Those few young men who followed Li Hua out, their faces went white. This guy, he's a tough guy. They can't afford to mess with it yet. Just then, a sharp break sounded. The crowd looked back as several men in special uniforms got out of a bulletproof car. Their target was clear, pointing directly at Xu Fei. Team Leader Chu, please come with us. You're suspected of selling state secrets, we need to investigate you. Chapter 190, are you sure you're qualified? The sudden appearance of these people made Xu Fei feel a little surprised. These people were members of a special organization run by Jiang Ping. Normally, there would be no contact with outsiders. However, if there are any unforeseen circumstances, or if it is a special mission, they will go out. Chu Fei had only come into contact with the other party's people once, and was relatively unfamiliar with them. And Li Hua and the others froze when they heard the news. This man in front of me, selling classified state information? How high up must he be, then? This is the kind of stuff that is not normally accessible to the top brass. Su Li and Wang Xie, who were in the car, also got down from the car at this time. They had a palpitating feeling about these four men in black suits and sunglasses who had just appeared. Feeling intimidated by even a glance from the other side, Chu Fei turned his head back and looked at the four men in front of him with a somewhat icy gaze. Unsurprisingly, these four men were not bad. At the very least, all of them are ancient martial arts adepts. In the place of his previous self, dealing with the four of them would probably be a struggle. Now, however, it was just a matter of a few moves to deal with these four people in front of him. Have you got the wrong guy? Or is it just running to me? Chu Fei's eyes gradually turned ice cold, and there was a slight killing intent in his gaze towards the several people. There was no need to guess, these people were the ones Zhang Ping had found to deal with himself. He was also aware that the other party would retaliate, he just didn't expect the retaliation to come so quickly. Team Leader Chu, please don't make things difficult for us yet. We're also impartial. If you're not willing to come with us, then don't blame us for getting rough. As he spoke, several people had already stepped forward to surround Chu Fei in the center. Seeing this scene, Su Li and Wang Xiyu beside them glanced at each other. They knew that Chu Fei must have attracted trouble again. Su Li suspected in her heart that this matter was probably related to what happened this morning. Early this morning, Chu Fei went out. When he came back, his face was visibly a little worse for wear. And when Li Hua's few people saw the scene, they were instantly pleased. Right. Comrade, that's him. He's not only selling state secrets, he's also beating people up. Look, he's got my people beat. After saying that, he also pointed at a few security guards who had just gotten up from the ground. However, those four people did not pay any attention to Li Hua's several people. Instead, staring at Chu Fei with a face full of gravity. For some reason, they felt that the Chu Fei in front of them was very strong. Even, together, they might not be opponents. The corners of Chu Fei's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the four. Are you guys sure? You want to rough me up? Or is it on whose orders you have come to trouble me? Could it be that he didn't tell you guys not to mess with me so easily? Touch me, are you sure you're good enough? The small captain at the head of the four sniffed and spoke again. Team Leader Chu, please don't make things difficult for us. Another warning, please come with us or don't blame us for getting rough. As he spoke, several people once again approached Chu Fei. Almost, just a short meter away from him. At this distance, with four people combining their attacks, an ordinary expert would definitely not be able to block it. It's been a long time since I've crossed paths with your department. In that case, don't blame me? As soon as the words fell, Chu Fei had already made his move. In an instant, it exploded with full force. A horizontal kick went out, heavily kicking a man in the chest and instantly sending him flying out. The other three people's faces changed drastically. This guy's strength was not on the same level as theirs. Do it! Along with that squad leader's order, the remaining three people simultaneously shot out and grabbed at Chu Fei's shoulders and waist. The other person was aiming straight for Chu Fei's face, blocking almost all of Chu Fei's paths of retreat. Get out! Chu Fei bellowed explosively and took a step forward, slamming a top elbow into the chest of the man in front of him. Instead, he threw a punch and smashed it into the face of the enemy on the left side. That last remaining person had already grabbed Chu Fei's shoulders, and his hands' veins were bulging as if they were going to clasp Chu Fei's collarbone. However, he had underestimated Chu Fei's speed. Almost the second he touched Chu Fei's shoulder, Chu Fei's right hand also grabbed his arm. The body took a step to the right, and his back snapped. Bang! The last one, he heaved to the ground. The entire ground trembled. The floor, which was laid in the doorway, was smashed to pieces. From start to finish, the whole thing didn't even last 10 seconds. Four men, all lying down. Seeing this scene, Li Hua and the others' eyes were about to glaze over. Is this still human? The battle was over before they could react? In their perception, this kind of situation would only appear in certain short videos or movies. There was some disbelief when it came alive. Gulp! Li Hua swallowed deeply. It's better not to mess with such a person yourself. Otherwise, you don't know how to die. The slap in the face you just got is a lesson bought. Looking at the 4 people who were struggling to get up from the ground, Zhu Fei did not choose to continue his hands. Speaking in a somewhat icy tone, he said, "Go back and tell him that I won't eat this. If you want to deal with me, just let go. I'll make him regret it if he secretly plays tricks on me." The 4 people looked at Zhu Fei with some fear in their eyes, but in the end, they turned around and got into the car and drove away. And Li Hua's heart trembled when he saw the other man go. It was at this time that Zhu Fei turned his head to look at Li Hua. "Still looking for someone to deal with me?" Li Hua was startled violently and took a step back, letting out a sarcastic laugh. "Don't dare, don't dare." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, 3 vans drove in from the intersection and stopped in front of the company. A tattooed man in the car, armed with a watermelon knife, jumped out of the car at the first opportunity. Shouted at the front door. Who bullied Brotherly, stand out for me. If I don't chop you up this day, I won't believe the king." Once Zhu Fei heard that, he flashed a smile at Li Hua. Li Hua could only feel his back chilling, and in 3 steps, he rushed to the man with the watermelon knife and gave him a big mouthful. "Off! There's nothing for you here, get the hell out." Li Hua is really scared. The man with the watermelon knife looked dismayed. "Rico, what are you hitting me for? Didn't you ask me to come? Are there not enough people? Why don't I go bring my old man's earth fire Luo fire?" Li Hua's eyes almost glazed over when he heard this. A foot kicked him. "You want to die? Get lost." After saying that, only then did he walk to Zhu Fei's front and said in a low voice, "Big brother, this is a misunderstanding. How about, I treat you guys to dinner? How about the location you guys choose?" Before Chuffy could say anything, another car drove in. Seeing the license plate of this car, Li Hua and the others' faces changed immediately. "Done. The boss is here." Chapter 191. Time to play. The gate of the Koyo Company branch. Yun Yulan coldly got out of the car. With a sweep of his eyes, he landed on Li Hua and the others. At once, several people obediently lowered their heads. However, Yun Yulan ignored them and just walked over to Su Li and Zhu Fei's several people. "What's wrong?" Zhu Fei shrugged his shoulders and told the cause and effect of the matter. Upon hearing this, Yun Yulan's face was ironclad. She usually comes over once a week at irregular hours. Sometimes it's Monday, sometimes it's Friday. Every time she comes over, she calls the company executives and asks. But she wouldn't have expected something like this to actually happen. The whole company, like a pigsty, is in a mess and plays with nepotism. "I know." Yun Yulan coldly grimaced and walked over to Li Hua. "Your uncle, Lemuel, right? General manager, right?" Li Hua didn't dare to say more and just nodded. Yun Yulan's face grew colder and colder. "It's quite good, the entire company has been raised as a backyard by her. The money didn't take a penny. Then I'll tell you right now that the man in front of you." Afterward, he walked over to Zhu Fei. "In this case, it was indeed an oversight on my part. Now that everyone's here, let's tidy up." Zhu Fei didn't say much. After all, after Yulan created the branch, she spent most of her time in Jiangnan and had no time to take care of it. Now, with the impending move of the head office, it is only natural to tidy things up a bit. "Go. Let's go see how it goes first." The group headed towards the company. In the lobby, the little girl at the front desk was lying on a chair wearing headphones and playing a game, not knowing anything about what had just happened outside. It wasn't until Zhu Fei waited until he was close that he subconsciously glanced at it. Upon seeing Yun Yulan, he hurriedly took off his headphones and got up. "Boss." Yun Yulan's face wasn't very pretty and didn't say a word. "Take the elevator to the 7th floor where the company's offices are located. Drop." Along with the elevator doors opening, Zhu Fei's group walked out. When you walk in, you see that those who sleep sleep and those who play games play games. Even, the sound was comparable to the general noise inside an internet cafe. Those who didn't sleep and play games were bored and playing with their cell phones. The only people visible were a handful of 2 or 3 people staring at their computers, working on some simple paperwork. Suri saw the people who were busy working and silently memorized them. And the appearance of Yun Yulan's few people instantly silenced the originally cacophonous crowd. Everyone stood up in unison and shouted at Yun Yulan and the others, "Boss." Yun Yulan was cold and didn't respond in any way. "Go. Check the department head's office." Part of the supervisor's office is a large office where everyone is at their own workstation. When Chu Fei and the others arrived here, those department heads actually got together to play mahjong. Also got a big table with hand-rubbed mahjong. You guys, pretty good. Yen Yulan walked out from behind Chu Fei and looked at these department heads. And several department heads were so startled that one even fell to the floor. Boss. Yun Yulan just laughed coldly. The situation here was even uglier than they had imagined. The crowd took the elevator to the 8th floor, where the department manager and general manager had their offices. However, this time, Chu Fei instead directly came to the general manager's office with Suli several people. Before he even went inside, he heard a strange noise coming from inside. When they heard this voice, Suli and the other 3 girls, their faces immediately blushed. Then, there was a face full of anger. I didn't realize that the GM was doing this in the office. Chuffy walked to the door and knocked. Bang bang bang. A crisp knock on the door seemed to interrupt the action inside all at once. Then there was a rustling sound of dressing. Who? A man's angry voice came from inside. With a red face, Yun Yulan rushed inside and shouted angrily, "Me." When the voice was heard, there was even more panic inside. Mr. Yun, it's you. Just a moment, I'll open the door right away. It was a full half-minute before the door was opened. Then a middle-aged Mediterranean man with a somewhat lewd face appeared in front of several people. And behind the man stood a woman in a short skirt who looked to be no more than in her mid-20s. The woman's head was bowed, her long hair hiding her appearance. Mr. Yun, why did you come over without telling me in advance? Li Mo said with some embarrassment. Then, pretending not to care, he buttoned up the unbuttoned button on his collar. What? Do I have to inform you when I'm coming over? When Li Mo heard this, he quickly shook his head. No. I was the one who misspoke. Mr. Yun, these are the... He looked at the Chu Fei trio with some curiosity. In his opinion, these 3 people followed General Manager Yun here together, their status must be extraordinary. However, Chu Fei slowly opened his mouth and said, "You inform down." 10 minutes later, everyone in the entire company, go downstairs to the lobby for a meeting. Reimer froze. This kid, who is he? How can you order yourself in a boss's tone? Instead, Yun Yulan gave Li Mo a cold look. He's the executive chairman of the headquarters company, do as you're told. Li Mo's heart thumped when he heard it. Done. He had heard before that this was just a branch of a company. The real headquarters, in Gangnam. However, no one would have expected that the executive chairman of the headquarters would actually come over here to inspect. Yes, I'll inform down there now. However, Chu Fei and the 4 of them, Suli, were already heading towards the elevator. The knot in Li Mo's throat moved slightly, and a layer of cold sweat was added to his forehead. This is good, by the chairman of the board of directors bumped into this kind of thing. Embarrassment is a small matter, be fired that would be really finished. He dared not delay, and rushed to his desk to pick up the phone and give notice. 10 minutes later, the entire company, close to 40 or so people, were downstairs in the lobby. Chu Fei stood in front of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Greetings, fellow employees of the Koyo Corporation Division. As for me, I'm the executive chairman of the headquarters company. I came over today, mainly because I wanted to move my headquarters here, and I wanted to see how well you all were doing. At first glance today, you all really stood out. Everyone's heart went cold when they heard that. Colorful? It was indeed quite colorful, and it was time to play, make noise, and go to bed. Chapter 192. I accidentally provoked that one. Inside a luxurious courtyard. Zhang Ping's face was full of gloom. He had just received a call from his men that the operation had failed. Not only did Chuffy not cooperate, he also beat up his men. The only thing that was fortunate was that the other party didn't lay a deadly hand on him, or else these few experts sent by the family would have to die in battle. But what Zhang Ping did not understand was why Chu Fei's strength was so strong. He's just a kid who's less than 24, and he already has the strength of a grandmaster? If that's the case, then his talent is horrendous. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Ping took out his cell phone and dialed a number. It took more than 10 seconds before a low voice came from the other end of the line. I thought I told you not to contact me so easily? You know the rules, and if you break that rule, there are serious consequences. Apparently, the person on the other end of the line was a little angry. It seemed that there was a great deal of anger towards Zhang Ping for calling him. My lord, I know. However, today, I approached that boy Chu Fei to discuss the matter, and not only did he not agree, but he also asked me to indulge him in destroying the Han family before he would consider cooperating with us. For this reason, I also purposely found an excuse for Su Song and the others to deal with Chu Fei, using this to threaten him into cooperating with us. But Su Song and the others failed and were taught a lesson by Chu Fei. Jiang Ping told the whole story. And as the person on the other end of the line listened, he fell into silence. It took a few seconds before he spoke slowly. Su Song and the others are all ancient martial proficient in strength. Chu Fei can easily solve them? Unless his strength has reached the level of a sovereign, but a 24-year-old sovereign, you should also know what the concept is, right? Obviously, the person on the other end of the line was a little disbelieving. The appearance of someone with this kind of talent now was definitely not an omen. I know. But does. The four of them, defeated by Chu Fei in 4 moves. Jiang Ping's face was a bit ugly. 4 moves, defeating 4 ancient martial arts adepts, only a grandmaster could do that. In your position, is there no other way? Use your brain and think about it. Like, choke them off and find excuses to withhold. Or, not opening labs for them, etc. In your position, do you need me to remind you of this little matter? Jiang Ping sniffed and immediately felt a brightening in his eyes. That would be one way to do it. The other side would definitely need a lab to make that kind of stuff. And building the lab, including the various conditions of the application, he was perfectly capable of getting people stuck. If the other side secretly and covertly made them, they would have every excuse to take them all themselves. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I see. The man on the other end of the line grunted. Use your head in all things, and don't come to me for any little thing. Also, I asked you to check his identity. How did that go? This kid, who can make the Han family suffer such a big defeat, his identity won't be simple. Speaking of this issue, Jiang Ping's face fell. My lord, there are no clues yet, but I will make sure to do so as soon as possible. It shouldn't take too long. He had also been checking on Chu Fei's identity, but he hadn't found out a single bit of information. It's not practical to ask the Yun family directly. The other party is also a big family, and this kind of thing will never be spoken. As for Liang Quan and the others, there was no need to look at his face and tell him. The only people who could lay their hands on it would be those in the dragon team. He also knew that Chu Fei had gotten married some time ago, and a few people from the dragon group had gone to Chu Fei's wedding. And it was at that wedding that none of the Han family came back. They must know what's going on. As soon as possible. Get back to me if you hear anything. Other things, on their own. The words fell out of his mouth and the phone was hung up. Jiang Ping took a deep breath and took out his cell phone to make several calls in a row. Without exception, they all had the people below them stuck with some applications from Kuyao Company, including the Yun family. Because he also knew that the relationship between the Yun family and Chu Fei. If he didn't allow Chu Fei to go over on his side, he would definitely seek help from the Yun family. But the Yun family is just as stuck. In this way, the other party is afraid to start work without a permit. Only after making all the calls did Jiang Ping lay back in his chair and let out a sigh of relief. He wanted to see how Chu Fei would refuse his cooperation this time. As long as he doesn't put the word out himself, he can't start work. But he suddenly remembered that there was still Chu Fei's identity to check. After a few seconds of thought, he shouted at the door. Prepare the car and go to the theater headquarters. In the lobby downstairs of the branch of Koyo Corporation. Of the originally vast 40 or so people, aside from Chu Fei's few people, there were only 5 people left in place. As for the others, they've all been fired and there's no mercy to be had. I'm glad you guys are staying. I've seen your attitudes. I'll also assign your jobs at my discretion when the guys from headquarters get here. I hope that when the time comes, you will take your work seriously. As far as treatment and whatnot, you'll only get paid more when headquarters merges over. Suli looked at the 3 women and 2 men left behind with a smile on her face. In the middle of the tour just now, they were the only 5 people working seriously. Though the work done may be minor and may even take only an hour or 2 to do. But as far as attitude goes, they are good employees. The faces of the 5 were filled with excitement. In the entire company, the only ones who hadn't been fired were the 5 of them. They were expecting to be fired as well, but they were left behind. Thank you, Chairman, we will definitely work hard in the future. Yes, Chairman, we will definitely do a good job. A few people spoke to each other, their faces filled with smiles like blooming flowers. Okay. You can all go back and get some rest now. We'll let you know to come over when headquarters comes over. For now, the company is empty for the time being. Suli once again gave an explanation. Several people thanked them before leaving. And after the few people left, the few people from Chu Fei looked at each other. Yin Yulan let out a long sigh of relief. This is great, the whole company is empty. Li, Fei, now you can go back. Speak to those old employees at Koyo about this. As for the exact time of the move over, it's up to you guys to make the arrangements. Su Li nodded. By the way, Sister Yulan, how are those applications from the institute coming along? She asked curiously. The hardest part of the institute is the various application requirements, which must be strictly met in order to apply. When the institute was first created in Jiangnan, it took a lot of money and connections to apply for it. It should be coming down soon, tomorrow or the day after, no surprises. As for the equipment, it's being acquired on the family side. Only, Xu Fei shook his head. Odds are, it shouldn't be so fast this time. Or even, in all likelihood, fail to apply. And maybe, all sorts of excuses will be made. Hearing this, Yun Yulan was somewhat puzzled. Why? With the family's connections, it's still pretty easy to apply down for these things, right? After all, although the Yin family kept a low profile in the capital, they had quite a few connections and contacts. Xu Fei smiled and raised his hand to point at the sky outside. Because, I accidentally messed with that one. Chapter 193 Blackie's Speculation. The one up there? For a while, the three were still a bit confused. However, after Yin Yulan reacted, there was a hint of shock and disbelief in her gaze towards Xu Fei. How? You're not. Logically speaking, Xu Fei was the leader of the dragon team, and that person would not target Xu Fei. How is it that this time, one would choose to antagonize Xu Fei? Yeah. I was kind of curious at first, but then he found out about us from somewhere. Later, I was asked to work with him, I didn't agree, and there was a falling out. I also chose to abdicate because of this. Xu Fei smiled, not caring about the abdication in the slightest. However, both Su Li and Wang Shiyu were a bit confused as to what the two were talking about, wide-eyed. What's your riddle? Why can't I understand? Wang Xie asked in a somewhat puzzled manner. What the two said was like a wordless book to her ears. Nothing. Yin Yulan shook her head, then frowned slightly. Then we may be held back in our next move. Let's see if there's something they can do when I get back to my eldest. Since they had already fallen out with that one, the other party would definitely not let the institute run so easily. As for those previous application conditions, the other party will never approve and pass without asking. It'll have to do. I'm just thinking that the other side just needs to not go too far, and there might be a chance to work together in the future. But things go too far, so to each his own. When he said those words, Xu Fei's gaze was filled with coldness. If Jiang Ping really wanted to do this, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't do it. Although it wasn't clear what kind of power was behind the other party, it was certain that there was a more powerful organization behind Jiang Ping. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Jiang Ping alone to mobilize 4 ancient martial arts adepts to deal with himself. That's fine. I'll go back and tell my eldest and the others about it first. You and Shaoli, Shiyu should return to Jiangnan first. Once things are taken care of over at your home office, you can think about moving here. Yin Yulan left first, and Xu Fei and Su Li as well as Wang Shiyu did not stay for long and immediately purchased air tickets back to Jiangnan. And in the war zone headquarters, in the office of the leader of the dragon team, Koriko summoned Takashi, Kai Huang, and the others, and together they came to the office for a meeting. He had also just received news from Liang Quan that Xu Fei had abdicated, and that the dragon group had been temporarily handed over to him to take care of. He was a little confused when he heard it at first. After all, with his current strength, being the leader of the dragon team was still a bit inadequate. Most importantly, how did Fei suddenly step aside for no reason? At the very least, it wouldn't be out of the question to wait until you're in your 40s or 50s before abdicating. He asked Chief Commander Liang, but the other party did not tell him the reason, only saying that it was not too convenient. Blackie, what did you call us over for? Is something wrong? Takashi looked at Koriko with some surprise. The others stared at him with puzzled faces. Only, Blackie's face wasn't so pretty. In a deep voice, he said, "Half an hour ago, I received a call from General Commander Liang. It says that Faye has abdicated, and the dragon team has been handed over to me to take care of for the time being. What? For a moment, the office exploded. Faye abdicated? You're not kidding, are you? That's not right, Faye is so young, and, if he were to abdicate, wouldn't he come here to see us? That's right, I don't think Faye would do that, would he? The crowd was skeptical of the veracity of this. However, the mind has believed this fact. The fact that Chief Commander Leon personally made the call to Blackie was enough to explain everything. I was surprised too, but I asked Chief Commander Liang, and he didn't tell me why. He just told me not to ask too many questions and to do a good job with the dragon team. Koriko's was cold, but in his mind he kept guessing the reason for this. Wouldn't it be easier to just call and ask Faye? Emperor Kai suddenly spoke. But Blackie shook his head. No. Faye's phone is off for the moment, I can't get through. I'll try again later in the evening. You were called here to tell you about this. For a moment, everyone in the office was silent. It's still a little hard for them to accept that Faye has abdicated. After all, with Faye in the dragon group, they didn't have to worry about anything. But now. Perhaps, Faye had reasons for having to step aside. Since he didn't even tell us, he must have been afraid to involve us. Lee Knight, who had never spoken much, also spoke. That's kind of a more appropriate reason. If Fly is abdicating squarely and telling them all, then surely nothing is happening. But now, Faye left without saying a word. It can only mean that the fear of influencing them. Just as the crowd was still reeling from the downturn, there was a knock at the door. A few people suddenly frowned slightly. Enter. Blackie answered at the door. The office door was pushed open and Zhang Ping walked in. Upon seeing the room full of people, he chuckled. Everyone? When they saw Zhang Ping, the crowd hurriedly rose and saluted. Meet Mr. Jiang. Zhang Ping waved his hand and said with a smile, stopping by to see you guys, the camp is still good these days, right? Nothing happened, right? Blackie shook his head. Mr. Jiang underestimated us, how could anything happen to the camp? Zhang Ping then went on to make some polite remarks, making the few people present feel a little surprised. Why did Mr. Jiang suddenly appear here and talk so much nonsense to them? Isn't Mr. Jiang usually dealing with something big? Mr. Jiang, I don't know if you know about the news of Team Leader Chu's abdication? Blackie's words caused the gazes of several people present to fall on Zhang Ping. He's in a position to know about this for sure. Zhang Ping noticed the gazes of several people and nodded slightly. No. However, there is a reason for what happened, so I came over this time to ask you guys about it. I'm also sorry to see Team Leader Chu leave, but there's nothing we can do about it. Hearing this, Blackie and the others' faces obviously changed a bit. What is going on here, exactly? Well, next, I'd like to ask you some questions one-on-one. Just you first, Blackie, and let the others go wait at the door. The crowd looked away and exited the room. In the room, only Zhang Ping and Blackie were left. Blackie, you are now the leader of the dragon team. So what? I won't beat around the bush. I'd like to ask what happened when you guys went to Team Leader Chu's wedding earlier. Being asked this question out of the blue, Koriko sensed a hint of something wrong. How could Mr. Jiang care about such things? Or is it? After thinking for a few seconds, Blackie slowly explained, Mr. Jiang, we just went to deliver a gift, nothing happened. Why are you asking this question? Does this matter have much to do with the departure of Team Leader Chu? Hearing this reply, Zhang Ping's face visibly sank. Team Leader Black, I want you to be truthful. This matter has a lot to do with Team Leader Chu. I also know that something big has happened to Team Leader Chu's wedding this time. So that's why I came to ask you. Seeing Zhang Ping's face change, He Zi was even more certain that Team Leader Chu's departure was definitely because of what happened at the wedding. Even this Mr. Jiang in front of him just wanted to know what really happened at the wedding. Maybe it has to do with Faye's identity background. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by that? I'm a little confused, but we were at the wedding and nothing really happened. If you don't believe me, you can also ask Xiao Wu and the others as well. Blackie had lied once again, which had already caused a bit more anger in Zhang Ping's heart. But, in an effort to maintain his identity, he tried to calm down. Is that so? Well then, why don't you go out and I'll ask the others to see. Hearing this, Koriko gave a salute before turning and leaving the room. When he came outside, he saw Takeshi and the others waiting in the hallway. When he saw him come out, he was just about to open his mouth to ask what had happened when he heard Jiang Ping in the office shout. "Takeshi, right? You come in for a minute." Takeshi, on the other hand, set his sights on Koriko. Blackie shook his head at him and gestured. Takeshi instantly understood and got up and walked into the office. After Takeshi went in, the others were just about to ask questions, but Blackie made a silent gesture. The words that several people had just wanted to ask were held alive back in their stomachs. Koriko then gestured a few times to all of them. It was their team-specific hand signal, and everyone knew what it meant. A few people's faces changed a bit more after they saw Blackie's gesture. The crowd understood in their hearts that Blackie was telling them that after they went in, no matter what the problem was, they couldn't tell and didn't know. Although they didn't know why Blackie was doing this, they chose to believe him. Because Blackie was one of the first to follow Faye. A few minutes later, Takeshi came out, and then Lee Knight was called. Unsurprisingly, exactly half an hour later, Jiang Ping came out of the office with an ice-cold face. His eyes fell on a few people. "Very good, you guys are great." With that, he brushed his hand away. In the midst of the questioning just now, it was as if these few people had said yes, and no useful information had been extracted. It made him feel a pang in his heart. Blackie asked from behind, "Mr. Jiang, can I see you off?" Jiang Ping coldly replied back, "No need." It wasn't until Jiang Ping left the office building that Blackie breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the several people, he slowly said, "I have a feeling that Faye's departure is most likely related to Mr. Jiang. I think all of you should have sensed something was wrong when you were just talking to him, right?" The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and nodded. "Later, I'll call Faye again and ask what's going on. Remember, what happened at the wedding must never be revealed." Chapter 194, In One Day, I Want to Know Everything. 8 o'clock in the evening. Chu Fei and Su Li had already returned to the Jiangnan villa. As for Wang Xia, after coming out of the airport, she had already taken a taxi back. In the living room, Chuffy was sitting on the sofa and opened his cell phone. On the plane, the cell phone was turned off the entire time. I just turned it on and got several text messages. Invariably, it was a text message alert that Blackie's call to him hadn't gone through. Looking at the 7 or 8 text messages, Chu Fei's brows furrowed slightly as he contemplated whether or not to reply to Blackie. This was something he didn't want to involve Blackie and the others in. After thinking for a long time, he got up and went out into the yard and called Blackie back. The phone had just been connected, and Blackie's somewhat anxious voice came from the other end of the line. "Fei. Are you okay?" Chu Fei's heart was somewhat touched. This kid knew that something must have happened to him, otherwise he wouldn't have abdicated without saying a word. "I'm fine. I was on the plane earlier and my cell phone was off, so I didn't get your call." "What's wrong? Something wrong?" After hearing this explanation, Koriko on the other end of the line was visibly relieved. It seemed that Fly hadn't intentionally blacked him out just to not answer the phone. "Fei, I won't ask anything extra. Mr. Jung came to see me this afternoon. Asked about us at the wedding, and Takeshi and the others were called in for questioning. So, I want to ask you, does this incident have anything to do with your leaving?" When Chu Fei heard that, his face immediately sank. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ping had found Blackie and the others in order to find out his identity. There was a few seconds of silence before he spoke. "It's partly related, isn't it? What happened at the wedding, did you tell him?" Hearing this, Koriko immediately exclaimed that he had done the right thing. "Jiang Ping, there's a problem." "No. We didn't say a word." Hearing those words, Chu Fei smiled. It seems that he didn't train this kid for nothing. Then it's okay. But you're in the dragon group, so watch yourselves. There's no shortage of training, okay? Chu Fei gave an explanation. Blackie's strength was considered to be the strongest in the dragon group besides himself. As for Yao, it was estimated that they were all still lying on the hospital bed and unable to come down. "I know, Brother Fei, I'm just curious, how did you get in trouble with Mr. Zhang's side? I sensed something was wrong when he came to the dragon team today. Normally, he doesn't come over." Blackie was still a little confused about this. Coming to the dragon group for no reason was like a top streaming big star who suddenly went to the countryside to farm. It was basically an unlikely thing. Chu Fei pondered for a while before slowly explaining, "Remember that thing I used for you before?" Blackie on the other end of the line visibly froze for a long moment before speaking. "He knows?" "Aha! Not only does he know, he wants to work with me." I refused. It's something I'm not likely to exile for a while. So, you get it, right? After hearing this explanation, Koriko sort of understood. In a nutshell, it was that Faye didn't want to work with the other side and refused. The other party is resentful and threatens Faye. Faye is forced to step aside and leave, and the other side comes to them for questioning in order to find out Faye's identity. I understand Faye. I'll tell Takeshi and the others to keep it a secret. Having said that, Blackie was silent for a few more seconds before opening his mouth again and asking, "So, Brother Faye, when are you coming back?" Shu Fei smiled at his words. "If the dragon group is in danger, I will naturally return. If all is safe, I probably won't be back." At those words, Koriko's mood instantly fell a little. "Faye, I know." Shu Fei comforted, "It's fine, if you guys have any trouble, give me a call, and if I can fix it, I'll fix it for you." In fact, after so many years of sharing missions with Blackie and the others, the feelings were so strong that it would be an understatement to say that they were brothers. "I understand, Fly. Then I'll go ahead and talk to Takeshi and the others, so I'll hang up now." Chuffy answered and hung up with Blackie. "Lift your head and look to the sky." The dark night sky was dotted with stars. By this time, Suli had also taken a shower and changed into thick pajamas, coming out of the living room. "It's cold outside, come inside." It was then that Chu Fei came back to his senses and smiled as he walked up and gently grabbed her small hand. "Is it going to be hard to be with me? There are always countless troubles and distractions." Suli felt the warmth coming from the palm of her hand and smiled gently. "That's what makes a day like this fulfilling, isn't it? Wouldn't it be boring if every day was just about 3 meals a day and struggling to make ends meet? Isn't life, now, rich?" Hearing this explanation, Chu Fei grasped her small hand even more tightly. What more could a man ask for in a wife who understands him like that? When things settle down, we'll find a place and get some rest. And then, how about quietly waiting for our little princess to be born? Suli let out a light laugh and pinched his face. "How did you know it was the little princess? What if a loser?" Until now, neither has bothered to find out the sex of the child. Whether it's a boy or a girl, it's their dearest baby. If it was a loser, I'd open my ass up to him. If I had a daughter, I'd spoil her. Ha ha. Chu Fei let out a laugh and pulled Suli into the living room. The weather outside was a bit chilly, he wouldn't dare to let Suli blow the cold wind outside for a long time. It's not good if you get sick with a cold or something. The other side. In the capital, inside Zhang Ping's quadrangle. Did you find out? Are you sure those two went to Chuffy's wedding? Zhang Ping took the cell phone and rushed at the person on the other end of the phone with an extraordinarily cold tone. Then a man's coy voice came over the phone. Yes. There are only so many people who have registered their identifying information. The others, who were identified, did not register. That kid, he might be Chu Fei's little brother or an errand boy. As for that woman, she's probably Chuffy's wife's best friend. Hearing this, an icy smile appeared on Zhang Ping's face. After coming back from the war zone headquarters, he had people check out who exactly were the people who went to Chu Fei's wedding. Now it was learned that most of the people who had not registered a portion of the plane that Chu Fei had chartered in the first place had registered the message outside of the majority of the people. Those who are not registered are identified. And the only ones who registered were Su Li and Fong Qing, as well as Su Hui, in addition to that kid's mother-in-law and father-in-law. Since there was no way to get useful information out of Blackie and the rest of them. Well, let's start with his sidekick. Okay, I got it. Get someone to pry their mouths open. I want to know what happened at the wedding. In one day, I want to know everything. Chapter 195, Seized? The next morning. Chu Fei and Suli changed into a set of formal clothes and drove to Kuyao Company. Now, they need to speak to the rest of the company's executives about the company's relocation. Due to the recent period of time after the previous accident at the Research Institute, Kuyao was not too prosperous. Drugs that have been developed long before have not sold too well in the market. There have been no more orders for some time. When she came to the office, Suli let her assistant go and inform all the top executives of the company, including the supervisor, to the biggest conference room for a meeting. The assistant was a little surprised but went to inform. After all, it had been a long time since there had been a meeting of this magnitude within the company. Close to half an hour later, in the large conference room, all the personnel had arrived, close to 50. Please sit down, everyone. Suli pressed her hand, signaling the crowd to take their seats. Only then did the crowd sit down, quietly waiting for Suli's next statement. I'm sure you're all aware of the incident at the institute the other day. I won't explain much here. This time, I've called you all here for a meeting, mainly to tell you one thing. After I discussed with all the major shareholders of the company, all of them agreed to move the company's headquarters to the capital. 1. It's for the future of the company. And 2. It's also about doing business with bigger companies. There will be no changes to the positions or salaries of the major executives within the company, and we will even raise salaries at our discretion, taking into account the fluctuations in spending in the capital. Now, if you all have any ideas, let's hear them. Everyone present froze after Suli's words. Until then, they had heard nothing, so to speak. But I didn't expect that this time, I suddenly had to move the company to the capital. It was too sudden. Just as the crowd was still considering whether they wanted to go to the capital with the company, the current general manager, Joan, raised his hand. Seeing this, Suli slightly raised her hand. Manager Zhou, please speak. Shaoan got up and took a deep breath. Mr. Su, I do think that moving the company to the capital is a bit too sudden. I believe that most of the people here, including you, Mr. Su, are actually local to Jiangnan. The company moved to the capital. I'm sure it's for the company to have better growth prospects, but all the same, we will be under pressure and competition from other companies. So, can we really get a foothold in the capital? Joanne's words caused many people present to nod their heads. His idea is, indeed, very much in line with the current situation. After all, a new company moving into the capital would definitely face suppression and competition from other companies. If it couldn't survive that wave of competition and suppression, then Koyo would end up having to return to this part of Jiangnan. Not only that, but you'll lose a ton of money for nothing. Chu Fei nodded slightly as he listened to this Joanne's thoughts. This new GM really has a knack for it. To be able to think of this in such a short period of time is indeed not simple. Suli also nodded slightly. It wasn't as if she hadn't considered this question. But, in hindsight, none of this is really anything to worry about. I understand Manager Chuan's concern. But here, let me be clear with you. We all know which is the largest pharmaceutical company in our country, right? That's right, it's Clouds Group. As for the rest of the pharmaceutical companies, together they account for less than a third of the market. Coincidentally, the Yun Group is one of our major shareholders, and this matter, which I haven't been able to tell everyone, is also my mistake. The crowd froze in place. Yun's Group, the largest pharmaceutical company in our country, is actually the major shareholder of their company? This. Joan was also stunned. That's a little too dramatic, isn't it? If that's the case, then they don't have to worry about being suppressed and competed by other companies at all. Yun's Group is their biggest backer. So what? It was only after we discussed it that we decided to move the company to the capital and set up the research institute there as well. Now, everyone should understand what I mean, right? After Suli finished, she quietly looked at the crowd. This time, no one raised their hands again. After all, a big city like the capital would only develop better than Jiangnan. Since no one has anything to say. So, I'll talk about it now. I know that there are many executives in the room who have been with Koyo for many years and have also made their homes in Jiangnan. This move to the capital is not a good choice for many people. So, for those who would like to go, send me an email directly to my email address. For those who don't want to go, I'll give everyone a choice of a good place to go, the Truman Group. The position may not be as high as it is now, but the salary will remain the same. This was also the result of Suli and Chu Fei's discussion. Those who do not want to leave can only arrange to leave to the Truman Group. The position will definitely change, but the salary won't. Upon hearing this, those executives who were over 40 had smiles on their faces. They had old people and young people, so they definitely wouldn't choose to follow the company to the capital and risk their lives. Staying in Jiangnan was the best choice for them. On the contrary, those who are younger are more motivated, and although they have a family, the good thing is that they don't have children for the time being. Even, no property has been purchased in Gangnam yet. It's perfectly fine to go to the capital and have a good experience. This is a matter for everyone to go back and think about. 2 days, and I want everyone to have a good choice. That's it, adjourned. In the midst of a group of people laughing, a meeting that had been incredibly tense came to an end. Suli and Chu Fei looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief. It was expected that there would be a lot of backlash. But I didn't expect it to go as well as it did. Back in the office, Suli leaned back in her chair with a smile on her pretty face. What do you think it looks like when mom and dad are out traveling and when they come back and find the company all empty or even turned into something else? Suli looked at Chu Fei and let out a light laugh. After their wedding, Suli's parents went out for a trip to live their two-person world while they were still relatively young. It was also a way to make up for the regret of not having a honeymoon after the two of them got married back then, just like Chu Fei. Then I don't know. Chu Fei laughed and then said, by the way, aren't you going to give Xiao Cheng a greeting? You're going to the capital to go away, so whether you come back later or not, it's all the same thing. Suli immediately reacted, right, if I don't talk to her, I guess I can read about me for the rest of my life. Let's go see how her company is doing. The two immediately decided to see how Fong Qing's company was doing. The last time the two were married, I heard that the company was slowly recovering, a little slowly, but it was getting better. When the two drove to the floor of Fong Qing's modeling agency, they froze in place. Looking at the seal affixed to it, he frowned. What's going on? Haru's company, it's been seized? How can that be? Chapter 196, Is He Worth Your Life? The entrance to the modeling agency. Suli and Chu Fei glanced at each other and both saw the doubt in the other's eyes. At the wedding the other day, Fong Qing said the company was on the mend. This has been seized in the blink of an eye. It's a little too strange. Why don't you give her a call and find out what's going on? Chu Fei said with a frown. Suli hummed and took out her cell phone to make a call to Fong Qing. But when I called, it said it was off. It's off. Did something happen to her? Suli looked at Chu Fei with some worry. Chuffy took a deep breath. Don't worry, I'll make a call and ask. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Jiang Ning. Soon, Jiang Ning's voice came from the other end of the phone. Young master, what's wrong? Chu Fei slowly said, ask you one thing, my friend's modeling agency was seized, the company name is XX Modeling Agency, the location in of Huayang Street, you help me check, who seized it, what is the reason tell me? And, ask the owner of the company where he was taken. Hearing this, Jiang Ning immediately became nervous. Yes young master. I'll ask now. After the phone hung up, Chu Fei patted Suli's back. It's okay. I had someone ask. There should be news soon. Suli nodded slightly, then took out her cell phone again to call Fong Qing. But the result was the same, it never connected. The two of them waited for nearly 20 minutes in front of the company, and finally waited for Jiang Ning's call. Young master. This thing might be a little difficult. The people who seized your friend's company were from some agency up there. And, the people were taken by the other side. Exactly where they were taken, I don't know. The other side wasn't going to tell me. But it should still be in the middle of Gangnam, I've got people checking the surveillance, it might take a while. Hearing those words, Chu Fei's face instantly turned cold. The people up there? He thought he went to our wedding, too. Suli suddenly remembered that this little brother of Chu Fei's, Su Hui, had also gone. Hastily, he voiced a reminder. Chu Fei froze and immediately took out his cell phone to call Su Hui. Although this kid was usually big-headed, he wasn't a bad person, otherwise he wouldn't have asked the other party to be his little brother. However, when the call was made, it was in the same state of being turned off as Fong Qing. Chu Fei slammed his fist on a pole on the side, his face grimacing a bit terribly. Those who went to the wedding of the two this time, other than Fong Qing and Su Hui, everyone else was more or less related. The Yin family didn't need to be told, and neither did Uncle Liangjin and the others. Suli's parents were also his own parents, and Jiang Ping was even more afraid to move. But Fong Chang and Su Hui, he can just take it. Jiangnan, in an old abandoned house. Say no. Pop. The man dressed in black clothes slapped Su Hui's face with a loud slap. The terrifying force knocked out his teeth, accompanied by blood spurting out of his mouth. At this moment, Su Hui had completely lost his human appearance. The whole face had taken on a swollen appearance, and the eyes were quite obscured from view by that swollen face. Several teeth had also been knocked out, and his mouth was full of blood. Hands were tied behind his back to a post and he couldn't move. Bah! A mouthful of bloody foam spat out from Su Hui's mouth, directly spraying onto the body of the man who had hit him. Call Daddy, and I'll tell you. Otherwise, the old man. Before Su Hui could finish his words, the man raised his leg and kicked him hard in the stomach. Seek death. This kick caused Su Hui's entire body to bend over, and the blood in his mouth kept coming down. The man wiped the blood off his body with a disgusted look on his face, then walked over to the man sitting on a stool not far away. "Boss, this kid has a pretty tough mouth, he just won't talk." "What do we do? Get him killed?" The man in sunglasses slowly rose from his stool, a dagger flying up and down in his hand. Walking over to Su Hui, he squatted down and looked at the already unrecognizable Su Hui. "You're just a follower at his side, why are you so hard-mouthed? Is it worth your while to work for him?" Hearing this, Su Hui's puffy face struggled to reveal a smile. "What? Are you counting something? Can you compare it to my boss? If you have the ability to let me call someone, I have to get you killed." Hearing this, the man rose with a slight shake of his head. "A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fetch the clamps." The other man instantly removed a clamp from a toolbox on the floor. The man lifted Su Hui's hand and the clamps pressed down on his nails with deadly force. "Give it a good tug." "Ah!" The screams echoed through the old abandoned house. "Drafting? Got what it takes to kill me?" Su Hui was sobered up again by the pain and roared at the man. 10 fingers connected to the heart, this kind of pain is definitely not something that ordinary people can withstand. And the man looked at the bloodstained nails on the clamps and sked and shook his head, as if for him this was something he was happy to do. "Kill you? No, we wouldn't dare kill you. But as long as you don't die, I have ways to torture you. Enjoy." Chapter 197, You Seek Death. The car downstairs at the modeling agency. Chu Fei had already waited for nearly half an hour before he finally waited for Zhao Dajuan's call. Even though he wasn't the leader of the dragon team anymore, the relationship was still there. This little favor, Zhao Dajuan can still help. "Team Chu, that number you gave me, the last location where it appeared was at the junction of the development zone in the city, where there's a patch of rotten and abandoned old houses. I've sent you the precise coordinates." Hearing Zhao Dajuan's reply, Chu Fei's face sank. "Thanks a lot. I know." After Zhao Dajuan hesitated for a few seconds, he spoke again. "Team Chu, are you really abdicating?" In fact, he was still a bit disbelieving after knowing this news. "Indeed. I'm not at liberty to explain exactly why. Sorry about that." After receiving Chu Fei's affirmative answer, Zhao Dajuan obviously had some difficulty accepting it. It was a long time before he spoke. "I know, Team Chu. As long as there's anything you need help with within this area of Gangnam, you just call me." As soon as Bai San heard this tone of voice from him, he immediately didn't dare to ask more questions. Any normal person could hear that the young master was fuming. Throttle up and head towards the development area. At this time, in a rotten building in the development zone. Fang Qing crouched in the corner, her body trembling slightly. His eyes were streaked with tears, his face was a little red and swollen, and there was a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. The clothes on his body were also in tatters and appeared to have been torn off. However, it was good to see that she had managed to keep that last bit of bottom line. Across from her, 3 men were eating instant noodles. A man was still looking over toward the corner where she was from time to time. "Brother Xiao, why do you think this S mouth is so hard? Dying for a so-called best friend and not speaking up?" The man on the left with some scars on his face was a bit puzzled. The trio had already beaten this woman I don't know how many times. Several times, the woman was knocked out by them. But it just never mentioned that whatever it was that happened at the wedding. Even, in the face of the trio tearing her clothes off and threatening to take turns on her, they didn't speak up. How would I know? Old Hua just called, also saying that the kid is dead set on not talking. Even pulled out all 10 of the kid's fingernails, passed out 6 times, threw cold water on him 6 times, and didn't say a word. I really can't figure out if these two conspired to kill each other. The man called Xiao was full of depression, and moodlessly stuffed a mouthful of instant noodles into his mouth, and was scalded and shivered, so angry that he slammed the noodles on the ground. I don't believe it, I still can't pry a woman's mouth. You guys rack her up? I'd like to see if it's her face that's important or that BFF of hers. As he spoke, he took a sharp dagger out of his pocket. The other two immediately understood, and walked towards Fang Chang, who was huddled in the corner. When she saw the 2 men walking over, the fear in Fang Chang's eyes intensified. His body was even shivering non-stop, trying to lean his body towards the corner. But, the 2 gave her no chance. Up went a tug on her arm and snapped it back. Sis. Don't say your brother didn't give you a chance. If you talk now, I'll let you go, and by the way, I'll let the kid you captured with you go too. When we first caught the woman and the boy, these two were smooching in the office. The two were purposely separated to make sure they said the same thing. I can tell you, that kid is way worse off than you. The nails are stripped. Tisk, TSK, it's miserable. But then, mind you're a sister, I won't do that. But you don't make it difficult for us either, okay? Otherwise, you won't be able to keep this pretty face of yours. After saying that, Xiao made a point of fiddling with the dagger in his hand. Fang Qing, on the other hand, didn't say a word and her tears kept falling down. Seeing that she had no intention of opening her mouth, Zhao's face gradually sank. Sis, since you don't want to talk about it, don't blame brother for destroying the flowers with a hot hand. As he spoke, the sharp dagger was pressed against Fang Chang's reddened face. With a little pressure, blood flowed slowly down the blade. Fang Qing closed her eyes in pain and her delicate body trembled. But, along with the blade slowly penetrating deeper, pain struck. Ah! Screams rang out. At this moment, below the rotten building, a small black car was parked on the open space by the side of the road, and Xu Fei and Bai San had already gotten down from the car. Here, in a more remote area, there are usually just cars passing by and no pedestrians. Xu Fei was just about to tell the several people to disperse and go find where Fang Qing was. But then, screams could be heard coming from the rotting building not far away. It's Su Yong. He definitely didn't hear it wrong. In the next second, the body had rushed out. Bai San and the others looked at each other and immediately sensed the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly chased after them. When Xu Fei arrived under the rotten building, he looked at the footprints on the ground, the killing intent in his eyes grew more and more terrifying, and he walked quickly towards the second floor. Just as he went up to the second floor, he saw Fang Qing who was lying on the ground. The originally white little face had long been stained red with blood. In the hand of one of the men, he was holding a bloodied dagger. At this moment, Xu Fei was completely enraged. A near growl erupted from his mouth. You are looking for death. At this moment, Bai San's few people just happened to come up from downstairs. All held their breath when they saw the three men lying on the ground. 2 dead, 1 wounded. It was only a matter of seconds before they came up. The young master had already taken care of the 3 of them, so it was obvious how angry the young master was at that time. The sight of the ragged girl also made his heart flutter. This girl, what kind of torture has she been through? The face is cut open. Any woman would care about her looks, right? This. Haru. Xu Fei looked at Fang Qing, who was still somewhat lost in thought, and softly shouted. It was at this time that Fang Qing came back to her senses, and the moment she saw Xu Fei, she completely tensed up. Crouched down and lost his voice. Xu Fei couldn't bear it in his heart, took off the jacket on his body and gently covered her. I'm sorry I got you guys involved. I will definitely give you a reasonable explanation for this matter. Those people, they will pay. Xu Fei's tone was filled with intense killing intent. His fists were clenched, and a cold aura emanated from his body. The few people on the side, Bai San, didn't dare to breathe. Is this the true strength of the young master? With them, persistence is a heaven and a hell. After half a minute, Fang Qing finally stopped crying. A pair of reddened eyes looked at Xu Fei and choked. Xu Fei, you quickly go save little Hui. He's been captured by these people too. Just now that man also said. He said that Xiao Hui's fingernails, they were all pulled out. Woo woo. Fang Qing cried out again as she talked about this. Without any words, Xu Fei turned around and grabbed the man who still had a breath left from the ground. Grabbing him by the collar with one hand, he lifted his entire body off the ground. Give you a pain in the ass. Where's the other one? The man's mouth was full of blood and he knew that he was not going to live long. Slowly, he raised his hand and pointed to the old abandoned houses behind the rotting building. And Xu Fei didn't go back on his word, crushing his neck with a backhanded one. Tossed him aside like a piece of trash. You guys take care of Miss Fang Qing, I'll be right there. Xu Fei coldly said to Bai San and the others, turned around and jumped off the second floor balcony. Bai San and the others looked at each other and swallowed deeply. Although he didn't know exactly what these people were from, but none of them would have any good results if they messed with the young master. Just like the Han family back then, if you dare to come to the door, I'll take it all and leave no one behind. And in those old abandoned houses behind the rotten buildings, Su Hui was as limp as a puddle of mud on the ground. The clothes on his body had long been dyed red with blood. One hand was trembling madly, and there were 10 plucked fingernails on the floor. It's blood-soaked and gut-wrenching. And not far from him, 2 men had an obscure look on their faces. "Boss, why is this kid's mouth so hard? Why don't we knock his teeth out?" The man in black stared at Su Hui with fierce eyes. Instead, old Hua, sitting on a stool, waved his hand. "What if you break his teeth and he can't talk? Pulled your fingernails and your toenails? Go on, take his shoes off. I want to see if his mouth is tougher or the clamp in my hand is tougher." When the man in black heard this, he immediately grinned and walked towards Su Hui. As for Su Hui at this time, he had long since lost part of his consciousness, and his entire body had gone into a painful trance. There is no feeling in the face of having your shoes removed. At this time, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was that he hadn't even boinked with Sister Ching yet, and he was actually going to die, so unwilling. Upon removing the shoes and socks from Su Hui's feet, Lao Hua casually tossed the clamp in his hand to the man in black. "Do it. I'm a little tired, take a break." After saying that, he took a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it, taking a deep drag. Smoke slowly exhaled from his mouth, his eyes casually glancing toward the stairway's location. That look took him by surprise. Without knowing when, Xu Fei had already stood at the position of the stairway. It scared him so much that he jerked up from his stool. "Who are you? How did you know about this place?" The man in black hadn't had a chance to make a move yet, and suddenly heard these words and was a bit puzzled. Turning back to Senior Hua. "Boss, I'm Lu Er. What's wrong with you?" As soon as the words fell, Xu Fei had already slowly walked towards the two. And Lao Hua's face sank as he pulled out the dagger at his waist and pointed it at Xu Fei. "Brother! This is no place for you. If you don't want trouble, get out of here." However, Xu Fei had no intention of paying him any attention at all. Turning his head to look at Su Hui lying on the ground. Upon realizing Su Hui's condition at this moment, he couldn't help but close his eyes. Then the eyes opened. A word was muttered under his breath. "Dude, the boss is coming to get you. Your revenge, the boss will help you." After saying that, he walked towards old Hua head on. Toast to the world. Lao Hua's eyes showed a fierce light, and the dagger in his hand stabbed at Xu Fei's neck. However, Xu Fei deflected his head and dodged the slash, raising his hand and punching Lao Hua's chin with all his might. The powerful force caused old Hua to fly straight up, his entire cheekbone shattered, smashing heavily on the ground, his body convulsing madly. Lu Er looked at it and immediately roared in anger. The reinforcement in his hand was smashed out towards Xu Fei. Xu Fei sidestepped and dodged, taking a step, standing in front of Lu Er, who was a full 170 pounds. The elbow snapped up and pushed against his chest. 170-80 pounds had no effect in front of this blow. The body flew backwards and smashed into the wall. Immediately after landing on the ground, the fat on his body trembled several times. Chapter 199, I Have a Fist. "Boss, you're here. I thought that I was dead." Su Hui struggled to raise his head, and his face, which was still somewhat handsome, was swollen beyond recognition. The words were stuttering a bit, and his eyes were even more erratic. Xu Fei crouched down and helped him up. Looking at the bloodied appearance of his hands, his face grew more and more somber. "It's okay. Boss takes you home." After saying that, he helped Su Hui to walk towards the outside. When they came to the small car downstairs of the rotten building, Bai San and the others were also startled when they saw Su Hui, who was being supported by Xu Fei. "This kid, what kind of torture did he go through to become like this? I'm afraid that any other person would not be able to bear this kind of pain, right?" And when Fang Qing saw Su Hui like this, she had already tilted her head to the side. She didn't want to see Su Hui's current appearance, nor did she want Su Hui to see herself in this condition. It was a pity that Su Hui was now unconscious from blood loss and had no idea what was happening. "I'll take them back first. White 3, find yourselves a car and come back." Bai San and the others nodded without the slightest comment. Xu Fei carefully placed Su Hui in the car. "Haru, get in the car." Calling Shang Qing, he drove towards the city at breakneck speed. In the car, Fang Qing looked towards the back seat from time to time, unable to hide the worry in her eyes. Though, used to hate this guy and even almost got molested by this guy. Fortunately, at that time, Chu Fei rescued him in time and didn't let Su Hui have his way. However, it might be fate that made the two meet again at Chu Fei's wedding. And, while on the plane, the kid kept teasing her from time to time. That's when the idea of the two of them wanting to get along began to creep in. Later, after returning from abroad, the two were together. It's only just been 2 days and now it's happened. Chu Fei could see the worry in Fang Qing's eyes, but did not say a word. After half an hour of speeding along, he returned to the villa. The reason why he didn't take the two to the hospital was because Chu Fei intended to use the only remaining 13 eternal life water that he hadn't used before. Su Hui's traumatic injuries were more serious, but luckily they didn't hurt the bones or internal organs. Compared to Pop's previous injuries, it was mild. For a quick recovery, everlasting water is the best choice. Similarly, Fang Qing's injuries were not very serious. The only thing is, her face is disfigured. This is absolutely fatal for a woman. The eternal life water could repair the injuries, but the wound on her face was a bit deep, so Chu Fei did not dare to guarantee that it could be completely repaired. But, at least it won't leave a long scar. As soon as the car stopped, several people from Li Tongming immediately came over to help Su Hui and Fang Qing out of the car. When Su Li came out of the living room and saw Su Hui and Fang Qing's appearance, her eyes instantly turned red. Just as he was about to step forward to help, Chuffy spoke up. "Liz, go get what's in the cooler and get 2 of them." When Su Li heard that, she immediately understood what Chu Fei was going to do. Without hesitation, he ran back to his room and took 2 everlasting waters out of the cooler. At this moment, Su Hui and Fang Qing had helped walk into the living room. Chu Fei received an eternal life water and injected it into Su Hui's veins without hesitation. Then, speaking to Fang Qing, who was still awake, he said, "Xiao Chang, there might be some side effects, don't worry. This should cure the injury on your face, and odds are it won't leave a scar." Fang Qing nodded slightly, but her eyes were filled with worry as she looked at Su Hui. When the injection was finished for the two, only then did Chu Fei have Li Tongming and a few others carry Su Hui to the guest room to lie down. As for when he would wake up, that was unknown. "Haru, why don't you go take a rest too? I'm with you." Su Li stepped forward and took Fang Qing's hand, her eyes filled with guilt. Just because of what happened between her and Chu Fei, thus implicating the two. Fang Qing did not refuse and went back to her room with Su Li. Only after both of them had returned to their rooms did Chu Fei come outside the courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he said to Li Tongming and the others, "I'm going out to run some errands. You guys just stay here and keep watch, and if anything happens, let me know at the first opportunity." After saying that, he drove his car and left the villa. In the car, Chu Fei made a call to Jiang Ning. "Young master. People I've been still looking for now. Don't worry, I'll find it for you." He thought that Chu Fei was asking if he had any news. But, the next sentence scared the out of him. "I've got the man back. Tell me, what exactly is that organization up there that you were talking about before? Location on what?" Chuffy was thinking clearly. Since Jiang Ping wanted to play with himself, let's have a good time with him. He wanted to see what other tricks Jiang Ping had waiting for him. "Young master. You mustn't be impulsive. All of these people, but all of them are personally arranged by that one. You." However, Jiang Ning was well aware of the fearsome nature of those people, all of whom had been personally supported up by that one. Other people, pressed, have no business touching it. Isn't moving those people the same as going against the one? This is something that has nothing to do with you. Just tell me. Chu Fei's tone steeply chilled. Jiang Ning's tone stuttered, and what he just wanted to say was swallowed in his stomach. They are right next to this office building I'm in, and inside that easy building, it's all their people. Young master, you can. Before he could finish his words, Chu Fei had already hung up the phone. Then the gas pedal was pressed and sped towards where Jiang Ning's office was. It was but 20 minutes away. After parking his car in a parking space on the side of the road, Chu Fei headed inside. Arriving at the bottom of a few office buildings, he casually swept his gaze and saw the Esher building that Jiang Ning had spoken of. Lifting his leg, he walked towards the Esh house. Just as he reached the door, he was stopped by the guards at the gate. "Pass, please." The corners of Chu Fei's mouth rose slightly. "A pass? I didn't realize that a district office building was guarded by guards and required a pass." As expected, Jiang Ping was really cautious enough. But since it's a mess, it's better to just make a big deal out of it. "Pass, I don't have one. The guard at the door shook his head slightly as he listened. Sorry, you can't go in without a pass. However, Chu Fei snorted. The tone grew cold. Although I don't have a pass, I have a fist. Chapter 200, whoever enters this door, dies. Walking into the hall of the Escher building, Chu Fei's gaze swept over, and there was no one in the hall to receive him. It seems that this place is slightly worse than one would expect. It was surprising that there wasn't even a receptionist in the lobby. However, this also reacted to the people inside the Escher building, which was even more unusual. As for the two guards outside, they were already lying on the ground wailing by now. Facing Chu Fei, they barely had any chance to fight back before they were already put down. But they also didn't expect that someone would actually dare to come here and cause trouble. This is where all the top brass of Jiangnan are located. No one in their right mind would choose to come here to cause trouble, right? However, Chu Fei was such an exception. Glancing at the elevator next to him, Chu Fei's face grew colder and colder. It's a luxury to install an elevator on the 4th floor. People are so golden in here, they won't even climb the stairs. When taking the stairs to the 2nd floor, there are several separate offices. Chu Fei then casually knocked on the door of the first office as if he was here on business. Come in. A man's voice came from inside. Chu Fei pushed open the door and walked in. Inside the office, a slightly obese man was sitting on the office chair smoking, his brows locked. When he saw Chu Fei come in, his frown obviously deepened. Because he didn't recognize the young man in front of him. However, since the other party was able to come in, he must have a pass, and he thought that his status would not be low. Perhaps he was the child of one of the higher-ups. Or maybe it's the son of some rich guy who's here looking for a favor. Only, he probably couldn't have imagined that Chu Fei was fighting his way in. Excuse me, who are you looking for? The man put down the cigarette in his hand and opened his mouth to inquire. Chu Fei asked cautiously, Excuse me, is the highest person in charge here? Someone entrusted me to find him to do something, you see. The man raised an eyebrow at that. You're looking for Lord Zhao Trade? This kid is a little bit of a head. But, to avoid surprises, he still asked. Who sent you? Hearing this, Chu Fei's face changed. Then said, Mr. Jiang. As soon as these words came out, the man immediately stood up from his position and looked at Chu Fei with shock in his gaze. After all, he didn't dare to be sure which Mr. Jiang Chu Fei was talking about, or this Mr. Jiang in Jiangnan. If it's that one, I guess it's a bit of a big deal. But if it's this one in Gangnam, it doesn't really matter. The person in charge is on the 4th floor, 2nd office on the left. There you go. The man thought about it and said it. After Chu Fei thanked him twice, he turned around and closed the door. In the next second, the face was icy cold. Toward the 4th floor at a brisk pace. And just in less than 10 seconds after Chu Fei left, the guard who was put down by Chu Fei ran up in a hurry and pushed open Fatty's office. Director Wang, did a young man come to see you just now? The fat man was so startled by the sudden appearance of the guards that the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. Immediately, he angrily rebuked, How do you do your job? Don't you know you have to knock when you enter? And that kid you said just now, wasn't it you guys who let him in? What's with the question? He was a little strange. If that kid didn't have a pass, how did he get in? But the guard shook his head. He hit us and broke in. The fat man's eyes went wide and he instantly exclaimed in shock. What? What are you all doing? You can't even stop a kid. He's gone to get the man in charge. Hurry up and call someone. After saying that, the fat man picked up the landline on the table and started to call. And the doorway to the 2nd office on the 4th floor on the left. Chuffy stood outside the door and knocked. A low voice came from inside, Come in. Chu Fei pushed open the door and walked into the office. Inside the office, Zhao Trade, wearing glasses, leaned back in his chair and browsed the computer. When Chu Fei came in, he subconsciously glanced at him. It's a shock not to see. Even bounced off the stool and looked at him with a pale face. Chu group leader. How did you get in here? Of course he knew Chu Fei. Because, the people above had long ago said that Chu Fei had been classified by them as one of the dangerous people. Even, taking away that woman and man beside Chu Fei was an order from him. Looks like you know me, huh? Being called out by the other party's identity, Chu Fei smiled coldly. And seeing his smile, Zhao Trade was scared to death. Chu group leader, what are you doing? What brings you to this little place, looking for me? Zhao Trade squeezed out a smile that was worse than a cry and asked, pretending that he didn't know anything. I came to you for a reason, don't you know? Do I need to say it? Hearing this, Zhao Trade's face became even more ugly. Even rushed outside and shouted, somebody. Give me someone. Chu Fei didn't stop him, instead he let him shout several times before slowly speaking, is it okay? Zhao Trade's face stiffened a bit, Team Leader Chu, I hope you know the consequences of what you're doing. Do you really want to go against the one? All of this, he ordered. I'm just in charge of the execution. He knew very well that Chu Fei would never let him go. Now, only the name of that one could subdue the other party. I know. But then again, you have another option entirely. You can arrest people, but you can't do anything. My little brother, nearly killed by your men, and my friend disfigured by your men. Who do you think I should take this revenge on? Chuffy took a cigarette out of his pocket and tilted his head to light it. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled a thick puff of smoke. Zhao Trade's heart hung in his throat when he heard him say that. In his heart, he kept cursing angrily, are the people below deaf? Couldn't they hear themselves when they shouted so loudly? Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, there was a rush of footsteps, and it seemed that many people were coming up the stairs. When he heard the voice, he was slightly reassured, and his bottom line was full. Team Leader Chu. Going against that one will not end well. I hope you can hang back and stop doing this right now, or the consequences are not something you can afford. However, Chu Fei only smiled. He naturally heard the footsteps outside, but was in no hurry to make a move on Zhao Trade. So, he's your backer, you think he can protect you, right? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the door was pushed open. Several men armed with batons were about to rush inside the office. However, Chu Fei's eyes turned cold as he stepped forward and kicked the chest of the first person who rushed into the office. So powerful that others behind the man were knocked to the ground. Chu Fei stood right where the doorway was, and a powerful aura erupted from him. Word by word, he said in a chilling voice, whoever enters this door, dies. Chapter 201, he jumped by himself, it has nothing to do with me. Chu Fei stood right at the position of the doorway, like a god of war, his icy gaze sweeping over the guards who wanted to rush in. Those guards who had just stood up actually felt chills in their hearts when they met Chu Fei's gaze. Somehow, they felt that what stood in front of them was not a person, but a man-eating tiger that could eat them at any time. For a while, no one dared to take a step forward. Seeing this, Chu Fei turned back to Zhao Trade. The latter met Chu Fei's gaze and felt a chill run down his back. I didn't realize that with all the guards, none of them could be relied upon. Chu Team Leader, misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Before the words were finished, Chu Fei lifted his leg and hooked the door shut. Then he sat down on the couch in his office and silently fished a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it. Now, call the one you're talking about. Hearing this, Zhao Trade's face stiffened. Calling that now? Isn't that something to be ashamed of? Seeing that he didn't move for a long time, Chuffy exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Don't want to fight? Then you can jump from here. If you survive, I'll forget about what you did before. Chu Fei's words caused Zhao Trade to tremble. This is the 4th floor? It was only a height of just over 10 meters, but if you jumped like that, you'd be paralyzed if not dead. I fight. I'll fight now. As soon as the words left his mouth, he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket intending to call the one. Probably because of the reason of too much tension, the cell phone fell on the ground, a pair of hands trembling to pick up the phone, pressed the phone number. Put the PA on. Chu Fei reminded from the side. Zhao Trade could only do as he was told and turned on the amplification. More than 10 seconds later, Chu Fei's familiar voice came from over there. How's it going? Is there news? It seemed that Zhang Ping was very concerned about this matter. However, Zhao Trade didn't dare to speak, instead, he placed his gaze on Chu Fei's body. Chu Fei took a deep breath of his cigarette and said in a deep voice, there. Do you want to hear it? Zhang Ping on the other end of the phone obviously froze for a moment, and then his tone instantly went cold. Because, he had heard Chu Fei's voice. But, still, the anger was spread on Zhao Trade. Zhao Trade! Do you want to die? When Zhao Trade heard this, he hastened to explain. My lord, it was he who asked me to call you. It's not my fault. He's on the verge of tears. What does this have to do with him? If Chu Fei hadn't requested it, he wouldn't have dared to make this call to Jiang Ping at all. Mr. Tang, when you do something wrong, you only blame your own men? Is that all you have? If that's the case, then I think highly of you. Chu Fei continued from the sidelines. Zhao Trade immediately cast a grateful gaze. Although I do not know why Chu Fei to help their own speech, but at least the onus is no longer on you. Shafi. You do have some skills. But you're thinking too much of me if you think you can hold me like that. This is just the beginning. Jiang Ping spoke in a cold voice. Chu Fei laughed, but that laughter was extraordinarily heart-shaking. Yes? I'm looking forward to your next tactic. But there are some things that you've touched on. You'd better find someone who has a master guarding you 24 hours a day, so I don't get a chance to catch you. Otherwise, I'll pay you back twice as much for all those injuries my friend suffered. Jiang Ping let out a loud laugh upon hearing this. Regarding Chu Fei's threat, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. Ha ha ha. Chu Fei, you're still too young. Do you think that anyone can sit in my position? Move me, are you sure you have what it takes? I know there's someone behind you, but are you sure there's no one behind me? At those words, Chu Fei only laughed. He had long guessed that there must be other families behind Jiang Ping. Moreover, the other party's background was not necessarily worse than his own. But for the other party to use such tactics, this was something Chu Fei could not endure. Then, try it. Let's see if you die first, or if I die first. Shafi signaled for Zhao Trade to hang up. Zhao Trade did not dare to not listen, and immediately hung up without waiting for Jiang Ping to speak. Only after doing this did he carefully look at Chu Fei. That what? Team leader Chu, can I go now? Chu Fei pressed out the cigarette in his hand and raised his head to look at him. When did I ever say I was going to let you go? Did you misunderstand something? When Zhao Trade heard this, he shivered and his legs softened, almost kneeling on the ground. Team leader Chu, this matter really doesn't have much to do with me. Will you be so kind as to let me off as a fart? However, Chu Fei only shook his head and laughed. If you hadn't given the order for the men to get my friend wasn't so badly injured. At those words, Zhao Trade flopped down and knelt on the ground. An old face had long been bloodless. Team leader Chu, I'll pay for it. You name a price. I must not return the favor. As long as you're willing to let me go. Money? Shafi laughed. Money is just a word count for him. He wasn't short of money, and likewise, Su Hui wasn't short of money, and Fang Qing was even less so. Do I look like I'm short of money? Tell you what, whatever kind of injury my friend gets, I'll just make the same kind of injury on you, and it'll be fine. So, that's always okay, isn't it? As he spoke, Chu Fei had already stood up from the sofa. Zhao Trade shuddered as a foul odor flowed out from under him. On the ground, there was a puddle of fishy liquid. Chu Fei immediately frowned. Before he even made a move, he was already scared like this? However, even if that was the case, he wasn't going to let Zhao Trade off the hook. When he thought of Su Hui and Fang Qing's miserable state, his heart was a cold chill. Jump off here yourself. I don't want to get my hands dirty. Jump from here and odds or you won't die. If I do, then you can get ready for reincarnation. After hearing this, Zhao Trade was no longer able to get up from the ground. A pair of eyes that had long since lost their sparkle. However, Shafi had already started the countdown. 3, 2. At this time, Zhao Trade mechanically stood up from the ground. Glancing at the window, he lunged forward and leapt. Pop! The glass was smashed to pieces. Then there was a loud bang. Seeing this scene, Chu Fei expressionlessly opened the office door. And outside the door, countless bigwigs from Jiangnan had already gathered. The moment they saw Chu Fei walk out, everyone's hearts tightened. With a sweep of Chu Fei's gaze, the crowd made way for him to leave. He stopped when the stairway to which he had come was in position. Your man in charge jumped off a building by himself, it's none of my business. Chapter 202, A Small Setup? In the capital, inside the courtyard. Jiang Ping's face was so gloomy that it seemed to be dripping water. He never expected that Chu Fei would return to Jiangnan. It was thought that this matter was unknown to God. However, things are always so unexpected. Not only did he fail to know Chu Fei's identity, but instead, he completely enraged the other party. With the character of the other party, Zhang Ping was not at all skeptical that the other party would dare to really make a move against him. Though in this capacity of his, in front of a crowd he probably wouldn't have done so. But if the other party really seized the opportunity, it would probably be hard to save his life. After thinking about it, he decided to seek the help of his family, also just in case. Picked up his cell phone and made a call. A few moments later, a man's voice came on the other end of the line. How? Any news? Zhang Ping's face was a bit ugly when he heard this. In a low voice, it hasn't been found out yet, it was all about to work out, but he didn't explain too much. After all, failure was failure and there was no need to make any excuses. Waste. The man on the phone cursed angrily. Obviously, he was very angry about these two things that Zhang Ping had done. Zhang Ping could only endure it with a stiff upper lip. My lord, there is something I would like to talk to you about. The kid already knows I'm the one sneaking around back there to investigate his identity. And there's a good chance he'll do it to me. In case he finds an opportunity. That's why I would like to request the clan to send a Zhongshu expert. Upon hearing this, the man on the other end of the line was apparently silent. It was a long time before he spoke slowly. I know. I'll explain this to the family I'm talking to. Also, any progress on that shipment of drugs? Being asked this question, Zhang Ping's face became even more ugly. The other side of the audit has been stuck with itself, and it's basically unlikely that they'll want to produce it. And on the family side, it's needed again. My lord, wasn't it you who told me to jam their audits? They don't have the audit to produce it, so? The man on the other end of the line was silent for a few seconds before he simply hung up. And Zhang Ping's face grew more and more gloomy as he looked at the hung-up cell phone. Just as he was thinking about how to solve the cycle, there was a knock at the door. My lord. Yun Clan Yunwu seeks an audience. Yunwu? Zhang Ping's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that the other side is here about the audit. Immediately, he got up and slightly straightened his clothes before responding, please. Along with the gate opening, Yunwu walked into the courtyard with some gifts. Seeing Zhang Ping, he slightly arched his hand. Mr. Jiang. Zhang Ping got up and waved his hand, smiling. Mr. Yunwu is polite. What gifts do you bring when you come? Have a seat. After Yunwu took his seat, Zhang Ping ordered the butler to make tea again. It was only after the tea was placed on the table and a cup was poured for each of the two men that Zhang Ping picked up the tea and took a shallow sip. I don't know what Mr. Yin came to see me about at this late hour. Yunwu laughed and cursed this old fox in his heart. It's obvious that he knows what's going on, but now he's putting on this act. Of course, he wouldn't say the words out loud. Mr. Jiang, the approval for that research institute of my Yun family has never come down yet. Want to ask Mr. Jiang why? I heard about this matter, and it was Mr. Jiang himself who put the word out, so? Yun Wu's words had made it clear. Earlier, he knew from Yulan's mouth that Fei had fallen out with Zhang Ping. He was still a little surprised, but when the people below him said that all their approvals had been rejected, he knew that the matter was true. This time, he came over to Zhang Ping to see the other party's attitude. If the other party was really unwilling to relent, then they would have to change their strategy. Mr. Yun, I don't quite understand what you mean. As far as I know, I don't usually bother with such trivial matters. With the approval of your family's institute, I don't think there's anyone who won't give you face and let you pass, is there? Zhang Ping put down his teacup and looked at Yunwu with a smile on his face. Approval? Since you and Chuffy are family. Then you don't blame yourself. It seems that Mr. Jiang is planning to be pretending to be confused? If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Yunwu's face sank slightly as he drank his tea in one gulp, inverted the teacup onto the table, and turned around to leave. Just as he reached the door, Zhang Ping hummed lightly. Mr. Yun, there are some things. You'd better not interfere. Otherwise, with your Yun family, it's hard to say anything. This is something I hope you can say to the Yun family head. He's too old to stand up to anything. Yunwu listened and left with a big stride. After Yunwu left, Zhang Ping showed his disdain. The Yun family was nothing more than a small second-rate family. Compared to the power behind him, it was far too poor. If the Yun family really interfered in the matter, it would be out of his hands. Jiangnan, inside Su Li's villa. Boss, I'm not embarrassing you. I didn't say anything. After a few hours of recuperation, Su Hui's injuries had stabilized quite a bit. The wounds have also healed some, the deeper wounds are just healing more slowly. At this time he had awakened, only for the time being he was unable to move and could only lie in bed. The swelling on his face, too, had subsided quite a bit, and he could see what he looked like before. Chuffy was sitting on the small. Seeing Chu Fei's smile, Su Hui suddenly felt like he was being set up as prey. Heart, always have a bad feeling. Chapter 203 Grand Elder of the Feng family. For the next 3 days, both Chu Fei and Su Li started to prepare for the company's relocation. At the same time, arrangements were also being made for those personnel from Kuyao Company who were unwilling to go to the capital to be sent into Chu Fei's Chu Men group. As for those young ones who were planning to follow them to the capital, Su Li had them leave early. One is to give them enough time to find a suitable place to live in the vicinity of the company, and the other is so that they can familiarize themselves with the surrounding location and so on. As for those original partner companies of Kuyao Company, Su Li had also finished dealing with them. All the business was transferred to the headquarters of Kuyao Company in the capital, and in this way, some of the losses were avoided. As for the original factory, it was directly transferred out at a low price, including all the equipment and so on. Now, all the main focus is on the eternal life water. As for some low-cost, low-income drugs, just don't do it. Reduced costs and increased efficiency. In the middle of the journey, Chu Fei had also received a call from his great-uncle Yan Wu. It said that their approval couldn't come down for the time being, and Zhang Ping was already planning to fight them to the end. As for the specifics, it was better to wait for Chu Fei and Su Li and the others to all arrive in the capital before returning home to discuss and see. Things on Jiangnan's side were handled until the afternoon of the 4th day. Chu Fei and Su Li, who had returned to the villa, were deeply exhausted. Relocating a company is still a really big job. If they haven't been working together very little, if at all, lately, it's definitely not enough time for a few days. Haru called and told me earlier that her side is taken care of as well, so shall we go to the capital tomorrow? Or the day after tomorrow? Su Li took a sip of water and looked at Chu Fei. In the past few days, Fang Qing had already sort of completely recovered. The wound on his face had long since healed, only, it still left a shallow scar that had not fully recovered. But you can't tell without looking closely. If it was makeup, even Chu Fei would not be able to tell that Fang Qing's face had scars. Moreover, Fang Cheng was planning to go to the capital with them. As for the reason, it's simple. She's already officially in a peace with Co Hui. Wherever Su Hui is, she is. The modeling agency, she has also changed hands. Go tomorrow. I'll book a ticket later. After saying that, Chu Fei shouted at Su Hui who was exercising outside the courtyard. "Fai, come in." Su Hui stopped moving and walked into the living room. In the past 2 days, he had also recovered quite a bit. Moreover, Chu Fei also taught him some ways of exercising that did not harm his body. Obviously, after the transformation of the eternal life water, this kid's physical quality is much stronger than before. "Boss, what's wrong?" Su Hui walked into the living room and asked with some curiosity. "You go home. Tell your parents that you're coming to the capital with me. You've been here the last couple days and haven't even been back. They must be a little worried too. First thing tomorrow morning, come over and meet me here, okay?" When Su Hui heard this, he immediately nodded. "Okay, boss. I'll be right back." After saying that, he was about to leave. "Wait, drive back." However, Chu Fei took out the car keys from his pocket and threw them to Su Hui. Su Hui took the car keys and immediately nodded. "Liz, call Haru. Meet here first thing in the morning. We'll go up in one piece." Su Li nodded. "Well, I'm going to take a shower first." As the words fell, Su Li took her cell phone and went upstairs. Chu Fei took a deep breath, came to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down, took out a cigarette and lit it. Now, only he and Su Li were left here. As for Li Tongming and the others, he also arranged for them to go to the capital to look for Uncle Li. Now, they won't be used for a while. But Chu Fei still had another idea, that is, the remaining 11 eternal life water at home, who should be given to use. At first, he had planned to let Li Tongming and the others use it so that he could cultivate a force of his own. But now, something doesn't quite fit. After coming into contact with those so-called hidden families, Li Tongming's strength was already somewhat insufficient for them. Even if they use the eternal life water, their strength is only that of a beginner. Against the adepts will surely lose, and together they are not enough. As for the sovereign, there was even less to consider. However, if they were originally beginner practitioners of ancient martial arts, Chu Fei would not hesitate to give them the use of it. Thinking of this, Chu Fei had a bit of a headache. Took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled the smoke slowly. After a cigarette, he was just about to go back to his room to take a shower, have a meal, and have a good rest and relaxation. However, his cell phone rang. Picked it up, an unfamiliar phone number. This made Chu Fei somewhat surprised. "Hello, who are you looking for?" he asked with some confusion. Soon, a mature man's voice came from the other end of the line. "Chuffy, Mr. Chuffy, hello." When he heard the other party call out his name directly, Chu Fei frowned slightly. It seems that the other party knows his identity. "I'm sorry to call you this late. To introduce myself, my last name is Wind, my first name is Chifan. The grand elder of the family behind the Wind family in the capital." Chapter 204. The Wind family? Chu Fei's eyebrows raised slightly. Why would someone from the Wind family suddenly make this call to himself? There were some conflicts with the people of the Wind family before, but the people of the Wind family didn't use any means against themselves later on. That said, the other guy was honest. "So it's Elder Wind. I don't know if Elder Feng is looking for me at this late hour. Is there something he wants? If others honor me, I honor them." With the other party being so polite, Chu Fei naturally would not put on a face. "Mr. Chu, I apologize for the previous conflict between the capital city Wind family and you. And, the family has already replaced all the people from the Wind family in the capital, which is also considered our sincerity to you. I wonder, could it be satisfactory?" When those words came out, Chu Fei froze for a moment. No wonder the Wind family hadn't popped up at all during this period of time. Dare I say that the entire Feng family in the capital has been changed. He had thought that the Wind family was planning to keep a low profile, just like his grandfather's family. Elder Feng is really too polite. It's just a small thing, not enough to worry about. However, Elder Feng shouldn't have called me specifically just for this, right? Chu Fei knew very well in his heart that the Wind family was also aware of the existence of the everlasting water thing. Unsurprisingly, this call from the other party might be an attempt to work with himself. "Mr. Chu, I heard that you have a very special medicine in your hands. As far as the effects are concerned, we have some idea. That's why, after discussing within the family, we intend to cooperate with Mr. Chu. As for the price and all that, small things. If Mr. Chu doesn't mind, why don't you make an appointment? I would like to talk to Mr. Chu personally." How? Feng Qianfan didn't hide anything and told all of his purpose. As for whether or not Chu Fei would answer, that was unknown. Only after Chu Fei thought about it again and again did he open his mouth. Could be. Elder Feng's sincerity has arrived, so naturally I won't refuse. Might as well, let's do it tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock, the Capital Hotel. Specifics, then discuss. In regards to the Wind family wanting to cooperate, Chu Fei's consideration was that the Wind family did not have much conflict with itself. It is not impossible to cooperate. Just like the one he discussed with a few people earlier, control the volume. If the other party can't accept it, then naturally, no cooperation can be reached. It was just that since the Wind family had taken the initiative to call themselves, it meant that the other party had probably already examined this matter. That's why it's so important to ask what you mean. However, Feng Qianfan on the other end of the phone was all a bit stunned. It seemed that Chu Fei had agreed a little too quickly. I thought he would say he would think about it for 2 days and get back to him, but the truth is that it can be discussed tomorrow. Yes. Tomorrow, I'll bring my family juniors and wait for Mr. Chu at the Capital Hotel. Chu Fei let out a light smile. Elder Feng is polite. If we can reach a cooperation, I think it will be beneficial to both sides. Feng Qianfan laughed. Mr. Chu is a great talent. I'm old. If I could be dozens of years younger, I might be able to befriend Mr. Chu. It was evident that the other party valued this matter. Early the next morning, the four of them, Chu Fei, Su Li, as well as Su Hui and Fang Qing, boarded the plane to the capital. A few people didn't bring much with them this time up there. Chu Fei also brought those 11 everlasting water up. After a long flight of several hours, he finally arrived at the capital. After leaving the airport, Liu had already been waiting outside for a long time. Picking up the 4 people, they returned to Chu Fei's large villa. When they arrived at the villa, both Su Hui and Fang Qing's eyes widened. This is not a villa, it's just a small manor, right? I can't believe there's such a thing as a tarmac. Boss, this is too luxurious for you, isn't it? Doesn't it feel eerie living alone? Su Hui popped up from the sidelines. Such a big villa, if one person lives alone, it is designated to be scared. In his place, he'd have to go downstairs at night for a drink of water to get a head start. There's something to it. Big man, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, aren't you here now? This house is as empty as it gets, so you guys don't have to go out and find a place to live, you can just stay here. This villa had 5 floors, and each floor had about 160 square feet. With the yard and apron, the footprint is roughly 500 square feet. Su Hui and Fong Chang looked at each other, then shook their heads anyway. In fact, it's not impossible for the two to buy a suite in the capital. The money they had on them was perfectly adequate. Boss, we can't disturb your 2-person world with your sister-in-law. Hey, I'm still planning to move out with Haru-san. Su Hui scratched his head in some embarrassment. In fact, he also wanted Su Qing to have a good and deep conversation. After all, it's not very convenient here. Then think for yourselves. Chu Fei also knew exactly what was in Su Hui's heart. It was just that when he entered the dragon team later on, he would have fewer chances to meet with Fong Qing. It's okay, boss. We're definitely staying here for the next few days. After that, we'll talk about it. The group stayed inside the villa. By the time everything was gotten done, it had come to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There was only an hour left until the time Chu Fei and Feng Qianfan had agreed upon. Li, you take little Hui and the others for a stroll. I'm going to take care of something. Chu Fei glanced at the time and spoke to Su Li. In fact, last night, he had also talked to Su Li about the Wind family seeking his cooperation. Su Li didn't object, it wasn't a bad thing for them. Good. There you go then. Su Li nodded slightly. Boss, why don't I go with you? Su Hui also wanted to go out and have a look, he. Chu Fei glanced at him faintly. I'll take you piece by piece when you can beat 10 of them by yourself. When Su Hui heard this, his face immediately fell. 1 against 10. That's going to go sometime. On his own, the small body, it is hard enough to fight 1, and it is better to fight 10. Or forget it. I'll go first. Chuffy turned around and left the living room, came downstairs, and drove off in his car. After most of an hour, we finally arrived at the Capital Hotel. A glance at the clock showed it was after 4:40. I'm sure Feng Qianfan and the others have already arrived. I was just about to call the other side to ask which booth I was in when I received the call ahead of time. Mr. Chu, I didn't know you were here? Chu Fei laughed, just arrived downstairs, I wonder which private room elder phone you are in. 3rd floor, room 888, honoring Mr. Chu's presence.